Global mutation occurred, and the end times arrived. The world turned into a hell. Fortunately, Ty not only got a second chance at life, but also awakened the Glory King system. Ding. Obtained 1 hunting broadblade. Instant death for anything below stage 3 upon contacting. Obtained 1 knowledge gem, delivering 50 gold coins daily to your door. Ding. Obtained 1 blood crying blade, granting immortality as long as there are zombies nearby. Thereafter, Ty held endless might in one hand and a blood-soaked blade in the other, clad in heavy armor of dominance, with resistance shoes on his feet. He stood atop the firmament, looking down upon all living creatures below. Chapter 1 Return from Rebirth. The apocalypse is coming. The long night was deathly silent, except for the eerie sounds of cannibalism echoing around, as if famished ghosts were weeping. Ty's body was covered in blood. He swung his long saber forward, and a highly decomposed head fell to the ground like a melon falling from the sky. As long as we fight our way out from here, there's still a chance for survival. Beneath his feet lay endless corpses, with zombie-like beasts intertwining all around. The air was filled with the stench of decay and blood. Swish! As Ty raised his saber, he suddenly felt something piercing into his chest. Looking down slowly, he saw a long blade had been thrust straight into his chest. He felt his body turning cold, his life slipping away bit by bit. Vile tag. Burke. Ty's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, a mix of disbelief and despair. You can be the bait, and we can get out too. As my good brother, you surely wouldn't want me and Walton Fay to die here, would you? A man and a dream standing beside Ty wore smiles on their faces. In the next moment, he felt his body losing weight and began rolling down the mountain of corpses. That was Burke's final push, sending him towards death. As Ty was falling into the mountain of corpses, he saw Burke holding the hand of his girlfriend. His best friend killed him to save himself. And his girlfriend not only did nothing to save him, but also gave him a mocking look along with Burke. It turned out they had always been flirting behind his back. Ha ha ha, what a joke. To hell with friendship, to hell with love. Splash. Ty lost consciousness, everything went dark before his eyes. Ty. Come on, wake up, don't scare everyone. I bet he stayed up all night playing games yesterday. Noisy voices kept ringing in Ty's ears. What are these people talking about? Are they not afraid that zombies will be attracted by the noise? Everyone shut the hell up. Ty abruptly lifted his head to look around. His eyes still had bloodshot veins, but what appeared before him were not zombies, but people. Standing before Ty was the teacher of this class. His hair formed a whirlpool in the middle of his head, shiny and bald, while the hair on both sides grew luxuriantly like dense forests, looking very splendid. Teacher Viletag, didn't you die? In Ty's memory from his previous life, Teacher Viletag was the first one whose head was gnawed off by zombie ants, marking the beginning of the apocalypse in Ty's eyes. Ty must have taken the wrong medicine, cursing the teacher to death. Now there will be a show, as Teacher Viletag is known for his bad temper. Ty is bound to fail. The surrounding students watched Ty gloatingly, waiting for the drama to unfold. But at this moment, Ty ignored the teacher's anger, looking down at his chest and then scanning the surroundings. Sunlight shone on the ground, and occasionally came the singing of skylarks outside. On the blackboard were written equations of advanced mathematics. Did I reincarnate? I didn't die. What's the date today? What time is it? Ty barely suppressed his excitement, turning his head to Maribel, who sat beside him, asking with a deep voice. He vaguely remembered that after the outbreak of zombies, Maribel was dragged away by 4 mutated stray dogs, having her limbs bitten off. However, since she didn't suffer fatal injuries, she eventually bled to death lying flat in an empty classroom. Answer me quickly. Ty looked very anxious. If this class just started, he could still prepare some supplies and weapons. After experiencing betrayal in his last life, now returning to this world, he no longer had any ties. His parents left him when he was young, so he only needed to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. June 25, 2021, 9:40. Seeing Ty acting like a madman, Maribel dared not to ignore his question and answered hastily. 2021, 6:25. Ty's pupils sharply constricted. This was precisely the day of the apocalypse outbreak, which happened at 9:50, right after this class ended. This class bell, representing not only the end of class, but also the doomsday knell from hell. There were still 10 minutes left, meaning that in just 10 more minutes, the whole world would be engulfed in the flood of zombies. In his previous life, he experienced this disaster. A hell's retaliation against humanity, right here. All livestock and insects began to mutate, and anyone injured by them would be infected by parasites that would destroy the human central nervous system, ultimately becoming controlled shells. Noel? Teacher Henrik was infuriated by Ty's actions. This is a classroom. If you don't want to listen, then get out. You're not allowed to disrupt the class. Henrik had never encountered such a student before. Though college lectures were rarely strictly monitored by schools, Ty's actions completely ignored him. Ty didn't acknowledge Henrik. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner agitation. If he told them about the apocalypse and the zombies now, they wouldn't believe him. He must rely on himself. A voice snapped Ty back to attention. Ty, are you okay? It was Burke. The beast. Ty's eyes were bloodshot, and he felt an overwhelming urge to lunge at him and kill him right now. But the rational part of his mind kept stopping him. Stay calm, stay calm. Now wasn't the time for impulsive actions. He needed to solve the immediate crisis first. In his previous life, it was sheer luck that he survived. The mutated animals behaved similarly to sharks. If they were full, they wouldn't continue eating. After the mutated creatures invaded the school, over 10,000 people in the entire campus were reduced to just 3,000, and only about a dozen people remained in the classroom where Tai was. Tai quickly ran toward the window, determined to block the doors and windows. This way, the mutants wouldn't be able to break in through the windows. Bang! Bang bang! Tai ignored everyone's astonishment and mockery. He shut the windows and pulled down the curtains, trying to maximize his chances of survival within the limited time. Lao Yi, what's wrong with you? Burke grabbed Tai's hand, looking confused. There are so many people in the classroom. Closing the windows will affect air circulation. Tai looked up at Burke, eyes bloodshot. His whole body trembled, trembling with rage. Burke, let go. Tai calmed his fury and spoke sternly. Lao Yi, are you sick? Let me take you to the hospital. Burke didn't let go but tried to lead Tai away from the classroom. Get lost. Bang. As Tai stared into Burke's seemingly concerned eyes, he felt nothing but revulsion. He punched Burke directly in the face. Seeing that his attempts to mediate were met with a punch, Burke's temper flared up and he swung at Tai. But how could Burke be a match for Tai? Even without physical training, the combat techniques in Tai's mind remained intact. Instantly, Burke was pinned down and pummeled. Since you want to die so badly, I'll grant your wish today. Tai, what are you doing? He's your brother. Tracy hurriedly got up and held onto Tai, ostensibly trying to calm him down, but her gaze stayed on Burke. So they were already together at this point. Ha ha ha, deceiving me all this time. Bang. Tai landed another punch on Burke's face, knocking him unconscious. Killing you now would be too merciful. I want you to experience the apocalypse firsthand. At this moment, Tai's forehead veins were bulging, his face flushed red, and his fists still trembled with anger. It was the gaze of the Grim Reaper from hell. Tai, you. Slap. Tracy tried to argue with Tai, but received a slap instead. Get out. Tai turned to look at the others who were staring at him like he was crazy, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. In this life, I'll live only for myself. Chapter 2. Start with a jungle blade. Crazy. Tai has completely lost it. It's just opening a window. Is it really necessary? Someone saw that Tai was being unreasonable and commented. Tai looked at the person accusing him. It was a fat man with a middle part hairstyle. In his memory, this fat man had died a miserable death in the previous life. He died when a mutated rat burrowed into his stomach and gnawed at his internal organs. Tai didn't feel like arguing with someone who was about to die. Seeing Tai walking towards him with eyes as if he was staring at a corpse, the fat man immediately hid beside his seatmate, trying to tell Tai not to come over since he had someone else there, making it impossible for Tai to fight them alone. Although the fat man kept giving himself psychological comfort, he knew that if Tai really wanted to do something, his seatmate wouldn't be able to help him. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I just want to show my existence, not really helping Burke speak. Why aren't others blaming Tai with me? The fat man trembled all over, his eyes downcast, too afraid to look at Tai directly. A gust of wind blew towards him, and he immediately squatted on the ground out of fear. After a long time, he realized Tai did nothing to him and walked past him directly. Tai, stop right there. You hurt someone and still want to walk away? Really think you can do whatever you want here? Henrik watched Tai disdain classroom rules, injure students, and now try to leave as if nothing happened. As a teacher, how could he justify his position if he let such actions go unpunished? Teacher Viletag, even though we don't have much interaction, I respect you. Find a secluded place to hide. Maybe you can survive. Tai glanced back at Henrik. This was the last bit of conscience left in him. Though they were only teacher and student in his previous life, it wasn't hard to see from Henrik's words and actions that he was an extremely responsible teacher. Tai, I don't care what's on your mind, but this is school, this is class, you've injured a student, disrupted the order. Henrik shouted angrily, but Tai couldn't hear him, because another voice echoed in his head. Ding. End times detected. Glory King system activated. System package sent to storage. Host, Tai. Physicality. None. Storage. System package. Coins. 0. Open system package. What's going on? System? Tai froze. In his previous life, he never awakened a system. His survival was largely due to luck. He wasn't leaving the classroom to find safety. Given insect mutations and parasite invasions, the entire school would become a disaster area, offering no place to escape. His main reason for leaving was to get the fire axe hanging outside the door for self-defense. Now, the appearance of the system offered him a chance to change his fate. After all, reading countless novels by Brett wasn't in vain. When the protagonist awakens a golden finger, the underdog turns into a hero and achieves success. Open the system package. Tai quickly adapted to the system and spoke firmly. Ding. Genetic physique loaded into body. Genetic physique, implanted with antibodies, won't mutate from bites by mutated insects or zombies. Upgradable via coins. Current level, LV1. Note, LV1 base stats, Strength 1, Speed 1, Stamina 1, Mental Power 1. Each upgrade adds 1 point to all attributes. LV2 requires 10 coins. Ding. Hunting Broadblade +1. Hunting Broadblade. Can kill low-level mutations with 1 strike. regardless of where it hits. Killing one stage 1 mutation grants 1 coin. Stage 2 grants 2 coins, and so on. Note: all mutations below stage 3 are low level. Coins? Just as Tai wondered about the coins, the system voice rang again. Ding. Glory King shop opened. Host can purchase equipment with coins. A shop interface appeared before Tai's eyes. He was stunned. Isn't this the shop from Honor of Kings? Could it be? Tai instinctively looked at his hand, holding the jungle blade from Honor of Kings. Entirely black, with silver edges gleaming, emitting a solemn and deadly aura. No wonder hunting broadblade sounded so familiar. It turned out to be the jungle blade from Honor of Kings. My golden finger allows me to earn gold coins by killing zombies, which can then be used to purchase equipment from the mall. Tai quickly scanned through the details. Every piece of equipment came with attributes that would directly boost his own. In other words, buying a ruby would increase his health, purchasing an iron sword would increase his attack power. If he bought said items, it would come with a passive effect. For instance, Ice Heart, Ice Storm, would generate a storm around him when attacked by infected bodies, reducing their attack speed by 20%. However, the prices of these items all had an extra 0 added in front. What originally cost 2,100 now required 21,000 gold coins. Since one zombie only gave 1 gold coin, wouldn't he have to kill over 20,000? The only comforting thing was that the prices for small items hadn't changed. Only the synthesized prices increased. As Tai familiarized himself with the system, mocking voices gradually pulled him back to reality. Tai, assaulting a classmate is one thing, but you're also ignoring your elders. How did 9 years of compulsory education produce such a scoundrel? The speaker was none other than the fat Barney who had previously condemned Tai first. Seeing the teacher scolding Tai as well, he naturally couldn't miss this great opportunity. Everyone usually looked down on him, thinking he was cowardly and cared too much about saving face. Today was his chance to prove himself. After all, Tai was generally as meek as him, the only difference being that Tai was skinnier and slightly better looking. Is that so? Tai turned to look at the fat Barney, his expression cold, his words carrying a chill, the questioning of death. When everyone saw Tai turn around, they were startled, not by his gaze, but by the long blade in his hand. When did Tai get that knife? Tai is crazy. Isn't a knife this long illegal? The fat Barney's smug expression instantly turned bitter. Where did Tai get this knife from, and why does something always change whenever I speak up? At that moment, the fat Barney wished he could dig a hole and bury himself in it. Just as everyone was shocked by Tai, a student by the window suddenly screamed. Could it have started early? Wasn't the apocalypse supposed to begin when the dismissal bell rang? Holding the knife, Tai looked toward the window, where a terrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. Chapter 3. The world resets, the apocalypse arrives. Tai shifted his gaze to the floor below. Outside the window was the school's floral garden, which explained why a large number of mutated insects and ants had attacked the school. On one of the flowers, Tai noticed a substantial amount of blood. Judging by how it was splattered, it had been forcefully expelled. Following the direction of the blood spatter, not far away was a massive purple centipede slowly gnawing on a staff member's body. The purple centipede was over 1 m long. Its body curled atop the corpse like a twisted rope. Its 100 legs were now as thick as regular water pipes, and one could clearly see the joints on them. But what was most terrifying was its head. An upright mouth embedded with 2 scythe-like mandibles, smeared with blood, and faintly revealing some shredded flesh. Above its mouth were a pair of compound eyes, composed of numerous single eyes. Now that its body had grown so large, these eyes resembled sunflower seeds clustered together, looking quite eerie. Soon, the mutated centipede lost interest in the staff member and began twisting its body, searching for the next target. At this moment, the staff member, whose head had been half-eaten, started to mutate. All joints began to contort involuntarily, while the abdomen split open, sprouting new arms. The remaining eye and the half of his head also underwent a mutation, turning into pus-filled sockets before ultimately erupting into the same compound eyes as the centipedes. What kind of monster is that? Why has the centipede gotten so big? Why is this happening? The students by the window stared wide-eyed at the scene outside, their mouths trembling. Everything seemed surreal yet terrifyingly real. Tai, do you know something? Henrik was also shocked by the sight. Turning to look at Tai, he noticed that Tai wasn't surprised by the giant centipede and asked him. At that moment, everyone's attention was on Tai. When civilization and technology begin to swell and reach their peak, our world starts to reset. It will eliminate the most threatening species and then reselect a new dominant life form. The last rulers of the world were dinosaurs, and the current rulers are humans. The next rulers might be insects or beasts, and humans will become relics of the world. Tai looked at everyone, his eyes tinged with sarcasm. Humans once believed they were the masters of this world. Only after learning this conclusion did they realize how ridiculous their thinking was. In his previous life, Tai survived in the apocalypse for 7 years. This theory was proposed in the 5th year of the apocalypse, and he didn't believe it at first. But when he encountered an insect that had intelligence and even learned human language, he fully accepted this conclusion. Intelligence and thought aren't innate. They are bestowed by the Creator. Who lives and who dies is no more than a stroke of ink. Regarding whether the apocalypse had begun earlier, Tai had come to a clear understanding. In his previous memory, the apocalypse began when Henrik's head was eaten by ants, leading him to believe it started then. But in reality, the apocalypse had quietly begun earlier. At that time, the disturbances weren't significant, and the mutants hadn't launched a full-scale attack. He was sleeping in class and didn't hear the screams. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Your conclusion must be your own imagination. Those creatures are lower forms of life. How can they replace humans? It's just an unnatural phenomenon. There have been examples of giant creatures before. Tai, this is slander, and you'll be arrested for this. Burke, whom Tai had knocked out earlier, had already awakened but lay still pretending to be unconscious, fearing another beating. Seeing Tai speaking such disorderly words, Burke secretly recorded Tai's speech. Tai, if I press this button, this recording will go public, and you'll become everyone's target. Burke rose, glaring arrogantly at Tai. Since Tai had revealed everything, there was no need to pretend to maintain their false friendship anymore. Do whatever you want. Tai sneered, dragging his knife toward Burke. You, what are you going to do? Don't come any closer. If you take another step forward, I'll send this recording out. I warn you if you dare to. Burke saw that Tai was not stopping at all, and with a hardened heart, he directly pressed the send button. Instantly, the segment of Tai's speech was uploaded online. But in exchange, Burke's hand was immediately pierced by Tai's knife. Murder! Murder! Everyone watched as Burke's palm was directly impaled by the long knife, and chaos broke out as they tried to flee the classroom. Tai did not stop these people from escaping. For him, feeding those mutants would indirectly increase his own safety. However, Henrik's actions left Tai somewhat stunned. Everyone, stay in the classroom. It was clear that Henrik had weighed the pros and cons before making this decision. Compared to the danger posed by Tai, the unknown giant centipede outside was far more terrifying. Rather than run around aimlessly outside, it was better to stay in the classroom and wait for rescue. It's useless. After the apocalypse begins, all basic electronic devices lose their signal. The era of the Great Reset has arrived. No one can save us. We can only rely on ourselves. Tai looked at Henrik, who wanted to call the police, and said in a grave tone, "It really doesn't work." Henrik stared at his phone, which showed no service, even when trying to dial emergency numbers. How could this be? Is it really the end times? I'm only 20 years old. I don't want to die. Everyone took out their phones and tried calling, some to report the incident, others to call their parents. All in vain. Tai, do you have any way to resolve this crisis? Tracy, who hadn't spoken for a while, walked up to Tai and whispered softly. Even though Tai had slapped her earlier, she believed that he still had feelings for her and would definitely save her. There is. Tai looked at Tracy's pitiful eyes, a flash of disgust crossing his face, but he quickly hid it. Upon hearing Tai's answer, Tracy felt overjoyed. What method? Tai's lips curled slightly, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Cut off one of Burke's legs and throw him outside the classroom, and I'll tell you. Chapter 4. Welcome the Apocalypse. Tracy instinctively took a step back. She saw a demonic smile in Tai's eyes. This wasn't the Tai she knew. He should be someone who always obeyed her, someone who would agree to whatever she asked for, right? Why has he changed like this? And why is it directed at Burke? Did he discover something? No, that's impossible. Every time she and Burke went out for a tryst, it was during Tai's return to his hometown. There's no way Tai could have discovered anything between her and Burke. As Tracy hesitated, an endless stream of cries for help suddenly erupted from downstairs. Help, what are these monsters? Someone save me, I don't want to die. What are you doing? Why are you pushing me forward, you beast? I don't want to die. Such voices said everything. Even some 胆小的人当场就被吓得尿了裤子. It was such a tragic cry, as if their deaths were already destined. A drop of sweat slid down Tracy's forehead. She turned her gaze away from the door. Since Tai understood all this so well, he must know how to deal with this crisis. Though she had feelings for Burke, in everyone's eyes, she was Tai's girlfriend, and Burke had nothing to do with her. So even if one of Burke's legs was cut off, it wouldn't cause her any loss. Tracy glanced at Burke and gritted her teeth, saying, "Fine, I'll chop." The most shocked person upon hearing this was not the crowd, but the prostrate Burke. He never thought that Tracy would forsake their relationship for survival. Burke's pupils constricted, and he stared at Tracy in horror. The veins on his temples bulged with anger. If you want to use me to save your own life, then even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Tracy, you. Just as Burke prepared to expose his affair with Tracy, she lifted the stool beside her and began to mercilessly smash it into Burke's thigh. One blow after another. Though Tracy was a dream and not very strong, driven by her will to survive, after several rounds of blows, Burke's thigh was completely shattered, blood splattering all over her. What a ruthless dream. Everyone was stunned by Tracy's actions. She didn't hesitate at all when smashing the living leg. My leg. Looking at the blood gushing out from his thigh, Burke's face twisted in agony. Keep going. Tai smiled as he said this. Without hesitation, Tracy dragged Burke out like a dead dog. Smashing his thigh and dragging him out. These two things happened without any delay. You can say it now. Covered in blood, Tracy stood before Tai and said, "These mutants don't have good eyesight, but they have very acute sense of smell. For instance, someone who got scared and wet their pants or whose body is covered in blood. They will become the mutant's preferred targets. Hearing Ty's words, Tracy turned pale, looking at him in fear. Being covered in blood, that described her perfectly. The blood from chopping off Burke's thigh sprayed all over her body. Why did you do this? I'm your girlfriend. Tracy shook her head repeatedly, staring at Ty in terror. What do you think? You managed to hide your affair with Burke so well, shouldn't it be obvious why I acted this way? Ty chuckled softly and ignored Tracy. Instead, he began closing the windows and curtains behind him. At this moment, the bell hadn't rung yet. The mutants hadn't started their group attack, and he wasn't particularly afraid of walking on the ground. But those mutated flies and mosquitoes were still a challenge. Closing the windows and curtains effectively prevented these flying creatures from entering through the windows. At this point, Tracy began peeling off her blood-soaked clothes layer by layer, wanting to get rid of all the bloody clothing. However, seeing the blood thoroughly soaked into her clothes, she completely broke down. Ty, you're crazy, you devil. May you never rest easy. Tracy went mad, thinking about taking Ty down with her. No, grabbing his knife might give her a chance at survival. With a choked sob, Tracy seized the opportunity. As Ty closed the left curtain, she lunged at him. She was going to seize the knife. But soon, she would pay the price for her naive thoughts. Swish. Ty's knife slashed through the air, instantly slicing open Tracy's wrist. Blood gushed out like a fountain, incessantly flowing. Tracy's major artery had been severed. So eager to die, then I'll just send you and Burke off as doomed lovers. Ty struck Tracy's neck with the back of his knife, rendering her unable to resist. He then threw her out of the classroom, landing her next to Burke in the corridor. At that moment, the bell rang. The apocalypse officially began. Ty walked back into the classroom, looking at everyone standing still, pleading for help. Ty, consider our classmate bond. You wouldn't let us die, right? Right. We're all classmates, and after all, there's strength in numbers. Some girls even ran down from their seats, tightly hugging Ty, rubbing their chests against his arm. Ty, if you can save me, I'll do anything you ask. I'll do anything. Olivia widened her eyes, tears brimming around them, looking pitiful as she begged in a tiny voice. You're on your period, aren't you? It's too late to save you. Ty looked at the girl before him, recalling her vividly. When the end times arrived, Henrik became the ant's second target after being devoured. This girl was the next victim because her blood attracted the mutated ants. Ultimately, her body was chewed into hundreds of skull-like holes, a horrifying death. Ty had hidden behind her, witnessing this terrifying scene firsthand, which is why he remembered it so clearly. Upon hearing Ty's words, the girl clung tighter, firmly believing that following Ty would give her a chance to survive. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't match a man's strength and was easily pried off by Ty. Ty gripped his knife tightly, focusing on the door ahead. Once the sounds of Burke and Tracy reached them, it would mean the mutated insects were approaching their classroom. The apocalypse would follow closely. Chapter 5. The Fire Beetle's Attack and Human Selfishness. None of the students sitting in their seats dared to speak, including Henrik, who ignored Ty's actions. There were no weapons for self-defense in the classroom. If a real monster broke in, only Ty could stand in its way. Just as the classroom was eerily silent, frantic screams came from outside the door. Don't come over. Don't come over. Help me. Let me in quickly. Let me in. The classroom door was being pounded furiously. It was Tracy pounding it desperately. You go eat him. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Seeing that no one would open the iron door for her despite her frenzied knocking, Tracy's gaze finally fell on Burke, who lay beside her with his thighs severed. Facing her was a fully mutated fire beetle, completely crimson red, with eyes on either side of its head and two pincer-like claws directed at Tracy and Burke. Most terrifyingly, its size had increased by several dozen times, comparable to the size of a husky. To save her own life, Tracy used all her strength to push Burke forward. The fire beetle didn't hesitate, directly snapping off Burke's head with its large pincers and swallowing it whole. Blood spurted out from the severed neck, just as flames erupted from the beetle's mouth. In an instant, Burke's corpse was burned to charcoal and fed into the fire beetle's mouth. Tracy tried to escape, but as she stood up, a remaining flame latched onto her foot, instantly melting it upon contact. Losing her balance, Tracy fell to the ground, screaming as she watched her foot vanish. Because of the rapid melting, she couldn't even feel the pain in her foot. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Isn't Ty my Barney friend? Why did he treat me like this? I only made a mistake that many women make. Why does he have to do this to me? Why must he force me to die? Why? Watching the fire beetle approach her with its jaws opening and closing, she felt utterly hopeless. Her doubts turned into a final defiant act. Recalling what Ty had said, these mutated monsters are extremely sensitive to blood. Thus, she smeared the blood gushing from her artery all over the classroom door, wanting the fire beetle to smash it open. She wanted Ty and the others to perish with her. If I'm going to die, none of you will live either. Ignoring the threat behind her, Tracy's eyes turned from fear to despair, and finally to madness. Her jaw clenched tightly, her lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes full of madness, veins protruding along her temples. She no longer looked human, but demonic. Blood kept smearing on the door, repeating the same action until, just as she raised her hand again, her head was snapped off by the fire beetle like a falling watermelon, swallowed whole. But her body, now programmed by muscle memory, continued to rub the door even without a head, creating a chilling scene. Ty, standing inside the door, sensed Tracy's actions and faintly heard the sound of flames. From his memory, there were initially only two fire-spewing mutant insects, the fire ant and the fire beetle. Although fire ants can spew fire, their small size ruled out Tracy's current behavior. It must be the fire beetle outside the door. Those who don't want to die, drag those cabinets over and block the door. Apart from spewing fire, the fire beetle also has remarkable defense and destructive power, making it one of the stronger low-tier mutants. I wonder if this knife can take it down in one strike. As Ty murmured to himself, a violent noise came from outside the door. Boom. An iron door instantly opened up with a hole. Startled, two students moving tables quickly backed away. The iron door is broken. No one will survive. If you want to wait to die, stay at the back. Ty, looking at the table, stopped at the back, ordered sternly. He wouldn't move the table himself. If he did, the iron door might be smashed open by the fire beetle during the process, putting everyone at risk. Letting these people move the table maximized his safety while allowing him to monitor the situation outside, maintaining control. Hurry. Why are you hiding here? Are you still a man? Why don't you go? Didn't you see that monster's horns pierce through the iron door? How can I, a girl, do it? As a Barney, shouldn't you step up? Screw that. Why should girls get special treatment? You go if you want. I'm not going. As everyone was shoving each other, Henrik walked to the side of the cabinet and began pushing it forward with great effort. Being a teacher, he naturally had an obligation to protect the students. Bang! The door was punctured again by the beetle's sharp horn. At this moment, Henrik had dragged the cabinet close to the door. Teacher Viltag, place it diagonally, so even if the door is pushed open, it will be blocked by the cabinet. That way, these large insects won't be able to come in. Though Ty spoke to Henrik, his eyes stayed fixed on the iron door, needing to monitor the fire beetle's movements. Henrik nodded. He intended to do just that. TV shows only showed setups that could stop ordinary humans. For such large mutant creatures, this method was the most effective. I'll move a few more desks over to block this door as well. Henrik still felt optimistic at this point. He believed the mutated creatures would eventually be suppressed by the government, so now they just needed to hold out in the classroom. But right then, an unexpected incident occurred. Just as Henrik turned to fetch the desks, the fire beetle's horn pierced through the iron door again, stabbing directly into his abdomen. Blood gushed out from Henrik's stomach like a fountain. Henrik felt his life slipping away. There was no regret in his eyes, only a bit of reluctance. His body gradually grew cold and weak, collapsing against the wall. The classmates stared at Henrik in shock. It's all your fault. If you had helped the teacher, this wouldn't have happened. You're blaming me? If you had gone to help, nothing would have happened either. Despair became more evident on the students' faces. I think we should first try to stop Teacher Viltag's bleeding. These monsters are sensitive to blood. If we don't, it might attract more monsters. The chubby student who argued with Ty spoke up. This sentence reflected human selfishness. Stopping the bleeding wasn't to save Henrik, but to avoid attracting more danger. No point. Ty looked at Henrik, expressionless, feeling only a faint pity inside. He was a good teacher, but in the apocalypse, being good meant nothing. Monsters wouldn't spare him just because he was good. At this moment, the iron door was hit again, but this time it didn't just get a hole. It was flung wide open. A black horn, smeared with blood, slowly extended out from the opening. Chapter 6. Instant kill of the flame-spitting beetle. Ty was closest to the iron door, giving him a direct view of the creature before him. Just as he had analyzed, it was indeed a flame-spitting beetle. However, this beetle was now trapped between the iron doors and could not get inside. The beetle's weakness is its underside, but there's no way to reach that position. Ty paid no attention to Henrik, who lay collapsed against the wall. Even if he were still alive after being brought here, his chances of survival were slim. He had to focus all his attention on the flame-spitting beetle before him. Ty, hurry up and kill it. You have the only knife. You must kill this monster. People shouted at Ty, cheering him on. Ty looked at the long blade in his hand, recalling the system's prompt. Any monster injured by this weapon would be killed instantly, whether or not the injury was fatal. However, Ty did not rashly attack, for the flame-spitting beetle still had the ranged ability to spew fire. He needed to lure the beetle into using its fire first before launching an attack. The beetle's fire cooldown is roughly around 10 seconds, with each spray lasting 3 seconds, leaving me 7 seconds for my attack. Ty kept his eyes on the beetle's head, slowly approaching it. 2 small white eyes appeared in the dark head, reflecting Ty's figure. Then, the 2 large pincers near its mouth began to spread apart, and its eyes turned from white to red. Now's the time. Ty suddenly withdrew backward, right where he had stood. A second later, flames burst out, so intense they warped the air itself. In his past life, Ty encountered countless mutated insects, surviving miraculously. But luck alone wasn't enough. It was his keen observation skills that saved him. Every mutant creature he'd seen, every ability, was etched into his mind. The most obvious sign when a beetle spits fire is its eyes turning from red back to white. Taking advantage of the gap between sprays, Tai slashed sideways at the beetle with his blade. Bang! The hunting broadsword struck the beetle, producing a clear, ringing sound heard by everyone. It didn't work. The beetle's shell is too hard. It seems Tai's blade isn't sharp enough to penetrate it. Hope faded from the students' eyes, turning to despair. When they saw Tai dodging the beetle's flames like a ghost, their hearts flared with hope. But this scene snuffed out that spark coldly and abruptly. That's not right, look quickly. The chubby student's gaze remained fixed on where Tai had slashed the beetle. Though only a tiny crack appeared on the beetle's body, its hard shell behind the cut was visibly deteriorating and rapidly breaking down. It worked. Tai's attack was effective. This realization dawned on Tai as well. The beetle stiffened as if lifeless, its waving horns frozen mid-air. Soon, the beetle's body shattered like blocks of wood collapsing, turning into a pile of greenish flesh paste on the ground. A cold notification echoed in Tai's ears. Ding! Successfully killed a stage 1 mutated insect, flame-spitting beetle, +1 gold. Hearing the system's message, mixed emotions welled up within Tai. Although these mutated insects were the lowest-level mutants, in his previous life, he and Burke spent nearly half an hour dealing with one. Now, just one powerful slash was enough to instantly kill it. This feeling made Tai inexplicably excited, as if he were a high-paying player in a game. The only difference from a game was that here, there was only one life, and death meant true death. Tai shifted his gaze to Henrik, whose body was already showing signs of parasitic infection. At most, in 3 minutes, his body would be completely controlled by the parasites. Tai, please save Teacher Viletag. He got hurt following your instructions. You must save him. People couldn't enjoy the moment. Having taken Henrik's class for over 2 years, they didn't want to see such a dedicated teacher die. There's no saving him. Seeing Henrik's body beginning to form a shell similar to the beetle's, Tai said calmly. This was a sign of parasite infection. Being infected by a certain creature meant inheriting its traits. The previous janitor, infected by a centipede, grew 2 new arms. Since Henrik was injured by the flame-spitting beetle, his body would exhibit all characteristics of the beetle. Most terrifyingly, these infected humans would inherit the abilities of the infecting creature. In other words, if a stage 3 mutant infected a human, that human would also gain the power of stage 3. This was why the world had rapidly descended into chaos. Tai, how can you be so cold-blooded? Teacher Viletag died because of you. Yes, you know so much. You must know how to save Teacher Viletag. Think of something quickly. The students saw that Tai showed no guilt over Henrik's injuries and accused him one after another. So what? Tai looked at them. If not for this classroom being near the edge of the area and on a higher floor where insects couldn't easily reach, he wouldn't have paid any attention to these people at all. Tai, you can understand the direction of this world. So, you must be able to find a solution. Go. Go to Z City to find Aaliyah. Maybe she can. Henrik took out a pocket watch from his pocket and handed it to Tai. Eventually, his consciousness faded completely and he fell to the ground. Aaliyah? This name seemed somewhat familiar. Tai quickly recalled the name Aaliyah in his mind. It's her. Previously, the argument about the world's rebirth was proposed by Aaliyah. Could it be that Henrik and Aaliyah were related? Tai looked at the pocket watch. There was a yellowed photograph on it, with Henrik standing farthest to the right and Aaliyah in the middle. This was a family portrait, confirming that Aaliyah and Henrik were siblings. Regarding this, it was a blind spot for Tai. After all, in his previous life, Henrik had been directly eaten by ants, and it wasn't possible for him to connect these two just because they shared the same surname. However, he couldn't decide his path based solely on Henrik's dying words. Because Z-City was 800 kilometers away from his current city, which would take an entire day and night to drive. Just as Tai put the pocket watch into his pouch, 2 unwelcome visitors appeared at the classroom door. One of them was the same creature Tai had seen outside the window earlier. A giant centipede, over a meter long. Chapter 7. Tai infected by parasites? Humanity revealed. Tai looked at the remains of the flamethrower beetle, now reduced to fragments by the giant centipede and swallowed into its mouth. The other mutated creature was a stray dog from within the campus. Its fur had completely fallen out, covered in corpse spots, and abscesses that had long since turned gangrenous were visible on its body. Its eyes had turned an opaque milky white like milk tea, with its mouth split open and bloodstains all around, and even some shredded pieces of meat could be seen on its teeth. What should we do? What should we do? Why are there so many monsters? The centipedes have mutated, and with that, creatures like ants and cockroaches will also mutate due to their large numbers. It's over, completely over. Everyone had harbored some illusions, but when the giant centipede and zombie dog appeared, they truly fell into despair. I don't want to die. I refuse to die. A girl squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, tears mixed with snot running down her face. Her eyes had lost all hope, and she trembled uncontrollably. She didn't want to die, but fear had taken root in her mind. Tai watched as the iron gate before him started to make booming sounds, accompanied by squeaking noises. It was the giant centipede using its venom to corrode the iron gate. After glancing at the iron gate, Tai turned his gaze to Henrik's body, which was about to mutate. Slice. With one swift motion, Henrik's head was severed from his body. Ah! Tai, what are you doing? Everyone stared at Henrik's head rolling on the ground, their eyes filled with horror. What frightened them most was Tai's almost unchanged expression. It was as if this was normal. Chopping off Henrik's head was like slicing a fruit. Tai ignored them. Explaining to these useless people would only waste saliva. He slowly retreated, focusing on the iron gate ahead. His priority was the zombie dog. Since the zombie dog was much faster than the centipede, he needed to deal with it immediately when it burst in. Otherwise, if it got inside the classroom, it would be difficult for him to keep up with its speed in his current condition. Bang! Tai's thoughts were interrupted by the vibration of the iron gate. At this moment, the incomplete gate was rammed apart by the zombie dog's head, and as it landed on the ground, the classroom floor was contaminated by the toxins on the gate. Fortunately, the first to rush in was the zombie dog. Tai secretly rejoiced and rushed forward with all his strength, knife in hand. The zombie dog had 3 distinctive traits: strong biting power, extreme speed, and a very hard skull. To kill it, he had to avoid direct combat. In an instant, Tai sidestepped right next to the zombie dog. The distorted face of the zombie dog appeared before Tai's eyes, with blood and saliva flying from its mouth. Its front claws swung toward Tai. Slice. The hunting broad blade cut into the zombie dog's neck, while its claws slashed through Tai's skin. Ding. Killed a tier 1 mutated creature. Rictus Bone Dog, +1 gold. Ignoring the system prompt, Tai still had one more monster before him. A giant centipede nearly a meter long. It was currently clinging to the classroom blackboard, twisting its heavy body. The countless centipede legs made a rustling sound like countless tiny needles scraping against the blackboard. Tai squinted, staring at the giant centipede. Compared to the zombie dog and flamethrower beetle, this mutation was far more troublesome. Though it wasn't as fast as the zombie dog, its other abilities were far superior. Defense, strength, reaction speed, and most terrifyingly, its venom glands. After mutating, the centipede's size increased dozens of times, and its venom potency also multiplied several dozen times. Tai had lived in the apocalypse for 7 years and had never heard of anyone surviving after being poisoned by a centipede. Its venom had one characteristic: it took effect slowly. The iron gate was a good example. After the giant centipede pierced the gate with its mandibles, the corrosion process was extremely slow, causing the zombie dog beside it to become impatient, leading to the gate being rammed open. Tai gripped the hunting broad blade tightly. He only had one chance. If he treated the blade as a long-range weapon and hit the centipede, he would win. But in close combat, his chances of victory were virtually zero. I need to find a way to pause it temporarily. Tai turned his gaze to the severed head he had chopped off earlier. I'm sorry, Teacher Viletag. Tai swiftly ran towards Henrik's head, and at this moment, the giant centipede that was clinging to the blackboard also started moving. SSSSS. The giant centipede shot over from the blackboard like a spring, its compound eyes on both sides flashing back and forth. Its mouth suddenly split open, and Devastables lunged at Tai. At the same time, Tai picked up Henrik's head and threw it directly at the giant centipede. Bang! Samutables pierced through it, and then exploded. Right then, the hunting broad blade in Tai's hand vanished. In the next second, the giant centipede's body froze in midair, its mandibles shattering into pieces. Hiss! The giant centipede's body began to twist, inflating instantly. Finally, it deflated like a balloon and fell to the ground. Ding! Killed a tier 1 mutated creature. Giant centipede, +1 gold. Phew! Tai pulled out the hunting broad blade that had landed on the ground and slowly exhaled. This knife was really powerful. Even if it only cut the skin of these mutated creatures slightly, it still achieved an instant kill effect. Although its function could only handle low-level mutants, it was already enough since the world had just entered the initial stage of the apocalypse, and these mutants hadn't fully grown yet. Yee. Tai has wounds on his body. A voice sounded. It was Gary from before. He had been paying attention to Tai's battle all along. During the fight with the zombie dog, he saw Tai's arm get scratched. But he didn't say anything because Tai was the only one who could fight these monsters. Now that all the monsters in the classroom were taken care of by Tai, he naturally stood up to right the wrongs. Wounds. Tai instinctively glanced at his left arm. The clothes had been torn, revealing some scratches, which were quite noticeable. Luckily, his body's genes had changed. Otherwise, he would have died at the start. Tai couldn't help but smile. He remembered the physical traits granted by the system that allowed him to resist parasitic invasions even if injured by mutants. My physical strength still needs some exercise. Otherwise, no matter how good the weapon is, it's useless if my body can't keep up. Just as Tai was talking to himself, another voice came from behind. Teacher Viletag was infected, so will Tai also mutate? What should we do? If Tai is infected too, wouldn't we be doomed? The most important thing is, if Tai turns into a zombie, none of us would be able to stand against him, or else? Chapter 8. The Dark Side of Human Nature. Mutants invade the second floor. Tai, why don't you give us the knife? After all, we don't know if you'll mutate, and this way everyone will be safe. The chubby Barney spoke up, a look of embarrassment crossing his face. In reality, he couldn't have wished for Tai to die sooner. He had seen that the knife in Tai's hand was no ordinary weapon. Even if it just grazed those monsters, it could kill them instantly. Once he got hold of that knife, wouldn't he become the savior of their class, or even the whole school? He hadn't read enough of those wish fulfillment novels. As long as one obtained a divine weapon, money and beauty would come naturally. Whatever he wanted would be his. Then he could live a king's life with beautiful women by his side. How wonderful it would be. Thinking about this, the chubby Barney's tone became more forceful. Tai, give me the knife, let me protect everyone. You've already been scratched by that zombie dog, You won't last long. I'll avenge you. Looking at Tai with seemingly sincere eyes, he involved others in every sentence. Why don't you give the knife to Pedro? Yes, you said before that being scratched by these mutants turns you into a zombie. You wouldn't want everyone to turn into zombies too, would you? Sacrifice yourself, give Pedro the knife, and go check the hallway. Maybe the military is here and can save you. People's voices grew harsher, completely forgetting that Tai had killed those three creatures. Pedro? Wait until I get the knife. Then I'll make you all kneel down and call me daddy. Hearing his classmates still calling him by this nickname, fury arose within the chubby Barney. Oh, did I say I'd protect you? A mocking smile appeared on Tai's face as he looked at his classmates. I killed those monsters just to protect myself. Your lives mean nothing to me. Want the knife? Come and take it if you dare. Tai sneered. He had long lost hope in people. In times of apocalyptic disasters, the darkest aspects of human nature are revealed. All the morals and ethics bound by civilized society would dissipate like foam at this moment. Now, these people in front of him were already beginning to show their dark sides when asking for the knife. From this point on, they wouldn't feel ashamed anymore but rather act more boldly. Of course, there were absolutely good-hearted people, but in such an end time, these absolutely good people usually met the worst ends. Therefore, living selfishly was the right choice. After experiencing his girlfriend's infidelity and his brother's betrayal, Tai's heart had also turned selfish. Tai, what do you mean by that? How can you be so selfish? Teacher Viletag gave you hope before dying, and now you're acting like this. I never thought you'd be this kind of person. You've been infected by those mutants, yet you don't want us to live. Upon hearing Tai's words, the crowd became enraged, pointing at him and cursing at him for being selfish. Well, that's true. I am a selfish person. Tai smiled slightly, then glanced sideways at where the iron door lay. By now, the iron door had been entirely corroded by the giant centipede's toxins. The toxins had not disappeared. They continued to erode the floor, creating a hole of considerable size. It wouldn't be long before the hole expanded into a large opening. His classroom was on the second floor next to the garden, teeming with insects. Once the mutated bugs finished off those on the first floor, they would quickly spread upstairs. With the strong scent of blood, this room would soon attract swarms of mutants. Ants, spiders, flying insects, they would all come through that opening. So staying here was equivalent to waiting for death. Tai had initially intended to tell them this, but these people's words had convinced him otherwise. What was the benefit of being kind to people? Shaking his head, Tai walked towards the door without looking back. Seeing Tai trying to leave with the knife, the chubby Barney panicked. If Tai left with the knife, they would lose their lifeline. No, he couldn't allow Tai to take the knife. You guys, follow me and stop him. If Tai leaves, none of us will survive. We must take the knife from him. Evil intent rose in the chubby Barney's heart, his eyes bloodshot, and teeth clenched tightly on his lips. Yeah. Several Barneys around agreed, deciding to join the chubby Barney to subdue Tai. They believed that even if Tai was ruthless, he wouldn't harm his own classmates. Fight. The chubby Barney took the lead, but he was cunning enough to slow down on purpose during his rush, allowing a few others behind him to charge ahead. Tai, hand over the knife, and we'll let you go. The Barney at the forefront raised a stool, shouting at Tai. Oh. Tai turned his head towards the Barney, their eyes locking instantly. Coldness versus passion. Calmness versus recklessness. If you had swung the stool at me just now, you might have had a chance, although that chance would have been only 1 in 1,000. Unfortunately for you, you hesitated. Swoosh. Tai slashed the blade across the Barney's shoulder, the pain quickly registering in his brain. Ah! The pain elicited a loud scream from him, causing the stool he held to drop to the ground. This slash is a warning. The next one will take your life. Tai finally directed his gaze at the chubby Barney standing back. How terrifying. Instinctively, the chubby Barney took a step backward. He suddenly recalled Tracy and Burke, whom he had forgotten due to tension. Tai was the direct murderer of these two. How could he show mercy? His lower body was instantly drenched by a warm liquid as he ran back to his seat, not daring to make a sound anymore. Tai ignored them and walked out of the classroom alone. Not long after Tai left, the entire classroom erupted with hellish wails. The giant centipede's toxins had pierced through the floor, drawing the attention of the mutated insects on the first floor. They sensed the large opening above them, emitting a strong smell of blood. All the insects surged into the classroom where Tai had once been. Among them were the fastest-moving creatures, the mutated spiders. These spiders had various shapes. Some were enormous with 8 red glowing eyes and twitching mandibles. Others remained their original size but had toxins dozens of times stronger than the giant centipedes. Within minutes, the entire classroom was swarming with mutated insects. Flies and mosquitoes hovered in the air. The flies' eyes grew grotesquely large, resembling tumors, reflecting shiny crystalline structures, and their mouths comprised 4 fused oral cavities filled with green fluids. The mosquitoes, though largely unchanged, had elongated proboscises and distended bellies. Some mosquito bellies resembled inflated balls, so swollen they showed a faint red inside. The walls were crawling with horrifying insects, spiders with glowing red eyes, caterpillars covered in nauseating patterns, countless legged centipedes, and tongue-drooling zombie geckos. On the floor were countless more mutants, including some controlled zombies. One of the school workers infected by the giant centipede was among them, half of his body sprouting 4 hands, and maggots wriggling visibly in his decaying flesh. What do we do? Everyone was utterly stunned. In Ty's absence, the classroom was engulfed by insects. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, Ty wouldn't have left. You blame me? Didn't you criticize Tai too before? Now you're shifting the blame? Terrified, people began to seek comfort within themselves. But what good did this do? A girl trembled all over, too afraid to look at the monsters. As she turned away, she felt something wet on her head. She looked up to see a giant spider staring down at her with 8 eyes, each eye reflecting her image 8 times. My face. This was the girl's last words before dying. Her body melted into a pool of pus within seconds. Her death signaled the start of the mutant's attack. Don't come closer. Sammy, whose arm Tai had stabbed, retreated frantically. A massive worm twisted toward him, coming straight for him. Retreating continuously, he suddenly felt himself bump into something. Looking back, he saw the infected school worker gripping him tightly with 4 hands. The split wounds on its body sprouted numerous mouths. In an instant, Davis's body was reduced to nothing but bones. Watching this scene, the chubby Barney froze in place. To avoid death, he had used several classmates as human shields, but his fate still came. Countless mutated ants swarmed over the chubby Barney like a large black cloth, enveloping his entire body. Chitter, chitter, chitter. The sound of gnawing rose from the chubby Barney's body, and in the next second, he was instantly reduced to a blood-stained skeleton. His bloated figure vanished in an instant. The attacks from the mutants continued. Blood-curdling screams echoed throughout the classroom, but the louder the screams, the more the mutants were attracted. Twin fears assailed them simultaneously. Meanwhile, Ty had already reached the 3rd floor. Chapter 9: The Fat Man Tied to the Wall. Due to the smell of blood, all these mutants have been attracted to the 2nd floor. Ty murmured to himself after hearing the Tanjao sung from downstairs. These mutants attacked in a very orderly manner. Most of them chose to eat the people on the 1st floor before dealing with those on the next lower floor. Therefore, when Ty left the 2nd floor, he only encountered a few mutants wandering around the hallway. Ty opened the system panel and looked at the number of gold coins in the top left corner. He had slain 6 mutants and earned 6 gold coins. He wasn't in urgent need of equipment right now. What he needed was to improve his physical abilities. Apart from intense exercise, the most direct way was to use gold coins to upgrade his genetic physique to level 2. I still need to kill 4 more. Ty glanced around. According to his memory, after consuming most of the people on the 2nd floor, the mutants' bellies would be full. What truly drove the school into a dire situation were the zombies infected by parasites. 1/3 of the people were devoured as food, while another third turned into zombies, attacking the survivors. Ty's survival back then was sheer luck since they were close to the flower garden. So most people were eaten, leaving few turned into zombies. Thus, he managed to escape the zombie attack successfully. But now, everything changed subtly because of some actions he took. The attack by the mutants on the 2nd floor should have been delayed for a few minutes, but due to the attraction of blood and noise, the mutants rushed to the 2nd floor. This meant that some people on the 1st floor hadn't been completely devoured and would turn into zombies, wandering inside this teaching building. Ty didn't stay on the 3rd floor. He ran towards the highest floor of the building. The higher the floor, the fewer mutants there were. At most, there might be some mutant flying insects floating around. Strange. Why is there a bloody smell up here? The smell grew stronger as Ty climbed higher. It was autumn, and mosquitoes were scarce. Mosquitoes could only survive in temperatures above 10 degrees Celsius. If it dropped below that temperature, most would freeze to death or stop reproducing. So, logically, the higher floors should be safer and shouldn't have such a strong smell of blood. The entire teaching building had 7 floors, and Ty was currently on the 5th floor. As he moved towards the 6th floor, an eerie scene caught his eye. A student was tied to the wall, with a towel stuffed in their mouth. Their thighs and arms had been sliced open, and blood flowed incessantly from the wounds. Clearly, this was intentional. As Ty wondered why this happened, a voice came from his side. Which class are you from? Get back to your classroom quickly. Don't run around aimlessly and wait for rescue. The voice was gruff and somewhat familiar to Ty. Looking ahead, he saw the speaker was the school trustee. Ty attended a private university where the chancellor seemed to hold the most power, but in reality, it was this corpulent man before him. Ty recognized him not because they interacted much, but because this trustee's notorious reputation spread throughout the entire school. Even though his memories extended 7 years back, this man still left a deep impression. Leonardo. His real business was in media companies, and establishing this school aimed to select talented female students for his company. Officially, they were company entertainers, but secretly, they were forced to be his mistresses. Those who refused would face ruin. It was rumored that once a student rejected Leonardo, he used coercive measures, leading to her suicide by jumping off a building. Upon seeing Leonardo, Ty understood why the student was tied to the wall. Through Leonardo's body, Ty noticed the door behind him. Just as he glanced at it, Leonardo barked. What are you looking at? Get back to your classroom immediately. Help is on the way. Stay put and don't wander around. Leonardo's shouting made Ty sneer. The door had bloodstains and was locked from the outside. Ty guessed Leonardo realized the mutants were highly sensitive to blood, so he used the students as bait to increase his chances of survival. Ignoring Leonardo, Ty turned toward the staircase. As he passed the bound student, he noticed a look of desperation on their face. Clearly, he wanted Ty to save him, but Ty didn't even spare him a glance and walked past him, heading upstairs directly. Come down. Since you came up from downstairs, go back down there. No wandering around. Leonardo, seeing Ty's foot on the staircase leading upward, hurriedly tried to stop him. Downstairs? Ty spoke slowly, a peculiar smile appearing in his eyes. At this moment, Leonardo noticed that Ty was holding a long knife with bloodstains on it. How did he get a knife? There were bloodstains on him as well. Is this person really a student? Leonardo choked a little. He had no weapon, so he couldn't fight this student head-on, but he absolutely couldn't let him go upstairs. What to do? What to do? Leonardo regretted coming down. Staying up there would have been safer. That classmate. If you wander around making noise, those monsters might be attracted here. You're probably a student from the 4th floor, right? I just patrolled it. It's very safe. Go back to your classroom quickly. Help will arrive soon. By the way, your knife is dangerous. Hand it over for me to keep. Leonardo suddenly changed his tone, speaking softly to Ty. Understood. Hearing Ty's reply, Leonardo let out a slow sigh of relief. But suddenly, he felt a cold sensation and slight pain in his arm. He looked closely. His hand was now on the ground, blood gushing out from his arm. My. Terror spread across Leonardo's face. He never expected Ty to act so decisively, chopping off his hand like that. The fear within him surged, seeking an outlet. My. Before he could cry out, Ty struck him unconscious with the hilt of the knife. Annoying. Ty squatted down, rummaging through Leonardo's clothes and pants, finding a set of keys and a Zippo lighter. Quite a lot of keys. Must own quite a few houses for keeping mistresses. Ty skillfully placed the keys in his pocket, preparing to stand up when he noticed the fat man tied to the wall looking at him with terror-filled eyes. Chapter 10. Several girls imprisoned on the 7th floor. Ty got up and walked towards the fatty, with drops of crimson blood still clinging to the long knife in his hand. The fatty's body trembled incessantly. His arms and legs had struggled so fiercely that the flab on his body undulated like waves. If Leonardo was a demon, then Ty was a bloodthirsty fiend in his eyes. He had seen it all clearly just now. When Ty slashed off Leonardo's hand with the blade, his face remained unperturbed as if it were an everyday occurrence. Just when he was sinking into despair, he suddenly felt that his body could move again. The loss of gravity caused him to fall onto the ground instantly. He didn't kill me? The fatty's face showed the joy of surviving a disaster, tears gathering around his eyes, and his body shaking with emotion. Not dead. Great. Not dead. The fatty couldn't find any words to describe his current feeling. After experiencing double death threats, only to be given a glimmer of hope for life, this feeling was really too damn twisted. Fatso, I have a question for you. Ty looked at the fatty who was lying on the ground without getting up, asking in a low voice. Upon hearing Ty's words, the fatty's heart immediately tightened again. He didn't kill me because he wanted to ask me questions? Would he kill me after my answer, or if I don't answer properly? Oh God. What should I do? What should I do? While the fatty was lost in his chaotic thoughts, he felt something cold touch his shoulder. It was Ty's hand. Their eyes met for a second. Cold, suffocating, oppressive. Those were the eyes of someone looking at a dead man. Mute. Ty grew impatient. And no, sir. Sir. The fatty switched to using respectful language directly, fearing that Ty might think he had lost his usefulness and kill him straight away. Why did In Chow Chow tie you to the wall? In Chow Chow was the nickname students gave to Leonardo because besides enjoying keeping Adelaides as mistresses, Leonardo also liked to snatch other people's wives. Chow Chow and history shared this hobby, and since Leonardo was short and swarthy, somewhat resembling the historical description of Chow Chow, hence the nickname. I was originally in the classroom, then because I was scared, I ran out and made it to the 7th floor in one breath. Then I saw many girls inside the iron railings on the 7th floor. Just when I was about to ask what was going on, Leonardo knocked me unconscious from behind. When I woke up, it was like this? The fatty's explanation made Ty nod slightly. Wipe off the blood stains on your body and find a secluded place to hide. Ty patted the fatty on the shoulder and walked towards the 7th floor. What the fatty said did not deviate much from what Ty had guessed. The 6th floor was the meeting room, and the 7th floor was a storeroom which was mostly deserted. Furthermore, outside the storeroom on the 7th floor were iron railings, making it hard to enter without keys. Given Leonardo's intense desire to prevent him from ascending, there must have been something hidden upstairs. That was also the reason why Ty had cut off his hand and knocked him unconscious, to get the key. But he never expected that Leonardo would actually hide girls on the 7th floor. Did he plan to form a harem in the apocalypse? To be emperor before dying? Just as Ty was about to leave, he noticed the fatty hugging his leg in pain. Great one. Will you take me with you? I promise to obey you. Upon hearing Ty tell him to find a safe place to hide, the fear in the fatty's heart towards Ty dissipated by a large margin. Maybe he misunderstood Ty. Perhaps he came to save everyone. A scum like Leonardo indeed deserved death. However, the next moment, he felt like he was being stared at by death itself, shivers running down his spine due to Ty's cold gaze. The fatty choked back a sob and let go of Ty instinctively. He was certain that if he hesitated half a second longer, his hands would certainly be severed from his body. That gaze was filled with murderous intent. Great one. Be careful. I won't go with you. The fatty spoke, then rushed backwards. Due to extreme nervousness, he accidentally stepped on Leonardo's buddy. Instantly, Leonardo's face turned red, inwardly screaming in agony. It was broken. Just as he was about to shout in pain, 200 pounds of fat landed directly on his face. Thud. Instantly, Leonardo passed out again. Well, save me the trouble of knocking him out once more. Seeing Leonardo faint again, Tai laughed inwardly, turning and heading upstairs. The 6th floor was eerily quiet, and there was nothing out of the ordinary. Tai did not linger but walked straight toward the 7th floor. My goodness. It was exactly as the fatty had said. Behind the iron railings, there were over 10 good-looking female students, all with a hint of terror in their eyes. Especially when they saw Tai, they hurriedly ran back into the storage room. This is unscientific. How did Leonardo deceive these girls here? Did he drag them one by one after knocking them out? From these girls' gazes, Tai found no sign of pleading for help like the fatty. Instead, they showed fear at the sight of an outsider. Tai glanced at the storeroom. He came here mainly to find 2 tools. One was a nail gun, and the other was engine oil. The nail gun wasn't an ordinary machine for furniture assembly, but a handheld long-range weapon that could fire nails as bullets, powerful enough to pierce through a human skull. Currently, he only had a melee weapon, so using the nail gun as a temporary ranged attack method seemed like a good choice. Engine oil would be used to set traps, whether it was mutated insects or zombies, except for those naturally resistant to fire, such as fire-spitting beetles and fire ants. Most other mutants were very afraid of flames. Thus, engine oil would become an essential tool for dealing with these mutants. Tai took out the key and walked into the iron railings. He didn't rush into the storeroom immediately because he noticed a piece of white cloth, partly exposed from the slightly open door. Are these girls setting an ambush for me? What's going on? I don't look like a bad guy, do I? Tai shrugged helplessly. He really wondered what kind of mind control Leonardo had instilled in these girls to make them act this way. However, Tai didn't want to waste too much time here. He picked up a few brick-like objects from the ground and walked straight into the storeroom. Bang! After entering, Tai pushed his arm backward, hitting the face of a girl hiding on the left side of the storeroom door with the handle of his knife. Then, he threw the 3 brick-like objects like darts, and 2 girls were hit directly, fainting on the spot. There is a pressure point on the neck called the carotid sinus, also known as a fatal spot, located on the left side of the neck. If struck forcefully, it could cause either unconsciousness or death. And the place Tai hit was precisely this spot. TSK, my aim needs improvement. I missed one. Just as Tai muttered to himself, suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, holding a wrench and smashing it toward Tai's head. Chapter 11 First Encounter with a Second-Stage Mutant. Just as the wrench was about to hit Tai, he sidestepped to the left, lifting his long knife upward while grabbing the hand that held the wrench with his other hand. Next time, your hand will be broken. Tai looked at the girl in front of him and said coldly. It wasn't out of chivalry, but because this storage room was now very important to him. If he were to kill these girls with his knife, their blood would immediately attract mutants from downstairs, which might not be worth it. Without giving the girl any chance to reply, Tai shifted his long knife backward, turning the blade edge into the backside, and directly knocked out the girl holding the wrench. I have no ill intentions. What you do here is none of my business. I'm just here to get a few things. Tai looked at the several girls cowering in the shadows ahead and spoke in a low voice. You, what do you need? I can get it for you. Olivia's voice was trembling, clearly very afraid of Tai. No need, I'll get them myself. Tai glanced around, fixing his gaze on a large machine nearby. Finally, after rummaging through, he found a small, unopened bucket of lubricating oil. Can these items be stored in the system warehouse? Tai asked himself quietly while looking at the roughly 2-kilogram container of lubricating oil in his hand. The system only stores items related to itself, such as the hunting broadblade in the master's hand. Other items cannot be stored temporarily. Alright then. Tai had already braced for the worst, so this answer didn't surprise him much. He saw a hiking backpack not far away, perfect for carrying the bucket of lubricating oil. Then he found a nail gun on a high shelf along with an entire box of nails, about 100 or so. During the process of collecting supplies, Tai passed by the huddled group of girls several times. With his peripheral vision, he noticed that besides fear, there was a hint of hope in their eyes. Hope for what? Clearly, they were hoping Leonardo would come to rescue them now. Apparently, after the apocalypse, they had been lured here by Leonardo's sweet talk. First, this storage room had no food reserves, and second, it lacked daily necessities. These girls hadn't been here for long, and after encountering him, they showed signs of panic, certainly stemming from mistrust after the apocalypse. Tai felt little pity for these girls. In the post-apocalyptic world, most women, being weaker-willed, would be treated as commodities for trade. These girls, used to pampered lives at school, naturally couldn't adapt to the end times, placing their hopes for survival on Leonardo. Leonardo controlled the school, with considerable influence behind him, leading them to believe they'd find a way out by following him. Unfortunately, one of the most important rules of the apocalyptic world was not to overly rely on others. Tai had learned this rule from bloody experience in his previous life. Searching further, Tai found another good item, an outdoor cycling hydration bladder. This could be used not only for water but also to extract fuel when needed, such as when a car runs out of gas. After preparing sufficiently, Tai did not leave the storage room right away. The 7th floor storage room was quite dark, covering a vast area, with most shelves almost empty. For some time, no one managed the storage room, leaving the door wide open. Some young couple sought thrills, sneaking in late at night. While searching, Tai even found a few condoms and crumpled tissues that had been lying around for ages. However, he stayed not because of these bizarre finds. Instead, he heard some strange noises while searching for supplies. There were mutants inside. Screech, screech. The strange noise echoed from afar once more. Tai gripped his knife tightly, sweeping his gaze to both sides. The dim surroundings, dust-covered shelves, and the stench of mutton and fish mixed together created a foul smell. Although the storage room was enormous, it now felt suffocating and despairing. Ahead was nothing but darkness. Tai moved forward cautiously, step by step. He wasn't afraid of these mutants, given the weapon in his hand was deadly on touch. The only concern was the possibility of an ambush from the darkness. Just as Tai focused on the area ahead, a scream shattered the dark silence. Behind, from the girl's location, could it have been lurking there all along? But why did the noise come from the front? Tai glanced ahead again and decided to turn around and run toward the place where the girl's screams had come from. Just as Tai turned, several pairs of eyes flickering with red light suddenly appeared in the darkness behind him. Tai arrived at the spot where the girls were gathered in an instant. Mutated rat. A gray giant rat, similar in size to a lion, appeared before Tai. Its face was smeared with bloodstains at this moment, and it was holding a girl's corpse with both hands, stuffing her upper body into its mouth like a lollipop, continuously moving its cheeks. The 7th floor storage room had many foul smells and a dim environment, making it a favorite place for creatures like rats and cockroaches. Tai didn't give the rat any chance to counterattack. He slashed forward directly, stabbing into the rat that was still eating. In the next second after landing his blow, Tai quickly jumped backward because when he stabbed through the rat's belly, blood would spurt onto his body the moment he pulled out the knife. He didn't want to become the primary target of these mutants yet. Plop. The corpse held by the mutated rat slowly fell to the ground, its originally beautiful face now distorted, resembling the dense black dots in the middle of a sunflower. Ding. Successfully killed a stage 1 mutant. Zombie rat, +1 gold coin. You behind. A nearby girl stammered out of fear, but before she could finish speaking, her head was yanked off as if pulling a radish, revealing another mutated rat behind her. Tai reacted swiftly. Upon hearing the girl's warning, he firmly planted his feet on the ground, stopping his retreat momentum, then leaned forward and sidestepped backward. 1, 2, 3, 5. Tai locked his gaze on the largest rat standing in the middle. Compared to the others, it was significantly larger, and its ears had increased from 2 to 3. This was the mark of evolving from stage 1 to stage 2. After mutation, the number of ears determined the rat's strength. This was the first stage 2 mutant Tai encountered at the school. Chapter 12. Hanging by a thread. Upgrading the genetic physique. So it turns out I've disturbed a rat's nest? Tai finally understood why the sounds were coming from different places. Working as a group, they naturally acted much faster. The biggest difference between a first stage mutant and a second stage mutant is that all of its attributes have been upgraded. Rats are already incredibly fast, and with their astonishing bite force, even without special abilities like the flame-spewing beetle, they still make for very troublesome opponents. As Tai watched the 5 mutated rats ahead, the corpse that had been chewed on like a lollipop began to emit squeaking noises. Great, infected by parasites. Tai did not immediately move in to finish her off, but quickly dodged to the left towards the shelves. Once the corpse fully mutated into a zombie, Tai took out his long-prepared nail gun. Aim. Whoosh. Instantly, the corpse, now sporting a pair of large ears, was pierced right between the eyes by a steel nail. Ding. Successfully killed a stage 1 zombie, +1 gold coin. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Tai was overjoyed. It seems he could earn gold coins without necessarily using his hunting broad blade. As long as he made the kill himself, it counted. Truly, blessings never come in pairs, but misfortunes always come hand in hand. Just as the good news arrived, so did misfortune. The sound of the nail gun completely enraged the mutant rats. Except for the second stage rat, the rest charged at Tai. Tai locked onto the rat farthest to the right, then slid to the right while raising his broad blade, aiming directly at the rat's abdomen for a human slicing technique. Instantly, the rat stopped mid-air, its internal organs destroyed by the hunting broad blade. Ding. Successfully killed a zombie rat, +1 gold coin. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, Tai stood up abruptly, but felt his arms weakening. Damn it, this reborn body hasn't been exercised enough. Swinging the blade too many times has drained my stamina. Tai felt his speed significantly reduced, yet he couldn't hesitate. Hesitation means defeat. He advanced instead of retreating, charging towards the 3 remaining rats. Just as these 3 thought Tai was preparing to engage them in close combat, suddenly, the hand hidden behind Tai's back appeared with a pitch-black gun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 consecutive shots. Tai wasn't greedy. He aimed all 3 nails at one rat. One nail couldn't do it, so he used 3. The 3 nails landed precisely, 2 piercing the eyes and 1 dead center in the middle of the forehead. Another one down. Just as Tai prepared to press his advantage, he suddenly felt a chill run through his back. Not good. By the time Tai reacted, it was too late. Swoosh. A claw slash came, tearing away a large piece of skin and clothing from Tai's back, sending him flying like a bullet. His backpack on his back also shattered, scattering collected equipment everywhere. So painful. Tai clenched his lower lip tightly as fiery pain shot across his back, as if knives were constantly slicing it. A second stage mutant was no match for an untrained human. Even with a divine weapon in hand, it would be useless if one can't get close enough to use it. Using the blade for support, Tai slowly rose and looked at the 3 rats ahead. What's it eating? Tai saw something shocking in the mouth of the second stage mutant rat, a condom. What's going on? After chewing, it didn't spit it out but swallowed it whole, then pulled another one from its ear canal. This scene shocked Tai speechless, momentarily forgetting the pain in his back. Mutants must eat to evolve. Consuming large amounts of needed food, when reaching a certain level, they will advance to the next stage. Meaning, this second stage mutant rat evolved by consuming condoms and toilet paper left in the warehouse. Having ingested a lot of condoms and toilet paper, it advanced from stage 1 to stage 2. Amazing. Indeed. Worthy of being a sewer rat. Now, Tai felt the pain in his back gradually turning numb, temporarily not affecting his fighting ability. However, once this numbing sensation fades, he would face intense pain and the risk of excessive blood loss after intense combat. This means he only had this much time to fight. Once the time was over, if he didn't kill the rat, he might very well die at its hands. However, Tai did not act rashly. As he watched the two zombies rushing towards him, his first move wasn't to dodge, but to open the system interface. His gaze fixed on the bottom right corner. Gold coins, 9. One more kill, and he could upgrade his body to LV2. At that point, he might have a chance to contend with this second stage mutant. Tai pulled out the nail gun again and fired 3 shots at the rat on the right. Rat, sorry, I won't fall for the same trick twice. Tai, sorry, this isn't the same trick. The moment the rat successfully dodged the nail gun, it saw a long blade appear in front of it. Rat, cursing. Despicable human, no honor in combat. Not only did Tai use the nail gun as a ranged weapon, but he also threw his hunting broadblade as a ranged weapon. However, he didn't throw it in the same direction as the nail gun. Instead, he threw it to the right. He anticipated the rat's anticipation. Tai guessed that upon seeing him pull out the nail gun, the rat would definitely dodge, so he threw the hunting broadblade as his final lethal strike. Successful kill. Ding. Successfully killed a stage 1 zombie rat, plus 1 gold coin. Gold coins gathered. Tai glanced at the zombie rat leaping towards him from the left and quickly leaned backward while simultaneously bringing up the system interface. Genetic physique, upgrade, add strength. Tai roared, and then the system voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Genetic physique successfully upgraded to LV2. Wounds automatically healed. Instantly, the muscles in Tai's arms and back began to regenerate. Within a second, his body refreshed like bamboo shoots after the rain. Tai looked at the zombie rat above him, and instead of retreating, he surged forward, moving past the zombie rat. Where he landed was precisely where the second stage rat had torn his backpack. There was a military shovel lying there. Without hesitation, Tai grabbed the shovel, jumped up, and jammed its edge firmly into the zombie rat's neck. Chapter 13. Slaying the Level 2 Rat King. Terrifying thoughts. Blood spurted from the zombie rat's neck, staining Tai completely red. But Tai did not let go. He could feel that the shovel had only pierced into the skin of the zombie rat and had not penetrated any deeper. The zombie rat began to resist, struggling fiercely. Meanwhile, the Level 2 rat behind him finished its last meal and started attacking Tai. He had to resolve this situation before the Level 2 rat arrived. Otherwise, a 2-on-1 situation could lead to unforeseen accidents. Tai clutched the handle of the engineering shovel tightly, his eyes revealing a fierce light, and the muscles in his hands bulged suddenly. Die now. Swish. In an instant, the entire shaft of the engineering shovel was thrust into the zombie rat's neck. Screech. A wail sounded, accompanied by the system notification. But Tai did not relax. He immediately abandoned the engineering shovel and darted backward. Suddenly, he felt as if a gale was blowing against him, created by the Level 2 rat brushing past him. Such incredible speed. Tai watched the zombie rat he had killed be shredded into pieces by the incoming Level 2 rat. If he had been any slower, his fate would likely have been those meat shreds. Taking advantage of the zombie rat's momentary rigidity, Tai rushed to the dead rat on the right, which had been killed by the hunting broadsword earlier, and pulled it out. With my physique upgraded to Level 2, it certainly feels different. Tai stretched his limbs. He felt incredibly relaxed. The previous soreness had vanished. Level 1 genetic physique, apart from immunity to parasitic virus infections, offered no difference from an ordinary person's physical fitness. At Level 2, there was a noticeable improvement. Now, his body could almost match that of an average sports student. At least he wouldn't experience hand fatigue from prolonged sword swinging. Tai looked at the Level 2 rat before him. Even though he had reached Level 2, his speed and strength still couldn't match it. His only chance was to wound it with the weapon in his hand. Even a tiny cut could directly end its life. Tai glanced at the shelf on the side, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. Then, Tai launched an attack on the Level 2 rat, taking out the syringe gun and firing several shots. Obviously, none hit their mark, and the Level 2 rat pounced towards Tai. Its speed was so fast that its body was gradually becoming ethereal. Fortunately, it hadn't yet developed afterimages, allowing Tai to roughly track its position. Tai did not choose to fight it head-on, but ran towards the side of the shelf. Just as Tai reached the shelf, the rat appeared before him, mouth open, sharp fangs ready to bite down on Tai. The most critical issue was the revolting stench from its mouth, nearly making Tai vomit on the spot. As the rat's attack was about to strike Tai, he retaliated, aiming not at the rat but the shelf. Bang! The top shelf collapsed like a crumbling mountain, landing on the rat, indirectly interrupting its attack on Tai. Tai crouched on the ground in the same instant, using the rat as a shield to avoid being hit by the falling shelf. Although made of iron, the shelf could not hold back the rat, which used its plump body to shove the shelf aside and prepare for its second attack. However, it suddenly felt liquid seeping from its lower body. It looked down abruptly. Blood flowed from its abdomen, followed by a rapid internal breakdown. The red glow in the rat's eyes gradually faded, showing a trace of regret as it stretched its hand forward, not to attack Tai but to grasp something. I haven't eaten enough of those delicacies. I don't want to die. This was the rat's final thought, fading away as its body crumbled. Ding. Successfully killed a level 2 mutant. Zombie rat, plus 2 coins. Ding. Successfully killed a level 2 boss. Rat King, special reward, plus 50 coins. Upon hearing the system notifications, Tai was so excited that he almost jumped up. Wow, this foul-smelling mutant is actually a Rat King. The city where he was located was called Ashtonjiang City. In the second year of the apocalypse, the city experienced a massive rat surge. A large number of mutant rats went mad searching for all uninfected humans in the city, not to eat them but to transport them into the Rat King's lair. After that, nobody knew what happened to those captured humans or what they had gone through. Now, after hearing the system notification, Tai was reminded of the rat surge 5 years ago, sending a chill down his spine. What a terrifying thought. My goodness, I didn't expect the Rat King to come from this 7th floor storeroom. Tai picked up the engine oil and outdoor cycling water bag scattered on the ground. Since his backpack was damaged, he could only temporarily hold them in his hands. He turned towards where the girl had been hiding. Undoubtedly, all these girls had been infected. Tai looked at dozens of girls. Apart from a few whose heads had been directly eaten off, the rest had mutated into level 1 zombies. Their originally beautiful faces were now completely filled with purple blood vessels. Their pupils were dilated, and flesh nodules appeared around their eyes, making them look very eerie. Their ears had mutated into something like a rat's, and their 2 front teeth rapidly grew into long fangs like rats. However, somewhat seductively, most of their clothes were torn open. Although their skin had become stiff, the revealing parts remained as they should be. It had to be said that Leonardo had excellent taste. Besides their good looks, their figures were top-notch. They could even match the star appeal of stars like Kinley and Eudora. But in Tai's eyes, they were no longer zombies but ATMs that could exchange for gold coins. 8 zombies, 8 gold coins. Tai was overjoyed. Through the battle with the level 2 rat, he deeply realized how important physical fitness was. So, his urgent task now was to earn gold coins to upgrade his body functions. Swish, swish, swish. 1 slash each, and 8 headless corpses lay on the ground. Tai checked the surroundings again, finding nothing unusual. Then, he opened the system interface, wanting to see how many gold coins it would take to upgrade from LV2 to LV3. Chapter 14. This wolf has never felt so unfair. Tai opened the system interface and saw that the number of gold coins displayed at the lower left corner was 61. It was currently in the early stages of the apocalypse, so most of these mutants were still in their lower levels, a state expected to last for at least half a month. The hunting broadblade in Tai's possession was enough to handle the current situation. Thus, he turned his attention to the genetic physique upgrade. Tai narrowed his eyes slightly. Seeing the price required for upgrading to the next level, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Upgrading from level 1 to level 2 only cost 10 gold coins. But getting from level 2 to level 3 actually required 50 gold coins. Even Tencent wouldn't dare to charge like this. But with the current 60 gold coins, he could not buy anything else. Even the cheapest iron sword in the system store needed several hundred coins. Currently, the sole purpose of these gold coins was to upgrade his physique. However, Tai didn't choose to immediately upgrade to level 3. He noticed during the upgrade process that each level brought some healing. So, upgrading the genetic physique wasn't just about enhancing physical abilities, it also served as a lifeline. Therefore, Tai decided to hold off on the upgrade until after he got injured. Tai closed the system interface and searched around, finally finding another backpack. After putting all supplies into the backpack, Tai took off his upper clothing and then walked towards the restroom down the hallway. As he passed by the staircase, Tai slowed down and listened carefully. Although he could still hear cries for help, they were quite distant. Looks like those mutants haven't climbed up to the 5th floor yet. Holding the long knife, Tai arrived at the restroom. His body was covered in blood, and he had to wash it off. Otherwise, he would become a mobile target for the mutants. Before taking a shower, Tai luckily encountered a man-faced spider in the restroom. This man-faced spider was crawling above the restroom entrance, its 8 eyes watching the ground. If anyone entered, it would grab their head with its 8 legs and inject venom through the top of their skull, becoming its dinner. However, such hunting tactics, commonly seen in his previous life, no longer fazed Tai. At the moment he entered the door, Tai threw the long knife behind him toward the wall. As the spider lunged at Tai, it was instantly impaled by the knife and pinned to the wall. Man-faced spider. This is the most unfair I've ever felt in my life. Tai found a hose in the storage room of the restroom, connected it to the faucet, and began washing himself thoroughly. Phew. It's lucky it's only the first day of the apocalypse. The tap water hasn't been infected yet, Tai said with relief. In the first 7 days of the apocalypse, tap water remained clear. A month later, it gradually became a mixture of blood and water. After 6 months, it would be entirely blood mixed with parasitic viruses. Drinking it would lead to being taken over by parasites. By that time, if one wanted to drink water, there were only 2 options. One was to find nomadic merchants and trade items for bottled water. The other option was to head into the mountains to find natural springs. Water would become more scarce than food once the apocalypse began. After washing himself, Tai returned to the storage room and found several containers to fill with water. Suddenly, the weight of his rucksack increased to nearly 25 kilograms, feeling like carrying a pile of bricks. Tai closed the door of the storage room to temporarily block the smell inside and carried the supplies up to the 6th floor. Compared to the storage room, the meeting room was much cleaner. Meetings were held here weekly, and bugs were regularly exterminated in every room on the 6th floor. Without a doubt, the 6th floor was the safest place in this teaching building, almost devoid of any mutants. Tai poured lubricating oil at the boundary between the 5th and 6th floors. As he did this, the fat guy whom he had saved earlier came running up with a flattering expression. Big shot. Let me help you. Seeing Tai ignored him, the fat guy spoke again. Big shot. I heard from Leonardo that the army will come to the school soon, and we just need to wait in the classroom. The fat guy's words carried a tone of flattery. Tai knew that was a lie as soon as he heard it. At the moment the apocalypse started, all communication devices failed. How could Leonardo have gotten in touch with the military? And the military itself was struggling, barely able to handle these mutants with current thermal weapons. Of course, nuclear bombs were an exception. However, if nuclear bombs were used, it would also mean the complete collapse of human civilization. Therefore, in this apocalypse, no one could save anyone else. They could only save themselves. However, he was quite curious why Leonardo would tell this fat guy these things. Why did Leonardo tell you all this? Tai asked after pouring the lubricating oil on the ground. Hee. The fat guy scratched his head sheepishly. I took advantage of his unconsciousness and tied him up with ropes against the wall. Later, to get me to untie him, he told me about this. A look of pride appeared on the fat guy's face, mainly because he wanted Tai to keep him. He felt that Tai must like people who were hands-on and ruthless. So, tying up Leonardo was his way to gain Tai's favor. All right, stay on the 6th floor for now. Tai glanced at the fat guy and a smile flashed across his face. Seeing how eager the fat guy was to join him, how could he possibly refuse? He intended to make good use of this fat guy's value. Hee boss, my name is Kramer. Seeing that Tai had decided to keep him, the fat guy directly changed his title from Big Shot to Boss, clearly wanting to elevate their relationship. Tai's expression remained calm as he quietly sat on the floor, wiping the long knife with cloth. Boss, your cloth is dirty. Let me do it. I'll clean the knife for you. Kramer looked at Tai's long knife, a hint of greed flickering in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Since you're so eager to wipe it for me, take off your clothes. Tai's words left Kramer somewhat bewildered, but he still complied. Just one isn't enough. Take everything off. Tai raised an eyebrow as he looked at the removed hoodie and continued. Oh. Kramer didn't dare refuse. After all, he was now dependent on Tai. If he upset Tai and got kicked out, what would he do? Soon, a naked man, whose certain parts were larger than those of ordinary women, stood before Tai. They are indeed large, but the extra fabric will be just right for wiping the knife. Tai put on Kramer's clothes without hesitation and then cut off the excess with the knife. Kramer watched as Tai wore his clothes and used them to clean the knife, his eyes darting back and forth, revealing a small sense of grievance on his face. It's so cold. Chapter 15, Deathworms. Help, someone save me. The worms are coming up, the worms are coming up, hurry, run. I don't want to die. Bite him, no, don't eat. Countless cries of despair came from downstairs. Due to excessive blood loss, Leonardo, who was half conscious, was awakened by these sounds. Worms? Leonardo's eyes widened as he heard the agonizing screams and the rustling sound of worms crawling downstairs. How did they come so quickly? No, I have to escape. I can't stay here. I can't die. My money, my family business, everything. I must not die here. Leonardo struggled frantically, trying to break the ropes binding him. However, due to his excessive bed activities and chronic kidney deficiency, he lacked the strength to break the ropes. Curtis! Leonardo didn't dare to shout too loudly, lowering his voice to call for Kramer, hoping that Kramer would release him. But he found that no matter how many times he called out, Kramer seemed to have vanished without a trace. No, I need to go to the 7th floor. I cannot die, cannot die. Leonardo trembled all over. Though his words sounded reassuring, his heart was already in a state of panic and could not calm down. Initially, he had come to the school for a meeting and intended to select some female students to become his female artists. Upon reaching the teaching building, he saw faculty members being devoured by a giant centipede. Terrified, he hurriedly ran to the 7th floor and hid in a storage room. Later, through the window, he witnessed one horrifying scene after another of creatures mutating and feasting on humans. His mind spiraled from fear into madness, eventually leading to perverse desires dominating his thoughts. He selected more than 10 sweet-looking female students on the 4th and 5th floors, showed them the terrifying scenes outside the windows, and then deceived them into hiding on the 7th floor. If the end times hadn't erupted, he could gain some reputation by saving these female students. If the end times had indeed arrived, he could keep these girls as his own exclusive property and eventually use them as commodities for trade. Then, he noticed that these mutant creatures were very interested in blood, so he devised another plan. He locked all the students in classrooms, barricaded the doors from the outside, and smeared blood on them. This way, the mutants would target the students, increasing his chances of survival. Unfortunately, when he went downstairs to check the situation, he bumped into Tai, which led to his current predicament. Leonardo gave up. He had no strength left in his body, hanging there with anger burning inside him. Cordelia, I will remember your face. If I survive, I'll cut off all your limbs and lock you in a jar to torture you every day. Make you wish for death, but unable to find it. Just as Leonardo was seething in hatred, he noticed several mutated creatures wriggling their way toward the 5th floor out of the corner of his eye. So soon? Shouldn't it take longer for them to eat? Leonardo looked at his arm, realizing why the mutants were climbing up. Although the bleeding from the hand he lost had stopped, it still emitted a bloody smell, and the severed hand on the floor hadn't been cleaned up. The mutant creatures were drawn by the scent of his blood. What should I do? What should I do? Sweat dripped from Leonardo's forehead, feeling death closing in. Right? Get the students in the classroom to help untie me. Yes. Anyway, they're going to die too. Might as well shout louder and attract them. Everyone come out. Rescue has arrived. Come out. Everyone come out. The army is here to save us. Leonardo's shouts were loud enough for Ty and Kramer on the 6th floor to hear clearly. Effective. Leonardo saw signs of movement from behind the classroom door. They're about to come out. As long as these students come out and help untie me, and then use them to block the insects, I can be saved. Leonardo's face lit up with joy, but the next moment, he froze in place. The classroom door was constantly being pounded from the inside. Hey, why won't it open? Who locked the door? We can't get out? The voices from inside made Leonardo dumbfounded. He trapped himself. The one who locked the door was none other than himself. After seeing Kramer run out, fearing that his activities on the 7th floor would be exposed and wanting to use the students as bait, he locked the door from the outside. Damn it! Leonardo yelled. At this moment, all he could do was vent his frustration in vain. But in the next second, his rage was swallowed by terror. A fat worm, entirely white and composed of clumps of fatty tissue, appeared before him. Its obesity was such that Leonardo could not see its eyes, only a cluster of gray armor-like material at its end. What kind of monster is this? No. Don't kill me. Please, no. Don't kill me. Don't come over. These words were all internal monologues of Leonardo, as he was too terrified to speak, only able to beg silently in his heart. His face twitched uncontrollably. Tears dripped from his drooping eyelids, snot flowed down the corners of his mouth, and his lower body was drenched in an unknown liquid. He, Leonardo, had always lived a life of luxury and ease. When had he ever seen such terrifying scenes? This was the only word Leonardo managed to utter before his death. Immediately after, his body was completely enveloped by the white flesh ball worm. His hands and feet were then hacked off by the scythe bug beside it. In the end, he became part of the white flesh ball worm's body, making its volume slightly larger. Then, the scythe bug targeted the classroom, swinging its scythe and cutting through the iron door. All the students trapped by Leonardo stared blankly at this scene. 1 second ago, they were thinking about how to escape. The next, they wished they could shrink into the farthest corner of the classroom, where no one would find them. A brave male student saw only 3 worms, and that his crush was standing right in front. He mustered up the courage, picked up a nearby stool, and threw it at the white flesh ball worm. The next moment, a horrific scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The white flesh ball worm's mouth opened abruptly. It was a flower-shaped mouth filled with countless inverted spines, behind which lay endless flesh-red color. Death worm. It was the mutated form of a worm. The next second, the male student who threw the stool had both his hands severed, and his body was lifted by the scythe bug's scythe, carried like a piece of cargo into the death worm's mouth. Chapter 16. Are you a devil? Leader, aren't you going to save them? Kramer gripped the railing with both hands, leaning out and observing the scene in the classroom through his small eyes set amidst heavy jowls. His face did not show fear but rather amusement. You can go. Ty leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes half closed. He had been resting during this period. The first day of the apocalypse still allowed for some rest, but soon enough, staying awake for days on end would become routine. I was just talking nonsense. We don't have that kind of strength anyway. Kramer scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. If you don't have the strength, then keep quiet. Oh. Kramer puffed out his small mouth, pulling back his head. He glanced at Ty's long knife beside him, swallowed hard, and then withdrew his gaze, no longer speaking. The tearing and endless shouts became the main melody of the teaching building before them. The once bookish atmosphere of the teaching building now covered the ground with splattered blood and uneaten limbs. Up close, it felt like entering a slaughterhouse. Meat, organs, even coagulated blood clots could be found here. And on the ground were densely packed mutant insects, most of their shells dark red, their appearance becoming more sinister after being splashed with blood. Some mutants were sucking on brain marrow from the corpses, while others chewed on pieces of flesh with their tiny teeth. As time passed, some corpses whose heads were still intact began to slowly stand up. Groaning zombies started walking toward the 6th floor step by step. Some satiated mutants moved their bodies to return to their nests for a good sleep, like the death worm, now as large as a car, which began to slowly leave. Those left behind were mostly slower-moving mutant insects, such as zombie dogs with only half their bodies remaining and snails moving very slowly. Enough. Ty opened his eyes and looked at the fat man who was idly counting his fingers. Go and lure those mutants upstairs. Ty's words almost made Kramer fall to the ground. Crazy? After barely escaping one disaster, he wanted Kramer to seek trouble himself? Was this guy a devil? I think we're fine here, there's no need. Kramer hesitated. The ground was slick with oil, and if he slipped, he'd be finished. One word, go or not. Ty picked up the hunting broad blade nearby, looking calmly at Kramer. Kramer looked at Ty's long knife with sad eyes, then glanced at the situation downstairs. I'll go. Kramer gripped the railing tightly and started stepping cautiously downstairs. Just throw something to attract them. Who asked you to do it yourself? Are you insane? Ty frowned as he watched Kramer continue descending. This guy must be an idiot. Huh. I thought you meant I should lead them with my body? Kramer, relieved, hurriedly pulled out a phone from his pouch. Throw this, give me the phone. Ty saw Kramer's phone and stopped him. Though the phone had no signal, other functions still worked, like the flashlight and downloaded videos. Ty gave Kramer several steel nails, took the phone, and promptly put it in his pocket. Now, except for his pants and underwear, everything else Kramer had was taken by Ty. Daring not to complain, Kramer took the steel nails and threw them downstairs. Clang, clang, clang. The clear sound attracted the attention of the long earthworms feeding nearby. Originally pink in color, these worms had grown several times larger, their intertwined veins resembling ancient totems. Frightened me to death? Seeing the long earthworms fully drawn to the noise, Kramer quickly retreated, not daring to look down again. Ty, meanwhile, poured the last bit of oil from the bucket onto the railing and surrounding walls to prevent small creatures like ants from climbing over the edges. Look, leader, the worm is coming. Kramer watched the long earthworm begin to crawl up the stairs. After a while, he noticed that the worm was still at the bottom, continuously climbing. As an annelid, the worm had no spine or limbs, giving it a very small area of contact. Combined with the slippery oil without human assistance, it would probably take a year for the worm to climb up. This looks somewhat funny. The fear in Kramer's heart gradually dissipated, and a rather dirty thought emerged in his mind. He recalled watching female streamers interact intimately with eels when he was in bed. If it were this worm, what would it look like? Just as Kramer was pondering, Ty made a very crazy decision. He picked up the syringe gun and started firing wildly at the worm. Doing this will attract other monsters? Kramer realized something was off after saying this. It seemed that Ty's intention was indeed to attract those monsters. The long worm was quickly turned into a sieve by Ty. Blood flowed out from its body and began to slowly spread along the oily ground. This guy has sucked a lot of blood. No wonder it's so thick. The blood flowing out of the worm wasn't its own but stored blood. Similar to how mosquitoes store blood they have sucked. Soon, the surrounding mutants that hadn't left yet and the zombies infected by parasites were attracted by the blood, starting their advance toward the 6th floor. At this moment, the long worm split into two at a badly damaged spot, continuing its climb up the stairs. The mutated long worm possessed the ability to split and revive. If its body wasn't completely destroyed, it would keep splitting more and more. Kramer watched as more and more mutants began crawling toward him. He looked at Ty with fear. He noticed that there was no fear in Ty's eyes but instead, a hint of a smile. Is he a devil? Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? How could Ty look more like a mutant? Chapter 17. Nothing walkie what people do. At this moment, the stairwell connecting the 5th and 6th floors had already been overrun by mutants. Leading the charge was the long worm that had split in two. After its division, countless small tentacles had grown from the holes in its body, allowing it to easily traverse the oil-covered ground. All other common insects rushed toward Ty and Kramer as well. Ty lit his Zippo and threw it onto the oil-soaked floor. Welcome to the feast. Instantly, the ground erupted into roaring flames. The lead long worm was both fortunate and unfortunate. It was fortunate enough to escape the flames unscathed, having crossed over the blazing sea. But then it suffered a merciless chop from Ty. Ty realized that after splitting, each of these divided worms counted as a separate kill, netting him 1 coin per worm. Thus, this long worm could become his infinite gold-making machine. Ty sliced the left half of the long worm, and the system prompted him that he had received 1 coin. The worm did not die but split again, and Ty swung his hunting broad blade once more. Beside him, Kramer watched with a mix of fascination and revulsion as Ty seemed to torture the long worm for sport. Initially, there was only one long worm. Under Ty's relentless attacks, it had multiplied to at least 20 segments. In the end, the long worm apparently decided it had had enough, turned around, and plunged into the flames, committing suicide. Kramer stared blankly at the worm disappearing into the fire. This isn't what people do at all. Ty actually tortured the worm until it wanted to commit suicide. Kramer glanced at the hunting broad blade in Ty's hand before turning his gaze to the wall of flames ahead. Some mutants that could cling to walls, like spiders and centipedes, were now hanging dead on the walls. The fate of the ground-based mutants was even worse. They were burned beyond recognition, their blackened shapes barely visible through the flames. What's going on? This smell is somewhat fragrant, like grilled meat. Kramer sniffed deeply, muttering to himself. Of course it smells good. These mutants either have human bones or human flesh in their bellies. Of course, they'd smell like grilled meat when cooked, Ty replied, a grin spreading across his face. His mind buzzed with notifications about gold coins gained. After the fiery onslaught, he successfully earned over 100 gold coins, a quarter of which came from the long worm. Boss, something's coming out of the fire. Just as Kramer started to relax, he was immediately startled by the sight before him. A large cleaver formed by countless tiny grains emerged from the flames. Fire ants. Ty looked at the giant cleaver with a smile. If not properly prepared, encountering fire ants would be incredibly challenging. They are small but incredibly strong, living in large groups, and after mutating, they gained the ability to spit fire. This made them one of the toughest first-stage mutants to deal with. However, if you knew their weakness and were prepared, they became nothing more than easy kills. Worried I didn't make enough money? You want to give me some more? Ty chuckled softly, pulling out a bottle from his backpack that shocked Kramer. Insecticide. Aren't insecticides ineffective against these mutants? Kramer clearly remembered seeing school staff spray insecticide on those human-faced spiders, only to make them even more frenzied. It doesn't work on larger mutants, but these ones haven't changed size, they just gained abilities. So we fight them like we normally would. Ty had taken this can of insecticide from the storage room, fearing he might encounter fire ants. The fire ants were now engulfed in flames, their gathered cleaver becoming a flaming sword that swung hard toward Ty. Just as the flame sword was about to reach Ty's head, a cloud of highly corrosive gas sprayed over the blade. Instantly, the flame sword disintegrated, and the fire ants fell to the ground, lifeless. Ding. Successful kill of stage 1 creature. Fire ant, plus 203 gold. Well, 203 fire ants. Ty's eyes sparkled with joy at the system notification. Thus, he now had enough money to purchase the most basic weapon from the King's Glory Mall. This is amazing. Boss, how did you know that? Kramer watched as the fire ants with their menacing aura were immediately killed by Ty, and stared at Ty in astonishment. Guesswork. Of course, Ty couldn't tell him that this was the experience he had summarized from his previous life. In the apocalypse world, mutants roughly divided into two categories. One category changed in size, enhancing their own abilities. For instance, human-faced spiders and giant centipedes. Their sizes increased significantly, and their overall attributes also became much stronger. However, apart from this, they didn't gain any special abilities. These creatures had a spreading capability, strong attacks, but not very obvious weaknesses. The other category remained the same size, but gained unique abilities. Walkie the fire ants. They were originally ordinary ants, but later acquired the unique ability to control fire after mutation. This type of creature had no infection capability, but their attack power was extremely strong. Similarly, their weaknesses were quite evident. Of course, there was another category of super mutants that combined both characteristics. Fire beetles and deathworms were representatives of this type. They could be considered perfectly evolved mutants, and they were also the easiest to become mutant kings. However, fortunately, the way these insects thought was different from humans. Humans always follow one principle when dealing with enemies: complete extermination. If they can kill them directly, they do so. But these mutated insects are different. After the 7th day of the apocalypse, they would start building their nests. Some would enter a kind of hibernation, while others began reproducing. At that time, it wouldn't be these mutant insects that started destroying the world, but the zombies infected by the parasitic insects. These insects then became the masterminds behind the scenes, leaving their nests only under necessary circumstances. This provided human civilization with a chance to catch its breath. All this was what Ty had personally experienced in his previous life. Otherwise, even if there were super strong individuals among humans, they would not be able to contend with these mutant insects. Seeing that most of the mutants in the Sea of Fire were cleaned up, Ty silently opened the system interface and clicked on them all. Chapter 18. The Deathworm appears and heads straight for them. Fatso, keep an eye on the ground. If anything unusual happens, notify me immediately. I'm going to doze off for a bit. After saying this, Ty leaned directly against the wall. Huh? Sleep right after killing? Kramer had just muttered under his breath when he was startled by Ty's fiercely menacing glare. He immediately shivered and focused his gaze on the ground, starting to act as a scout. Of course, Ty wasn't really sleeping. He just didn't want Kramer to discover his secret, so he made up an excuse. Eliminating the insect swarm earned him 163 gold coins, and using pesticide to eliminate the fire ants earned him another 203 gold coins. Adding this to the 61 coins he already had, he now had a total of 427 gold coins. Currently, almost everything he could buy from the store were the most basic components. Ty quickly scanned through all the items he could purchase. First, even though he had 427 gold coins, he needed to keep 50 coins as his survival talisman to upgrade his genetic physique. Thus, despite being able to afford the blood-sucking sickle, Ty temporarily chose not to buy it. Ultimately, his attention settled on offensive weapons. Iron sword, price, 250, strength plus 5, ability. Sharper than an ordinary iron sword, capable of slicing through metal like butter and cutting through stone walls as if they were vegetables. Dagger, price, 290, attack speed plus 5, ability. Extremely fast attack speed, can boost personal stabbing speed, convenient to carry, can be used as a concealed weapon. Combat gloves, price, 320, double damage increase 8%, ability. Can be worn on hands, any weapon in hand has an 8% chance of causing double damage. These 3 pieces of equipment each have their unique benefits. The jungle knife in his possession at the moment does not provide any enhancement to his physical body. It is a rare treasure against mutants, but if encountering humans with combat abilities, it can only be used as an ordinary long knife. However, purchasing the iron sword would allow it to become his main defensive weapon when encountering humans. Being able to cut through a wall means that it could serve as a valuable defensive item. The other 2 can enhance his personal abilities. One can increase attack speed and can be used as a concealed weapon, while the other involves gambling and suits those with good luck. Additionally, these 3 pieces of equipment can later be upgraded alongside other equipment, so he not only considered their base abilities, but also the potential for subsequent upgrades. While Ty was hesitating, he accidentally noticed something else in the store that caught his attention. Knowledge Gem. This is an auxiliary item for support roles. Its function is almost identical to that in King of Glory. Knowledge Gem, price, 300, speed plus 5, ability, provides 5 gold coins every hour. Note, maximum of 50 gold coins per day. Although there is a cap, this kind of equipment that generates money continuously is something Tai wouldn't miss. 50 coins a day, within a week, he can recoup his costs. And in the rules of post-apocalyptic survival, what matters most is not how powerful one's zombie-killing skills are but how strong one's ability to escape is. The faster you run, the lower your chances of dying. Though the Knowledge Gem doesn't increase attack power, it provides speed, greatly enhancing survival capabilities. It can earn money and increase survival ability. Why not? Purchase Knowledge Gem. Tai thought silently. Ding. Coins minus 300. Knowledge Gem purchased successfully. Current balance, 127. In an instant, a green gem appeared in Tai's system inventory. Please note, a maximum of 6 items purchased from the store can be equipped at once. Any more will automatically be stored in the system inventory. Upon hearing the system prompt, Tai was momentarily speechless. Indeed, following the setup of King of Glory's store, TM's 6-item combination, really impressive. Just as Tai was pondering, Kramer's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Boss, there's movement. Kramer hurriedly hid beside Tai, his face full of terror. Movement? Tai closed the system interface, narrowed his eyes, and listened intently to the surrounding sounds. Bang, bang, bang. The sound grew louder and closer. What kind of monster could make such a huge noise? Only a zombie elephant could make such a noise due to its immense weight. Most mutated insects, no matter how much their size increases, remain light in weight, and they could not possibly create such a loud commotion. There was another possibility, the deathworm. Tai clearly remembered that in his previous life, the Ashtonjiang city he was in encountered an epic-level massive mutant organism whose size could almost rival a skyscraper. The deathworm is different from other mutants. It not only devours humans but also sucks out human vitality, converting it into its own body mass, making it grow larger and larger. However, this type of mutant like the deathworm can be said to be extremely rare, with hardly any city having more than a few. No way. Did the school he's in now hit the jackpot? First the Rat King, now the deathworm. Great, this time they might really lose. Judging by the noise, its size must weigh at least 500 kilograms. In his previous life, after dodging a mutant attack, Tai escaped the school through the underground parking lot with Burke and Tracy, without encountering such a huge monster during the escape. It seems it was attracted here by me. Fall back, we can't stay here at the stairs anymore. Tai glanced at the staircase and saw a lump of milky white flesh with vaguely discernible human facial features. Deathworm. This is the deathworm. It consumes human vitality, subsequently causing the person's soul to be completely assimilated into the body of the deathworm, with their facial features appearing on its surface, looking extremely eerie. Kramer's expression grew more anxious, even more panicked. The moment Tai told him to fall back, he started running backward. Boss, what should we do? It can't be that you can't handle it too, Kramer said fearfully. Shut up. Tai felt irritated hearing Kramer's whining. He was currently thinking, considering how to escape from here. Chapter 19. The only solution. Escape. Tai didn't pay any more attention to Kramer and ran directly towards the 7th floor. The strength of the deathworm was terrifying. If its power reached the 3rd stage or above, its full force attack could even trigger a small-scale earthquake. Forget hiding in classrooms, even hiding in a bank vault would be futile. Furthermore, it had an incredibly terrifying ability, devouring. It could eat anything and everything. Once, someone tried to make the deathworm eat a bomb, hoping that its body would be shattered by the explosion. But after the deathworm swallowed the bomb, it didn't explode. Instead, the person who threw the bomb was swallowed along with it. It was said that there was an extremely potent decomposing liquid in the deathworm's mouth. No matter what entered its mouth, it would instantly dissolve. Wanting to explode? Sorry, the moment it enters the mouth, it turns into a puddle of liquid, incapable of exploding at all. If one were to say the only drawback of the deathworm, it would be that its movement was rather slow, barely qualifying as a weakness. Tai had now arrived at the storage room. Fatso, find cloth and rope, the sturdier, the better. But what is this? Kramer, looking at the mutated rat corpse on the ground and the human corpses beside it, started trembling in fear. Are there still those monsters inside? Otherwise we could. Kramer, somewhat frightened, pleaded. These are all dead because of me. Don't fuck around. Either find me some cloth and rope, or I'll throw you out to feed the deathworm. Tai squatted down and, suppressing his nausea, stripped off the clothes from the female corpses. Blood-stained pale skin appeared before Tai and Kramer, but most parts had been torn open, and their heads were gone, so there was no interest whatsoever. The skirts of these girls shouldn't have much tensile strength. Tai looked at the blood-stained long skirt in his hand and remarked, T the leader, the tensile strength of that thing is actually quite good. Kramer pointed to the part below the skirt. Stockings. Tai's mind didn't catch up, and he responded with confusion. The leader, it looks like you don't watch enough Japanese action movies. Stockings tear easily. How can it be? It's the thing inside the stockings. Kramer's facial muscles bunched up, revealing a lecherous smile. Tai frowned. Indeed, he hadn't thought about that. All right, then this glorious and great task will be left to you. You go collect the things inside the stockings, and I'll look around for rope. Ty patted Kramer's shoulder and then walked to the other side. Leader. Kramer glanced at the corpses on the ground, showing a bit of hesitation on his face. Though this would be his first time seeing that, the bodies were already in such a state. He couldn't muster any interest. Hurry up. If I finish finding materials and you're still not done, I'll still send you to feed the worm. While rummaging through nearby shelves, Ty saw Kramer hesitating and threatened him. Right away. Kramer gathered his courage, squatted down, and ripped the stockings on the thigh, pulling off the items beneath. My God, what's that smell? Kramer felt a wave of nausea, his stomach churning like a stormy sea. This wasn't due to the girl being unclean, but because her body had decayed after infection, producing a foul odor. This was Kramer's first time doing something like this, and he swore it would also be his last. This experience left a deep scar on him. As both were gathering ropes and cloth, the sound came again. Bang! The iron door on the 7th floor was smashed open. A flash of surprise passed over Ty's eyes. Fatso, how many pieces do you have? Ty found a nylon rope about 20 meters long on a shelf, the one used for tug-of-war competitions before. 4. This stuff is too disgusting. Fatso replied. That's enough. Ty threw the nylon rope to Fatso, then pulled out the wide-blade hunting knife and said, attach what you've collected to this rope, tie it securely, and find something strong enough to support both our weights. We'll climb down from the window. What? Climb down from the window? Kramer now understood why Ty needed rope and cloth. He was planning to escape by jumping from the building. Bang! The sound echoed once more. Last time, it was the iron fence that was broken through. This time, it was the iron door of the storage room. Indeed, it was a death worm. Ty gripped the hunting broad knife tightly with both hands and instinctively took a step back. The death worm before him was about 7 meters long, with a width of approximately 3 meters. Its entire body was covered with countless white flesh lumps, each one bearing a human face screaming in agony. One of those faces belonged to Leonardo. Its head was almost buried beneath the excessive white flesh lumps, leaving only its opening and closing mouth visible. Inside its mouth were numerous teeth like barbs, some of which still clung to decaying flesh. 3rd stage. This size had already reached the 3rd stage. At this moment, Ty could only deal with 2nd stage mutants at most. Even if he upgraded his gene body to level 3 now, he wasn't sure if he could defeat this deathworm. Firstly, the storage room was spacious relative to humans, but small for a deathworm. The space would be very disadvantageous for Ty in a fight. Secondly, the noise from fighting would attract other mutants. It wouldn't remain a one-on-one situation, possibly leading to a mob attack. Most importantly, if the deathworm went berserk, its attacks would trigger a small-scale earthquake throughout the building. If the structure collapsed, he wouldn't even need to fight, as he'd simply perish with the teaching building. Running was currently the best option. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and tie. If you don't tie us up, we'll both die here. I'll hold it off. Ty saw Kramer frozen in shock beside him and cursed loudly. Had it not been for Kramer's somewhat human appearance, Ty would have thrown him down to feed the zombies long ago. Ty took out the knowledge gem and hung it around his neck. Instantly, his speed increased by 5 points, making him feel almost on par with Waltus Young. After preparation, Ty did not launch an attack against the deathworm. He intended to stall for time, avoiding direct confrontation with the deathworm. Because, unless enraged, the deathworm generally wouldn't use its earthquake attack. However, the deathworm didn't give Ty the opportunity to delay. It immediately swung its rear tail toward him. With just one flick of its tail, the wall near the exit of the storage room crumbled instantly. The deathworm's walking speed was extremely slow, but its attack speed was astonishingly fast. Ty barely reacted when the long tail composed of white flesh lumps was about to strike him. Chapter 20 Ty's scheme, Kramer as the scapegoat. Ty looked at the worm's tail sweeping towards him but did not dodge. Instead, he held his long saber vertically. He wanted to test if the hunting broad blade could pierce into its tail and kill it instantly when the tail struck him. Just as Ty was about to defend, the sweeping tail stopped in midair, but the gale caused by the high-speed sweep blew Ty directly to the ground. Damn it, it has already developed intelligence. Ty quickly retreated, increasing the distance between himself and the deathworm. While Ty was fighting with the deathworm, Kramer had tied up the rope and even tried its sturdiness with all his might. Just as he was about to call out to Ty, he noticed that Ty was completely overwhelmed by the deathworm. What if calling out attracts the deathworm over? I should let him hold off the deathworm while I escape. Yes, this is a good idea. Most of the school's mutants have dispersed. If I climb down from here, I will surely survive. A smile flashed in Kramer's eyes as he watched Ty rapidly retreating. Ty, help me stall the deathworm well. I'm leaving first. Fool. Kramer's inner monologue ended. He pushed open the front window with all his strength, threw down the rope, and began descending awkwardly with his plump body. At this moment, Ty realized that Kramer was preparing to escape alone, but there was no surprise in his eyes, only a faint smile. Go on, be my decoy. As Ty spoke, he continued to retreat. An incredible scene unfolded. The deathworm no longer targeted Ty, but leaped toward the window where Kramer was escaping. Bang! The window and part of the wall were shattered by the deathworm. The rope tied to the iron shelf was also severed by the large body of the deathworm. Just as Kramer was feeling smug, he suddenly felt himself losing gravity and sliding down rapidly. What's going on? Did the rope break? Impossible. Kramer's eyes widened in terror, looking upward. The wall had been broken through by the deathworm, and a long worm covered with many white flesh lumps opened its mouth made of countless sharp white and red spikes, lunging towards Kramer. Has Tai been eaten so quickly by the death worm? This useless fool. How can he not hold it back for even this short time? Kramer panicked, his body completely out of control as he descended rapidly. But due to the death worm being heavier and falling straight down, its descent speed far exceeded Kramer's. Soon, the death worm caught up to Kramer. What to do? I don't want to die. Kramer's eyes were full of tears, which kept flowing into his eyes as he fell from the height. Tai, if you had given me the knife, how much better would it be? With such a good knife and yet failing to stop this long worm, no wonder you deserve to die. Even facing death, Kramer blamed Tai. Roar. The death worm arrived beside Kramer, and its massive mouth bit half of his body into its maw. Kramer felt his lower half completely lose sensation. More accurately, he couldn't feel its existence at all. Blood flowed like urine continuously from his lower body, and as the pain spread across his body, it turned numb the next second. Yee. Noel? Kramer struggled with his plump body, trying to escape from the death worm's mouth. Dying, he still blamed Tai for not stopping the death worm, believing he could have escaped otherwise. However, just as his life was ending, he saw someone at the broken 7th floor window. Tai. At this moment, Tai stood with his hands behind his back, smiling at Kramer. Kramer clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Only now did he realize he had fallen into Tai's trap. Tai, even in death, I won't let you go. Before Kramer could finish speaking, he was swallowed whole by the death worm. Subsequently, a fat face appeared above the death worm's head. Bang! The death worm successfully landed on the ground. By this weight, it must weigh several tons. Tai looked at the ground indented by several meters and sighed. We need to move. Tai glanced at the death worm again, seeing it moving toward the teaching building where he was located, and hurriedly walked backward. When he encountered the death worm, he came up with this plan. He had seen through Kramer's schemes long ago. Every time Tai took out the hunting broad blade, Kramer's eyes would fix on it with an intense desire to obtain it. Furthermore, from how Kramer punished Leonardo, it wasn't hard to see that this person had a strong sense of vengeance. Tai had taken his clothes and made him do dirty work. Surely, Kramer harbored considerable resentment towards him. Therefore, Tai considered Kramer as his trump card for survival, ready to be played when necessary. The death worm's eyes were completely covered by the flesh lumps on its body, so its vision was almost zero, relying mostly on its sense of smell to locate prey. Tai guessed that Kramer would attempt to escape, and the fat man's bulky body would inevitably make a lot of noise. Tai's intention to retreat was to isolate his own scent, directing the death worm's target toward Kramer. Ultimately, Kramer successfully diverted the death worm with his life. The first day of the apocalypse, the military established a defensive line, but by the third day, the strong smell of refugees attracted hordes of mutants, leading to the collapse of the defense line. From that moment on, this city was completely lost. Next, I need to find a shelter and gather food and drinking water. Tai decided to move to the school store, which stored the most food. After the mutant horde, there would surely be many people scrambling for food, and some might even occupy them all. Compared to the complicated outside world, the school should be much simpler. First, take all the useful supplies from the school, then make further plans. Tai cleared out his backpack again. Outdoor cycling water bag, insecticide, syringe gun, steel nails, entrenching tool, as well as Thornton's key and the fat man's phone. Tai tried to maximize the backpack's capacity before grabbing the hunting broad blade and running downstairs. From the teaching building to the store, normally, it wasn't far, only about 5 minutes away. But now, this 5-minute distance felt like the gap between life and death. No one knew what might happen in between. However, one thing was certain. Most of the mutants had left, so there wouldn't be a situation of being attacked by a large group of mutants. Next, it would be time for a great escape. Chapter 21, Only Selfishness Can Last. Tai sprinted down from the 7th floor. With his body upgraded to LV2 and enhanced by the knowledge gem, Tai ran at an incredibly fast speed. Save me. I don't want to die. Tai heard cries for help while going downstairs. He glanced sideways. That person's lower half had already been completely devoured by the mutants. Even if he didn't mutate, he still lost any chance of survival. Tai ignored him and continued running down. In this apocalyptic world, there were many people like that. He couldn't save anyone. His only thought now was to gather enough supplies, find a relatively safe place, and survive. He wasn't so noble as to save the world, especially after being betrayed by his brother and his beloved. Only selfishness can last. Using the long handrails on the stairs, Tai propelled himself downward. Although this caused noise, it was the fastest way to reach the ground floor. One grip, one leap, one landing. That was one floor. In the end, Tai spent only 20 seconds coming down from the 7th to the 3rd floor. When reaching the boundary between the 3rd and 2nd floors, Tai chose not to continue jumping because the 2nd floor would be his escape point. Any further jumping would attract all the mutants upstairs, causing trouble. As soon as Tai arrived at the 2nd floor, he heard a crawling sound akin to an earthquake. The death worms were slowly climbing up. That guy really holds a grudge. Tai glanced around and ran toward a classroom. To prevent mutants behind the door, Tai cautiously pushed the door open, but due to the old and poorly maintained teaching building, it made a creaking sound when opened. Roar. ZZZT. 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 Looking back, Tai saw disturbances in surrounding classrooms. Students infected by parasites began dragging their decaying bodies toward him step by step. Suddenly, Tai felt something appear in front of him. He turned abruptly. A zombie with half its face chewed away appeared before him. The eyeball dangled below the eye socket, the nose collapsed, and the nostril flipped outward. He could even see tiny white worms wriggling madly within its rotten flesh. Swish. Ducking low, Tai plunged his knife straight into the zombie's chest. It's great not having to decapitate. Seeing the zombie collapse directly, Tai sighed in relief and rushed into the classroom. This classroom was no longer recognizable as such. Its walls were smeared with blood, appearing eerily crimson. On the ground, remnants of corpses scattered everywhere. There were skulls rolling aside like watermelons and severed thighs still oozing blood. Some student bodies were pinned to the wall by steel needles from the mutants, limbs devoured, chests torn open, and yet they still twitched madly, trying to break free from the needles to eat Tai. But the most chilling scene wasn't this, but two men in a dream seated there. One Barney was tightly embraced around the waist by another Barney, stuck in front of him. The wound mark of a stab was visible on his chest. After that, the girl's thigh was tied to the desk, and she ended up with half her body eaten away. Clearly, two of them wanted to escape, but the middle man killed the escaping man, holding him tight, forcing him to die together. While the other dream was tied to the table, forced to die with Davis. This was the distortion of human nature. Passage. Tai scanned the scene coldly and quickly walked towards the classroom window. The front door was impossible to leave through. The only way out of this classroom was to jump out the window on the second floor. After clearing the remaining zombies with several swift strikes, Tai locked the classroom door and carefully observed the situation outside the window. Next to the window was a flower garden. To get to the store, he needed to reach the starting point of the flower garden. There's no other choice. Tai felt some reluctance internally. He didn't know what condition the flower garden was in. If he rashly jumped and encountered higher-level mutant insects, it would be troublesome. But now, heading to the store was his only option. In his previous life, after fleeing the school, he accompanied the military to the shelter. However, the shelter was breached by zombies 3 days later, starting his desperate run with Burke and Tracy. Whether it was the mall or small stores, either they had been ransacked clean or occupied. To trade for food and water, he would have to offer something valuable. He wasn't sure what the situation outside was like now, but compared to the outside world, the school was definitely relatively safer. Tai swung his arms, stretching out his muscles, quickly pushed the window open, and jumped straight down. Upon landing, Tai's body was in a curled position, with both hands protecting the sides of his head, and the junction of his neck touched the ground first, which could significantly reduce the impact damage. With Tai's upgraded genetic physique, jumping from the second floor would at most cause a slight pain in his arms. After arriving at the flower garden, Tai swiftly ran towards the stone path. The flower garden had a large number of flowers. Although there were not many bees or other insects in this season, accidents were still inevitable. Moreover, some unenlarged mutants could appear in the grass at any time, and if encountered carelessly, it would be troublesome. The stone path provided the broadest field of vision. In the end-time survival, why did some powerful people still die? Most did not die in zombie swarms, but were ambushed. Without proper visibility, how could a blind man possibly fight against mutants? Tai summoned his hunting wide blade again, and walked sideways to maximize his field of view. The flower garden was eerily quiet, and due to the lack of human traffic recently, this place was one of the few areas where no significant loss of life occurred. The interplay of various colors easily made people let their guard down. Indeed, Grandpa Noel still favors me. Tai walked out of the flower garden very luckily without encountering any mutants. It seems that most mutants have completely left the school. What I need to watch out for now are those mutants that have evolved to level 2 or even level 3, as well as students who have turned into zombies. Recalling the scenes along the way, except for the deathworms, he hadn't encountered other insect mutants, which said it all. On the way to the convenience store, Tai killed 2 more zombies. Finally, he arrived at the store entrance. Chapter 22. To survive, one must step out. Tai looked at the store before him. There weren't too many zombies around. When the mutation occurred at 10 in the morning, students were either sleeping in or attending classes. Generally, no student would go to the mini-mart so early in the morning. But what Tai found most eerie was that the store's door was firmly shut. Previously, this shop was open 24 hours with unmanned service for self-service purchases. The only reason for the tightly closed door was that there was someone inside. Tai didn't waste much time outside. After dealing with a few zombies outside, he directly chopped the lock off the door with his hunting broad blade and pushed it open. Tai squinted slightly as he observed the mess of scattered snacks and knocked over mineral water bottles on the ground. In the corner, he saw a man crazily eating snacks. Sammy had a handsome face and a tall, slender figure but now appeared like a binge eater, continuously stuffing snacks into his mouth. At that moment, Tai raised his long knife toward the back. The tip of the blade touched a man's forehead, bringing out the stench of blood from the hunting broad blade. Though blood wouldn't remain on it, the smell of blood could not be hidden. The moment Davis holding the wrench smelled the blood, he became utterly terrified, kneeling on the ground, shaking all over. From the moment Tai entered, he knew there was someone hiding behind the door. Sammy constantly eating snacks was just bait. If zombies came in, they would naturally target Davis eating. This would give the person hiding behind the door an opportunity to escape. However, if it were a human, he could choose to knock them unconscious, use them as a second decoy, or find other uses. A well-thought plan. Unfortunately for its planner, he met Tai. Turning around coldly, Tai cast a disdainful glance at Davis holding the wrench. Give me the wrench. Tai's icy words frightened Davis into handing over the wrench obediently. Then, ignoring Davis, Tai began searching through the snacks in the store on his own. His first priority was the mineral water. He filled up his outdoor cycling water bag and picked up a few 1-yuan bottled waters. Compared to 2-yuan ones, the 1-yuan ones had simpler packaging and were lighter and easier to carry. Tai packed 6 bottles into his backpack. But a problem arose. He couldn't find any compressed biscuits or bread. Looking at Davis, who was still eating, Tai didn't see any sign of compressed biscuits near him. Just then, a voice rang out from behind him. To hell with you. It was Davis who had tried to ambush Tai. His eyes glowed with hostility as he lifted a nearby firefighting equipment and swung it at Tai. Bang! Tai caught the equipment firmly with one hand, revealing a murderous intent in his eyes. His principle was simple: live and let live. He avoided killing humans as much as possible, because killing could become addictive. If he killed everyone he encountered, he'd become a tool of desire, ultimately turning into a demon. Avoiding killing didn't mean never killing. Tai placed the equipment on the ground and stared coldly at Davis. Terrified by Tai's gaze, Davis quickly fled towards the door. The main reason he attacked was because he saw Tai taking away his food. By holding onto them all, he believed he could survive for at least a month or more. But Tai's actions threatened his survival. Naturally, Davis felt compelled to act. Unfortunately, Tai didn't give him the chance to escape. Swoosh! Tai took out a syringe gun and jabbed it into Davis's neck, ending his life instantly. As Davis fell to the ground, terror filling his eyes, Tai glanced at Davis still eating, noting no change in his expression. Perhaps he was numb to violence. In the apocalypse, many people with fragile psyches chose various ways to escape reality: binge eating, endless sleeping, and so forth. After another search, Tai still couldn't find any compressed biscuits or bread. Then the eating man spoke up. Today, the student council is having an event. All the compressed biscuits and bread were taken as rewards to the cafeteria. There are a lot of zombies there. You might as well take something else. Sammy's words left Tai momentarily stunned. In this dire situation, Davis could recognize what Tai needed and even offered advice. Tai's eyes widened slightly, somewhat taken aback by Davis's words, but he quickly masked his expression. It was unclear whether Davis's words had touched Tai's closed-off heart. He placed the wrench next to the eating man and then said, "These mutated creatures are very sensitive to blood. If you want to live, dispose of that man's body properly and clean up the blood on the ground. This store should allow you to survive for a while, but remember, when your food runs out, so does your life. The only way to survive is to step out." After speaking, Tai turned and walked towards the door with his backpack on his back. As he left, he instinctively closed the store's door for Davis. The eating man watched Tai's disappearing figure, and a tear involuntarily rolled down the corner of his eye. He didn't know if it was a tear of hope for survival or joy from being rewarded for his kindness. He crazily stuffed the chips in his arms into his mouth, finishing them within 10 seconds. Then, he picked up the wrench Tai gave him and walked towards Davis lying in a pool of blood. An unknown courage surged through him as he tightly gripped the wrench and began to fiercely strike Davis's body. He didn't shout because he knew that would attract zombies. A silent scream, a contorted face, blood spraying all over him. Yet he didn't stop, even as the corpse became unrecognizable. He continued to pound furiously. This wasn't hatred towards Davis, but rather an overwhelming wave of suppressed despair. He needed to vent. Tai's words had deeply touched him. In his moment of despair, when Tai said, "The only way to survive is to step out," it felt like a glimpse of the only path to survival. That's how humans are. In moments of despair, if someone offers a hand or a hot meal, that despair can transform into hope for survival. Finally, he stopped, his despair completely dispelled, but what followed was the fear of regaining his sanity. Looking at Davis's corpse before him, brain matter spilling out, and half-deflated eyeballs visible in the blood, he started to vomit uncontrollably. Everything he had eaten came back up. Ultimately, after calming down, he listened to Tai's advice and used mineral water and rags to begin cleaning up the scene. Chapter 23. The heroic sentiment stirred within, in reality, being exploited. Tai left the store and headed toward the canteen. The distance between the two wasn't far. One could almost see the shadow of the canteen while standing at the store's entrance. However, the scene at the canteen's entrance and inside was not promising. The canteen is a place with heavy foot traffic, especially at 10 o'clock, which is lunchtime for those who stayed up all night. And there were numerous zombies gathered at the entrance. Barging in was out of the question. Even if he wouldn't be infected, it was highly possible he would be torn to pieces by the horde of zombies. Tai shifted his gaze to the motorcycle nearby. Second floor of the canteen. Do not make a sound. These zombies have very acute hearing. But as long as we keep quiet, they won't find us. The speaker was Lewis, the student council president. Today was originally supposed to be the day for their student council event. They were both lucky and unlucky. Because of today's preparations, the second floor of the canteen had been reserved for them. After the mutants appeared, they didn't notice them, allowing them to escape a catastrophe. But because of this, they were completely blocked on the second floor. Sometimes they could even hear the breathing of the zombies downstairs. What should we do? I don't want to die. Why did it turn out like this? A shy-looking girl showed an extremely anxious expression and cried out. The army will surely come to save us, everyone, please rest assured. Don't forget our identity. We are the backbone of the student council, the best students of the entire school. Lewis looked at everyone and said with righteousness, President Hu, we'll follow your lead. You must take us out of here. That's right, President Hu, as the student council president, you're responsible for our lives. Lewis felt immensely pleased hearing their praises. In peacetime, I am king among students, and in the apocalypse, I will not only be king but emperor. Don't worry, I will definitely get you all out. Lewis adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and said softly, President, look, what is that? A man beside him, scared stiff, pointed forward. It was a cockroach, a giant cockroach. After growing several times its original size, every part of its body was clearly visible. Its head was very small, with compound eyes on either side, antennae that resembled long threads, and a brownish color all over. Equally eerie was its head, resembling a human neck, capable of swaying in all directions, as if it was a spring-loaded head jumping out of a scare box, looking terrifyingly frightening. What do we do, President? A girl clung tightly to Lewis's shoulders, speaking fearfully. The soft sensation entered Lewis's mind. If they could survive, perhaps these girls would worship him wholeheartedly, and then, thinking of this, Lewis couldn't help but sneer. Don't be afraid. All of you hide behind me. Cockroaches are fast but have poor eyesight. As long as we hide, it won't find us. Quickly go and hide. I'll hold it off. Lewis spread his arms and said solemnly, showing a selfless willingness to sacrifice himself for his companions. Several girls, witnessing Lewis's actions, became even more admiring of him. No wonder he's the student council president. President, be careful. Your safety is most important. Several girls glanced at Lewis, each warning him earnestly. Seeing the girls' admiration for Lewis, the three Barneys beside them suddenly felt a surge of heroic sentiment within themselves. We are Barneys, President Hu. We'll stay and help you. Girls run first. Barneys cover the rear. The three Barneys stood next to Lewis, speaking with righteousness. Everyone, we must live on. Though the girls spoke like this, their speed in running away was quite fast, already reaching the main doors of the second floor. If Lewis and the others couldn't stop it, they would choose to open the door and run. Cockroaches have poor eyesight. Everyone stand apart to distract it. I saw a counter displaying insecticide earlier. Let me find it. These beasts are probably still afraid of these things after mutating. Lewis said with righteous determination. Okay, be careful, President. We'll hold it off. Several Barneys nodded, believing Lewis's words. Lewis also nodded back at them and quickly ran to the back. TSK, a bunch of fools. You guys just hold the cockroach for me. Lewis quickly ran to a more concealed location and hid there with his back facing them. Apart from its compound eyes, the cockroach also had numerous simple eyes, making its vision extraordinarily acute. Lewis lied about the cockroach's poor eyesight just to deceive them for show. The cockroach's speed was incredibly fast, far beyond what an ordinary person could handle. Lewis didn't want to sacrifice himself for those few people. And as for the insecticide he mentioned, it didn't exist at all. It was merely an excuse to escape from the battlefield. This way, he could not only gain the admiration of those few girls, but also buy himself more time to escape. But those male students completely believed Lewis's words and spread out, preparing to distract the cockroach. Ebenezer, be careful of the cock. Sammy, standing on the far right, didn't finish his sentence before the cockroach appeared directly above him. Countless simple eyes within its compound eyes focused on him, its mandibles slightly opened, and its long antennae gently caressed Davis's skin. In the next second, Davis's body was swallowed whole by the giant cockroach, disappearing instantly. Seeing this, the remaining two male students were immediately petrified with fear, their heroic sentiments vanishing completely. They were just ordinary people. What did they have to fight these monsters? To hell with being a hero. It served no purpose. Would it let them sleep with those girls or something? The two male students completely broke down. Their companion had been talking to them just moments ago, and the next second, he was dead. What kind of feeling was that? Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Their psychological defenses were shattered as they frantically retreated backward. They deeply regretted it. Why did they have to act like heroes? Wasn't it better to just live safely? Hiss. The giant cockroach paid no attention to their pleas, using its antennae to bind one of the Barneys tightly, opening its mouth to prepare for its meal. No, I don't want to. Save me, please, I beg you. The Barney struggled wildly, but his body was held immobile by the antennae. In the end, he was fed directly into the cockroach's mouth. Out of the three Barneys, two were dead within half a minute. Just when the last Barney was utterly despairing, the noise of a motorcycle suddenly rang outside. Chapter 24. Then I'll cut off your tentacles. The cockroach ceased its attack after hearing the motorcycle noise. Lewis heard a sound akin to an earthquake below him, his eyes swirling wildly. If the zombies below were lured away by the motorcycle sound, then he could escape from here. Lewis glanced once more at the giant cockroach in the distance, swallowed hard, crouched down, and cautiously moved towards the window. He stood up and quickly looked outside the window twice before hurriedly squatting back down. Sure enough, the zombies were attracted by the noise of the motorcycle and all ran in that direction. This was now the best chance for him to save his life. Lewis was still uneasy. After confirming that the zombies below were almost gone, he quickly crawled over to where the girl was hiding. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. Olivia, hiding under the table, was frightened and quickly said, Relax, it's me. Lewis lowered his voice, pretending to be struggling. President Hu, how is it you? What about the giant cockroach? Did you subdue it? A girl asked Lewis with a look of astonishment. No, the giant cockroach's attack was too terrifying. I couldn't fight it off. They are still engaged with the cockroach. I'll take you out first and then return to deal with it. Lewis pretended to be profound, with a face full of sorrow. When several girls heard Lewis was going to take them away, they showed some relief in their eyes. President Who, have you thought of a way to leave? Yes, I threw a stone through the window to startle the parked motorcycle. The zombies were all lured there. Now is the best time to escape. Lewis nodded and explained. Great President Who, you're my hero. Forget the compliments for now, let's get out of here. Upon hearing the praise, Lewis did not show any satisfaction but rather became serious. It was this expression that made the few girls develop a good impression of Lewis. In this apocalypse, having such a man to rely on would certainly be fortunate. They all decided in their hearts to survive with Lewis. You walk ahead, and I will cover the rear. If the cockroach finds us, I will hold it off. Lewis continued. President Who, we? Olivius were deeply moved when they heard Lewis's words. That's enough. Hurry up and open the door. Time is life right now. We can't waste a single second. Lewis said. Soon, several girls squatted down and quickly moved towards the main door, while Lewis walked at the very end. Looking at the backsides of the girls, a lustful glint appeared in his eyes. He didn't want to protect these girls from behind. Instead, he wanted them to check the situation downstairs for him. If there were zombies right outside the door, those walking in front would definitely die first. He, being at the last, would be safest. Though these girls weren't bad-looking, it would be great if they could survive and become his mistresses. In case of danger, using them as bait or shields wouldn't be a bad idea either. Lewis glanced back at the giant cockroach. At this moment, the cockroach resumed its attack, and its tentacles had already bound the last Barney. Hurry up, the cockroach is coming. Lewis urged. Okay. Olivia at the front reached the entrance on the second floor. She mustered her courage, got up, unlocked the door, and just as she prepared to push it open, the door swung wide, and a figure rushed in. Lewis, who was hiding at the back, was startled and hastily retreated to hide. Olivius were also terrified by this sudden appearance and screamed madly. Don't eat me, don't eat me. Olivius covered their faces, crouched on the ground, and trembled in fear. Lewis cast a side glance at the intruder. Is it a person? After inspecting carefully, there were no signs of injury from zombie claws on this figure, and he held a knife. It must be a person. Lewis watched the girls on the ground, but did not rush to protect them because his own crisis wasn't resolved yet. There was still a giant cockroach behind him. If this knife-wielding man couldn't handle the cockroach, Lewis would directly flee downstairs. If he could, Lewis would play the hero. Lewis kept calculating, but similarly, the knife-wielding man was also observing everything around him. The knife-wielding man was Ty. After throwing the stone, he swiftly hid behind a pillar nearby. Taking advantage of the zombies rushing towards the motorcycle, he seized this opportunity to come to the first floor of the cafeteria. But almost all the food on the first floor had been ravaged by the zombies, so he turned his attention to the second floor. According to the words of Davis, who was eating, the student council was holding an event in the cafeteria. However, he saw no sign of any event on the first floor, so it must be on the second floor. Thus, the next scene unfolded. Olivia opened the door and Ty burst in. Giant cockroach. This thing is somewhat rare. Ty looked at the giant cockroach whose tentacles were currently binding a student, clearly preparing to feed. The student, seeing Ty rush in with a knife in hand, instantly felt a glimmer of hope. Save me, save me. The male student frantically begged Ty for help. Unfortunately, Ty did not intend to save him, still staring coldly at the scene. Seeing Ty's indifference, the male student became utterly desperate. Tears and snot mixed together, his facial expression turning grotesque. I'm going to die, but I don't want to die. Why won't they come to save me? How can these people be so heartless? I don't want to die, I really don't. Sammy's thoughts stopped here as he was completely swallowed by the cockroach, becoming a speck in its belly. Cockroaches are one of the most numerous insects in the world. When all insects mutated, most cockroaches didn't change in size, which was why Ty said giant cockroaches were very rare. If all cockroaches had grown dozens of times larger, there would be no need to choose new masters for this world. The cockroaches could take over directly. The reason Ty didn't act rashly was that he was observing the strength of this cockroach. In his previous life, he hadn't seen a giant cockroach. Facing an unknown creature, the best way to know its strength was to let it attack others and see what attacks it used. Now Ty could confirm that the cockroach's tentacles were also weapons. Seems like its second stage. Ty stretched his limbs, held the knife in both hands, focused, and looked at the giant cockroach in front of him. At the same time, the giant cockroach turned its gaze to Ty. It could sense that this man posed the greatest threat to it. Cockroaches are not good at flying, but can move quickly, have high vision, strong vitality, and use their tentacles as weapons. So, Ty leaned forward, dragging the knife on the ground, dragging the knife as he moved. At the same time, the giant cockroach charged at Ty, moving so fast that you could hear its body tearing through the air. However, Ty wasn't panicked. Everything was within his expectation. Using its tentacles to attack meant it would slow down when attacking him, and the tentacles would touch him. Just as Ty had predicted, the tentacles came at him like a whip, striking directly at his head. Then I will cut off your tentacles. Cut. Chapter 25. Classmate, would you walkie to be the vice president of the student union? The moment Ty was bound by the tentacles, He swung his hunting broadsword like an axe cleaving a mountain and cleanly severed the giant cockroach's tentacle. The frightened girl, coming back to her senses, saw Tai battling the giant cockroach, tears of relief welling up in her eyes. Someone has come to save them. Someone has come to save them. Lewis, standing nearby, watched Tai's attack, and the worry in his heart gradually dissipated. Anyone who could cut through the cockroach's tentacle clearly had the strength to fight it. If he could recruit such a person under his command, perhaps his grand ambitions really might be realized. Lewis didn't rush to show himself but stood still, observing for a while. He noticed that the giant cockroach had stopped moving and was standing still, seemingly fixated on Tai. Was it scared by this person's killing intent? It was time to make his move. With a stern voice, Lewis picked up a stool and rushed toward Tai, shouting, "Classmate, I am the president of the student union. Let me give you a hand, and together we can take care of this beast." However, Lewis was instantly stunned by Tai's deathly gaze. "Shut up." Instantly, Lewis froze in place, the stool falling from his hands, unsure of what to do with himself. So fierce? Is he from outside the school? No, that can't be right. Looking at him, he must be a student here. As a student of our school, he should know who I am, the president of the student union. How dare an ordinary student speak to me like this? Though Lewis felt resentment after being put down, he still wore a smile on his face. He wasn't foolish. If this man could fight the cockroach, dealing with him would be easy as well. If they could get along amicably, so much the better. Just as Lewis was pondering how to bring Tai under his wing, something bizarre happened before his eyes. The 6 legs supporting the giant cockroach's body collapsed like a building falling, and the cockroach's body made crackling sounds. Soon, pus started oozing out of its body, and it finally collapsed, lifeless. My God, what just happened? He was standing right there in front of me. Why did the cockroach suddenly die? Does he have some special ability, or did he attack so fast that I couldn't see it? This is not logical. It goes against all common sense. Lewis's expression showed bewilderment, but inside, he kept calculating how to win over this man. "So, classmate, what's your major? Which grade in class are you in?" Lewis approached Tai with a smile. "What happened to the food for your event?" Tai ignored Lewis's questions and asked directly for what he needed. Although the zombies were attracted by the noise of the motorcycle, this wouldn't last long. Once the sound disappeared, the zombies would follow the scent back to the cafeteria. After all, the smell of blood in the cafeteria was the strongest, and there were still a few living people on the second floor. Therefore, he needed to get the food and leave immediately. Event? Lewis paused, then realized they were already in a survival state in this post-apocalyptic world. "We do have food, but could you take us students away with you if I give it to you?" Seeing that Tai remained silent, Lewis added, trying to sweeten the deal. "Of course, you won't be escorting us for nothing. My parents are government officials, so I've got insider information that most of these monsters have been eliminated. If you help us escape, you'll definitely receive an outstanding student certificate, and maybe even the national scholarship." This was the only thing Lewis learned during his 2 years as student union president, how to talk like a bureaucrat. "So, wait here. If I run into the military, I'll tell them you're trapped here. So, where's the food?" Tai raised his knife, revealing a hint of impatience. "Receive information? All communication devices are out of service. Did you get this info in your dreams?" Seeing that Tai didn't believe him, Lewis's plan was thrown off balance. "Classmate, I'm the president of the student union. If you can lead us to safety, I'll make you vice president. How about that?" "Sure, give me the food first." Tai looked at Lewis, nodding. Lewis was delighted internally. Indeed, the position of vice president was quite tempting. "I have the food here. After all, classmate, you're holding a weapon. It's not convenient for you to carry it, right?" Lewis tried to play a trick, but was scared by Tai's icy gaze. He hurriedly shut his mouth and ran to a cabinet, taking out all the bread and compressed biscuits he had planned to use as rewards. After discovering a large number of mutants in the school, he hid these things away immediately. After all, this food might very well become his life-saving straw and the key to gaining power. Tai was not polite at all as he put most of the compressed biscuits into his backpack and even stuffed some into his pockets. Lewis, standing on the side, was repeatedly stunned by this scene. "What is he doing? Moving house? Classmate, can we set off now?" Lewis asked as he saw Tai finish packing. Tai ignored Lewis and walked toward the door alone, completely disregarding Lewis, who seemed like a nagging fly. "Classmate, didn't you say you would take us with you?" Lewis grew anxious. These foods were lifelines in the apocalypse. "If I hadn't agreed to your request, wouldn't I not be able to get this food?" Tai kept walking toward the door without stopping. Agreeing to Lewis's request was just a delaying tactic. Once he got the food, he could deny everything. "You." Lewis clenched his fists tightly, eyes bloodshot. "Hold on. Classmate, if you don't want to be vice president, we can discuss other terms. The 3 girls at the door, they are cadres of the student union. If you wish, they can all be. I don't mind letting you join the cockroach if you say another word." Tai interrupted Lewis, disgust evident in his eyes. The 3 girls beside him were also stunned by Lewis's words. He's actually such a person. He wants to sell us as commodities to this man. "Lewis, do you really treat us as your tools? We respect you and call you President Who, but without our respect, you're nothing." Olivia's cursed at Lewis. "Letting you follow him is protecting you. You can live, I can live. It's a win-win situation. What's wrong with that?" Lewis tore off his false mask. He recognized the reality. Staying here meant death. He had to escape. Outside offered a glimmer of hope. Tai was the lifeline for his survival. No matter the cost, he must have Tai take him out. Seeing Tai about to walk out of the door, Lewis's expression hardened. Since soft tactics won't work, let's try hard ones. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Lewis's eyes as he stared at Tai's back and said slowly, "Classmate, zombies have quite sensitive hearing, right?" Chapter 26, Official Jargon from the Student Council President. After Lewis said this, he did not show any more signs of anxiety on his face. Instead, he stood still, looking at Tai with a resolute expression. He knew that Tai would definitely stop after hearing these words. So? Tai turned his head and looked at Lewis coldly, disdain clearly visible in his eyes. Seeing Tai's expression, the anger inside Lewis burned even more intensely. Just an ordinary student who knows how to wield some weapons, daring to talk to me like this? Once this disaster is over, I'll make you lose all your dignity in this school. At this moment, Lewis had been completely cornered by Tai. If kindness doesn't work, then it's time for force. Either we die together, or we live together. If you don't take me away from here, I will lure all the zombies up here. If I can't live, neither will you leave here unscathed. Lewis clenched his teeth and picked up the microphone from the table. This was something the student council had prepared for events. If Tai refused, he would transmit his voice through the speakers, attracting all those zombies. Seeing Tai stop and remain silent, the corners of Lewis's mouth twitched upward, his heart rejoicing. Tai must have been scared by his words. No matter how strong he is, he's still afraid of being attacked by a horde of zombies. You don't need to take them along, just take me. I understand your difficulties. After all, the more people there are, the bigger the target. Seeing Tai still remain silent, Lewis continued speaking. This was the official rhetoric he had mastered as the student council president. First, put you down, then offer you a sweet deal. In the end, you won't resent him but thank him instead. Just when Lewis thought Tai had conceded, Tai's reply gave him a shock. Or maybe you could sing a song? There was a smile in Tai's eyes, one filled with ridicule. This mockery finally shattered Lewis's last bit of calm. Think you're invincible? There are hundreds if not thousands of zombies downstairs. Even if you can kill giant cockroaches, facing a horde of zombies, even with heavy weapons, you might not win, let alone with just a long blade in your hand. Bloodshot eyes, Lewis swallowed hard, tightly gripping the microphone. He cast a glance at the distant bloodstains, recalling the scenes of those Barneys dying. I can't die. Not now. I'm the student council president. Apart from teachers, I'm the king of this school. This is merely a temporary disaster. Lewis raised his head and pressed the power button on the microphone. Instantly, the indicator light turned green. All it took was for Lewis to turn on the speakers beside him, and the zombie horde might rush towards the second floor. Lewis, what are you doing? Don't do anything stupid. Even if he doesn't take us, we can still think of other ways. Yeah, what if the military has already taken control outside? We can slowly think of a plan. Charlotte looked at Lewis, worry evident in their eyes. It wasn't unacceptable that Tai didn't escort them out. After dealing with the giant cockroach, the second floor was relatively safe. There was no need to take risks. Most importantly, they firmly believed that the military could eliminate these mutated creatures. Because their country was the proudest and most cohesive nation in the world, certainly capable of eradicating these monsters. This belief was their only support. After all, it was only the first day of the apocalypse. The world had never experienced such an event before. Although many movies and TV shows depicted such scenarios, they still believed that this zombie virus was absurd. Lewis ignored the girl's words. He hadn't intended to really push things with Tai. His main goal was to get Tai to take him away, not to die together with Tai. What he was doing now was merely meant to intimidate Tai. He couldn't believe that Davis before him wouldn't be afraid of those zombies. Tai was just pretending. He wanted to show off his heroism in front of the girls. Lewis sneered inwardly. He had seen too many men who clung to their pride. He just wanted to show off in front of these girls. Tai, I give you 1 minute to consider, or else I'll just turn on the speaker switch. Let's not waste time. Tai interrupted Lewis directly. There wasn't a trace of fear on his face. Calm. Calm as a still lake. No matter what you throw at it, it will ultimately swallow it whole. Go to hell. I'd like to see how long you can keep up this act. Tongchen's expression showed a hint of hostility as he directly flipped open the power switch of the speaker next to him. This action directly frightened the 3 girls standing by the door. At this moment, the speaker and the microphone were completely connected. Even the slightest panting could be heard clearly. The 3 girls glanced at Tai simultaneously, noticing his expression remained calm. Then, they exchanged looks and decided to dash downstairs directly. In their minds, they had already concluded that Tai would certainly not take Lewis away, and Lewis would surely end up in a dead-end conflict with Tai. Rather than waiting to die here, it was better to rush down and seek a glimmer of hope for survival. After all, the number of zombies downstairs wasn't too many. Perhaps they might escape if lucky? Although all 3 girls intended to flee, each had her own little secret thoughts. Olivia, closest to the door, quietly shifted her foot back. She did not intend to be the first one to rush out because the situation downstairs was unclear, and being the first to go out might mean facing a zombie head-on. Olivia in the middle clung tightly to the girl in front, driven more by fear, but also using her as a scapegoat. If she encountered zombies, she would push her forward. But the cruelest one was the last girl, whose gaze kept darting towards the necks of the 2 girls in front. She knew that zombies were attracted to blood, and her nails were conveniently longer. If zombies appeared, she wouldn't mind using her nails to tear the skin of the 2 girls in front. By luring the zombies to them, she could escape alone. However, Tai saw through all three girls' subtle movements clearly. Just as the three were about to run downstairs, a long knife glowing with crimson bloody aura fell right in front of their eyes. If they dared to take another step forward, they would certainly be cut into two halves by this long knife. Either stay here, or I'll cut you in half and let you walk. Chapter 27. The zombie tide begins its attack on the canteen. The three girls turned to look at Tai with a mixture of shock and disbelief. They believed that if they took another step forward, Tai would not hesitate to slash them with his blade. We won't trouble you to escort us. We'll leave on our own. We don't want to be a bother. Olivia at the front used respectful language, her expression tinged with a pleading tone. I don't want to repeat myself. Tai's hunting broadblade moved threateningly toward them, its message unmistakably clear. If these three girls didn't back off, any contact with his blade would mean certain death. Terrified, the three girls immediately retreated backward. In the face of death, anything was acceptable just to survive. Even if Tai had asked them to undress, they wouldn't have refused. But Lewis on the side was thoroughly enraged by Tai's actions. What did this mean? Ignore me? Or does he really think I'm just bluffing? I am the student council president, admired by thousands, with an incredibly high status. Even scholarship awards must go through my hands. Lewis glared at Tai and yelled, Tai, either take me out of here, or we all die together. Suit yourself. Tai looked up at Lewis, his cold expression as deadpan as still water, devoid of any hint of mercy. You then. Die. Lewis's pride was shattered by Tai. When had he, the illustrious student council president, ever suffered such humiliation? To be ignored? To be provoked? Then you're going to hell. Grasping the microphone, Lewis roared. Tai, you murderer of students, may you rot in hell. This shout echoed with all the force Lewis could muster. His words were calculated. He believed survivors must be nearby, and hearing this would ensure their safety while making Tai a target for everyone. With his status as student council president, Tai would have no place to hide, whether in school or society. Lewis smirked at Tai, feeling a deep satisfaction. That satisfaction came from power. I command you to do something, and you will obey. But the three girls who had been threatened by Tai were terrified. They gathered the courage to shut the door and began moving benches and tables to block it, hoping to stop the zombies. Seeing their actions, Lewis felt immensely gratified. He was king here, and anyone who dared to provoke him would die. However, his satisfaction was quickly shattered by Tai's reaction. Instead of fear, Tai was smiling. Although it was only a slight smile, it deeply humiliated Lewis. Tai, dragging us into your death, you will suffer retribution. You despicable coward. Lewis added more insults, but after shouting, he instantly regretted it. He heard a sound like waves crashing against the shore. It was the footsteps of the zombie tide coming upstairs. Suddenly, Lewis's anger vanished, replaced by profound regret. Bang, bang, bang. Zombies kept pounding on the door, scratching at the wood with their claws, producing a screeching sound like chalk on a blackboard, grating and uncomfortable. Lewis panicked, seeing Tai with a devilish grin staring directly at him. I didn't mean to attract the zombies. Please, think of something. Lewis cowered. He had only wanted to scare Tai, but in the heat of the moment, he lost control and made a reckless move. Do you want me to save you? A flicker of amusement flashed in Tai's eyes. As he spoke, a hole appeared above the door. A zombie hand reached through, once smooth and pale, now covered in countless flesh-colored lumps caused by parasitic growths, cold skin stained with blood, nails filled with bits of shredded flesh, even showing reddish marks. The hand continued reaching forward, even as the broken opening sliced through the arm's skin, mechanically repeating the motion. Its sole purpose: to eat. The three girls standing by the door had already run toward the back, with one of the more timid ones even wetting herself. If not for the drive to survive, she might have collapsed on the spot. Tai took a step toward Lewis. No, I can save myself. I can save myself. Lewis was frightened by Tai's expression. He fell to the ground and frantically crawled backward, using his hands as feet. However, Tai's target wasn't Lewis but the meal service window beside him. He turned on the gas stove, instantly igniting a flame. Unlike the first floor, which sold set meals with stoves generally placed in the back kitchen, the second floor prepared dishes like braised chicken, so the stoves were easily visible. This gave Tai an idea when Lewis threatened him. Next, Tai did the same with the remaining meal service windows, turning on all the gas stoves. What is he doing? Several girls watched Tai's actions, confusion flashing in their eyes. Does he intend to burn down the entire second floor? Another girl watched as Tai began pouring cooking oil all around, her eyes filled with terror. But what about him? How will he survive? The main door is blocked. Madness, complete madness. He's a lunatic. Lewis was also startled by Tai's actions. He had asked the zombies to come and bury him, but Tai's actions were even more insane. He intended to make everything around here disappear in this fire. After pouring all the oil on the ground, Tai turned his head and looked at the girls hiding under the table, softly saying, "You three, tie that student council president to the wall, and I'll let you live." Upon hearing Tai's words, Lewis and the three girls were all startled. He has a way to survive. The three girls exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked at Lewis. Chapter 28. I suddenly changed my mind. Lewis felt his body tremble involuntarily as he noticed the three girls staring at him. What are they going to do? I am your president. Don't you dare do anything improper. Remember who you are. Although Lewis's words still carried a hint of firmness, his body had completely betrayed him. He kept crawling backward toward the back of the cafeteria. The three girls looked as if they were enchanted. In their eyes, there was nothing but the desire to survive. Originally quite sweet-looking, they now resembled demons fresh from a feast on human flesh, ready to devour Lewis at any moment. I warn you not to act recklessly. This is a society governed by law. What you're doing is illegal. Seeing that the three girls continued to approach, Lewis shouted in anger. President, with so many zombies outside, even if we kill you and say nothing, no one will know it was us. Olivia's eyes were full of madness. They had already surrounded Lewis, enclosing him tightly within their circle. Lewis, like an animal trapped in a cage, had lost all strength to resist. Though the three girls still harbored a glimmer of hope, this situation did not allow them to hesitate any further. When life is under threat, any means can be used to save oneself. Moreover, although murder is illegal, since Ty instructed them to do this, they could use him as a scapegoat once order was restored. So today, Lewis had to be bound. I've just received news. Help is coming soon. Believe me, we only need to stay here. Lewis hastily changed his tone, trying to reason with them gently, but it was clearly futile. Here's some rope. Ty found a bundle of hemp rope in a pile of miscellaneous items and threw it to them. Ty had finished setting up the entire cafeteria. Every spot that could catch fire was doused with gasoline by Ty. Once the flames spread, the entire cafeteria would instantly turn into a sea of fire, consuming everything. Lewis screamed frantically, struggling with all his might. I'm the student council president, your leader. Do you want to be expelled for this? My parents are civil servants. You're forcing yourselves into a dead end. You. Lewis's continuous shouts made the zombies outside more frenzied, creating countless holes in the door. It wouldn't be long before the second-floor cafeteria doors were completely breached. Soon, Lewis's voice faded away entirely, with his limbs bound to a pillar. His mouth was forcefully opened and tied shut with a rope, preventing him from speaking. Even then, the three girls felt it wasn't enough and started wreaking more damage on Lewis's body. This isn't enough. We should break his fingers, then he won't escape. One girl grabbed a nearby bench and began smashing it against Lewis's fingers. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of the bench repeatedly striking Lewis's fingers, along with the distinct sound of bones cracking, echoed through the room. Blood splattered onto the pillar behind him, and his fingernails shattered into fragments. Move aside. These hands belong to me. They belong to me. I came up with this idea. You better not fight over it. The three girls jostled each other, occasionally glancing at Ty to show how hard they were working. After repeated strikes, Lewis's previously intact hands were mangled beyond recognition, almost flattened like a two-dimensional figure. Tears welled up in Lewis's bloodshot eyes. He shook his head wildly, his body leaning forward. The pain from his 10 fingers was unbearable, driving him into utter despair. The torment from the three girls was far from over. They felt that as long as Lewis's eyes were open, he wasn't fully bound. Ty, standing aside, had already anticipated their thoughts. Women naturally have a strong sense of competition, especially when it comes to survival. Thus, they aimed to display their abilities in front of Ty. Maybe one of their actions would impress Ty, saving them and perhaps keeping them personally. Bang! A sudden sound shifted their attention. The door shattered. The zombies broke through. The zombies had completely torn apart the door. Countless zombies appeared before them, each with a grotesque expression, their eyes flashing with endless white light, and their faces covered in flesh-colored lumps. Worms could even be seen wriggling inside. Their mouths slightly opened, dripping with mucus-like fluid. Their bodies twisted like dead branches, madly crawling forward. Most of the zombies were not intact. They had survived after being bitten by mutated creatures, so open wounds oozing pus and blood were visible all over their bodies, with pieces of meat hanging off. Some zombies even had half their heads torn off, allowing a clear view of their brain tissue. Olivia, who was smashing Lewis's fingers the hardest, was directly scared into squatting on the ground, unable to move. Ty? A more rational girl quickly looked around. Finally, she spotted Ty near the window. What is he going to do? Escape by jumping out the window? Is this his plan? Although the cafeteria was only on the second floor, it was about 5 meters high, surpassing the height of an ordinary building. Even if jumping wouldn't kill him, it could break his legs. Has he gone mad? Ty, didn't you promise to take us with you? One of the girls couldn't hold back and shouted at Ty. As agreed, but now, I've changed my mind. Ty turned to look at the three girls and softly said. In his hand was a flaming wooden stick, and the other held a hunting broad blade. Bang! Ty chopped through the guardrail and climbed onto the window. He glanced back at the three girls again, with no trace of mercy in his eyes, throwing the flaming torch towards the gasoline-soaked area. Boom! Instantly, all the oil ignited along the flame. Good luck. Ty chuckled, turning to look down at the ground. 5 meters, though challenging, could still be manageable for him. In case of worse, he had gold coins to instantly upgrade his genetic physique. Even if injured, he could recover instantly, as long as he avoided landing headfirst, causing instant death. Due to Lewis's screams and the blood from Ty's arm, all the nearby zombies were attracted to the cafeteria. Only a few zombies were aimlessly standing on the ground below. Ty leaped into the air, diving towards the ground, leaving behind an endlessly burning sea of fire. Chapter 29. Only in this way will you know what you are worth. The three girls, witnessing the torch hit the ground, felt a surge of resentment alongside their terror. This scum. He never intended to escape with us. He just wanted us to kill each other. May you not die well. Go to hell, go to hell. Their faces were flushed with veins bulging, and an endless madness flickered across their expressions. First, they encountered the cockroaches, but Ty's arrival saved them. Then when they attempted to escape, he stopped them. It was a cruel game of raising hope only to dash it again. Following that, Ty told them that if they tied up Lewis, he would ensure their survival. But this fire completely extinguished any hope they had for life. He's playing games with us. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die. Tears welled in the eyes of the three girls as they lifted their heads to look at the entrance ahead. Those zombies were about to break through their last line of defense. Just then, the flames spread over, and when they thought these zombies would be burnt by the fire, the tables and chairs blocking their path at the door caught fire first. The zombies, engulfed in flames, emitted moans as they took steps toward the girls. The fiery trampling felt like death knocking on the door, echoing loudly in their minds. Their last glimmer of hope faded away. It's all your fault. The three girls watched as the zombies dragged their burning bodies toward them and shifted their gazes to Lewis. If it weren't for you using the speakers, these zombies wouldn't have come here. Bang! A bench smashed directly onto Lewis's chest. Driven into a corner, they could only vent their despair on Lewis. We could live well on the second floor if we didn't make loud noises. You insisted on making Ty take you. Are you crazy? Bang! Another smash. This time, the bench landed straight on Lewis's head. Severe pain made him lose consciousness, but the revenge did not end there. The more they hit, the angrier they became. Clearly, if they had stayed on the second floor, they wouldn't have encountered the zombies so quickly. This Lewis forced Ty to take him, jeopardizing everyone. Thus, she swung the bench and aimed for Lewis's most vulnerable spot. Bang! Instantly, Lewis regained consciousness from his fainting spell. He felt something wet flowing out from below. An endless pain radiated from there. His testicles were shattered. Ugh hi! Lewis struggled madly. He was pushed to a complete breakdown by these women. He'd rather die than endure this torture. But those three girls wouldn't let Lewis die so easily, even as the zombies drew nearer. They fixed their gaze on Lewis, determined to exact their revenge before dying. When one's hatred can't be vented on the primary object, it shifts to the secondary one. Obviously, Ty deprived them of their last chance to live. They should have hated him, but since Ty had escaped, all their anger was redirected at Lewis. Bang! The bench kept striking Lewis, blood oozed out from him, and he had lost consciousness at least 5 times, only to be awakened by the pain each time. Ah! A scream broke the torment inflicted upon Lewis. One girl had a large chunk of flesh bitten off her arm. At this moment, the craziness in her heart turned into cowardice. I don't want to die. Someone, save me. Help. Help me. The three girls were devoured by the swarm of zombies in the inferno. Their bodies were chewed beyond recognition. Belly torn open, internal organs spilled out wildly from inside, becoming food for the zombies. Watching the zombies before him, Lewis's pain was entirely overshadowed by terror. Sweat covered his forehead, and while his body trembled, he looked around. Escape. Can't die here. With both hands broken, he could only try to rub his body against the edges of the pillar frantically, but all efforts proved futile. At this moment, the speaker beside Lewis suddenly emitted a voice. Do you know why I didn't kill you? This voice came from Ty. If I killed you directly, it would be too easy for you. People like you, who are so self-important, need to witness the horrors of the apocalypse firsthand to understand what you are. Ty's words completely broke Lewis. He screamed wildly and struggled frantically. However, everything here was already beyond his control. With his body tied up and unable to move, and his mouth gagged so he couldn't speak, all he could do was wait for death. MMM. Lewis strained his voice to shout wildly, but the only sound he could make now was this mm. Death is not the most terrifying thing. The truly terrifying part is when you know you're going to die but can't stop it and can only watch it come. That process is really tormenting. Rip. A zombie bit into Lewis's arm, and the pain made him faint again. Then another zombie next to him bit into his thigh, blood splattered, and the intense pain woke him up once more. Lewis looked down at the 2 zombies that were tearing into him. They were his classmates, one of the few people he despised the most. Their families were very poor, so they usually came to the cafeteria to work part-time after classes. Now, he was actually being eaten by these poor bastards. He was unwilling. He shouldn't be willing. Get lost. I'm the student union president, you bunch of garbage. Get the hell away from me. Lewis kept shouting in his mind at the 2 zombies in front of him. But unfortunately, at this moment, in the eyes of those zombies, he was neither the student union president nor a human being, but just a lump of food. Lewis had lost count of how many pieces of flesh had been bitten off him. Eventually, his eyes turned completely white, though within that whiteness, there remained some grayish hue. At this moment, he had completely become one of the zombies. At this time, Ty was standing not far away, quietly watching the second-floor cafeteria continuously emitting black smoke. In one hand, he held a microphone, and in the other, a blood-red hunting broad blade. Behind him were several zombies lying on the ground. It's about time. Ty slung his backpack over his shoulder, threw the microphone on the ground, and slowly walked forward with one hand gripping the hunting broad blade. As he moved forward, a flame erupted above him like an explosion. Boom. An explosion sounded from the second-floor cafeteria. All the window glass was shattered, and a sea of fire swept through the entire cafeteria. The instigator of this fire was none other than the one who had been moving forward. Tai. Chapter 30. A World of Despair. The sea of fire engulfed the entire cafeteria, roasting hundreds of zombies inside into charcoal, with only a few infected by high-level mutants surviving. This explosion, as well as Lewis and his companions, were all within Tai's calculations. Initially, he had not intended to trigger the explosion on the second floor of the cafeteria, but under Lewis's entanglement, Tai came up with a better plan than just killing him. While Lewis was talking, Tai began to observe the surroundings and found that behind each food-serving window, there were gas stoves. Then, he discovered materials like oil commonly found in kitchens. Gas explosions can occur in three ways: intense heating, combustion, exothermic chemical reactions, and vaporization. The second method, combustion, could be used to cause an explosion using flames. Thus, Tai seized this opportunity, intending to have Lewis lure all the zombies over, creating an explosion to eliminate them and earn gold coins for himself. At first, Tai only planned to kill Lewis, but the actions of the three girls truly touched upon Tai's dark side. He gave those three a chance to live, but they wanted to take advantage of Lewis to ingratiate themselves with him. Anyone with the intention to ingratiate is also very opportunistic. If left around, or if any danger arose, the one who might stab him in the back would certainly be one of them. Ultimately, Tai abandoned the idea of saving the three girls and left the second-floor cafeteria alone. Any factor that posed even a slight disadvantage to him, Tai would eliminate it. Ding. Successfully killed 234 level 1 zombies, 4 level 2 zombies. Gold coins plus 121. Leland froze upon hearing the system notification. I killed 238 zombies and only got 121 gold coins. What does that mean? The system took at least half. Blatantly swallowing my gold coins? Tai cursed under his breath, but the system ignored Tai's anger, because Tai couldn't do anything about it. Based on the calculations, level 1 zombies yield only 0.5 gold coins, while level 2 zombies yield 1 gold coin. But when I kill them, I get only 1 gold coin, meaning that in mass killings, half the gold coins will be deducted. Tai muttered, feeling a painful twinge in his heart. Previously, when burning the mutants, no such deduction occurred, but now, killing zombies resulted in a 50% cut. In other words, the system deemed the difficulty of killing zombies too low, and from now on, the reward for mass killing zombies would be halved. What a scam. Tai glanced at his current gold coin balance, 276 in total. All in all, it wasn't a bad haul. Next, Tai's goal was the infirmary. In this post-apocalyptic world, besides food, the most crucial thing for survival is medicine. With parasites spreading across the globe and most animals mutating, carrying viruses, human immunity continuously drops, making common colds and fevers highly likely. Therefore, medicine is indispensable. Untimely treatment could result in death from a mere cold. Tai wasn't sure if he could get sick after obtaining the gene body, but having these medicines is better than nothing and could serve as trade goods. However, instead of rushing straight to the infirmary, he went to a classroom on the first floor. The sound of the explosion from the cafeteria would surely attract nearby zombies. If he proceeded rashly, he'd face a zombie ambush, so he needed to wait until the zombies were drawn away before heading to the infirmary. Just as Tai stepped into the classroom, he heard a horde of zombies rushing down from upstairs. Phew, old Noel must really love me. Tai shifted his gaze to the classroom. To him, this was rather lucky because there were no living mutants or zombies inside. But for the students who once occupied this classroom, it was sheer hell. Zombies lose their vitality only when their necks are severed. The absence of mutants or zombies indicated that the students were either eaten or had their heads devoured. The entire classroom could be called a miniature hell. Almost 2/3 of the area was splattered with blood, headless corpses littered everywhere, and colorful internal organs were scattered on the ground. It wasn't hard to imagine the endless screams that once echoed here. Tai looked at the deep brown, coagulated blood stains on the ground, unperturbed. Dying now is better than suffering later. As the mutants evolved, those creatures gradually developed intelligence. Some of the humans they captured had gradually become livestock, similar to cattle and sheep. This phenomenon would slowly appear 3 years after the apocalypse began. At that time, it would no longer be accurate to describe this world as an apocalypse. It should be called a desolate world. A world of despair. Tai came to a corner of the classroom and squatted there alone. From here, he could clearly see what was happening outside the window. Countless zombies walked past outside Tai's classroom. Most of their bodies were mutilated, emitting faint panting sounds as they walked step by step toward the school cafeteria. Among the crowd of zombies, Tai couldn't help but see some people who looked familiar yet whose names he couldn't quite recall. However, in the midst of the zombie horde, Tai saw something that shocked him. A level 3 zombie. In the zombie horde, there was a zombie whose eyes, besides being white, also flashed with some grayish light. Moreover, its walking speed was faster than average zombies. The most terrifying thing was that it had 8 arms, making it look extremely grotesque. All zombies would make way for it when they sensed the presence of the level 3 zombie. Why would there be a level 3 zombie? Tai frowned slightly. Logically, the number of level 3 zombies in the early days of the apocalypse should be very few, especially since this was only the first day of the apocalypse. There were 2 possibilities. One possibility was the death worm. If the death worm hadn't devoured that person but only injured them, allowing parasites to enter their body, transforming them into a level 3 zombie. However, the teaching building was at some distance from the cafeteria, and the direction this level 3 zombie was heading was opposite to the teaching building. Therefore, the likelihood of the deathworm infecting this zombie was almost zero. That left only one other possibility. There was another level 3 mutant. Tai took a deep breath, feeling a chill. He never imagined such a scenario. It was only the first day of the apocalypse, and he had already encountered both a second-level mutant rat king and a third-level mutant deathworm. After all, these two mutants would later become the dominant forces in the city. If another level 3 mutant appeared, Tai recalled his memories from his previous life, his pupils constricting, murmuring to himself, could it be it? Chapter 31. Heading to the medical room to find Ryauger. Tai quickly recalled a few boss-level mutants that appeared in this city in his previous life. The Rat King, Deathworm, and the 8-armed spider. If ranked by strength, the Deathworm was undoubtedly the most powerful, but the 8-armed spider could rank second. Even when it went berserk, its power could match the Deathworm's. After the 8-armed spider infects someone, 6 arms rapidly grow around that person's body. Though these arms look human, they are covered in deadly poison. One touch, and corruption begins. Its name is thus derived. In Ashtonjiang City back then, this creature was nearly as strong as the Deathworm. If we're lucky, it's still at stage 2 now. If not, it might have reached stage 3 already. A trace of anxiety flashed across Tai's eyes. The 8-armed spider has different attacking methods compared to other spiders. Most spiders lurk on walls, then catch prey using spider silk or legs. But this 8-armed spider is unconventional, using its rear like a machine gun to launch urine attacks from a distance. Hopefully not in the medical room. Although the 8-armed spider prefers ranged attacks, its physical defense can be compared to that of a beetle. Therefore, the syringe gun Tai holds would be virtually useless against it. To take it down, the only way is hand-to-hand combat. Whatever the case, Tai doesn't want to encounter this monster now. He just wants to collect the medicine he needs, then leave this city to live alone in a remote area. Tai stayed in the classroom for dozens of minutes. When he heard no zombie sounds nearby, he slowly walked out of the classroom. The teaching building isn't far from the medical room. They're connected. Tai walked for about 3 more minutes until the sign of the medical room came into view. Instead of entering immediately, he walked toward the outside of the teaching building. On this path, he didn't encounter the 8-armed spider. Either it had left the school, or it was camping in some nearby room. Tai kept praying inwardly. Hope the 8-armed spider isn't in the medical room. He bent down and peered through the window of the medical room. Tai's brow knitted into a frown. Indeed, what you fear comes to pass. At that moment, the 8-armed spider clung to the wall, nearly 2 meters wide, with 8 legs as thick as human thighs, firmly embedded in the wall. Around it were many small spiders constantly crawling. This is a characteristic ability of most boss-level creatures. They can gather similar creatures under their command, forming societies akin to human society. The Rat King has mutated rats, and this 8-armed spider has smaller mutant spiders as subordinates. Meanwhile, inside the medical room hung several spider sacks. Based on their size, those should be humans captured by the 8-armed spider. It couldn't eat them all at once, so it stored them as reserve food. The only good news right now is, the 8-armed spider is between stage 2 and 3, not fully at stage 3 yet. The stage 3 zombie must have been infected by the 8-armed spider while still at stage 2, then evolved to stage 3 after eating many humans, Tai muttered to himself. When humans are infected by mutants, they gain the host stage, and they can also increase their stage by eating other humans. Tai stopped observing the medical room. The 8-armed spider has excellent eyesight, and continuing to watch might alert it. Tai changed direction. He decided to head to the chemistry lab first before coming back to the medical room. The chemistry lab is close to the medical room. The difference is, one is on the first floor, and the other is at the very top on the 7th floor. Apart from classrooms on the 1st and 2nd floors, the rest of the building consists of labs. Tai's purpose in going to the chemistry lab was singular: to find Ryauger. Spiders fear Ryauger. Although boss-level creatures like the 8-armed spider are immune to Ryauger, the small spiders surrounding it still have an innate fear of it. Since most zombies were attracted away by the explosion, Tai's journey to the chemistry lab was relatively easy. Along the way, he only encountered a few isolated zombies, avoiding any significant danger. Soon, Tai arrived at the chemistry lab. Locked door. Tai glanced down at the corpse in the hallway, which had been gnawed beyond recognition. To enter the chemistry laboratory, one must wear a white lab coat. Though the clothes of that corpse were completely soaked in blood, it wasn't hard to see that he was wearing just such a lab coat. This indicated that before the outbreak of zombies, someone was still conducting experiments in this chemistry lab. The door was closed, implying only one possibility. Just like in the store, there was someone inside. Soon, Tai became even more convinced of this thought. A gas carrying some dust leaked out from under the door seam, with an odor as pungent as sulfuric acid corroding materials. Tai chose not to forcibly open the door, but walked toward the room next to the chemistry lab instead. That room stored chemical tools and filtering air gas masks. These masks were specially purchased to ensure safety during chemical experiments when toxic gases might be produced. Usually, not many people wore them, so Tai easily obtained a relatively new mask. Who knows if this person is truly foolish or pretending? This smell may affect humans, but how could it work on those mutants? Tai chopped off the lock of the lab door with his hunting wide blade. Behind the door, no one was found. Tai scanned the surroundings, but due to the foggy atmosphere inside the lab, he couldn't see anything clearly. Using dry ice? Tai marveled at the expertise. This person feared zombies would break in, so they used carbon dioxide to form dry ice, creating a fog-filled environment in the classroom. Additionally, they mixed toxic gas into the dry ice, hoping to kill any zombies that broke in with this method. It was a good idea in theory, but reality proved harsh. After humans mutate into zombies, they no longer rely on their eyes, but instead depend on their sense of smell. So, even if the place was turned into a colorful, flower-like world, zombies could still find their targets by smell. However, this posed a problem for Ty. He was unable to find the realgar he needed, and also had someone hiding in the fog, waiting for an opportunity. If he didn't act quickly, those zombies returning the same way would complicate matters. Chapter 32. Let's make a deal. Ty's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Just as he was pondering, he suddenly saw a red light amidst the mist. Not good. Ty quickly retreated toward the door. Bang! An explosion blasted a small pit where Ty had been standing just moments ago. Are you crazy? Ty had already retreated outside the door. Looking at the black mark on the ground, rage began to rise in his heart, and he immediately took out the syringe gun from his backpack. As long as the other party dared to make another sound, he could roughly determine their position. In that case, he could send them straight to hell. A person? A puzzled voice came from the chemistry lab. And what do you think I should be? Leland's gaze rapidly scanned the white fog as he searched for the other person's location. Sorry, I thought you were a zombie. Didn't I hit you? The voice carried a hint of apology. A girl? After calming down, Ty listened to the voice, feeling somewhat surprised. A girl playing with these chemicals so skillfully? First dry ice, then homemade bombs. Can you clear this smoke from the dry ice? This statement by Ty was a test. If the other party agreed to clear the fog, it would indicate that throwing the bomb at him was unintentional. Moreover, knowing their location would allow him to better understand the surroundings for counterattack and defense. Open the door, and it will naturally dissipate with the airflow. Did you see my companions when you came in? Companions? That meant she was alone in this lab. Ty recalled the scenes along the way. It seemed this girl had no ill intentions, only instinctively defending herself. Still, Leland did not put away the syringe gun into his backpack. One must always be cautious. They're all dead. Most of them fell in the corridor, said Ty. How come? The voice carried a sob, seemingly unable to believe it. Well, what about outside? Go and see for yourself. Where is realgar? Ty had no intention of engaging too much with the girl. His goal was one. Get the realgar, deal with the spider, then leave. It's here with me. The mist slowly dissipated, revealing an elegant figure in front of Ty. Even someone as calm as he was momentarily stunned by the girl's beauty. She was stunning, with eyebrows like willows, eyes sparkling like stars, a straight nose, and below it, lips curved like a peach, soft pink. She leaned against the corner of the wall, wearing a white lab coat, blue jeans hugging her perfect long legs. Her eyes glistened with a hint of red, tears welling up at the corners, making her look utterly vulnerable, evoking a strong sense of protection. But in Ty's eyes, she was just another pink skeleton. Ultimately, Ty's attention focused on the chemical agents beside the girl. Almost all the lab's chemical reagents were gathered around her. No wonder she could produce so many things instantly. She had taken them all. Do you need realgar to fight the spider? The girl asked. Yeah. Ty nodded, not particularly surprised. Realgar can kill spiders, common knowledge. I can help make realgar bombs. This time, the girl's words froze Ty's hand reaching for the realgar. Realgar bombs? Realgar is a mineral, even if obtained. It needs to be used with alcohol to be effective against spiders from a distance. So after getting realgar, Ty still needed to find alcohol or similar items. But if made into realgar bombs, it would save time searching for such materials and increase its lethality. For Leland, this was quite a temptation. Ty collected his thoughts, looking at the girl. He saw a flicker of desire in her eyes. Was she trying to bargain? Speak your terms. Ty didn't want to waste time on idle talk and went straight to the point. Save my companions. The girl replied. No way. Without hesitation, Ty refused outright. To save people who were already lost would be like searching for a needle in a haystack, leading to certain death. If they know how to make explosives better than I do, finding them would give us a better chance to survive. Thus, if they knew more, why are you left here in the lab? Logically, wouldn't they have already used bombs to blast their way out? Ty's words cut off the girl mid-sentence. If they were really that capable, why hadn't they made bombs and blasted their way out? Clearly, the girl was trying to inflate the value of her companions in an attempt to persuade Ty to rescue them. Olivia looked up at Ty's deep, bottomless eyes, like staring into an abyss, and froze. This was the first time she had seen such a gaze. Is he a student at our school? Why does he seem like an emotionless robot? Startled for a moment, the girl's eyes carried a hint of guilt. I'm sorry. They left the lab to cover my escape. So, I want you to take me to find them. After the zombie outbreak, the chemical odor from the laboratory quickly attracted mutant attacks. The few students conducting experiments made a decision when they saw the situation. They rushed out to lure the mutants away, allowing the girl to escape first. But just as they rushed out, they collided with the mutants. If it weren't for the homemade explosives they had made, which killed the approaching mutants, the entire chemistry lab would have fallen. Barney used his last bit of strength before dying to close the lab door. His final gaze was full of hope for survival, directed at the girl. It was the light that wished for her to live on with everyone's hopes. Though startled by the scene outside the door, the girl regained her senses and began gathering all the chemical materials around her, to use as her final weapon to hold the lab. What's your name? Tai looked at the girl and asked. If the girl tried to coerce him with Realgar, he would not hesitate to kill her and take the Realgar himself. But every word she said was pure. She had no ulterior motives. She simply wanted him to save her companions. This might be the last trace of kindness Tai held onto in his heart. Only the innocent could evoke pity in his heart. But it was merely pity. Petra. Olivia's worried eyes showed a hint of joy. Was he going to help her find her companions? Let's make a deal. You make bombs for me, and I'll help you find your companions. Tai looked at Petra and said. At this point, most of the zombies outside had been drawn away by the explosions. There were almost no zombies left in this teaching building. Tai wouldn't encounter much danger while searching for Petra's companions. So this deal was essentially risk-free for Tai. Okay. Without hesitation, Petra agreed immediately. How many bombs? All, as many as you can make. Tai answered. All right. Petra nodded and started picking up materials to begin making the bombs. Tai watched Petra's incomparable beauty and a smile flickered in his eyes. It wasn't clear if it was the last kind smile in this world or a mocking one for Petra. Deciding to give away everything she had to save companions whose fate was uncertain. Was it kindness or foolishness? But none of this mattered to him anymore. Do you have a photo of your companions? Tai asked. Here's a group photo. Petra took out her phone and opened the photo album. There was a group photo of 13 people, with Petra standing right in the middle. Among the 13, only Petra was a girl. No wonder they left the chance for survival to you. Tai muttered. He could see their affection for Petra in their eyes, the brotherly love for a sister. A flash of loneliness passed through Tai's eyes, but quickly vanished. I'll do my best, but there are still many zombies outside, so? Before Tai finished speaking, Petra handed him something else. These are bombs I made earlier. Take them. There are many monsters outside. If you encounter them, come back here. Wolf is the most important. I'm already grateful that you're willing to help. Petra forced a smile. Tai looked at the 3 bombs in his hand, nodded, and turned toward the door. Chapter 33. One wave has not yet subsided when another rises. A tide of zombies is coming. Tai came to the corridor, looked down at the bomb in his hand, and couldn't help but shake his head with a laugh. Could there really be such simple-minded people in this world? If everyone in this world were that simple, perhaps cannibalism and stabbing each other in the back wouldn't exist. But could that be possible? Human nature is incredibly complex. Tai supported himself on the railing, looking around. Searching for her? It was no longer necessary. There were almost no survivors left in this teaching building, let alone those companions protecting Petra who had faced the mutants head-on. Their fate would all be death. So Tai chose to stand in the corridor to conserve energy. Almost time. Looking at the time on his phone, it had moved from 3:40 p.m. to 3:50 p.m. 10 minutes, enough? Tai carried a corpse outside the corridor to the door of the laboratory and then walked into the lab. Most didn't find them, only one was found. Tai slowly said as he watched Petra, who was bent over making bombs. How is he? Petra's voice carried a hint of excitement, but when she saw Tai's expression, her joy instantly dissipated. Sadness flickered across Tai's face, though it was just for show. He wanted Petra to believe he had really been searching seriously. Eaten. Head bitten off. Tai said. Petra didn't speak again. The speed at which she made bombs increased continuously. The atmosphere in the lab became oppressive. A single tear slowly slid down Petra's cheek. Tai said nothing more. He walked out of the room and gazed quietly ahead. Tears kept sliding from the corners of Petra's eyes. Did they all go? We promised to graduate together and attend each other's weddings. Why are they gone? Petra's cheeks flushed red. She had guessed her companions were dead, but part of her heart still clung to a fantasy. Maybe they escaped somehow. She had joined the chemistry research group for a year, being the first female member. So the group members treated her like a beloved younger sister. Though they had been together for only a year, Petra regarded them as her most important friends. But now they are. Petra's tears kept falling. She never imagined the world would become like this. Why did people have to die? Why did these monsters appear? Hearing Petra's sobs, Tai did not offer comfort. Everyone goes through a process of growth, especially in the apocalypse. In his past life, he had experienced this despair and wept too. One either rises from adversity or falls into despair, becoming a walking corpse. Suddenly, Tai saw something astonishing downstairs. Zombies. Not just one, but many. Countless zombies rushed in from outside, running upstairs. How could this happen? Weren't they all attracted to the cafeteria? Why are there so many here? Was it the explosion sound? Tai suddenly recalled the explosive thrown by Petra earlier, a flash of hesitation crossing his mind. If he left alone now, he could certainly avoid the zombie horde. But if he took Petra with him, it wasn't certain. Tai looked around, seeking a solution that worked for both. If he met ordinary people, he might have abandoned them to save himself. But Petra had a profound knowledge of chemicals, which was useful to him now. If he abandoned her now, it would make entering the infirmary difficult. Take the bomb and leave. Petra, is the Realgar bomb ready? Tai asked. Not yet. Petra wiped her tears and replied. Damn, taking the bomb and leaving also won't work. The only way is to hold our ground here. Tai glanced left and right. This corridor is narrow. Petra, can the bomb destroy the floor? If we use all the bombs, it should work. Petra responded. Forget it. Tai dismissed the idea, focusing on the headless corpse at the door. I'm sorry. Tai dragged the corpse, swiftly running to the opposite room. Then, Tai took out the hunting broad blade from his hand and cut open the arms, abdomen, and thighs of the corpse. Fortunately, this person hadn't been dead long. Some blood still flowed from his body. Are there any windows in the lab? Tai couldn't take the time to check himself and asked as he walked. There are no windows here, but there are windows in the adjacent classroom. Petra answered decisively. Although she was relatively naive, her mind was also extremely meticulous. She had already guessed from Tai's tone what might be happening. A large number of zombies might have been attracted over. Petra sped up her work, feeling a bit guilty. She felt that these zombies must have been drawn because Tai went out looking for her companions at her request. The Realgar bomb is ready. You go first. I'll hold them off. Petra said. Thinking of leaving? It's too late now. Tai glanced at the zombies that had already reached the third floor. He had lost his chance to escape. If Petra had finished earlier, he would have taken the Realgar bombs and quickly run upstairs, jumping out of the window on the third floor. Because that height was the maximum his body could handle right now. However, it was too late now. The third floor was already blocked by zombies, making escape impossible. Petra, take what you need and come to the adjacent classroom. Tai had already placed items that could serve as obstacles in the corridor to slow down the zombies as much as possible. Okay. Petra gathered all the bombs in her arms and quickly ran out of the lab towards the room where Tai was. These are the bombs. There are 23 in total, with 12 being Realgar bombs. Due to limited materials, they need a severe impact to detonate. Petra's voice was very clear, giving a very rational impression, though one could still see the tear streaks at the corners of her eyes, reflecting her inner torment. Most of these bombs, apart from the necessary gunpowder, were made from items that would cause chemical reactions upon severe impact. Got it. Tai put all the bombs into his backpack and carefully wrapped them in a soft layer to prevent them from suffering severe impacts. What do we do next? Petra looked at Tai. Though he still appeared icy, she knew he was the only one who could resolve this crisis. Tai walked towards the window, glanced down and slowly said, Wait. Chapter 34 Waiting for an Opportunity. After hearing Tai's words, Petra didn't ask any more questions. She stood alone by the window, watching everything outside. Viewing from the 7th floor, nearly 1/4 of the school grounds were visible. Originally a place where flowers bloomed and willows swayed, filled with the scent of books, it was now completely stained with blood and the aura of death. The earth was in ruins, blood congealed on the ground, a symbol of death. Torn apart bodies resembled trees broken by fierce winds, hollowed out inside, showing only stark white bones. Amputated hands and shattered legs were scattered everywhere. Just like fallen leaves and dead branches, they were commonplace, no longer noteworthy. It was supposed to be a warm winter afternoon, but the entire sky appeared incredibly dim, oppressive, suffocating, hopeless. Cries and pleas for help had long dissipated into the heavens, leaving only the oppressive silence, which felt even more terrifying. This silence signified that all life had perished. Everything returned to chaos. Petra's lips parted slightly, her eyes revealing disbelief. Why is it like this? Inside, Petra was always full of sunshine and chose to face adversity optimistically. But at this moment, she could not remain optimistic. The world has collapsed. We either adapt or perish along with it. These are the only two paths for humanity. Tai leaned against the door, saying coldly, Are you hiding something? Petra looked at Tai. She couldn't believe someone who had just experienced the apocalypse would be so calm. Tai did not answer Petra's question, but gestured for silence, because he had already heard the sound of zombies climbing the stairs. These zombies were already on the 5th floor, just 2 floors away from where they were. Clearly, these zombies had been attracted by the explosion sound. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept moving upward. Open the window. Tai ignored Petra's question and commanded. Just as Petra turned to open the window, Tai took out a hunting broadsword from his system inventory and held it in his hand. I found this sword previously in this classroom, Tai explained. Seeing Petra's puzzled look, Petra didn't say anything else, standing quietly by the window. Snap. A zombie stepped onto a wooden board Tai had placed on the ground. Underneath the board was an iron block. As soon as the zombie stepped on it, the board made a clattering sound when it hit the ground. This alerted Tai that the zombies had reached the 6th floor. Even though Petra remained rational, anxiety still began to grow in her heart. That was fear deep down within. Everyone fears death, especially when knowing it's coming. Bang bang bang. The zombies started destroying the obstacles Tai set up. 1, 2. The sounds of breaking things kept coming from outside. Then, the destruction stopped, replaced by heavy breathing and footsteps. Tai's obstacles were completely destroyed, and the zombies started moving toward their target. The laboratory. Most of the zombies rushed into the chemistry lab. The explosion drew them here, even though the sound had long faded. For their evolved hearing, that explosion continued to echo in their minds. Inside the lab, the zombies rummaged around for a while but found no sign of people. Soon, a few zombies near Tai's room smelled them and started crazily crashing into the lab wall. They sensed Tai was in the room next to the lab, and all that separated them was this wall. They were smashing into the wall. Boom, 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 boom. Blood gushed from their heads, and even bits of white brain matter were visible. Soon, endless pounding came from the classroom door. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies smelled Tai and Petra, attacking the classroom door fiercely. Recalling how her comrades had been bitten by mutants, Petra's eyes showed fear, but she didn't scream. Instead, she covered her mouth tightly, forcing herself to make no sound. Seeing Petra's actions, Tai put his hand down from the bag position. He had only met Petra once before. If this dream were to cry out or collapse due to fear, he would have immediately ended her life with a tranquilizer gun. Fortunately, Petra's actions reassured him for now. Dealing with someone smart and rational was indeed reassuring. But the crisis had not been resolved. Although the classroom door was made of iron, the attacks from these people-turned-zombies became even more intense. Even the strongest iron door couldn't withstand endless assaults from countless zombies. Boom. Above the iron door, a pale hand broke through. This hand was covered in purple veins, and numerous fleshy lumps could be seen wriggling on it. Due to continuous attacks on the iron door, the fingertips were completely shattered, with pus and blood dripping incessantly from the wounds. The stench of corpses began seeping in from outside the door. Bang! Another crack appeared. The pale arm dug through from the middle, stretching further inward continuously. Since the iron door was forcibly dug open, many sharp spikes tore into the arm. Soon, the arm was pierced by the spikes, with blood mingling with the iron spikes, but the zombie felt no pain, extending its arm madly inside. Eventually, the iron spikes penetrated the zombie's arm entirely, stirring its flesh, revealing the blackened bones within. As the zombie continued this frenzied digging, the hole in the iron door kept expanding. The zombie's head emerged outside the iron door. Its hollow eyes stared intently into the room. It was searching for prey. Roar! The zombie found Petra, thrusting its head into the hole and making a wild biting motion towards her. Around its eye sockets, flesh-colored lumps filled the area, formed by countless small worms, which could be seen wriggling non-stop. The most terrifying aspect of the zombie was its mouth. Its mouth had vanished long ago, leaving only exposed gums and teeth. Its mouth had been bitten off. It was this wound that turned it into a zombie. Petra, watching the zombie's actions, tears welling up at the corners of her eyes, closed them tightly, clutching her mouth, unable to bear looking at it all. And Ty did not sever the zombie's head with his blade. He stood in the corner, coldly observing everything. He was waiting for an opportunity. Chapter 35. At least still one more day to Walt. The mouthless zombie lowered its head and kept arching towards the door. Since its mouth had been completely bitten off, the liquid inside could not be contained, continuously dripping onto the ground. Petra tightly covered her mouth, her body shaking wildly. Although she possessed an extraordinary rationality, instinctively she was still very scared facing this kind of creature which she had only seen on TV before. However, despite her fear, she was fully aware of her current situation. The greatest threat to her life was not the zombie but Davis standing in the corner. She was certain that if she dared to make a sound, that man would absolutely get rid of her instantly. The mouthless zombie let out a slight panting sound. As another droplet of saliva fell, its head made a change that was incredibly terrifying. Its head rotated 360 degrees and elongated infinitely. This was the special form it obtained after being bitten by the same type of mutant. Its neck continued to stretch, and its head began to enter the room like a rubber band. Soon, it reached Petra's position. It found Petra, suddenly opening its mouth wide, wanting to devour her entirely with all its might. Petra squatted down in fright, afraid to look at the zombie. Beautiful tears dripped down from her exquisite face. Her body kept trembling, and to escape from fear, she closed her eyes. But after a long while, she realized that the zombie had not attacked her. She slightly opened her eyes and looked ahead. The mouthless zombie bared its menacing face, revealing its toothed gums, endlessly gnawing towards her. The wriggling white worms and lumps of flesh on its face resembled the black spots on a pitaya, extremely horrifying to look at. Behind the mouthless zombie's head, a hand firmly gripped its neck, preventing it from advancing further. It was him. Petra watched as Ty tightly gripped the neck of the mouthless zombie, which rivaled a giraffe's, allowing her to narrowly escape a disaster. Ty looked at the zombie. He never thought a head could stretch and retract like that. Fortunately, Petra hadn't been hurt. If she had been bitten and suffered heavy bleeding, his carefully laid trap would have been for nothing. At this moment, the banging outside the door ceased, and the footsteps outside continued to crawl. Even this mouthless zombie wanted to leave through the door slit and shift its target. But Ty did not loosen his grip. If this zombie suddenly turned back and bit Petra first, it would cause huge trouble. After all, Petra had already been discovered by the zombie. Soon, the sounds of zombies outside diminished until only this mouthless zombie remained trapped in the room by Ty. Swish. Without hesitation, Ty chopped the zombie's head off with one strike. A strange scene unfolded. The mouthless zombie's head did not die instantly but moved like a caterpillar with a human head, pulling its neck, continuously wriggling towards Petra. Ty glanced at the wriggling zombie head and stabbed the broad hunting knife into its neck, pinning it down. This zombie must have been infected by mutant earthworms, making it unable to die even with its head severed and regenerating its body tissues, thus extending its neck. Ty then found a few heavy objects in the room and pressed them down on the zombie's neck. Stand aside. We jump to the 5th floor and escape. Ty looked at Petra and said gravely, okay. Petra nodded. Jumping to the 5th floor seemed to be the only way to escape now. But what if there are so many zombies on the 5th floor? Petra asked, expressing her doubts. Why do you think the zombies outside left? Ty pulled the broad hunting knife out of the zombie's head, then opened the window, looking towards the 5th floor. Hearing Ty's explanation, an answer flashed in Petra's mind. He had used something to attract the zombies' attention elsewhere, and the zombies on the 5th floor smelled it too, so they followed. Either it was a loud noise or something the zombies were highly interested in. Noise couldn't be a person. Petra looked up at Tai, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes, but she did not speak her thoughts and quickly regained her composure. Tai noticed the subtle changes on Petra's face and couldn't help but smile. I will jump down first, then you jump towards the 5th floor, and I'll catch you. Tai said. I'm afraid of heights. Petra said with a hint of embarrassment. You're afraid of heights on the 6th floor too? Yes. Petra's ears turned slightly red, and she nodded. Tai looked around the room and found an oxygen mask in one corner. He forcefully detached the tubing. Come here. Tai picked up the tube and tied Petra onto his back. Wrap your legs around my abdomen and hold onto my neck from below. Don't hold my neck, or I won't be able to breathe. Tai said gravely. Okay. Petra's cheeks flushed even redder. Throughout her life, aside from her father, no one had ever held her like this. At this moment, her heart felt more nervous than when she faced the zombies, hugging him even tighter. Tai instantly felt as if he was carrying a cotton candy on his back, incredibly soft. Although Petra's body had been tainted by the smell of chemicals, there was still a faint fragrance. But Tai quickly snapped back to reality. He didn't have time to savor these feelings now. The reason those zombies were drawn away was because of the corpse he placed in the opposite room. However, the corpses were limited. Eventually, each zombie would have its bite until the corpse was completely devoured. Once they finish eating, they would definitely return to attack this room. Therefore, his escape time would be when those zombies finished consuming the corpse. Hold on tight. Tai climbed onto the window railing and then leaped down abruptly, lifting his arms upward as he fell. However, due to the weight of 2 people, his hands had broken through the skin, and Petra could clearly feel that Tai's body was slowly sliding down, seeming unable to support both their weights. Petra didn't speak. She feared interrupting Tai. If it really became unbearable for Tai, she would untie the tube and land on the ground alone. At least this way, one of them could survive. Chapter 36. A desperate struggle. Tai felt the strain on his body. This body was still in its undeveloped state. Although his physical strength had increased with the upgrade of his gene constitution, it could barely support the weight of 2 people hanging in midair due to previous high-intensity activities. Who the hell designed this? Really damn frustrating. Tai glanced sideways at the 5th floor window. Its structure was completely different from the 6th floor, which had a protruding platform outside the windows where he could grab onto. The 5th floor's exterior was flat and smooth, just like an airport runway. There was no place to hold on. So for Tai to enter the 5th floor, he had to break the closed window using his feet. But he wasn't alone. His hands had to bear the weight of 2 people and deliver full force through his legs, a burden his body couldn't handle right now. At this moment, the sound of zombies banging on the door of the 6th floor room intensified. This time, the impacts were more frequent. Since the zombies had already clawed several holes in the door earlier, they only needed to tear the door apart along these holes. However, these zombies were quite straightforward. With holes available to dig through, oh well, they just like to play around. They kept pounding the door with their heads and hands. Most of them were covered in blood, driving them mad. They wanted to eat more. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. Tai knew it was only a matter of time before the zombies broke through the door. If he stayed here any longer, he would either fall to his death or be torn to pieces in midair by the zombies. System, upgrade gene constitution, Tai silently chanted in his mind. This was his only option now. Insufficient stamina? Then let's upgrade. Ding. Gene constitution successfully upgraded to level 3. Gold coins minus 50. Instantly, Tai felt energized throughout his body, with significantly enhanced grip and holding strength in his hands. Even Mariah, who was clinging to Tai, sensed that something was different about his body. Hold on tight. Tai could now clearly perceive that his hands could easily support 2, even 3 people. Suddenly, he dropped slightly, positioning himself parallel to the 5th floor window. Bang! Tai kicked forcefully with both legs toward the 5th floor. Though the window showed some signs of cracking, it did not shatter. Meanwhile, the loud impact noise on the glass drove the zombies outside the door into further frenzy. Bang! Another kick. The 5th floor window cracked again, but still didn't break. Why don't you use bulletproof glass? Tai muttered, scrutinizing the quality of the window. At this moment, the iron door on the 6th floor was utterly shredded by the swarm of zombies. Zombies with various mutations rushed toward Tai and Mariah with one goal in mind: to devour them whole. Untie the pipe. My weight will affect your ability to kick. You have a better chance of survival than both of us dying here. Mariah's words touched Tai's heart. Shut up. Tai ignored her request. At the very least, he wouldn't abandon her now. If it were someone like Kramer or Lewis behind him, he might have directly dragged them to feed the zombies. But during his time with Mariah, he could feel her kindness toward the world and humanity. In the apocalypse, people with a conscience might die more easily. But only those with a conscience could bring peace back to the apocalypse. Tai wasn't a saint, but when faced with such kind-hearted individuals, he would still choose to help them. Of course, if it truly came down to a life-threatening moment, even if Mariah hadn't said anything, he would throw her down without hesitation. Saving her didn't mean sacrificing himself too. But for now, there was still a chance to fight. Tai clung tightly to the platform outside, swinging his body outward. He intended to use the combined force of his body and legs to shatter the window. Once, twice. As Tai swung back and forth, the zombies above had reached the window. Some less intelligent zombies climbed onto the window ledge and blindly leaped down, unaware of Tai and Mariah's presence. Dozens of zombies fell from upstairs like they were doing skydiving one after another. However, some zombies, having inherited insectoid mutations, gained the ability to climb walls. For example, a zombie that had been bitten by a face spider grew spider hairs on its body. It had 8 eyes on its head, and its hands and feet adhered to the wall like Spider-Man, beginning to crawl toward Ty and Mariah step by step. The previously decapitated zombie, after being trampled by many other zombies, finally managed to free itself from the weight pressing down on it. Now, countless small suction cups had grown below its neck, allowing it to climb up the walls and reach the 6th floor window from the outside. In an instant, the entire 6th floor window was covered with a dense mass of zombies. Hiss. Roar. Countless zombies rushed towards Ty swiftly. If one looked from the ground up to the 6th floor, it would seem like a cluster of flesh-colored balls converging toward a central white dot. The sky was incredibly gloomy, with wind blowing all around. The piercing cold wind blew across Ty's face, and his eyes were entirely focused on the window above. He had no time to consider how many zombies were surrounding him. This kick, if successful, would mean survival. One last swing. Ty used his hands as poles. After multiple back-and-forth swings, the amplitude of his body movements had become quite large. At this moment, the zombies also began to launch fierce attacks on Ty. Countless zombies lunged at Ty, eager to devour him right away. This was the moment that would decide everything. A desperate struggle. Ty held his breath, releasing all the strength from his hands and concentrating it in his legs. Using all his might, he kicked. Smash. The point of impact was where the cracks had already appeared. Instantly, glass shards flew in all directions, and Ty's feet were torn open by the flying fragments. The window shattered. Taking advantage of the force, Ty carried Mariah straight into the room. In midair, Ty performed another high-difficulty move. He adjusted his position in the air, using his hands to protect Mariah's head and using his back as a cushion, landing on the 5th floor. At this moment, the zombies outside lost their target, but their momentum couldn't be stopped, so they fell to the ground due to gravity. However, a few second-stage zombies still clung to the bricks outside and started crawling slowly towards the 5th floor. Chapter 37. Old Noel's Favor. Petra felt the full weight of her body press down on Ty after she landed, and a wave of guilt rose within her. She wanted to get off Ty immediately. However, she realized that Ty was hugging her even tighter. Then, she felt her body rolling with Ty continuously. Bang, bang, bang. Several arrow-like objects pierced through the floorboards. The reason why Ty kept rolling with Petra was because of this. Second-stage zombies had climbed from the exterior wall of the 6th floor into the room they were in. A leaping zombie approached, equipped with 2 wings behind its back and exposed fangs on either side of its mouth, aiming to tear a large hole in Petra's back. Swish. Ty pushed Petra away and sliced the zombie in half with his hunting broad blade. Ty was slightly stunned. Though he exerted all his strength, he did not expect to cut the zombie in 2. This is the power of a physique upgraded to LV3? But Ty did not linger in battle either. His legs had numerous small cuts from broken glass. Blood seeped out from these wounds constantly. Though these few second-stage zombies were not much of a threat, he feared attracting all the zombies on the 6th floor during this fight. Run downstairs. Ty glanced at Petra lying on the ground, but made no move to help her up. Instead, he rushed towards the door. Petra did not act like a burden. She got up quickly and followed behind Ty. At this point, commotion spread from the 6th floor as countless zombies began running downstairs, roaring continuously, eager to tear Ty and Petra into pieces. Run separately. The teaching building had staircases on both sides. Ty ran straight for the nearest left staircase, while Petra, without hesitation, turned to run towards the right staircase. Splitting up certainly increased their chances of survival. Ty had bloodstains on him, and similarly, when he hugged Petra, she also acquired bloodstains. So the zombies would either focus on one person or split their pursuit between the two. Both Ty and Petra sprinted, and so did the zombies. Due to the sheer number of zombies, some even jumped from the 5th floor. Landing, their lower bodies became pools of meat paste, yet they did not stop moving but began crawling upstairs again. Blocked from front and back, Ty's body, now upgraded to LV3, significantly improved his speed, combined with the speed gems boost, allowing him to leave the zombies far behind. But Petra wasn't as lucky. Even though she exercised daily, her speed couldn't match the frenzied state of the zombies. Soon, the gap between her and the zombies narrowed to just half a floor. Ty reached the bottom floor, dealt with the zombies that had jumped down, and looked up at Petra. She was now on the 3rd floor, with several zombies almost catching up to her. The only way she could survive was if someone distracted the zombies. But it was clear that the person who lured them would die. Ty had 2 choices: go up to attract the zombies to help Petra escape, or find a relatively safe classroom to treat his wounds to prevent bleeding out. Ty chose the latter. He had done enough for her. He couldn't risk his life for a girl he'd known for less than an hour. Turning his gaze away, he stabbed the last zombie on the ground and prepared to head outside. But then, a voice suddenly came from the 3rd floor. "Classmate, save me. I can give you money." More survivors? Ty looked up and saw a student crouched in the hallway shouting at him. Hope flickered in his eyes. Is this old Noel's favor? A playful smile flashed across Ty's face. He changed direction and headed toward Petra. I've just upgraded my body, and gold coins are a bit tight. Let's earn some gold first. The pleading student was overjoyed as he saw Ty heading upstairs. He's coming to save me. But soon, the student regretted it. Because Ty wasn't running, He was walking slowly. By the time Tai reached the second-floor stairs, some zombies were already drawn by his voice, starting to head in his direction. What's going on? Isn't he here to save me? If you weren't going to save me, why didn't you say so earlier? The pleading student hurriedly ran backward, but zombies from the other side of the staircase were attracted by his shouts, placing him under attack from both directions. What should I do? What should I do? I don't want to die. He turned his gaze towards the direction where Tai was. At this moment, Tai was holding a long knife and was slaughtering zombies frantically in front of a girl. He has the ability to kill zombies. Why doesn't he come to save me? Is it because she's a girl? Save me. I'll give you as many girls as you want. Just save me. The student shouting for help yelled at Tai, but no matter how much he shouted, Tai paid him no attention. He was desperate. He was a genuine rich second generation with a group of friends. In his mind, there was nothing that couldn't be bought with money. Even friendship and love were no exception. He came here originally intending to play an exciting poker game with his partner in the classroom, and he even bought the key to the classroom door. But right before it was about to end, a zombie crisis erupted outside the classroom. To save his life, he knocked out his sexual partner and used her as bait for the zombies, hiding himself away. Just when he thought he was certain to die, he saw Tai slash several zombies on the ground, instantly sparking his desire to survive and hoping Tai would save him. Due to extreme panic, he didn't notice the zombies on both sides, which led to the current situation. He had already made up his mind. As long as he could get out alive, he would make sure the girl got what she deserved, and that guy, he would dose him with double the amount of drug C and let him spend the night with several pigs. He had done this kind of thing no less than 5 times. The rich second generation quickly ran back into the classroom and locked the door tightly. He believed these zombies wouldn't be able to break through it. While he was avoiding the zombies, Tai successfully cleared the zombies behind Petra. Most of these zombies, after being infected, had very poor vision and mostly relied on their sense of smell and hearing to perceive their surroundings. So when the rich second generation called for help, those zombies shifted their targets and all ran toward him. Only dozens remained behind Petra. This small number was merely ATMs to Tai. Chapter 38: The True Power of the Bomb. After Tai finished off the zombies, he brought Petra to a classroom on the first floor. At this point, most of the zombies were completely besieged outside the classroom door on the third floor, so the first floor was relatively safe at this time. You should leave through the underground garage. Tai glanced at Petra and said, Underground garage? Faced with Tai's sudden words, Petra felt a bit confused. I escaped from the underground garage earlier. If it weren't for rescuing my comrades, I wouldn't have come back. Tai lied. He certainly couldn't tell Petra that this underground garage had been his escape route in his previous life. At the exit of the underground garage, there was a sewer that had fallen into disrepair over the years, making Davis Hole cover easy to open. Following the sewer straight ahead to its end would lead to the military-built shelter. However, this shelter could only sustain for 3 days. After that, it would be overwhelmed by those mutants. Back then, Tai reached the military-built shelter via this very sewer. Of course, that was all backstory. Tai could not possibly tell these things to Petra. In the apocalypse, no one could save another person forever, even if they could save someone temporarily. Tai could casually make up an excuse and tell Petra the entire escape route. But what use would it be? With the apocalypse, one had to resist not only zombies but also human nature. A girl as beautiful as Petra would naturally become the most valuable commodity. Even if he told her these routes, if she couldn't find her way to survive in the apocalypse, she would either fall into depravity or die. Aren't you coming with me? Petra asked. I need to rescue my companions. You go first. All the zombies are being drawn towards that person, so now is a safer time to leave. As he spoke, Tai tore strips of cloth from his jacket and began bandaging his wounded foot layer by layer to prevent blood loss. Okay. Petra nodded, not proposing any polite remarks about staying. This time, she clearly understood that her presence undoubtedly added extra burden to Tai. If she stayed, it wouldn't help him. Instead, it might hinder him. Be careful. Petra looked at Tai. For some reason, she suddenly cared a little about him. The cold gaze of this man seemed less icy than before. Tai nodded, continuing to focus on what he was doing without acknowledging Petra. He placed the Realgar bomb and ordinary bombs separately on the left and right sides of his backpack, within easy reach. Standing up, Tai listened carefully at the classroom door for a moment, then turned toward the window. Just as Tai opened the window, a scream broke the silence of the whole building. Ah! That scream resembled the despair one felt upon entering hell, causing a chill down anyone's spine. Splash! After the scream, a blood-covered body fell from the 3rd floor to the ground on the 1st floor. Tai looked out the window. The person who jumped was the same wealthy second generation who had previously begged him for help. The wealthy man was still barely breathing. His body was chewed up beyond recognition, covered in wounds, torn flesh, and streaming blood. His face was even more horrific. Half his head was eaten away, revealing bone through the remaining skin, and his left eyeball dangled from its socket like a bead, held by only a tendril of tissue. His nose was completely gone, leaving 2 hollow bone holes. It was a gruesome sight. In his final moments, he saw Tai and gave him a look full of resentment. He seemed to question why Tai didn't save him, but that resentment quickly dissipated under Tai's cold expression. Then, dozens of zombies leaped from upstairs and resumed chewing on the rich man's body. They had only one thought. Eat, eat, eat. An endless feast of human flesh. Even if there were a nuclear bomb in front of them, they would continue feasting on the human meat. The wealthy man used all his strength to beg Tai for mercy. Yet he saw an expression colder than the zombies on Tai's face. In the end, the wealthy man died beneath the mouths of the zombies. He did not die from blood loss but from pain. Being torn apart bite by bite by zombies caused a pain even more intense than dismemberment. Leaning against the wall corner, Tai put the hunting wide blade into the system warehouse and then took out a bomb, carefully feeling its texture. Although the rich man was dead, he still emitted a shuashingwei, bloody smell. After the host dies, the vitality of blood would gradually fade away. However, during this period of fading, it was still quite tempting for zombies. Therefore, those zombies would definitely gather around the rich man. Tai wanted to deal with the 8-armed spider, so he had to solve these zombies first. Almost there. Tai glanced at the small, black bomb in his hand and turned sideways toward the window. At this moment, more than 20 zombies had gathered where the rich man died. Recalling Petra's reminder, Tai knew that this bomb exploded through the collision of chemical agents. Therefore, it must be thrown hard onto the ground. Otherwise, it wouldn't explode. He was worried that if the bomb landed on a zombie when thrown into the group, the soft human body might reduce the impact force, making the bomb useless. So he chose a spot close to the zombies and threw it forcefully. Bang! Boom! The sound of landing and explosion rang out simultaneously. A crater appeared where the bomb exploded, and the nearby zombies were all blown away. Such weak power? Tai looked at the zombies blown away. Only their arms and legs were broken, far from being shattered into pieces as shown in TV dramas. Just as Tai complained, a miraculous scene unfolded before him. After the explosion, flames mysteriously burned on the ground. More than 20 zombies were all engulfed by the fire. Well, the attack method of this bomb was not explosives but flames. When Petra made the bombs for Tai, she found insufficient gunpowder and thus changed the materials. She converted part of the gunpowder into flammable materials and relied on oxygen to create a big fire. Soon, these zombie bodies were burned to ashes by the fire, and Tai successfully earned dozens of gold coins. But Tai's goal was not achieved yet. The main event was still to come. Chapter 39. The gift left by Tai. After the explosion, the remaining zombies on the upper floors rushed towards the outside of the teaching building. Some of the more direct zombies even chose to jump out of the windows. Tai once again took out his hunting broad blade and leaned by the window, scanning the scene outside with his peripheral vision. The purpose of Tai throwing the grenade was not only to eliminate the zombies outside, but also to lure the zombies inside the building out. Only then could he smoothly enter the medical room. But reality was always a few steps worse than imagination. The explosion triggered by the bomb attracted not only the zombies inside the building, but also the ones that had left earlier. I need to move faster. Tai pressed himself against the door and peeked through the peephole, confirming it was safe before carefully walking toward the medical room. To gather supplies in the medical room, he had to deal with the 8-legged spider and some infected spiders. The realgar bombs made by Petra were not intended for their explosive damage, but to propel the realgar out during the explosion. Without destroying the medicine, it would eliminate all the small spiders around. However, one issue had to be considered beforehand. The sound of the explosion. Whether an ordinary bomb or a realgar bomb, both would make noise, and such noise would surely attract zombies from all around. But Tai had already thought of a solution. He had successfully and smoothly infiltrated to the entrance of the medical room. Through the inner glass, he saw the position of the 8-legged spider inside. Spider-type infected creatures had a unique habit. They treated humans as their treasures, binding them with webs to form spider cocoons. If these spider cocoons were destroyed, it would thoroughly enrage the 8-legged spider. When enraged, it would devour everything, regardless of whether they were zombies or its own kind. Therefore, Tai's plan was to destroy the spider cocoons first and then throw the realgar bomb. Luckily, the door to the medical room is half open. Tai looked at the half-open door ahead and let out a quiet breath. Approaching the door, he didn't immediately enter, but extended his hunting broad blade inside. Spiders like to crawl on walls and hide in dark corners. It was best to test if there were any hiding behind the door. Soon, Tai heard rustling sounds approaching his hunting broad blade. All creatures, after mutation, no longer feared humans. Their first reaction to unknown threats was not to flee but to attack. This gave Tai a chance. Several small spiders soon appeared on Tai's hunting broad blade. However, after a while, these spiders strangely died on the blade. It wasn't because they were cut by the hunting broad blade, but because Tai had coated it with insecticide when extending it in. These spiders naturally died upon contact with the insecticide. After waiting a bit longer and finding no further anomalies near the door, Tai finally got up and walked inside. Entering the medical room felt like stepping into the cave of silk spiders. Spider silk hung on all the walls. One could faintly see arms wrapped in spider silk on the walls. These spiders preferred to bind food they couldn't eat onto the walls. Now, the entire medical room was filled with limbs stuck to the walls. The floor was littered with scattered medicine bottles and bloodstains. Not daring to stay too long inside, Tai quickly moved toward the spider cocoons. At this moment, the 8-legged spider was resting upside down beside the cocoon. Its body was dark blue with 8 yellow spots. The spider hair on its legs stood like steel needles. Being close to it made one's hairs stand on end. However, its 8 eyes were closed, digesting human flesh after a feast. Having nearly reached stage 3, it needed to convert human flesh into energy to advance. But how could Tai allow that? This 8-legged spider was his biggest threat at present. If it really advanced to stage 3, he wouldn't dare approach, let alone enter the medical room. Its terrifying strength could be compared to that of a death worm. Shifting his gaze from the 8-legged spider to the 3 hanging spider cocoons on the wall. These 3 cocoons resembled 3 large pupae, entirely covered in spider silk. From a distance, they looked oval-shaped. But upon closer inspection, the human shape inside the oval shape was clearly visible. Hands, feet, necks, heads, and even facial features were vaguely visible. However, over time, these people had long since died within the spider cocoons. Their limbs were deformed by the pressure from the cocoons, eventually transforming their entire bodies into an oval shape. Currently, there were 2 methods to wake up the 8-armed spider: attacking it or destroying its spider cocoons. The first method could be considered suicidal. Because insects' reactions and perception abilities are inherently stronger than humans, it would definitely react before you could attack it. Engaging in close combat with the 8-armed spider was equivalent to a death sentence. The second method was what Tai intended to do anyway, making it a 2-for-1 deal. Tai didn't waste any time. He felt that those small spiders around him were rapidly approaching. He immediately raised his hunting broad blade and slashed horizontally, instantly splitting the 3 spider cocoons in half. The human bodies, squeezed into an oval shape, fell out of the cocoons, their upper and lower halves separating. At this moment, the blood spewing from their bodies had turned from red to yellow. This was due to the cocoons absorbing their life force. The 3 corpses all split into 2 halves, scattered on the ground. As soon as they hit the ground, the sleeping 8-armed spider woke up instantly. It opened its 8 eyes and stared directly at the 3 corpses on the ground. Then it looked up towards the direction of the medical room door. After slashing through the cocoons, Tai immediately bolted for the door without looking back, giving the 8-armed spider no chance to react. Hiss! Seeing its treasures shattered, the 8-armed spider became completely enraged. It swiftly waved its 8 legs and crawled toward Tai, shooting spider silk as it moved. But right then, something yellow appeared beneath its body. It was the gift Tai had left for it. Realgar bomb. Boom. Instantly, the bomb exploded, releasing a strong, pungent odor throughout the medical room. Countless small spiders crawling on the walls were sprayed with realgar and fell to the ground. Chapter 40. Purchasing the speed boots. As soon as the spider saw the realgar bomb, it retreated immediately. Though it completely avoided the explosion damage, Tai's action had enraged it, destroying its cocoon and killing so many of its kind with bombs. HSSSSS. The 8 legs of the 8-armed spider quickly swelled up. Soon, its body was as thick as an adult's arm. Its 8 eyes flashed with bloody red light. It moved rapidly toward the door on its 8 legs, leaving 8 holes in the wall with each step. At this moment, another explosion sounded from outside. Bang! When Tai escaped from the infirmary, he saw the zombies outside running towards the infirmary. To make the 8-armed spider encounter these zombies sooner, Tai sent a few bombs as gifts to the zombies. Instantly, all the zombies in the teaching building started running towards Tai's location, and the 8-armed spider also crawled out of the infirmary. But Tai had already prepared his escape route. He retreated quickly, and after running for dozens of seconds, he threw a bomb at the place where he initially escaped. Bang! Both the 8-armed spider and the zombies were attracted by this explosion and ran towards the blast site. At this point, the 8-armed spider had been thoroughly enraged by Tai's actions. Facing the zombies ahead, it immediately began a slaughter. Tai, hiding in the classroom, watched the 8-armed spider's method of killing through the window. Even though he had seen similar scenes in his previous life, he was still shocked by its brutality. The 8 legs of the 8-armed spider acted like human arms, tearing apart zombies nonstop. Blood sprayed everywhere with every moment that passed, being pierced, torn apart, or sliced in half. On the ground, black blood had stained the earth, as if black-red was its natural color. The 8-armed spider continuously attacked the surrounding zombies, not only using its limbs but also corroding them with venom. In a frenzied state, no mutant could match the savagery of the 8-armed spider. Just as Tai thought the zombies would retreat, a zombie he had seen before appeared before him. A zombie with 8 arms. 3rd stage power. Infected by the 8-armed spider. Zombies and mutants were generally neutral towards each other. Neither would attack the other unless provoked, with their common enemies being humans and unmutated creatures. But once one side attacked, the other would retaliate without hesitation. Soon, the 3rd stage zombie and the 8-armed spider were grappling together. Mutants are stronger than zombies when they're at the same stage. But this zombie has reached stage 3 while the 8-armed spider is nearly there, so their strength difference isn't much. They'll wrestle for a while. Now is the best time to infiltrate the infirmary. Tai watched the battle between the zombie and the mutant, muttering to himself. His strategy was to borrow force to eliminate others, luring out the 8-armed spider to help clear the outside zombies, thus creating an opportunity for him to sneak into the infirmary for supplies. After observing for a while, Tai found that the 2 monsters were fighting farther and farther away, already quite a distance from the infirmary. The 8-armed spider moves faster than even the rat zombies. If it comes back while I'm gathering supplies, I might find it difficult to escape. Tai furrowed his brow, pondering. Currently, the 8-armed spider was almost at the 3rd stage. If it killed the 3rd stage zombie and consumed it, it could very likely reach the 3rd stage. Then he wouldn't be a match for the 8-armed spider anymore. Open the system shop. Tai glanced at the surrounding zombies. For safety, he decided to buy something that could enhance his speed. Killing zombies and using realgar bombs on small spiders had earned him a decent sum. The current coin count in the top left corner showed 251 coins. If my body constitution gene upgraded to LV4, even if the 8-armed spider reaches the 3rd stage, I could still fight it. At this stage, upgrading the body constitution gene would be more advantageous than any equipment. Tai looked at the cost for upgrading to LV4, falling into deep thought. 500 coins. 10 times more expensive. You might as well write robbing on the price tag. Tai instantly gave up on upgrading the body constitution gene. 500 coins was a considerable amount to him. Tai opened the system shop reluctantly and eventually settled on a pair of shoes. Speed boots, 250 coins, increase speed by 5 points. Purchase. Since he couldn't enhance his overall strength, he would focus on improving his ability to escape. If he couldn't win a fight, then running away was the best option. In this apocalyptic world, fleeing wasn't a shameful thing. It could help him survive longer. Ding. Speed boots purchased successfully. Instantly, a brown high-top shoe appeared in Tai's hand. Only one. Tai stared at the shoe in his hand, completely dumbfounded. Please refer to the image. The system's cold response left Tai speechless. The image showed only one shoe, so he got only one shoe after the purchase. Brilliant. As much as he complained, he still needed to wear it. Tai glanced at the shoe, and then looked at the other shoes available in the system shop. This speed boot was meant for the left foot. If he wanted both feet to wear system shop shoes, he'd have to buy a right foot shoe separately. Fortunately, apart from the resistance boots, all other shoes were for the right foot. The only downside was that wearing mismatched shoes made him look like he had put them on by mistake. Originally, Tai's shoes were white, but now one was brown and the other remained white, creating a rather jarring appearance. Sure, they look ugly, but the speed boost is definitely noticeable. Tai stomped his foot, feeling that his current speed had increased to about 15 kilometers per hour. He then peered out the window again. The zombies around the area had almost been wiped out by the 8-armed spider, which was now battling the 3rd stage zombie. They were about 500 meters away from the infirmary, giving Tai enough time to sneak in. Tai quickly left the classroom and ran towards the infirmary. As he approached the infirmary, he could clearly smell the putrid odor and blood stains. It was as if someone had fallen into a cesspool and was holding a freshly slaughtered pig. The smell was unbearable. However, fortunately, Tai managed to successfully infiltrate the infirmary and began searching for the medicines he needed. Chapter 41. Returning to the medical room, Tai entered the medical room, having already made a simple classification of the drugs he was looking for. These roughly fell into 3 categories: emergency medicines, resuscitation medicines, and enhancement medicines. Among them, the enhancement medicines were mostly stimulants. They could directly stimulate the medullary respiratory center, deepening and accelerating breathing. The most famous one is nicotinamide, chloramine. Tai considered himself quite lucky as he found this type of medicine on the shelf. Most of these medicines are administered via injection. Fortunately, in his previous life after joining the military base, Tai had worked in the medical field and felt confident about performing simple injections. Nicotinamide. These items not only enhance physical performance but also suppress pain sensation, allowing one to temporarily forget pain after sustaining severe injuries, fighting to the death. Due to the limited capacity of his backpack and his enhanced physique, he took only one box. After collecting the stimulants, Tai began to move deeper into the medical room. All around on the ground lay spider corpses with their 8 legs curled tightly together. The room still floated with a strong acidic stench. Upon entering the inner room of the medical facility, the windows and doors were sealed by spider webs, preventing any sunlight from entering, making the entire medical room extremely dark. Tai approached the medicine cabinets, carefully searching through the medicines. With the coming of the apocalypse, human immunity plummeted rapidly, and adapting to this environment would take years at least. Therefore, if one caught a cold or fever in this world and didn't receive timely treatment, airborne viruses would quickly invade your bodily functions, leading either to sudden death or becoming a shell controlled by parasites. Thus, cold medicine and antipyretics were the 2 types of medicines Tai currently needed most. Even if he couldn't use them, selling them could exchange for large amounts of food and water. However, fortunately, it was the first day of the apocalypse, and no one paid much attention to medication yet, so there were plenty of antipyretics and cold medicines in the medical room. Tai quickly filled his backpack. Then, Tai set his sights on the saline solution and glucose water beside him. Both played crucial roles, especially the saline solution. It not only provided energy to the body, but could also be used as a wound cleaning agent, playing a disinfectant role. Tai took out the mineral water he had scavenged before, drank a few gulps from the bottle, then poured out the rest. Looking at the streaming water, he was heartbroken. But you can't have both fish and bear's paw. His backpack couldn't hold more saline or glucose water. He had to give up one. In the end, Tai filled 2 large bottles with saline solution and 1 big bottle with glucose water using the mineral water bottles. There's just one last type of medicine. Tai looked towards the front room, muttering to himself. This medical room was divided into 3 rooms in total. The second room where he was now dealt with illnesses like colds and fevers, while the farthest room handled external injuries. The last type of medicine Tai needed was the hemostatic medicine to stop bleeding. The den of the 8-legged spider was in the farthest room, which had the most baby spiders. When escaping, the realgar bomb he threw was in the outermost room, and the realgar could not reach the last room. That is, there were at least dozens of spiders in the room ahead. However, besides the realgar bombs, Tai also had insecticides. This was a deadly threat to these small spiders. What Tai feared most was that the 8-legged spider might suddenly return when he entered the room, causing trouble. Just to be safe, let's set up a big surprise for it. Tai looked at the door ahead and took out all the realgar bombs from his backpack. He used the stickiness of the spider web to hang all the realgar bombs on it. Spider webs are flammable and will continue to burn along, and the realgar bombs contain gunpowder which would still explode when exposed to high temperatures even without a high-speed impact. According to the walking route of the 8-legged spider, it would enter this door by crawling on the ceiling. As long as he lit the spider web when it entered the second room, it would face a spectacular explosion. However, the current problem was fire. I hope those bodies have lighters on them. The Zippo tie obtained earlier had been used up while dealing with mutants, so now to get a source of fire, he either relied on the bombs or hoped there were lighters on those bodies. Ty held the hunting broad blade in one hand and an insecticide in the other, cautiously walking towards the last room. But no matter how careful Ty was, the moment he pushed open the door, he knew he had triggered the trap left by the 8-armed spider. When the 8-armed spider left the medical room, it left some darker spider silk at the entrance. Once this spider silk was broken, the 8-armed spider could immediately sense that someone had intruded into the medical room. Such bad luck. Ty looked at the broken spider silk, never expecting the creature to set up a trap next to the door. I have to hurry. I hope that third-stage zombie can help me buy some more time. Sure enough, when Ty entered the third room, the small spiders crawling on the walls rushed at him from all directions. Ty raised the insecticide and sprayed 360 degrees around him. Instantly, all the small spiders lost their vitality mid-air like tiny raindrops and fell to the ground. At the same time, the 3 corpses previously wrapped in spider cocoons on the ground had completely turned into zombies. All of them were second stage. The most horrifying part was that where Ty had severed them with his knife, there grew something akin to a spider's posterior sac, with 4 additional spider legs sprouting from each side. If I had known, I would have cut off their heads. Ty cursed, then lifted his hunting broad blade and slashed at the foremost zombie. As he moved, he suddenly found his feet stuck fast in spider silk, rendering him immobile. What's going on? Ty looked up at the 3 inverted zombies hanging from the floor. They hadn't attacked him, so why were his feet bound in spider silk? Ty shifted his gaze to the lifeless lower halves lying on the ground. Inside the hollowed-out torsos teemed countless spiders, using these thighs as their lairs, hidden within. The reason Ty's legs were tied up was due to the spider silk produced by these small spiders. Logically, these small spiders shouldn't be that intelligent. Seeing me, they should rush over directly. Instead, they choose to control. Could it be that? Ty looked up at the 3 zombies above, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. Just then, the door of the medical room also echoed with rustling sounds of something crawling. Chapter 42. Forge a Bloody Path. Ty roughly guessed that the zombie hanging upside down on the wall had the ability to control the small spiders. Otherwise, it was impossible for these small spiders to be so smart and unanimously spit spider silk at his legs. Meanwhile, the rustling sound from outside was very likely caused by the 8-armed spider crawling back. Is this what they mean by misfortunes never come singly? Ty shifted his gaze to the small spiders on his thigh, picked up the insecticide, and sprayed it at them directly. Just as Ty was attacking the small spiders, the zombie above took advantage of the moment to attack Ty. But what it didn't know was that this was a deliberate flaw that Ty had intentionally exposed to them. Immediately, Ty raised his knife and slashed upward. Instantly, 2 second-stage zombies were split in half, while the remaining one quickly retreated, intending to limit Ty's attacks using the small spiders again. Unfortunately for it, its speed was no match for Ty. It turned out that Ty's feet had already fully broken free from the spider web with the help of the scholar's gem and speed boots, allowing him to move swiftly behind the last zombie. Swish! Dark red blood spurted from the zombie's neck, and its head rolled onto the ground like a watermelon. Ty pretended to attack the small spiders, but in reality, he was luring the 3 second-stage zombies to initiate their attack. Meanwhile, he kept striking the spider web with his feet. Although he could have easily sliced through the web using the hunting broad blade, doing so would not have provoked all 3 second-stage zombies into attacking him at once. If they chose to disperse and fight separately, Ty wouldn't be able to take them out in one go. Since there was still a big monster to deal with outside the door, tackling them together would present a significant problem for Ty. Eliminating them one by one was the best strategy. After taking out these 3 second-stage zombies, Ty quickly ran towards the medicine counter. Fortunately, a bottle of iodine tincture was placed on the medicine counter, which could help intensify the fire. Unfortunately, none of the 3 corpses had a lighter, so Ty could only set off the trap using the flames ignited by an explosion. Quickly, Ty picked up the iodine tincture and rushed towards the door. During the sprint, he stored the hunting broad blade in the system storage and replaced it with a bomb in his hand. He threw both the iodine tincture and the bomb outside the door in one fluid motion, which took only 3 seconds. Instantly, the sound of the bomb shook the clinic slightly, and the spider silk on the floor started to hiss. Flames began to engulf the entire room, fueled by the spider corpses huddled on the ground. At this moment, the 8-armed spider rushed into the second room. Just as Ty had guessed, the 8-armed spider was crawling along the doorframe towards the ceiling. However, just as it entered the room, it sensed something was wrong. Flames were burning around the room, and an unpleasant smell wafted forward. Despite its loss of reason, it could sense that the intruder who invaded its territory was the same person who had severed its cocoon. It wanted to transform him into a spider cocoon. As it dashed toward the third room, a sudden explosion echoed above it. Boom! The realgar bomb, heated by high temperatures, exploded. One explosion led to another. Instantly, all the bombs Ty had set up in the second room detonated. The 8-armed spider hanging from the ceiling was blasted onto the ground, its body flipping over. 3 of its spider legs were directly blown off, green blood flowing from the wounds. SSSSSS. The 8-armed spider let out agonizing screams. After the explosion of the Realgar bomb, the flames burned even more fiercely in the room. Shaking its body, the 8-armed spider shot countless strands of spider silk from its rear sac, attempting to right itself using the silk. But at that moment, the door to the third room opened, and a handsome man stepped out, holding a long blade in one hand and a syringe gun in the other, looking grimly at the 8-armed spider. Just stay here obediently. After saying that, Tai immediately took the syringe gun and continuously shot needles into the 8-armed spider's rear sac. The steel needles pierced into the rear sac of the 8-armed spider. Although they melted due to venom, they also tore open the sac, causing venom to flow from its body. And the flames, as if understanding the urgency, followed the spider silk and ignited the spider's body. No matter whether they had mutated or not, insects shared a common characteristic: fear of fire. Of course, except for those with fire attributes. Tai looked at the 8-armed spider covered in flames and fired several more shots before turning to walk towards the window. When the 8-armed spider touched the trap, Tai had already found the hemostatic medicine he needed. The next thing to do was only one: escape from this school and find a relatively safe place. All the supplies he needed from this school had been collected. Staying here any longer was meaningless. Moreover, the continuous detonation of the Realgar bombs would attract all the zombies in the school, even those infected bodies that were leaving. If he didn't escape now, he might be trapped here forever. Bang! Tai leaped over the flames, shattered the window glass with the hilt of his knife, and flipped out directly. As soon as he escaped the clinic, he saw a dense crowd of zombies rushing towards him in the distance. Tai held the keys he had taken from Leonardo earlier in his pocket. One set of keys had a Mercedes-Benz logo on it. To find a safer place to live, he had to leave the city. The place where he was now was in the center of the city. Walking by foot, it would probably take a whole day to get out. So, he had to drive. All vehicles in the school were parked in the underground garage, which was also where Tai let Petra escape. That was the safest place in the entire school so far. Tai put the car key in his pocket and ran quickly towards the underground garage. However, the explosion sound from the clinic was too intense, attracting not only the zombies inside the school but also some infected zombies outside the school. In other words, no matter which direction Tai ran, he would definitely encounter a large number of zombies along the way. But Tai couldn't care about that now. If he hid, waiting for the zombies to gather nearby, he would really have no chance to escape. Now was his only chance to survive. While the zombies hadn't completely gathered, he must forge a bloody path. Chapter 43. Fight Out, and You Wolf. Tai held a syringe gun in one hand and a hunting broadblade in the other, with a pair of boots of speed on his legs and an amulet of knowledge hanging around his neck. He sprinted toward the underground garage with all his might. Several zombies were already drawn by the sound of Tai's running and began chasing after him. Swish! As he ran, he slashed without any concern for getting bloodstains on himself. His mind was focused on one goal only: reach the underground garage. Black blood stained Tai from head to toe. The stench of blood and decay assaulted his senses. Zombies fell one after another but seemed to multiply like cockroaches. Each downed zombie replaced instantly by another. Exhausted from prolonged exertion, Tai's pace inevitably slowed. Not only did he have to run madly forward, but he also had to continuously swing the long knife in his hands at the zombies surrounding him. Using both hands and feet while maintaining concentration to observe the number of zombies around him, his stamina was rapidly depleting. But he couldn't stop. The zombies ahead were scattered, but those behind him surged like tidal waves, unrelenting and growing in numbers. Some had dozens of limbs, crawling on the ground, while others curled up into spiky balls, rolling towards him like porcupines. Even worse, some infected zombies possessed ranged attack abilities, spitting toxic fluids directly at Tai. In their eyes, Tai was nothing more than food. Food they intended to devour down to the last bit. Tai lost count of how many school buildings he had passed. He could feel his lungs about to burst. A sweet, metallic taste spread in his throat. This was a sign of oxygen deficiency leading to pulmonary hemorrhage. If he kept this up, he might even faint right there. Upgrading his physique to level 3 had certainly enhanced his physical abilities, but even the world's top athletes couldn't maintain such high-intensity fighting and running indefinitely. These zombies aren't letting up. Looking back, he realized he had already left the medical room far behind. Yet the number of zombies continued to increase. Apparently, the explosion at the medical room no longer distracted them. Their target now was Tai. Suddenly, a shocking scene appeared ahead. A swarm, a horde of zombies appeared before him, even more numerous than those behind him. What was happening? Why were there so many zombies gathered ahead? Most of the clothes worn by these zombies were not from within the school. This meant that this horde had entered from outside the school grounds. Tai stopped and surveyed his surroundings. Stone walls blocked his left and right sides, leaving him no escape except through the hordes in front or behind. Either carve a bloody path or be torn apart by the zombies. Pisage. Tai spat, a hint of disdain in his eyes. If you won't let me live, then I'll make sure you experience death all over again. From his backpack, Tai took out a bottle of mineral water and poured it over his head. One bottle wasn't enough, so he poured another. 3 bottles soaked him completely. Strapping his backpack back on, he exchanged the syringe gun and broadblade for several bombs. Turning back to the zombies ahead, he knew if he could get past them, The underground parking lot was just beyond. Fight out and you live. Scum, taste the gift I'm sending your way. A grim smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Having experienced death once before, he feared it more than anyone else. Afraid of dying, he refused to die. At this moment, every ounce of potential within him was unleashed, returning him to peak condition. Dozens of bombs were hurled toward the front zombie horde. The first 10 or so were intercepted by the zombies, reducing their impact and preventing immediate detonation. But Ty had planned for this. The moment the bombs landed among the zombies, another bomb slipped from his sleeve. Since the initial bombs were blocked and lacked impact force, he used a chain reaction to set off all the bombs. The final bomb, he dropped right at the feet of the leading zombies. Upon hitting the ground, the bomb emitted a bright flash. Boom. Explosions erupted, flames spreading through the zombie horde, causing the bombs resting on the ground to swell under intense heat. Boom, 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 boom after boom. The entire school was once again plunged into pandemonium. But for Ty, it no longer mattered. The number of zombies surrounding him now numbered in the thousands, if not more. The earlier bomb blast had already completely drawn these zombies towards him. What difference would a few more explosions make? Flames instantly engulfed the horde of zombies, with half of them caught in the inferno, even emitting an odor akin to roasted meat in the air. Without hesitation, as soon as the explosion sounded, Ty charged straight into the zombie crowd. Hunting broadblade. Ty extended his hand forward, and a long knife appeared as if out of nowhere. Swish. A flaming zombie split cleanly in two. It was this very slash that signaled the start of Ty's battle against the zombies. Swish, swish, swish. Flames danced with the long knife. Blood splattered along with dismembered bodies. Because his body was drenched, the wet clothes reduced the chances of catching fire, allowing Ty to unleash his full potential amidst the flames. He slashed forward with one hand while sweeping away the exploded zombie corpses with the other. His eyes were fixed solely on what lay ahead. Even though the zombies around him were burning, their expressions mirrored Ty's. Their eyes were only on Ty. Countless claw-like hands reached out toward Ty but were quickly severed by the long knife in his hand. Due to the high temperature of the flames, most of the parasites residing within the zombies started to melt. The fleshy lumps on their faces began falling off, bursting mid-air, making for a ghastly sight. This made Ty's breakthrough much easier. However, the challenges did not end there. The real test was just beginning. He emerged from the sea of fire, only to face a massive group of zombies waiting for him. The flames from the bombs couldn't cover all the zombies, leaving those at the back unscathed. Phew. Blood stained Ty's arms. He couldn't tell if it was his or the zombies. His head was covered in blood. Most of his hair clumped together as if glued. Glancing sideways through the flames, the zombies behind him continued running towards him relentlessly, undeterred by the wall of flames before them. The zombies ahead formed human walls, blocking him where he stood. Ty did not resign himself to fate because his true intention for using bombs wasn't merely to carve a path out. Chapter 44. The Blood-Sucking Scythe. Ty knew all too well that relying solely on a hunting broadblade to kill zombies would be absolutely impossible for him to escape. Firstly, his physical capabilities were limited. They merely surpassed those of ordinary people, with the added advantage of not being susceptible to zombie infections. Facing so many zombies, even if he kept slashing without rest, he would eventually reach a point of exhaustion due to fatigue. Secondly, he couldn't possibly dodge every single attack from the zombies. Every time he killed a zombie, there was always a chance that his body would suffer injuries from sneak attacks by nearby zombies, and since each zombie attacked differently, he could never fully adapt. Therefore, he would either die from exhaustion or bleed to death from too many wounds. However, before this happened, Leland came up with a plan. In the system mall, there was a weapon that could alleviate his current predicament. The Blood-Sucking Scythe. The Blood-Sucking Scythe, price, 410 gold coins, strength +5, ability. Heals wounds with each attack. Note, cannot instantly recover from severe injuries. Though its strength boost was only 5 points, its effect could relieve his immediate distress. But after using the Sea of Fire to kill so many zombies, Leland had only accumulated 200 gold coins, still far from the required 410. Slice. Leland chopped off the head of a zombie in front of him, adding another claw mark to his arm. By now, his clothes were already torn to shreds by the zombies, full of holes, and blood seeped through the numerous rips in his attire. Behind him, the Sea of Fire burned fiercely, its light casting eerie shadows on Leland's injured arm. Amidst the remnants of the blazing inferno, the crisis of the apocalypse loomed. Leland retreated backward. He couldn't keep fighting these zombies head-on. He needed to buy time to earn more gold coins. Otherwise, he would be scratched to death by the zombies before he could earn enough gold coins. Leland retreated into the Sea of Fire. His blood began to clot rapidly, and the humidity in his clothing, dried out by the high temperature, evaporated as he re-entered the blaze. Waves of heat rushed toward him, and the burning pain on his skin became almost unbearable. But this was his only option. It was better to endure the scorching flames than to be clawed to death by the zombies. In the flames, the zombie attacks were less intense because the fire obstructed their vision and masked their sense of smell. This made it harder for them to pinpoint Ty's location. Slice. Another zombie was split in two, and the blood that spurted out was immediately evaporated by the surrounding flames. At this moment, Ty also felt his body growing weary, sweat beading on his forehead, and a faint dizziness creeping over him. If only the next level upgrade for my physique wasn't so expensive. Wait, cheaper. A spark of hope flickered in Ty's dull eyes. He lifted his long blade, chopping down an incoming zombie, and murmured to himself. In the previous life in King of Glory, equipment purchased from the mall could be sold back, though at a lower price, it was still better than nothing. System, can I sell my shoes? These were the only two items Ty currently possessed that he could sell. One was the swift boots, and the other was the knowledge gem hanging around his neck. The hunting broad blade was his talisman and something he could never part with. You can, replied the system. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I had to guess on my own? Look at the system in Minecraft. They treat the protagonist like their own child. Here, you refuse to tell me anything until it's too late. Is the system trying to eat me alive? How much can the boots sell for? Ty dared not complain further, fearing the system might revoke this trading function. 150 gold coins. 150, Ty glanced at his gold coin count, which displayed 253. So, if I kill 7 more zombies, I can get the blood-sucking scythe. Ty closed the system panel and turned his gaze forward. The zombies behind and in front of him were closing in, and the intensity of the sea of fire was gradually weakening. Ty's eyes darkened as he looked ahead. He loosened his wrist, gripping the knife tightly, and took steps forward. Hundreds of zombies were trailing behind him, while hundreds more approached from the front. The sky was overcast, the ground devastated, and the walls stained with dark red blood. The air was filled with the faint scent of blood, rot, and a thick, killing intent. Alone, Ty moved forward, his muscles tensing as he raised his blade and slashed. The leading zombie was instantly cut in half, plus 1 gold coin. Then, a zombie that was crawling on the wall suddenly leaped toward Ty. Its mouth opened wide, and its gums were split apart, with saliva dripping from its decaying yellow teeth. There were even bits of flesh visible on them. It aimed to bite off Ty's head in one go. Whoosh! Without looking at it, Ty sidestepped and raised the syringe gun in his hand, hitting it squarely between the eyes. Thud. Midair, it lost control and fell to the ground. Gold coins plus 2. Whoosh. Gold coins plus 3. At the same time, Ty gained another wound and unfortunately, this wound happened to be near a major artery that bled profusely, with blood gushing out violently. Although Ty's body had been hidden by the zombie's stench, the heavy bleeding made the zombies become frenzied once again. They charged at Ty madly. Ty saw his left hand bleeding uncontrollably. If not treated in time, he would die from blood loss before the zombies reached him. Whoosh. A horizontal slash. Instantly, 2 zombies in front of him were severed. Gold coins plus 2. 1 more gold coin, and he could buy the blood-sucking scythe. Just as Ty was about to use all his strength to drive the hunting broad blade into the zombie's head in front of him, he suddenly felt something wrap around his arm. Spider silk. He turned to look behind him. A zombie emerged from the sea of fire, indistinguishable from a normal person except for its mutated rear end, which resembled a spider's sack. The spider silk shot from its rear end, tightly binding the hand holding the knife. Ty tried to pass the hunting broad blade to his left hand to finish the last strike, but his left hand, severely weakened by blood loss, had no strength left to take over the hunting broad blade. The syringe gun he previously held fell to the ground due to lack of strength. Meanwhile, the zombie in front of him lunged at Ty. Its mouth looked somewhat like a death worm's. Its lips were lined with inverted spike teeth. Its eyes had regressed into 2 small white dots, and its face was covered with white bumps, making it look incredibly terrifying. Its mouth was expanding rapidly, intending to swallow Ty whole in one bite. This was a second-stage zombie. When the deathworm infected it, the deathworm was at stage 2, so it inherited the abilities and stage of the deathworm. With one hand restrained and unable to attack, and the other hand losing all vitality, was he going to die? Chapter 45. Bursting through the door, the hellish Azura. Just as Ty thought he was in a deadly situation, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Successfully killed 2 level 1 zombies, gold plus 1. 2 zombies, gold plus 1. Ty instantly understood. The fire behind him had burned the zombies inside. Sell speed boots, buy blood-sucking sickle. Ty didn't hesitate and immediately ordered. Ding. Speed boots sold successfully. Blood-sucking sickle purchased successfully. Instantly, a scythe shimmering with golden light appeared before Ty's eyes. Since both of Ty's hands were occupied, he chose to bite the handle of the scythe with his mouth. The blood-sucking sickle, akin to a grim reaper's scythe, hung in front of Ty's mouth. As the level 2 zombie rushed forward, it abruptly met its match right in front of Ty. The blood-sucking sickle stopped it dead in its tracks. The spikes of the blood-sucking sickle pierced into the level 2 zombie's skin, and at that moment, Ty felt the wound on his left arm's artery rapidly healing, and blood steadily flowing back into his body. However, the blood-sucking sickle lacked the ability to kill instantly like the hunting broadsword, and with its low base power, it couldn't instantly slay the level 2 zombie in front of him. Feeling movement in his left hand, Ty swiftly kicked the level 2 zombie in the abdomen and threw the blood-sucking sickle from his mouth into his left hand. Ty raised the blood-sucking sickle in his left hand and slashed through the spider silk in his right hand. At the moment it broke, the hunting broadsword in his other hand cut toward the retreating level 2 zombie. Whoosh! A gash split open the level 2 zombie, dividing its body into 2 halves. Brownish red blood spurted out, and even several small white worms wriggled forward from within. Ty stepped forward, trampling the white worms beneath his feet, turning them into mush. Now holding a scythe in one hand and a long knife in the other, Tai looked like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. The intense heat caused by the fire around him suddenly turned icy cold. Standing up, he gripped his weapons tightly. Slash. Tai sprinted forward, using the scythe to clear the path and the broadsword to finish off enemies. Even though wounds from zombie claws appeared on his body, they healed instantly in the next second. He fought with such courage, standing alone against many. Blood sprayed endlessly, and corpses fell one after another. Tai's body was dyed red with brownish blood, and the road he walked became a place of blood and bones. Slice, slice, slice. Countless skeletons collapsed. Looking around, it seemed not like a school but more like a human slaughterhouse, incredibly terrifying. In the end, relying on the powerful healing ability of the blood-sucking sickle, Tai managed to break out of the zombie encirclement and reached the entrance to the underground garage. But now Tai's strength was almost depleted, his hands numb, and his sword strike slow. If he encountered another large-scale zombie wave, even multiple blood-sucking sickles might not save him. Tai put both weapons into the system storage and quickly entered the underground garage. The moment he entered, he sensed the difference between the outside and inside. Outside, the air was filled with a putrid smell that could be smelled everywhere. The underground garage, built 3 stories below ground, was relatively damp but much closer to normalcy. Tai cautiously descended. Although the underground garage had been safe in his previous life, because he detonated a bomb and triggered a series of butterfly effects, no one knew if changes would occur here in this life. However, he could confirm that the corridor where he currently stood was safe, with no sign of zombies. Leaning against the wall for a brief rest, Tai continued walking inside. The door is closed? Seeing the closed roller shutter door, a look of surprise flashed across Tai's eyes. Did Mariah not escape in? Or did she enter first, and then close the roller shutter door? There are survivors inside. Or perhaps they opened the roller shutter door before escaping. Tai took out the blood-sucking sickle. Regardless of whether anyone was inside, he decided to force the door open. Breaking down the door would create noise, just like trying to communicate with someone inside. Rather than waste time negotiating, it was easier to pry open the door directly. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of scraping the door began to rise and fall continuously. The 5 people hiding behind the door showed signs of anxiety on their faces. Agia. It seems that the person outside the door has weapons. A girl looked at a tall and rather handsome man standing beside her and said. The other 3 also cast their eyes on Davis called Agia, seemingly regarding him as the leader of the 5. Mark watched the roller shutter door continuously making rustling noises. As he was still thinking of a strategy, a knife directly pierced through the roller shutter door and cut open a crack with a sharp noise. We can't let this continue. If we do, this door will be destroyed, and then we won't have any place to hide. Mark frowned and looked at the fat man standing at the back. Old Wong, open the door. But Aviv's face showed some worry. Although he stood at the back, he felt the bloody smell from the blade that pierced in. No buts, hurry up and open it. If the door is destroyed and the zombies come in, none of us will survive. Mark said. We need to make sure first. What if that person has wounds on his body? Aviv still felt it wasn't right and said. There's a fire axe nearby. If he has wounds on his body, we'll kill him. Mark's expression showed some hesitation, but he eventually hardened his heart. Yeah, as long as he has wounds, even if these monsters are suppressed by the army later, we'll have evidence. It's self-defense, after all. The glasses-wearing man pushed his glasses up and said, All right, Ajani, you go fetch the fire axe, and I'll open the roller shutter door. Aviv nodded and walked toward the roller shutter door switch. At this moment, Mark started negotiating with Tai. Classmate, doing this will attract zombies. We're going to open the door for you immediately. Just as Mark finished speaking, a large hole had already been slashed into the roller shutter door ahead. All 5 pairs of eyes converged on the figure entering from the big hole. One hand gripping a scythe, the other holding a long knife, covered in blood, emitting cold light from both eyes. They all simultaneously thought of the same word in their minds. Hellish Azura. Chapter 46. Quite bold. Everyone stared at Tai, who was covered in blood, and they instantly forgot all the plans they had just made. Their minds began to wildly speculate on Tai's identity. Terrorist? A soldier breaking out of an encirclement? Or a zombie? Mark gulped, looking down at Tai's body. His clothes were incomplete and soaked with a large amount of blood. Some of it was dark brown, clearly dead blood that had lost its vitality. Some of the blood near the rips in his clothes had coagulated into a dark red, but it still had significant differences from the dead blood. That should be the blood of a living creature. The school prohibited keeping pets, so apart from human blood, there was no other possibility. There were no wounds on his body, which meant this fresh blood might have splashed onto him when he killed other humans. Mark then quickly glanced at the 2 weapons in Tai's hands, one nearly a meter-long saber, and the other looked somewhat familiar yet strange. A golden scythe that gave off a feeling like it was taken from a game. Both weapons reeked of decay and blood. It must be known that such restricted knives are hard to come by. Therefore, this man before them must either have killed people or frequently killed people, and was thus an old hand at it. Mark quickly retreated backward, turning to look at his companions, signaling them not to make any rash moves with his eyes. The others weren't fools. They all stood still, afraid to move. Tai cast a sidelong glance at the few standing nearby, deliberately pausing on the girl. Her clothes were intact, standing behind a few Barneys. It seemed their morality hadn't completely deteriorated, and their thinking remained within the realm of civilization. But this apocalypse had just begun, and not everyone was like Leonardo. In a few days, it would be uncertain. At that time, human nature's baseness would truly be exposed. Tai took out his car keys and pressed the button. Fortunately, Leonardo's car was right near Tai. It was a Jeep Wrangler, the toughest breed in the Jeep series, a true ORV off-road vehicle. In the apocalypse, aside from specially designed cars, the best survival conditions belong to off-road vehicles. And the Jeep Wrangler was also considered a top-tier vehicle in post-apocalyptic models. Isn't that Teacher Yin's car? Neve, standing next to Zyler, looked at the activated Wrangler, her eyes flashing with confusion. Teacher Yin? Zyler turned to Neve. As a freshman, he didn't know who Teacher Yin was. He's the chairman of our school, often coming to teach dance students in physical training classes. I rode in his car once, so I remembered it. When Neve mentioned the physical training class, her cheeks flushed slightly but quickly returned to normal. Doesn't that guy seem to have killed Teacher Yin? Before Zyler could finish speaking, the Shay beside him covered his mouth. Keep quiet. These matters are no longer for us to worry about. A sharp glint flashed in the Shay's eyes. Off-road vehicles are notoriously loud. If this man intended to drive out, the noise would inevitably attract most of the zombies in the school. Once the off-road vehicle drew the zombies away, they would have a chance to escape. You see, he is walking towards us. Neve watched Tai get out of the car and walk toward them. She secretly handed the fire axe to Zyler and squeezed his arm, signaling him to hide it behind his back. Any of you who knows how to get to the market? In the previous life, the apocalypse had been raging for 7 years, and Tai had almost lost his memory of the nearby structures and terrain. With the navigation system in this car completely useless, he had to find someone to guide him. Everyone was stunned by Tai's question. Why go to the market? Steal vegetables? No one knows. Tai raised an eyebrow, losing his patience. Just as he was about to leave, Mark, who was standing in front, spoke up. I know. Mark realized that Tai did not use force to compel them to lead him to the market. This indicated that the person probably wasn't a ruthless killer. He had spent 3 years at the school, and the reputation of Leonardo was well known. Killing Leonardo didn't surprise him much. So, he was taking a gamble, betting that following Tai might offer a chance to survive. Get in the car. Tai glanced at Mark. He didn't ask why he was here. To him, these details were unimportant. If anyone dared to play tricks, he wouldn't mind these few ending up like Kramer and Lewis. The few standing behind became anxious when they saw Mark actually preparing to get in the car with this man. Mark was the backbone of their group. With his judgment, they had managed to survive in the school, but now he chose to go with this man. I also know the way to the market. Take me along. The Shay spoke first. Although his previous idea seemed good, he knew that the underground garage was still a distance from the school's exit, and the situation outside was unknown. It would be much safer to travel by car than on foot. Right. Take us along too. We are very familiar with the roads nearby. Avivso chimed in as well. One person knowing the route is enough. Are you planning to feed more zombies? And someone seems to be hiding a dangerous weapon behind them. Tai glanced at Avivso's hands placed behind him, chuckled lightly, then shifted his gaze back to Mark. Let's go. Tai turned and walked forward. The fat man was concealing a fire axe. If he wanted to save himself, he might kill Davis in front of him and take his place. Just as Tai was contemplating, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Quite bold. The playful look in Tai's eyes turned cold instantly. He quickly spun around, and a long sword appeared in his hand. Bang! The long sword blocked the incoming fire axe. How could it be? Avivso, holding the fire axe, looked at the long blade in Tai's hand, his eyes full of shock. He didn't have any weapons just now. How did he suddenly produce a long sword? Sweat trickled down Avivso's forehead. He sensed the murderous intent in Tai's eyes. His plan was to kill Tai directly and then hijack the car to escape. But he never imagined that Tai could magically produce a long sword. In the next second, he felt something warm trickle down his neck. It's blood. The fire axe fell from Avivso's hands with a crisp sound. He clutched his neck desperately, trying to stop the bleeding, but it was too late. His eyes bulged out, mouth wide open, tongue twitching, trying to shout but only managing a faint sound. Finally, he felt unable to breathe as cold air rushed into his neck. Thud. Avivso collapsed on the ground, blood flowing from his neck, his pupils dilating, lifeless. Chapter 47. Escaping from the school. The outside scene is even more terrifying. A scream reverberated through the entire underground garage, echoing continuously. It was Neve who screamed. Braden had been right beside her moments ago, but now he lay cut down on the ground. A living person, dead just like that. How could she not be terrified? Tai became somewhat impatient due to the girl's screaming and urgently urged Mark, get in the car. This scream would surely attract any zombies nearby that hadn't been killed yet. Once they arrived, what was left of the relatively safe area in the school would become a gathering place for zombies. He didn't want to waste time here. Though Mark did not scream, his mental state was far from good. It was his first time witnessing a living person being killed, especially someone from his own group. Need an invitation? Tai saw Mark subconsciously retreating and asked sternly. And no, not. Afraid that Tai's long knife would point at him again, Mark hurriedly followed behind Tai. Tai glanced at Braden's body on the ground, then turned to walk towards the Wrangler SUV. Seeing Tai's cold expression as he looked back one last time, Neve squatted down in terror. Who could kill without a hint of fear or shock, treating such events as common occurrences? Is he still human? Neve's hair hung disheveled, tears overflowing from her eyes, her face nearly breaking down. The bespectacled Barney glanced at Neve on the ground, and then at the SUV speeding away. His back was soaked with sweat, but reason held his fear in check. If he broke down now, it might mean the end. Do you want to come with me? The bespectacled Barney asked Neve softly. And no, I'm not going anywhere. Leave me alone? Neve clutched her hair, snot mixing with tears. Though she wasn't ugly, at this moment, in extreme terror, her face was contorted beyond recognition. Without saying much more, the bespectacled Barney got up and ran in the direction of the SUV. To him, it was better if Ty did not take him along. From the look on Ty's face when he killed Braden, he seemed to be a cold person. If he offended Ty in any way, his fate would likely be the same as Braden's. Though escaping increased his danger, it was better than being killed by Ty. Minutes after the bespectacled Barney left, many zombies began surging into the underground garage. Seeing the zombies approaching her, Neve's despair turned to madness. She stood up and started running toward the horde. Seeking death, she could no longer endure the torment. Soon, her body was swallowed by the zombies. In the end, she dragged her broken body, becoming one of them. Ty had already driven away from the school. This was the first time Ty saw the scene near the school on the first day of the apocalypse. Car crashes with burning vehicles, overhead wires snapping and sparking. The light rail tracks in the air twisted, and the doors of the carriages opened and closed intermittently, revealing a headless corpse hanging inside, blood dripping slowly from the severed neck. The surrounding area was in ruins. Walthams and bloodstains were everywhere. How long have you been in the underground garage? Ty broke the silence. After the zombie outbreak, I brought them to the underground garage because our club was close to it. I found fewer zombies around there, so we stayed hidden, Mark explained. Has anyone else come to the garage since then? Petra was not particularly important to Ty, but he felt a good impression from her, so he asked instinctively. Yes, a girl came. We didn't think much about it and let her go, Mark thought for a moment. Satisfied with the answer, Ty fell silent and continued driving. After a while, Mark broke the silence again. That's... Mark's pupils constricted, his mouth open, showing disbelief. In the face of disaster, humans are powerless. Ty also saw the scene ahead and commented. Several soldiers in military uniforms, with extremely distorted movements, were approaching them step by step. Obviously, they had been infected. The army could not stop the tide of zombies. No matter how brave a person was, it was impossible to defeat an enemy that outnumbered and outpowered them. No, I have to find my parents. They live nearby? Tears hung at the edges of Mark's eyes. He had originally thought this disaster only occurred at their school and would be quickly quelled by the army. What he did not expect was that the scene outside was even worse than inside the school. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and from time to time, zombies leaped towards them, only to be turned into pulp by Ty. In the corners around them, one could even see zombies continuously gnawing on the bodies of the living. Take me to the market first, and I'll let you go down. Ty ignored Mark's request. In this situation, his parents had most likely already become food for the zombies. Going down there would be courting death. No, let me off now. I have to find them. Let me off. Mark didn't know where he found the courage to try and snatch Ty's steering wheel, but soon he felt something cold press against his neck. Either take me to the market, and I'll let you go, or I'll kill you and find them myself. You choose. Ty cast a cold glance at Mark and said in a deep voice, I can tell you how to get there. Can you let me down then? Mark's face showed pleading. First, the terrain of Ashtonjong City is complex, and we are in the apocalypse now. If I make a wrong turn, who will bear the consequences? Second, this car is mine. Without me, you wouldn't have had a chance to get here. Third, if we stop the car now, the surrounding zombies might leap over. If they jam the wheels, the car will be hard to start again. I don't want to put myself in danger because of you. Fourth, if you say another word unrelated to our journey, I'll send you to join your companion. After saying this, Ty sheathed his long knife and stopped acknowledging Mark except for asking directions. However, the foot pressing on the accelerator pressed down harder. Chapter 48. A favor done and gasoline to ignite the zombies. Mark didn't say anything more. Despite his intense anxiety, he could feel Ty accelerating the car gradually, calming him down bit by bit. If I were in Ty's place, I probably wouldn't agree to let me get off either. Zombies around them shattered from collisions, white fluid and dark red liquid mixing together and splashing directly on the car windows. Sometimes, even heads smashed open would dangle in front of the windshield, yellow liquid still dripping from their eyes. Still, they kept rushing towards the vehicle, trying to obstruct it with their bodies. Mark knew that once the car slowed down, the zombies surrounding them would cling tightly onto the vehicle. When the accumulated weight became too heavy for the car to bear, its speed would decrease drastically or even stop entirely. At that moment, both he and Ty would face the danger of being surrounded and attacked by zombies. Mark snapped back to reality and looked up at Davis driving the car. The dangers outside seemed higher than those inside the school. This man had a very slim chance of entering the school from outside. Furthermore, he was quite familiar with the escape route from the school. This person was either a faculty member or a student. Given his age, he couldn't be much over 20 years old, so he was most likely a student from the school. Yet why did he seem so calm? He even killed without hesitation. Has he gone through something? Ultimately, Mark pressed this question deep into his heart. He was an intelligent person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found the underground parking lot as a hiding place. Right now, The only thing he could do was bring Tai to the market and then return home to look for his parents. Is this the place? Tai's cold voice broke Mark's thoughts. Yes. Mark nodded, adding, if you need vegetables, turn left. The right side sells meat. You can leave now. Tai nodded, unlocking the car door and signaling that Mark could go. Thank you. Mark glanced at Tai, thanked him politely, and quickly ran out of the car. Dad, Mom, wait for me, everything will be all right. Mark rushed toward his home, but the market was densely crowded, especially in the morning. Compared to the zombies at school, there were even more here. Bang! Just as Mark was thinking about how to evade the zombie chase, the Wrangler SUV directly plowed through the zombies in front of him. Take this and go another way. The noise has already attracted the zombies. Tai opened the window and threw a military shovel from his backpack to Mark before speeding into the market. Looking at the zombies turned into mush in front of him and then at the military shovel Tai gave him, Mark's gaze became more resolute. Tai was now on the left side of the market where fruits and vegetables were sold. He hadn't helped Su Xiang out of kindness, but because he saw potential in Mark. After the outbreak, Tai could find a survival route quickly. Then, despite almost breaking down when facing the possibility of his parents being eaten by zombies, he quickly regained his composure. Based on these 2 points alone, one could tell that Mark was someone rare and valuable in this post-apocalyptic world. Calmness and attention to detail. These were the essentials for surviving the apocalypse. Besides, he already had the hunting wide blade and bloodthirsty sickle. The military shovel was redundant and added extra weight. So, doing a favor wasn't a bad idea. If Mark survived by luck, Tai might receive unexpected benefits later. Trading an unnecessary shovel for goodwill. Why not? After arriving at the vegetable section, Tai did not stop immediately because a large number of zombies, including some mutants, had gathered behind him. Markets are dense with fruits and vegetables and heavily trafficked, making them ideal nesting or feeding spots for many mutants. So, Tai planned to lure these zombies away and then circle back to get what he needed. Tai intentionally slowed down the Wrangler, keeping the zombies and mutants trailing behind him. Soon, Tai drove out of the market and returned to the road. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed that the road he was on was a two-way lane separated by iron railings. Cars stopped at the roadside ahead due to their drivers dying. Glancing back at the crowd of zombies following him, their numbers rivaled the attendees at a J-Cho concert. Suddenly, Tai thought of a plan. There should be that thing in the car. Driving with one hand, Tai began to quickly search the vehicle with his other hand for what he needed. Opening a small compartment in the car, he saw a few items that made him feel startled. Damn. Apart from condoms, there were candles, clips, and spherical objects. Quite stimulating indeed. Next to the candle, Tai fortunately found the lighter he needed. Ajay really knows how to have fun. If it weren't for the candle, I might not have found the lighter. After finding what he needed, Tai started driving toward the left side. Since the syringe gun was lost during the breakthrough through the zombie horde, he no longer had a ranged weapon, so he had to operate at close range. Tai seized the opportunity and directly summoned the bloodthirsty sickle. On the left side, there was a partially stopped Toyota car. This was precisely Tai's target. Whiz! Just as the Wrangler was about to approach the Toyota, Tai took out the bloodthirsty sickle and forcefully inserted it into the fuel tank of the Toyota. Gasoline started to rapidly flow out. Tai swiftly retracted the bloodthirsty sickle, then sharply turned the steering wheel to the right, avoiding the splashing gasoline before stopping the car. He looked back through the window, focusing intently on the approaching zombies behind him, a smile creeping onto his face. 3, 2, 1. As Tai finished counting, the zombies behind him lunged at him, but at the same moment, he floored the gas pedal, increasing the speed to its maximum. Explosion begin. Tai lit the lighter and threw it toward the gasoline on the left. Then, he simultaneously pressed the gas with one foot and the brake with the other while spinning the steering wheel non-stop. The Wrangler spun like a carousel, making a 180-degree sideways drift, crashing through the iron railings on the road and coming to the opposite lane. At the same time, explosions resounded, and the car exploded amidst flames, blowing the zombies charging at Tai into pieces. Ding! Successfully killed 104 level 1 zombies, plus 52 gold coins. Chapter 49. A Woman's Strength Waltz in Lianahood. Tai turned his head to survey the explosion on the left. Although only a small portion of the zombies were killed, it disrupted their pursuit and yielded him a tidy profit. It was a 2-for-1 deal. The god of driving from Mount Akina in me just needs an AE-86 license plate. Tai chuckled lightly, then drove away, returning to the market. Most of the zombies have been lured away. The air has become much fresher. Tai parked the Wrangler next to a shop, tidied up his backpack by leaving some heavy items in the car, and then got out. The most important reason he came to this market was to gather seeds. He planned to live alone in a secluded, sparsely populated area with a spring. For a self-sufficient life, seeds were essential. In this apocalypse, he needed to choose seeds that were easy to grow, or they might not survive due to unsuitable soil conditions. But Tai had already made his plans. Corn, sweet potatoes, and potatoes. These 3 crops were known for being easy to cultivate, especially sweet potatoes, which are very easy to plant. Sweet potatoes are not originally from China but originated in America. During the Ming Dynasty, a merchant named Noel Jinlong brought back just a few stems and leaves of sweet potato and managed to grow them successfully. It's evident how easy it is to cultivate them. Fortunately, this particular shop had exactly what Tai needed. He opened his backpack and selected several sweet potatoes, and corn cobs with stems and leaves, placing them inside. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Please save my child. Despite the plea, Tai did not stop. The sun was setting, and he dared not linger longer in the market. However, the cries grew closer. Tai focused and saw that the voice came from inside the shop. The one crying for help was a dream, more accurately a mother. What astonished Tai the most was her speed. Despite having wounds on her legs, she moved as fast as an average man running. But Tai soon understood why. She was pregnant. Her belly carried a child, and the bite marks on her thighs were clearly from zombies. She wanted Tai to save her child, so she summoned all her strength to try and get his attention. I beg you, please save my child. You don't need to save me, just him. He's about to enter this world. I don't want him to die. The dream fell to her knees before Tai, tears streaming down her face, pleading desperately. Looking at her face, Tai saw her eyes starting to lose focus, the black pupils almost completely overtaken by white sclera. Small, fleshy nodules appeared around her eyes, and her skin was turning pale and ghastly. These were signs of zombification. Tai glanced at the wound on her thigh. The blood was almost clotted, indicating that the bite happened a while ago. She hadn't turned yet, likely because of her strong will to protect her unborn child. A dream may be weak, but when she becomes a mother, she gains strength. To save her child, disregarding her own life. Even someone as cold-hearted as Tai felt a twinge of compassion. Yet, he was just an ant in this post-apocalyptic world, struggling to survive. What could he do to save this dream and her child? There's nothing I can do. You're infected. Tai hid his emotions and walked towards his car. Please save him. If you save him, I'll do anything you ask. Seeing Tai trying to leave, the dream frantically bowed and repeatedly kowtowed. Due to her heavily swollen belly, her body couldn't bend properly, causing her head to repeatedly hit the front shelf. Blood flowed from her forehead, no longer human, devoid of vitality. He's about to be born. I really want him to see this world. He has never seen it. But, why has the world become like this? I want him to be born, yet I fear he'll end up like me, infected by zombies. I really want to see my child. My child once before I lose consciousness. Tears slowly slid down the dream's cheeks from the corners of her eyes, tears from a mother. As the tear dropped to the ground, the dream's belly suddenly burst open like a balloon exploding. A hand reached out from inside the dream's stomach. Then came the head, followed by the body, and finally the head. Its eyes were white, its whole body a bluish-black color, with the umbilical cord still attached to its belly. It crawled out from the dream's belly along with blood and amniotic fluid. The dream felt intense pain, and the impact of her belly rupturing caused her to fall directly to the ground. Her breath was almost gone, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead due to the pain. This was the last sign that she was still human. After the parasite entered the dream's body, it sensed a new source of life within her and quickly spawned another parasite, which entered the infant's body. Due to the dream's strong will, the infant was taken over by the parasite first, leading to this scene. The zombie infant couldn't walk, so it used all 4 limbs, crawling step by step toward the dream's head, much like a puppy. Gaga. The zombie infant's mouth opened slightly. It had no teeth but showed a bloodthirsty smile. Its eyes focused on the dream's neck as it clung tightly to her throat with both hands, then opened its mouth and bit down forcefully. But since the zombie infant had no teeth, it couldn't cause any harm, only sucking madly. The dream watched as her child hugged her, finding contentment in her final moments. At least her child hadn't harmed anyone. The dream gave a faint smile, using her last ounce of strength to gently hold the baby, and finally walked toward death. At the moment she died, the umbilical cord connecting the baby's belly to her life was still intact. Chapter 50. Did my mouth receive a blessing? Tai looked at the deceased dream and the zombie infant that had been sucking on her neck. One was a mother desperately trying to keep her child alive, and the other was a child infected by parasites before birth, who had killed its own mother with its own hands. This was what was known as the collision of the end times and humanity. Tai sighed, and a hunting broad blade appeared in his hand. He made a cut on the dream's thigh and then lightly stabbed the back of the zombie infant. Instantly, the zombie infant lost its life. The mouth that kept sucking stopped its movements, lying quietly in the dream's arms. The hunting broad blade had the ability to deliver a fatal blow, which was also the best way to protect the dream's and her child's bodies from being damaged to the greatest extent. He knew that when the dream was dying, her action of holding the baby with both hands was not only to hold her child, but also out of fear that her child would crawl away from her arms to harm others. Tai could not change their fate, but he chose the best way to end their suffering. At this moment, Tai's heart seemed to be tugged by this inexplicable emotion. Tai composed himself, put the hunting broad blade into his backpack, and looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set, and the sky became dark. In the law of the apocalypse, there was one of the most important rules. Do not walk at night unless it is absolutely necessary, because you never know what will appear in front of you in the next second, whether it's humans or monsters. Tai returned to the car. He now needed to find a relatively safe place to rest for the night. 3 days later, the mutants would launch another swarm, occupying and plundering the entire Ashtonjiang city on a large scale. At that time, Ashtonjiang city would become a truly dead city. Therefore, Tai had only 3 days to escape the city. He had 2 choices now. One was to go to the protection facility established by the army to spend the night, which was the safest place at least before the mutants launched a general attack. But the problem was that once inside the protection facility, It would be impossible to leave unless during a riot when he might have a chance. The other option was to find a relatively clean hotel to spend the night in, which certainly wasn't as safe as the protection facility but offered the most freedom. After some thought, Ty decided to choose the second method. Although he vaguely remembered the route he had taken to escape after the mutant swarms began in his previous life, he was somewhat reluctant to abandon this vehicle, which could serve as transportation, storage, and a weapon against zombies. Such a good car wasn't readily available everywhere. Thus, Ty chose to return the same way, driving toward the school route. Although it had been 7 years, he still faintly remembered that the area around his former school was a prosperous part of Ashtonjong City. It wouldn't be difficult to find a hotel nearby. However, Ty was particular about choosing hotels, given his years of survival in the apocalypse. He had to choose a room that wasn't too high or too low. If the floor was too low, it would easily attract zombies due to smell. If it was too high, it would make escaping inconvenient. Additionally, he should choose a more expensive hotel, preferably one with star ratings. Expensive hotels had fewer guests, and compared to ordinary hotels, they were cleaner and better at keeping small mutants like cockroaches and spiders out. After some exploration, Ty finally selected a hotel before it got completely dark. Ashtonjong City 4-star Grand Hotel. It occupied an independent plot of land, on which this 4-star hotel was built. Next to it were a supermarket and an adult product vending store. Ty parked the car 500 meters away from the hotel and walked towards it. Although he wished to drive the car directly into the hotel lobby, there was no one to manage it anymore. The noise of the car engine could easily attract nearby zombies, so he dismissed the idea. Ty quickly entered the hotel, with the hunting broad blade appearing in his hand. He swiftly decapitated the cashier receptionist lying on the counter. Blood splattered on the walls, and the head rolled off the body onto the ground nimbly. Ty's strike was swift and accurate, and even the cashier, turned into a zombie, hadn't realized what happened before her head vanished. Then, Ty cleared several wandering zombies in the lobby and began observing the layout of the entire hall. Doing so allowed him to effectively utilize the surrounding environment when facing zombies. Both sides were relatively open, with a spacious layout that had nearly no extravagant decorations, giving an unobstructed view. Ty quickly walked towards the elevator, opened its doors, and glanced sideways at the floors inside the elevator from the doorway. There were a total of 13 floors. Floor 6 should be relatively safer. Ty did not choose to take the elevator but instead headed for the fire escape and climbed up to the 6th floor. The reason he didn't choose the elevator wasn't because he was worried about zombies, but because he was concerned about power. Elevators operate using electricity. If there's a power outage, he would be trapped inside. Given the trend in the entire city, a power outage could happen at any time. Finally, Ty arrived smoothly at the 6th floor. If only someone kind-hearted could give me a room key, then I wouldn't have to break in forcefully. Ty murmured to himself as he climbed to the 6th floor. As soon as he opened the door, he collided head-on with a zombie right in front of him. The distance between the mouth of Davis and the zombie was just 1 centimeter apart. This damn sense of couple chemistry. However, Ty wasn't attracted by the zombie's sensuous lips, but rather by the room card it held in its hand. Did my mouth receive a blessing? Speak of the devil. Ty raised his long knife and slashed this zombie. Instantly, gold coin +1, notification rang in Ty's ears, and he successfully obtained the room card from the zombie's hand. 6103. Based on the room card number, Ty found the room successfully. Why is there a strange smell? When Ty reached room 6103, he smelled something unfamiliar yet familiar. He carefully placed the room card under the doorknob and held the hunting broad blade tightly in his hand. The atmosphere on the entire 6th floor instantly became tense. Ty slowly pushed the door open and looked inside. Suddenly, a scene appeared that made his blood surge. Chapter 51. Seymour's eccentric idea. In the room, a dream was lying on the bed, staring blankly at the fuzzy black and white TV in front of her. Her face wasn't exceptionally beautiful, but she exuded an alluring charm. It was the kind of allure that mature women naturally possess. But what really made Ty's heart race was what she was wearing. She wore a bunny girl outfit with lace trimmings around her chest, revealing just enough to tease. Her legs were crossed elegantly, clad in black stockings that stopped just above her thighs, leaving much of her upper thigh exposed. It was as if spring had unexpectedly revealed its beauty. The allure of a mature dream combined with the provocative attire left even Ty somewhat captivated. Who are you? The dream, noticing Davis standing outside the door, looked puzzled but made no attempt to cover herself. Her question, who are you, came out with a slightly flirtatious tone. Ty raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this successful businessman staying at a luxury hotel to be so adventurous, even resorting to uniform yo-ho. Ty didn't intend to waste time arguing with this dream. Just as he prepared to enter and throw her out, he heard footsteps approaching. Instinctively, Ty pulled out his hunting broad knife and turned it toward the sound. Behind Ty stood another man, strikingly handsome, almost comparable to popular male celebrities. However, there was a sleazy quality to his expression. Ty sized up Davis before him. He wore a military-style vest, and a black pistol grip protruded from his waistband. Military personnel? Shouldn't they follow orders instead of acting on their own? What do you want? As Ty looked up at Davis, he noticed his eyes fixed on the dream in the room, leering lustfully. This guy isn't planning to have his way with that dream, is he? Seeing Davis remain silent, Ty moved to close the door. Hey, buddy, let's talk. Seymour grabbed Ty's arm, stopping him, while rubbing against Ty's thigh with his waist. If a third person were here, they would find the two men's posture oddly peculiar, almost like two fencers rubbing against each other. Seeing Seymour's actions, Ty didn't waste any words. He clamped a hand over Seymour's mouth and twisted his arm behind his back. Seymour tried to scream in pain, but Ty's hand muffled any sound. Ty knew Davis was trying to show off the gun on his waist, so he intentionally rubbed against him. Shut up and get lost, understand? Ty said sternly as he saw the pleading look on Seymour's face. Okay. Seymour nodded frantically. The moment Ty released him, he quickly backed away and reached for his waist. How dare you hurt me, Master Guang? Wait, where's my gun? Seymour realized his pistol was missing, looking bewildered at Ty. Looking for this? Ty held up a black pistol, smiling at Seymour. Just a toy gun, trying to scare someone? Having used guns in his previous life, Ty recognized immediately that this was a replica, not a real one. This is a real gun, right, buddy? Seymour nudged himself, making indecent gestures while speaking casually. Either leave, or I'll tie you to the door. Your choice. Ty gave a straightforward ultimatum. Buddy, how about we make a deal? Seymour panicked as Ty prepared to close the door. You want to leave the city, right? I have a map. If you give me that dream, I'll give you the map. Seymour laid his cards on the table. The nearly closed door was pushed open again by Ty. A map? Ty glanced at Seymour, now intrigued. A map was indeed something he needed. Let me see it. Ty said. It's in my room. Yeshio looked at Seymour, his eyes narrowing slightly. How could he not guess that Seymour was intentionally trying to defuse the situation, afraid that Yeshio might kill him? But more importantly, there was something else that concerned him. How do you know I want to leave the city? At this moment, Yeshio had the intent to kill. No one had mentioned his plan to leave the city. How did this man know? Had he been following him all along? Or did he have some other scheme? I saw your car outside the window. There's mud on the tires. This area only has oil roads, so the only place nearby where tires can get muddy is near the market. You were able to come to this hotel safely from the market, which means you have the ability to kill zombies. Moreover, you chose to stay at a hotel instead of driving directly to the military protection post, which means you don't want to be restricted by the military. You will choose to leave here by car as soon as dawn breaks tomorrow. And you went to the market to get some seeds, probably looking for a safer place to hide in this apocalypse. What I said is correct, isn't it? Seymour's face remained calm, as if this was the simplest deduction for him. Map for a dream, give me a reason. Yeshio looked at Seymour and pressed again. If his answer wasn't satisfactory, he would instantly strangle this man. Can't you see? I want her. Satisfied? Seymour looked at Yeshio and bluntly replied. Want her? Seeing Yeshio's doubt still lingering, Seymour continued. I've lived over 20 years and am still a virgin. Now that the apocalypse has happened, I at least want to experience it before I die. So, are we trading or not? Seymour didn't waste time and spoke directly. Go get the map, I'll wait here. Yeshio couldn't help but find humor in Seymour's sincere expression. What a strange world indeed. Wanting to lose his virginity before death. This guy sure has a big heart. But his intelligence isn't bad either. He could deduce Yeshio's plans just from the car he was driving. Indeed, he could be considered talented. After a while, Seymour rushed back with a map of Ashtonjiang City, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Hurry, I can't hold on much longer. Seymour kept swallowing saliva, his eyes glued to the room where the dream was. Yeshio took the map. The moment he touched Seymour's hand, he felt Davis's feverish heat and glanced down at Seymour's lower half. Yeshio instantly understood. This guy had taken medication downstairs before rushing up. Chapter 52. Although darkness was quietly creeping in, light still clung closely. Ty glanced at the map, comparing the route from the market to this star-rated hotel with the position he drove from earlier, finding that it was roughly equal. He confirmed this was an accurate map. Give me your room card. Ty took out his room card and exchanged it with Deshawn's. Just as Ty thought Deshawn couldn't wait to rush into the room and get intimate with the dream, Deshawn pulled out another map from his pocket. This is a map of the southwestern area, including summaries of several districts near Ashtonjiang City. Consider it as a favor for letting you have this dream. After saying this, Deshawn threw the newly taken out map on the ground and hurriedly ran towards the room, so eager that he didn't even close the door. Favor? If that dream doesn't consent, and you force her, that will be an accident. Ty couldn't help but laugh, picked up the map, and casually picked up the vase from the shelf nearby. The room where Deshawn's female companion was located wasn't far from the one given to Ty, separated by only a few rooms. From this room allocation, it wasn't hard to deduce that Deshawn was likely a rich kid who discovered the dream's trail after checking in, though the zombie outbreak hadn't happened yet, leading him to only pay attention then. After the zombie outbreak, he likely began thinking about breaking his virginity. Despite being handsome and coming from a wealthy family, he was still a virgin, a first for Ty. 3 consecutive cries broke Ty's thoughts. What the hell that fast? Didn't take long. What's up with that dream? Ty reflected. The dream hadn't covered herself when she saw him, and acted somewhat provocatively, indicating she might also be casual. In this post-apocalyptic world, under Deshawn's sweet talk, her agreeing wasn't impossible. Ty looked at the vase in his hand and quickly walked toward Deshawn's room. As soon as he approached, he heard the bed squeaking loudly. It sounded like something wildly chaotic was happening inside. Ty quickly grasped the doorknob, intending to close the door. But in that moment, he saw 2 used condoms on the floor. So much done so quickly. Using 2 of them, Ty's face showed sheer astonishment, even more surprised than when he encountered a third-stage death worm. Closing the door, Tai placed the vase beside it. He wasn't trying to spy, but was concerned about these two individuals. He needed rest at night, and if Deshawn or the dream pretended earlier and later sneaked into his room to steal, it would be troublesome. The vase served as a warning sign. After setting up outside Deshawn's door, Tai closed the fire escape as well. Though the hotel had few residents and infected, it couldn't guarantee zombies wouldn't follow sense here eventually. Tai then entered the room he swapped with Deshawn. Upon entering, he carefully examined the room, wary of potential accomplices or traps. After thoroughly inspecting, he moved everything movable to block the doorway. Firstly, to guard against zombies while sleeping. Secondly, in case Deshawn had a spare card and tried to sneak in while Tai slept. Well, the first day has passed. Better enjoy this last electricity and clean water. Tai stretched, heading for the bathroom. His bathing speed rivaled women's. After washing up, he stood before the mirror, staring at his reflection. The depth in his eyes slowly dissipated, and he fell into deep thought. His hand gently touched his cheek. Endless fleeing in his previous life made him forget his true appearance. Beard, nails, hair, all grew wildly. Sometimes, cleaning was impossible for months, resorting to sand or little water when pushed to limits. No one cared about appearances then. Some even deliberately made themselves uglier. Because in the apocalypse, beauty could be a curse. More accurately, in peace, beautiful appearances let you afford luxuries. In the end times, they turned you into an object for exploitation. Tai looked at himself in the mirror and suddenly felt a sense of strangeness. 7 years, 7 whole years. He had forgotten what he looked like. Tai fixed his gaze on the mirror, determined to remember this face. Even if it led to the end of the road, he would remember his own appearance. He had no family, no friends, and no loved ones left. No one else would remember what he looked like, so he couldn't let himself forget either. At least this way, he wouldn't be forgotten by the world, or by himself. Tai took out the hunting broad blade and carved his name into the wall, then took a deep breath in front of the mirror. The oppression and rage in his heart abruptly stopped, and the sorrow in his eyes gradually turned to coldness. He lay down on the bed, his eyes slowly closing as he fell into a dream. In the dream, he was in a bright world where sunshine always shone on him wherever he went. This world was warm and kind, with no social complexities or pursuit of fame and wealth. But such days didn't last long. The sunlight eventually faded away. Darkness came and began to consume this world, devouring everything around him. In the end, all the light around Tai was replaced by darkness. Just as he was about to be engulfed by darkness, he met a sweet-faced dream. "Hello, my name is Petra." The dream extended her hand toward Tai. At that moment, the darkness trying to swallow him was dispelled by light. But soon after, Petra disappeared, and Tai once again fell into boundless darkness. Just as he was about to merge with the darkness, he encountered the mother who was about to turn into a zombie. "Thank you for saving my child, thank you." The love in the mother's eyes for her child was the noblest love in the world, helping Tai walk out of the darkness. But it didn't last long either. The mother also vanished. Instead, a gaping abyssal mouth with fangs bit towards him, about to consume him. Tai woke up. He startled awake from the bed. Although the curtains tightly blocked the surroundings, sunlight still found its way through every corner and crack. Darkness was quietly creeping in, but light still clung closely. Tai slowly got up, drew back the curtains, and light instantly flooded the entire room. Above, the sun hung high in the sky, shining upon the earth, bringing peace. Below, however, were shattered walls, rivers of blood, the world at the end. Chapter 53. Human Relationships and Worldly Wisdom. Tai glanced at the ground. Under the sunlight, several zombies were running towards the hotel where he was staying. Gotta leave this place. On the first day of the apocalypse, most residents would hide in their homes after discovering the situation. But as zombies increased, doors became less secure. Ultimately, most residents without fighting abilities would die in the mouths of zombies that broke into their homes. After a day had passed, most survivors gathered at the shelters established by the military. Only a small number of people chose to wait in their original locations. The longer one stayed in a place, the stronger the human scent would become, attracting more zombies. In the building Tai was in, there were 3 known survivors. After an entire night, plus the scents from the battle next door, it naturally attracted many zombies. Tai slung his backpack over his shoulders and walked toward the exit. He did not immediately clear the items blocking the door but bent down to check the doorknob. It's gone. Tai's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and the ease he felt instantly dissipated. He held the hunting broad blade in his hand and pressed against the wall quietly. Before going to sleep, he had placed a small pebble on the doorknob. If someone outside wanted to come in or if zombies bumped into the door, the pebble would fall to the ground. I didn't hear any vase breaking last night. If zombies were hitting the door, it would have been a continuous collision. There is no sound now. There's only one possibility. There are other people on this floor. Tai sensed that this person's intentions weren't for trade, but more likely for plunder. If it were for trade, they would definitely knock instead of touching the doorknob. As Tai pondered, he heard plop 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 sounds from next door, like hands slapping wet skin, and some provocative words from a dream. When I came into this room, there was no one next door. Now these sounds suggest that Davis, who swapped maps with me last night, was probably caught, and the dream might be being treated like a commodity. Tai walked towards the bathroom while talking. Never thought this star-rated hotel has poor soundproofing, which unexpectedly helped me. Tai smiled. Previously, Tai was considering how many people were on the other side, whether it was a simple robbery or a small organization. In the apocalypse, such killing and robbing groups are plentiful. If the opponent had more people, it wouldn't be good news for Tai. Although zombies have greater strength than ordinary humans, their attacks are singular and reactions slow. Encountering a few wouldn't be hard to handle. But humans are different. They use all means to kill, even the lowest tactics. However, based on the sounds from next door, there couldn't be too many people, otherwise, the dream wouldn't be able to speak. Tai quickly went to the bathroom, cut all the bath towels into long strips, then joined them together to make a long rope. Then, he summoned the hunting broad blade again and tied the rope to the blade handle. Now I have a ranged weapon. After making it, Tai put the hunting broad blade back into the system storage and began carefully moving the furniture blocking the door. Through the peephole, Tai saw a man guarding the door, but he didn't look very alert, possibly having stayed up all night. The ones battling don't want to pause midway, so one person fewer on their side. Let's deal with the person outside the door first. Tai summoned the hunting broad blade and prepared to break out. Looking at the hunting broad blade in his hand, the rope on its handle had vanished, replaced by a brand new hunting broad blade. He recalled what the system said. System storage can only hold weapons purchased from the system store. What could Tai say? Nothing. Silently giving the system a thumbs up. Nicely done. At this moment, it seemed the system heard Tai's inner thoughts and started talking. This system provides you with weapon storage space. That's called favor. Helping you clean up things not belonging to the store's weapons. That's called mishap. Human relationships and worldly wisdom, you know? Seeing the system intruding and defending itself with justification, Tai suddenly understood cause and effect. Yesterday he commented about human relationships and worldly wisdom to that man, and today he experienced it himself. Great. Tai had no choice but to quickly return to the bathroom and make another long rope in the same way. Now this is a bit wasteful. Every time I put this hunting broad blade into storage, I lose a rope. But there was no other way. Tai held the hunting broad blade with its string, then pushed the door open directly. Sammy, who was standing outside Tai's door, suddenly felt as if something had hit him, losing control of his body and stumbling backward. Suddenly, he realized that something was holding him up again. Turning around, he saw a man with cold eyes staring at him icily. Not good. Just as Davis prepared to counterattack, he felt as if his head had been spun around once. The pain rose momentarily and then vanished. His vision went dark, and he lost consciousness, falling to the ground. 3. After dealing with Davis at the door, Tai quickly looked around and found 3 more men nearby. Take him down. The 3 men on the 6th floor, seeing Tai choke their companion to death, felt furious. They all pulled out their daggers and charged at Tai. At least there aren't too many. Instead of advancing, Tai retreated swiftly toward one of them. Sammy, facing Tai, slashed his dagger at Tai. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Tai's body suddenly leaned downwards, deftly avoiding the attack. Then, with his left hand clenched into a fist, he struck forcefully towards Davis's heart. Bang! Instantly, the dagger-wielding man felt his heart hurt as his brain began to rapidly lack oxygen. Finally, he fell to the ground. Tai's body had evolved to LV3. Ordinary people couldn't withstand his full-strength blow, especially not a punch aimed at a vital spot like the heart. Seeing Tai knock out a person with one punch, the other 2 were shocked, but their attacks didn't slow down. Instead, they became even more fierce. 2 daggers stabbed towards Tai simultaneously. Die. How are you going to dodge this time? No matter which direction Tai dodged, the other dagger would still hit him. However, why do I have to dodge? Tai sneered, suddenly letting go of the hunting broad blade and throwing it directly at the arm of Davis at the back. A miraculous scene unfolded. The hunting broad blade hit both daggers mid-air, shattering them instantly. Tai's target wasn't the men but the daggers in their hands. What? Both men watched their daggers shatter simultaneously, shock appearing in their eyes. But the next second, the shock turned into pain and despair. They felt the bones in their necks crushed by a powerful grip. Tai appeared behind them. In the instant the hunting broad blade shattered the daggers, Tai came behind them, grabbing both their necks simultaneously. Snap! Their cervical vertebrae snapped, signaling their deaths. The 2 men fell to the ground, mouths slightly open, tears hanging at the corners of their eyes. They hadn't completely died yet. Their brains still sparked with pain. When Tai threw the hunting broad blade, he could have killed these 2 instantly, but doing so would cause blood to spill from their bodies. If those bloodstains attracted a large number of zombies, it would be counterproductive. Just as Tai was about to pick up the hunting broad blade, the door opposite him opened suddenly. A half-naked man walked out, holding a pistol, smiling at Tai. TSK, TSK, TSK. Impressive. You killed 4 of my men. Tell me, how do you want to die? Chapter 54. People controlled by sex deserve to die. Sammy with the gun was bare-chested. Though his stomach was piled with excess fat, the scar from a blade on his chest was enough to show that he was someone who had been dealing with swords and knives for years. Tai's first reaction was a gang. Firearms are strictly prohibited in Huaxia country. Although the crackdown on organized crime has been ongoing these years, some deeply entrenched gangs still exist, hidden deeply. Only such well-organized gangs would have the capability to get firearms. Tai could definitively affirm that the gun in that man's hand was real, because the barrel of that gun contained rifling, and the safety catch at the back had been switched off. In contrast, airsoft guns do not contain rifling. and their safety catches aren't as genuine as real ones. Even though Ty's current speed could match the peak performance of world-class sprinters, he was still not 100% confident about dodging bullets. He could only try to distract him, make his first shot miss, and then seize an opportunity to grab the gun from him. While Ty was pondering this, he suddenly heard footsteps and shouts coming from downstairs. "Don't let me go, you beast. Get lost." Ty looked up at Davis, based on those sounds. He was now certain that Davis before him was the boss of a gang. Their purpose for coming to this hotel was most likely to loot supplies and seize women. "If you shoot, the nearby zombies will be attracted over. I'm sure you don't want to be buried along with me, right?" Ty spoke in a calm tone without using a threatening voice. He intended to temporarily ease the tension between them. But this man was not an easy one either. His abilities must be extraordinary to become the leader of a gang. "I'll give you two choices. Either take this pill and follow me, or I kill you right now. I'll give you 5 seconds to consider. Choose." Sammy took out a white pill, speaking impatiently. Ty glanced sideways at the hunting broad blade which was approximately 1 meter away from him. He needed something to divert Davis's attention. What could he use? Just as Ty was thinking, Davis began his countdown. 5, 4, 3. While Ty was desperately thinking of a way, a naked dream walked out from behind the door. She was precisely the dream Deshawn wanted earlier. Her eyes met with Ty's, seemingly indicating that she wanted Ty to attack Davis. "She wants to help me?" Ty showed some surprise in his eyes. He did not quite trust this dream, but it was the only solution for now. 2, 1. Just as Davis was about to shoot Ty said, "I agree. Good. Swallow this pill, and you can live." Sammy chuckled softly, tossing the pill towards Ty. But the next moment, something unexpected happened. Boom. Slap. The sound of gunfire and a slap echoed simultaneously. The bullet struck exactly where the hunting broad blade was, and that slap hit the dream's face. "The next time, it will cost your life." There was a hint of ruthlessness in Davis's eyes. To him, this dream was nothing more than a toy. As he hadn't grown tired of her yet, he issued a warning. During his conversation with Ty, he had noticed the dream's actions. This was the power of a gang boss. "Swallow it." Sammy slowly approached Ty, kicked the hunting broad blade away, pressed the gun against Ty's chin, and smiled. "You look really good." Sammy licked his lips, expressing his desire to possess, more accurately, to rape Ty. "This person is bisexual. Just worried you wouldn't come close." Looking at Davis, all worries in Ty's eyes vanished. Blood-sucking scythe. Instantly, a golden scythe appeared in Ty's hands. Upon seeing the scythe materialize, shock flashed across Davis's eyes. However, after wandering the world for so many years, he had seen many storms. The moment he saw the scythe, he reacted quickly, pulling the trigger towards Ty's chin. Bang! Ty raised his hand, gripping the barrel tightly with his palm. His palm, strengthened to level 3, had enough grip strength to directly close the muzzle when reaching its peak. In an instant, the bullet exploded. "My hand." Sammy saw 3 of his fingers directly shattered into pieces upon holding the gun. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, leaving black powder on the bone. The muzzle was pinched closed by Ty, causing the bullet to explode due to impact. "You lunatic. You." Sammy saw Ty's palm explode, with the 5 fingers clumped together by blood, and even the bones piercing through the skin could be seen. Does it hurt? Of course it does. But this was the only way to instantly kill Davis. Sammy felt pain in his stomach and a hot flow rushing outwards. He looked down and found that his stomach had been pierced open by a golden scythe. Most terrifyingly, the blood wasn't flowing onto the ground but being absorbed by the scythe. You're not human." Sammy never expected that Ty could generate weapons out of thin air. What frightened him most was Ty's regenerating fingers. The severed flesh quickly healed, and the lost blood flowed back into his hand as if time were rewinding. His broken fingers returned to normal, as if the gun explosion had caused no damage at all. This was beyond what a human could achieve. Sammy held his stomach with one hand while trying to raise the pistol with the other, attempting to take Ty down to hell with him before dying. However, he couldn't pull the trigger because the index finger that was crucial for firing was among the 3 shattered fingers, leaving only the pinky and thumb intact. Even his pinky was barely hanging on, the bone and flesh almost completely severed, connected only by a strip of skin like willow leaves swaying in the wind. Someone controlled by lust deserves to die. Ty picked up the hunting broad blade from the ground and threw it directly at Davis's head. Instantly, Davis's head separated from his body, blood spraying out. A headless corpse fell to the ground. Ty picked up the pill from the floor and glanced at it. This thing must be the means by which Davis controlled others. Either it contained some toxin requiring an antidote at fixed intervals, or it could instantly incapacitate someone, allowing him to achieve his goals. Perhaps Deshawn had fallen victim to this pill. But thinking about it, if Davis hadn't been bisexual and eager to assault him, he wouldn't have given Ty the chance to get close. For Ty, however, the current crisis was far from over, and troubles were multiplying. He looked toward the fire escape and heard approaching footsteps. There were quite a few people. It seemed reinforcements for Davis had arrived. Chapter 55. Adrian's Scheme. Ty glanced at the corpse on the ground, then picked up the dream who had been knocked unconscious and ran toward the front room. No wonder both Adrian and this man have designs on this dream. The dream was completely naked. The moment Ty lifted her, he could feel how smooth her skin was, just like that of a Glen. But remember, this dream looked no younger than her late 20s, with a figure well preserved like a teenage girl's, yet her looks exuded the charm of a mature dream. How could anyone not be moved? After carrying the dream into the room, Tai quickly closed the door and barricaded it. MMMPH. What's that noise? Tai turned around and saw another person in the room. Adrian. Only now, he was topless, his hands and feet tied to the bed, and beside him on the bedside table sat a bottle of lubricant. Impressive. Straight up professional. Looks like you're really the one who got taken advantage of. Though Tai felt pity for such situations, he couldn't help but laugh. That man was bisexual. Even seeing Tai aroused such thoughts in him, let alone Adrian, who was even more attractive. Go untie him. After waking the dream, Tai told her. Then Tai reinforced the door once again before heading toward the window. Based on the footsteps, there were no less than 10 people coming, possibly armed. So it would be better to escape if possible. After all, his main goal was just to rest for a night, not to cause unnecessary trouble. Tai pulled back the curtain and looked down. Now I can't leave even if I want to. Tai frowned as he finally understood what these gangsters were up to. When he arrived, there were shops beside the hotel. These gangsters must have looted all the food from those shops and transferred them to the hotel, intending to make it their base. They also used vehicles as barriers, blocking the hotel entrance tightly to prevent zombies from entering. Such actions were beneficial for the gangsters, but detrimental to Tai. Although the zombies surrounding the hotel were kept out, his escape route was cut off. And there was a fatal flaw. If a large mutated creature entered, these cars wouldn't stop it and instead would block the escape route. Therefore, either they had to fight their way out or stay here indefinitely. As Tai pondered over this dilemma, voices from the gang members outside grew louder. Search each room. I'm going to tear the bastard who killed the boss into pieces today. Bang. The door of the neighboring room was kicked open with a loud crash. Bang bang. Another door. Hide in the corner. Tai said sternly to Adrian and the dream he had rescued. He then headed for the bathroom alone. The toilet was next to the hotel entrance, making it a blind spot. From inside the bathroom, he could see the door but not vice versa. Tai planned to create a bloody path here. Just as Tai prepared, Adrian spoke. I have an idea. Looking at Tai seriously, Adrian continued, most gangs value brotherhood, but after I was captured yesterday, I noticed various internal conflicts within this organization. The leader forces his subordinates to do things while keeping the best for himself. We can use this against them. Adrian's analysis reminded Tai of the sleepy guard by his door. Their boss enjoyed the pleasures while the subordinates stood watch under sleep deprivation. Moreover, killing 4 of Davis's subordinates didn't infuriate him but made him try other methods to control Tai. This gang indeed showed signs of internal disintegration. We should. A glint appeared in Adrian's eyes as he whispered his plan to Tai and the dream. Outside the door. Second boss, only this last room remains. Dozens of men gathered outside the room where Tai, Adrian, and the dream were, all holding weapons, looking fierce. Bash the door down. Sammy, known as Braden, was bald, with a scar on his cheek that resembled a centipede. He had a curved sword tucked into his waistband and was holding the same pistol that Tai had used to kill one of their men. Though he wore an angry expression, inside, he was extremely excited. Kelvin, you're finally dead. You died well, very well. Once I find your killer, the position of first boss will be mine. He reached the 6th floor, where upon seeing Kelvin's decapitated body, an almost uncontrollable joy spread across his face. If not for the arrival of his underlings, he might have laughed out loud. Just as his subordinates were about to break down the door, a sudden bang echoed from the front. A figure darted past them. Quick, quick, chase him. He has the antidote for our boss. Don't let him get away. Another figure emerged immediately behind the first, shouting as they ran. Antidote? No wonder I couldn't find the antidote on Kelvin. It was stolen by him. After me, chase him. Just as Braden was about to lead his gang in pursuit, a delicate hand grasped his shoulder. I want. The dream was dressed in a bunny girl outfit, her ample chest barely concealed, evoking a tantalizing allure. Her smooth, shapely legs, encased in black stockings, bore some scratches, but this only heightened her seductive appeal. Braden glanced at the dream's body and involuntarily swallowed. He recognized her. She had become Kelvin's private possession during their large-scale raid of the hotel last night. An angelic face paired with a devilish figure. How could he not be moved? Quick, I want. The dream clung tightly to Braden's arm, pressing her body against him, rubbing herself sensually. You few, go catch them, don't let them escape. Unable to resist her charms, Braden turned to his subordinates and commanded. One isn't enough. You 3 also come? She pointed at 3 men standing beside Braden, the only ones besides him who possessed guns. Now, redness flushed her cheeks, her eyes brimming with allure, making her appear both pitiable and irresistibly alluring. Braden, why don't we? After all, there are only 2 of them, they won't get far. The gun-wielding men all swallowed hard, their faces lighting up with anticipation. Such high-quality prey was rare and precious, and now she was so forward. How could they not be tempted? Braden eyed the men. They were all Kelvin's trusted subordinates. If he could give them a taste, perhaps he could win them over. Yes, the rest of you, go catch those 2. As long as you bring them back, I'll share my meat with you. Braden nodded, addressing the others. All right. The remaining subordinates, hearing Braden's words, looked eager and energized. Not being the first to eat the chicken, eating a little chicken but was still good. Soon, the entire gang split into 2 groups. 4 men led by Braden entered the room with the dream. The remaining subordinates scattered to chase after the two escapees. Chapter 56. Dare to touch me. I'll kill all of you. You can stop now. The figure who ran at the front stopped and turned back to say to the people chasing him, Are you a leopard, running so fast? I'm totally exhausted. The two men talking were Ty and Deshawn. After Ty rushed out of the door, Deshawn followed closely behind, drawing all the gangsters' attention. They're here. Ty looked forward and said in a solemn voice, Do they have guns? They should all be inside with Janine. Ty shook his head in response. Then it's up to you. Grandpa Guang needs a rest. Deshawn was out of breath as he leaned against the wall and said, Oh, not running anymore? Keep going. Continue running. Several henchmen who had been chasing Ty and Deshawn saw that they had stopped running and sneered. Quickly take care of them. That dream is still on a roll. Maybe we can get some leftovers too. A thug smiled lewdly, unable to contain his eagerness. Zizi, hand over the antidote, kill yourself, and we'll let you keep your body whole. But if you dare to waste our time, we'll cut you into pieces to feed the zombies. The scar-faced man leading the group sneered as he looked at Ty. To him, these two were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered on the chopping block, requiring only one slash of the knife. Old two, stop wasting words. He doesn't seem like someone who understands reason. Just rush him together and finish him off. Get the antidote. Several men raised their daggers and charged at Ty, excitement showing on their faces. This chaotic world really came at the perfect time. Women, wealth, crime, anything goes. Ha ha ha, die. Ty glanced at the 7 men rushing toward him. Even disregarding blood loss, he could manage. Ty threw the hunting broad blade in his hand like a spear, directly piercing through a man's chest. Then, using his arm as a shield, he blocked the fatal areas, causing the dagger to only stab his arm. What? The henchman watched in horror as Ty's stabbed hand suddenly produced a golden scythe, mirroring Kelvin's shock. In the next second, his head was cleaved in two, falling to the ground. A magician? These few men, with their limited education, could only describe Ty as such upon seeing the sudden appearance of the weapon in his hand. A magician? Ty coldly looked at the men, holding up the dagger that had stabbed his arm, while the scythe plunged straight into the headless corpse. Soon, the wound on his arm healed at an astonishing speed. When dealing with Kelvin, Ty discovered that the blood-sucking scythe provided several times more vitality when attacking humans compared to zombies, allowing faster healing. Seeing Ty's arm heal eerily quickly, each of them felt a chill run down their spine. Though they were thugs, this unnatural phenomenon still struck fear in their hearts. Where are the guns? Where are the guns? One man reacted first, realizing close combat wouldn't win against Ty. Big Strong and the others went with Braden to take care of that dream. Only they have the guns? Upon hearing this, several small fry became frantic. No guns. What's the point of fighting? Close combat equals death. Don't worry. If he could infinitely heal, he wouldn't have been running all along. I'll go notify Braden. You stay here and hold him. One man tried to use this excuse to escape, but his comrades weren't happy. Why don't I go find Braden and you stay here? I'm faster, aren't I? We can't delay any longer, or we'll all die here. Ty watched with disdain as these few debated for their lives. It wasn't just mocking them. It was also a satire of human nature. He admitted there were good people in the world, those who loved unconditionally, but in the face of life and death, those who would sacrifice others to save themselves were far more numerous. This was humanity's inherent flaw, something fundamentally unchangeable. We can discuss this issue in the next life. Ty's hands moved, both weapons shimmering with silver light on their backs. The aura of death was unmistakable. The hunting broad blade struck first, aiming for the forehead of Davis on the far right, while the death scythe's sharp end pierced into the heart of another man nearby. Tear. Blood sprayed. Both men on the outer edges died simultaneously. Sammy, who first suggested running, was panicking. He hurriedly pushed the companion standing next to him out of the way to block Ty's next attack, and he quickly ran backward, hoping to escape during this opportunity. But it was too late now that things had gone wrong. Ty used his scythe to decapitate Davis, who was pushed forward. Then, with one eye open and the other closed, he locked onto the escaping man. Whoosh! A knife flew out, directly hitting the back of the neck. Blood spurted, and Davis fell to the ground. The remaining 2 men watched as their companions were slaughtered like pigs by Ty, panic setting in immediately. One of them aimed at Deshawn, who was standing behind Ty, thinking against the wall. He threw the dagger in his hand to disrupt Ty's vision and then quickly ran toward Deshawn. I warn you, don't come over, or I'll kill him. Sammy grabbed Deshawn's neck and glared viciously at Ty, threatening him. Do as you wish. Ty glanced at Deshawn, showing no desire to save him. At this moment, Davis suddenly felt something pressing against his chest. He looked down abruptly. A black gun was pressed against his chest, turning his face pale instantly. You have a damn gun. Why did you run? Big brother. I was wrong. Sammy turned to look at Deshawn, seeing Deshawn glaring angrily at him, and hastily pleaded for mercy. I was thinking about techniques on the bed here, and you damn interrupted me. Did I ask you to interrupt? Didn't you go for Ty? You came for me. I will beat you to death. Deshawn used his fake gun to completely extinguish Davis's defiance, then furiously pummeled him. Because yesterday was his first time, even with the help of medicine, he finished quickly during the early rounds. So, he had been thinking about how to improve his endurance just now when he was taken hostage, igniting his anger instantly. Smack. Ah! The crisp sound of a foot stomping and the agonized roar happened simultaneously. That was Deshawn stomping on Davis's vital area. The henchmen standing further away, hearing such sounds, were immediately scared stiff and fell to their knees, crawling frantically toward Ty. Running didn't work. Being a hostage didn't work. The only way out was to beg for mercy, possibly earning a chance to live. I'm wrong, big brother, I'm wrong. Spare me, spare? As he was speaking and preparing to kowtow to Ty, he suddenly felt his neck separating from his body. At the very moment of kowtowing, his head rolled off like a bowling ball and hit the ground. Ty's blade was incredibly fast, giving Davis no time to react. He adhered to the principle, do not unto others as I would not have done unto myself. Even someone like Deshawn, he did not harbor murderous intent towards him. But these gangsters, trying to ambush him at the door, intending to assault him, and ultimately forcing him into a corner. Well, sorry, they broke Ty's cardinal rule. Dare to touch me, and I will kill all of you. Chapter 57, A Painful Price. The last man's body fell to the ground with a thud. Blood dripped from the broad hunting blade in Ty's hand but was soon reabsorbed by the same blood. Ty turned to look at Chevy, only to find that Chevy was still facing the wall, not looking in his direction at all. You're overacting. Ty looked at Chevy and said slowly, hee. Seeing is believing. Seeing is believing? Chevy glanced down at the corpse, showing no fear at all, instead joking with him. Now, what is the antidote? As Ty walked over, he asked Chevy. When he burst out of the door, he had heard Chevy say he had stolen the antidote. The surrounding gangsters reacted intensely when they heard the word antidote. Combining this with the earlier scene of Davis trying to make him swallow a pill, Ty guessed that the antidote could be used to counteract the toxins in those people's bodies. It was just a casual mention. Chevy scratched his head, smiling politely. Two choices, you end up like the corpse on the ground, or you hand over the antidote. Ty stretched his wrists, speaking calmly, but precisely because of this calmness, it was more terrifying. Do I have to? As teammates, these words sound so distant. Chevy felt that if he did not give him the antidote, he might really get killed. He quickly pulled out a bottle of white pills from his pouch and handed it over. But the next moment, Ty's blade was directly aimed at his neck. Are you sure this is the right medicine? Having said that, Ty prepared to force the white pill into Chevy's mouth. No, this red bottle is the real one. This is the real one. Terrified, Chevy hastily took out a small red bottle from his pouch and handed it over to Ty. He dared not take the white pills again. They were what he had taken last night. Taking them now would likely put excessive strain on his kidneys. Don't play these tricks again, including this plan of yours. Ty cast a cold glance at Chevy, gave him a brief warning, then left without another word. Chevy's plan cleverly exploited the gang members' hidden agendas, eliminating them one by one. First, Janine lured those with firearms into bed, leaving the rest weaponless. Without worrying about the blood, Ty could handle them. Finally, they dealt with the armed men. However, through this, Ty discovered an issue. Chevy's plan, while ingenious, was also self-serving. Not revealing the antidote in time, pretending to chase after Ty. These points ensured Chevy had leverage for survival even if Ty failed against the gang. Though Ty didn't point it out, he had already planned his own survival route, which was the antidote on Chevy. This was why he had forced Chevy to hand it over. Chevy followed Ty silently from behind, holding no resentment. In these confrontations, he realized Ty was the only one who could get him out of the hotel alive. As long as it didn't threaten his life, he would unconditionally agree to whatever Ty wanted, prioritizing his own safety first. They reached the room where they initially broke out. I'll listen. Chevy looked at Ty and whispered, Walston? Ty frowned, puzzled, just to check if they are engaging in group or individual activities. If it's individual, we need to strategize. If it's a group, we can rush in. Chevy explained quietly. Can you really tell that by listening? From the sounds, don't worry, I'm experienced. Ty's lips twitched involuntarily. Yesterday, Chevy claimed he had never done it before, but today he called himself an old hand. People tend to boast about their capabilities precisely when they lack in that area. Clearly, Chevy was affected by last night's events. Chevy's smart look turned into a lecherous grin as he swiftly moved to the side of the door, pressing his ear against the wall to listen carefully. MMM. Sounds from inside came to Chevy's ears. They should be playing mahjong. Seems they're close to winning. Chevy whispered to Ty. Are you sure? Ty gave Chevy a military hand signal, something he had learned in the military base from his previous life. Sure. Seeing Ty's response with a standard military gesture, Chevy's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. A faint smile flashed across his lips. Guard the door. If anyone comes out, take him down. Ty picked up the dagger on the ground and threw it to Chevy. Then, he sidestepped against the door and kicked it open with all his might. Instantly, the door swung wide open. An astonishing scene unfolded before Ty. Janine was in the center, surrounded by people in all directions. Just as Chevy had said, 2 people were about to win the mahjong game. However, since only 4 people could play at a time, 1 extra person was forced to stand aside filming the game on his phone. These guys couldn't connect to the internet, so they were recording this live match as if it were a movie. Ty instantly focused on Davis holding the phone because he was closest to the guns on the floor and wasn't participating in the game, making him the easiest to react. Whoosh! Ty's hunting broad blade flew directly into Davis's heart with pinpoint accuracy, killing him instantly. Ty pulled the rope to retrieve his hunting broad blade, causing blood to spurt onto the 3 men still playing mahjong. What's this? One of the men noticed a few drops of crimson liquid on his arm. It's blood. Darren, you? Sammy quickly turned his head to look, only to find that Darren had already fallen to the ground, drenched in his own blood. His attention was immediately drawn to the gruesome sight. At that moment, Janine launched her counterattack. With a scream, blood gushed from her mouth. Sammy in front of Janine fell onto the bed in pain, clutching his wound and shouting frantically, "You want to get me? Think it's easy without paying a price?" Janine spat out an object from her mouth, her eyes filled with ferocity. Even Ty, watching from the side, felt a chill down below. Chapter 58 Ty out of humanitarianism. Out of humanitarianism, Ty retracted the broad hunting blade and slashed the throat of Davis, who had lost an important part of his body. Blood instantly stained the white sheets red, and his scream abruptly stopped. "Don't move." Sammy, who had been frightened by Ty earlier, was now circling behind Janine, his hand tightly throttling her neck with a menacing look, trying to threaten Ty. And the second-in-command seized this opportunity to try and run over to pick up the gun on the ground, intending to fight back. Whoosh! At the very moment the second-in-command was about to reach for the gun, that outstretched hand was chopped off and fell to the floor. Blood spurted from the second-in-command's arm, and the room echoed with a wail of agony. "I told you not to move. Do you want this dream to die?" Startled by Ty's actions, Davis squeezed harder around the dream's neck. Someone gets scared in the middle of action. Do you think they have much strength left? Ty chuckled softly as he threw the scythe in his other hand straight at the second-in-command. Trying to dodge, the second-in-command realized that Ty's attack wasn't aimed at his body at all. Ah! The piercing scream was so loud it even enraged the zombies below, causing them to start ramming the vehicles in front of the hotel's main door on a large scale. "I'm giving you two choices." Ty's expression remained unperturbed, like a 1,000-year-old pine standing on a high mountain, unaffected by whatever happened. "Either release her, and I'll give you a quick death, or kill her, and I'll let you experience what this baldy feels." After finishing his words, Ty walked up to the second-in-command, pulled out the blood-sucking scythe embedded in his hand, then cut 2 wounds into his leg with the broad hunting blade. The feeling of your own blood slowly seeping out until you bleed to death without being able to stop it, imagine how that feels. Ty said these words to Davis holding Janine. "Go to hell. I'll take you down with me." The bald man's face was full of viciousness. He had been involved in society since he was 10, always living on the edge. Death was something he often faced. Was he afraid of death? Of course, he was. But once he entered this world, he considered death a daily occurrence. "Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." With his broken hand, the bald man lunged at Ty. His eyes were bloodshot, and veins protruded from his face. He had to kill this man before him. "Don't paint yourself as some hero. Other than bullying the weak, you're nothing." Ty's expression turned cold as he swept the scythe towards his feet, slicing both legs off. Instantly, the bald man's only support collapsed, and he fell to the ground. Gurgle. Blood gushed from the bald man's mouth, his bloodshot eyes turning red. The only part of him still intact was one hand. He crawled slowly toward Ty, intent on killing him. He was the leader here. He couldn't allow someone like this to step on him. "Kill. I must kill you." He reached Ty's feet and struck repeatedly with his remaining hand, but the intense pain made it impossible for him to cause any real harm. Seeing this, Davis holding Janine's neck was utterly terrified. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he swallowed saliva continuously. The condition of the bald man could only be described as pitiful. If this was truly the end, wouldn't it be better to just die outright? But Davis harbored a glimmer of hope. He didn't believe this dream, and Ty had no connection. Otherwise, Ty wouldn't offer him 2 choices. Yes, if he held this dream hostage, he'd be released. And there were brothers downstairs. If he could hold out, there was a chance he could make these people pay. Daring to treat me like this? Once I get out, I'll show you real cruelty. Sammy's fear began to dissipate as he thought this. But in the next moment, his gaze met Ty's. Cold, heartless, selfish, all negative emotions were concentrated in Ty's eyes. After so many years of navigating society, he had never seen such a gaze. Who is he? Sammy's resolve was instantly shattered by Ty's eyes. Eyes are windows to the soul, revealing everything about a person's inner thoughts. Ty's eyes gave the impression of a grim reaper straight from hell. Sammy was frightened, and his hand on Janine's neck instantly loosened. Just as he wanted to grab her neck again, he felt a fierce impact on his private parts. Ah! Janine kicked Davis's private parts with her heel, the pain making him bend over. This was a physiological characteristic of males. As long as this area was hit, no matter how tough one was, they would instinctively bend over to protect it. Taking advantage of this moment, Ty seized the opportunity. The hunting broad blade in his hand flew out straight into Davis's head. One strike killed him. Perfect cooperation. Seeing Davis fall to the ground, Janine smiled at Ty. Yishue glanced at Janine. He didn't detect any fear on her face. Her expression was like Seymour's. Calm, or rather, it seemed she was already accustomed to it. Normally, when an ordinary person saw a dead body, their first reaction would be to flee, followed by shock, and finally fear. That was the normal psychological process. But these two people didn't go through such a process, which meant only one thing. They often saw dead bodies or had undergone high-intensity psychological training. Yishue placed the hunting broad blade and the blood-sucking scythe on the ground beside him. The main reason he didn't put them in the system storage was for fear that Janine and Seymour might notice something amiss. After all, this was his own secret, and Yishue wouldn't trust them just because of one collaboration. Tai understood well the principle that innocence is no sin, but possessing precious things invites disaster. So, if he could act more like an ordinary person, he would do so. Tai looked at the 3 guns leaning against the wall nearby, a flicker of joy crossing his eyes. What he needed now was a ranged weapon. Guns were the best weapons for dealing with zombies and mutants in the early and mid-apocalypse. No matter what, he had to get them. Modified AK. The sound is a bit loud. Tai frowned slightly, looking at the 3 guns on the ground. Though he expected it, it still made him somewhat uncomfortable. The country prohibited illegal manufacturing and selling of weapons, so most criminals made modified guns. Among these, the AK series was the top choice for modification. Simple parts, easy to assemble. However, there were many issues. Inaccurate firing, poor aim, strong recoil, loud noise, and installing a silencer was very difficult unless specially made. Still, having them was better than nothing. Tai skillfully unloaded all the bullets from 2 of the guns and put them in his backpack. Janine watched Tai unload the bullets skillfully, slightly surprised, and her eyes seemed to be pondering something. Chapter 59 Tai's Test. Edward's quick thinking. Tai forcibly stuffed the gun into the backpack and turned to look at Janine, speaking in a solemn voice. Do you know how to use a gun? As he spoke, his gaze was fixed on Janine's eyes, hoping to find something different in them. But ultimately, his wish wasn't fulfilled. Janine shook her head gently and said softly, No. All right then. Tai turned and carried the gun to the door, looking at Edward who was standing beside. Can you handle this thing? Before Tai finished his sentence, he threw the gun directly to Edward. People who have long been holding guns tend to have muscle memory. Tai's move was aimed to test whether Edward was familiar with firearms. The moment the gun landed in Edward's hands, his hands instantly took the stance of aiming a gun, very standard. Edward glanced sideways at Tai and noticed that he was watching his hands intently. He quickly replied, I can use it. I often use this thing. Although Edward was enthusiastic about certain activities in bed, he was also a smart man. He realized Tai was testing him. Since his muscle memory had already been exposed by Tai, trying to hide it would only raise more suspicion. Tai nodded, scanning the surroundings of the 6th floor. All the gangsters on the 6th floor had been dealt with by him, but judging from the sounds heard from downstairs earlier, there were still gangsters downstairs. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared come up to support their boss without bringing the hostages they were holding. Someone must be guarding them downstairs, allowing them to come up confidently for support. Tai began formulating a meticulous plan in his mind. His main goal was to escape from here and not get trapped in the hotel. Clearing out the gangsters, escaping from the hotel. But there were many zombies outside the front door. What should he do? Tai frowned slightly. If someone could distract the zombies, there might be a chance to escape. And hotels usually have underground parking lots. Escaping through the parking lot could work too. Tai glanced at Janine and Edward. Go move a body to the front of the elevator. Tai quickly walked to the elevator, which showed that it was currently on the 4th floor. From this, he could infer that most of the opposing forces were gathered on the 4th floor. Logically, the bald man's shouts should have been heard throughout the building, yet no one seemed to be rushing to support them. Something was off. They must have rushed up. Damn! Tai's eyes widened as he realized something, hurriedly pressing the elevator button. They weren't unaware but were stealthily approaching the 6th floor to launch a surprise attack. Otherwise, just 2 floors away, they couldn't possibly not hear the commotion. Tai looked at Edward and Janine, who were still walking back into the room. His worry instantly turned into rational calmness. They both gave him an unclear feeling. Facing death without fear and Edward's familiarity with guns made their identities seem quite special. Although they had helped him, there was still an unsettling feeling. It might be better to let them be the decoys. Just as Tai thought this, the elevator arrived on the 6th floor. Hoping the power doesn't go out right now, Tai entered the elevator but didn't press any buttons, standing quietly inside. At that moment, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of the 6th floor. The sound of an AK. If they were gangsters, they shouldn't have so many firearms. Tai frowned slightly, re-evaluating their identities. Outside the elevator, dozens of people armed with AKs had gathered on the 6th floor again. Damn, they still have so many people? Edward and Janine were hiding around the corner, beads of sweat covering their foreheads, their backs soaked with cold sweat. That gunshot had been aimed at Edward. These aren't gangsters, they're likely terrorists, Janine remarked. Where is Tai? Isn't he still outside? Why haven't these people found him? Edward's eyes sharpened as he looked at the AK in his hands. To hell with it, I'll kill one first. Seeing the group approaching him, Edward raised the AK given by Tai and aimed at someone. He steadied his breath, focusing intensely. A glint flashed in Edward's eyes, reflecting the head of one of those men. Release the safety, pull the trigger. Fire. Bang. There's an ambush, take cover. The leading man, upon hearing the gunshot, signaled the others to stop advancing, and everyone hid in nearby rooms. The most astonished of all was Edward. The AK made a sound, but no bullets were fired. It was an unloaded gun, and he had just fired a blank. Tai gave me a gun, but didn't give me any bullets? A hint of surprise flashed in Edward's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Tai didn't trust him, and wanted to test his limits and reactions with the gun. F***K. Edward glanced at the situation ahead, and saw that everyone had hidden away upon hearing the gunshot. Without hesitation, he fired 2 more blanks, feeling the gun begin to heat up. Hurry up and run. Edward grabbed Janine's hand and ran quickly toward the back. We can't escape this way. Janine reminded him. What else can we do? We'll take it one step at a time. Edward held Janine's hand tightly. For some reason, he felt a strange emotion toward her. Perhaps because he had given her his first time. Anyway, he couldn't leave this dream behind. Hide in the room. Edward pushed Janine into a room and then glanced back. He caught sight of the elevator with his peripheral vision. The elevator was on the 4th floor earlier, right? Those people came up through the fire escape. So Ty? A smile flickered across Edward's face as he ran while lowering his voice. Don't go near the elevator. Those people are scared? Why would I go to the elevator? Oh. After speaking, Edward looked back at Janine hiding in the room with a hint of longing in his eyes, then ran forward. Ty, I'll leave these bandits to you. Don't blame me for my lack of righteousness. After all, you betrayed us first. The sound of that gun seemed off. Only one report. F***K. That bastard tricked us. It was a blank. 16, 17. Check out the elevator. The rest of you search each room. A one-eyed man in a black jacket spat on the ground, his surviving eye flashing with a savage gleam. Yes, boss. 16 and 17 were twins who looked alike but dressed differently. One was completely bare-chested, while the other dressed very conservatively, like a grandfather from the 70s. They both raised their guns and moved silently toward the elevator. Seeing the number on the elevator display stop at 6, they exchanged glances with surprise. One walked towards the button, while the other aimed his AK inside. Because they were twins, their coordination was flawless. At the moment the half-naked brother pressed the elevator button, he quickly returned to his brother's side, aiming at the elevator. Both of them suppressed their breathing, ensuring absolute silence around them, focusing all attention on the elevator. Slowly, the elevator doors opened. Chapter 60. Ty single-handedly wipes out the gang organization. The elevator doors slowly opened, and the silver-white metal panels reflected the faces of the two brothers. No one was inside the elevator. Where are they? Could they have already gone down? The two brothers felt puzzled. Just as they were about to report this situation to the third boss, a bullet suddenly dropped from above the elevator. The two brothers exchanged glances, nodded, raised their guns towards the top, and cautiously began to walk in. To prevent the enemy from reacting faster than themselves, the two brothers chose to advance in a front and back formation. If one got attacked, the other could respond immediately. This way, the opponent would be doomed. Walking in front was the half-naked younger brother, his eyes following the movement of the gun handle. The advantage of this observation method was its accuracy, but the downside was the limited field of vision. Since the half-naked man believed that the enemy must be sprawled across the top of the elevator to support himself, he thought that by following the gun handle, he would instantly eliminate the opponent. But unfortunately, the person he faced was no ordinary man. While the twins were investigating the situation above the elevator, Ty's gaze was looking downward. One should understand this principle. A higher vantage point provides a broader view. Ty saw the gun barrel enter the elevator first. There. At the very moment the half-naked man saw Ty's body, Ty had already thrown the wide-bladed hunting knife toward his hand holding the gun. Swish. Blood spurted out as several fingers holding the gun were sliced open, and the gun fell to the ground. Just as the half-naked man was about to scream in pain, Ty landed and quickly grabbed his arm, using his body as a shield to block the bullets from the rear guard. Bang, bang, bang. When the rear guard saw his brother right in front of him, to avoid killing him, he adjusted his aim slightly downwards at the moment of firing. Although he hit the half-naked man's legs, it wasn't a fatal wound. Just as he was about to run back for help, Ty launched his second attack. The hunting blade flew out again and struck deep into his thigh, lodging itself in the bone. Instantly, the hunting blade acted like a fishing rod, dragging Davis inside. Ah, my leg. The scream echoed through the entire 6th floor, reaching Seymour and the terrorists. Their faces showed different expressions. As expected, they are all drawn to the elevator. Now there's a chance to escape. Seymour stopped, turned around. As he said, the terrorists chasing him turned toward the elevator entrance. Seymour's face lit up with joy as he swiftly ran to the room where Janine was hiding. Janine, hurry, follow me. Seymour quickly entered the room and said to Janine, "Oh, okay." Janine glanced at Seymour and followed him, her eyes showing a trace of unusual emotion which soon vanished. Let's go. Seymour took Janine's hand and moved forward. As they left, he noticed a long rope made of fabric scraps beneath the window near Janine's feet. Seymour glanced at Janine's profile, and his eyes also flashed with an imperceptible light. Which way do we go? Janine didn't look at Seymour, but focused on the path ahead. They were attracted by Ty's attack. We just need to hide in one of the searched rooms. No matter who dies, Ty or those people, we can take the opportunity to escape. Seymour analyzed in a low voice. Janine looked at Seymour, her expression turning gentle. I entrust my life to you. Seymour tightened his grip on Janine's hand without saying a word. They quickly moved forward and entered a room 10 meters away from the elevator. This room is where I turned the corner earlier when I fired. It has likely been searched, so they probably won't come back here. Now we just wait until things quiet down outside. As Seymour spoke, gunshots rang out continuously outside. Most shots seemed to hit metal panels. Looks like these guys are no match for Ty. Seymour crouched, listening carefully to the outside situation. What should we do? Janine clutched Seymour's hand tightly and whispered softly. Wait for me here. I'll be right back. A ruthless look flashed across Seymour's eyes. Based on the gunfire, it was evident that the number of terrorists had been decreasing from dense to sparse, yet Tai remained undefeated. If Tai indeed eliminated these terrorists, it could turn out unfavorable for him as well. After all, it was his plan that lured those terrorists to the elevator. Thus, doing Tai a favor would be best. Seymour pressed against the door, listening carefully to the sounds outside. 9 shots. 6 shots. 3 shots. It's time to make my move. Seymour glanced at the nearby stool, picked it up, and rushed out of the door. But just as he stepped out, he collided head-on with a blood-covered man. Blood splattered onto his face, but fortunately, Seymour reacted quickly and sidestepped. He lifted his head and looked ahead. The floor was covered in blood, and the elevator doors were swinging open and closed. A severed arm was stuck in the doorway, and there stood Tai, not far away, calmly watching him with blood-stained hands. "Hi." Seymour awkwardly greeted Tai, then turned to look at Davis lying on the ground. "You still want to sneak attack Boss Tai? Let's see you sneak attack. Let's see you sneak attack." With that, Seymour started smashing Davis on the ground with the stool. "Don't kill him. I still need him." Tai sternly stopped him. "Hee, isn't it just that I got angry? How dare anyone sneak attack our boss Tai?" Seymour hastily dropped the stool and laughed. "If you're angry, why did you lead them to me?" Tai raised an eyebrow. He had heard Seymour's sacrificing the pawn to save the king trick loud and clear. "I was just helping you out, boss. Otherwise, how would these gangsters fall for it, right?" Seymour glanced at the elevator. Seeing what was inside, he already guessed what Tai was about to do. However, this made his slightly anxious heart even more restless. Chapter 61 The only escape route, the garage, is blocked. Another plan must be devised. Tai's eyes showed a deep meaning when he heard Seymour's words. "Go on, what cooperation do you mean?" Seymour kicked the barely alive people on the ground with his foot and laughed. "You want to use these people as bait to draw the zombies' attention and escape from this hotel?" Seymour had discovered together with Tai that the entire hotel was surrounded by zombies. Under such circumstances just now, Tai could have chosen to take the elevator and escape to other floors, but he stayed in the elevator instead. This was enough proof that Tai intended to use these terrorists as bait. This was also why Tai wanted to keep them alive. Compared to dead bodies, zombies would certainly prioritize live prey. To escape, live baits were needed, and it would be best if they were covered in blood. Tai looked up at Seymour. Apart from thinking with his lower brain most of the time, this man's intelligence exceeded that of most people when he was normal. Moreover, his knowledge of firearms made Tai ponder about Seymour's true identity. If it were in his previous life, he would have been happy to make friends with this kind of person. But for now, his only thought was to leave Ashtonjunk City and find a place uninhabited to live alone. Friends? Love? These were nothing more than jokes. As he thought of this, Tracy and Burke came back into Tai's mind. One was the true love whom he cherished dearly in his former life, while the other was his best brother. But both betrayed him. Why should he believe in this world, believe in human nature? Thus, his curiosity towards new acquaintances faded long ago. As long as they behaved themselves, he wouldn't act rashly. "I'm going to wash my hands," dragged this person into the elevator. "If you dare to run, the dream in the room will end up like these people," Tai warned before walking towards a room. After dealing with these people, he saw Seymour's effort to save Janine. He could guess that Seymour must have considered Janine very important and wouldn't abandon her. However, it seemed rather odd. A casual dream, yet Seymour actually liked and protected her. Entering the bathroom, Tai washed the blood off his hands and walked out. "Boss, I've taken care of it. Where do you want me to transport them?" At this moment, Seymour had already brought Janine out, and both stood respectfully at the door, looking at Tai like obedient underlings. "To the B1 level, we'll go through the underground garage." Tai had already planned it all out. Hotels generally have carts. All these people can be strapped onto carts, which will likely attract the majority of the zombies. With the blood-sucking sickle and the hunting broadsword, there should be a good chance of escaping. As for Seymour and Janine, they would have to rely on their own abilities. But before he could finish, Seymour poured cold water on his plans. "Boss, the underground garage has been sealed off due to construction for several days. How do we get out? Do you have any bombs?" Seymour looked at Tai and asked. "Sealed off?" Tai frowned, falling silent. The total number of terrorists, including those dealt with earlier, was around 20 to 30. If they broke through the front gate, these people wouldn't even fill the gaps between zombie teeth. He'd likely be gnawed down to bones without swinging a blade. Now this was a problem. A drop of sweat slid down Tai's forehead as he checked his phone from his backpack. It was 3 p.m. There were still 2.5 days until the mutant tide. If they lingered another day, it would be troublesome. He had to think of something. Tai looked at Seymour and Janine, then glanced down at the terrorists. Hostages. Yes, the hostages held by the terrorists in this hotel. In his past life, facing a horde of zombies, successful defense required only one method: unity and combined efforts. One person's strength alone could not repel the tide of zombies. Only through teamwork could they survive. Using these hostages might provide a way out. Tai coldly asked Pablo, who lay immobilized in the corner after having his tendons severed. "Which floor are those hostages on, and how many accomplices do you have left?" Pablo, having lost the ability to move, knew very well in this apocalypse that with crippled legs, he faced either starvation or becoming food for zombies. "TCH, you want those people to be your bait too?" The corner of Pablo's mouth curled into a sneer, filled with mockery. In his eyes, Tai was on the same path as him. As long as it could satisfy his own desires, anything could be done. One more or one less makes no difference. I just don't want to waste time. Since you insist on talking nonsense, there's nothing I can do. After finishing his words, Tai directly plunged the blood-sucking sickle into Pablo's thigh and began Feng Kong Ly, absorbing his life force. During the fight with these people, Tai also sustained some injuries. However, thanks to the effects of the blood-sucking sickle, he was able to take down these gangsters. The entire battle process was pretty much within Tai's expectations. After severely wounding the two brothers, Tai quickly pried open the panel above the elevator, pressed the floor button, and swiftly climbed up the elevator, hanging upside down outside it. The gang members thought Tai had escaped using the elevator and prepared to send a portion of their men to search downstairs. Tai took advantage of this moment to pry open the elevator door and launch a surprise attack. Although these men were armed with guns, most hadn't undergone professional training. Meanwhile, apart from the AK-47 he had confiscated, Tai had the blood-sucking sickle, a weapon for restoring vitality. After several rounds of gunfire, he eventually eliminated the entire terrorist organization. Sammy, lying next to Pablo, saw Pablo's thigh rapidly withering like a plant, losing its moisture, and instantly froze. He slowly raised his head to look at Tai, only to find Tai staring at him with an indescribable smile, which frightened him so much that his body trembled. Unlike Pablo, this man didn't have such a fearless determination. He wasn't ready to die yet. Joining this organization was just for seeking excitement. On the third floor. All the captured people have been moved to the third floor. There are only 2 people guarding them. Without waiting for Tai to ask, this man revealed the information directly. Everyone's psychological defense varies. Pablo feared no death, so no matter how much he was tortured, he wouldn't tell Tai anything. Therefore, Tai's attack on Pablo was not aimed at him, but at the small fry beside him. Tai pulled out the blade from Pablo's leg, turned to Seymour, and said in a low voice, "Go to the third floor." Chapter 62. A fantasy full of indulgence. On the third floor of the hotel, in one of the rooms, over 10 people were squatting on the ground with their hands hugging their heads, their bodies trembling madly, all showing terrified expressions on their faces. Among them, several women had tattered clothes and handprints on their faces, their eyes dull as if they had already lost hope for life. 2 men stood at the door with guns, and on the ground lay 2 corpses with bullet holes in their heads. "Alastair, what if we run out of food with so many zombies downstairs? Our leader said before, these people are our reserve food. Do we really have to eat human flesh, and what if we run out of human flesh?" One of the men beside him said in surprise. "The soup we ate when joining the organization was made from human bones. There's nothing to be shocked about. For us now, this world has turned from a difficult game into an easy one." Sammy with green hair, Joshua, wore a playful smile on his face. It seemed that the emergence of zombies in this world was not a disaster but a pleasure to him. An easy game? Sammy next to him, a new member of the organization, looked puzzled by Joshua's words. In the difficult mode, besides the police, various high-tech devices monitored us. Now, even those cops can't manage themselves, let alone us. As long as we avoid the zombies, we are kings of this world. Finished speaking, Joshua grabbed one of the women squatting on the ground by her hair and squeezed her body forcefully. Just like this. After finishing, Joshua pushed the dream back into the crowd, brought his hand to his nose, and took a deep breath. The gunshots upstairs seemed to have decreased a lot. Sammy looked at Joshua and said, "Go check outside, pay special attention to the elevator floor." Joshua also felt something wrong with the gunfire and gave instructions. "Alastair, aren't you going? If I tell you to go, just go. Where do you get so much nonsense?" Joshua frowned, his gaze fixed on the crowd, speaking impatiently. "I understand." Sammy glanced at Joshua, envy and jealousy in his eyes. How could he not want to stay here, take whichever dream he wanted? But he had just joined the organization, and his status wasn't as high as Joshua's, so he dared not defy the order. Joshua quickly scanned the crowd and noticed a girl with an exceptionally delicate appearance, looking no more than 14 or 15 years old, greed flashing in his eyes. Such a young girl, she must taste very good. Joshua pulled the girl over, inspecting her body, her slender and delicate figure, slightly raised chest, downcast eyes, as innocent as a lotus bending its head in summer. Sigh. Joshua couldn't wait any longer. He tore a large opening in the girl's clothes and began to grope her body. Sammy had already walked to the elevator entrance. Seeing the numbers on the elevator start to decrease, he suddenly felt something was off. He hastily pulled the safety off his gun, eyes fixed on the heart, staring intently at the elevator door. This wasn't the first time he had killed. Before joining the organization, he had personally killed his boss because the boss often exploited him and treated him like a dog. Unable to bear it anymore, he eventually picked up a pin from his workbench and stabbed his boss's eye socket dozens of times. To escape from the police, he eventually joined this organization. He learned how to survive, shoot guns, and kill. "I can do it. If they dare to come down by elevator, they will surely die under my gun. I've killed before." Sammy clutched the gun tightly, sweat gathering on his forehead. His breathing quickened, and his heart started beating rapidly like a motor. "I must grow stronger within this organization. I want to join the inner circle and rise to higher levels. Joshua will have to kneel before me when he sees me. Those who dare to bully me, I'll make them kneel on the ground, lick my shoes, and call me master. I want power, strength, money, and women." At this moment, Davis's eyes turned crimson, his heartbeat accelerating, but his breathing became steady. Sammy wore a sinister smile, almost looking forward to the people coming down from the elevator, hoping they were not his companions but the few ordinary people who managed to escape. Ding! The floor indicator next to the elevator showed it stopped at the 3rd floor. The doors slowly opened. In Davis's eyes, this was his letter of allegiance. What lay ahead of him was no longer just an elevator, but the first step toward a life of luxury and power. He had already delved into his own world. No matter what, he would pull the trigger and take out whoever was in the elevator. Someone. Sammy rejoiced. As he prepared to fire his first bullet, he suddenly felt something pierce his body. He slowly looked down and saw a long blade with a strip of cloth tied around it. His body had been pierced. No, I can't die. My life hasn't even begun. How can I die? Sammy wanted to deal with the intruder, but in the next second, he felt something push him. He lost his balance and started to fall to the ground. At this moment, he finally returned to reality. As he fell toward the floor, he looked up at the person who pushed him. Sammy's expression was cold, his skin pale, and he didn't even glance at him. It was as if he were nothing more than an ant, completely unworthy of a single look. Look at me. Look at me. His pride was trampled upon. From originally wanting to achieve something through murder, to now, before his death, he wanted this man to acknowledge him. With all his strength, he raised the AK in his hand and pulled the trigger one last time. Bang! The bullet fired, but due to his loss of balance, it hit the ceiling instead of the person who pushed him. But even so, he was content, because that man turned to look at him. Sammy in front of him was Ty. The moment Ty reached the 3rd floor, he noticed someone guarding outside the door, but he didn't pay much attention because there was only one person. A casual throw, and the blade pierced through the guard's chest. However, he hadn't expected Davis's will to be so strong. If he had known, he would have directly cut off the head. The reason he used the broad hunting knife instead of a gun was to avoid drawing the zombies downstairs with gunfire. The previous gunfire on the 6th floor had already made the zombies below excited. Now, this gunshot was adding fuel to the fire. The fallen man, seeing the regret on Ty's face, suddenly laughed. This is what happens when you ignore me, haha. But then, he suddenly felt his breathing become difficult. His lungs had been punctured, air rushing into them, and the pain of suffocation instantly brought him back from his daydream. No, I didn't want him to look at me. I wanted to kill him. No, I don't want to die. Sammy's thoughts stopped right there. Ty stabbed him again, sending him on his way earlier. When people are oppressed for too long, they often fantasize about unrealistic scenarios, and this man was no exception. Just as Ty was pulling his blade back, a dream's voice came from the room ahead. Get away, no, I don't want to. Hurry, Chapter 63. Sometimes, the Walthing are no different from zombies. After hearing the girl's screams, Ty shifted his gaze to the left and right. He saw no one around except for the room ahead, which was closed. The doors of the other rooms were wide open. Therefore, the hostages could only be in the room ahead. It seems that man didn't lie to me. Ty glanced at the corpse on the ground, then held the hunting broadblade in his hand as he walked toward the tightly shut room ahead. The closer he got to the room, the louder the girl's screams and a man's heavy breathing became. Logically speaking, anyone with ears should have heard the gunshot just now. Clearly, the person inside had completely lost touch with reality and paid no attention to what happened outside. Bang! The door was kicked open, revealing the scene before Ty. Even Seymour, standing behind him, froze at the sight. On the floor crouched over a dozen people, while on the bed, a young girl's clothes were torn into shreds. Red handprints from being grabbed harshly marred her skin. Her hair was disheveled, and she convulsed uncontrollably, but her hands and feet were tied so tightly she couldn't fight back. The white sheets were stained with blood, symbolizing how her most precious possession was cruelly shattered. On top of her lay a man with green hair, his eyes clouded with lust. In his eyes, this girl was merely a plaything. The more heart-wrenching her cries, the more excited he felt. This is the apocalypse, these are the rules. Sammy's hands roamed over the girl's body incessantly, oblivious even to the door being pushed open. But what was most disheartening was the reaction of the dozens of people below. They all crouched on the ground with their heads down, none daring to speak up for the girl or stand up against it. Even though the green-haired man was stark naked, and an AK-47 and a dagger were just placed on the table, they had no thought of rescuing the girl. The only one who stood up was Damien, whose legs were slashed open, hitting an artery, blood gushing out continuously. The excessive bleeding led to a brief loss of consciousness. Yet, not one person tried to stop the old man's bleeding. Everyone's eyes reflected numbness. But Ty did not have the right to blame them because he was once like that too. These were ordinary people, who might talk bravely about facing danger, but when true peril came, fear would still reign supreme. Perhaps they knew that unity could resolve the situation, but nobody wanted to be the first to step forward. Because often, the first one to stand up suffered the most. Ty glanced at the Damien on the floor, stepped over him, and then grabbed the green-haired man by the neck, pulling him off the girl and throwing him to the ground. Thud. Do you want to die? Interrupted, the green-haired man's fury flared, intending to grab the nearby dagger and stab through Ty's head. But the next moment, a bloody long knife pointed directly at his throat. Ty looked down at the Damien lying on the ground and noticed calluses on his tiger's mouth, index finger, and thumb. Instantly, Ty changed his mind about killing the green-haired man immediately. As soon as Ty sheathed his blade, the green-haired man seized the opportunity to lunge toward the Damien. Seeing Ty's focus on the Damien, he figured if he used him as a hostage, he might turn the tide. However, he clearly underestimated Ty. Zing. The blood-sucking scythe plunged into the green-haired man's calf, after which Ty placed the scythe into the Damien's hand. My leg. Anton watched in shock as his calf rapidly deteriorated, the white-yellow skin turning gray-black. What's wrong with this blade? Despite his initial arrogance, seeing his own body suffer frightened him. For the first time, he truly understood what torment felt like. But this feeling didn't last long. After using the blood-sucking scythe to repair the Damien's legs, Ty wielded it again and slashed upward fiercely. No! Anton screamed in agony. In the next second, his thigh and torso were cleanly severed in half. Seymour, go count the number of hostages. Janine, guard the elevator and those raiders, said Ty, turning his attention back to the Damien on the ground. He was 80% sure that this Damien must have been a soldier. Just as he was about to ask the Damien about the situation here, the girl on the bed made a startling move. She got up from the bed and limped forward. Her body bore several red marks, which looked shocking. But what was most terrifying were her eyes that had lost all hope for life, and even held a hatred towards this world. Olivia walked past the group of hostages crouching on the ground, stopping in front of the window. She quietly gazed at everything outside. She slowly reached out. Though light shone across the sky, she could not touch it. Then, she lowered her head to look at the zombies on the ground. The corner of her mouth curled up into a slight smile, only to disappear soon after. She turned her head to look at Ty. It was the last remnant of gentleness in her heart that she gave to Ty, because Ty had saved her. Then, she turned to look at those crouching on the ground. A tear slowly fell from the corner of her eye, like an unwanted bundle, rapidly descending towards the ground. Plop. The tear disappeared on the ground, leaving behind only a trace of moisture, with no one remembering that it had ever come to this world. Not good. Seymour, standing at the forefront, realized what the girl was about to do. He rushed toward her, but those crouching on the ground remained like corpses, blocking his path without moving an inch. Olivia watched Seymour charge toward her, forcing out the last smile of her life. She slowly climbed onto the windowsill, her body falling backward, like a butterfly completing its final moment before losing its wings. Olivia closed her eyes. She had been in this world for 15 years, yet she had thoroughly seen the dark side of this world. Sometimes, the living really weren't any different from zombies. Sometimes, they were even worse. Olivia fell into the crowd of zombies, her body gradually disappearing among the sea of corpses, as if she had never been part of this world at all. Chapter 64. Veteran Ron. Seymour watched as the girl fell directly from the windowsill. In that instant of falling, her face didn't bear despair but rather relief, which left him stunned. He lowered his head to look at the people on the ground, then looked up at Ty, feeling somewhat helpless and self-blaming. If he had noticed the girl was off earlier, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. Seymour leaned against the wall, his body limp, unsure of what to say. Ty helped the old man lean against the wall, then walked to the window and looked down, pausing for a moment on the ground. In the apocalypse, for ordinary people, death might be a better release than living on. Seymour, stop daydreaming and quickly count the number of people. If we delay any longer, all of us will die here. Ty snapped back to reality and yelled at Seymour. At this point, zombies had completely surrounded the hotel, incessantly pounding on the vehicles blocking the front of the hotel. The glass of one car had already been shattered completely. These two cars would last at most half a day before being breached by the zombies. Moreover, he could see several zombies in the distance that were infected by insects like spiders, which can climb walls. Once these zombies crawl into the hotel, the consequences would be unimaginable. Got it. Seymour slapped his cheeks and quickly counted the hostages crouching on the ground. There are 15 people in total, and they should all be able to move normally. Seymour reported to Ty. You and Janine, go collect all the guns that fell on the 6th floor. We need guns to break out from here. After giving instructions, Ty turned his gaze back to the people in front of him. Those who want to be bitten to death, keep squatting on the ground. Those who don't want to die, stand up for me. Ty's voice was very cold. He had no time to be polite with these people. The only way was to get everyone to help him deal with the zombies. Everyone glanced at each other after hearing Ty's words. Although there were slight movements among them, no one dared to speak up. Just then, the old man who was leaning against the wall suddenly woke up, looked at Ty, and said, "Can you guarantee that everyone here will survive?" Though the old man's voice was slightly hoarse, there was an indescribable sense of firmness and depth in it. "If everyone listens to me, I can promise that." Ty looked at the old man and said in a low voice. Of course, he couldn't guarantee that everyone would leave because his main goal was to escape himself. But he felt that the old man seemed to have some capability to boost these people's morale. All right. The old man glanced at Ty, then took out a shield-shaped cloth badge from his pocket. Seymour, standing beside, was momentarily stunned when he saw the badge in the old man's hand. He instinctively wanted to raise his hand and salute beside his ear, but eventually suppressed it. I am Ron, former deputy battalion commander of the 1st Battalion of the 21st Regiment of the 51st Army. I am a veteran, and I hope everyone can gather their strength to fight this disaster together. Trust the country, trust your comrades, and trust each other. Seymour stood up. In the moment he did so, his legs weren't used to it yet, and tilted backward slightly but quickly stabilized. The crowd crouched on the ground cast doubtful looks toward the military badge held by Han Tianyuan. Is it real? Just now we couldn't even beat a small fry. I've heard some elders like to use fake military badges to cheat people. He might be a fraudster, judging by how he looks. Yeah, we can't trust the elderly. We can't risk our lives on this. A few people on the ground whispered to each other. Upon hearing these remarks, Seymour clenched his fists and punched the two whisperers. Being selfish and numb is your right, but you can't insult veterans, can't insult the heroes of our country. Don't forget, even in this apocalypse, you're still stepping on the soil of Huaxia country. Seymour hit the person who called the elder a liar on the face, unable to control his anger. Bang, 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 bang. Punch after punch. Teeth from the side of the person's jaw were knocked out. Alistair, stop. I just said it casually. Yes, we dare not do it again. We dare not do it again. Please spare our lives. Earlier, these two had resisted inwardly, but seeing the two weapons in Ty's hands made them cringe. They were usually people who loved to talk tough online, and instinctively switched to their usual online behavior when the old man took out the military badge. Just casual talk? Did I give you the right to talk casually? To talk casually? Seymour became even angrier upon hearing the first man's plea for mercy. It's people like you who talk casually that make the whole society so filthy and corrupt. Ty stood aside, watching Seymour speak with such righteous indignation. Was this still the same lecherous man who wanted to lose his virginity earlier? However, it was precisely because of Seymour's intense reaction that Ty seemed to sense something. Ron was a veteran, and Seymour was so familiar with firearms and used military hand signals. Moreover, he had such a strong reaction after Ron was slandered. Putting all these clues together made everything clear. Seymour's family must be a military family, or at least have significant connections with the army. Alistair Z, it's okay. There are many cheats in this society now, so they have their doubts. Don't hit them anymore. Ron got up and grabbed Seymour's hand, and at that moment, Seymour's bloodied fist stopped mid-air. He did not attack again, but instead turned to look at Ron, returning a respectful look from one soldier to another. Thank you, Alistair. Thank you, Alistair. The two men, seeing Seymour no longer striking them, hurriedly kowtowed in gratitude. Don't thank me. If you want to thank someone, thank Old Walt. Seymour stood up from the two men, still showing a hint of disdain in his eyes. If it weren't for Ron stopping him, he would have definitely beaten these two to death today. Thank you. Old Walt. Thank you. Old Walt. We didn't recognize your greatness. We are blind. Please forgive us. Please forgive us. The two men simultaneously turned their attention to Ron, shouting sincerely. It's okay. Ron's expression was calm, giving off an extremely peaceful feeling, as gentle as a spring breeze in March, warming the heart. It seemed he did not care about the insults from these people, nor did he mind that when he saved the girl and was cut on both legs, no one came to save him. In Ron's eyes, saving others and being saved by others were no longer equivalent concepts. Now we must all unite and overcome the difficulties we face together. Everyone, get up and stretch your muscles. Follow the commands of these two brothers shortly. Ron looked at Ty and Seymour and said. He knew he was already in his twilight years, and whether it was his on-the-spot responsibility or his command and combat capabilities, they had all degenerated. He could no longer possess the strength of a young person. Moreover, these two young men had wiped out an entire terrorist organization, proving their capability. This was why he believed in Ty. But just as Ron finished speaking, there were several sounds of breaking windows coming from upstairs. Chapter 65 The first zombie battle. After entering the hotel. Crack. The sound of breaking glass echoed from upstairs, as if something had crashed through it. Not good. Ty frowned and instantly realized what was happening. The reason for the broken glass was that those zombies infected by spiders and other wall-climbing creatures had entered the floors. He saw the traces of those wall-climbing zombies near the windows, probably because after the girl fell into the zombie crowd, her blood made these wall-climbing zombies quickly enter through the windows. Seymour, pull the curtains closed. The rest of you clean up the blood and bodies on the floor. Ty's brow was still furrowed. It would be problematic if a large number of zombies infiltrated the hotel. Mr. Walt, this gun is for you. If you encounter any zombies, shoot them in the head. Ty took out the AK from his backpack and handed it to Ron. With the influx of zombies from above and below, these people were crucial to his plan to break out of the hotel. Ty alone couldn't leave this hotel, so he needed to prevent the zombies upstairs from attacking these people. His decision to give Ron a weapon stemmed from complete trust in the veteran soldier. From Ron's demeanor and actions, it was evident he was a hero who prioritized the safety of people. Handing over this life-threatening weapon to him reassured Ty. Based on the sounds, there should have been 7 instances of window breaking. Each window can accommodate up to 2 zombies. According to the noise, they're likely on the 5th or 6th floor. Be careful. Seymour, seeing Ty heading off alone, warned him in a deep voice. Understood. Holding twin blades, Ty headed upstairs. The most corpses are on the 6th floor, with the strongest scent of blood. These zombies must have come in from there. Ty glanced at the elevator area and saw Janine still guarding the terrorists. Go into the room first. Leave these people here. All right. After watching Janine leave, Ty entered the elevator, pressed the button for the 6th floor, then immediately exited and rushed towards the fire escape. Just as the elevator doors opened, Ty reached the entrance of the 6th floor. Upon arriving at the 6th floor, he heard heart-wrenching screams and cries for help. Don't come closer. Help, don't eat me. Get lost, go away. The pleas came from the trapped terrorists inside the elevator. Most of them were heavily injured from Ty's earlier attacks and had been drifting in and out of consciousness. They woke up abruptly when they felt their bodies being torn apart. Why are there zombies? Why? Before the third boss could finish speaking, his neck was bitten by a zombie in front of him, and a chunk of flesh was ripped off. Blood sprayed like a fountain. 1, 2, 3, 13. Ty glanced at the crowd of zombies around the elevator and counted them. These few zombies posed no real challenge to Ty Davis, who had survived the zombie wave at school. With his left hand holding the hunting wide blade and his right hand wielding the bloodthirsty scythe, Ty emerged from the corner. As soon as the zombies noticed Ty, their heads were swiftly severed by the sweeping hunting wide blade. At this moment, Ty resembled a circus performer spinning ribbons, continuously swinging the hunting wide blade. This windmill move is pretty good. Looking at the zombies falling one after another, Ty smiled. Seeing that most of the zombies were cleared by Ty, and the remaining ones were all drawn to him, the people in the elevator trembled with excitement. Saved. Saved. They couldn't harbor any resentment towards Ty at this moment. They had already forgotten that if not for Ty putting them on the elevator, they wouldn't have been attacked by the zombies. To them now, whoever saved them was a father figure. However, this joy did not last long. With a rip, the ribbon in Ty's hand broke, and the hunting wide blade flew straight into a terrorist's chest like a lead ball. The quality of this ribbon is a bit poor. Ty looked at the broken ribbon in his hand and shrugged helplessly. Meanwhile, the surviving zombies began their final assault on Ty. Their roles were clearly defined. One was hanging upside down from the ceiling, 2 were crawling on either side of the walls, and the remaining 2 were launching a frontal assault, ready to completely surround Ty. 2 were infected by spiders, 2 by centipedes. 1 seems to have been infected by a silverfish, and this last one I'm seeing for the first time since the outbreak. Ty muttered as he looked at the few zombies ahead. Silverfish, also known as money strings, have many legs but are quite fragile. The zombie infected by a silverfish grew tentacles all over its body, with its hands transforming into 2 long scythes. Small white holes appeared on its back for breathing, while its nose had grown 2 antennae covered in white hair, which were highly toxic like those of centipedes. The most concerning part is those 2 antennae, Ty thought. If you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish. Ty rapidly approached, switching the scythe between his hands. The zombie infected by the silverfish, hanging from the ceiling, wriggled its new tentacles and attacked Ty swiftly. As soon as Ty gained enough speed, he leaped upward suddenly. Just as the 2 antennae from the zombie's nostrils were about to strike Ty's head, he tilted his head slightly to the left, narrowly avoiding the attack. Simultaneously, his left hand handed the scythe to his right. With a swift vertical chop, he bisected the silverfish-infected zombie in front of him. But Ty's attack wasn't over yet. After dealing with the ceiling zombie, the zombies on both sides reached him. Infected by spiders, they didn't grow arms, but their eyes multiplied to 8 pairs. Almost half of their faces were filled with black eyeballs without pupils. With these 8 eyes, they could quickly discern Ty's attack pattern and counteract it. Unfortunately, being only level 1, they couldn't keep up with the attack speed of Ty, who possessed LV3 strength. Ty kicked the left zombie away, retracted his scythe, and swiftly slashed off the head of the right zombie. As the zombie head fell to the ground, its 8 eyes kept blinking at Ty. The moment it hit the ground, it began corroding. Blood, brain matter, and pus mixed together, eventually turning into a mist that dissipated. Ty quickly glanced down. A large puddle of green liquid appeared on the floor. This was the ability of the centipede-infected zombie. If Ty landed on the floor, his body would be instantly corroded. He turned his attention to the left zombie he had kicked away. Using all his strength, he forcefully embedded the scythe into the ceiling. Then he kicked off the ceiling with both feet, sending himself like a bullet toward the left zombie. Swoosh! The scythe plunged into the zombie's body. Ty and the zombie fell together. However, the zombie landed on the floor, while Ty landed on top of it. Soon, a sizzling sound, as if being fried, came from the zombie's back. Using it as a springboard, Ty launched himself toward the last 2 zombies. Swoosh! A decapitating strike. Then Ty threw the bloodthirsty scythe like a dart at the final zombie. Plop! The last zombie's head slowly rolled off. Since it had been a zombie for a long time, its blood had fully coagulated, but the parasites inside its head began crawling out. Walky small white dots, they moved forward rapidly. Unfortunately, they died shortly after emerging, along with their host. Ty used the bodies of the 2 zombies as stepping stones, retrieved the bloodthirsty scythe, and walked toward the elevator. Chapter 66. Using the wolves of the wolfing to lure zombies. Inside the elevator, 5 or 6 terrorists were still barely alive. When they saw Ty walk up to them unharmed, a flicker of joy flashed in their eyes. Hurry, save me. One terrorist begged Ty, his voice sincere. If you save me, I will do whatever you want. The crowd all pleaded with Ty for mercy. However, Ty ignored them and carefully examined their bodies, looking for bite marks. If bitten by zombies, they would surely die. But if they hadn't been attacked, they might be useful. Ty finally focused on 4 people who didn't have any signs of zombie bites, while the other 2 had obvious bite marks on their arms and shoulders, clearly from being bitten by zombies. Ty entered the elevator and pressed the highest floor of this hotel, the 9th floor. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Ty dragged one of the men's clothes toward a room without a word. The 9th floor was still under construction, so no one lived in these rooms. Soon, Ty came out of the room alone, leaving behind Davis he took in. You come here. Ty pointed at Davis in the far corner of the elevator, his expression cold. Ah. Sammy trembled, unsure whether he was going to be killed or used for something else. What about the previous person? Was he left in the room, dead or alive? He swallowed hard and, despite his fear of Ty's almost deathly gaze, forced himself to stand up and walked toward Ty. Without speaking, Ty dragged Davis into another room. What are you doing? After dragging the fifth man into the room, Ty forcibly tied him to a cabinet near the window. His hands and feet immobilized. He could only look at Ty with terror. What are you going to do? A wadded-up towel was stuffed into his mouth in the next second. No, it couldn't be that Ty was planning to tie him up like some twisted game. Thinking of this, Davis struggled even more, wildly shaking his body, trying to break free. Unfortunately, Ty's knots were impossible to escape without cutting them. Do you know why the zombies came in through the 6th floor? As Ty walked toward the bathroom, he asked. Why? Why did they choose the 6th floor? Zombies are sensitive to blood, and since there was so much blood on the 6th floor, those climbing zombies came through the 6th floor. Could it be? Sammy's pupils contracted, his body trembling violently. His face turned red as he tried to scream for help, but all that came out was muffled sounds. MMM. He finally realized what Ty intended to do. Ty planned to use them as bait to lure all the climbing zombies up to the 9th floor. This way, Ty and his group would be temporarily safe. Damn. MMM. Seeing Ty coming out of the bathroom, he wanted to struggle one last time, but Ty ignored him entirely. With the sound of the door closing tightly, the room was now completely empty except for him. It was a devil, pure evil. He actually planned to use living people to attract zombies. He is a devil. Trembling, he went mad trying to escape. Fear replaced anger as he regained his senses. He didn't want to die. Not like this, but he had forgotten how he was once a devil himself to others. Burning, plundering, raping, and pillaging, committing countless atrocities. Yet, the wicked shall meet their match. After leaving the room, Ty opened his system panel and checked his current gold coins. With the 50 gold coins provided daily by the knowledge gem, he currently had over 400 coins. Most of them came from killing zombies with his car. At this rate, it will take ages to buy an outfit. Ty frowned slightly, muttering to himself. At present, he could easily defeat low-level zombies, but facing small-scale zombie swarms or high-tier mutants would be challenging. Moreover, he couldn't entrust his life completely to those people. Being selfish doesn't mean being numb. These people had become numb after being controlled by terrorists, and if they suddenly gave up during a zombie swarm, it would be disastrous. Therefore, he had to leave a second escape route for himself. As Ty walked and observed, he finally found an item in the system mall that could both earn him gold coins and serve as a weapon. The discarded scale short blade. Discarded scale short blade. Price: 250 gold coins. Ability: capable of easily piercing the tissue layers of any mutant below stage 3. Additionally, killing a mutant will provide a 50% bonus in gold coins. Wow, Ty exclaimed, this is really good. This weapon was perfectly paired with the hunting wide blade. While the hunting wide blade has the ability to kill with one strike, it's useless if it can't penetrate the skin. The discarded scale short blade may not be able to kill with one strike, but it complements the flaw of the hunting wide blade perfectly. Most importantly, it provides a gold coin boost. That is to say, a common stage 1 zombie would originally grant a reward of 1 gold coin, but with the discarded scale short blade, an additional 0.5 gold coins are added. Though the bonus wasn't significant, if he used fire to burn zombies like before, the collective benefits were undeniable. Purchase. Ding. The discarded scale short blade has been successfully purchased and placed in the system storage. Master, you can stack the effect of the blood-sucking scythe onto the discarded scale short blade. This way, even without wielding the discarded scale short blade, you can still use its effect. Damn. Finally, the system acted human and gave him a reminder. In other words, although only 2 weapons can be held at a time, if more handheld main weapons are bought, their effects can be stacked onto other weapons. Thus, having too many equipped items wouldn't be a problem. This user-friendly feature was really good. Stack the effect of the discarded scale short blade onto the hunting wide blade. Ding. Effect stacking successful. Relatively speaking, the discarded scale short blade felt more comfortable to hold than the blood-sucking scythe. After all, not everyone can handle a scythe. However, he noticed Seymour had been paying close attention to his weapon. If he changed his weapon, it might arouse suspicion. This was his secret, and it was best not to reveal it. Next, he planned to test out the combined effect of the discarded scale short blade with the hunting wide blade. There were just 2 people still in the process of turning into zombies near the elevator. Chapter 67. Pre-war arrangements. At this moment, the 2 individuals lying in the elevator had managed to crawl out with great difficulty. They did not want to die. They wanted to live. Blood flowed from their wounds, leaving a trail behind them as they dragged their bodies along. Save me. One of the men had his shoulder torn open by a zombie. Inside his mangled flesh, several white worms could be clearly seen burrowing in. His blood slowly coagulated, and his pupils shrank to the size of small beans. Zombification, once it starts, cannot be reversed. Even in the previous life, when the apocalypse reached its 7th year, humans still failed to find a way to fully solve parasitic infections, at most only managing temporary containment. Especially now, it was early in the apocalypse. Ty held the blood-sucking scythe, looking coldly at the 2 crawling on the ground. He was waiting. waiting for them to completely transform into zombies. Instead of eliminating them now, he preferred to earn more gold coins. He had already planned that if those people couldn't effectively deal with these zombies, he would spend all the gold coins on defensive and health equipment. Combined with his enhanced physique, even jumping from the 6th floor wouldn't harm him. Of course, this method would only be considered as a last resort. Save. Sammy, leading the crawl, hadn't finished speaking when his eyes turned completely white as his pupils disappeared. His skin rapidly changed from yellowish-white to pale, with countless tiny flesh-colored bumps appearing beneath his eyes, which, up close, revealed constant movement inside. Zombification. However, he was now just an ordinary, low-level zombie without any special abilities. Among zombies, there were not only different ranks but also 2 types. The lianas and regular zombies. Lianas were those who turned into zombies due to infection by mutants. Regular zombies were those infected by lianas. The two before Ty transformed into regular zombies. Swoosh. As the hunting broadsword pierced through Davis's back, Ty immediately felt the difference in this sword compared to before. After combining with the discarded Scales dagger, it had perfectly compensated for its lack of sharpness. Piercing through the zombie's body was like slicing tofu, encountering no resistance whatsoever. Ding. Successfully eliminated 2 level 1 zombies, plus 3 gold coins. Hearing the system notification, Ty rejoiced. Now, he had 2 weapons that could earn extra gold coins. After dealing with the 2 zombies, Ty closed the fire escape door on the 9th floor and took the elevator down. Who? As soon as the elevator doors opened, a wary voice came from the opposite door. It was Chevy, the lecherous one. The zombies upstairs have been taken care of. As Ty spoke, he threw all the AK-47s he collected from the 6th floor onto the ground. You can now see that the lower floors are filled with a large number of zombies. The only way to survive is to help me eliminate them. Ty looked at everyone, his tone solemn. How do we kill them? We don't have weapons. Aren't they right there on the ground? Ty glanced at the person, revealing a smile that was unsettling. But we've never used guns before. What if we miss? A dream raised her hand, trembling as she asked. Not everyone needs to use a gun since ammunition is limited. I'll assign you different tasks. Ty explained. What are our chances of survival this time? A man with glasses, crouching on the ground, asked. 90%. Ty answered without hesitation. Chevy, standing nearby, watched Ty give this number and wished he could give him a thumbs up. What a bold liar, telling such a lie without turning a hair. With so many zombies, even 90% was too optimistic. I suppose that probability applies to your own survival, doesn't it? A man in a black leather jacket voiced his doubt about Ty's claim. If you don't believe me, you can act on your own. Ty looked at Davis in black, his expression returning to ice. TCH, thinking you're some savior. I'll go on my own if I must. Sammy in black left the group and attempted to pick up an AK from the ground as he exited the door. Swoosh. A dagger plunged straight into Davis's palm as he reached for the gun. My hand. Sammy in the black leather jacket stared at his hand, pinned to the floor by the dagger, blood flowing incessantly, and he screamed in agony. Did I say you could walk? Or did I say you could take a gun? Ty turned and looked at Davis in black, using this opportunity to set an example for everyone else. Ron, standing nearby, saw Davis on the ground but remained silent. At this moment, everyone was like an army. If someone disobeyed orders or left the group without permission, they had to be dealt with according to military rules. This man's impulsive action could endanger the entire team's safety. What do you want to do? What are you going to do? Seeing Ty approaching him, Davis in black quickly pulled out the dagger from his hand, gripping it tightly with both hands and pointing it at Ty. If everyone acts like you, then we don't need to defend this hotel anymore. We might as well feed ourselves to the zombies. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You will complete the task I assign you. Ty's words echoed in Davis's ear like the whispers of death. He lifted the hunting broadsword in his hand and sliced through the dagger held by Davis in black. Then, Ty delivered a punch that knocked Davis unconscious on the ground. I hope everyone can cooperate with my actions. Only by doing so can we possibly escape from this hotel. After speaking, Ty glanced at his watch again. It was already 4:30 p.m. Winter nights were longer than days, and it would be dark around 6 p.m. In the darkness, zombies were much more sensitive than humans, putting them at a significant disadvantage. Thus, Ty decided not to continue any further today but instead to allocate tasks and familiarize everyone. Tomorrow morning, as soon as it became light, they would engage in battle against the zombies outside the hotel. Only then could they effectively repel the zombie wave. That, Alistair Z, I can give you money, whatever amount you want, even shares in my company. Could you stay and be my bodyguard? A Grady with a round, fleshy face whispered to Ty cautiously. Well, if it's not possible, just forget I said anything. I'm just asking. By the way, I know people in the military district. As long as I can get out alive, you can live in the military district with me. What do you think? Every word the Grady spoke was extremely cautious. He was a corporate boss, a capitalist, and he believed protecting him would only require minimal effort, so he was confident Ty would agree. But the next scene utterly slapped him in the face. Ty didn't even spare him a glance, ignoring his words as if they were air, and instead started talking with Ron. Chapter 68. The layout begins, calm before the battle. The Grady felt a sudden loss of face when Ty ignored him. He was an entrepreneur whose assets could rank in the top 100 in Ashtonjong City, yet he was ignored by this young punk. On any other day, this kid would definitely be in big trouble. But things were different now. He had to rely on this kid. He had to endure it. Once they got out alive and reached the military district, he would make this kid feel what it meant to despair. Beside him, the Shay glanced at the Grady with a faint smile in his eyes. He roughly guessed what was on the Grady's mind. However, he didn't expose his thoughts, but instead looked meaningfully towards Ty. This might be the straw that saved his life. Senior, I have collected about 20 firearms and gathered spare magazines from their corpses, so we now have 40 magazines of ammunition. In order to avoid wasting bullets, please find 8 people to get familiar with these weapons, while I will arrange other tasks for the rest, said Ty. All right. Ron looked at Ty, harboring some doubts. Seymour had calluses on his palms and Tiger's mouths, indicating he was accustomed to handling guns. But Ty's hands were incredibly smooth without any calluses. Yet, he knew firearms and cold weapons so well. Who exactly is this kid? Why have I never heard of him? Logically, such an outstanding Humbert should shine like a star. Ron became curious about Ty, but as an old soldier, he also knew what must be done now. By the way, Senior, let me keep these bullets for now. When we need to fight, I'll distribute them evenly. As for the fact that the guns aren't loaded, don't tell them yet, Ty added. Understood. Ron nodded, beginning to search for suitable gunmen among the crowd. This kid's thoughts are so meticulous, far exceeding his age. It even gave him the feeling that the kid was very familiar with the sudden changes in the world. Ron locked his doubts deep inside, thinking that if this crisis could be resolved, as long as the kid's identity was normal, he would recommend him to the military. Whether in combat capability or judgment, he far surpassed ordinary people, and there simply wasn't anyone like him in his age group. At this moment, Ty dragged the unconscious man on the ground, along with those who weren't chosen to handle guns, out of the room. You 3, go to the 7th floor rooms and observe the outside. If you see zombies climbing up from other floors, shoot immediately to alert us. Ty handed several unloaded guns to the 3 selected women. We don't know how to shoot. The women hesitated. Janine, you'll lead these 3. I'll teach you how to shoot, and you'll teach them. Understand? Yishwe shifted his gaze to Janine, who stood next to Seymour, and spoke seriously. Since all signals in this world had been blocked, phones and other communication devices couldn't be used. The only way now was to use gunfire to convey messages. All right. Janine nodded in agreement. But, observing means leaning against the window. What if the zombies grab us? A dream clenched her fists tightly, looking somewhat nervous, showing resistance to the task assigned by Ty. You can choose not to. As Ty said this, he kicked the unconscious man he was holding, sending a clear message to the dream. You can choose not to, but you'll end up like this man, unconscious, knowing nothing. I'll do it. The dream finally agreed. 1 shot for the 5th floor and below. Add 1 shot for each higher floor. Got it? Ty said solemnly. Got it. Good. Now, for the remaining people, your task is patrolling. Ty looked at the remaining 3 people, including the 2 men, the middle-aged businessman and the glasses-wearing man, who previously suggested that Ty protect them. How do we patrol? The glasses-wearing man asked Ty. From the 1st floor to the 9th, patrol 1 by 1. Each person takes 1 floor and rotates. Understood? Ty said to the 3 people. Even the 1st floor? Wasn't I clear enough? Not that, but zombies are right outside the 1st floor. If they rush in, what then? The Grady inwardly refused. As one of the top 100 entrepreneurs in Ashtonjong City, he now had to do the most dangerous job, patrol. This was utterly beneath his dignity and put him directly in harm's way. I'll set the elevator to stop at the 1st floor. If you encounter zombies breaking through doors during your patrol, you can escape directly using the elevator. Any more questions? Ty had already mapped out his plan in his mind. The first step in facing the horde of zombies was to protect their location. Once any area was breached, that gap would expand exponentially, growing larger and larger until it burst everything apart. Therefore, during the early stages of the zombie outbreak, defense and reconnaissance were crucial. The 3 girls' surveillance aimed to prevent zombies from infiltrating the hotel. The patrol by the Grady and others further ensured the safety of the hotel, adding another layer of defense above what the girls provided. May I ask what your task is? The Shay spoke tactfully, not daring to offend Ty, so he asked with the deference of a subordinate addressing a superior. What's it got to do with you? Remember now, your priority is to complete your tasks. Any mistake in any link will bring fatal threats. If you want to survive, follow my instructions. Understood? Under the glasses, a glint of coldness flashed across the Shay's eyes but quickly vanished. If it weren't for this disaster, you'd really see yourself as a savior? The Shay, like the middle-aged businessman, was an elite from the upper echelons and naturally resented Ty. Yet he was also very smart and did not show his grievances on his face, instead flashing a smile. Mr. Ye's instructions are noted. We'll just focus on completing our tasks. Let's get to patrolling. After saying this, the Shay pulled the other 2 into the elevator. Well, let's go to the 7th floor. Seeing that even those men accepted Ty's leadership, the women gradually began to recognize his authority. Everyone, follow me. Once we get to the 7th floor, I'll teach you how to shoot. Janine, having quickly learned how to shoot under Seymour's guidance, turned to the 3 girls beside her. Yes, Sister Janine, make sure to teach us well. A younger girl teased. At that moment, the oppressive atmosphere suddenly eased, almost returning to the casual chatter of friends in normal times. So where should we go? Seymour, watching Janine's back, said with some concern. Tai turned to look at the window of the open room door and replied, "Come with me to the kitchen." Chapter 69. Might makes right in the apocalypse. Floor 9 of the hotel. Inside a room, Sammy, who was tied up next to the cabinet after Tai left, kept shaking his body, trying to use the edges of the cabinet to rub through the ropes. However, due to multiple wounds left from Tai's beating, fresh blood continued to flow from his injuries. Because the entire room was sealed, a thick scent of blood filled the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking on the window frightened the tied-up man. His eyes widened, and he kept swallowing saliva. He turned his head toward the window, but there was nothing there. Did I hear wrong? Sweat covered Davis's face and drenched his back. He felt an overwhelming pressure. Bang, bang, bang. Another sound of glass. Sammy turned his head again. There was no one outside the window. Just as he was about to turn away, a twisted hand, resembling a braid, knocked on the window again. He saw it. This time, he really saw it. It was a zombie, climbing up. Thud. A face covered with eyeballs pressed tightly against the window, repeatedly bumping its head against the glass. Once, twice, 3 times. Sammy's body shook uncontrollably, tears streaming down his cheeks in terror. Faster, faster. Don't let it eat me. He rubbed at the ropes around his wrists, but kept staring at the zombie outside the window, whose many eyes reflected his panicked face. Hiss. The zombie gripped the sides of the window tightly, its eye-filled mouth slowly opening, revealing a hard, tube-like tongue. Swish. In an instant, the glass was punctured by a small hole. Then the zombie began smashing its head repeatedly against the window. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of shattering glass mixed with the impacts, like a funeral dirge for Davis. Mm. Sammy frantically pushed the cloth stuffed in his mouth with his tongue, trying to escape or call for help. Spit. Finally, he spat out the towel. Though it was only that, he still couldn't free himself. The ropes around his wrists and ankles remained tightly bound to the cabinet, showing no sign of loosening. Crash. Another sharp impact. The zombie's head appeared inside. It extended its neck and started crawling towards Davis, even as glass shards sliced into its skin, determined to devour him. 1-2. The zombie finally broke through the window's restraints and charged at Davis with its misshapen limbs. No. Aya, help, someone save me. I'm sorry, don't eat me, please. The screams echoed through the room as Tai and Han Noelguang arrived at floor 9. Didn't you say we were going to the kitchen? Are you here to listen to these cries for help? Han Noelguang hadn't realized yet. He thought it was just terrorists begging for mercy. So soon, a zombie has already climbed up? Tai dragged Davis and headed towards the source of the shouts. What? You didn't use those people as bait to lure zombies, did you? Hearing Tai's words, Han Noelguang immediately understood. Yes, to prevent these wall-climbing zombies from entering rooms, I used these terrorists as bait to lure all the zombies here. Tai nodded as he walked. You're ruthless. Han Noelguang looked at Tai, unable to help but remark. Do you forget what they did to your butt? Tai turned the key in the lock, pushed open the door, and 2 figures appeared before him. A deformed zombie, its face covered with eyes, was frenziedly gnawing on Davis tied to the cabinet. At the same time, other zombies attracted by the smell of blood began climbing towards this room. Save me. Those were the last words Davis could utter before dying in agony on the cabinet. The black-clothed man, whom Tai held tightly, woke up at this moment and froze, staring at the scene. What is Tai going to do? He wouldn't feed me to the zombies, would he? We can negotiate. I'll listen to you. Don't feed me to the zombies. The black-clothed man looked up at Tai, his attitude completely changed, almost pleading like a slave. What do you think? Tai looked at the black-clothed man lying on the ground with his emotionless eyes. It was the creator's cold indifference toward humanity. The black-clothed man froze. He raised his head to look at Davis, who had been gnawed down to nothing but bones by the zombie. Escape. Escape was the only way out now. Thud. Before Davis could even attempt to escape, Tai knocked him back to the ground, rendering him immobile. The path is your own choice. There's no turning back. Han Noelguang, watch over him. If he runs, you'll be the next bait. Tai kicked the black-clothed man to Han Noelguang's feet, then gripped the hunting broadblade and walked toward the zombie with eyes covering its face. The zombie also noticed Tai's presence. After consuming the last of Davis's internal organs, it turned its gaze towards Tai. Hiss. The zombie extended its incredibly hard, tube-like tongue, as if taunting Tai. A hybrid species? Tai murmured, looking at the zombie's face and its tongue. Its face was covered in eyes, and it could climb walls, which indicated it was infected by a spider. But its tongue was shaped like that of another creature. This meant the zombie was bitten by 2 different mutants at the same time, inheriting characteristics from both. Such a situation had a 1% chance of occurring. For this to happen, the parasites from both mutants must have entered the host's body simultaneously. However, just having an extra ability wouldn't save it from being swiftly dealt with by Tai. As the zombie showed off in front of Tai, Tai had already appeared beside it. With a swift slash, its eye-covered head rolled to the ground like a dropped basketball. After sheathing his blade, Tai walked toward the window. In one sweeping motion, he slashed into the air outside the window. At the moment the blade cut through the air, 2 zombies jumped right into the attack range of the hunting broadblade and were instantly sliced in half. Wow, you preempted the zombies' moves? Han Noelguang praised after witnessing Tai's attack. After dealing with the two zombies outside the window, Ty turned to look at the black-clothed man. I just wanted to act alone. What's wrong with me? Why are you doing this? Where's the law? The black-clothed man, desperate under Ty's pressure, tried to reason with him. But unfortunately, in Ty's current worldview, there was no logic in the apocalypse. Only those with strength had the right to speak. Acting on your own is your freedom, just as deciding what to do with you is mine. Sweat poured from the black-clothed man's forehead, and his lips trembled violently. Because at this moment, Ty was approaching him step by step, each step seeming to foretell his impending doom. Chapter 70. Heading to the kitchen. First encounter with mutants. Sammy and Black kept retreating backward, desperately trying to escape this place akin to hell. Blood was everywhere on the ground, along with broken bones and mutilated innards. This wasn't the world he knew. He had merely wanted to defy Ty to assert his worth. But he never expected that Ty would actually knock him out so decisively. The world had completely changed, utterly transformed. It had shifted from a civilized society into a primitive one. Sammy and Black kept backing away but was ultimately stopped by Adrian. Sorry, buddy, if I don't stop you, I'll be tied up there, and if I turn into a ghost, I'll blame you. Adrian blocked Davis and Black, saying helplessly. At that moment, Davis and Black saw Ty raise his knife again, directly piercing through the head of Davis bound to the cabinet. He froze, his lower body losing control, releasing a stream of yellow liquid. Ty's action had frightened him so much that he wet himself, because he saw what would happen to him next. I beg you, spare me. I'll listen to everything you say. Tell me to do anything, just don't kill me. Sammy and Black knelt down, frantically kowtowing to Ty, pleading for his life. As adults, surely you understand that speaking too much can lead to mistakes. To prevent Davis from moving around, Ty knocked him out with the hilt of his knife. Rapidly binding his limbs with ropes, he secured him to the cabinet. Let's go. Ty glanced at the shattered glass and spoke to Adrian. Boss Ty, if you attract zombies to the 9th floor like this, what if they break down the door? Adrian looked at Ty and asked. Then why did I let you follow me to the kitchen? Ty responded. Do you plan to burn these zombies alive with fire? Adrian's mind worked quickly as he asked. What floor is the kitchen on? Ty changed the subject without answering. The dining area is on the 2nd floor, so the kitchen should be on the 1st floor. After saying this, Adrian wisely pressed the button for the 1st floor elevator. Take the stairs, not the elevator. Ty stopped Adrian. There was always the possibility of power failure, so shortcuts weren't an option. In such a star-rated hotel, it was normal for the dining and accommodation areas to be integrated, hence the presence of a kitchen. However, the only concern was whether there might be dormant mutants in the kitchen. Kitchens were often heavily laden with grease and dirtier compared to other places. Pests like cockroaches and fruit flies, which favored damp, dirty environments, were highly likely to be found in kitchens. By now, Ty and Adrian had reached the 1st floor. Just stepping out of the fire exit, they heard the cacophony of zombies howling outside. There are probably more people gathered here than on a school playground. Adrian stared outside, astonished. The hotel's glass doors were closed, with 2 SUVs wedged tightly against them. But the 2 SUVs had been scratched beyond recognition by zombies. It was hard to tell they were vehicles anymore. Even inside the cars, several zombie bodies were crushed yet still crawled towards the hotel entrance. The scene looked like polluted black water relentlessly crashing against the shore. Due to the overwhelming number of zombies and the 2 SUVs blocking much of the light, the hotel lobby was unusually dark. On either side lay a few zombies killed by Ty. Though their blood had long coagulated, the stench of decay lingered in the air. Go find the kitchen's location. I'll observe the situation outside, Ty said, turning his gaze to the outside. Boss, the kitchen is here, Adrian called out. Ty took one last look at the lower right corner of the main door before walking toward Adrian. Boss, give me a magazine. This kitchen feels eerie. Adrian looked at Ty, holding up his empty AK-47 helplessly. You're here to help me get things. Why do you need bullets? Ty raised an eyebrow and walked straight into the kitchen. He still couldn't fully trust Adrian. Guns were different from knives. Though he had the blood-sucking sickle that could restore life, a gunshot to the head would make even that weapon useless. He couldn't hand over something that could endanger his life. Not yet. As soon as Ty stepped into the kitchen, he sensed a difference in the smell inside. It was the unique stench emitted by insects. Follow me, there might be mutants inside, Ty warned. What are mutants? Adrian glanced at the knife stuck in the cutting board, directly pulled it out, and held it in his hand. Several times larger insects, they are a type of zombie, Ty explained quietly. Adrian had only seen zombies during his time in this hotel, and was unaware that insects had also mutated. Why aren't they coming out to attack us? There was so much noise upstairs earlier, Adrian asked. Hibernation. This was a characteristic of mutants. After eating, they rest, converting food into nutrients to enhance their strength. Upon hearing Ty's explanation, Adrian's usually cheerful face showed a hint of worry. He could sense that this crisis would not merely threaten one country but could impact the course of human civilization. Ty held the hunting broad blade in one hand and the blood-sucking sickle in the other, scanning his surroundings. He needed to eliminate the mutants in the kitchen before he dared to look for what he needed. However, due to the kitchen being extremely dim and filled with kitchen utensils and fruits and vegetables standing upright, it was impossible to see clearly where the mutants were gathered under such dark conditions. Should I turn on a light? Adrian looked at Ty and suggested. The brightness will instantly enrage these mutants. We don't know how many mutants are in here. If you want to get beaten up, go ahead and turn it on, Ty said, looking at Adrian. What should we do then? Adrian followed Ty forward but suddenly felt like his foot kicked something. He looked down. On the gloomy ground, a black spherical object appeared, surrounded by thick brown-yellow tentacles. But what was most terrifying were its two green glowing eyes. It was now looking up at Adrian. Chapter 71. The Hidden Disaster in the Hotel, Termites. Shit. Seymour did not show fear on his face, but he was momentarily stunned by this mutant. Ty turned back and saw that the mutant under Seymour's feet had been completely awakened, and it seemed to carry a bit of anger. It should be a centipede. Judging by the length of its antennae, it was probably around second stage. However, Ty did not immediately deal with this centipede. He wanted to see how the combat capability of Seymour, who was proficient in firearms, would fare. The awakened centipede quickly unfurled its body into a black ball, and its antennae grew much longer. Waltke a net flying over, it lunged at Seymour. I didn't complain about you tripping me, and now you attack first. Watching the lunge of the centipede, Seymour quickly retreated backward. When the centipede attacked with its two large antennae, Seymour's reaction startled Ty. His body leaned to the right, and the kitchen knife in his hand directly smacked the centipede, retreating it several meters. His reflexes were quick, as was his dodging speed, but the only flaw was the way he used the kitchen knife. A kitchen knife ended up being used like a fly swatter. It seemed that Seymour only mastered dodging skills, and his attacking methods were limited to firearms. Boss, don't just stand there. Isn't this what you're looking for? Go ahead, Seymour said, looking at Ty standing next to him. You're from the army, right? Ty looked at Seymour and asked. Hey boss, watch out behind you. Seymour was about to remind him that the centipede was attacking Ty, but he realized that Ty had directly dealt with it while facing away. He stabbed backward, slashing through the head in one strike, instantly killing it. Seymour once again focused his eyes on Ty's face. If I were from the army, wouldn't I have already gone into that shelter? Seymour explained. To be more precise, you're not from the army, but you are the grandson of Ashtonjung City's highest commander, right? These words from Ty gave Seymour quite a fright. From your reaction, I can tell. Ty did not continue to question Seymour about his background and kept searching around the kitchen. The reason he guessed that Seymour was the grandson of the highest commander was most importantly because the commander also surnamed Han. Seymour did not fear death, knew how to handle a gun, and when encountering these supernatural phenomena, he was merely startled for a moment. His psychological resilience exceeded that of ordinary people. But the most important point was that Seymour's grandfather, Alton, the highest commander of the Ashtonjung City military. Alton's son died in battle, leaving his newborn child. Alton did not want his grandson to follow in his father's footsteps and did not cultivate him into a military talent. Yet, being from a military family, even without specific training, he naturally absorbed many things from Alton's influence. Moreover, with Alton having many enemies, he taught his grandson how to use a gun, escape, and dodge as self-defense measures but did not impart any close combat skills. This matched Seymour perfectly. Ty knew this not through gossip, but because in his previous life, he had worked in the military zone and learned about Alton's past. Why don't we get what we need and leave? Seymour felt that there were definitely many mutants in this kitchen. If we want to escape from the hotel, the first floor is a must-pass route. And if we don't eliminate these mutants, they will become a security threat to us. Ty disagreed with Seymour's suggestion. The upcoming battle would certainly produce loud noises, awakening these sleeping mutants. If ambushed during the escape, it would be dangerous. But we don't know where these guys are. Seymour and Ty both focused on the oil drums under the dining table. Burn them. Both of them voiced their thoughts simultaneously. Since they won't come out, let's send them off in their dreams. You go fetch the oil. I'll shut all the windows around here. Ty glanced at the natural gas above. Most house explosions happen during fires due to igniting kitchen gas or natural gas. We need to control the fire gradually. Otherwise, if an explosion occurs, all surrounding zombies might be attracted by the sound. After securing the upper vent window, Ty told Seymour, we have those patrol officers, right? Can't they come later to put out the fire? Seymour also considered this issue and suggested, alright, anyway, the fire must be small. These mutants are different from zombies. They possess life. Without oxygen, they will die. Ty looked at Seymour and said, suffocate them to death, right? Seymour lifted the oil drum and began pouring it along the walls. Ty also picked up the hunting broad blade and carefully inspected the surroundings again. Ordinary mutants couldn't break down doors. He was afraid of creatures like centipedes or fire-spitting beetles that could force their way through. Fortunately, no large mutants appeared in this kitchen, so there was no risk of the door being broken. Hey boss, this seems to be a termite nest. While pouring oil, Seymour suddenly saw a small cube about the size of an adult's shoe and said, termites. Hearing Seymour's words, Ty furrowed his brows slightly, quickly recalling the characteristics of termites in his mind. In the previous life, among low-tier creatures, the most troublesome ones apart from spiders and centipedes with toxins were ants. Their size didn't increase much, but their strength multiplied. Additionally, they had very clear divisions of labor. In the wave of mutants, they weren't like ordinary mutants. They were more like an independent nation, a nation solely for termites. Don't move, let me take a look. Ty frowned slightly, sensing a foreboding omen. He quickly came to Seymour's side and used the hunting broad blade to chop open the termite nest. But inside, apart from shattered soil, there was nothing else. The termites were nowhere to be found. Not good. A flash of panic crossed Ty's eyes. Even the queen wasn't in the nest, which meant only one possibility. They went out to forage collectively. These termites hadn't fallen into a deep sleep. They sensed food and left the nest en masse. And for them, there was only one kind of food. Humans. The only place nearby where humans existed was this hotel. Chapter 72 Distortion of Human Nature. Boss, we can set fire now. Seymour saw Ty's expression and instantly sensed the severity of the situation. He was an astute person who could very keenly grasp the surrounding circumstances. Ty had a terrifyingly familiar intuition about both the zombies and these mutants. The appearance of the termites might well affect their escape from the hotel. If these termites are interested in humans, we can use this kitchen as bait. Seymour looked at Ty and spoke his thoughts. That's what I was thinking too. If their numbers are small, it'll be easy to handle. But if they exceed expectations, we may only have one option. Ty turned to look up at the gas tank, his eyes filled with complicated emotions. The gas tank was certainly a double-edged sword in their current situation. He would not choose this method unless it was absolutely necessary. Let's go. Ty took out a stack of flammable paper and opened the stove next to him. The flame instantly ignited the paper. As Ty left the kitchen, the paper flew like withering butterflies toward the oily ground. Bang! Boom! The sound of closing the door coincided with the roar of flames, which quickly engulfed the entire kitchen. However, Seymour's method of pouring oil was quite meticulous. He did not drench every spot to prevent the flames from reaching the upper gas tank. SSSSS. Creak. Soon, the dormant mutants in the kitchen were awakened by the scorching heat of the flames. Their bodies now appeared like scorched dry leaves. The walls around the kitchen were also covered with countless tiny mutants at this moment. They were looking for any way to escape. But under Ty's thorough planning, all possible exits, holes, and cracks in the kitchen were blocked, leaving the mutants to hop chaotically inside the kitchen. SSSS. ZZZZ. Soon, Ty heard the coin prompts resonating frantically in his mind. Ding. Successfully killed level 1 mutant. Cockroach. Coins plus 1.5. Ding. Successfully killed level 1 mutant. Fruit fly. Coins plus 1.5. In the elevator. Is it really safe hiding here? A short girl with round glasses and a watermelon head hairstyle asked fearfully. Didn't you hear him? The elevator is meant for our escape, meaning others can't use it. As long as we stay here quietly, we're fine. The spectacled man pushed his glasses up and smiled. The 3 people in the elevator were precisely the trio Ty assigned to patrol each floor. But after entering the elevator, the spectacled man came up with this idea. It prevented them from being caught slacking off and avoided zombie attacks. A perfect 2-for-1 solution. Haha, even if those zombies attack, they won't find us. The Grady laughed heartily, realizing how great this task was. No, I still don't feel at ease. I want to go out. The watermelon girl stood at the outermost side of the elevator, pressed the button to open the elevator door, and rushed outside. A flash of malice flashed across the spectacled man's eyes. Her departure undoubtedly made things difficult for them. If she wouldn't stay with them, then she had to be disposed of. Kill her and create bite marks on her wounds as if zombies attacked her. This way, our hiding in the elevator will remain undiscovered. The spectacled man looked at the Grady beside him and said gravely, But, no buts. Remember what happened to those who acted on their own before? Those terrorists also vanished without a trace. What do you think Ty did to them? The spectacled man lied and manipulated, erasing the last shred of humanity from the Grady's heart. All right, leave no traces. The Grady gritted his teeth and agreed to the spectacled man's plan. The 2 of them ran out of the elevator quickly, aiming for one goal. Kill the watermelon girl, frame it on zombies, and continue hiding in the elevator. At this moment, the watermelon girl was unaware of her companion's intentions, hesitantly walking in the hallway. She wasn't against staying in the elevator, but she feared more that zombies would rush into the hotel from outside. She had witnessed Ty's capabilities, and this indeed involved everyone's safety. If she slacked off here and zombies attacked, she'd feel guilty, just like when the girl jumped from the building. She couldn't let that happen again. Otherwise, she would have no way out. Just as she was about to walk towards the first floor, she suddenly felt something choking her neck. Ugh. Looking down, Janice saw that the thing choking her neck was a human hand. She strained her eyes to look backward and saw that the person choking her neck was the Shay from the elevator earlier. You. Janice wanted to shout for help, but her mouth was tightly covered, preventing her from making any sound. Tears welled up in her eyes as she struggled with all her might, trying to escape the suffocating grip. But how could a dream's strength match a man's? Her struggles were in vain. Then, the next moment, an even more despairing and terrifying voice whispered into her ear. Hurry up, bite a piece of flesh from her neck. The Shay commanded the Grady standing nearby. Me? Why don't you do it? A flicker of disgust flashed across the Grady's eyes. How could someone like him, a businessman, do something so degrading? I'm the one choking her. How can I bite? If you want to die, then I'll release her and let her report this to Ty. Then none of us will survive. With that, the Shay loosened his grip on Janice slightly. I'll do it. I'll bite. Facing the threat of death, the Grady knew which side to choose. With that, he took small steps towards Janice, gazing at her neck, still hesitating and fearing in his eyes. Though he was a man from high society who had seen many storms, asking him to bite off a piece of flesh from a living person was something he had never experienced. Bite or not, this is your last chance. If you don't bite now, I'll release her. Seeing the Grady still hesitating, the Shay barked angrily. Bite. Seemingly enraged, the hesitation in the Grady's eyes instantly turned to fury, and he lunged toward Janice's neck. Ah! Janice's body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her cheeks due to fear. You are humans. Why are you doing what zombies do? Why are you like this? Janice was utterly despondent. She never imagined that uninfected people could act just like zombies. SSS. Blood spurted out, splattering the Grady's face, while a chunk of flesh hung between his teeth. Janice's delicate neck was now covered in blood, like a white lotus living in hell, being scorched by endless flames. Chapter 73. This world is already dark. Aggie felt her life slipping away bit by bit. She looked up at the two men in front of her. One wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, with skin as smooth and glossy as jade, giving off an aura of warmth and elegance. The other, though obese, was dressed in a perfectly tailored suit that fit him impeccably. Both of them would be perceived as successful individuals at first glance. But why would they do something like this? Shouldn't the qualities and upbringing of successful people be higher than ordinary folks? Aggie looked at the two men again. In her final moments, she saw that beneath the glasses of the Shay lay an endless abyss of demons. And under the pot belly of the Grady hid a ravenous Taudai, a mythical creature. So, this is how it is. This world is already dark. The appearance of these zombies has only torn off the masks of those who hide in the light. Aggie fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Her blood flowed like a stream, quickly wetting the floor around her. Pa. The Grady spat out a piece of flesh from his mouth, along with some saliva. This should resemble being bitten by a zombie, right? There was not a hint of remorse in the Grady's eyes, only a touch of excitement. So, this is what killing feels like. The Grady had done everything, except for murder due to legal constraints. Now, with the collapse of order and no authority left to govern, he experienced this feeling for the first time, filled with exhilaration. By the way, being bitten by a zombie should lead to mutation. What about her head? A smile flashed across the Grady's face as he hurried towards a room. After cleaning the blood off his face, he took out a foldable stool from the room. He was addicted to killing. The Shay stepped aside, watching the Grady calmly, a smile appearing in his eyes. Now, he would have a trump card for survival. The Grady tossed the stool covered in blood and white fluid aside, panting heavily. Let's go back to the elevator. Shortly after the two returned to the elevator, countless tiny white dots suddenly gathered around Aggie's body. Termites. Attracted by the scent of blood, they surrounded Aggie's body in an instant. In just a second, Aggie's corpse was reduced to a skeleton with red and white bones. An eyeball rolled off Aggie's skull and hit the ground, immediately being devoured by termites once more. The eyeball vanished entirely, while the termites moved on to their next target, the elevator on the far left. Inside the elevator. Pa, why do I still feel bits of meat in my mouth? The Grady spat onto the ground. Blood mixed with saliva dripped down, leaving a faint, bloody smell behind. The blood got between your teeth, obviously. The Shay leaned against the elevator wall, speaking nonchalantly. Wait, what sound is that? The Shay frowned, pressing his ear against the door. Something was crawling fast and in large numbers. It couldn't be zombies. More likely insects. The Shay turned to look at the Grady who was cleaning the blood off his teeth. Could it be the blood smell attracting them? As the Shay pondered, he noticed a tiny white ant crawling out from a crack in the elevator. A termite? Why here? Hiss. The Shay's finger touched the termite, which bit into his skin instantly, creating a small puncture. When did termites get such a terrifying bite? No, these are not ordinary termites. As more termites appeared in the elevator cracks, the Shay realized the gravity of the situation. I can't stay in this elevator, or it will become my grave. These termites must have been attracted by the blood in the Grady's mouth. If I call him to run with me, they'll drag me down too. Or, a ruthless gleam flashed in the Shay's eyes. He quickly pressed the elevator button and ran towards the door. Why are you going out? The Grady, seeing the escaping Shay, showed a look of surprise. Why is he running? Hiss, my leg. The Grady looked down and found that his leather shoes were covered with white insects, and some parts of the shoes had already been chewed through. Ants? Get away. The Grady rapidly shook his leg, trying to shake off all the termites. But termites had a peculiar trait. The more one struggled, the stronger they became. My foot. In an instant, the Grady felt excruciating pain. What kind of monsters are these ants? He felt that one of his legs had completely lost its strength to support his body, collapsing like a rickety framework. He fell half kneeling on the ground. He looked up at the elevator door. A terrifying scene unfolded before him. Countless termites swarmed inside the entire elevator. The originally silver-black elevator was now snow-white. The termites wriggled incessantly, slowly consuming his body. His well-tailored suit tore apart instantly, and the layers of fat spread out. Involuntarily, he opened his mouth, a fear that came from deep within his soul. Soon, countless termites began to burrow into the cracks of his head. His eyes, nose, mouth, ears. He could feel his body disappearing piece by piece. He raised his right hand. Half of it was already stripped of flesh, leaving only bone. In an instant, he understood why the Shay had fled. Why there was no pain. Just as the Grady was puzzled, the next second, the pain overwhelmed his entire body. The termites' feeding was so fast that the sensation of pain was delayed. Ugh. The Grady, filled with despair from the pain, tried to scream for help, but he found that his throat was also infested with termites, his vocal cords destroyed, unable to produce any sound. He fully comprehended the hopelessness that Aggie must have felt in her final moments. Unable to call for help, waiting for death? I don't want to die. My money. As the skeleton crumbled, he collapsed on the floor. Walkie Aggie, he too became a blood-stained skeleton. But what was most terrifying was that the termites were not yet sated. They started crawling upstairs. They smelled the blood upstairs. Chapter 74 Ty's Decisiveness in the Termite Attack. Ty and Edward had returned to the third floor. Boss, do you smell any blood? Edward looked at Ty and asked. I did. Ty nodded. The smell of blood wasn't very strong but rather faint. Go press the elevator button to bring it up here. Ty picked up the hunting machete lying beside him and said to Edward, aren't they supposed to use the elevator to escape? Edward asked in puzzlement. Whose lives are more valuable, theirs or those of everyone on the third floor? In the apocalypse, elevators were a double-edged weapon that could both kill and be used for killing. If something unpredictable happened downstairs, the elevator would be the second way to escape. Should we alert the people in the rooms? Edward asked again. Tell them to stay on high alert. Ty nodded and started walking towards the fire escape. Edward informed Ron of the situation and quickly headed towards the elevator area. He was extremely anxious inside, not out of fear that the zombies would break through below, but worry over Alina's safety. Alina was still on the 9th floor, 6 floors apart from him. If she truly encountered danger, he wouldn't be able to reach her in time. Forget it. I'll just take the elevator straight to the 9th floor. Edward glanced at the elevator as the floor indicator rose from the 2nd to the 3rd floor. At this moment, Ty stood next to the door of the fire escape and also heard the sounds coming from downstairs. They were running footsteps, and very hurried ones. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as the elevator reached the 3rd floor and opened its doors, the sounds from the fire escape also appeared before Ty. Boss. Edward's pupils contracted, sweat instantly breaking out on his forehead, with a look of horror in his eyes. But Ty didn't immediately respond to Edward because someone unexpected appeared in the fire escape corridor. The Shay. Ty raised his knife and blocked him outside. What happened? Ty quickly surveyed the Shay's body, finally resting his gaze on his fingers. It was blood. His finger was injured, similar to a needle prick. Downstairs, there are termites downstairs. They eat people. Quick, let me in, otherwise. Before the Shay could finish speaking, he suddenly felt something touch his neck. He glanced sideways to find a long bloody blade already pressed against his neck. Are you crazy? The Shay froze when he saw what Ty did. How did you get the injury on your finger? Ty's expression turned cold as he asked. It's an accidental puncture. The Shay choked slightly, his eyes becoming unfocused. Damn it. I panicked while running and didn't cover the wound. You must believe me. If I were really bitten by termites, how could I have survived? They move incredibly fast. I saw them from a distance and came immediately to warn everyone. Wasn't it you who told me to patrol? Now I've discovered something abnormal. Before the Shay finished speaking, he felt his head spin 360 degrees, even being able to see his own body. What's going on? I can see my neck? Where's the head on my neck? The Shay watched as blood sprayed from his decapitated head. A hint of confusion flashed across his eyes, but the next moment, darkness enveloped his vision, snuffing out his life. Ah! Suddenly, a scream erupted behind Ty. He turned around to see a man. Murder, murder. Sammy ran quickly backward, fear evident in his eyes as he screamed frantically. Edward stood at the elevator door, looking in Ty's direction. Boss? Edward saw the blood dripping from the blade in Ty's hand, eyes filled with confusion. Was there a skeleton in the elevator? Ty, combining Edward's terrified tone earlier, spoke in a grave voice. Yes, there was one. Edward calmed himself down, believing Ty couldn't have killed without reason. Otherwise, he and Alina wouldn't have made it this far. That explains it then. Ty squatted down and pulled out insecticide from his backpack. Go to the rooms, gather all flammable items, and bring me a lighter. Ty lifted the Shay's body and placed it outside the fire escape door. Aren't we using oil? Edward attempted to toss the oil in his hand to Ty, but was refused. These supplies are reserved for when we need to break out. Save where you can. Ty explained. Seymour nodded, placing the oil he was holding to one side and turning to run toward the rooms. Compared to Ty's killing, he cared more about his own life. Could it be termites? Seymour instantly understood and ran faster. Quick, bring all flammable items to where Boss Ty is. Seymour said this and swiftly began searching for combustible materials in the room. What are you doing? Get moving. Seymour looked up at a few people. Only Ron was helping him search for things. The rest were gripping their guns, watching him with great caution. This scene was exactly the same as when that girl was raped earlier. Numbness, selfishness, and distrust. Does Ty kill people? One person's voice trembled slightly, looking at Seymour. Everyone in the room had heard that frantic scream earlier. If he wanted to kill people, no one here would survive. Think with your brains. Seymour was angered by these words and cursed them. The group exchanged glances. They had no choice but to join the effort of collecting flammable items. Did something unexpected happen? Ron looked at Seymour and asked. He also heard the sound of Ty killing someone, sensing that something was definitely amiss. A creature called termites came in. The reason that man was killed by Ty is probably because he was bitten by a termite. Although Seymour wasn't entirely sure, he chose to believe Tai. Termites? But they're supposed to have no offensive ability? Those who previously doubted Tai showed some confusion in their eyes. Believe it or not, I don't care to explain. Seymour gathered all the fabrics, looking at them. Wall tighter. Give me the lighter. Hurry up. Seymour snatched the lighter from one person's hand and ran out the door quickly. You few stay here. I'll go check it out. Ron frowned and followed Seymour outside. If termites really eat people, what will we do? There must be hundreds of times more of them than us here. Seeing Seymour run out so urgently, everyone became anxious. Don't be afraid. Isn't Tai still guarding outside? We can hide here. As long as we don't make noise, they shouldn't find us. After saying this, they started searching for hiding places in the room. Some hid under the bed, others in cabinets, leaving the room empty and hollow. Outside, Tai stood at the intersection of the fire escape and corridor, observing both directions. Termites were rapidly crawling toward these two directions. Chapter 75. Alana's Anomaly. The Queen Ant appears. The invading termites swept forward like an ocean tide, spreading out in all directions. They were everywhere, like spirits moving through shadows, traversing various areas. Tai's brows slightly furrowed. He realized he had underestimated these termites. Apart from the fire escape, they could also climb along walls to reach the third floor and even higher levels. The elevator. They could crawl up the elevator walls to any part of the hotel. Seymour, take this and go to the 7th floor. Seeing the termites that hadn't appeared yet, Tai guessed what was happening. The 6th floor had a smell of blood, and so did the 9th floor. And the 7th floor, nestled between these two floors, might very well become one of the termite invasion sites. There were 4 humans on the 7th floor. Upon hearing Leland's order, Seymour took the insecticide and rushed toward the 7th floor. Meanwhile, Tai broke off one of the legs of a nearby stool, wrapped it with cloth, and poured some oil on it. Fire ants aren't afraid of flames, but it's uncertain about these termites. Looking at the entrance to the stairs of the fire escape, Tai knew that the termites must have split into 2 groups. One group invaded the 3rd floor, while the other group invaded the floors above the 6th. The most terrifying aspect of these termites is that they grow bigger as they eat. This is why Tai was eager to get Seymour to move upstairs quickly. So far, these termites had already eaten 2 people. If they ate them evenly, the size wouldn't increase much. But if all the flesh was fed to one termite, it would be troublesome. Just as Tai was thinking, the termites finally appeared before his eyes. Countless white grains flooded the hallway. In an instant, the dim corridor was enveloped in white. Leland pulled out a hunting broadblade and slashed several cuts on the dead man with glasses. Blood began to seep out from the cuts. The smell of blood filled the air, and the speed of the termites became even more frenzied. Seeing the termites start gnawing on the corpse of Davis with glasses, Tai instantly ignited the torch in his hand, setting both the corpse and the ground on fire. In a moment, the door to the fire escape was completely covered by flames. The termites tried to escape, but it was too late. Endless flames turned into their crematorium, sizzling sounds echoing through the sea of fire. System notifications kept ringing in Tai's mind. 2 raging fires boosted Tai's coins straight past 1,000, which meant that Tai now had the ability to upgrade his equipment or physical body. The ants and earthworms seemed to be ATMs provided specifically for me by the system. Looking at the number displayed by the system, 1034, Tai felt overjoyed. The more coins, the better chance he had of surviving. Tai watched the still burning flames and walked back toward the room. Flames blocked his way, and the elevator was a transport method he refused to use. So he couldn't go up to the 7th floor right now. The crisis on the 7th floor could only be solved by Seymour. 7th floor. Big Sister Alana, is this how you use the gun? A young girl, around 17 or 18 years old, held the gun with one eye closed and the other open, aiming carefully, looking quite adorable. Alana patted the girl's head. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard faint crawling sounds. She, being naturally sensitive, showed a trace of worry on her face. Big Sister Alana, where are you going? Aren't you watching us practice? Charlotte looked at Alana heading for the door, revealing confusion in their eyes. I'm just checking outside. Keep practicing. Alana forced a smile at them. Hee, okay. All 3 smiled, seemingly fully trusting Alana. During their ascent, Alana continuously offered encouraging words, calming their anxieties. They regarded Alana as their confidant, even as someone they depended on. Walking out of the room, Alana's kind look instantly turned cold. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she listened to the surroundings. 6th floor. The sound came from the 6th floor. Something was gnawing at something. Opening her eyes, Alana scanned the area, searching for something. Her eyes flashed with determination as she sprinted towards the 9th floor. At this point, her speed was no longer that of the girl who had followed behind Seymour. It was as if she had become a completely different person, her speed increasing to an extreme level, even able to match Tai, who had awakened his gene physique. Alana arrived at the 9th floor and locked onto the room with blood stains. Sammy in black saw someone enter and hurriedly shouted loudly, "Save me! Save me!" But before he could finish his plea, he found that his arm had been directly severed. It was cut by this dream. My hand. Sammy watched as large amounts of blood flowed from the broken part of his arm, causing him to spasm violently. It was a pain that tore through his heart and lungs, a pain that made him want to die. Alana ignored Davis's screams and had no intention of bandaging his wound. She took the arm and ran quickly downstairs. For Alana, all this seemed like an ordinary matter. Soon, Alana returned to the 7th floor, having already sensed that those things had cleaned out the 6th floor, and were now running toward the 7th floor. She threw the arm and the blood-stained clothes at the door of the girl's room, then quickly hid in a nearby room. In no time, the white ants had reached the 7th floor. Some of the white ants were covered in crimson, carrying the scent of blood. At the back of the group, a white ant as big as a regular puppy appeared. The queen ant. Its body seemed to be pieced together. It had 2 antennae on its head, eyes glowing a bloody red, and 2 mandibles by its mouth corners, which continuously moved, chewing meat inside. Its body was a milky white color, but beneath it, you could faintly see red light shining through. That was the blood from the humans it had eaten, dyeing its body red. Its rear end was very large, covered with countless white sacs, seemingly nurturing its offspring. 1 step, 2 steps. The queen ant followed the swarm ahead, walking forward. They were all drawn to the severed hand hanging on the door. The dense smell of blood accelerated their pace, rushing toward the room where the girls were. In an instant, the entire 7th floor hallway was filled with white ants. Chapter 76, Grandpa Walt, I last the longest. The termites kept moving forward nonstop, completely covering the door of the room. The arm hanging on the doorknob instantly turned into a white bone in an instant. Each termite continuously passed the minced flesh to the rear with their feelers, ultimately delivering it to the queen's mouth. Minced meat entered the queen's mouth endlessly, and the white sacks at her rear started dropping down one by one. Each white sack that fell to the ground immediately turned into a termite. The queen's body also expanded somewhat. This was the ability of termites. Consumption, reproduction, growth. Did you hear any sounds outside the door? The 3 people in the room looked at each other, all carrying a hint of confusion in their eyes. Isn't Sister Janine out there? Is she doing something outside? Hopefully, nothing bad happened. All 3 were wealthy young ladies who had never experienced much of the world. They had unconditional trust in Janine, but unbeknownst to them, Janine was hiding in a relatively clean room nearby, listening to everything. Or, shall we go check outside? A girl suggested. The other 2 agreed as well. They did not suspect Janine. Instead, they were worried about her safety. Holding their guns like sticks, they cautiously walked toward the door. But just as they were about to open the door, many small white insects began entering from under the door. What are these bugs? Get away, get away. Girls were most afraid of bugs. They had no courage to resist these insects and quickly ran backward. Could the noise outside be because of these bugs? Olivius exchanged glances, fear spreading across their faces. Just as they were distracted, the girl closest to the door was suddenly covered entirely by termites. Her body trembled, blood oozed from her mouth, and only her eyes, filled with a deathly aura, remained exposed. It was like a mummy wrapped in bandages, except the bandages were replaced by countless white ants. In the next second, the termites scattered, leaving behind a completely gnawed skeleton. Aya! The 2 remaining girls were frozen in horror, screaming at decibels beyond human limits. This deafening scream made the ants on the floor even more frenzied. Walkie bullets, they swarmed towards every possible opening of the 2 girls' bodies. Their eyes, ears, mouths, noses, inner thighs. Instantly, the 2 girls felt something inside their bodies being chewed nonstop. No, I don't want to die. Get away, get away. One of the girls kept kicking her legs, trying to shake off the termites, but when she kicked, her thigh broke, and the leg flew away. The termites inside her severed her limb. Janine, hiding in the adjacent room, heard the commotion from next door. A firmness flashed in her eyes, and muttering something incomprehensible, she swiftly rushed out. She needed to escape while the 3 girls were being devoured by the termites. Janine quickly headed for the fire exit on the 7th floor. The termites' attention was all focused on the girls, so if she could pass that room, she would be safe. But accidents happened. One of the girls, while being devoured, saw Janine dart past the door. Using her last bit of strength, she tried to call out for help. Sister Janine, save. Her voice cut off abruptly as she, too, became food for the termites, turning into a lifeless skeleton. Even in her final moments, she still believed Janine could save her. But this faint cry alerted the feeding queen. The queen turned toward the door. Though her vision wasn't great, her perception far exceeded ordinary insects. No matter how fast Janine moved, she couldn't escape the queen's detection. Soon, the termites in the room discovered Janine's trail and quickly charged after her. These creatures are too fast. Although Janine had already reached the 6th floor, she could clearly feel that these termites were getting closer and closer. What to do? During this chase, the queen ant revealed her true strength for the first time. Wings sprouted from her back, and with her speed maxed out, she charged toward Janine. SSSSSS. The queen's mandibles opened quickly, and a gaping maw appeared behind Janine. One could even see clearly within it countless shredded flesh pieces and remnants of blood. Under the bright moonlight, Janine's shadow was completely overshadowed by the queen's shadow. Her head's shadow was already swallowed whole into the queen's mouth. Am I going to die? Janine said this with a still calm expression. She merely sighed slightly, but there was no hint of fear. But at this moment, a hand reached out to her, and beside her, another hand appeared, holding a can of insecticide. Spray you dead. The moment the insecticide sprayed out, the queen's body instantly froze in midair. Go! Janine's hand was held, and her expression changed subtly at this moment. It's him again. Looking at this man who disregarded danger to save her, Janine felt a slight stir in her heart. This man was none other than Seymour. These ants are so big. Don't they let people live? Seymour shielded Janine in front, running while looking forward. At this moment, Janine's speed slowed down imperceptibly, matching perfectly with Seymour's. Damn it, these pests. Watch me spray you to death. While running, Seymour wielded the insecticide given to him by Ty, spraying the white ants trailing behind. Soon, the leading white ants fell one after another, killed directly by the spray. Didn't expect this thing to be quite effective. Looking at the insecticide in his hand, a gleam of joy flashed in Seymour's eyes. He stopped on the spot, using the insecticide as a weapon, starting to massacre the insects ahead. Janine, you go first. Grandpa Walt will cover the rear. Whether in bed skills or ground skills, Grandpa Walt is the most enduring man. Chapter 77. The termites form a giant hand. Third stage queen ant. Seymour raised the insecticide and aimed it at the termite swarm in front of him. This move indeed froze the termites in fear. Even the queen ant hid behind the swarm. Though her body was large, her original size was merely similar to that of an ordinary termite, so she still feared these insecticides. The queen ant waved her antennae, issuing orders to the surrounding termites. In this world, one of the main reasons why mutants are more terrifying than zombies is life existence. Zombies have no life. They're entirely controlled by parasites within their bodies. Mutants, however, have life. They've just been enlarged or enhanced. Now, the termite swarm had split into 4 branches. No matter which branch Seymour sprayed, the others would immediately take care of the affected branch. However, Seymour was smart enough not to aim at just one spot, but instead sprayed widely. Divide into smaller teams? Come on then. Ismail grabbed the insecticide and did a full spin. Those termites at the forefront were crushed flat. Come on, keep going. Seymour sprayed wildly at the termites in front of him, but soon he sensed something was off. Where's the queen ant? Seymour narrowed his eyes, watching the continuously surging termites around him. Not only was the queen ant gone, but there were fewer of them as well. What's happening? Seymour furrowed his brow, took a few steps back, and looked up. Above was the staircase leading upstairs, making squeaking noises. Damn, are they eating through the floor? Seymour abruptly turned and ran forward. The next second, a hole appeared above him as the queen ant dropped down from the ceiling. If Seymour had reacted a half-second slower, his head would have been bitten off. Boss, save me. Seymour had now reached the 7th floor, stunned by the raging flames blocking the door. If he kept running downstairs, he would definitely die since there would be no escape once he reached the bottom. But it wasn't certain on the 7th floor. There was Ty and other survivors here. Maybe there's a chance to survive. Damn it, let's go for it. Seymour looked at the burning flames, then glanced at the rabid termites, swallowed hard, and leaped into the sea of fire. Instantly, Seymour rushed in like a roasted piglet. You really dared to jump? Ty watched Seymour, whose clothes were on fire, and murmured. There's a huge white ant behind. Before Seymour could finish speaking, a loud bang echoed throughout the 7th floor. The flames continued to burn, but the wall beside the fire exit had been completely eaten away. Ty held his hunting broad blade and bloodthirsty scythe in hand, retreating slowly rather than moving forward. Only a queen ant could instantly destroy an entire wall. There was only one possibility. The opposing queen ant had reached the 3rd stage. Through the dust, a gigantic ant with a creamy white body appeared before Ty. Her posterior was adorned with many small white spots, her body speckled with red dots, 2 antennae on her forehead, and scattered single eyes reflecting Ty's image. Most horrifying were the double pincers near her mouth, stained with blood and meat scraps. Go tell everyone in the rooms to set everything flammable on fire, and come out to deal with the termites. Ty kicked the still extinguishing Seymour and said in a deep voice. Termites are formidable because they fight in groups and can reproduce asexually. With the queen ant now at the 3rd stage and accompanied by the termite swarm, perhaps only super mutants like the deathworm could stand a chance against her. She excelled in speed, bite force, reaction time, and strength. Moreover, these termites were too small to be easily killed with firearms, making the task even harder without proper weapons. There were only 2 ways to handle them: insecticides and fire. While retreating, Ty was looking for any equipment in the mall that could produce flames. Crimson Lotus Cloak, Lava Heart. Ty glanced at these 2 items, his brow furrowing deeply. He couldn't afford either of these items. Giving up on buying equipment, Ty quickly moved and took the oil placed beside the elevator shaft. Originally meant for breaking through barriers, the termites now posed such a threat that he had no choice but to use it. The moment Ty picked up the oil, the termites also began their attack on him. Countless termites swarmed towards Ty, intending to engulf his body entirely. But at this point, Ty's body was vastly different from that of an ordinary person. Even though these termites had astonishing bite strength, it was impossible for them to tear off chunks of his flesh in a single bite. This gave Ty some room to maneuver. Ty stored the bloodthirsty scythe into the system space and disregarded the pain all over his body as he charged straight toward the queen ant. One strike with his blade would be enough to kill this queen. Bloodthirsty scythe, fused with the hunting broad blade. In an instant, the effects of all 3 weapons merged into one long saber. As Ty ran and slashed, the life force he absorbed from the termites rapidly healed the wounds on his body. Blood gushed out and dissipated, then gushed out and dissipated again. Just when Ty thought he was about to finish off the queen ant, she vanished in front of him. The swarm of termites instantly dispersed from his body and formed a giant hand in front of him, gripping his hunting broad blade tightly. Although the hunting broad blade had the ability to kill on contact, the sheer number of termites was overwhelming. Even as they kept dying, the size of the giant hand did not change. This rendered Ty's attacks ineffective and immobilized him on the spot. At that moment, the queen ant suddenly appeared behind him. Her mandibles opened wide, emitting a wave of bloodlust. It was a gaping maw. Ty's body instantly plunged into darkness. Hunting broad blade, retract. The hunting broad blade, which had been restrained by the termites, was immediately stored back into the system inventory. Ty swiftly dodged to the left, narrowly avoiding this lethal blow. How has this queen ant become so fast? It's like teleporting. Ty glanced at the queen ant beside him, still burning with rage, and furrowed his brow. This queen ant was worlds apart from the one he had encountered in his past life. It seemed to have been enhanced. While Ty pondered, the others behind him rushed out as well. Seeing Ty covered in blood, they immediately lost their composure. Their loss of composure wasn't out of concern for Ty's safety, but rather due to the fear of these creatures. They wanted to survive, but now they faced a creature they had never seen before. How could they not be afraid? Everyone threw flaming objects toward the queen ant. Ron also raised his AK, aimed at the queen ant's head and fired. Chapter 78. Wanna eat me? Not in this wolf time. The burning item was thrown at the queen ant, but instead of hitting her, it landed beside Ty. While the bullets Ron fired were precise, they couldn't hit the queen ant due to her teleportation-like speed. This is why, when facing powerful mutants, thermal weapons are never as effective as cold weapons. Ron fired several shots at the queen ant. Only one bullet grazed a bit of skin on her head, but that single shot thoroughly enraged the queen ant. She locked her gaze onto Ron, wanting to devour him first. At this moment, Ron realized guns couldn't harm her. Instantly turning his AK into a defensive weapon, he began to defend himself. Seymour, lead the others downstairs. I'll hold them off. Ron's eyes held the resolve to die if necessary. As a veteran soldier, he had long dedicated his life to the country. What's there to fear in life? What's there to dread in death? Bang! Ron used his AK to block an attack from the queen ant's mandibles, but ultimately he couldn't match her four limbs. The antennae on the queen ant's head struck Ron like two fists, sending him flying several meters away. At this moment, Ron seemed like a ridiculous little insect incapable of shaking the tree before him. But Ron wasn't an insect. He was a soldier from Huaxia. Perhaps his mortal body couldn't resist mutant invasions, but that heart blazing with fire could always do so. Ron coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood. He felt several of his ribs were broken, with one about to pierce his lung. Yet he still stood up. His unwavering spine symbolized the spirit of a veteran who refused to bow down. A man of 7 feet would die for his country and people without regrets. Ron gripped his AK tightly, shooting at the queen ant while moving forward. Just as the queen ant prepared to end Ron's fate, an endless sea of flames suddenly erupted behind her. A black figure appeared amidst the fire. He was the controller of these flames, using them like a weapon to unleash this fiery spectacle upon the world. The queen ant stopped in her tracks, turning around. Countless termites on the ground had been burned to ashes. The queen ant continuously shook her antennae, trying to command these termites to return. However, not a single termite came back alive from the sea of fire. The black figure gradually disappeared from the flames. All the compound eyes of the queen ant focused on this figure. She had decided to take revenge for her children. SSS, Waltkia Destroyer. The queen ant climbed along the wall, gnawing away all the walls of the 3rd-floor hotel. She wanted this hotel to accompany her demise. Ron watched the queen ant leave, his body unable to support itself further. Kneeling on one knee, blood streamed from his mouth. The recoil of the AK was too strong, causing the broken rib inside him to completely pierce his lung. Ron clenched the gun barrel tightly, using it as support to stand up again. The zombies were still outside. He wouldn't just die here. Protecting civilians' evacuation was a soldier's natural duty. If he fell here, he would betray his identity. Step by step, Ron moved forward, like a veteran who had survived a battle. Loneliness lingered around him. The controller of that sea of flames was precisely Ty. After the queen ant's attention was drawn to Ron, Ty used the nearby flames and oil barrels to start a massive fire, incinerating all the surrounding white ants. This attack earned Ty nearly 500 gold coins. However, his skin suffered extensive burns, with his upper body's skin almost unrecognizable. After all the white ants were eliminated, Ty had the ability to kill the queen ant from behind directly since she was focused on Ron. But instead of killing the queen ant immediately, a perfect plan emerged in his mind. Ty, dragging his injured body, ran toward the 1st floor, with the queen ant chasing after him, sniffing out his scent. Seymour and the others were hiding on the 2nd floor. Reaching the 1st floor, Ty felt his body reaching its limit, his life slipping away bit by bit. If he didn't upgrade his gene physique soon, he might die from severe burns. Looking at the kitchen ahead, he bit his lip fiercely. He couldn't upgrade now. He had to endure. Otherwise, his entire plan would fail. Using the hunting broad blade as a cane, Ty painfully rushed toward the kitchen. The moment the queen ant arrived at the 1st floor, Ty also successfully entered the kitchen. He used all his strength to turn the gas stoves in the opposite direction, allowing the gas to flow without igniting a flame. Then, he dragged his injured body and lay down in the corner. At this point, his body was completely unable to move. He quietly watched the surrounding flames still burning. System, if I buy a cloth armor and upgrade my gene physique at the moment of the explosion, can I withstand the blast in the kitchen? Maybe. Be more precise. If I die, you can't live either. Tai cursed. Yes, buying a cloth armor and upgrading gene physique during the explosion will protect against it. The system's answer matched exactly what Tai had thought. Gene physique could instantly heal the body, while cloth armor could defend against physical damage. Together, they could resist the explosion. Buy cloth armor. Tai's voice was extremely weak as he spoke. Ding. Cloth armor purchase successful. A white-brown short-sleeve shirt appeared on Tai's body, and instantly he felt something enveloping him. The cloth armor provided 9 points of defense, endurance. At this moment, Tai's gene physique stats were Strength 7, Speed 7, Endurance 11, Spirit 1. Just then, there was a sound from the kitchen wall. Boom. The queen ant crashed through the wall, revealing her white head with antennae. She was searching for Tai. Finally, she found Tai in the corner of the kitchen. SSS. The queen ant lunged at Tai, disregarding the fierce flames around her. Her only goal now was to eat Tai. Wanna eat me? Not in this lifetime. Tai's tone wasn't intense, but his chi-sur was evident. In his hand appeared a lighter, which he threw directly toward the gas stove. The gas stove, continuously emitting gas, erupted into endless sparks the moment it touched the lighter. The fire swept through the entire kitchen immediately. The kitchen, already burning hot, saw an even higher temperature surge. In an instant, the gas canister exploded. A thunderous sound broke the silence of the hotel. Boom! Everything in the kitchen vanished in the firelight. Chapter 79. Obtaining the Waltning Dagger Experience Voucher. The kitchen exploded? Deshawn was hiding in a room on the second floor when he heard the deafening noise from downstairs, which left him stunned. How could it be? The flames weren't sufficient to cause the kitchen to explode so quickly. Could it be that Tai lured those termites over? Janine stood beside Deshawn, muttering. Although Deshawn had thought of this possibility too, he had been with Tai for nearly a day. He could sense that Tai acted based on his own interests. It was absolutely impossible for Tai to sacrifice himself for others. So, how could this explosion be an attempt by Tai to die alongside the termites? Unless, a cunning light flashed in Deshawn's eyes. Unless Tai had a way to save himself, wanting to fake his death through this explosion and quietly escape the hotel. However, there was still one issue that needed explaining. The key to escaping was attracting zombies to other floors, using them as bait. But how to let the zombies in? Weren't all doors locked? Deshawn's confusion was something Tai had already considered. At this moment, the kitchen was already a wasteland. Tai's figure had long disappeared. The termites were blown apart, except for the queen termite's posterior sac, which remained intact. Now that the queen was dead, her sac seemed to gain its own life, trembling rapidly. Soon, the sac burst like an eggshell, releasing countless immature termites, all running out of the kitchen. This was the queen termite's unique ability. After death, she could transfer her vitality into her sac, forcing the unborn termites to be born prematurely. Then, she could give them her last command. And the last order given by the dying queen was to have these immature termites gnaw at the hotel's main door clean. She wanted the hotel to serve as her tomb. Ironically, the queen's final order was part of Tai's plan. He had predicted that the queen would order the immature termites to eat through the door to let the zombies in. During the previous battle with the termites, the oil, a critical resource, was used up. So, Tai changed his escape plan from the hotel. Initially, he planned to break through with these people, but now, he wanted to use them as bait to attract the zombies and then escape. The queen's desperate attack before death became a crucial step in his plan. Now, it was the perfect time to flee. Countless immature termites quickly gnawed away at the hotel's main door and the SUV until they were completely destroyed. Suddenly, the zombies outside rushed in like a flood. Since the kitchen where Tai was located had been blasted, the bloodstains and human odors on his body were covered. All the zombies aimed for one thing. They surged upstairs. The 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 7th, and 9th floors were their targets. Everyone, follow me. Deshawn knew something was wrong the moment he heard the door being broken down. Unlike Tai, although he also prioritized his own survival, he still had the intention to save everyone. Unfortunately, these people didn't heed his call. If you want to leave, go ahead, but we're not going anywhere. These people were frightened by the termites and had given up on fleeing. They clung to the hope that the government would rescue them if they just stayed put. Janine glanced at Deshawn, gripping his hand with a look of trust. Let's go. Deshawn felt he had done enough. If these people didn't want to live, there was nothing more he could do. He pulled Janine, quickly ran to the elevator, and pressed the button for the 9th floor. Why the 9th floor? Janine asked, looking at Deshawn. These zombies will head towards areas with smells. Although the 9th floor has a strong smell, no matter how fast they are, they can't match the speed of the elevator. We need to create a time difference with the zombies. Deshawn said gravely. If the zombies run towards other floors, it means the 1st floor will be the most deserted. After reaching the 9th floor, we'll head to the 1st floor. This is our only chance to survive. Looking at Deshawn's analysis, a hint of surprise flashed across Janine's eyes, but her gaze also carried some profound implications. Just as Deshawn predicted, the zombies started advancing towards various floors. The blood smell on the 2nd floor was not very strong, so there weren't too many zombies. However, a few still picked up the scent of humans and moved toward where everyone was hiding. Over. There are a lot of footsteps outside the door. They seem to be zombies. A man curled up in fear, tears in his eyes, sobbing. Just shut up and don't make any sound. Whoever dares to speak, I'll be the first to kill them. A man wearing a leather jacket barked beside him. Suddenly, no one dared to speak in the room, each person clutching their bodies tightly, suppressing their fear with closed eyes. The sound of the zombies grew closer. Everyone in the room remained inactive, only praying silently in their hearts for someone to save them. Just as the zombies were about to crash into the door, suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The fear in everyone's eyes turned into joy. Someone had come to save them. Meanwhile, Tai, buried under the kitchen debris, woke up from his semi-unconscious state. Though his genetic constitution and cloth armor had protected him from direct damage, the blast shockwave nearly knocked him out. Gunshot. Ron. Tai also heard the gunshots upstairs. Among everyone, he was the only one with bullets left, aside from Ron. It seems the second floor has encountered zombies. As Tai muttered to himself, the system's voice echoed in his ear. Ding. Successfully killed a third-stage mutant. Termite Queen. 100 gold coins. Waltning Dagger Experience Voucher +1. Waltning Dagger Experience Voucher? What's this? Waltning Dagger Experience Voucher. Provides 10 minutes of usage rights for the Waltning Dagger, granting the same abilities as the Waltning Dagger. Effective immediately upon use. Tai was impressed. This gave him an ace up his sleeve. With zombies invading the upper floors and fewer zombies remaining on the ground floor, it was the perfect time to escape. Tai crawled out of the rubble and walked towards the kitchen door. After using the hunting wide blade to deal with some lone zombies in the hotel lobby, Tai prepared to escape. Just outside the hotel door, a massive creature appeared, blocking Tai's path. Looking up, Tai's eyes flashed with surprise, but quickly turned to anger. Chapter 80. Encounter with the Deathworm again. The battle begins. Standing before Tai was none other than the creature that had been Zhou Chanja Tabufeng at school. The Deathworm. He had previously escaped by using Kramer as bait, but this Deathworm had never intended to let him go. And now, this mutated being had pursued him all the way here. It seemed determined to devour him. Tai's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at the massive creature blocking the front of the hotel. Its body had grown even larger, and the protruding white human-like lumps on its surface floated like balls in an ocean, visible everywhere. It resembled a large truck, firmly blocking the entrance to the hotel. The current strength of the Deathworm had surpassed level 3, entering level 4. This meant that his hunting broadsword had lost its ability to deliver a fatal blow with a single strike. To kill it, he would have to cut off its head. Tai slowly retreated, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes. He was considering whether to escape or fight. Just then, a sound came from behind Tai's door. Bang! It was the sound of the elevator doors opening. Seymour and Janine appeared in the elevator, but as soon as they emerged, they were stopped at the door by a long sword. Boss. What is that? Seymour, looking at the Deathworm blocking the hotel entrance, choked up. Boss, don't be afraid. I'll go find help for you. Just hold on. With that, Seymour immediately pressed the button for the 9th floor. As Tai watched the Deathworm, his heart gradually calmed down. He knew that if he continued to engage this creature, the zombies upstairs would soon discover him. If that happened, surrounded by a horde of zombies, even the most extraordinary abilities might not save him. Tai took a deep breath and leaned forward slightly. He wanted to see if he could rush out of the hotel. If he could dodge the Deathworm's attack, he could make his escape. The duration of the Waltning Dagger was only 10 minutes, and while this weapon did not provide offensive power, it increased attack speed and critical hit rate. Against a level 4 Deathworm, it might not even break through its skin. In other words, if he couldn't finish off the Deathworm within 10 minutes, he would die in its mouth. Escape was currently his best option. Gripping his knife, Tai quickly charged towards the hotel entrance. He focused on a gap, knowing that escaping through this spot would allow him to bypass the Deathworm. This was it. Tai stepped forward, but in the next second, the Deathworm seemed to predict his move. Its tail suddenly swirled like a pretzel, striking Tai forcefully and sending him flying to the ground. Tai fell prone, feeling an intense pain in his chest. Had it not been for the cloth armor protecting him, even a level 4 genetic physique might not have withstood the blow. The Deathworm didn't give Tai any chance to catch his breath, twisting its body and charging toward him. It intended to finish him off. Tai's eyes narrowed, and anger surged within them. Every time, he hadn't thought about fighting this thing. He only wanted to escape, but it kept pursuing him relentlessly, as if it couldn't wait to chew him into minced meat. What's wrong with wanting to live? Why won't it leave me alone? Bloodshot veins spread across Tai's eyes as he was thoroughly enraged by the Deathworm. Supporting himself with one hand on the ground, he rapidly retreated several steps, merging 3 weapons onto his hunting broadsword. If we're going to fight, then I'll fight. I want to see who has the better luck between us. Tai rushed forward, gripping the knife, his body like a wild horse galloping across the grassland, charging towards the Deathworm. Although his eyes burned with endless rage, he still retained a sense of rationality in his mind. Now that this Deathworm had reached level 4, aside from having earthquake abilities, it had gained decomposition capabilities. It could decompose any living thing it consumed into puppets, helping it in battle. As Tai approached the Deathworm, it used this ability. Its rear began to decompose rapidly, spilling countless streams of white fluid that ultimately formed numerous zombies covered in white liquid. Most of these zombies were at level 2, but for Tai, who had upgraded to level 4. Level 2 zombies posed no real threat. One slash decapitated a head, 2 steps stained the ground red with blood. The zombies fell one by one, bringing Tai closer and closer to the deathworm. After using fission, the deathworm's second move was to confuse its opponent by spraying white liquid from its body to obscure its opponent's vision. Tai recalled in his mind the previous battles with the deathworm. In his past life, he had fought the deathworm. Though he hadn't killed it completely, he had grasped most of its abilities. Countless streams of white liquid were hurled towards Tai from all directions, but Tai dodged each one, as if he were a character straight out of a game, avoiding all vital points. After evading the white liquid, Tai began engaging the deathworm in close combat. Though the deathworm's body appeared soft, its skin was incredibly tough, and it mainly attacked by crushing and whipping with its tail. First strike. Tai held the knife with both hands, his eyes burning with endless rage. Swish. As the blade attacked the deathworm's skin, the creature quickly retreated, using its tail to block the first strike. Instead of retreating, Tai advanced further, the killing intent in his eyes becoming more apparent. So what if it's at level 4? If it wants to die, I'll send it on its way. Whoever wants me dead will die first. Tai leaped up again, gripping his knife. At this moment, the sky above was undergoing the transition between day and night. The moon and the sun shone simultaneously upon the earth. Silver moonlight and brilliant sunlight adhered to the surface of Tai's knife. Behind him, it seemed like a pair of phoenix wings were spread out, one half silver, the other half red, soaring through the 9 heavens, defeating all enemies. The knife fell. Silver light bathed the area. Swish. This time, Tai had completely plunged the knife into the deathworm's body. A large gash instantly formed. The deathworm writhed in pain but was also enraged by Tai's attack. Just as Tai prepared to deliver another devastating blow, an odd scene unfolded before him. The gash on the deathworm began to heal, and the hunting broadsword embedded in its body fused with it as if it belonged there all along. Retrieve. Tai tried to withdraw the hunting broadsword into the system, but the system did not respond. The system determined that the hunting broadsword had fallen into another's possession and could no longer be retrieved. Immediately, the deathworm's tail transformed from a rounded shape into a club, covered with countless spikes, striking directly at Tai. Though Tai noticed the attack on its tail immediately, the deathworm's attack speed was too fast. Despite dodging downward, Tai was still struck. He tumbled to the ground like a broken-winged butterfly, blood soaking his clothes, collapsing on the ground. Chapter 81. The Reaper's Smile, Thunder Knife and Waltning Dagger. Tai lay on the ground, gazing at the wide hunting blade embedded in the back of the deathworm. A 4th-stage mutant, in the post-apocalyptic world 7 years later, was not hard to find, nor were they particularly powerful. But why? Why did these mutants seem to have collectively grown stronger after he returned to this world? What left the deepest impression on Tai was the Queen Ant. Despite being only 3rd stage, her power had forced him to use a bomb to deal with her. And although this deathworm was a super mutant, its strength was merely at the 4th stage. It should not have had the ability to heal wounds. Why? As the deathworm approached step by step, Tai had to respond. The Waltning Dagger offered no enhancement in attack power. Relying on this weapon to break through the deathworm's healing skin was almost impossible. He needed to buy a weapon with an attack damage higher than the deathworm's healing rate. The blood-sucking sickle, the blood-crying blade. To synthesize it, he still needed a storm greatsword. But after upgrading his gene physique and buying the cloth armor, his gold coins were insufficient to purchase the storm greatsword worth 910 gold. Besides synthesizing the blood-crying blade, the blood-sucking sickle could also synthesize the apocalypse. Thunder Knife. A flash of insight passed through Tai's eyes. The iron sword had a strength bonus of 5, the storm greatsword had 20, and the thunder knife had 10. An attack power of 10 should be enough to cleave through the deathworm's defenses. Tai gritted his teeth and rapidly retreated. Fortunately, he had noticed the deathworm's attack pattern early, so while his back was pierced, it did not threaten his life. Tai watched as the deathworm lunged toward him with its massive body, moving faster than before. Its mouth, lined with countless teeth, was now fully open, revealing a deep abyss filled with endless crimson blood and a large, long tongue. That tongue shot out like a sharp spear, aiming straight for Tai. It was showing off, flaunting its power. It had completely regarded Tai as its prize, ready to devour him at will. By Thunder Knife. Staring at the incoming tongue, Tai commanded sternly. Ding. Thunder Knife, purchase successful. A blue-green long knife appeared in Tai's hand. But Tai's voice did not stop there. At the instant the tongue struck, Tai raised the thunder knife and slashed directly at the deathworm's tongue. Swoosh. Blood spurted, and the tip of the tongue was severed by the thunder knife. The severed tongue hung motionless in front of Tai, unable to extend any further. At the same time, Tai gave another command. Use the Waltning Dagger experience ticket. Ding. Waltning Dagger experience ticket activated. Instantly, a golden dagger flickering with lightning appeared in Tai's hand. The moment the Waltning Dagger appeared, the entire sky seemed to swallow the moon and sun, as a bolt of lightning gathered overhead. Boom. Thunder roared. The lightning split the heavens, descending upon Tai, gathering all its power into his hands. In that moment, Tai resembled a thunder god descended from the heavens, with bloodshot eyes turning electric and lightning enveloping his body. In that moment, he was the god here. Tai stepped towards the deathworm, each step burning a segment of the tongue before him. With the first footstep, His voice rang out. Scale-dropping short blade. Second step, blood-sucking sickle. Third step, thunder knife. Including the Waltning dagger, Tai held 4 weapons in his hands. Merge. In the next second, the blood-sucking sickle, thunder knife, and scale-dropping short blade merged into the Waltning dagger. A Waltning dagger integrating blood-sucking, attack, armor-piercing, speed, and critical hit, appeared in Tai's hand. The death worm, looking at Tai enveloped in endless lightning, felt fear arise in its eyes hidden within the flesh ball. A formidable presence, like a celestial ruler surveying the mortal world. The death worm feared. Its body retreated, attempting to avoid direct confrontation with Tai. In that moment, it clearly sensed that Tai's threat was lethal. Unfortunately, it was too late. Waltning accompanied him, light shone around him. In the wasteland, light revealed itself. The Waltning dagger speed enhancement, combined with the speed gem, made Tai's speed comparable to the queen ant. In an instant, Tai appeared before the death worm. This was the first time Tai faced the death worm head-on. Death was knocking, and the one knocking on the door was precisely Tai. Waltning gathered on the Waltning dagger, with endless thunderlight shining straight into the forehead of the death worm. Zing! The lightning instantly spread throughout the entire body of the death worm. The death worm knew it could not just wait to die. It wanted to attack Tai again with its healing tongue. But at this moment, Tai had already disappeared from in front of it and reappeared beside it. Bang! Another slash. The death worm tried to retaliate with its tail, but Tai appeared on its back. What use is something that doesn't belong to you? Tai thrust the Waltning dagger straight into the back of the death worm, then forcefully pulled out the wide hunting blade with his other hand. The death worm's body began to tremble wildly, expressing pain, despair, and anger. Its body rapidly transformed from white flesh to spikes, intending to impale Tai. But with the assistance of the Waltning dagger, Tai's speed made it impossible for the current death worm to harm him. The instant the spikes grew out, Tai performed a backflip and landed steadily. His eyes were cold, exuding boundless killing intent amidst calmness. Wide hunting blade merge. Tai walked step by step toward the death worm once more. The Reaper descended, leaving no mercy for anything within sight. The death worm panicked. It was thoroughly terrified now. Its body started to split, countless zombies emerging from within it. The death worm's size began to shrink as it didn't hesitate to lower its rank to escape, because it sensed that at this moment, the threat Tai posed to it exceeded all creatures it had ever encountered. It needed to flee. Countless zombies rushed towards Tai, their faces retaining the fear they felt in life, making them look terrifyingly twisted. But Tai kept his head low, advancing relentlessly forward. Just as the zombies were about to bite him, he lifted his head. That smile carried boundless slaughter. Under the thunder, the Reaper arrived. Chapter 82. I just want a wolf. What's wrong with that? The zombie opened its mouth and lunged at Tai's neck. At that moment, its head swung like a speeding roller coaster, from bottom to top, and then fell back down. Thud. A head rolled on the ground. From this moment, Tai's killing spree began. The surrounding zombies started attacking Tai relentlessly, while he charged towards them. Those who wish to kill me shall die. The lightning dagger swung forward, and the zombie leading the charge was instantly pierced through the heart, falling to the ground. Additionally, its body was enveloped in lightning, rapidly spreading to the other zombies nearby. The lightning dagger has a passive ability. When attacking one zombie, its lightning can transfer to other zombies within a meter. Compared to the fixed connection between 2 or 3 people in games, this is much more powerful. In an instant, the outside of the hotel turned into a hellish battlefield. Waltning constantly flickered, and zombies kept falling to the ground. Dark red blood flowed endlessly. The originally black-gray asphalt road was now thoroughly washed by blood. As Tai slashed and hacked his way through, all approaching zombies were cut down. With the power of the hunting broad blade causing death upon contact and the lightning dagger's ability to transfer electricity, even the lightning could instantly kill all zombies. Tai emerged from the crowd of zombies covered in blood, his clothes drenched in the thick, crimson fluid. At this moment, he could be described as a man made of blood. Tai's eyes were bloodshot, staring at the death worm that was fleeing ahead. He must kill it. Thunder knife, disintegrate. A thunder knife appeared in Tai's hand. Lock on. Throw. The thunder knife accurately embedded itself in front of the death worm, blocking its path. The death worm quickly changed direction, trying to escape in another direction. But the next second, Tai had already appeared in front of it. The light emitted by the lightning illuminated Tai's face. His blood-stained face was half silver from the lightning and half dark red from the blood. Even death himself would not be this terrifying. The death worm subconsciously took a step back. Its mouth opened slightly, revealing countless sharp teeth clustered together, and its eyes, exposed from the flesh mass, looked at Tai almost pleadingly, hoping he would spare its life. But, was this possible? Tai pulled out the thunder knife and slowly approached the death worm. Behind him, lightning formed a massive world-ending blade. I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Tai raised his head to look at the death worm, his eyes showing a hint of distress. Why do you have to chase me relentlessly? Why? The distress in Tai's eyes quickly turned into anger. He was enraged by the death worm. If not for the system's function, he probably would have died the first time he encountered the death worm. And now, if the system had not rewarded him with the trial voucher for the lightning dagger, how would he deal with the death worm? Each step forward seemed to lead into an abyss. After experiencing the despair of his past life, his heart had grown cold. He didn't care how the world was anymore. He just wanted to survive on his own. But why did these monsters keep robbing him of his right to live? Underneath Ty's gloomy expression, there was a glint of killing intent. The last bit of kindness in his heart had been completely consumed by darkness. Whoever dared to block his path to survival would die. Ty slowly lifted the lightning dagger, the white in his eyes turning red. The silver glow on his face from the lightning gradually darkened. The deathworm knew it couldn't escape anymore. Now, either it would die, or the human in front of it would. It didn't want to die. It had finally gotten the chance to dominate this city. The plea in the deathworm's eyes turned into desperation. It would resolve Ty. Its entire body writhed into a ball. It was gathering strength. This was its strongest killing move, Earthquake. Falling from the sky, it could trigger a minor earthquake in this area. If Ty was within the range, he would be swallowed by the earth. However, Ty did not plan to evade. He raised his head to look at the deathworm, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Betrayal by his girlfriend, murder by his brother. These things happened only 2 days ago. In those dire situations, the transformation from pleading to despair, and finally to anger. It was something he had seen far too many times. Everyone wants to live. Everyone wants to be the master of this world. Humans want to. Mutants want to. But when one side desires it, the other side must die. The anger that follows pleading is the most laughable. The deathworm leaped into the sky, and if it were to fall from above, Ty would certainly die. But just as it was about to fall, it found no trace of Ty. Where is he? Suddenly, the deathworm smelled Ty's presence right beside it. It looked at Ty with its tiny eyes. Though Ty did not leap as high as it did, why did it feel like it was being stepped on? Everyone wants to live, but the one who will survive can only be me. Ty looked up at the deathworm, raising the lightning dagger straight toward the sky. In the next second, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated, and the moonlight reappeared. This time, instead of gathering thunder in his hand, 2 rays of light shone in his palm. The power of lightning, combined with the brilliance of the sun and moon, unleashed a deadly final blow toward the deathworm. The massive world-ending blade formed by lightning behind Ty also revealed its edge, slicing through toward the deathworm. Die! The lightning dagger pierced the deathworm's neck, while the world-ending blade above stabbed into its upper neck. Lightning surged around the deathworm's neck in response to the attack. This strike received a critical hit bonus. Double damage simultaneously landed on the deathworm. Roar! The deathworm felt the breath of death coming close, letting out a pained howl. At this moment, it regretted. Why had it relentlessly pursued this human, leading itself to this dead end? The lightning exploded, along with the splitting of the deathworm's head from its body. Above, the moon descended into the ground, while the sun emerged in the sky. Boom! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground. The deathworm split in 2, falling down. Its body began to rapidly decay, white fluid flowing like water, cleansing the entire earth. Ty descended from the sky, and the lightning dagger in his hand lost its glow, slowly dissipating from his grasp. The sunlight shone into Ty's eyes. He slowly lifted his head, but instead of the warmth of the sun, endless darkness appeared on his face. He turned to look at the hotel, his eyes once again glowing red. Chapter 83. Not for others, but for himself as a former Chinese soldier. Inside the hotel, fire was continuously spewing from a gun barrel. The Damien stood in front of the door, his body already riddled with many wounds, the blood flowing out enough to fill a cup. All around him were decapitated zombies, yet more kept coming like waves, one after another without end. You all find an opportunity to escape. I might not be able to hold on much longer. This Damien with the gun was Ron. He supported those hiding in the room, despite his nearly broken body. Waltke, a dying god of war, he felled every charging zombie. But he was ultimately just one person. Just as he finished speaking, a mother zombie with a long tongue thrust out its tongue like a sharp spear. It cut into Ron's arm. A person who had tried to flee from the room saw this and was so frightened that he retreated back inside immediately. How do we deal with this? That old man has been struck by a zombie. Before long, he will turn into a zombie too. The person who retreated back into the room trembled all over, stuttering madly. Are there many zombies outside? The Gordon frowned, looking at him, and asked gravely. There are quite a few, but they've all been drawn towards Ron's gunfire. Sammy replied. The Gordon nodded, instantly formulating a plan in his mind. He walked towards the door, changing his expression from hostility to flattery. Senior, there are too many zombies outside. There are many of us here, and if we go out now, we might become their targets. How about you lead them away, and then we can escape? What do you think? Though his words caused unease among the people behind him, after all, this Damien came to save them. Yet now they were pushing him to certain death. Was this not too cruel? But these thoughts were merely small consolations in their hearts, thinking they considered saving Ron, so it wasn't a crime. None of them spoke up for Ron because they all wanted to live. As for others' survival, they felt powerless, only able to say sorry. After hearing what they said, Ron did not hesitate, responding simply, "Be careful of the zombies. The rest is up to me." When Ron spoke these words, his breathing had already become very difficult. Bone fragments had pierced his chest cavity. Apart from air, he was also inhaling blood. Coupled with his aging body, he was at the end of his strength. Yet, even so, he still chose the path of sacrifice. Perhaps these people were bad, perhaps selfish. But as a former soldier, as a part of the country, he should make such a choice. Not for others, but for himself. For the military oath he once took, and the red flag on his back. Ron moved his body, retreating while firing. Due to excessive bleeding and gunshots, all zombies focused on him. Soon, the horde of zombies moved toward Ron, and no zombies remained near the room's door. The commotion outside seems to have lessened. The Gordon pressed his ear against the door, listening carefully. You go first. The Gordon pushed Davis, who had been scared earlier, saying gravely. That man wanted to refuse, but seeing the bottle in the Gordon's hand, he reluctantly agreed. Soon, a team led by the Gordon was formed. The Gordon positioned himself second, both to guard against zombie attacks and to make a quick escape. Creak. The door slowly opened. Sammy at the front cautiously looked around and, seeing no zombies, smiled in relief, hurriedly moving forward. They all watched Ron ahead, seeing him still fighting the zombies. They didn't show gratitude but relief. Relieved that Ron was foolish enough to sacrifice his life to protect them. Hurry, hurry, that old man won't last much longer. Hearing the gunfire gradually fade, indicating Ron likely ran out of bullets, the Gordon urged everyone on. Ah! Sammy at the front suddenly let out a terrified scream. Everyone turned their gaze forward. Another group of zombies appeared. What do we do? What do we do? Sammy at the front, eyes full of fear, quickly retreated. Apart from an AK with no ammunition, they had no weapons. How could they fight these zombies? But soon, Davis found himself blocked by something. He turned his head and saw the Gordon gripping his collar tightly. What is he going to do? The Gordon's eyes revealed a crazed look as he forcefully pushed Davis in front into the crowd of zombies, while taking this opportunity to dash forward frantically. No, don't. The front man's words were cut off as countless fingers grabbed his mouth and tore it open. But this man only managed to distract the zombies for a few seconds before the Gordon was forced to retreat again. Unfortunately, a chunk of flesh was bitten off his arm by a zombie. Everyone looked at the wound on the Gordon with fear, but none dared to say anything. Go to the elevator. The Gordon spat out and ran towards the elevator. I won't be infected. I won't. Absolutely not. He frantically pressed the elevator button while observing the situation around him. Old man, you have to hold on. Sweat poured down the forehead of the Gordon, his whole body trembling. Finally, the elevator arrived at the third floor from the first. He saw hope, but as the elevator door opened, hope turned into despair instantly. A wave of bloody smell hit him, making him retreat several steps. This bloody smell carried the scent of death, as if anyone who smelled it would die miserably. Ty. Seeing Davis inside the elevator was Ty, the Gordon's eyes revealed a hint of terror. He thought this guy was dead. But why did he appear from the elevator, and from the first floor too? What happened? As the Gordon was thinking, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He glanced sideways. Ugh. The Gordon's vocal cords were destroyed, rendering him speechless. Blood spurted from his neck, and then his head rolled to the ground, still filled with fear even in death. It wasn't fear of death, but fear of Ty. Chapter 84. Civilization coexists with the passing of the torch, while chaos stands in opposition to order. The few people who followed saw Ty resolve Davis in the leather jacket without asking a single question and immediately ran back into the room out of fear. At this moment, they felt that Ty was even more terrifying than those zombies. What kind of person could kill without saying a word? His eyes are red, one of them said as he backed away. It wasn't just any shade of red, but a blood red, like the flowers seen on the road to the underworld, bearing witness to countless deaths. The crowd retreated, praying that Ty wouldn't come to kill them. In fact, Ty didn't go after them, but focused on the zombies near Ron. These zombies had nearly cost him his life. All of them deserved to die. Ty gripped the thunder knife in one hand and held the broad hunting blade, formed from 3 fused weapons in the other. He no longer cared if these people knew he had the ability to buy weapons, because in his eyes, these people were no different from zombies. Sooner or later, they would be killed by him. The reason for killing the zombies first was simple. There were more of them than there were people. Ty plunged into the crowd of zombies, being instantly submerged within it. But soon, one zombie after another fell in the surge. The entire hotel corridor was now saturated with corpses and blood. No one could tell which bodies were human and which were zombies. Ron was using the AK-47 like a club to madly beat the surrounding zombies. Seeing Ty's expression, even he, who usually remained calm, was shaken. He had seen this look before. During a battle, a newly recruited soldier went into combat for the first time. His abilities were extraordinary. He might have become a top soldier. In this battle, he eliminated dozens of enemies. After their full retreat, he chose to surrender. Faced with the prisoners of war, everyone was discussing what to do when the new recruit raised his gun and shot all the captives. At that moment, Ron saw the same eyes as Ty's, crimson red. These were eyes infected by the desire to kill. In the end, the new recruit was sent to a military tribunal and convicted of murder. Ron was right beside the new recruit then. He could have stopped it, but he didn't. Now, he didn't want this to happen again. While fending off the zombies, Ron shouted Ty's name loudly, trying to wake him up. However, it was futile. Soon, this group of zombies was almost entirely slaughtered by Ty alone. Ron looked at the scattered remains of the zombies and then glanced up at Ty, their eyes meeting. He saw no light in Ty's eyes, just red and black. They were eyes filled with slaughter and darkness. Ty glanced at Ron, left a cold statement, and turned to walk toward the zombies ahead. I won't kill you because you didn't harm me. Ty's words were icy cold. Yet in Ron's ears, they also revealed how helpless Tai felt. What has this Barney gone through? Ron lowered his head and looked at his already whitening, rotting arm, knowing he had little time left. Within this time, he must bring Tai back from the darkness. Tai's slaughter continued. Stroke after stroke, blood sprayed, heads burst, and Tai seemed to find joy in it all. As if addicted, he felt no fatigue, only endless pleasure. Kill, kill, kill. An unprecedented smile appeared on Tai's face, the first time he laughed on his survival journey. But this smile was scarier than his usual cold expression. The zombies here were finished, but his arms still swung the hunting broad blade and thunder knife. Ron watched Tai's back, feeling heartache. He wanted to get closer to Tai faster, but his body couldn't allow it. Heavy breathing made his steps heavier, his breath slower, and he fell several times. But he got up each time, using the AK-47 for support, moving step by step toward Tai. Just then, Tai did something that alarmed Ron. He turned his gaze toward the room behind him. He was going to kill the people inside. Tai! Ron called out again, wanting to stop him. Even though these people were heartless and selfish, they were still human. Moreover, if Tai really killed them, he might never be able to turn back. But previous calls were useless, so what good would this call do now? Tai split the door in front of him with the thunder knife and slowly walked inside. The few people hiding in the room let out screams one after another as they saw Tai enter. They desperately moved their bodies backward, trying to avoid Tai. But the hotel room was only so big. Where could they hide? A man, thinking he was being clever, hid behind the door, intending to escape as soon as Tai entered the room. However, he was impaled by the thunder knife Tai threw at his chest just as he took the first step forward, falling to the ground. This scene made everyone panic even more, and they were more convinced that Tai wanted to kill them. If it weren't for you, how would it have come to this? Tai looked at them and muttered. His words left them confused. What did he mean? How could they not understand? Was he losing his mind? They exchanged glances and all knelt down, frantically bowing their heads to Tai. We're wrong, spare us, please spare us, we really know we're wrong. They didn't understand what Tai was saying, but the only thing they could do now was beg for mercy. But the pleading looks on their faces triggered a cold revulsion in Tai. Before dying, Tracy was like this, Lewis was like this, and so were those deathworms. Why did everyone know it was wrong yet still do things that would lead to their deaths? It was truly disgusting. Tai no longer wanted to say anything to these people. He decided to kill them all. Whoever couldn't help him survive, be it zombies or humans, must die. Tai locked his gaze on Davis at the front and slowly walked towards him. He had experienced the most painful betrayal in his life and several brushes with death. This time, he finally gave up and chose to believe in humanity. When facing the termites, these people had the chance to use the torches they held to control the termites around them, but they didn't. Instead, they abandoned him and Ron and fled for their lives. He put aside his selfishness, while these people chose to run away. So why should they have the right to live? At that moment, Davis felt utterly desperate. He regretted not kneeling at the back and taking a step forward. Sammy panicked and frantically bowed to Tai on his knees. Spare my life, please, spare my life. I know I'm wrong, really wrong. Unfortunately, Tai had heard such pleas hundreds of times before. He looked up at Davis with tearful, grotesque face and said with a desolate tone, "It's not your fault, but the world's. There is no point anymore. A twisted world, thus leading to twisted humanity. Civilization coexists with the passing of the torch, while chaos stands in opposition to order. If not for this twisted world, perhaps it wouldn't reveal everyone's dark side. Yet, if not for these people's ulterior motives, events wouldn't have escalated to this point. The world has collapsed. So what good would it do to keep them alive?" Tai raised the hunting broad blade and chopped down at Davis's head, showing no pity, decisive and resolute. But at that moment, a gunshot rang out from outside the door. Chapter 85. The path to Walt is destined to be thorny. Bang! The gunshot echoed, and the knife in Tai's hand fell. As the gunshot faded, the sound of a head hitting the ground followed. Thud! The body hit the ground, and Tai turned around to look behind him. The one who fired the gun was precisely Ron. However, since the AK had no bullets, it did not injure Tai at all, but this action enraged Tai. At this moment, he was extremely sensitive. Anyone who could threaten his life would reveal his murderous side. Tai held the hunting broad blade and turned toward Ron. "I respected you as a soldier, as a hero. Why did you point the gun at me?" Tai looked at Ron, walking and asking. "They are human beings, and you have no right to take their lives." Ron looked at Tai and replied, "If not for them, we wouldn't be in this situation now. We wouldn't have lost so many people. If they had followed my orders and didn't run when they saw the white ants, would this happen? What use does it serve for these people to live?" Tai roared angrily. In the battle against the white ants, those people ran downstairs one after another when they discovered the white ants. Apart from Ron, no one cared about him. If these people had joined him in fighting the white ants, this situation wouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have been pushed into such a deadly battle. They were just like deathworms, driving him into a desperate corner. They deserve to die. Everyone becomes selfish when facing death. They are not wrong, neither are you. But I don't want to see you. Ron's words weren't finished when he dropped to one knee. His chi and blood surged due to Tai, causing his chest to operate under high load. Tai did not stop. He walked towards Ron, intending to kill him. Whoever stood in his way, none would survive. Ron looked at Tai standing in front of him. His eyes showed no resentment or fear, only warmth. Even in his twilight years, his eyes remained bright and clear, radiating a light that could dispel darkness. He wanted to drive away the darkness in Ty's heart. They just want to survive. In the face of death, everyone is equal. Ron slowly spoke, his mouth covered with blood, and his pupils gradually shrinking. Finished? Ty's expression remained cold as he raised the hunting broad blade, ready to finish Ron. But at this moment, the few people kneeling on the ground, seeing Ron pleading for them, felt a softness in their hearts being touched. One by one, they got up and ran towards where Ron was. One stood in front of Ron, while two others firmly held Ty's hands and legs, preventing him from moving. We were wrong. A man looked at the heavily injured Ron, tears welling up in his eyes, his whole body trembling. He was afraid of death, but also atoning for his sins. The butterfly effect exists. If they hadn't been indifferent and rescued the girl who was raped by Green Fur, perhaps none of this would have happened. If they hadn't been afraid and fought alongside Ty, maybe Ty wouldn't have been corrupted by darkness. Karma will come eventually, the fruit just hasn't ripened yet. Senior, please go, we'll hold him back. Sammy, holding Ty's legs, shouted at Ron. Several people tried their best to stop Ty, but how could their physical strength compare to Ty's? Ty easily shook them off, raised his knife, and lunged at Ron. But in the next second, he felt warmth. It was as if something was enveloping him. He looked up. Ron embraced him, and the knife in his hand pierced through Ron's body. Yet even so, Ron's body still emitted a sense of warmth. So warm. Ty's eyes gradually became blurred as he stared blankly at Ron. He couldn't understand. He wanted to kill him, yet why did he still embrace him? Just like an elder. No matter what he turned into, he would stand by him unswervingly. A voice slowly entered Ty's ears. Ty, remember, living for yourself is not wrong, but if you continue down this path. Ron's voice gradually weakened, nearing the end of his life, but he used his last bit of strength to utter the final words. The path to darkness is smooth, but its end is chaos. The path to light is thorny, but its end is eternal. As the word eternal fell, Ron's head slowly drooped onto Ty's shoulder. At this moment, Ty's tightly gripping hand on the knife handle gradually loosened. Even though Ron was already dead, his body still emitted warmth. He was like a heavy rain and scorching heat, cooling down the entire world and calming the restlessness in everyone's heart. But he also knew that after this rain, the world would remain unchanged. People's hearts would still be restless, and the traces he left behind would evaporate and vanish without a trace. Yet he chose this path. Ty looked at the Damien whose face was etched with the marks of time. These wrinkles also bore witness to the elder's past glory. Stepping into darkness, one is destined for destruction. Stepping into light, one is destined for eternity. I am running away from the path to light. Looking at the closed eyes of the old man, Ty seemed to understand the meaning of those words. At this moment, he also understood why old soldiers never die. They just fade away. Ty put the hunting broad blade back into the system and gently placed Ron's body on the ground. The red glow in his eyes gradually faded, and a faint seed of light was buried in the darkness within his heart. In this boundless darkness, the seed slowly sprouted. Although it was only a small glimmer of light, it became the last straw preserving Ty's kindness. Ron used his life to pull Ty back from the brink of the cliff. The three survivors, despite seeing Ty regain his senses, did not flee but stayed where they were, silently watching the deceased Ron. Sometimes, under the threat of death, one's dark side can be provoked, but so can the most kind-hearted part. It might seem ironic to awaken kindness only at the brink of death, but it could also be a signal for them to atone for their sins for the rest of their lives. Ron was dead, but he brought back 4 people who were lost in different kinds of darkness. Old soldiers never die, and neither did Ron. Chapter 86. Being alone is fine. Ty looked at the 3 kneeling on the ground, his killing intent slowly dissipating, but his tone remained somewhat cold. Run as far as you can. Don't stay in Ashtonjiang City. After saying this, Ty carried Ron's body and walked toward the door. It was the second day of the apocalypse. If he didn't leave today, tomorrow he would be engulfed by a wave of mutants. The 3 half kneeling on the ground watched Ty's figure disappear. They had a thought, wishing Ty could take them with him, but they didn't voice it. A question surfaced in their minds. Do we deserve it? They exchanged glances, picked up the guns with no bullets on the ground, and walked out the door. At this moment, Ty chose to go upstairs instead. Before the battle, he had placed his backpack in a room on the 6th floor to prevent its contents from being damaged. When he got the backpack and was about to head down to the 1st floor, he suddenly saw something on one of the bodies on the ground that puzzled him. An identity card. This was from the zombie he killed first when he came to the 6th floor. Although half of the card was soaked in blood, he could still faintly see the name and company. Chairman of the energy group, Gordy. In his previous life, Gordy was a magnate who mined energy and manufactured antiviral serum, providing all the capital. However, he died unexpectedly later on. Now, on the first day of the apocalypse, he had become a zombie. Is this the butterfly effect? Because of Ty's appearance, the nearby zombies became agitated, affecting the surroundings. Meanwhile, another question surfaced in Ty's mind. What was Janine's identity? Just an escort for Gordy? But if so, with an ordinary escort's knowledge, she shouldn't have shown no fear upon seeing dead people, let alone have such exceptional psychological resilience. Even someone with a thick skin would be shocked by witnessing death firsthand. However, Ty didn't dwell on it. These matters were no longer related to him. He stepped on the card, and the blood residue on the bottom of his foot erased the writing on it. Gordy's name vanished entirely in the apocalypse. Ty carried Ron's body and walked forward step by step. Zombies rushed at him, but the cold aura around Ty made them instinctively retreat in fear. "Boss, I'll help you." A lecherous voice came from behind Ty. Deshawn, after discovering the death worms outside, had fled with Janine to the 4th floor, hiding in a room. Once the commotion outside quieted, he planned to escape with Janine but happened to see Ty arriving on the 4th floor. Deshawn grabbed a shovel he found somewhere and hacked at the zombies in front of him wildly. However, Ty ignored Deshawn and continued walking. Deshawn and Janine exchanged glances and quickly followed. "Boss, what's wrong?" Deshawn ran up to Ty, noticing the corpse of Ron in his arms, and immediately understood, silently shutting his mouth and following behind Ty. Deshawn didn't speak again but acted as Ty's protector, quietly clearing the zombies around him. The three left the hotel. The scene outside stunned Deshawn. The ground was covered in white liquid, with more severed limbs than inside the hotel. Looking at Davis in front of him, Deshawn had newfound respect. How did he do it? One person slaughtered a monster larger than a truck and countless more zombies than in the hotel. Didn't he worry about the number of zombies outside earlier? What happened? Deshawn noticed many severed bodies had burn marks from lightning. He glanced at Ty, deciding not to ask. He vaguely sensed Ty must have some secrets he wasn't ready to reveal. But Deshawn was smart enough not to use this to threaten Ty or spread rumors. "Boss, let me come with you. We can look out for each other." Deshawn hastily said as Ty approached the Wrangler in front of him with Ron's body. "Being alone is fine." Hearing Ty's response, Deshawn was taken aback. "Why do I feel a pang of sadness hearing him say that? Being alone is fine?" The Wrangler started, and as Ty left, he threw 2 magazines of bullets out of the car window before driving away. Deshawn looked at the magazines on the ground, then raised his head to watch the car disappear. He could sense that Ty was currently in between light and darkness, but at this moment, darkness far outweighed the light. If Ty could emerge from the darkness, even if he couldn't become the savior of this world, he could still protect a part of humanity under his shelter. But if not, Ty's path would ultimately lead to destruction. Deshawn picked up the magazines, a proof of Ty's lingering kindness within. Phew. Deshawn took a deep breath, turned around, and looked at Janine. "Where do you plan to go?" Janine shook her head. "I don't know. Come with me. At least I can ensure our safety for now." Deshawn held Janine's hand and walked forward. "You don't mind that I'm dirty?" Janine looked at Deshawn, asking with some confusion. "People are inherently dirty. What matters is having a pure heart." Deshawn found a car parked by the roadside and began trying to break into its ignition switch. "Where are we going?" "To the military district," Deshawn answered. Ashtonjiang City currently had 2 remaining sparks of hope. One was the sanctuary, where all the surviving survivors were gathered and guarded by the military. The other was the military district, the city's strongest fighting force, a place unknown even to Ty. In one day, the sanctuary would be wiped out, but the military district repelled the mutant wave and survived. However, its survival time wasn't long either. In the previous life, after a year, it was breached by the Rat King Ty killed earlier. Hearing Deshawn's answer, a flicker of an unusual expression crossed Janine's eyes. It seemed like something was calculating in her mind. "Done. The car can start now." Deshawn clapped his hands and turned to look at Janine in the passenger seat. "Do you like me?" The sudden confession stunned Janine. A confession in the apocalypse? Yes. Without much thought, Janine gave her answer. But she agreed because there was another idea in her mind. Upon hearing Janine nod in agreement, a perverted smile appeared on Deshawn's face, and he swallowed saliva, speaking earnestly to Janine. "Then let's have children so that the spark of humanity can continue." Before Janine could respond, he muttered to himself while stepping on the gas pedal and rushing forward. "I'll take that as a yes. We'll start when we get to the military district." Chapter 87 Rest before the journey. Based on the map provided by Han Noel Gong, Ty had successfully left the urban area of Ashtonjiang City, and outside the city, he found a relatively clean place to serve as Ron's grave. Because the thunder knife was empowered with strength, using it as a shovel to dig soil made the task much more efficient. Soon, a pit similar to a grave was dug out by Ty. "Thunder knife, are you polite?" Ty gently placed Ron's body into the grave, then piled up a mound of earth over it. There were no stones nearby, so he couldn't make a gravestone. The only thing he could do was to deeply engrave this veteran's name and appearance in his mind. Ron, enlisted at the age of 13, retired at 60, served for 47 years, participated in 32 battles, killed a total of 231 enemies. Just when he should have enjoyed his twilight years, he chose to sacrifice his life to save those lost in the valley. At the moment of death, he felt no fear or worry, but hope and peace. The legacy passed down directly through sacrifice. In the darkness, Ron blazed a second path for Ty. Standing beside the grave, Ty was lost in thought for half an hour. He didn't know why he spent so much time here, but he knew that staying with this elder for a while was something he should and must do. The car raced down the road, much safer compared to the urban areas. "What is this?" Ty frowned slightly, looking at the red, blue, and yellow dots marked on the map. By now, he had driven over 200 miles out of Ashtonjiang City. Out of boredom, he noticed some unusual points on the map. He looked at the bottom left corner, where the meanings of the 3 points were explained. Red dot indicated low-level clubs around 300 renminbi. Blue dot indicated mid-level clubs around 1,000 renminbi. Yellow dot indicated high-level clubs around 5,000 renminbi. Marked so many clubs but still a virgin? Recalling the first meeting with Han Noel Gong, Tai couldn't help but twitch his lips. According to the current situation, I just need to keep heading west. Based on his memories from his previous life, Tai vaguely remembered there was a place called Ashtone Mountain to the west, where there were fewer zombies. It would be the best choice for settlement. But with the current fuel level, it might not support reaching Ashtone Mountain. Tai glanced at the fuel gauge, which showed 1/3 remaining. That meant he had to find a gas station to refuel. Otherwise, he couldn't reach Ashtone Mountain. Tai glanced at the clock hanging inside the car. It was already noon. Due to termites, he had barely slept all night. He needed to find a place to rest. The collective attack of mutants on Ashtonjiang City was still about half a day away. In his previous life, he escaped from the shelter and didn't know what the situation was like outside Ashtonjiang City. To be safe, Tai decided to rest and gather energy before continuing his journey. Resting during the day was much safer than at night. So in his previous life, Tai almost swapped his sleep schedule if there was no need to collect supplies. Soon, Tai found a farm with a relatively remote location. Apart from a few mutated pigs and cows and the zombie farmer, there were no other zombies nearby. After dealing with these zombies, Tai started gathering materials to set up traps. From the storage, he found several bells and fishing lines. Combining the bells with fishing lines, he placed them at every entrance. The thin fishing line was hard to spot without careful observation. So, whether it was zombies or humans entering, they would trigger the bell sound immediately. Then, Tai set up another fishing line at the door and confirmed a second escape route inside the room before lying down on the bed with ease. Before sleeping, he quickly reviewed his current gold coins and rewards for killing deathworms. Deathworms are 4th stage mutants, yet I got no experience card or reward for killing them? Tai frowned slightly, questioning aloud. Not every first kill of a higher stage mutant results in a reward. The system's answer almost made Tai choke. You're not telling me the rewards are based on your mood? Tai frowned and asked. Theoretically, yes. Tai. Swallowing his anger, Tai turned his attention to the system mall. This system, ultimately, cannot be relied upon. In the end, I still have to depend on myself. Enhancing my physical strength is the real guarantee. Tai quickly browsed through the weapons in the mall. His current gold coin amount was 1324. This meant he could now upgrade his wilderness knife to its second form. The hunting broadblade could be upgraded to skirmish broadknife, blue knife, patrol sharp axe, purple axe, pursuit blade, red blade. And the forsaken scale short blade could also be upgraded to dragon scale sword. I still don't understand what the magic equipment and health equipment are for. Can they increase my health? Do you need to figure it out yourself? The system's response left Tai speechless. Alright, if I ask you again, you're a dog. Tai carefully examined the effects of the skirmish curved blade, which had been converted from magical effects into mental power. This meant that all magical damage equipment had been replaced with mental power attacks. Does this mean it can directly destroy the opponent's internal weapon? Waltke Ancient Internal Martial Arts. Next, Tai focused on the patrol sharp axe. The effect of the patrol sharp axe was to make the blade produce a flame effect, causing burning damage to surrounding creatures, and it could also increase his health. This health increase referred to boosting the player's endurance. In other words, it enhanced his sustained combat capability. The conversion of health into endurance was quite straightforward. 100 health points equaled 10 seconds of endurance time. The remaining pursuit blade and dragon scale sword hadn't changed much. One provided an attack boost after killing 100 zombies, while the other increased the sharpness of the forsaken scale short blade after killing 1,000 zombies. Tai thought for a moment. He then focused on the Doomsday. To complete Doomsday, he currently had Thunder Knife and Blood-Sucking Sickle, needing only Quick Strike Spear to possess all components of Doomsday. After the battle with the Deathworms, he could clearly feel the difference between weapon components and a complete weapon. Upgrading a major component first was the best choice, although expensive, but it could save his life in critical moments. Additionally, the Quick Strike Spear had a very important function. It was a ranged weapon. Although Tai currently had an AK-47 and plenty of ammunition, there was always a possibility of running out. The Quick Strike Spear had infinite ammunition and could even provide unexpected results. After some thought, Tai finally decided to purchase the Quick Strike Spear as his next weapon. Then, he glanced at the level 5 genetic constitution, which required 1,000 gold coins to upgrade, immediately losing interest. Tai closed the system interface and set an alarm on his phone. The sky darkens faster in autumn and winter, so he would have to wake up and leave by around 4 or 5 o'clock. Soon, Tai fell into a deep sleep. But within Ashtonjiang City, tremendous changes were already beginning. Chapter 88. The Third Day, Disaster Strikes. October 23, 2036, 3 p.m. The mutants began to revive, and dormant mutants emerged onto the streets of the town. The zombies that were casually walking on the streets, those who had not acquired the capabilities from the progenitor, were infected again by the mutants, gaining the abilities of the progenitor. October 23, 2036, 4 p.m. All the mutants had gathered around the Guardian post. They did not intend to launch a direct attack, as if it were a premeditated plan, all hiding in dark corners. The soldiers guarding the gates did not detect any trace of these mutants. The Guardian post was a stronghold entrenched at the entrance of the government compound. After a day's reinforcement, the surrounding walls were fortified with cement, the ordinary electric gate was replaced with an iron one, and flammable materials were placed around the perimeter to combat the mutants. Inside this Guardian post, gathered were over 10,000 survivors of Ashtonjiang City. However, most unrelated civilians only enjoyed safety without being assured of other supplies. Mayor Jeffrey stood on the balcony, observing the situation outside the post. Any news? Jeffrey turned to look at the soldier reporting back, asking in a grave voice. Report. The satellite has also lost control. We cannot contact the outside world anymore. As of now, we are isolated. Upon hearing the soldier's report, Jeffrey frowned, concern evident in his eyes. This state had been ongoing for 2 days. He sent out multiple police units, but all of them disappeared. None returned. This disaster is unprecedented. Failing to eliminate these zombies could plunge Ashtonjong City into endless chaos. What's that up ahead? Jeffrey frowned slightly as he looked forward. Zombies? They finally come here. Everyone, get back to your positions. We might be facing a wave of zombie attacks. Jeffrey crossed his arms behind his back, watching the crowd whose faces bore anxiety. Apart from the problem of zombies, the current situation lacked supplies too. Due to the sudden outbreak, there was no time to gather substantial resources. Current food reserves would only last another half day, after which a complete shortage would occur. Jeffrey watched as the armed police force began mobilizing, taking out weapons to engage the approaching zombie tide. Strange, these zombies feel different somehow. Jeffrey observed the zombies. Their speed was unusually fast, as though something was pushing them forward. What's that? Seeing a fallen zombie, a cluster of black dots beside it rapidly moving forward caught Jeffrey's attention. Those insects. Instantly, Jeffrey understood. These zombies were fainting, serving as decoys to draw fire, while the real threat came from the mutated insects. You, go tell the citizens to ignite all flammable materials around us. Hurry, act quickly. Jeffrey urgently instructed the guards standing by the doors. Soon, with the cooperation of the citizens, the first wave of zombies and mutants were successfully repelled. There were no more anomalies for a while. October 23rd, 2036, 9 p.m. Mariah sat hugging her knees on the ground. I wonder how he is. Following Ty's instructions, Mariah smoothly arrived here via the underground passage. Since then, she had been looking for Ty, because she remembered Ty saying he went to find his companion. Meaning, after finding his companion, he should also come here. But now it was the second day, and she still hadn't seen Ty. He's so strong, he shouldn't be in trouble, right? A trace of worry flickered in Mariah's eyes, making her appear even more touching. Excuse me, is anyone sitting next to you? A handsome Humbert stood beside Mariah, gently asking.
No.
Mariah subconsciously moved aside, giving this man some space. Hello, I'm Vinny. Sammy introduced himself. Mariah. Mariah replied absent-mindedly. Miss Goo, are you looking for someone? Vinny looked at Mariah, gently inquiring. His every move was elegant, almost like a gentleman. Sort of. Mariah answered. Have you considered the possibility that he might not be here? Vinny's words left Mariah momentarily stunned. Indeed, he didn't specifically say he would come here. Actually, this guardian post isn't safe. We are in short supply of materials and ammunition. Vinny continued to speak. Oh. Mariah nodded, but did not respond further. Miss Goo, can you tell me where you parted ways with him? Vinny continued. Sorry, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Excuse me. Mariah didn't reply to Vinny and got up to walk away. Though Vinny's manners were very elegant, he gave her a strange feeling. Vinny watched as Mariah walked away, the elegance in his eyes vanishing, replaced by a strong sense of possession and greed. He slowly got up and quietly followed behind her. On October 24th, 2036, at midnight 12 a.m., the entire Guardian post was eerily quiet. Most people had fallen asleep, even the soldiers guarding the gate showed signs of drowsiness. On October 24th, 2036, at 3 a.m., it was the time of day when everyone was most exhausted, everyone was in deep sleep, and the soldiers guarding the gates dozed off. Even Jeffrey was lying on the sofa, drifting off to sleep. Everyone believed that the wave of zombies had passed, and there would be no more danger for now. But at this moment, countless tiny figures began to stir in the darkness. They moved through the night, enveloped in an aura of death. A dozing police officer felt a slight pain in his body. He slowly opened his tired eyes and looked down. My leg. A roar woke everyone from their sleep. At the moment of his scream, the policeman's legs had turned to white bone, and the next second, all soft tissues on his body disappeared, leaving only a gaping skull before them. Quickly, be on guard. Zombie invasion. A soldier regained his senses and tried to signal everyone to open fire, but soon, he met the same fate as the police officer. In an instant, the entire gateway of the Guardian post was devoured clean. The defenses of the Guardian post were breached. The attack of the mutants began. Chapter 89. The long night is dark, yet someone bears heavy burdens and moves forward. The walls around the shelter were crawling with all kinds of strange creatures. Spiders, centipedes, ants, scorpions, cockroaches. They moved their bodies in neat and orderly fashion as if this were a highly organized operation. The mutated ants were responsible for gnawing on humans. Those who slept heavily turned into skeletons while still in their dreams. And those who woke up in shock, fleeing in all directions, became food for scorpions and centipedes, these kinds of mutated creatures. Mayor, hurry, the mutants are invading, the shelter may fall. A guard rushed into Jeffrey's office in a hurry and said, Mutants? Jeffrey awoke from his sleep and looked towards the door. The entire shelter had become a playground for the mutants, with screams and pleas for mercy rising and falling around. Blood splattered and bones scattered, just like hell on earth. Don't worry about me, go protect the people's retreat. Jeffrey shook his head. signaling the guard to leave. Mayor, you are the mayor of Ashtonjiang City. If you don't escape, who will oversee its reconstruction? The guard didn't quite understand. Ashtonjiang City is my home. How can I possibly hand it over to these mutants? Jeffrey ignored the guard, hands clasped behind his back, standing by the windowsill, quietly gazing ahead. He would stand or fall with Ashtonjiang City. On the ground, all soldiers began attempting to re-establish firing positions, trying to push back these mutants. Maintain formation, suppress these beasts. Soldiers running out of the government building tried to aim their guns at these monsters. But these mutants either moved incredibly fast or were extremely small in size, making weapons like firearms almost useless against them. Use grenades, one soldier said grimly, looking around at the creatures. No, there are still survivors ahead. Throwing grenades would injure them. Spike, the deputy leader of the team, rejected the suggestion. These people have been surrounded by insects. Their chances of survival are slim. If we keep delaying, everyone will be doomed. If anything happens later, I'll take responsibility. Lee looked at Spike and realized he was trying to shirk responsibility. As the captain, he must make a decision in such moments. In the current situation, there was no other method besides using grenades to kill these mutants. Grenade supplies are limited. Throw them where flammable materials were previously placed. These bastards fear fire. Lee raised his hand and began giving signals. 3, 2, 1. After clenching their fists, all soldiers simultaneously threw their grenades. Bang, bang, bang. Flames erupted, and a large number of mutants were blown apart. Captain, look ahead. Before they could celebrate, a soldier pointed towards the front gate. The mutants that entered the shelter were just a small part. The batch behind them was the real main force. Moths flying in the sky, worms wriggling on the ground, even mosquitoes and flies rarely seen in winter. At this moment, the moonlight completely faded, and the entire earth was covered by these mutants, plunging everything into darkness. It's over. Spike watched as a sea-like tide of mutants kept surging towards the shelter. With such numbers, even all of them together wouldn't be enough to fill the cracks. Instinctively stepping backward, Spike wanted to flee, to escape this place. But he felt a black barrel pressing against his neck. Attempt to desert, and you will be shot on the spot. The person pressing the barrel against his neck was none other than Lee. You're crazy? There are too many monsters. How can we resist? We still have a chance if we run now, otherwise it's suicide. Sweat dripped from Spike's forehead. He didn't want to waste another minute here. As police officers, we owe our duty to the national emblem on our heads and the responsibility on our shoulders. Lee holstered his gun, took out a baton from his back, and walked forward. Xiaoyang, Feiji, you two cover the evacuation of the people. The rest follow me to hold off these pests outside. Lee, holding both his gun and his baton, resolutely walked forward. Except for Spike, everyone followed the captain without choosing to flee. They needed to live up to the 4 words, People's Police. Tisich, a bunch of fools. Realizing Lee wasn't serious about executing him, Spike sneered, stripped off his cap and clothes, shoved his handgun into his pocket, and quietly blended into the evacuating crowd. At this moment, Lee and others formed a human wall for the evacuating crowd with their bodies. They stood at the front. If they encountered large mutants, they would fire guns. If it was regular-sized insects, they would swing their batons to drive them away. They knew that relying solely on them wouldn't be enough to repel these mutants. So what they could do was prolong their own death, slowing down the mutants' advance. Do you have any fire? Lee looked at the person beside him and asked. Yes. One person took out a lighter from his pocket, his arm trembling slightly as he handed it to Lee. Thanks. Lee patted his companion on the shoulder, a smile flickering on his face, before dragging his body forward. Captain? A few people stared in shock as Lee rushed into the midst of the mutants alone. Fire. The one who had given the lighter saw an unopened can of oil in front of Lee, instantly understanding what he intended to do. What should we do? He didn't want to watch his captain go to his death, but fear had rendered his legs limp, leaving only his hands capable of pulling the trigger. Lee kept swinging his baton. His clothes were nearly shredded by the bites. His skin was covered with wounds, yet his eyes remained fixed ahead, always moving forward. Lee clenched a lighter tightly in his fist. His entire body was riddled with pain, coming and going. Perhaps he was numb, or perhaps there were new wounds appearing. Finally, Lee, holding on with his last breath, reached the oil can. He noticed a half-smoked cigarette lying beside it. With his hand showing white bones, he picked up the oil can and the cigarette. He raised them over his head, pouring oil all over himself. The oil ran down his body, even seeping into his wounds. Lee put the half-smoked cigarette in his mouth, clumsily lighting it. Cough, cough. So this is what cigarette tastes like? Lee felt something choke him, but his face bore a faint smile. Then, he threw the cigarette at his feet. In an instant, flames engulfed his body, illuminating the surrounding darkness like a blazing man. He moved step by step, his burning body advancing. The flame around him drove away all approaching mutants. Finally, he stopped in front of his comrades. As he died, his arms spread wide, flames covering his entire body, just like a wall of fire, separating the mutants and preventing anything from getting close. The long night was dark, yet someone moved forward under heavy burdens, using the last ember of life to light up this night. October 24th, 2036, 5 a.m. The shelter fell completely, the surrounding land piled high with blood and bones. But amidst the corpses, a charred skeleton stood, its body still burning. That day, no light shone brighter than the flame on this skeleton. Chapter 90 Abnormality at the gas station. Compared to the fierce battle in Ashtonjiang City, Tai was much more relaxed at this moment. Woken up by the alarm clock at 5 in the afternoon, he got out of his sleep. There was nothing abnormal around, so after getting up, he drove the Wrangler towards the destination, Ashtone Mountain. Since he was driving on the highway, there were almost no zombies, which made Tai's body completely relax. 1,000 meters to the service area. As Tai was driving forward, he saw a sign at the top right corner. The service area provides rest for drivers on the highway. Drivers can refuel, take a rest, or have meals there. However, it would also be a place with relatively high foot traffic. After entering the fork leading into the service area, Tai reduced his speed to 20 miles per hour and observed the entire service area. No zombies? Tai looked around. Whether it was the gas station staff or inside the restaurant, everything was clean and tidy, with no abnormalities. It doesn't make sense. The service area should have people 24/7. Did they all run away? Tai frowned, feeling something was off. He drove around the service area and finally found some clues. Gas stations usually have a staff lounge where employees rest. He saw a damp towel hanging on the windowsill of the lounge. Someone is inside. Logically, mutants should be everywhere. Since these mutants evolved from insects, places with people would have insects. It's impossible for there to be no one infected here at the service area. After circling the service area, Tai noticed faint watermarks on the ground. They must have cleaned up after killing those zombies or mutants. But what was the purpose of this? Tai's furrowed brows eased slightly as he watched a little girl come down the stairs and seemed to understand something. Will, I miss my mom. Have you seen where my mom went? The little girl spoke in a somewhat naive voice. However, Tai ignored her and got out of the car to start refueling. What he needed to pay attention to was whether someone in the corners would pull out a bow, gun, or any weapon to ambush him. Will, do you have food? I'm really hungry. Seeing that Tai didn't respond, the little girl started tugging at his sleeve, looking pitiful. Really? Will is hungry too. How about you give me some of your flesh to eat? Tai turned to look at the little girl, his tone devoid of any gentleness. Scared by Tai's eerie tone, the little girl burst into tears. Tai didn't go forward to comfort her, but continued silently filling up the fuel. A little girl suddenly appearing at the service area meant something obvious. Even a fool could figure it out. This friend, are you leaving Ashtonjiang City? A man walked out from the stairway, speaking to Tai. His name is George, who works as a gas station attendant. George's voice gave off a very cheerful impression, making people feel comfortable. Without answering, Tai prepared to open the car door and leave alone. The road ahead is blocked. If you want to leave, you'll need to take a detour, plus the destination you're heading to will probably require more fuel than what you have now. George carried the little girl over, comforting her while talking to Tai. So, what's the deal for the remaining fuel? Tai turned to look at George and asked in a serious tone. While refueling the car, he realized the fuel tank wasn't full. It stopped filling up shortly. One thing was certain, fuel stations shouldn't lack fuel. But now, only a small amount of fuel was enough to fill up an SUV's tank, which meant the storage tanks had been tampered with. I don't have extra fuel either. Before you arrived, many people came and emptied the station's tanks, but I can share some of the fuel from my vehicle. The only condition is that you tell me about the situation inside Ashtonjiang City. George's expression remained calm, as if he had no desires or demands. Don't know. Tai opened the car door, ready to leave. He didn't believe the road was blocked. Without seeing it with his own eyes, there was no credibility to that claim. Secondly, the fuel in his vehicle was enough to get him to the next gas station, so there was no need to talk too much with this man. He didn't want to waste too much time here, and was uncertain about the hidden dangers nearby. In the face of unknown dangers, one should never act rashly. This was the lesson Tai had learned from his previous life. He had no way of knowing George's strength, or whether he had any companions nearby. If he acted rashly, it might bring unnecessary trouble. Just as Tai was about to leave, another car drove into the service area, but this one came from the direction out of the city. Tai looked at the somewhat dilapidated car, and his brows slightly furrowed. Could it really be blocked ahead? The front of the car was dented and battered, with some bloodstains on the rear, and even bits of crushed flesh on the tires. From the appearance of the blood and flesh residues, they seemed to have just been Jansanga. According to what George said, it seemed that the border was indeed blocked. There are zombies over there. Luckily I survived. Sammy got out of the car with a look of lingering fear on his face, stammering to Tai and George. Sir, you can go ahead and see for yourself whether what I said is true. As for the fuel, I'm sorry, but if you cannot provide me with information, I cannot give you any. After finishing speaking to Tai, George turned to look at Davis beside him and asked, do you need food and water? See, can I? Sammy was stunned by George's words and asked tentatively. Of course, we're all Ashtonjiang people. In times of crisis, we should help each other. Zella, take this uncle upstairs to find Aunt Colette and ask her to get food for this uncle. George looked at the little girl beside him and said softly, okay. The little girl stopped crying and led Davis towards the lounge in a very sensible manner. I have family and friends in Ashtonjiang City, so I want to know how things are inside. It won't take much of your time, can it? When George mentioned his family, his expression carried a touch of longing, and his tone had a hint of sadness. Tai looked at George. He did not find any flaw on this person's face. However, he could be certain that this person probably didn't have any firearms or other extremely lethal weapons on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't be spending so much time here with him. If the road ahead was really blocked, the amount of fuel in his car would barely suffice to reach Ashtone Mountain, let alone leave Ashtonjung City via a detour. In this situation, he needed to fill up his tank completely at the very least. But Tai turned his gaze to the car of the fleeing man. Since there was no fuel at the gas station, he could siphon fuel from other cars. Tai walked to the car and found a hole dug in the fuel tank, with only a small bowl-sized amount of fuel left. Was this luck? Was it his bad luck, or that man's good fortune? Did he have to stay at this gas station? Tai turned to look at the lounge above, and checked the surroundings again before getting into his car. He hid the AK-47 between the back seat and the front seat, and placed the backpack in a visible spot even when he wasn't in the car. Seeing George already heading towards the lounge, Tai gently closed the car door and followed behind. Since he wanted to inquire about the situation so badly, he would grant his wish. Chapter 91. George's Two Faces. At the gas station. Inside the restroom. The room was spacious, with only 2 wooden sofas inside. Despite its apparent tidiness, an odd, unpleasant smell permeated the air. By the walls, many people were squatting, filling the space. George returned to the restroom, and those squatting half-seated saw him, their faces showing a mix of awe and respect. "You." Just as George was about to speak, he suddenly sensed someone standing behind him. He turned his head and saw Tai standing behind him. The slightly stern expression on his face instantly softened. "Sir, have you reconsidered?" George hurriedly moved next to Tai. "Bring out the fuel first. I'll decide whether to talk after I see it." Tai reached into his pocket while staring intently at George, as if ready to shake his hand. "All right, sir, please take a rest here. I'll go get the fuel for you. Finally, I found some news." Thank you, George said with great excitement, then headed downstairs. However, as he walked away, his eyes briefly glanced at the little girl from earlier. "Will, come with me this way to rest." Zella, being very obedient, came over, pulling on Tai's sleeve and leading him towards a room ahead. Upon opening the door, they saw Davis, who had driven here in panic, was enjoying food from a plate. As Tai just sat down, a young dream approached carrying food. Tai looked up at her, and at that moment, their eyes met as she carried the tray. Their gazes froze mid-air. It seemed somewhat familiar. Tai furrowed his brows slightly. He noticed her eyes trembled a bit. This gaze brought back memories for him. Delaney. Back in high school, she was always his desk mate. At graduation, she confessed her feelings to him, but he rejected her. With nearly 10 years passing since then, he still remembered her clearly because of those distinctive eyes. When he rejected her, her eyes held the same look as now, but most peculiarly, they were heterochromatic. One black, one blue, unforgettable at first sight. Why is she here? Tai observed Delaney's clothing, neatly dressed without any signs of injury on her exposed skin. The cleaner she appeared, the more suspicious Tai became. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, even those who fled wouldn't remain so clean. Smart people knew water would be the most scarce resource, and would never use it carelessly. This immaculate appearance seemed intentionally put on display for him. At that moment, Delaney's actions surprised Tai. She glanced down at the food, then shook her head at him, as if trying to communicate something. Tai took the tray and looked at Delaney again, softly saying, "Thank you." As Delaney left the room, Tai glanced toward the window. In the top left corner of the window, a surveillance camera was placed, directly facing where he and Davis were seated. Tai roughly guessed what George intended to do. He glanced at Davis beside him, who was still eating voraciously. Tai quickly mixed the rice and dishes together. Just as he was about to take the first bite, he immediately put down his utensils and headed toward the door. "Excuse me, where's the restroom? I need to use it." "There." Seeing Tai come out, Delaney's eyes showed relief and quickly pointed out the direction. As Tai walked, he recalled the position of the surveillance camera. Each camera had a blind spot, forming a fan-shaped area of visibility. The closer one got to its position, the narrower its field of view became. "I should be able to avoid detection by sticking close to the door as I enter the room." Leaving the restroom, Tai cast a glance at the group of people squatting in the living area. Most of the mobile individuals were women and children. The younger men appeared exhausted, barely glancing at him before falling back asleep. Entering the room again, Tai noticed Davis was completely focused on eating and drinking. Even when he deliberately pounded the wall, Davis didn't react. Following his plan, Tai moved swiftly along the wall toward the surveillance camera. The gas station's cameras were not integrated with wiring but were plugged into outlets, giving Tai an opportunity. Standing on a nearby stool, Tai managed to loosen the plug of the surveillance camera, making it look like it wasn't fully inserted. "Hey, do you want some? I can share half of mine. I can't eat all of this." Returning to his seat, Tai turned to Davis beside him and asked, Yes. Thank you. Sammy's eyes lit up with surprise upon seeing the food, hurriedly nodding. In the surveillance room, George was sitting on a stool, leisurely watching the monitors. Below the stool, a dream knelt, while George held her head with one hand and smoked a cigar with the other, as if he wasn't living in the apocalypse at all. Why is the monitor blacked out? Frowning slightly at the dark screen, George felt a shiver in his lower body and instantly lost interest in the dream. Get lost. George pushed the dream away from beneath him, pulled up his pants, and the ferocity on his face dissipated. He adjusted his collar, forcing a polite smile onto his face. He quickly walked towards Ty's room. Opening the door, he saw both Ty and Davis lying unconscious in their seats. Glancing at their plates which had been touched, George's concerns were partially relieved. Then, He swiftly moved to check the surveillance camera. The plug is loose? Seeing the plug still in the socket, he pushed it firmly, finally feeling assured. Old routine. George waved to the doorway. The women understood immediately what he meant by these 3 words and skillfully dragged Ty and Davis outside. Good job. George looked at Delaney, who was squatting halfway in the living area, grabbed her, and began groping her body greedily. I've fed you for 2 days. It's time for you to repay me. George slapped her buttocks with one hand and gripped her arm with the other, leading her towards the surveillance room. Delaney didn't resist, her gaze remaining fixed on the unconscious Ty. Her eyes held confusion and a hint of resentment. Weren't you smart in high school? Why can't you understand my signals? Bang. The door slammed shut behind George as Delaney was thrown onto the bed. The bed was surrounded by many small white paper balls, and various strange toys lay scattered on the bedside table. George had already stripped off all his clothes, looking greedily at Delaney. Since she entered the gas station, he had been eyeing her body. If not for trying to win her over with his charisma, he would have had her long ago. Coming back to her senses, Delaney tried to struggle, but how could her strength match that of an adult male? Soon, she was pinned down by George. Chapter 92. Cause and Effect. The cycle continues. Ty and Davis were dragged into the storage room. As soon as they entered, he caught a whiff of rot. This time, you do the smashing. Last time it was me who did it. Alright, then all the items we find this time are mine. Fine, but I heard this guy came by car. If he has his car keys on him, we can drive off. What if George finds out? A few escapees were caught before, and none of them have been seen since. Forget it. George is too busy with that Adelaide right now to care about us. Female college student? As Ty scanned the group, the only one who looked like a college student was Stacier. Could it be? Ty slightly opened his eyes, glancing towards the source of light. The door was wide open, with 2 women standing in front of it, both dressed provocatively. One of them held a hammer. Just 2 people, this should be easy. Go ahead. You search them first while I smash. One of the women started walking toward Ty. As she reached out to search his pockets, she suddenly felt something grab her arm. You're not knocked out? Before she could finish speaking, she felt herself losing control of her body and flying forward. Noticing something was wrong, the dream with the hammer threw it at Ty and ran for the door. A long, blood-stained black blade appeared before her, its wielder standing next to her. When did he get here? Why does he have a knife? If you don't want to die, keep quiet. Ty partially closed the door, stomped on the mouth of one of the fallen women, and pressed the knife against the neck of the other. Looking around, he realized this storage room was more like a morgue for grown men. Every inch of ground had a man tied up and gagged. Their joints were shattered to prevent their blood from flowing freely, so sanitary pads were used to cover their wounds. Without treatment and due to bacterial infection, these wounds had become infected and gangrenous. This explained the foul stench in the air. After binding the 2 women with ropes, Ty spotted a frozen cabinet in the corner. Inside, dozens of chunks of meat were frozen, including human legs and hands. Pretty brutal. After just a few days, you're already using humans as food. Ty recalled the plate brought over earlier. It also contained meat. That meat was likely made from human flesh. Unless someone was extremely hungry, they generally wouldn't choose to eat human flesh. Years of conditioning have ingrained a repulsion towards cannibalism in most people's minds. The current scene only meant one thing. George's psyche was severely twisted, driven by a desire to act like a tyrant through murder and cannibalism. Turning to the 2 women, Ty deduced from their earlier conversation that they were seasoned offenders. I'll ask one question at a time. Whoever answers will be set free. Remember, only one person gets to leave. Don't even think about calling for help. This knife will enter your skull faster than you can scream. With that, Ty stabbed the hunting knife into the box beside the women's heads. First question. Does George have any guns or powerful weapons? Removing the cloth from the women's mouths, he asked sternly. No. The dream on the left answered quickly. That's right, no guns, but he has a modified high-pressure water gun that can knock people back. Not wanting to fall behind, the dream on the right added, desperate to live. Second question. Does he have any accomplices? Yes. The left dream answered smartly this time, adding, he works at this gas station, and he's bribed a few other male employees. There are about 11 or 12 people, but they mostly have tools like wrenches. Not many people and no ranged weapons. This makes things easier. Last question. Where is the oil hidden? This was Ty's final concern. The main reason he was here was for the oil. Don't know. Both women shook their heads simultaneously. At this moment, the dream on the left glanced at her companion from the corner of her eye, then said hastily after a slight shift in her gaze. I know where the food is stored. It's in the monitoring room. George has collected all the food there. The dream on the left smiled, now having answered the most questions. Thanks. Ty finished speaking, then stuffed the 2 pieces of cloth back into their mouths before heading toward the door. Hum. The dream on the left saw that Ty didn't intend to let her go and immediately panicked, trying to shout frantically at Ty. But with her mouth completely blocked, she couldn't make a sound. It was all in vain. The closing door took away the last bit of light from the storeroom, leaving them enveloped in endless darkness. The 2 women looked around and saw that the ropes binding the men were all broken. What's happening? It was Ty. He had cut all the ropes off these men. These men, whose limbs were shattered, began to crawl slowly towards them, inch by inch. Hum. The 2 women struggled madly, shaking their heads. All these men had their limbs broken by them with hammers, Now they wanted revenge. Hum. Suddenly, one of the women felt something bite her thigh. She looked down to see a man using his teeth to tear at her thigh. George kept all adult males who came to the gas station for refuge locked in this storeroom to eliminate potential dangers. Those who starved to death had their bodies frozen in the cold cabinet as food. Those who hadn't starved to death remained trapped in this storeroom, quietly awaiting death. Now, without food and about to starve to death, these men could only treat the two women as food to fill their stomachs. Soon, the two women were engulfed by the crowd, only their bloody thighs still pounding the floor frantically outside. Blood stained the ground, and the trembling legs finally stopped moving. Meanwhile, Ty had returned to the restroom on the second floor. The women sitting there, upon seeing Ty return, showed surprise but did not scream in terror because they saw the knife in his hand. He glanced toward the left room, from which Stacier's crying and George's nearly lecherous laughter were coming. Chapter 93. Is young love useful? Get off me. Let me go. Delaney's clothes were almost completely torn apart, revealing the faint marks of restraints on her snow-white skin. George was now lying on top of her, trying to consummate the act. However, due to Delaney's fierce resistance, he could not complete his final move. Don't move, you bitch. Slap. George lost his patience and slapped Delaney hard across the face, leaving a red handprint on her cheek. If it weren't for me, you'd have been fed to the zombies long ago. Still insisting on playing the chase dream? Does that do any good? If you follow me, I'll make sure you have food and drinks. But if you resist again, don't blame me for throwing you to the zombies. Initially, Delaney's struggles and cries excited George, fueling a sense of conquest in him, making the situation seem thrilling. But as time went on, Delaney's relentless resistance gradually wore out his patience. After the apocalypse outbreak, even the gas station had become overrun with mutants. Under his command, however, the mutants were successfully dealt with. Later, he witnessed several people bitten by mutants turning into zombies. At that moment, he knew his era was about to begin. Waltzing aimlessly at the gas station, he loved watching movies, especially zombie films. He knew that in an apocalyptic world, whoever controlled water and food controlled everything. So, he began collecting all the food under the pretense of doing it for everyone's good. Subsequently, due to his great strength and having learned Taekwondo in childhood, he quickly became the emperor of this place. He lured every car needing fuel to the restroom with lies about finding family members. After drugging their food to knock them unconscious, he would take beautiful women into his harem and throw men into the storeroom as emergency rations. Over 3 consecutive days, he had already slept with over 20 women. In the past, such a scenario was unimaginable for him. Now he felt that as long as he stayed at this gas station, he would always be its emperor. Anyone who dared to defy him would die. Among them, Delaney was the one he valued most. Being a student, she had a very pure appearance, and he wanted to conquer her with his charm, but the girl never bought into it. Eventually, he had no choice but to use force to subdue her. Delaney was hit several times by George, and there were drops of blood at the corner of her mouth. Her clothes were entirely ripped off, exposing her naked body to George. With her white jade-like body and S-curved figure, along with her tear-streaked eyes and rosy cheeks, George's lust surged uncontrollably. You belong to me, only me. George kissed Delaney wildly all over her body. Whenever she tried to resist, she would receive another slap. Kisses and violence came simultaneously. Gradually, Delaney's body weakened, leaving her without strength to resist further. Not continuing your act of purity and integrity? Keep resisting? Ha ha ha, you're mine now. George smiled like a demon, lifting Delaney up for the final assault. Delaney slowly closed her eyes as tears rolled down her cheeks. Her hands attempted to clench into fists, but, due to weakness, hung limp by her sides. I'm sorry. Delaney gave up her struggle. Just then, there was a sudden noise from the door. Bang! The door flew open, hitting the floor. Who wants to die? George instantly turned soft, throwing Delaney onto the bed and turning to look behind him. Standing at the door was Davis, who had asked for fuel earlier. Ty. There stood Ty, gripping a black long knife in one hand, looking coldly at him. Well, aren't you supposed to be looking for gasoline? What are you doing in this room? Ty sneered mockingly. What? Shouldn't he be knocked out from the drugs in the meal? How can he be fine? Although stunned, George did not rashly move because he saw the black long knife in Ty's hand. He himself had no weapons and, after spending too much time assaulting Delaney, his strength was greatly diminished. He needed to buy some time. If I were you, I wouldn't do that. Seeing George's gaze shift to Delaney, Ty warned coldly. He figured out my plan. In the next second, George felt something crash into his body, pinning him to the ground. Zing. A long knife was planted next to his head, while his chest was being firmly stomped on by a foot. I can't breathe. George felt his bones melding with his flesh, gasping out his words. Where is the oil? Ty asked in a deep voice. I don't know. The moment George finished speaking, he felt as if one of his ribs had snapped. A human has 24 ribs. The first one you broke is at the bottom. If you do not answer truthfully, I will break the topmost rib, and once it breaks, your lungs will be punctured. The pain will be 1,000 times worse than now. Think carefully. Having said that, Ty's foot pressed down even harder. Delaney, lying on the bed, looked at Ty's cold expression and suddenly felt a sense of unfamiliarity. It wasn't that she didn't recognize Ty. It was just that he seemed very different and distant. The formerly sunny and cheerful Barney always had brightness in his eyes, but now, there was no trace of that light. What happened to him? I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's in the basement, all in the fuel tanks. I'll take you. I'll take you. Seeing Ty's icy gaze, George was terrified and hurriedly answered. Ty glanced at Delaney, who was tightly wrapped in the blanket, then dragged George downstairs like a dead dog. To him now, he had no feelings for Delaney anymore, not even a hint of former classmate affection. After all, adding the time gap from his past life, it had been 10 years since they last met. Young love is like a seed that hasn't yet broken through the soil. It will eventually be replaced by the scenery that emerges after it does. Now, Delaney was nothing more than a familiar stranger to him. All he wanted to do right now was one thing: get the gasoline, escape this apocalypse, and live alone. Whether classmates or admirers, none could compare to the comfort of living alone. Chapter 94. Hell is empty, demons walk the earth. Ty followed George down to the underground floor of the gas station. The entire underground passage was narrow and somewhat damp. Additionally, because fuel was stored below, ventilation had to be maintained, preventing Ty from detecting other scents in the air. He stared at George, a man who had started making human flesh food on the third day of the apocalypse. He wouldn't have obeyed him so quickly. Most likely, there were accomplices ahead where the fuel was stored. We're here. Just like this. George laughed. Haha at Ty. All these doors must be closed to prevent open flames that could destroy the entire service area, George muttered to himself. Oh no, I forgot to bring the key. Look at this. George felt his pockets anxiously. Just as George spoke, Ty broke one of his legs, causing him to scream in agony. If there's no fuel inside, your hand will be next. Saying that, Ty inserted the hunting broad blade into the door seam and slashed toward the lock. Thanks to the enhanced attributes of the Forsaken short blade, the lock broke instantly upon contact. As the door slowly opened, fuel pipes and 2 imprisoned women came into view. The imprisoned women had traces of blood at the corners of their mouths, and there was a decaying arm at their feet. Ty glanced down at George, revealing a hint of disgust in his eyes. Psychopath wasn't enough to describe George. Boss, you're here. Come quick. One of the girls is about to mutate. A voice called out from inside. It was a Humbert with dyed yellow hair, probably only about 19 years old. The Isaiah grinned arrogantly and walked towards the entrance. You. Who are you? Lowering his gaze, he saw George on the ground, then looked up at Ty, trying to run back for weapons. But Ty threw the hunting broad blade, piercing through his thigh, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing Ty without a weapon, George, still on the ground, tried to resist using all his strength. But in the next moment, he regretted it. Another long sword materialized in Ty's hand, stabbing straight through George's hand, pinning it to the ground. When throwing the hunting broad blade, Ty had already disassembled the Forsaken short blade, reserving it for dealing with George. Ty entered the oil storage room and approached the oil tanks. There's no oil left. I sold it all. If you want fuel, let me go or else I won't give it to you, even if it means dying. As George finished speaking, Ty opened all the tanks. As George said, they were indeed empty. Turning his head, Ty looked at the 2 women restrained against the wall. Naked, their hands and feet bound, their bodies covered in bruises and marks from being tied up. Moreover, one dream's eye showed small white spots, a sign of imminent mutation. What kind of twisted mind could do such things? Looking at the soon-to-mutate dream, George smiled, seemingly deriving great satisfaction from it. Having worked at the service area for decades, though not luxurious, he often saw wealthy businessmen in fancy cars. Over time, this environment had made him feel suppressed. Why could those people enjoy luxury cars and beautiful companions while he remained just an ordinary gas station attendant? After the apocalypse, his pent-up emotions were unleashed. The wealthy businessmen and beauties he had once envied became targets of his resentment. This led to his increasingly deranged state, finding self-satisfaction in murder and cannibalism. These 2 imprisoned women were forced to eat zombie meat, just to see if they would change, a way to pass boring time and satisfy his twisted desires. Hell is empty, demons walk the earth. In the post-apocalypse world, this phrase described humans fittingly. Ty pulled the knife from the Isaiah's leg, grabbed his hair, and dragged him towards the mutating dream. No, please don't take me there. The Isaiah struggled but couldn't move. Seeing the smiling, mutant dream, he fainted in terror. Ty threw the youth next to her and turned to look at George. If the Isaiah was a demon, then George was truly Satan incarnate. If this person could carry out such inhumane acts on the third day of the apocalypse, what kind of insane actions would he be capable of after a few more days? The Isaiah woke up again as he felt a chunk of his arm bitten off. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. He tried to free himself from the dream with all his strength, but her teeth were already firmly embedded into his arm. To break free, he would have to cut off his own arm. The Isaiah struggled madly, but how could he possibly match the strength of the now zombie dream? The chunks of flesh were being gnawed away by the zombie dream piece by piece. Just as she had been fed meat before, now she was taking it back bite by bite. Ty ignored the Isaiah and dragged the hunting broad blade toward the door. I'm a man of my word. I said I'd cripple your hand if there's no fuel, so here it goes. Ty pulled Forsaken short blade out of George's wound and twisted it sharply to the left. The crisp sound of breaking bones accompanied George's scream, echoing through the entire basement. I'll ask you one last time. Where's the fuel? Remember, this is your final chance. Ty thrust the hunting broad blade into the center of George's thigh. If it went any deeper by 1 centimeter, fresh blood would start flowing. George's thrill turned into sheer terror, and he hastily answered. I sold all the fuel, but I still have a barrel of it. It's in the safe. I'll get it for you. I'll get it for you. George quickly added. One last time. I mean it. Ty grabbed George by the hair and dragged him outside. The only reason Ty didn't kill him yet was because the fuel hadn't been found. Killing him would be troublesome if the fuel was hidden somewhere extremely secret. It's right here. George pointed to a room at the farthest edge of the second-floor control room. The fuel is inside here. I'll get it. I'll get it. Ty completely ignored George and chopped off the door lock, dragging George inside. This was the power control room of the gas station, where the alarm system that could alert everyone to evacuate was also located. As soon as he entered, Ty focused his attention on the alarm beside him. If George wanted to go down fighting, this alarm would undoubtedly be his last resort. Open it. Ty glanced at the medium-sized safe. Forcing it open might damage the fuel inside. George walked towards the safe like a lapdog. While opening it, he kept glancing at Ty, but his true intention was to watch the control panel behind Ty. It's open. George opened the safe, and the money scattered out. In the center of the money sat a barrel of fuel. Upon seeing the fuel, Ty gave George no chance to react. He plunged the hunting broad blade directly into his head, killing him instantly. Blood mixed with white pus flowed out of George's head, his expression still one of shock. He never expected Ty to execute him so decisively. Then, a small object falling caught Ty's attention. It was a small button that fell from George's hand. This was George's last lifeline. Pressing this button would trigger an alarm throughout the gas station, attracting zombies. He had intended to negotiate with Ty, but never thought Ty wouldn't give him a chance to speak. Ty pocketed the button and took the oil out of the safe. Just as he was about to leave the gas station, he noticed through the window that the backpack he had left on his seat was gone. Chapter 95 Rapid Strike Spear. When he came out of the basement, the backpack in the car was still there, but it had vanished in the blink of an eye after entering a room. Recalling the dream's words during the interrogation in the warehouse, Ty instantly sensed something amiss. George was the boss here, with over 10 underlings managing things for him. He made such a commotion, yet aside from the bohan in the basement, no one else appeared. Even if they were deaf, they should have known their boss had been captured, but it seemed like nothing had happened. At this moment, footsteps were heard coming up the stairs, and the sound was chaotic. Trouble. Ty immediately understood the situation. These people intended to use his hands to kill George as well. That way, they could seize George's position. Ty quickly retreated, surveying the surroundings. The only escape route now was to jump down from the window. However, he did not know if anyone was guarding below. System, purchase the Rapid Strike Spear. Without any hesitation, Ty commanded firmly. Ding. Rapid Strike Spear purchased successfully. Instantly, a long spear appeared in Ty's hand. However, Ty was not confused by this being a long spear. Back on the farm, he had thoroughly examined the capabilities and attack methods of the Rapid Strike Spear. Although it resembled an ancient long spear, its method of attack involved throwing it, and 1 second later, it would automatically return to his hand. A phantom would continue to surge forward in place of the physical spear, and the time it took to return was determined by his own attack speed. However, the reason he hadn't rushed to buy this weapon before was due to its 2 drawbacks. Firstly, it lacked damage enhancement, so relying solely on its ranged attacks might not be enough to instantly kill zombies. Secondly, it easily exposed his concealed abilities. Now, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, he chose to purchase it. Reorganize equipment. Since his 6 available slots were already full, he needed to replace some equipment and store them in the system vault. Currently, he had Knowledge Gem, Cloth Armor, Rapid Strike Spear, Hunting Broad Blade, Forsaken Scale Dagger, Blood-Sucking Scythe, and Thunder Knife. To maximize his attack power, Ty chose to remove the Cloth Armor. Afterwards, Ty placed the Hunting Broad Blade and Rapid Strike Spear into the system vault, then opened the window and threw George's body down. Damn, it's George's body. The voices downstairs prompted Ty to react instantly. With a leap, he jumped towards the first floor. Rapid Strike Spear. As Ty fell, a long spear materialized in his hand, which he hurled towards the swearing man. A phantom-like long spear whistled out from Ty's hand, piercing straight through Davis's chest. The men standing nearby were terrified by Ty's bizarre attack and fled forward. But when facing ranged weapons, there's one rule you must remember. Don't run, counterattack at close range. It's the only way to survive. Of course, that applies to others, but for Ty, anyone beyond 7 meters is dead for sure. Anyone within 7 meters dies even faster. Ty raised the Rapid Strike Spear and hurled it forward. Instantly, the fleeing man felt something touch his chest. Then, a hole appeared in his chest, and he fell to the ground. He's on the first floor. People on the second floor saw what happened and urgently reported. Indeed, just an ordinary person. Compared to that gang, he's far inferior. Ty scoffed coldly, sticking close to the wall and circling around into the cafeteria. Through the cafeteria's glass, he watched the scene where he had killed earlier. 1, 2, 12. Ty watched the people coming down from the second floor. Each person held common tools like wrenches or axes. But Ty didn't act rashly because when he noticed the backpack missing from the car, the window wasn't broken. It meant that the opponent had pried open the car door to get inside. In that case, the AK-47 he hid might have been discovered. So, someone among them might be hiding with an AK-47 somewhere. Looks like I need to lure him out. Surveying his surroundings, Ty still couldn't find the one with the AK-47. He decided to use himself as bait. Tai poured oil in the cafeteria, merged the effects of the blood-sucking scythe, Forsaken Scale Dagger, and Thunder Knife onto the hunting broad blade, and rapidly ran out of the cafeteria, daring to come here to seek death. I'll satisfy you. Sammy, walking at the front, didn't finish his sentence when he felt something slash against his neck. He turned his head toward Tai. A figure was sprinting forward, gripping a black long knife that exuded a bloody smell. He saw the shadow but not the person. So fast. This was the last thought in Davis's mind before he fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the dozen or so people behind him were now in a passive situation. Tai, like a killing god, moved among them, each strike landing on fatal spots. As Tai finished off the 8th person, a gunshot rang out from the 2nd floor. Bang! Tai's speed couldn't exceed that of a bullet, but he had prepared for this. At the moment of the gunshot, Tai raised his left arm over his head, shielding his temple, while simultaneously manifesting the rapid strike spear in his hand. In the next second, the hunting broad blade in his right hand slashed into the chest of the person beside him. The bullet entered near Tai's ribs, but in the next instant, it fell out from inside him and dropped to the ground. The spot where he was shot merely oozed a little blood before healing up. How can this be? Sammy, who fired the gun, shocked, felt as if something had shot through his head. Then he fell into a pool of blood. To lure this person out, Tai used his body as bait. Besides providing ranged attacks, the rapid strike spear also boosted attack speed, allowing Tai to swing twice in a second. Coupled with the blood-sucking scythe's healing effect, as long as Tai avoided vital spots, he could heal himself while taking out the gunman. The few survivors were terrified, seeing how Tai's wounds healed quickly after being shot. Are you human or a zombie? Why are you unharmed after being shot? We surrender. We don't want to fight. We surrender. The survivors threw down their weapons and begged for mercy. With so many people and an AK-47, they couldn't even take down one person. What was the point of continuing? Boss, let us follow you. Women, wealth, supplies, everything. Yes, boss, we'll listen to you. Whatever you ask, we'll do. The few survivors knelt on the ground, crawling toward Tai. Do you all listen to me? Tai asked. Yes, all of us, all listen to you, boss. They nodded. If I say I want you dead, will you still listen? Tai's words stunned them, but the next second, they felt something cut across their necks. You. They pointed at Tai, clutching their necks tightly, trying to stop the bleeding, but life eventually slipped away, and they fell to the ground. Losing a fight and wanting to surrender? Is it really that easy? Tai stared at the last dying man, stabbed him in the chest, and sent him to his end. Even if they surrendered, these people knew about his healing ability. They had to die. Chapter 96. We could go down together. After Tai finished off the last person, he glanced at his body. To prevent blood from splattering onto his clothes, he had been using throat slitting to take down these people. Though his body remained free of bloodstains, the entire lounge was now covered with corpses and blood. Combined with the dying people in the storeroom gnawing on each other, a heavy stench of blood permeated the air of the lounge. I need to leave here quickly. Tai picked up the oil and headed upstairs again. His backpack and AK were left on the 2nd floor. The backpack contained supplies he needed, while the AK was an essential weapon for survival. After all, it was better to keep the instant kill gun, which had a slightly fantastical element, out of sight. If someone saw it, he might become more of a spectacle than the zombies. He quickly made his way upstairs. Fortunately, the backpack and firearms were right where he had killed that man. However, unfortunately, as he prepared to leave, all the people in the living room gathered in the hallway, their eyes filled with hope, looking straight at Tai. Please move aside. Tai put the gun in his backpack and prepared to walk forward, but these people did not intend to let him pass. Instead, they formed a human wall, blocking him. Can you take us with you? A dream standing at the front spoke almost pleadingly. We beg you, take us with you. Several others echoed her words. Ignoring them, Tai turned and walked toward the back window. If the front way was blocked, then climbing out the window was the only option. Save them? There was no point saving them anymore. Seeing Tai about to escape through the window, everyone panicked. Don't you have a heart? Can you just watch us die here? The dream at the front shouted at Tai. What does it matter to me? Without turning back, Tai jumped out of the window and started walking away. The dream became desperate and shouted after him. You're killing us. How are you any different from Andy? No, you're worse than Andy. At least he didn't attract zombies. Her words were venomous, attempting to provoke Tai into stopping. Unfortunately for her, she did not understand Tai. There are so many of you. Yet Andy's gang only has a dozen people. If you unite against him, would Andy stand a chance? I don't save the dead. If you keep talking, I won't mind sending you to reunite with Andy. Tai turned to look at the dream, his expression icy. Had it not been for the promise Ron made to him on his deathbed, this dream would already be dead. But Tai's response was enough to silence everyone. No one dared ask him to save them anymore. Nan, didn't you say he was your high school classmate? Please talk some sense into him. A girl standing at the back, seeing Tai starting to refuel his car, rushed over to Stacy. We haven't seen each other for years. How can I convince him? After Tai left with Andy, Stacy had been saved by this girl, who was her college friend and a close companion. Just as Stacy rejected, others overheard their conversation. You know him from school, so you should try to persuade him. Yeah, there's so much blood. It'll definitely attract zombies. We'll all die if you don't do something. Seeing Stacy still hesitant, the crowd grew anxious. He's strong and looks decent. Maybe he'll take a liking to you if you ask him to help us. Go ahead and talk to him. Yes, you wouldn't want your selfishness to cost all of us our lives, right? Their sweet-talking pressured Stacy into hesitating. Olivia beside her held Stacy's hand gently. Nan, if you don't want to convince him, it's okay. I'll stay by your side. If zombies come, I'll protect you. Stacy looked at the girl, then at the others, whose eyes were full of desperation. She glanced at Ty's retreating figure and recalled their high school days. Ty's smile and those days of attending classes and coming home together gave her a bit of courage. Ty, with all her strength, Stacy shouted. I know this is a lot to ask, but please save everyone. It worked. He's turning around. Olivia beside Stacier grabbed her hand, saying with some excitement. Ty glanced at Stacier, and then looked at the people around her. All eyes were on Stacier. It didn't take much to guess what had happened. However, he still remembered that when she was delivering the meal for him, Stacier had shaken her head at him, signaling not to eat the food. After refueling his car, Ty turned and walked toward where the crowd was. As I said, if Frances speaks up, it would definitely work. After all, our Frances is so pretty. Any man would like her. Olivia looked at Stacier, a smile of excitement on her face. They were about to be saved. Finally, they could leave this place. Soon, Ty walked up to the second floor and looked at Stacier. Come with me. Ty's words stunned Stacier for a moment, and in the next second, she was grabbed by the wrist and pulled toward the stairs. This move left everyone speechless. It seemed he had no intention of saving everyone, only taking Stacier away. Olivia reacted quickly and hurriedly followed. Frances's deskmate. I'm her best friend. Can you take me along? Olivia stood in front of Ty, deliberately pushing out her chest as she spoke. Ty ignored her and continued pulling Stacier forward. Olivia immediately became anxious, urgently giving Stacier meaningful glances, hoping she would speak up for her. The car is mine. Talking to Stacier won't change anything. Ty turned his back to the girl and coldly replied. Stacier also lowered her head, saying nothing more. She wasn't foolish. She understood the real motive behind the girl's words earlier. She preferred not to harm Ty rather than save her classmate. But just then, an unexpected event occurred. A voice came from upstairs, tinged with madness. If you don't take us with you, I'll press the alarm, and since the zombies are already drawn here by the smell of blood, we might as well go down together. The words reached Ty's ears, and at that moment, Stacier felt his arm gradually turn cold. Chapter 97. A mix of good and bad. This is the essence of society. Delaney looked at Ty. She didn't know why, but although they were less than 5 meters apart, she felt that the distance between her and Ty was gradually growing wider. Night had already fallen, and the moon had quietly disappeared behind the clouds. In the boundless darkness, a faint layer of gray hung over everything. Ty slowly walked forward, with the streetlights casting shadows on his face, revealing no luster whatsoever. The crowd on the second-floor corridor watched as Ty approached, some excited, some puzzled, and some afraid. Olivia, who had asked Ty to pull her into the car earlier, also sensed something was wrong with him. She tactfully stepped aside, making way for Ty. Did he give in? A middle-aged dream hesitantly asked as she watched Ty walk closer. But couldn't he just let us down instead? Why does he have to come here? Maybe he's looking for the key to one of the rooms. After all, we are too many for one car. A provocatively dressed dream nearby speculated as she gazed at Ty. I'll stand next to that button just in case. If he makes any wrong moves, I'll press it. A female employee from the gas station frowned, sensing something off about Ty's demeanor. Yes, we're all in this together now. We must stick together. If one person falls behind, none of us should give in. A mature-looking dream in her 40s with short hair stood up and spoke. In an instant, these women took their respective positions. Some ran back to the rooms to grab self-defense weapons, while others stood beside the gas station worker, pretending to protect her. Still others blocked the center of the corridor, ready to negotiate with Ty. At that moment, they demonstrated unprecedented unity, unlike the group that had been subdued and fearful under George's control before. Tap, tap. Footsteps ascended from downstairs, and Ty dragged his body up to the second floor. He held no weapons, appearing before everyone with empty hands. The mature dream standing at the front choked slightly, but had to step up to negotiate since she had established herself as a leader. If you take us along, we can provide labor and other needs. Our only requirement is to survive. It's a win-win situation. She delivered her workplace negotiation rhetoric with her intellectual tone directed toward Ty, but Ty ignored her. He continued walking forward, step by step. Those at the front felt a wave of fear wash over them, instinctively stepping backward a few paces. They had seen the bodies of those killed by precise, lethal cuts. How could they not be afraid? Sir, we can talk things through, the mature dream said, trying to appear calm. Is that so? A streak of lightning split the sky, followed by a thunderclap, with its silvery light flickering on Ty's face. Everyone stared at Davis before them, their backs drenched in sweat. His eyes glowed a dark red, his expression devoid of emotion, yet it induced a chilling fear. Boom. Thunder roared again. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, save for the bloodstains on the ground, which gleamed with a unique light. The color of death, like a scythe hanging over everyone's heart, ready to strike at any moment. There's only one car. Whoever grabs this key first gets to go. Ty pulled a key off his keychain and tossed it behind him. The mature dream watched the key soar through the air, choking momentarily. No, I can't do this. I'm in this with everyone else. If I rush for it, our alliance will fall apart. We all need to survive together. Otherwise, it would mean killing others indirectly. The mature dream steadied herself. As the vice president of a company, she had always valued trust and cooperation. She possessed high moral integrity and refused to act in such a manner. However, not everyone shared her principles. Society can be large or small, open or hidden. Each person grows up in different environments, forming different mindsets. A mix of good and bad, this is the essence of society. By rejecting this idea, she also rejected a chance at her own survival. Someone brushed past her, pushing her to the left, then another pushed her from the right. Bang! Her head struck the wall directly, blood flowed out, but she still managed to stay upright without falling. But in the next second, someone else charged from behind, completely throwing her off balance, causing her to collapse on the ground. Countless feet trampled over her body, her ribs and internal organs shattered, blood streamed out of her facial orifices, and she lost all consciousness. Yet, as they were about to come into contact with Ty, those people slowed down perceptively to avoid touching him. I got the key. Olivia, who had been at the forefront, didn't finish her sentence before a wrench struck her hand, causing the key to slip out instantly. Ironically, the one wielding the wrench was the same person who first suggested retrieving weapons from the rooms to defend against Ty. Now, this wrench swung towards her ally in the alliance. The mature dreams fall, and the swing of the wrench shattered the alliance. Everyone wanted to survive. When faced with the choice between a distant hope and an immediate one, the majority chose the latter. Survival for oneself. Thunder boomed again, this time accompanied by the sound of rain. Heavy rain washed away the filth of the world. The blood on the ground seemed to be washed away, yet it also seemed like it wasn't. Was this heavy rain truly washing away the filth of the world? Ty couldn't help but give a cold laugh, then turned and walked forward. Down the corridor ahead, a few younger girls stood, including the little girl who had led him to sit in the room earlier. Ty ignored them and continued walking toward the control room step by step. Those few girls either feared to go up and snatch the key or still maintained their sense of ethics and morality, staying where they were, eyes full of fear watching Ty, not daring to speak. Zella, come here. The female employee, seeing Ty approaching her, called out to the little girl. It was this voice that locked Ty's target. Amidst the roar of rain and thunder, lightning flashed across Ty's face, his eyes cold like a March ice cave as he stared at the female employee and said gravely, "So you're the one who talked about mutual destruction?" Chapter 98. The Last Psychological Defense Vault. Ty's words stunned the female employee. What is he going to do? Instinctively, she glanced at Ty's hands and saw that he wasn't holding any weapon. Instantly, she moved her hand toward the control panel and signaled for the people in front of her to shield her. Do you think I'll die if you press this button? There are no zombies nearby, and even if they hear the alarm, it would take several minutes for them to arrive. I will drive into the city first, waiting for these zombies to be lured here, then return by the same route. Tell me, who will die? Me or you all? Upon hearing Ty's calm analysis, everyone was momentarily stunned. If they thought about it carefully, it indeed made sense as Ty had said. If he knew that this wouldn't trap him, why did he come back? Wasn't that redundant? As everyone was puzzled, Ty gave them the answer in the next second. A scream broke the silence of the control room. Everyone turned around and saw that the female employee's hand along with the button was directly destroyed, but there was no physical object where the destruction occurred. How did he do it? They looked at Ty's hands, which held nothing. What was going on? Now, are you still thinking of fighting to the death? Ty slowly walked forward. Even though his hands held no weapons, everyone in the control room knew that he could still easily deal with them without weapons. The reason Ty spoke so much to these people was to distract them, making them lose focus. This way, he had a chance to use the quick strike gun to destroy the button. Ty wasn't afraid of attracting zombies. What he worried about were those mutants. It had been 3 days now, and the dormant mutants had already awakened. If he attracted 3rd stage or 4th stage mutants, it would be quite a problem even with a vehicle. Seeing Ty getting closer, the crowd instinctively retreated backward. Since the alarm button was destroyed, protecting the female employee didn't make much sense anymore. Was it you who said fight to the death? Ty asked the female employee, whose hand had been severed, in a deep voice. Yes, so what? At this moment, the fear in the female employee's heart had completely dissipated, and she stared straight at Ty. Andy and others begged for mercy before they died, yet they still met their end. She knew that begging wouldn't work. She needed to find a way to resist Ty. Hearing the female employee's response, Ty's dark side was immediately triggered, and his hand went directly toward her neck. He had principles and wouldn't kill indiscriminately. But if these people were trying to force him into a dead end, then sorry, no matter how nascent the idea, it meant death. Just as Ty was about to grab the female employee's neck, a small figure appeared in front of him. Zella. The reason the female employee called Zella over was to use her as a shield. She was sure that Ty wouldn't harm a child. And indeed, her gamble paid off. Ty's hand paused midair and didn't reach for the girl. For a moment, the female employee, drenched in sweat, showed a faint smile that seemed like victory, but the next second, she felt something enter her head. Ty was now holding Zella protectively in one arm, while using the other hand to summon the hunting broad blade, piercing straight through the female employee's head. The female employee didn't know Zella personally. She only knew that Zella was the illegitimate daughter of a wealthy boss, who was later locked in a warehouse, turning Zella into Andy's little tool. In her eyes, children generally served as protective shields, but she never expected this man to be so decisive. The few standing beside them watched as Ty's blood-sucking long blade and were all dumbfounded. Where did the knife come from, and why does it suck blood? Ty put away the blade, turned to look at the few people standing beside him, said nothing, covered Zella's eyes, and walked out of the corridor. Before leaving, he locked the control room door from the outside, trapping everyone inside unless they jumped out the window. Ty held Zella's hand and walked forward step by step. Several girls standing on both sides of the corridor crouched down, fear evident in their eyes, not daring to look at Ty directly. Their psychological defenses were completely shattered, and a question kept surfacing in their minds. What happened to this world? Why have all people become like this? I got the key. A middle-aged dream crawled out from the pile of fallen bodies, one of her legs crushed, her thumb bitten off on the hand holding the key, dragging herself towards Ty step by step. I have the key, can you take me with you? The middle-aged dream, with a pleading tone, looked up at Ty, but Ty ignored her and disappeared into the staircase. She wanted to chase after Ty, but her leg had been smashed and she couldn't keep up. While crawling, she accidentally dropped the key through the iron railing beside the stairs. The clear sound of it hitting the ground completely broke the middle-aged dream. She had fought hard for this key, and to survive, she even killed someone. But what was the point? Ty didn't take her with him, and now the key had fallen. My key, my key. Give me back my key. Give me back my key. With the key I can live. Quickly, the key. The middle-aged dream crazily crawled down the stairs. Due to her head facing downward, her center of gravity was off, causing her to roll down the stairs. Thud, thud, thud. Blood flowed from her head, and she felt her life slipping away bit by bit. But her eyes were fixed only on that key. At the moment she broke down, her mind remembered only one thing. Get the key, and she could live. She slowly swept the key into her hand, then let out a hee-hee laugh, fell to the ground, and lost her breath. Get in the car. Ty handed Zella's hand to Stacier and got into the car. Not killing children was the last line he would not cross. Ty watched as Stacier and Zella got into the car, then picked up the map and searched for something on it. Shanghai or Viletag City, choose one. Ty said. What? Stacier didn't quite understand what Ty meant. The place I'm going to. These two are the only ones on the way and have military protection. Choose one. Ty explained. He wouldn't take Stacier and Zella to Ashton's. The reason he saved Stacier was because she had helped him once, and Zella was just a coincidence. But even so, he wouldn't take these two to his destination. He only wanted to live alone. Stacier looked at Ty's stern and stubborn profile. At this moment, she had different feelings toward Ty. Although Ty's timeline was nearly 10 years apart from hers, and only 3 years had passed for her, she still liked him deep down. But also, there was some fear and pain. Why did he kill those people? Who turned him into this? He mustn't have wanted to do this either. His heart must be in pain too. But I can't help him at all. Instead, I will hold him back and make him angry. Stacier looked up at Ty, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke slowly. Can we go to Viletag City? I have friends there. Chapter 99 Masked Man? Del. The night rain drizzled down, each drop like a homeless bird flying forward without looking back. Although insects had grown in size and acquired formidable abilities, their living habits remained unchanged. After the heavy rain, they all retreated to their nests one by one, no longer venturing out. Ty drove on the road, taking out a red button from his pocket. It was the alarm button he had picked up from Andy. The women had all seen him summon a knife. Naturally, he wouldn't let them live. Ty pressed the button, and simultaneously, the alarm in the server room went off. What was once a life-saving alarm now became the death knell for those women locked in the room. How could this be? Wasn't the button destroyed? No way. If it keeps sounding, it will attract zombies from nearby. The panic that had just started to subside among the women resurfaced. The rain had washed away the blood on the ground and the scent in the air, but the alarm made them anxious again. But with the gate locked, how could they escape? It's zombies, zombies are coming. A dream looked through the glass at the ground. Nearly hundreds of zombies were dragging themselves slowly toward them. That night, the heavy rain lasted long, washing away the old blood from the service area and replacing it with new blood. Sounds of jumping from buildings, fleeing, and pleading for help filled the service area. Due to the heavy rain, Ty had to find a small village nearby to stop temporarily, waiting for the rain to stop before continuing on his journey. He drove into the village, which wasn't large. Houses lined both sides of the street, forming a narrow path in the middle. It was clear that the village was quite old, with moss hanging over almost every house. The roads were muddy and uneven when it rained. Ty did not turn on his headlights. In such darkness, using lights would attract zombies, but the downside was that it made it hard to see the road ahead. Splash! The car tire sank into a deep hole, getting stuck immediately. Ty took out a flashlight from his backpack, checking the surroundings to ensure safety before getting out of the car. He inspected the place where the tire got stuck. There was a large pit. Man-made? Ty frowned slightly, muttering to himself. Even on mudland, as long as the bottom was solid, a single night of heavy rain couldn't have created such a large hole. Just as Ty was about to take out his hunting broad blade to destroy the pit, he felt a chill at his back. The rain on his head had also stopped, as if something was blocking it. Looking down at the ground illuminated by the flashlight, his shadow was partly blocked. The pitter-patter of the rain made the surroundings even darker and eerie. Tightening his grip on the hunting broad blade, Ty quickly turned around. A man wearing a mask stood before him. On the mask, a pair of slightly smiling eyes and a mouth like the split-mouth woman, torn wide open. The mask was entirely white, with black used to depict the features. Without hesitation, Tai summoned his hunting broad blade and lunged at the Easton. However, this Easton was incredibly agile. Despite holding an umbrella, he moved like a swallow, retreating several steps backward. Tai watched the Easton holding the umbrella in front of him. There was a hint of killing intent in his eyes, but also a bit of nervousness. He knew this Easton. Whether in the previous 7 years of the apocalypse or in the peaceful world before the apocalypse, this Easton was notorious. Grade A, the highest-ranking fugitive. He called himself the Del, punishing those who violated morality with cruel methods. Even throwing trash casually on the ground could result in someone being killed artfully at night. After the apocalypse, his actions became more extreme. Whoever he deemed immoral would be executed by various artistic means. In the peaceful society, he had never been apprehended, but in this apocalyptic world, his existence was more terrifying than zombies. Mister, would you like to dance a waltz of death with me in the rain? The Easton's voice was low and grave, like a lotus blooming in darkness, drawing people into its depths. Tai did not respond. He was keeping an eye on his surroundings with his peripheral vision. It seemed that he had been targeted by this man, and the car sinking into the mud pit was also this person's doing. Since you do not wish to, I shall no longer insist. May I invite you to watch this performance with me then? The Easton put on white gloves with both hands, holding up an umbrella in one hand while tapping his chest with the other, bowing slightly forward in a very gentlemanly gesture towards Tai. Then, he snapped his fingers, and the houses on both sides were instantly illuminated from within. In the twilight of night, the long rain fell continuously. On the walls of the houses, apart from moss, there were some red liquids flowing along with the rainwater. Lock the car doors from the inside, stay in the car and don't go out. Tai glanced at the wheels deeply embedded in the mud pit. Even if he revved the engine to its maximum power, it might not be able to move the car, and instead, could give this Easton a chance to attack. There were currently two options. One was to chase after the Easton, but since this person dared to appear in front of him, it was likely that he had already calculated an escape route. That left only the second method. Attract him over and counterattack. Tai made a quick decision and began rapidly throwing the soil beneath the mud pit backwards. This hole was created by the Easton. His intention was to keep Tai here. As long as Tai took actions to escape, he would definitely try to stop him. But this thought process was based on how ordinary people would react. How could someone who had hidden for so many years during the peaceful times have such simple thoughts? The show begins. A ghostly smile appeared on the Easton's mask. He tapped a rhythm with his hands, as if playing music for something. The rain danced with the Easton, and the wind applauded for him. He raised his head high, stretching out his hand toward the house next to Tai, abruptly pulling upwards. Instantly, an explosion sounded, and a gap was blown open in the door of the house. Dozens of humans rushed out, running frantically towards Tai's location. Additionally, several zombies followed behind these people. Hum 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 hum. The Easton hummed a tune, beat the rhythm, and pointed to another house. Another explosion resounded, and the same scene unfolded on the other side of the house. Humans on both sides simultaneously charged towards Tai's position. Their bodies were smeared with blood, and the zombies behind them relentlessly pursued. A magnificent performance cannot lack an excellent conductor. The corner of the Easton's mouth curled up, composing music in the heavy rain and dancing in the dark night. Chapter 100. The climax of the performance was about to begin. Delaney glanced at the crowd and zombies rushing towards her, then she looked at Tai standing outside. With so many people, no matter how powerful Tai was, it would be impossible for him to deal with them instantly. Delaney's body trembled, but at the same time, a hint of determination appeared in her gentle eyes that shouldn't have been there. If she could lure these people away, would Tai have a chance to escape? Delaney gently placed the sleeping Zella on the seat, inching her body towards the window. She looked at the frenzied crowd, nearly as mad as zombies, gripped her sweaty hands tightly, and with gritted teeth, opened the car door and dashed out. She caught a glimpse of Tai, her eyes filled with tenderness. It was the youthful affection left from her teenage years. Her actions were not driven by gratitude for being saved by Tai, but stemmed from the purest protection for someone she liked. Fear of death is an instinct, just as staying for love is also an instinct. Delaney faced the charging crowd, fearing they might not be lured over. Thus, she rushed into the crowd, then charged out again, diverting their attention. Tai noticed Delaney's reckless action. He hadn't returned to the car mainly because the tires were still stuck in the ditch. Entering the car now wouldn't help him escape and would only trap him on this island. But he never expected Delaney to act like this. In high school, this girl didn't even have the courage to speak to him. Even when she confessed during graduation, it was done secretly in an empty corner. Yet now, she had made such a bold decision requiring tremendous courage. Delaney believed Tai had changed, and at this moment, Tai felt Delaney had changed too. Looking at the flattened mud pit, he knew if he drove backward now, he could easily leave. But doing so might mean Delaney would be overwhelmed by the crowd. Tai's gaze fell on Delaney, his expression darkened, and he quickly walked back to the car. His mind kept telling him to ignore Delaney and escape alone. Just as Tai was about to get in the car, something odd caught his eye ahead. The soil in front wasn't muddy from the rain, but rather reflective under the house lights. Why was the soil ahead waterproof and not soaked by the rain? Recalling the Easton's artistic methods, Tai instantly understood. He entered the car, grabbed the AK-47, turned, and aimed at a man beside Delaney. Bang! A gunshot broke the silence of the night. A body collapsed in a pool of blood. Tai used the AK-47 to blow away the head of a man next to Delaney. Get lost. Though Tai told them to get lost, his AK-47 continued to sweep through the crowd. Soon, almost everyone near Delaney was killed by the AK-47's fire. What are you waiting for? Do you want to die? Get back in the car. After clearing one side, Tai raised his gun and turned to look ahead, aiming to take down the Easton. But the Easton had already vanished from sight. Shortly after, 2 explosions rang out again, breaking the doors of 2 houses in front. Dozens of zombies ran out and charged at Tai. Go! Tai pulled Delaney's hand, quickly returning to the car, shifted into reverse, and backed up swiftly. But the back of the car was already swarming with zombies, trapping it. Tai pressed the gas pedal to the floor, holding the steering wheel with one hand and using the other to fire the AK-47 out the window at the zombies. The car struggled between moving forward and backward. Zombies started pounding on the rear windows and even smashing their heads against the glass. Cracking and deadly sounds echoed inside the car. Zombie bodies were crushed under the tires, yet they showed no signs of fear or death, blocking the car's retreat with their decayed hands. The tires spun rapidly, throwing dirt everywhere. Zombie flesh and bones flew apart under the impact. The car finally began moving backward swiftly. At this moment, explosions echoed from both sides, not from houses but the road ahead. This explained why the soil ahead was waterproof. Bombs were hidden beneath it, which would be rendered ineffective if wet. Similarly, this was why Tai chose to stay and save Delaney. If he chose to escape alone, the timing of the explosions would coincide perfectly with his attempt to flee. This was the choice left by the Easton for Tai, a choice he called art. If he chose to save Delaney, it would also be saving himself. But if he chose to escape alone, he would be blown to pieces by the bombs. Tai quickly turned the steering wheel and backed up in the opposite direction. Tai's expression darkened. This was the first time he had personally felt the terror of the Easton. The Easton must have followed him all the way, completely aware of everything about him, then calculated his destination in advance and set these traps. And those people and zombies in the houses were definitely saved by the Easton, half used as bait and the other half mutated into zombies, becoming the notes of his performance. Screech. Mud splattered as the car skidded to a halt at an angle. Tai slammed on the brakes and looked ahead. In front of him appeared 3 mutated zombie pigs. They were abnormally tall, covered with hair similar to corpse fur, with rotted snouts exposing 2 rows of heavy tusks, their eyes glowing green, staring straight at him. The performance isn't over yet. Next, let's move into the climax. The Easton stood under a nearby tree, speaking slowly to Tai. Soon, the 3 mutated pigs began charging toward the car. Tai didn't hesitate and quickly drove the car backward. These 3 mutated pigs each had the strength of a 3rd-stage mutant. With only these scattered weapons he currently had, he wouldn't stand a chance against them. After purchasing the quick strike gun, I have 732 gold coins left, still needing around 100 more. Tai murmured to himself. A 3rd-stage mutant, if there was just one, he might still have a chance to win. But now there were 3, which would be very challenging for Tai, who didn't have a fully formed weapon. Therefore, his purpose in driving back was only one. Kill zombies, earn gold coins, upgrade the jungle knife. Tai increased the Wrangler's speed to its maximum, plowing through the mud. Zombies in front were scattered like cards. However, there were too many zombies, eventually stopping the Wrangler from moving any further. Stay in the car. The car door was blocked by zombies. Tai climbed out through the upper window, AK in hand, sweeping through the surrounding zombies. He soon realized that killing zombies with the AK was slower than using system weapons like the hunting wide blade. 1. He needed to aim for their heads. 2. He needed to reload. It might be fast against ordinary zombies, but when facing a horde alone, it became somewhat inefficient. Not every shot could guarantee a headshot. Tai threw the AK into the sunroof and held the hunting wide blade in one hand and the thundering knife in the other, leaping into the crowd of zombies. Discard the short blade scale. Switch to cloth armor. Against these low-stage zombies, the short blade scale became somewhat inefficient, cloth armor being more practical. At this moment, Tai combined attack, defense, recovery, and speed into one. He wielded 2 long blades, slashing through the zombie horde. Gold coins gradually increased, but so did his exhaustion. The number of zombies and the rain's impact significantly drained Tai's stamina. And at this moment, misfortune struck. The leading zombie pig jumped over the Wrangler and charged directly at Tai. Bang! Tai flew into the sky like a broken bird, then fell to the ground. Though the tusks didn't pierce his body, the powerful thrust caused severe pain. He lay on the ground, cold rain hitting his face, feeling the fear of death. He lifted his head to look ahead. Zombies, dragging their mangled bodies, emitting a rotten stench, rapidly rushed towards him. Soon, his vision was filled only with zombies. Chapter 101. Patrol Axe. The rain lashed against Tai's body, his hair becoming disheveled. He leaned on the hunting broadblade and slowly stood up, but in the next second, a zombie bit into his arm, tearing off a piece of skin. But at the cost of that, the zombie's head was also severed by Tai. Bang! The mutated pig launched another charge at Tai. This time, even though Tai used the thunderclap saber as a backing to resist, he was still knocked flying. All fused, rapid strike spear. Tai was half reclining on the ground when he raised the rapid strike spear in his hand and shot it toward the mutated pig in front of him. The hunting broadblade had the ability to deliver certain death to anything below tier 3. The discarded scale short blade could pierce through the defenses of any creature below tier 3, and the thunderclap saber increased the power of his attack. This meant that as long as this attack managed to damage the mutated pig, it would be an instant kill. However, just as the rapid strike spear was about to stab the mutated pig, something surprising happened. The mutated pig took 2 steps back, and several zombies blocked its front, intercepting this attack for it. This attack by Tai could be considered a big gamble. He could feel one of his ribs had already broken, with blood continuously welling up from his lungs and creeping into his throat. This strike had drained all his strength. It killed the mutated pig, allowing him to recover using the blood-sucking sickle, but if it failed, his life hung by a thread. Unfortunately, he lost this bet. At the same time, 2 other mutated pigs arrived on the battlefield and focused their attention on Tai. Tisage. Tai slowly rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Then let's fight to the death and see if you have thicker blood or I have a tougher life. Blood stained the corner of Tai's mouth, and his hair covered his eyes. He switched the rapid strike spear back to the hunting broadblade. As the 3 mutated pigs charged at Tai, he also initiated an attack. But his target was not the mutated pigs, but the zombies nearby. He had to kill zombies to recover health and earn coins to upgrade his weapons. This was currently his only chance to survive. But those 3 mutated pigs also noticed Tai's intentions and very cleverly circled around from 3 directions to charge at him simultaneously. This greatly increased the chances of their tusks hitting. If Tai were struck by these tusks, he would surely die, because there were hooks on the tusks of the mutated pigs. Once they pierced into the body, they would tear apart the internal organs. Even worse, a powerful strike could directly pull out the organs. In other words, the attacks from these 3 mutated pigs were almost fatal. Even if Tai had an extraordinary ability to recover, he wouldn't stand a chance if killed instantly. Just then, a roar broke the heavy atmosphere. Most of the zombies had been drawn away by Tai, leaving very few around the SUV. At this moment, the SUV, like a deranged wild buffalo, charged toward the 3 mutated pigs. Bang! The car collided with one of the mutated pigs, causing both the car and the pig to topple over. Delaney, who suffered severe impact, fell unconscious on the ground. Since all the zombies were drawn away by Tai, the SUV managed to start moving again. Seeing the mutated pig ahead lying on the ground, Tai instantly sensed hope for survival. After chopping off the head of a zombie, Tai quickly dashed forward, narrowly avoiding collisions from 2 mutated pigs. At the same time, the hunting broadblade in Tai's hand switched back to the rapid strike spear. He raised the spear, aimed at the side-turned mutated pig in front, and fired sharply. Zing! Black fluid flowed out of the mutated pig's body. A system notification appeared beside Tai's ear. Ding! Successful kill of a level 3 mutant, Tusker Pig, plus 4.5 gold coins. The reward from the level 3 mutated pig brought Tai only 3 gold coins away from upgrading his jungle cleaver. At this moment, the 2 mutated pigs behind came to their senses and rushed at Tai along with a large group of zombies. Tai did not choose to confront them head-on. Instead, he quickly ran backward, kicking the overturned SUV and leaping into the air. The rapid strike spear in his hand swiftly pierced towards one of the mutated pigs among the zombie crowd. At the same time, as soon as he landed, the spear flew from his hands. Switching from range to melee, a cold glint flashed in the world, followed by a lightning-fast spear thrust. The mutated pig dodged the phantom attack of the rapid strike spear, but the 3 zombies in front of Tai were directly strung up by the spear in his hand. Combined with the gold bonus from the discarded scale short blade, killing a level 1 zombie awarded 1.5 gold coins. 3 zombies equaled exactly 4.5 gold coins. Right at this moment, those 2 mutated pigs launched their final assault on Tai. After mutating into mutants, their physical attributes had undergone a qualitative leap, with their speed changing dramatically. The 2 mutated pigs leaped into the air, their tusks simultaneously aiming at Tai. They were so fast that they could almost match the speed of the queen termite. Meanwhile, the zombies on the ground were charging toward Tai like mad. Now, Tai was under attack from both sides. But he did not dodge. He lowered his head, and with his disheveled hair covering his eyes, it was impossible to tell whether his eyes were open or closed. However, one thing was certain. He exuded an aura more terrifying than death. In the pitch-black night, the heavy rain added to the clamor. But at this moment, the noise of the rain seemed to fade away. The stage of the dark night left only one silhouette. He was adding brilliance to the entire night. Tai's rapid strike spear slowly dissipated, his mouth slightly moving as he coldly said, "Purchase patrol axe." In the next second, a gleaming purple hatchet appeared in Tai's hand. This hatchet was like an axe that split the heavens. The moment its purple glow appeared, it gave off a feeling of awe-inspiring power over all things. But what chilled people to the bone was the invisible flames surrounding him. Raindrops from the sky dispersed upon touching him. At this moment, it wasn't the night enveloping everything, but Tai enveloping the night. In the darkness, his body shone with light, making it impossible for any creature to approach him. He was like the god of death in the night. Any creature that touched him would die instantly. This was the ability of the patrol axe. As long as it was held in hand, an invisible flame would surround the body, killing any creature below tier 2 upon contact. For creatures above tier 3, it would cause continuous burning damage. The 2 mutated pigs descended from the sky like falling meteors, turning anything they collided with to ashes instantly. But Tai did not dodge. Instead, He raised the hatchet in his hand and swung it at the sky. Chapter 102. The Last Dance of the Dark End. A purplish-red flame suddenly appeared in the darkness, enveloping everything around it. The hideous faces of the zombies, the furious and murderous gaze of the mutated boar. Everything emerged in the flames and vanished within them as well. Slice. The mutated boar on the left was cleaved in half by Ty's huge axe. Its body split into two, with organs spilling out like dumplings from a bowl, falling out rapidly. The smell of decay permeated the earth. The first mutated boar was dealt with. At the same time, the remaining mutated boar caught fire and hovered in midair. At this moment, Ty felt the soreness in his arms vanish. This was the special ability of the Guardian Battle Axe. Killing zombies or mutants could increase health points, also known as endurance. The death of the third stage mutated boar briefly restored Ty's weary body. Boom. On the other side, zombies charging from the ground were instantly engulfed by the flames on Ty's body. The Guardian Battle Axe disappeared from Ty's hand and reappeared in the other hand the next second. Slice. With the damage boost from several main weapons, the power of the Guardian Battle Axe far exceeded that of the first stage hunting broadsword. The zombies burning in front of him turned into charcoal instantly, while some more fortunate ones were chopped in half by the axe. Countless severed limbs and heads fell slowly from the sky along with the rain. The bodies piled up nearly forming a small hill of corpses, an alarming sight. Ty's blood mixed with the rain, flowing down, making his face look even colder under the raindrops. He slowly walked towards the mutated boar ahead. At this moment, the mutated boar felt unprecedented fear. Seeing its companions all fallen, it realized it lacked the strength to confront head-on. However, its hesitation gave it the chance to die. Slice. All of Ty's weapons merged into a quick strike spear, which accurately pierced the last mutated boar's head. As Ty watched the fallen body of the mutated boar, he did not relax. There was still one person to deal with. In the night, the heavy rain danced for Ty, just as it accompanied another person. A man in black with white light stood beside an overturned Jeep Wrangler. His legs formed a T-step, one hand holding an umbrella, the other embracing a child sleeping soundly despite tears in the corner of its eyes. Meow. Truly a marvelous performance, but without an ending bow, it remains incomplete. The instant the masked man closed his umbrella, it transformed into the AK that Ty had used before. Bang, bang, bang. Ty quickly ran towards the mud wall on the right side, using the broad blade of the Guardian Battle Axe to intercept the incoming bullets. He hid behind the mud wall. Plat, plat. Footsteps echoed through the muddy ground, turning into puddles, like a symphony in the rain, getting closer to Ty step by step. Who is death? Who is the prey? Ty looked left and right. Either side could be where the masked man approached from, but the most likely place for the masked man to appear was above him. An artist would never take the usual path. Ty held the Guardian Battle Axe and Thunder Knife in both hands. One weapon as a shield to defend against AK bullets, the other as a killing tool. The footsteps got closer and closer. Ty's breathing slowed down, focusing all his attention on the footsteps. Under the long wind blowing raindrops. Rain touched but could not reach the wind. Mud splashed around. Moss-covered high walls dripped slowly down the walls. Drip, drip. As the rain touched the mud, Ty launched his attack. Above him, a white mask floated. Slice. Without hesitation, Ty stabbed the thunder knife into the mask. Blood immediately gushed out, but instead of joy, Ty felt a shock. Then he immediately rolled backward, expanding his field of vision to look left and right. Jeffrey had already disappeared, and the mask he stabbed belonged not to the masked man but a zombie wearing it. Tisage. Looking at the fallen zombie, Ty's eyes revealed anger. So-called justice? The night is so long. Can a mere spark illuminate it? Ty glanced around once more, and finding no abnormalities, quickly finished off the remaining zombies before walking toward the car. Just as he was about to open the car door, he noticed a card similar in texture to a playing card attached to it. On it was written, "Since your life has not yet come to an end, this performance is not over. Let me dedicate a unique dance in the dark end for you." As Ty prepared to crumple the paper, he saw another message on the back. Walthall Girl, Viletag City. Jeffrey did not want to ruin the note left for Ty, so he wrote the location separately on the other side. This was to tell Ty that if he wanted to save the little girl, he must go to Viletag City. Ty crumpled the note, treating it like trash, ignoring it thereafter. I need to figure out how to flip this car over. Frowning slightly, Ty examined the overturned vehicle. His current body strength was at level 4, augmented by the Thunder Knife. He had the capability to overturn such a large SUV as the Jeep Wrangler. However, he needed a rope to tie between him and the car. Ty suddenly remembered finding candles and egg-like toys earlier in the car. If Leonardo enjoyed such thrilling games, he likely also kept ropes. Opening the trunk, sure enough, he found several black long ropes. Tying them together and securing one end to the car tire, he gripped the rope tightly and lunged forward. Instantly, the Jeep Wrangler was flipped right side up. This thing is pretty sturdy. After discarding the rope, Ty intended to open the door to find a quieter place to rest. But he then noticed Stacy lying unconscious inside the car. He froze for a moment. This girl had saved him twice, risking her own life. Why did she do this? Observing Stacy closely, Ty saw a wound on her forehead from the impact when the car overturned, still bleeding lightly. Glancing around, he saw a zombie slowly approaching from a distance. Chapter 103 Masked Man. Barrett, Pre-Performance Deployment. Ty glanced at the rope in his hand and swiftly approached the zombie. He then bundled it up, forcefully dragging it over. The zombie opened its mouth, attempting to devour both of them, but the only part of its body that could still move was its mouth. Ty took out the blood-sucking sickle and placed it in Delaney's hand. Then he moved Delaney's hand, thrusting the blood-sucking sickle into the zombie's body. Soon, the wounds on Delaney's head quickly healed. After observing Delaney's body healing, Ty casually picked up the thunder knife and chopped off the zombie's head, tossing it aside. Zombie, are you King polite? Ty moved Delaney to the passenger seat and drove forward. After driving for about 10 minutes, Ty found a 2-story house standing alone by the roadside. After getting out of the car and simply clearing away nearby zombies and mutants, he brought Delaney into the house. Delaney was still unconscious. After placing her on the bed, Ty set up the bell alarms he had arranged at the farm at the door and gradually fell asleep on a stool. Jeffrey now rode on a motorcycle with Zella sleeping soundly in front of him. After a night of riding through the rain, the masked man brought Zella to Viletag City. Compared to Ashtonjung City, the situation in Viletag City was somewhat better. The main reason was due to its relatively hot environment. Even during autumn and winter, the temperature did not drop much, making insects here relatively scarce. Viletag City had established 4 military defense bases and 2 shelters, where all survivors gathered. The military defense bases would occasionally send out troops to clear zombies and mutants around Viletag City. This allowed some small organizations and minor leaders to survive without joining the military base. As soon as the masked man brought Zella off the motorcycle, several men wielding axes and long knives surrounded them. From outside, one man pointed his axe at the masked man and asked arrogantly, "Yeah." Jeffrey, holding Zella, nodded. "Now our Viletag City is so famous? But yeah, since nearby cities have been hit hard, our city's condition is still decent. Since that's the case, pay the entry fee." Beside him, a ruffian with half a cigarette in his mouth extended his hand toward the masked man. Jeffrey took out a diamond and a key from his pocket and placed them in the ruffian's hand. Instantly, several people crowded around the ruffian. "My God, this is a real diamond? I'll bite it with my teeth." "No way, what if you damage it? This can be exchanged for money in the military zone." "You're illiterate. Diamonds are the hardest substance in the world. How could they get damaged by biting?" "What do you know? People in those TV shows always bite gold and silver when they find them." Several people stared at the diamond in the ruffian's hand, drooling with excitement. Since this guy can offer a diamond, he must have other valuables on him. "Quick, don't let him go." The ruffian, staring at the diamond, suddenly reacted, turning to look ahead. At that moment, the masked man also turned to look at them. He patted his chest and gave a slight bow. In an instant, the motorcycle erupted with a loud noise. Boom! The motorcycle exploded, sending the ruffian and others flying. Body parts were scattered, and a severed hand landed on the ground, still clutching a dazzling diamond. Zella woke up from the explosion. She looked up at the Easton, instinctively afraid, but she didn't cry. Instead, she curled up, very sensibly. Jeffrey remained silent, and Zella quickly closed her eyes, pretending to continue sleeping. Jeffrey walked down the street as if taking a stroll, killing only the zombies whose mouths contained blood. Then, he arrived at the military gate. "Take off the mask and stop where you are." 2 guards watched the masked man walking toward the military zone and sternly ordered. But they noticed that the masked man did not stop but continued walking steadily forward. "This guy seems familiar." A guard standing beside spoke to his companion. Height around 1m8, wearing a suit, white mask covering the face, hat on the head. National A-level wanted criminal, Barrett. Immediately, the 2 soldiers raised their rifles and aimed at the masked man. Warning once, stop and accept inspection. Warning twice, stop immediately and accept inspection. The 2 soldiers guarding the gate, one raised his rifle while the other stood beside the alarm button. Any abnormal noise would immediately trigger both gunfire and alarms. Final warning, if you continue forward, you will be shot on sight. But the masked man did not stop. He continued to approach them slowly. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, and one of them switched his weapon to a military knife, charging toward the masked man. Although the soldier's attack was fierce, the masked man seemed like a different person now, moving as ghostly as ever. He dodged the soldier's attack while continuing to move forward. Just as the other soldier was about to sound the alarm, the masked man stopped, placed little girl Nan Nan on the ground, and left a piece of candy beside her. The soldier's attack arrived as expected, but in the next second, his military knife was snatched away by the masked man. Jeffrey quickly retreated, looked up at the 2 soldiers, took off his hat, placed it over his abdomen, gave a slight bow, threw the military knife on the ground, and then turned to walk away. The soldiers at the gate raised their weapons, intending to shoot the masked man right there. But they ultimately abandoned the idea. Gunfire would attract zombies, and as soldiers, they couldn't let their anger affect others in the military base. The 2 soldiers glanced at the sleeping Zella, hesitated for a moment, then looked ahead again. Jeffrey had already disappeared. Calling. Suspected level of fugitive Barrett, left a little girl at the entrance of the base. Please dispatch a female comrade to check the girl's condition. Over. The 2 soldiers didn't dare to touch Zella, focusing intently on her. Meanwhile, the masked man, who was indeed Barrett, had already reached the rooftop of an unfinished building opposite the military base. Standing on the balcony, he watched Zella being safely brought into the base before starting the deployment for the upcoming performance. Chapter 104. The most important thing in this world is to waltz well. The sunlight shone upon the earth, washing away its gaudiness, but the filth was just beginning. Tai slowly woke up from his sleep. The knife he was holding was lifted forward. He felt something unusual on his body and looked up to see Stacioner covering him with a blanket, while the blade of the knife was right at Stacioner's neck. Stacioner was not scared. She believed that Tai would never harm her. Let's go. Tai put away the knife, glanced at the weather outside, and then walked out with Stacioner. Oh, where is Zella? Stacioner searched all along, but did not see the little girl. She was taken by that Easton. Tai's expression remained calm, showing no remorse for the girl being captured. He drove the car forward. Upon hearing that Zella had been captured, Stacioner's face showed some hesitation. Although they hadn't interacted much before, since she was saved by Tai, she gradually came to understand this little girl. She had been sent abroad to study since childhood, never seeing her parents. Because of this, she developed an independent personality, shedding the innocence of a child. But at the same time, she lost the purity that children of her age should have. Do you know where Zella was taken? Stacioner conceived the idea of rescuing Zella. Viletag City. Tai replied. Well, not possible. Tai knew what Stacioner was going to say, but he absolutely could not risk his life for a little girl. Stacioner glanced at Tai and did not speak further. After these 1 or 2 days of contact, what left the deepest impression on her about Tai was his unchanging determination. Stacioner had already made up her mind. Since Viletag City had a military district, she could contact people there to search for Zella. She knew her own capabilities well and knew she couldn't possibly fight against that Easton. Damn. Tai frowned slightly as he saw a mutant snail blocking the road ahead, and beyond it, a large group of much larger mutants. After the rain, the ground would remain damp. This kind of weather made snails and earthworms the most common creatures. Tai did not want to waste too much time here. However, the snail didn't give Tai much time to think. Snap. Not only was this snail huge, but it also lost its slow speed defect, quickly sticking to the car window. So eager to stick? Let's see how much you can handle. The liquid under the mutant snail's body was toxic and would gradually corrode anything it attached to. However, using it as a shield wasn't a bad choice. Hold on tight. Tai focused on the stone wall to the left, fastened his seatbelt, and started reversing the car. Reversing a certain distance, Tai stomped on the gas pedal and charged toward the stone wall on the left. Bang! The front of the car crashed hard into the stone wall. Although the front end caved in, the snail was thrown off by the powerful impact. Shaking his head, Tai grabbed the rope next to him and quickly got out of the car. The snail wanted to retaliate but was kicked onto the ground by Tai, flipping over. Ignoring the rotting flesh, Tai tied up the mutant snail with the rope he had used earlier. Now the lower half of the snail faced forward, and Tai punctured 2 holes through the shell with the discarded scale short blade, securing it tightly to the front of the car. Then he stabbed the snail's eyes with the blood-sucking sickle, causing the rotted arms to recover. Snail, I'm not human, but you are really a dog. With this, the Wrangler now had a semi-offensive weapon. Although this snail only had second-stage strength, its corrosive abilities could still pose a significant threat even to third-stage mutants. Tai returned to the car and continued driving. With the help of Waltle's snail, the obstacles, zombies, and mutants were either smashed or corroded away. The journey became much smoother. 2 cities stood between Tai and Ashtone Mountain. One was Viletag City, and the other was Honk City. Crossing these 2 cities, he would reach his destination. Tai tossed a compressed biscuit and half a bottle of water from his backpack to Stacioner. We're close to Viletag City. Eat something. While driving, Tai chewed on a bag of compressed biscuits. After an hour's drive, they finally arrived in Viletag City. There were 2 routes to choose from to get to Ashtone Mountain. One was to exit the highway and enter the urban area of Viletag City, traveling directly through the city roads. This was the fastest route. The other option was to take the mountain road, which had a more rugged terrain. Initially, Tai had planned to take this route. Because the Easton was in Viletag City, he didn't want to take too many risks. However, during the journey, he found that the mountain road had been blocked by a landslide caused by last night's heavy rain. In this apocalyptic world, everyone was preoccupied with their own survival. Once a landslide occurred on the road, that route could be considered abandoned. So Tai had no choice but to choose the first route and drop Stacioner off in the city. The military district is ahead. Take care of yourself. Tai parked the car at a fork in the road, looking at the motorcycle destroyed by explosives and several mangled corpses on the ground. This was most likely the work of the Easton. Aren't you going to the military district? Stacioner subconsciously thought Tai would go with her. After all, the military district represented safety, and no one would refuse the protection of the army. No, go quickly. Tai shook his head. The military district might be safe, but it would also limit his freedom. Well, take care. Stacioner's expression flickered, wanting to say something, but ultimately closed her mouth. The most important thing in this world is to live well. As for other things, this world doesn't allow us to think too much about them now. Tai's words made Stacioner, who was about to get out of the car, pause for a moment. She understood that Tai was telling her to give up on rescuing Zella. All right, be careful on your journey. Stacioner glanced at Tai again. She hadn't seen him for 2 years, and this parting might mean many more years apart, or even never seeing him again. Stacioner withdrew her gaze and walked out of the car, her expression somewhat gloomy, with a tear hanging at the corner of her eye. She slowly walked toward the military district. Tai watched Stacioner walk away, then began to observe the surroundings. He was surveying the situation around him, as there was a high possibility that the Easton had left traps for him. From their previous encounter, He knew that the Easton enjoyed using zombies and bombs as traps. Therefore, he had to be extremely cautious while driving out of Viltag City. Let's take a detour. Seeing that Stationer had safely entered the military district, Ty picked up the map and began examining the general traffic layout of Viltag City. Indeed, the national map provided by Deshawn was impressive. It was not only comprehensive but also detailed, marking the traffic positions of every major city. Ty turned the steering wheel and, following the map's instructions, started driving on another route. But just after Ty left, the Easton quietly appeared where Ty had previously stayed. He squatted down, examining the tire tracks on the ground and the transparent liquid reflecting light in front of him. He stood up and looked in the direction Ty had driven off, the corners of his mask slowly splitting open into a sinister smile. Chapter 105. The appearance of centipedes and Yasmin's concern. Yasmin entered the military zone. She looked around. This place had already formed a small-scale society. Most of the refugees sheltered within the military zone had to work for living supplies. And at this moment, Yasmin was also being guided by soldiers to register. Excuse me, can I look for Jeannie? Yasmin gazed at the soldier in front of her and asked softly. Sorry, without identification, this request cannot be fulfilled. The soldier shook his head, rejecting Yasmin's request. Jeannie was the daughter of Armand, who was the commander-in-chief of this military zone. It was a special time now, and to prevent lawless individuals from threatening the families of military personnel to get what they wanted, the military zone had specifically planned a living area for all the family members of the military personnel. Generally, one could not enter the living area without an ID given by a superior or being a relative. Yasmin frowned slightly. If she didn't see Jeannie, there would be no chance to find Zella. Just then, the soldier's action made Yasmin somewhat surprised. Comrade. Yasmin turned her head to see the direction the soldier saluted at. A middle-aged dream in military uniform. At first glance, she gave people an impressive and energetic feeling. But what made Yasmin most stunned was the little girl holding the dream's hand. Zella? Why are you here? A hint of joy spread across Yasmin's face. Sister? A strange uncle with a mask brought me here. Zella also revealed a happy expression when she saw Yasmin. Then she blinked and pulled the dream's hand, introducing Yasmin. This is my aunt. If you have anything, you can tell my aunt. She is very capable. Zella's eyes sparkled as she winked at Yasmin. Hello, Amaryllis. The dream in the military uniform extended her hand first towards Yasmin. Hello, I'm Yasmin. Yasmin seemed shy. After all, she was just a college student, and it was her first time experiencing such a serious atmosphere. Are you looking for Jeannie? What's your relationship with her, and what do you need her for? Amaryllis didn't waste words, adhering to her straightforward working style. I'm her childhood friend. Yasmin told Amaryllis everything about the incident. After listening, Amaryllis shifted her gaze to Zella beside her. Seeing the little one kept nodding and pulling her sleeve, her usually stern face couldn't help but soften into a smile. Come with me. Yasmin was taken aback when Amaryllis agreed. She knew that it wasn't her words that persuaded Amaryllis, but Zella. Initially, she thought Zella was merely a rich family's daughter, but now it seemed Zella's background was much more complicated than that. Soon, Yasmin followed Amaryllis to the living area. Jeannie, a girl has come to look for you. Amaryllis stood before a small house, knocking and speaking. Hujia, tell her I'm busy. Next time. One named Yasmin. Are you sure you don't want to see her? With these words, the door opened immediately. A girl with green short hair and a strapless dress stood at the door. Eri, how did you come? Come in quickly. Said that, Jeannie dragged Yasmin inside. Do Jia, thank you. Jeannie hadn't finished her sentence when the entire military zone's alarm went off. Amaryllis's cold expression turned instantly serious. Zella, don't run around. Then Amaryllis rushed out of the living area. What's happening? Yasmin asked Jeannie, puzzled. The alarm means only one thing. We're going to war. Jeannie said, war, without any sign of fear on her face. Instead, she looked excited, almost itching to go to the battlefield. But when I came here, weren't all the zombies near here dealt with? Yasmin asked. Who cares? Leave it to my dad. Come, play games with me. I thought you were dead. Jeannie bumped Yasmin's shoulder like a playful child, threw the game controller to Yasmin. Damn this end of the world. No internet connection, making me play single-player games. Oh right, brat, there are snacks over there. You're on your own. Eat and drink up, have more. At this moment, Yasmin put aside her concerns and settled down to play games with Jeannie. After a while, the alarm outside faded away. Some adults, to pass the time, began chatting idly. I just heard from my husband that it seems a swarm of centipedes came after the heavy rain. Right, I heard that too. These mutated centipedes stayed in the military zone for a while, and then flew off in other directions. You don't know how terrifying those centipedes are. My husband just returned from a mission and saw the centipedes completely devouring zombies, even leaving no bones. I heard that these centipedes will eat anything they see. Those who refuse to enter the military zone might be in terrible danger. The voices of a few women drifted into the room where Yasmin was. So annoying. What a bunch of people with no manners. Can't they say that in their own rooms? Jeannie threw the controller she was holding and was about to go out to argue with those women, but Yasmin was quicker. When did you become so tough? Jeannie watched Yasmin's hurried steps, mistakenly thinking Yasmin wanted to stand up for her. Excuse me, you just said that the centipedes eat everything they see, right? Yasmin looked at the group of women and asked politely. That's right, My old man saw it with his own eyes. Whether zombies or living people, all were devoured completely, like locusts passing through. One dream, seeing Yasmin interested in the topic, explained more enthusiastically. Are these centipedes still in Viletag City? Yasmin thought of Tai and became anxious. It looks like they won't leave until they finish eating all the creatures in Viletag City. The dream replied. Yasmin, what's wrong? Jeannie noticed Yasmin's expression was off and quickly asked, her displeasure fading. I have a friend outside Viletag City. I'm worried about him. Jeannie had known Yasmin since childhood, but this was the first time she saw Yasmin so flustered. Is this person a guy or a girl? Jeannie's face showed a playful smile as she stared at Yasmin intently. Got it, I understand. I'll go find my dad right away. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Jeannie patted Yasmin's shoulder and walked towards Armin's office. Chapter 106. Misfortunes never come alone. Delaney stood at the gate of the military district, her hands tightly clenched, looking somewhat anxious. Big brother will be fine, sis. Star hooked Delaney's little finger slightly, offering comfort. Delaney forced a smile and smiled back at Star. Suddenly, orderly footsteps sounded behind her. Sis, my dad could only arrange this many soldiers for me. Jeannie's voice came, and Delaney quickly turned around. Nearly a company of soldiers stood behind Jeannie, and in addition to them, participating in the operation was also Star's Aunt Karina. Hello. I am the commander of the 3rd Battalion, Uncor. Uncor walked out from among the battalion and saluted Delaney. We need you to describe the most distinctive features of your friend in detail. There are many refugees in Viletag City, so it would be hard to find him without specific characteristics. Uncor spoke straightforwardly. He drives an off-road vehicle with a Jeep emblem, wearing a long black coat, which is quite loose. Delaney strained to recall the most noticeable features of Tai. With a vehicle, it should be easier to locate him. Uncor saluted Delaney again, then jogged back to the battalion, beginning to issue orders to his subordinates. Luo, thank you. Delaney looked at Jeannie beside her, hope appearing in her eyes, mixed with some guilt. After all, it was her personal matter that mobilized so many soldiers. No problem. I just want to see who took the heart of our girl. Jeannie joked. You mean you're coming too? It's dangerous outside. Delaney looked at Jeannie, speaking worriedly. It's okay. Isn't Aunt Who protecting me? No big deal. Jeannie glanced at Karina and joked. After the battalion made final adjustments and Uncor received Karina's approval, he led the troops to march out of the military district. At this moment, Tai had arrived at the central area of Viletag City. With another 20 minutes of driving, he would almost be out of the city. Viletag City is indeed the best defended city after the apocalypse, Tai observed as he looked around. Although buildings were still in ruins, most of the zombies had been cleared. The only remaining problem was the mutants. In his previous life, he lived through 7 years of the apocalypse and witnessed countless military districts being destroyed by mutants, yet several military districts in Viletag City remained intact. The only drawback was its xenophobic policy. Starting in the 2nd year of the apocalypse, Viletag City began implementing this policy, refusing entry to all refugees from other cities. Just as Tai sighed, a buzzing sound brought him back to reality. What's that noise? Tai furrowed his brows. There were no zombies or mutants ahead, and the sound wasn't coming from inside the car. On the roof or behind, Tai suddenly turned back, seeing countless long-legged insects plastered on the rear glass. On the front windshield, a large swarm of flying insects hovered in the air. Centipedes and flying ants. These creatures typically appeared after heavy rain. Centipedes were named for the hundreds of legs beneath their bodies, but what made them revolting was their ability to secrete toxic venom. This venom not only caused rapid decay of the human body, but also carried a strong stench. If one got too close, they might even faint from the smell. Flying ants possessed all the abilities of regular ants along with wings. Though these two mutants usually appeared after rain, it was impossible for so many to show up at once. Bang bang bang. The flying ants above started crashing into the windows, while the centipedes behind had corroded the glass entirely, crawling towards Tai. Damn. Tai quickly slowed down, holding a backpack in one hand and an AK-47 in the other. He opened the door and jumped to the ground in front. Using the backpack as padding, he reduced the friction pain, then quickly adjusted his position, raised the AK-47, and pulled the safety catch. Aim. Fire. Bang. The bullet hit the fuel tank of the Wrangler precisely. Boom. The front of the Wrangler lifted along with the mutated snail, the rear end exploding in sparks. Tai's gold coins increased directly to 300, but the danger was not over. Looking behind, Tai saw dense clusters of centipedes crawling towards him, while swarms of flying ants gathered in the sky. This time, the number must be dozens of times more than the termites he encountered in the hotel. Tai stared at these creatures. If he chose to run at this moment, he would be instantly devoured down to a skeleton. These tiny insects could catch up with the fast-moving Wrangler. How could they possibly not catch him running on 2 legs? The only option was to kill them all. Only then could he survive. Tai discarded his backpack and AK-47, summoning the patrol axe. Insectoid creatures feared fire most, and the patrol axe possessed the ability to generate flames around its body. Tai added all the capabilities of his weapons to the patrol axe. Then he charged towards the centipedes. The centipedes, with their toxins, became Tai's primary targets. The mutants showed no fear and rushed at Tai as if they had lost their minds. Flames constantly burned around Tai's body, causing the centipedes and flying ants to turn into ashes upon contact. Volatile black dots floated down from the air, and the numbers of centipedes and flying ants gradually diminished. Just as Tai thought he was about to drive these mutants away, the ground suddenly made a crushing sound. Standing amidst the ashes, Tai turned to look behind him. That was a fourth-stage mutant, a giant centipede. Its size was similar to the death worm Tai had encountered before, but it looked even more fearsome. Its body resembled rings, alternating between black and yellow circles. Under its bloated body were nearly 1,000 tiny legs. With every step, it left a small crater in the ground. And its head had no eyes, just a slightly open mouth. It was like a worm with legs, colored, and enlarged by hundreds of times. As Tai's gaze was drawn to it, a massive shadow blocked out the sky above him. He looked up. A winged, enormous, white-bodied mutant with 2 antennae on its head stared down at him with its compound eyes. A third-stage mutant, the Flying Ant Queen. Chapter 107, The Terrifying Ability of the Millipede. Tai's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He no longer had any thoughts of fighting. If both creatures were third stage, he might still have a fighting chance. But that millipede had already reached the fourth stage, which was beyond his current ability to handle. It's important to understand that, whether zombies or mutants, there is a qualitative leap from third stage to fourth stage. This is why the Jungle Blade specifically notes it is only effective up to the third stage. At the fourth stage, these mutants gain the ability to learn and imitate, essentially acquiring intelligence. Although this millipede wasn't as terrifying as a super mutant like the Deathworm, it was undoubtedly a solid fourth stage creature. In addition, above him was a third stage queen, the Flying Ant Queen. Without a properly formed piece of equipment, what could he do? System, how about giving me a temporary experience voucher? Given the situation, Tai had no choice but to ask the system for help. Are you daydreaming? If I die, you'll die with me. Tai threatened. But at this moment, the system was completely immune to Tai's tactics. I'm not human. What difference does my death make? The system's attitude was extremely cold, showing indifference to Tai's life and death. What if I sell all my equipment and stack everything on speed? Can I outrun these 2 mutants? Seeing no hope in getting an experience voucher, Tai changed his approach. Do you think your current speed after purchasing all possible items can match a car driving at high speed? The answer was obviously no. No matter how much potential one could unleash, it would be impossible to match the speed of a car. There was only one last option left. Tai took a deep breath. In the next second, the Guardian axe in his hand switched to the Swift Strike Spear, which he threw towards the queen in the sky. Unable to quickly deal with the millipede, he decided to eliminate the third stage threat first. Whoosh! Tearing through the air, it aimed directly at the queen. However, ants are naturally fast, especially with wings, making their speed uncatchable by the Swift Strike Spear. As the spear missed its target, Tai's arm was immediately attacked by those tiny ants, leaving it covered with red spots instantly. Tai rapidly retreated, trying to create distance from the ants, but what happened next almost made him lose all hope. Boom! Just as he was running, the flying ant appeared right in front of him, slamming him into the path of the fourth stage millipede. Without hesitation, Tai quickly backed away. In the next second, a puddle of transparent liquid appeared where he had been standing. The ground quickly rotted, emitting thick white fumes. Such a large pool of poison. If he had been even a step slower, his body would have been dissolved instantly. At this moment, Tai's despair turned into madness. He knew he couldn't escape. He would either fight his way out or take these monsters down with him. Boom! The queen slammed him again, but thanks to the knife supporting him, he didn't fly far. The queen realized it couldn't kill Tai, and instead tried to push him toward the millipede's poison. Meanwhile, the millipede continued to spray poison. Soon, a small pool of transparent liquid formed behind Tai. The queen's attacks persisted. Step by step, Tai retreated without retaliating, muttering softly. 3, 2, 1. At the sound of 1, Tai's guardian axe chopped backward. Swish! Green liquid gushed out, along with a severed ant head. The queen's head was chopped off by Tai, its blood dripping to the ground, and its flapping wings lost all power. Splash! The queen fell from the sky, and its tail showed a similar situation to the termite queen in the hotel. Countless flying ants emerged from the sacs on its tail and started flying toward Tai. Simultaneously, the surviving flying ants also rushed over. Enraged by seeing their mother killed, they became frenzied. And the fourth stage millipede displayed something astonishing. Fourth stage millipedes were not uncommon 7 years later in this world, but this attack was entirely new to Tai. The millipede coiled up like a spring. A few seconds later, that black-yellow flesh locked onto Tai. Bang! In just 1 second, Tai felt as if hit by a cannonball, flying backward. Trash cans were knocked over, and road signs were broken as he skidded across the ground until he finally stopped after crashing into a wall. Phew! Blood spurted from Tai's mouth in successive spurts. The bones in his back were all broken, his breathing became increasingly heavy, and his pupils began to dilate. Whether it was Old Noel's favor or his unwillingness for Tai to die like this, something happened. The zombies roaming in the room smelled the blood and emerged from the house, approaching Tai. This gave Tai an opportunity to heal his wounds. These zombies started gnawing on Tai's body, while Tai inserted his axe into their bodies. Surface wounds were inconsequential. Now, what mattered most was healing the broken bones inside his body. Only then could he move again. But the millipede did not plan to give Tai any chances. It began moving toward him step by step. Tai felt relieved that the millipede wasn't using its spring attack again. With the spring attack, apart from clearly seeing it contract into a ball, everything else was uncatchable by him. It was as if the launched flesh had instantly teleported right in front of him, far beyond his current reaction time. Previously, the deathworm suddenly gained the ability to heal, and now this millipede acquired the skill to contract its body into a spring. Why did this seem different from what he experienced in his previous life? Everything seemed to be gradually changing. All the essence that could be absorbed from the zombies surrounding Tai was exhausted, leaving them as dried corpses with severed heads lying on the ground. Although these zombies helped heal many of his wounds, they hadn't fully repaired the broken bones inside him. The bones in his left leg were still shattered. Even though he could stand up, he couldn't move quickly. Tai used the axe as a crutch to support himself as he slowly stood up. He looked around, searching for zombies. However, apart from the zombies in the house, all the zombies on the street had been devoured by the millipede and the flying ants, leaving none to be found. Tai slowly moved forward, but his speed was far slower than the millipede. Glancing back, he saw he was only about 10 meters away from the millipede. Before long, he would be corroded by the millipede's poison. Tai didn't stop nor lament his impending death. As long as he had one breath left, he kept moving forward, step by step. Soon, he noticed that the sunlight ahead of him had turned into a shadow. At this moment, the millipede supported its massive body with its small legs, raising its upper half abruptly, intending to crush Tai with its body. The shadow grew longer, and the raised part of the millipede got higher and higher. Tai halted, gripping the guardian axe tightly. His eyes showed determination. If escape was impossible, then he would risk everything. He aimed to slice through the millipede's body as it fell. Even though the chance of surviving was minuscule, it was the only method left. Just as Tai prepared to fight the millipede to the death, footsteps came from behind him. Chapter 108. Ayush's strategy, one step after another. Neat and orderly footsteps approached from behind him. Barrages of bullets rained down like a storm toward the giant centipede hovering above Tai. The centipede, which was about to descend upon Tai, suddenly slowed its descent. Immediately after, artillery shells shot out from the rear, each one targeting the mouth of the giant centipede. Dozens of shells struck the centipede's body, completely throwing it off balance, causing it to collapse onto the ground sideways. Tai turned around to see over 100 soldiers armed with modern firearms standing behind him. There were also large military vehicles including tanks. Stacier? Did she find people to come rescue him? Tai snapped back to his senses and did not intend to rush towards the army. At this moment, he was covered in blood and had marks of being bitten by zombies. If he ran towards the army, they would either think he was about to mutate into a zombie or discover that he wasn't affected by the zombie virus and take him for experiments. The only thing left for him to do was escape. Tai dragged his body towards a glass storefront and began searching for survivors among the zombies inside. Meanwhile, the giant centipede regained its balance and roared at the army. Roar! It was enraged by these soldiers. As a fourth-stage mutant, conventional firearms could injure but not fundamentally harm it. Fall back. Uncor noticed the abnormality in the giant centipede and urgently commanded. In the very next second after the army fell back, the giant centipede launched its repulsive attack. Many tiny holes appeared on its segmented body, spewing out countless streams of green liquid. These liquids flew like arrows towards the army. Uncor, contact the military base and request reinforcements. Amaryllis brought Jeannie into the army ranks, then drew a Type 95 assault rifle from behind her back. Without hesitation, she locked onto one of the dark spots on the giant centipede. Aim. Fire. Bang. The bullet precisely struck one of the centipede's openings. Instantly, that opening disintegrated and could no longer spray liquid. Everyone, concentrate fire on the exposed openings of the giant centipede. Amaryllis glanced at Jeannie, still somewhat uneasy. Take a few men to escort Luo back to the military base. I will hold it off here. Saying that, Amaryllis charged forward. Though her name sounded gentle, even in the serious atmosphere of the army, she carried a blend of graceful beauty and formidable demeanor. Yet now, her actions surpassed those of any soldier in bravery. She gripped her rifle tightly, moving swiftly and constantly dodging the toxic liquid spraying from above. Approaching the giant centipede, she pulled out a grenade from her pouch, bit off the safety pin with her mouth, and without a second thought, threw it into one of the centipede's openings. Boom. The explosion turned the area around the opening into minced flesh. Despite Amaryllis's bravery, the other soldiers' capabilities lagged far behind hers. They tried to charge with her, but their overall strength couldn't keep up. Some of them were directly corroded into pus by the toxic liquid while rushing forward. I'm not leaving. Now is not the time for protection. My life matters too, and so do theirs. Jeannie refused the escort, standing firmly on the spot. Luoer, if you want to leave, let them take you first. Jeannie looked at Stacier beside him and said, the top priority now is to kill the giant centipede. Don't worry about me. Stacier felt some guilt. If not for her search for Tai, these soldiers might not have encountered this behemoth. Luo, if anything happens to you, none of us can afford it. Come back with us. The soldiers urged. If so, give me a gun. I can protect myself. Jeannie's expression was resolute, determined not to leave even if it meant dying. Seeing their comrades charging ahead, a few soldiers sighed helplessly and handed a pistol from their backpacks to Jeannie. The next second, Jeannie took the pistol and charged toward the giant centipede. Finally, I can join the battle. Jeannie showed excitement in her expression, pulling the safety while running and firing several shots at the giant centipede. But the pistol's range was insufficient. Seeing a dropped assault rifle on the ground, she immediately discarded the pistol, picked up the assault rifle, and sprayed bullets at the giant centipede. Roar! The giant centipede also sensed that its openings were continuously being damaged and quickly closed them, then began to rapidly wriggle its body. A large fissure appeared on its back, opening up to release thousands of small centipedes. After these small centipedes emerged from its body, the massive wound healed instantly, shooting out a waterfall-like stream of lime in all directions. My eyes! A soldier who was hit by the lime immediately started bleeding from his eyes, his vision lost in an instant. While some of the remaining soldiers managed to avoid the lime attack, the small centipedes crawling on the ground surged toward them, engulfing them whole, leaving no bones behind. Damn it! Amaryllis hid in a nearby convenience store, watching as her comrades were tortured to death by the centipedes and lime. Anger burned in her heart, but given the current situation, she couldn't get close enough to help them. At this moment, the sound of breaking glass came from another direction. Ty was pushed back from the house, falling heavily to the ground. In front of him stood a man in a white mask, Ayush. Ayush held a black cane in one hand and slowly approached Ty. The symphony of the night is finally drawing to a close. Ayush removed his tall hat and gave a slow bow to Ty. Thank you, my loyal actor. End your performance in the spray of fireworks. The Easton leaned on his cane while presenting some decaying leaves in his other gloved hand. He slowly scattered them over Ty, as if bestowing divine grace upon him. Centipedes and ants were his actors, and he had long guessed that Ty would take a detour. Centipedes love corrosive substances, so they would eat zombies too, while ants prefer sugary items. This explained why Ty encountered both monsters simultaneously. He had also anticipated that Ty might abandon the group and escape alone, so he had been waiting for him in the nearby rooms. From the previous battle between Ty and the zombies, Ayush knew that Ty couldn't be infected by zombies or vampires. So, he used a zombie as bait to lure Ty into a trap, injuring him severely to bring the performance to a final close. Waltzed into the wailing of death, the world's blue lotus shall begin with your death. On the ground, Ty glanced at the countless centipedes crawling toward him and sneered. One of his legs was completely numb, but he struggled to stand. Ty wasn't planning to fight to the death with his last breath. Instead, he was plotting his final escape. All his equipment could sell for at most 1,000 gold coins, while upgrading his genetic physique to the next level required 2,000. He had to accumulate 2,000 gold coins before the centipedes devoured him, upgrading his genetic physique. Only then could he survive. Just as the centipedes lunged at Ty, something unexpected happened right before his eyes. Chapter 109. I hope you always move forward. Seeking Walt. Ty looked ahead, and a few unusual expressions appeared on his icy face. Camille hugged him. Kill me. Camille's words echoed in Ty's ears, her tone filled with both bitterness and plea. Earlier in the car, she had been half unconscious when she realized that the weapon in Ty's hand had blood-sucking abilities. At the time, she intended to keep this secret buried deep within her heart. But now that Ty was in danger, she decided to trade her life for his. Camille's heart was pure. For her, youthful love might not be the most precious of all loves in her life, but it was one she wanted to freeze forever. She was willing to offer her life to save someone who had long been hidden deep in her heart. Perhaps it was for love, or perhaps it was to liberate Ty from darkness. She knew Ty's inner world had become incredibly dark. Therefore, she wanted to pull back the Barney who once captivated her with her own life. Ty froze. He stared at the girl in front of him, unsure of what to do. He wanted to raise the guardian axe in his hand and plunge it into Camille's body. That way, he could absorb her life force and live on. But his hand felt unbearably heavy, so heavy he couldn't lift it up. Why? He didn't want Camille to die. He didn't. Camille slowly raised her hand, placing it on Ty's cheek with a faint smile on her face. This was the closest she'd ever been to Ty. If given another chance to live, she would have chosen to boldly confess her feelings during high school. At least, there might have been a possibility. Camille held Ty's hand, forcibly pushing the axe in his hand into her body. In her final moments, Camille burst forth with astonishing strength that even Ty could not prevent. Humans all have potential. A mother, in order to save her daughter, bursts out her potential in critical moments, stopping an oncoming large truck. Camille did the same, stimulating her potential to save Ty. The guardian axe penetrated Camille's body, her life force gradually being absorbed into Ty. Camille's complexion began to turn pale, her eyes becoming hazy. Nanner. Jeannie, upon seeing Camille sacrifice herself, stood dumbfounded. She dropped her gun, running towards Camille, tears welling up in her eyes. But in the next moment, Corina stopped her. Because behind Camille was a pile of centipedes. If Jeannie went over, the outcome would only be one, being devoured without a trace. Camille raised her hands, gently cupping Ty's face. She was smiling, because she had fused her life into Ty's body. Perhaps she couldn't completely drive away his darkness, but in that darkness, she could be a light guiding him forward. Camille looked at Ty and spoke softly. I like you. I'm telling you that I like you not because I want to be with you. I don't have that opportunity anymore. I just hope that in the future, when you're surrounded by darkness, you won't be lost. At least, someone has been attracted by your charm, as once was, and will always be. You must always move forward. No matter how dark it is, seek the path of light, forward. Always. Camille gazed at Tai with tenderness in her eyes. Soon, her body was enveloped by centipedes. Her back, hair, cheeks, and finally those clear eyes. They were tender feelings towards Tai, as well as parting reluctance. It was her only regret. On this mountain path, the rose leaves only one, far and steep road. Though dying, Camille did not regret. Tai watched as Camille dissipated into nothingness, replaced by countless centipedes. A tear slid down the corner of his eye. He cried. Waltke, an already dried-up desert. In its center emerged a small pool of water. Maybe this puddle would dry up, but at this moment, it became an eternal hope. Countless centipedes attempted to engulf Tai, but his injuries had nearly fully healed due to absorbing Camille's life force. Tai stood straight and motionless between heaven and earth, flames burning around him. Countless centipedes tried to approach him, only to instantly turn to ashes. Tai turned to look at the east and ahead, a somber expression on his face. It was the chaos amid the world's destruction, yet within this chaos lay a fury that could shatter one's soul, symbolizing that even in chaos, even when heaven and earth unite, you would be reduced to dust and ashes. Tai stepped towards the eastern, black ash around him dissipating point by point. Waltke yellow sand scattered by the wind. It danced and dispersed through the world, and like a black cloak draped over Tai's back, it symbolized the devil from hell. At this moment, Ayush also felt unprecedented pressure. He slowly raised his head. Under the mask with its smiling face, he now showed a serious expression. The cane in his hand instantly transformed into a slender long sword. In the blazing blue lotus, sing praises of the day, the final melody, the waltz of the blade. Ayush suppressed his inner fear and launched an attack on Tai. The long sword in his hand was like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, impossible to clearly locate under the sunlight. But for Tai, it no longer mattered. When the long sword pierced into Tai's shoulder, he gripped the blade tightly, forcing it to pierce through his bone. Ayush tried to retreat and pull out the sword to attack again, but Tai's strength was extraordinarily great, making it impossible for him to withdraw the sword. Tai approached Ayush step by step. The pain from the blade piercing into his shoulder seemed non-existent. His eyes were fixed solely on Davis before him. If not for him, he wouldn't have been forced to this extent. If not for him, Camille might still be alive in Viletag City. People's artist? Tyler slowly lifted the guardian axe in his hand, a hint of coldness on his face. I want you dead. Tai raised the guardian axe in his hand and swung it at Ayush, intending to split Davis in front of him. Into two. Swoosh. At this moment, Ayush completely abandoned his offensive, quickly releasing the hilt of the sword and retreating backward. But his mask finally cracked, leaving a scar on his forehead from a cross-shaped blade wound. The lower part of his face was entirely hidden by his hands as he rapidly retreated, one hand covering his cheek while the other frantically scattered decaying leaves on the ground. Had he known, he should have killed Camille outright, because he believed letting Tai kill Camille himself would be a form of art. But the art did not materialize, and instead almost cost him his life. It seemed his pursuit of art was not yet perfected. Ayush glanced up at Tai chasing him, then took out a device similar to a launcher. He shot it at a high-rise building above, and instantly, he flew up along with the launcher. Tai sprinted furiously. Speed strike lance. The guardian axe in Tai's hand instantly transformed into a spear. Locking onto the Easton's position, his muscles bulged, his body leaned down, and then shot upward violently. Bang. Chapter 110 each has their own thoughts. The long spear, like a huge dragon engulfed in flames, shot toward the floor where Barrett was located. At this moment, Barrett no longer cared about maintaining his graceful posture and quickly scattered to all sides. Aware that a blazing long spear was chasing after him, he kept escaping by zigzagging. Swoosh. Blood overflowed from his thigh as the long spear pierced into his leg. He leaned against the corner of the wall, looking at his thigh which now had only a hole left. He slowly took off his mask, revealing two distinctly different faces on each side of his cheeks. Your art is ultimately outdated. It still relies on me. A voice slowly emerged from the Easton's mouth, but it differed greatly from the previous elegant, deep tone. Tai watched as Barrett dissipated. He knew that this spear had not killed him. Moreover, the battle had yet to end. Although the Easton had fled, the fourth stage millipede was still alive, and its gaze was now locked onto him. Leland looked at the gold coins on his system screen. Because they were burned to death by flames, the system deducted some money, but even so, the amount had reached 1,500. But Tai did not intend to upgrade the discarded scale short blade either. Firstly, due to the price increase in the end world, he had to save money to buy such gear for self-preservation. Secondly, during the previous battle, he deeply understood the importance of gold coins. If he always sold equipment for money, there would eventually be no equipment left to sell. Therefore, he must save gold coins to ensure his safety. With the help of these soldiers, we should be able to take care of this fourth stage millipede. After all, it's not a deathworm. Tai gripped the patrol axe and walked toward the fourth stage millipede. Those millipedes charging straight at him at this moment turned cowardly, bypassing him and crawling toward the other survivors. If you don't want to die, listen to me. Tai shouted at the surviving soldiers behind him. Who wants to listen to you? I wouldn't listen to you even if I died. You murderer. Return my son's life. Jeannie felt anger when she heard Tai's almost cold expression. Delaney had given up her life for him, and yet this guy didn't show any sign of regret. I'll kill you. Jeannie finished speaking and prepared to grab the gun from Amaryllis who was protecting her in order to get rid of Tai. Take Luo Luo back to the military district, the rest of you, follow that person's commands. Amaryllis slapped Jeannie unconscious with one palm and gave orders to the 2 soldiers behind her. Soon, the more than 30 survivors who remained raised their guns, aiming at the millipedes. After suffering intense attacks, the body of the millipede will curl up into a ball, exposing the hidden openings on its body. Now concentrate all your firepower on one part of its body. I'll take care of the remaining small millipedes. After saying this, Tai wielded the patrol axe and ran around the soldiers. The small millipedes, knowing that they couldn't provoke Tai, wanted to target the soldiers instead. But Tai also had his eyes set on the rich gold coin rewards from these guys. Making money was necessary for survival. This was a truth Tai had realized. Numerous bullets hit the belly of the millipede, while those tiny millipedes burned completely under the fire surrounding Tai. Everyone, fall back. The tank driver, come over and block us. Tai saw the millipede's body begin to curl, but it wasn't curling into a sphere. It was coiling like a spring. It was the very attack that had fractured Tai's entire body before. Even with his body fully recovered, he could not possibly withstand this blow. Therefore, external aid was necessary. Tai and all the soldiers quickly hid behind the tank, just as the millipede recoiled and shot out at this moment. Boom. The tank's body was directly penetrated and flew away. Tai gripped the patrol axe tightly with both hands, blocking the strike reduced by the tank along with his leather armor. Unkor, seeing Tai retreating, showed anger in his eyes. He could see that Tai knew the millipede had a spring attack and thus used the tank to reduce its power. But inside the tank were soldiers, and this was undoubtedly sending people to their deaths to save himself. He doesn't die, we all die. Choose. Tai turned to look at Unkor and said in a solemn voice. Continue. Amaryllis interrupted the conversation between Unkor and Tai, agreeing with what Tai said. Using one life to save everyone's lives was a worthwhile sacrifice. It was just hard to accept from an ethical standpoint. Bullets continued to fly toward the millipede in front of them, but due to the limited number of bullets, some soldiers had already run out of ammunition. Gradually, the firepower diminished significantly. At this moment, the millipede began to Rudongchi Suncheer, slowly moving toward them step by step. It intended to use its venom to corrode everyone here. But suddenly, it felt its skin rapidly rotting. Instantly, it stopped and curled up its body. Reinforcements had arrived. The Viltag City Military District's support had come. Bullets and gunfire created a powerful pressure that forced the millipede on the defense. Right now, Tai said as he ran. He noticed more people were gathering behind him, so he couldn't stay any longer. He could sense Amaryllis looking at him with an unusual expression. This dream had discovered his secret. If he stayed any longer, there would be only one outcome. Being treated as an experimental subject, lying on the operating table every day for research. Just as he was about to run, a hand grabbed him. Where are you going? The person who grabbed him was Amaryllis. Tai wanted to escape, and Amaryllis had guessed his intention. The final blow against the millipede must be delivered with a melee weapon. Otherwise, it won't die. Tai wasn't lying. After mutation, the millipede had a protruding ring in the middle that needed to be cut with a sharp blade to truly kill it. Ordinary bullets couldn't destroy it. I'll go with you. Amaryllis finished speaking, followed Tai from behind, and gave Unkor a meaningful look before they left. After such a long time without being infected by zombies and with flames burning around him, able to absorb human life force. If all these abilities on him could be transplanted into the army, the crisis of Viltag City could be resolved. Or perhaps, the entire world's crisis might be alleviated. So, she absolutely couldn't let this man in front of her escape. Unkor also understood Amaryllis's meaning. He quickly handed over the duties to the supporting officers and then led a platoon of soldiers to follow at a distance. They must capture Tai. Chapter 111, Extreme Cold Storm Experience Ticket. Tai ran with all his might towards the curled-up millipede in front of him. He intended to use the speed boost from his knowledge gem to leave Karina behind. Unfortunately, Tai forgot that his current speed was merely comparable to that of a college athlete. Karina, however, was a genuine soldier from the military district, and her speed clearly surpassed Tai's. Unable to shake her off, he had to deal with her. Tai didn't want to be a mouse like Aryan. This system appeared in his mind, and even if they dissected him, they wouldn't uncover its secrets. He could sense that if these people couldn't study the genes in his body, they would turn him into a war machine or imprison him in a dungeon. Either serve them or be erased. So, if he was truly driven to the brink, he could only fight back with his blade. Tai approached the curled-up millipede while Karina also appeared beside him. Over there is where the millipede will meet its end. Tai pointed at a pinkish flesh ring exposed by the millipede's curling and said, "How should we do it?" Karina looked at Tai and asked, "We strike together and eliminate it." Tai raised his long axe and stood next to the flesh-colored ring. Karina also lifted her machete. After exchanging a glance, they struck simultaneously. Bang! The machete clashed with the guardian axe. The machete broke, but Karina's other hand revealed a pistol. Both harbored dark thoughts. Tai aimed to use the moment when Karina struck to injure her with the guardian axe and escape. Meanwhile, Karina intended to capture Tai as he attacked the millipede and take him back to the military district. This led to the scene before them. They faced off against each other. You say, whose gun is faster? Tai revealed a long spear, speed strike spear, in his other hand. Drop your weapons, don't move. Soon, Uncor arrived with a platoon of soldiers near the millipede. To think they'd deploy an entire platoon to catch me. Quite impressive. Tai smiled at Karina. Just not being infected after a zombie bite was reason enough to watch you closely, let alone those unexpected weapons of yours. Karina replied, looking at Tai. Take my weapon and let me go. Tai spoke gravely to Karina. Is that possible? Karina shook her head, still pointing her gun at Tai's head. Well then, how about we kill the millipede first? Tai suggested. No need, leave it to us. Fearing Tai might try something sneaky, Karina declined his offer. But Tai wasn't one to be controlled. Bang! The speed strike spear in Tai's hand shot directly at Karina, while his other hand swung the guardian axe at the millipede. Snap! With a powerful blow, the flesh ring severed completely, causing the millipede's body to tense up even more. At this moment, the system notification appeared in Tai's mind. Ding! Successfully killed a stage 4 mutant, millipede. Coins plus 50. Extreme Cold Storm experience ticket plus 1. Before Tai could revel in the victory, his body suddenly retreated backward the instant he killed the millipede. Bang! The next second, a bullet struck where he had been standing just moments ago. Tai looked up at Karina, a mocking smile on his face. Use Extreme Cold Storm experience ticket. Replace the cloth armor. Tai commanded inwardly. Instantly, he felt a faintly cold garment cover his entire body, and he experienced an unprecedented sensation of refreshment. It was a feeling that transcended endurance yet differed from it. Angered by Tai's provocative action, Karina warned, I'm giving you one last chance. Either come with me to the military district, where you'll receive top-level treatment, or I'll bring you back dead for dissection. I apologize, but I don't need your charity. Having made up his mind while surrounded, Tai sprinted towards Karina. Breaking through the encirclement wouldn't work, given he only had cloth armor and would likely be riddled with bullets. However, he knew Karina valued him and would prefer to keep him alive rather than kill him outright. Thus, her first attack would target non-lethal areas, giving him room to maneuver. If the system granted him an experience ticket for killing the millipede, he would have the means to fight his way out. But if they didn't give in, he could upgrade his gene body once with his 2,000 gold coins and take Karina as a hostage to leave this place. However, what he did not expect was that this time the experience ticket turned out to be a defensive gear. But the appearance of the extreme cold storm fit his current predicament perfectly. Seeing Tai charge toward Karina, Uncor immediately ordered his troops to shoot Tai down without hesitation. While studying a dead body wasn't as good as studying a live one, it was still better than nothing. How could this be? Uncor stared dumbfounded as bullets were fired into Tai's body, leaving no trace of damage. Keep shooting. Why did you stop? Uncor roared when he noticed the decreasing number of bullets. The bullets have already been fired, but they are moving much slower. One of the soldiers exclaimed. Uncor looked ahead and saw the bullets flying forward. Though not slow, it was the first time he could see the trajectory of the bullets with his naked eye. How could this be? Was everything around them slowed down? But why was Tai's movement speed still so fast? At this moment, Karina raised her pistol, intending to fire at Tai. In the next second, she saw a cold light burst from around Tai's body, knocking her to the ground. Tai grabbed her wrist while a golden long blade materialized in his other hand, aimed at Karina's neck. Come with me. Tai used Karina as a hostage and quickly moved forward. When Uncor and others saw this situation, they tried to catch up, but found that their speed couldn't match Tai's. What the hell is going on? Is it haunted? Uncor felt his body stiffen as he cursed. Calling. This is the first platoon. Commander who has been taken hostage by Tai. Commander who has been taken hostage by Tai. Over. After Uncor finished speaking, he felt the stiffness in his legs ease up. Immediately, he led the first platoon after Tai. At this moment, Tai was surrounded by soldiers from Viltag City Military District on all sides. Black gun barrels were aimed at him. Their goal was singular, to capture Tai and bring him back to the military district for live study. Chapter 112. Blocking my path to survival, then death it is. With the arrival of the apocalypse, most creatures on Earth, driven by the desire to survive, have largely abandoned ethics and morals. Zombies and mutants are everywhere. But human weapons are not only aimed at zombies, they are also aimed at their own kind. On the ground, a soldier raised his gun. Its dark barrel pointed at a blood-covered man with a deathly serene expression on his face. The soldier's gun was not aimed at a zombie, but at a living person. Tai stood in the center, stepping forward slowly. The knife in his hand had already pressed lightly against Karina's neck. Give me a car and let me leave. Otherwise, I die, and she won't live either. Tai fixed his gaze on Davis, standing at the forefront. From the military insignia, it was clear he was the overall commander here. Comrade Tai, you understand the current situation our country is in. If you return with us and cooperate with us in studying those special phenomena about you, perhaps you will become the savior of our Huaxia. The commander spoke to Tai in an extremely diplomatic tone. You talk too much. 3 minutes. No car, then I start with this dream. Tai was unwilling to waste words with these people. He just wanted to survive alone, unrestricted and unconfined. He knew all too well what joining the military district would mean for him. In peacetime, donating his genes might not be so terrible. Indeed, he would even agree to do so. But this is the apocalypse. He had spent 7 years in a world where no one lived. The national leadership has lost contact, and every military district commander who possesses power inevitably has selfish motives. What inhumane treatment he would receive then is beyond his imagination now. Why don't you want to join the military? We can provide you with the best living environment. All you need to do every day is cooperate with our research, which will not harm you at all. Karina looked at Tai and started to persuade him as well. How does a pig end up when it hasn't matured yet, and how will it end ultimately? Tai glanced at Karina coldly. At that moment, Karina's heart was slightly shaken, but she quickly recovered. Since she couldn't convince him, she would convince others. If her death could save Tai, it would be worth it. Shoot me. Karina ignored Tai and said to the commander ahead. The commander had the same idea. Since Tai refused to cooperate, they would have to study him using his corpse. At that moment, a sniper had climbed to the rooftop and locked onto Tai's position. Although Karina was in front of Tai, there was an empty space behind him. However, there were still some concerns. Aiming at Tai's head would damage brain tissue, making research impossible. So, the sniper specifically prepared a tranquilizer dart to subdue him. Once Tai was captured, he would be the greatest hero of this battle. At that time, his rank would surely be promoted. Power, money, he could get everything. The sniper grew more excited the more he thought about it. In his eyes, Tai was a cash cow. Felling this cash cow would make it all his. Behave yourself. The sniper aimed through the scope, locking onto Tai's thigh. He calmed his mind, held his breath and squeezed the trigger. Before the sniper's thoughts fully formed, he felt something pierce his brain. In the next second, his consciousness dispersed. He's mine, you're all mine. A nearly naked man emerged, his muscles and physique almost perfect, with a face like a prince of elves. But there were two incongruous elements about him. His bloodthirsty eyes and his leg wrapped in white cloth, with traces of blood on his pants. Bang! The first shot did not target Tai, but hit the distant commander instead. One-shot headshot. Sammy licked his lips and smiled. Alistair, is the pleasure of art as thrilling as the thrill of killing? Sammy watched the chaotic army below, his face glowing with excitement. This is what I wanted. Chaos, disorder, anarchy. Gunfire rang out, and bodies fell into pools of blood. It's our sniper. Uncor frowned, noticing the sniper's position had been taken over by another man. What should we do? Our weapons can't reach him. The soldier beside him said, first and second squads, concentrate your fire on the building to stop them from shooting. The rest of you, block Tai. If he resists, leave a corpse. Uncor raised his submachine gun, aimed at the floor where the sniper was located, and started firing rapidly. The remaining platoons, along with two newly arrived support companies, quickly surrounded Tai, who was trying to escape. Tai, this is your last warning. Either come back to the military district alive, or return as a corpse. One of the company commanders raised his assault rifle and sternly spoke to Tai. Gunfire would attract mutants and zombies. Prolonging the confrontation here would be very disadvantageous for them. Tai's expression turned cold as he looked at Karina beside him. You protected Delaney, so I will spare your life. But for others... Tai slapped Karina unconscious, then lifted his head to look at the company commander speaking to him. At that moment, the commander was startled by Tai's bloodshot eyes. To be honest, I really don't want to kill living people. Why are you forcing me step by step? Why are you forcing me? A long blade appeared in Tai's hand, the Forsaken Scale short blade. In his other hand, a spear materialized, the Quick Strike spear. He took steps forward. At this moment, all the soldiers surrounding him had their safeties off, aiming at Tai. If he took another step, they would shoot immediately. I just want to live. What's wrong with that? Tai asked the commander with an almost questioning look. Return to the military district, and you will live. The commander replied. What if I don't? Tai countered. Then, before the commander could finish his sentence, a spear shot directly at him. Fortunately, several soldiers in front of him provided protection. Otherwise, he would have been pierced by the Quick Strike spear. That word, I give it to you. Tai's eyes turned completely bloodshot. He fixed his gaze on the backpack and a military vehicle ahead of him. Break out from here. At that moment, countless bullets began to rain down on Tai. What is that? The bullets only pierced through his clothes but did not penetrate his body, and a layer of frost emanated from him. My attacks are slowing down. Mine too. Tai stepped forward toward the commander who had threatened his life. And within his inner world, he kept walking in darkness, with the light ahead becoming increasingly distant. Just as the light was about to disappear, another path emerged in the darkness. Not the light seeking to envelop darkness, but the light born from within the darkness. Tai dragged his long blade, advancing like the Grim Reaper, and said in a low voice, blocking my path to survival, then death it is. Chapter 113. The Oppressive Aura of Tai. This time, no one could protect the company commander. The long blade in Tai's hand was like the giant axe of Pengu splitting the sky. It directly cut through the gun and sliced it in two. Tai did not want to kill living beings, but he did not want anyone to deprive him of his right to survive either. Between the two, if given a choice, he would resolutely choose his own life. Perhaps some people might nobly dedicate their lives to the military district, saving the world. But he wasn't noble. He was just a relatively lucky ordinary person. Isn't it only natural for an ordinary person to live selfishly? Everyone watched as Tai's attack cut through the soldier like slicing tofu, all dumbfounded. What kind of knife is that? Why does it cut through people like tofu? All the soldiers were stunned. Don't even mention the knife. Look at us shooting at him, and he barely gets hurt. Frost even appears on his body. Is this something a human can do? Just as a few people finished speaking, a scream came from ahead. Ah! A soldier fell to the ground, blood streaming from his facial features. Slowly, the brain inside his head was frozen by ice, and he lost consciousness. This was the power of the extreme cold storm. When attacked, it would emit frost centered on Tai. Originally, this type of magical damage in games had been transformed into a mental attack in the real world. It infiltrated the brain, destroying various neurological organs. Step by step, Tai approached the company commander. All soldiers who blocked his way fell under the frost. Angkor stood far away, completely stunned. Maybe we misunderstood. Angkor looked at Tai, his voice hoarse. He's not human. He might be a zombie infected by a mutant. Otherwise, it's impossible for these abilities that exceed the range of human capabilities to appear. Angkor's words left everyone speechless. But if he's not human, why does he have human thoughts? A soldier next to him asked with confusion. Regardless, what we need to do now is to take him down. He's even more dangerous than that thousand-legged bug. Contact the military district and request reinforcements. After saying this, Angkor turned to look elsewhere. Under the army's firepower suppression, the attacks from the other side were completely suppressed. This created a stark contrast. On the other side, the enemy was a relatively powerful ordinary person. While on this side, the enemy resembled a mini version of the thousand-legged bug, immune even to artillery shells. The company commander, who had been continuously backed up by Tai, revealed a fierce look. He pulled out a grenade from his backpack. Everyone scatter. The company commander guessed that Tai's defense could withstand the grenade's damage, but would still suffer some injury. He was willing to trade his life for Tai's injury. Trading life for injury. Company commander. All the soldiers were shocked as they saw the company commander planning to sacrifice himself. The company commander pulled the pin of the grenade and then tightly grabbed onto Tai's legs with both hands, preventing him from moving forward. He slowly raised his head and looked up at Tai. At that moment, he saw not fear on Tai's face, but a demonic smile. The long blade pierced his back, and the explosion happened instantly. In the smoke, the company commander's body was blown apart, and Tai's clothes were almost completely destroyed, gradually revealing unharmed skin. Intact, undamaged. The soldiers were stunned. What kind of monster was this? A grenade couldn't even kill him at close range, which went against all logic. Send a small squad to search the sniper building, and everyone else gathered to intercept Tai. Even driving, the military district was tens of minutes away, and the surrounding circle was about to break. No matter what, Tai had to be stopped. At this moment, his command drew Tai's attention. Everyone was taking orders centered around Angkor. If this continued, he probably wouldn't be able to break out of the encirclement before the extreme cold storm ended. The weapons in Tai's hands slowly disappeared, leaving them hanging loosely. Bullets continued to spray, but affected by the extreme cold storm, their attacks became negligible to Tai. In the next second, Tai, like an unrestrained wild horse, locked onto Angkor's position and charged over. Oh no! The soldiers next to Angkor realized what Tai intended to do and stepped in front of Angkor. The commander was the eyes of a battle. If the eyes were blinded, the battle would end in failure. One soldier after another stepped in front of Angkor, trying to stop Tai. However, as bullets continuously attacked, the frost surrounding Tai's body reduced the speed of these people significantly. Coupled with the mental attack from the frost, Tai was able to easily charge right up to Angkor. Angkor reacted quickly, discarding his rifle and switching to a long blade. At this moment, a long blade shimmering with golden light also appeared in Tai's hand. Swish! The two blades collided. What? Angkor stared at his military saber being sliced cleanly in half, completely stunned. To more effectively sever zombie heads, the military district had specially upgraded all soldiers' long blades to carbon steel. This material was currently the top-grade material for bladed weapons, unmatched by any other material in hardness or sharpness except for top-tier rare materials. Why could Tai's blade cut through it like slicing fruit? In Angkor's moment of shock, the cold edge of the long blade touched his neck. The first reaction when his skin felt the long blade wasn't to think about escaping, but to ponder the material of this long blade. By the feel of the touch, it should just be ordinary iron. How could this be? If such a weapon could be distributed to the army, perhaps all the zombies in Viletag City could be wiped out. Angkor's thoughts were brought back to reality. Tai was leading him forward. What are you doing? Shoot. Angkor barked at the soldiers who raised their guns but hesitated. No one answered, yet they didn't fire. Karina held a higher rank than Angkor, but her standout feature was her personal capability. Angkor, though only a company commander, won the admiration of all the soldiers in Viletag City's military district with his character and military demeanor. So when Karina was captured, some still chose to shoot because Karina's life wasn't as important as Tai's. But Angkor was different. In their minds, he meant far more than Tai. Therefore, they would rather let Tai go than harm Angkor. Tai also sensed Angkor's influence and thus took him as a hostage. Step by step, Tai moved forward, and all the soldiers blocking the way instinctively made room for him. Chapter 114. Only a demon can defeat a demon. Angkor watched as Tai approached the military vehicle ahead, getting closer to his goal. He began to panic. Fire! Shoot for me no matter what, you have to keep him here. Angkor roared. However, the soldiers around him did not react at all. Germain, I order you, shoot at me. Angkor shouted at the soldier who had been standing next to him. Germain looked somewhat bleak, raised the gun, but eventually put it down. Report, I can't complete this mission. Germain looked at Angkor, filled with worry in his eyes. I, as the commander of the third company, order you all to pick up your weapons and shoot at me. Angkor's voice grew louder and hoarse. Tai must not leave here. If he leaves, other sacrifices would be in vain. Tai's genes are the hope to save this post-apocalyptic world. He must be captured. Think about your families, your children. The gene in Tai's body might create a serum that can save those infected. At this point, only Tai's blood can stop this post-apocalyptic era. What if our families, even mine, get infected? Why are you hesitating? Shoot at me. Haven't you been taught in the army that obedience is the duty of a soldier? Angkor bellowed angrily, unwilling to fail at this point. He wanted to see his homeland restored to peace, bustling streets with vehicles and pedestrians everywhere. Not zombies seen every day, not living in the circle enclosed by high walls every day. Commander, you're also my family. I don't want you to die. Germain looked up at Angkor, his expression bleak. My parents, wife, and child all died in this apocalypse. Captain, you're my only family left. I don't want to see you die. One after another, soldiers lowered their heads, losing their will to fight. Angkor was stunned. He never expected such a situation. He glanced at the long knife hanging beside his neck with his peripheral vision. He suddenly rushed towards the blade, intending to end his own life. But how could Tai give him this opportunity? Just as his neck was about to touch the blade, Tai's hand firmly fixed his head, making it immobile. Thud. A sound drew everyone's attention. It came from the floor where the sniper had been stationed earlier. It's one of ours. A soldier, staring at the person falling from upstairs, was stunned. Soldiers in uniform fell from the tall building and ended up dead on the ground. On the balcony of the tall building, a naked man with a sniper rifle blew a kiss to Tai. Then he raised the rifle, aiming at Tai's head. You're mine now. Bang. The bullet shot out instantly, striking Tai's head. Tisage. The naked man saw Tai just being pushed back several steps by the impact of the bullet, showing a bored look. Alistair, this guy is indeed interesting. I'm almost falling in love with him. In that case, let's just kill the others. The naked man turned his gaze to Angkor. Killing him will be so much fun. Tai was also drawn by the naked man at this moment. At the moment of the gunshot, Tai swapped positions with Angkor, blocking the bullet for him directly. Angkor was stunned, as were all the soldiers. This man was not Tai's companion. Then who could he be? What on earth happened? Angkor looked at Tai. The bullet hit Tai's arm. He could clearly see blood flowing from Tai's arm. In other words, the attack was effective. Tai's defense had been breached. Everyone, fire at Tai. His defense is invalid now. But Angkor's words were futile now. All soldiers gathered around Angkor while sweeping the upper floors with gunfire. They no longer cared whether they could capture Tai or not, as long as Angkor was safe. And Tai took this opportunity to retrieve his backpack and brought Angkor to the body of the officer who had been killed earlier. These military vehicles are usually driven by officers, so the keys are either on the officer or the driver standing next to him. Fortunately, when the commander died, the driver next to him also fell to the ground. Tai successfully obtained the keys to the military vehicle. Angkor was thrown onto the back seat by Tai, who then used the seatbelt as a rope to bind him, pulling the handbrake, shifting gears, and stepping on the gas pedal. In an instant, Tai drove away in the military vehicle, completely breaking free from the encirclement of soldiers. Angkor looked at Tai driving the car, his expression showing some confusion. According to Stacy's words, it was Tai who saved her. Otherwise, she would not have made it alive to Viletag City. That meant even if he was a zombie, he possessed human consciousness, as he wouldn't be able to save people otherwise. Or perhaps, something had happened that left him feeling extremely despairing, which led to this reluctance to join the military district. However, considering his age, he could only be in his early 20s. How did he develop such calm and keen abilities? Whether in close combat or firearms use, he was already qualified to be a competent soldier. And his terrifying observational skills and reflexes were beyond Angkor's own capabilities. I think we can have a talk. Angkor looked at Tai and slowly said, there's nothing to talk about. Tai quickly headed towards the exit of the city. Currently, there were only 300 kilometers left to Ashtone Mountain. With smooth travel, it would take at most one day to arrive. He didn't want anything else to happen on the way. He was tired. He didn't want to involve others because of himself. Nor did he want others to die for him. Ron and Stacy were good people, people with great love. As for himself, putting it nicely, he was selfish. Putting it bluntly, he was just a rotten person. He didn't want to drag more people into trouble anymore. Can you tell me what you've been through? Angkor looked at Tai, speaking in a tone like a parent to a child. Tai ignored him, silently driving all the way without stopping. However, along the road, Tai selectively rammed into zombies and low-level mutants. His purpose was to earn gold coins, but in Angkor's eyes, it showed a different kind of expression. If Tai were a zombie, he wouldn't choose to kill his own kind. So Angkor was more convinced that even if Tai was a zombie, he still had human consciousness. He was determined to bring Tai back to the military base no matter what. Tai might just be humanity's last spark of hope. While Angkor was focused on Tai, someone else, or rather two people, were also focusing on Tai. The naked man stood at the highest point, watching Tai traveling through the city, slowly licking the blood off his hands. Alistair, art cannot destroy this dark soul. Only a demon can defeat a demon. Chapter 115. Undercurrents in the Military District. Inside Viletag City's military district. Did you find Big Alistair? Zella had been standing by the door, waiting for news of the triumphant return of the troops. Seeing Corina leading the troops inside, she rushed over immediately, her face showing a look of anticipation. No. Corina shook her head, and gently patted little Zella's head. Then Sister Sue? Zella noticed that Stacying wasn't among those who entered, her expression turning somewhat blank. Sister Sue left Viletag City with Big Alistair. Zella was only 8 years old, so Karina couldn't tell her about matters related to death. But Zella's mental maturity differed from other children. Back at the service area, to protect herself, she had learned to help George independently with his tasks. She looked at the injured soldiers with a hint of doubt, tears welling up in her eyes as she asked tearfully, "Did Sister Stacying and Big Alistair die?" Zella's words made Karina pause briefly, and during this hesitation, Zella ran towards the residential area. Zella didn't have much affection for Ty, but she knew he had saved her, so she wanted to protect him too. And Stacying. During their time together in the vehicle, she had given Zella the warmth of a sister, making Zella feel as if Stacying would be with her forever. Karina sighed deeply as she watched Zella disappear. Soon after, a soldier approached her and directed her to Armin's office. One battalion commander and one company commander were killed, and another company commander was taken hostage. "Karina, explain yourself." Armin stood at his desk, his face burning with anger. But it wasn't because of the soldiers' deaths. It was more about losing face. On the sofa beside him sat Jeannie, her eyes red from crying. The enemy was very powerful and possessed weapons beyond our current technology. Moreover, our sniper was eliminated by someone else, leaving us at a disadvantage. Karina looked at Armand and reported everything matter-of-factly. "So, an entire battalion couldn't even capture one person. If the zombie wave comes, should we just wait here and let ourselves be eaten clean?" Armand barked at Karina. "This is my fault, and I accept military punishment." Karina lowered her head and said solemnly, "At this speed, Tixiu hasn't left Viletag City yet. Mobilize a battalion from your regiment and catch Tixiu before he leaves the city. Otherwise, prepare to strip off your uniform." Armand turned away, no longer looking at Karina. After Jeannie returned, he learned from his daughter about Ty's abilities. Bringing Ty back would be a tremendous advantage for his military district, whether or not the research succeeded. If they could develop serum and replicate Ty's equipment, he could use these methods to win favor and strengthen the army. At that point, it wouldn't be the zombies' world anymore but Armin's world. Even if the research failed, it would still bring two benefits. First, it would stabilize the restlessness of the lower-ranking personnel. Second, it could serve as a weapon in his arsenal. As long as Ty was under his control, during the end times, he could make this base the center of power, expanding into nearby cities around Viletag City. Even if peace were restored, he could present Ty as a life-saving asset to higher-ups, ensuring his promotion. Therefore, having Ty on his side offered only advantages. But the gunfire has already attracted a large number of zombies and mutants, and we encountered a giant centipede. If we mobilize a large force again, it might? Karina hesitated. The best course of action now was to strengthen the defense of the military district against a potential zombie wave, investigate Ayush's escape, and the mysterious man who attacked their troops. After all, this posed a significant security threat to the military district. If that man were hiding inside, it would be extremely troublesome. Chasing after Ty would require deploying vehicles at maximum speed, attracting a lot of noise and possibly drawing zombies and mutants to chase them. "Why are you complaining so much when ordered by the commander?" The secretary, who had been standing beside Armand, spoke up. This early stage of the apocalypse called for loyalty demonstrations. Commander Wei has carefully considered this. Exchanging a battalion of soldiers for Ty, the pros and cons are obvious. This isn't the time to worry about life and death. The secretary, seeing that Armand remained silent, continued to add fuel to the fire. "Yes, this is what I was going to say. Since Barth shares my thoughts so well, he can go with Karina. It would be good for me to see if she's neglecting her duties." "Commander." "Enough. Stop talking. Hurry up and go. If you don't want to go, I'll ask someone else." Armand interrupted Karina, gave a cold snort, and left the office with Jeannie. "Commander who, let's go." The secretary looked at Karina, his expression tinged with pride. If this mission went well, his position would surely rise. Ignoring the secretary's sarcastic remarks, Karina headed toward the barracks. She was the deputy commander of this military district, in charge of 2 battalions. Seeing that Karina was ready, the secretary prepared to get into her vehicle but was immediately stopped. "The passenger seat is taken. Barth, find another car." Karina saw through Barth's little schemes. Following her was the safest and best chance to claim credit. Seeing the car door close, the secretary spat on the ground and then rounded up a few soldiers who usually got along with him. Using his nearly pyramid scheme-like skills, he successfully formed a temporary convoy. Soon, one military vehicle after another drove out of the base. Ty left via the side road of Viletag City. There's only one exit out of the city. If we take the pedestrian passage through the market, we should be able to catch up with Ty. A soldier pulled out a map and said to Karina, "Yes, there are no living humans in the market now. The only thing to watch out for is the zombies hiding in the shadows. Let's take that route." Karina nodded. She had to capture Ty as quickly as possible. Barth also instructed the soldiers beside him to closely follow Karina. How could he let such a big catch slip away? At that moment, the sound of engines revving echoed throughout the entire Viletag City. Chapter 116. The Military Zone's Decision, Ty's Escape. Ty was now speeding at full throttle through the streets of Viletag City. Unkor, sitting in the back seat, kept on indoctrinating Ty with theories of love and peace. If not for the fear that the military might chase him and use Unkor as leverage, he would have thrown Unkor out of the car long ago. Frankly speaking, You'd really be a pity if you don't go into pyramid schemes. Tai felt like his ears were going to grow calluses and sighed helplessly. There's a sound of cars. Angkor furrowed his brows slightly, sensing the approaching vehicles from behind. Is it here to save you? Looking through the rearview mirror, Tai saw a dense convoy appearing behind them, and chasing after them were large crowds of zombies and mutants. TSK, your military zone is quite daring, risking the horde just to rescue you. Tai said sarcastically. Fearfully, it's not to save me but rather to capture you. Through the car window, Angkor saw the cars following closely. Besides Karina's car, he also spotted Armin's personal secretary. It wasn't hard to guess that this was an order from Armin. Deploy the army to capture Tai alive. I'm quite curious. Even if they catch me, how will those people return? There are so many zombies behind us, driving into them won't make them disappear. Tai watched the scene reflected in the rearview mirror. It seemed like fields filled with zombies and mutants, where everywhere one looked, they covered the land entirely. The number of zombies was dozens of times more than what he had encountered outside the hotel. One should know that Viletag City is a big city with millions of residents. Even though the military was clearing out zombies every day, it was impossible to clear them all within just 2 or 3 days. Angkor shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect them to make such a decision. He would find it worth exchanging his life for Tai's. However, exchanging Tai's life for a battalion, a company, or even a platoon was something he thought shouldn't happen. The original plan to bring Tai back to the military zone was to study his genes and save others. But soldiers are also human beings. Saving a small part or saving a large part, both mean saving lives. Deciding which side to save based on the quantity of people involved shouldn't happen. Lieutenant Su, what do you suggest we do now? Tai joked. Stop the car and come back with me. I'll guarantee your safety with my life. Angkor looked at Tai seriously. Do you think that's possible? After killing so many of your subordinates, protecting me now? Some things aren't something a single person can change. As Tai spoke these words, there was a faint gleam of sadness in his eyes. Just like he couldn't pull Stacy I back from the brink of death. Just like he couldn't prevent this apocalypse from breaking out. An individual's strength is insignificant and cannot change anything. He could only selfishly survive. Just as Angkor was about to persuade Tai again, a bullet hit the windshield. People up ahead, listen up. Stop the car. Return to the military zone with us. Hand over your weapons and genes, and you will receive the highest level treatment. If not, we can only meet as corpses. The speaker was Barth, who followed closely behind Karina's car. He was getting closer to Tai's car, and the smile on his face grew broader. Tai glanced at the glass marked by bullet holes and said, It seems to capture me. They're prepared to sacrifice you, this lieutenant. Will you still choose to take me back to the military zone? Tai continued probing. Yes. Angkor answered without hesitation, firmly. Just like that old man. Recalling Ron, no matter how ruthless the other party was, he would choose to rescue him. Is this what being a soldier means? Unfortunately, he is not one. Tai swiftly turned the steering wheel, making a lateral drift, then lowered the window, and a long spear appeared in his hand. Aiming. Firing. The spear shot towards Karina's car like a silver dragon. Fortunately, Karina reacted quickly and twisted the car body away from the attack. However, Tai's target was not Karina's car but the car carrying Barth, who had been incessantly yelling orders through the loudspeaker. Bang! The spear pierced through the glass and impaled the driver's head. This scared Barth beside the driver, nearly wetting his pants. Quick, get out and drive. Barth hastily pushed the impaled driver out of the car and shouted at the 3 soldiers behind him. Ultimately, under Barth's threat, one of the soldiers very unwillingly sat in the driver's seat. Slow down, don't go too fast. Before Barth finished his sentence, the soldier who just got into the driver's seat was pierced through the head by Tai's swift attack. He turned to look at Tai and found that Tai was staring at him with a provocatively intense gaze. What is he going to do? He wants to shoot me. Seeing Tai raise his long spear and aim it at him, Barth panicked. Commander Hu, if I die, Director Wei will be furious. When the blame comes down, it won't be something you as a deputy regimental commander can bear. Before Barth finished speaking, Tai's long spear also stabbed over. Karina's eyebrows slightly furrowed, her expression carrying a hint of anger, but she ultimately turned the steering wheel, using the car body to block in front of Barth's car, forcefully intercepting this spear. Tai didn't continue Jochan, to Jochan means Jochan here, directly driving the car forward. Karina coldly glanced at Barth, who was still in fear, and continued to chase after Tai while driving. I didn't expect there would still be such a coward in your military zone. Tai looked at Angkor, wanting to find some amusement in him. They aren't soldiers, just temporarily appointed to official positions after the apocalypse arrived. Angkor said as he looked at Barth. So, the leader of your military zone isn't either? Tai asked while driving. Yes, he was previously the vice mayor of Viletag City. The mayor became a zombie, and our military zone's leaders died in the battle against the Horde. He had the highest rank, so he became the top leader of the military zone. Angkor nodded, and said indifferently. That's quite interesting. Through the rearview mirror, Tai saw Karina catching up again, but they were far apart now, so he wasn't afraid she would catch up. After a short yet intense chase, Tai successfully drove out of Viletag City. Karina watched Tai drive away and parked her car at the boundary of Viletag City. Keep chasing. Why are you stopping? Barth drove over, looking at Karina's stopped car and sternly shouted. Once we leave Viletag City, we can't predict what lies ahead. We cannot proceed further. Karina suppressed her inner anger and said to Barth. Just as the two were talking, a military vehicle behind them crashed through several cars parked on the side and rushed out of Viletag City. Karina turned to look at the speeding military vehicle, and the window of that escaping car rolled down, with almost an evil eye staring back at her. It's him. Chapter 117. Barth's Tactics. The person Karina was looking at was precisely the naked man who had killed the sniper and used a sniper rifle to eliminate their military officer. How could he appear on the military vehicle? During this time, the military vehicle had been in high-speed motion without stopping at all. The only possibility was, when they returned to the military district, this naked man had infiltrated the army. Damn it! Karina punched the hood of the military vehicle. The vibrating sound startled Barth, who was standing beside her, so much that he fell to the ground. Just as Karina had thought, after dealing with the soldiers who went upstairs to search for him, the naked man changed into one of the soldiers' clothes and mixed into the army, returning to the military district. Then, taking advantage of Karina being called to Armin's office, he guessed that Karina would lead the troops to continue chasing Tai. So, he preemptively infiltrated Karina's battalion. This way, not only did it give him a chance to leave Viletag City, but also allowed him to continue tracking Tai. After all, his main target was Tai. Are the soldiers from that vehicle still there? Hardly had Karina finished speaking when she saw 3 soldiers lying on the ground with their necks twisted. Seeing this scene, Barth was so frightened that he crawled backwards several steps. The battle ahead will be fierce. Looking at the surge of zombies coming from the front, Karina slowly said, "Everyone, arrange the vehicles horizontally at the intersection to block these zombies outside." Karina took the gun off the vehicle and directed, "Why don't we drive out? We have vehicles." Barth asked, puzzled by Karina's actions. "With so many zombies, do you think a car just starting can crash through them?" At this moment, the distance between the vehicle and the zombies was no more than 500 meters, far from enough to reach the maximum speed. "I'll die if I want to. You can't make me die with you." Finishing his words, Barth prepared to drive away alone. Bang! A gunshot broke the heavy atmosphere around. Without giving Barth any room for nonsense, Karina kicked him back to the ground again. "This is not your government office. You cannot act recklessly here. Is this the outcome you wanted? Satisfied?" Karina stepped on Barth's chest and shouted furiously. If it wasn't for Barth flattering, she might have prevented Armin's decision. But now, it was too late to say anything. First platoon, second platoon, watch out for the flying mutants in the sky. Third platoon, fourth platoon, prepare Molotov cocktails to seal off the front intersection. Others, take turns shooting, suppressing fire must be maintained. Karina raised her gun and fired forward. Surrounded soldiers also crazily shot at the zombie tide under Karina's command. However, there were just too many zombies. A regiment of 600 or 700 people could hardly hold up. "Commander, you should go first. It's hard to hold here any longer. At least some people will survive this way." The commander of the 1st Regiment, seeing the vehicles nearly devoured by zombies, shouted to Karina, "Don't talk nonsense, stop them." Karina refused the soldier's request. "We are a team. If we die together. Whoever dares to flee will be shot dead by me first." Karina said the most manly words possible. Hearing this sentence, Barth, who was about to sneak away, froze on the spot. After over an hour of fighting, bullets exhausted, these soldiers threw grenades. Grenades finished, they started melee combat with knives. In the end, a small mountain of corpses appeared at the border of Viletag City. Holding the blood-dripping military knife, Karina stared blankly at the last fallen corpse, somewhat dazed. Her final blow was aimed at a mutating companion. In this battle, apart from Karina, all the soldiers of the 1st Regiment died in combat. Barth, who had been cowering on the ground, spotted a chance to live. He locked his gaze on a nearby vehicle. Taking advantage of Karina's momentary distraction, he quickly ran towards the military vehicle. Closing the door, locking the window, and using the fingerprint recognition starter, his escape action was smooth and swift. He drove away in the military vehicle. Watching the gradually distant military vehicle, Karina's gray eyes showed a hint of anger. Barth, covered in blood, ran back to the military district. Commander, something bad happened?" Barth hurriedly rushed to Armin's office. Armin was browsing the map of the entire Viletag City structure at that moment. He intended to consolidate all the military districts in Viletag City into one, becoming the first leader to dominate the southwestern region. "How did you get covered in blood?" "Soldier, take him out for inspection. If he has any wounds, lock him up in the dungeon directly." Armin looked at Barth with an icy expression and said to the guard outside the door, "Commander, I've been checked by the soldiers who let me in. I have important news to report." The anxiety on Barth's face sparked Armin's curiosity. "Stay by the door. What is it?" Armin asked as he looked at Barth. "Karina and Tai are a team. She could have captured Tai but instead suddenly braked and let Tai escape. Moreover, we later encountered a zombie wave. It was her shortcut through the market that led the zombies to us. To save herself, she killed her own comrades. If I hadn't escaped forcefully, I might not be here either." Barth's voice carried a hint of solemnity. "How do you prove it?" Armin looked at Barth thoughtfully. This is the footage from my electronic watch." Barth took off the smartwatch he was wearing. Originally, Barth bought the watch to record meetings. It could not only record video but also communicate and access the internet. However, due to the apocalypse, all signals were cut off, leaving its primary functions as video recording and telling time. Before they set out, Barth had activated the video recording function on his watch, intending to tamper with the footage to frame Karina and claim the credit for capturing Ty. But now, not only had Ty slipped away, he risked facing Armin's anger, so he naturally wanted to pin the blame on Karina, the only survivor. Armin stood up, took the watch, and returned to his seat. He watched the footage, which mainly recorded 2 scenes involving Karina. One showed Karina could have captured Ty but reversed her vehicle, blocking Barth's car. The other scene depicted Karina wielding a military knife and decapitating a soldier. Armin frowned slightly as he glanced at Barth. Just then, the office door was abruptly slammed open. Chapter 118. Escape from the End Times. The office door was smashed open and Barth, who was standing in front of it, fell to the ground along with the door, landing face first with a loud thud. A short-haired dream covered in blood, wielding a military knife, stormed into the room. The blood on her face had completely coagulated, and her eyes were full of bloodshot veins. Apart from the scent of blood, there was an overwhelming aura of death surrounding her. This dream was none other than Amaryllis. After witnessing Barth escaping alone by car, the anger inside her had already become uncontrollable. Returning to the military district, she intended to report the situation to Armand, but overheard Barth slandering at the entrance, which finally pushed her over the edge. Barth, lying on the ground, quickly hid his watch and forced a laugh as he looked up at Amaryllis. Commander, I was just preparing for Commander Way to come and pick you up. Before Barth finished speaking, he felt his body being kicked like a ball, flying out with the sound of cracking bones audible. Waltong Yafei, do you really think that because you're Armin's secretary, I should be afraid of you? Amaryllis stepped on Barth's chest, her eyes burning with rage. Commander, is there some kind of misunderstanding between us? We can talk this through? Barth's entire body trembled, his teeth and lips involuntarily chattering. He was genuinely terrified by Amaryllis's appearance. There's no misunderstanding. Amaryllis glared at Barth coldly, like the icy dungeon of December, penetrating to the bone. Commander, this is my office. Perhaps this isn't appropriate. Armand, seeing Amaryllis ignore him, displayed a hint of displeasure on his face. So, are you protecting him? Amaryllis raised her saber, embedding it next to Barth's head before turning to look at Armand. My meaning is, wouldn't there be any misunderstandings? Of course, if Comrade Esau Yafei has violated discipline, I will certainly hold him accountable. However, your actions seem inappropriate. Armand glanced at the saber in Amaryllis's hand, saying softly, bureaucratic protection? Letting you decide his punishment? Amaryllis recalled how her comrades, including the youngest who was only 20 years old, had died. If not for Armand's orders, they wouldn't have perished. If not for this cowardice of Esau Yafei, she would have already captured Ty. Armand was also infuriated by Amaryllis's words. Wasn't she insinuating that he was a corrupt official? Amaryllis, you're slandering me. Don't forget your place. As Armand spoke, blood splattered from Amaryllis's body. The saber beside Barth now pierced fully through his chest. Don't kill me. These were Barth's last words, never expecting Amaryllis to act so decisively, snatching his life before he could explain. Amaryllis pulled out the saber and slowly turned to face Armand. If anyone else dies because of your decisions, you'll share his fate. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Amaryllis glanced at Jeannie sitting in the distance before leaving Armand's office. Bastard. Absolutely bastard. Armand glanced at Barth's dead body, hesitating whether to go closer due to fear. He returned to his desk and tried calling the guards to apprehend Amaryllis. Dad, I think Sister Who did nothing wrong. Jeannie looked at the fallen Barth, walking over, her face showing no sign of fear. Luo, go home first. I'll handle the rest. Armand's eyes lingered on the watch slowly falling from Barth's hand, revealing a sinister expression. Amaryllis dared to act like this for one reason only. His authority wasn't enough. Military soldiers usually obeyed their own commanders. And while he was officially appointed as the commander of Viletag City Military District, his authority was insufficient. This incident could serve as a lesson for those trigger-happy soldiers. Meanwhile, Ty and Unkor had already left Viletag City, re-entering the highway. Without unexpected issues, the soldiers chasing me should all be dead. Ty said as he drove. Unkor nodded slightly, his voice somber. Were they worth it? Deploying so many people to catch me, resulting in so many deaths? Ty asked. This should be Mayor Wei's order, a mistake in decision-making. Unkor replied. Then are you still going to arrest me? Even if it means more people will die? As Ty said this, his gaze was on the rearview mirror of the car. He wanted to see Unkor's reaction. You are the only hope I've seen so far. Unkor lifted his head, looking at Ty who was driving, with a hint of sincerity. But you must understand, not everyone is like you. Ty was making his final attempt to persuade him. But there will always be someone who is like me. Even if doing this means you will die, you would still choose this path? As Ty said this, his foot moved from the gas pedal to the clutch. Still so, Unkor did not hesitate and answered Ty directly. At that moment, the car, which had been speeding on the highway, came to an immediate stop. You have your ideals, and I have my freedom, just like cats and mice. After saying this, Ty got out of the car. He drew out the hunting broadblade and pulled Unkor out of the car. At this point, Unkor was completely immobilized by the seatbelt. Logically, when you tried to kill me before, I had already decided to kill you. But in this brief conversation, you reminded me of a veteran soldier, making me conflicted again. But you are the biggest threat I've seen so far, even bigger than the masked man. So, you can only die. Tai looked at Angkor, genuinely admiring this soldier. But, he had no choice. If Angkor were allowed to live, he would probably end up in endless escape. If Angkor didn't die, he would have to. This is your choice, and I also have mine. Angkor raised his head and looked at Tai, not shifting his gaze. His eyes shone with light. He tried to illuminate Tai's heart, but he found that to enter his heart, one had to pass through layers of thorns. This man seemed to have experienced more internally than himself. I saved your life earlier, now give it back to me, and we'll call it even. Tai finished speaking, and then the Chisha short knife in his hand pierced directly into Angkor's left chest. Blood seeped from Angkor's chest, signifying the ebb of life. Tai glanced at Angkor lying on the ground, then returned to the driver's seat. With half a day's drive, he could reach Ashtone Mountain. By then, everything he had encountered before would dissipate into thin air. No one could stop him from escaping from the end times. If anyone did, even if it meant bearing the stigma of killing a hero, he would eliminate those who stood in his way. Angkor lay on the ground, watching the quickly vanishing car, feeling his breathing becoming more difficult. His once pure eyes were now covered with bloodshot veins, and his face became swollen. The pain didn't feel like coming from a damaged heart, but rather a lung being punctured. Fog gradually rose, covering everything in a white chaos. As the fog ascended, Angkor lost consciousness completely, falling to the ground. Chapter 119. Ashtone Mountain. Ashtone Mountain. This mountain, 1,000 meters high, was surrounded by verdant greenery. The top of the mountain was encircled by 100 pines, in the midst of which stood a temple. The reason this mountain was named Ashtone Mountain was because the temple atop it was called Ashtone Temple, hence the mountain inherited its name from the temple. Legend had it that all the monks in Ashtone Temple were enlightened and wise, able to see through all illusions. Previously, many merchants and officials would come up the mountain to seek blessings, but most often, after they returned to their ordinary lives, misfortunes would befall them. Either they would die due to accidents or be caught for bribery, turning Ashtone Temple into what some called a cursed temple. From then on, Ashtone Mountain transformed from a bustling tourist destination into an abandoned and desolate mountain that no one cared about. Tai knew about Ashtone Mountain because in his previous life, this place had been truly extraordinary. In a world overrun by zombies, the spring water here remained almost untouched, and wildlife still roamed the mountain without mutation. However, due to this very fact, numerous survivors fled to Ashtone Mountain, leading to its eventual decline. Its downfall was not caused by zombies, but by humans. After half a day's drive, Tai finally arrived at the foot of Ashtone Mountain. There was no road leading up the mountain. Anyone wishing to ascend had to do so on foot. Looking at the few remaining packs of compressed biscuits in his backpack, Tai sighed with relief. Fortunately, the journey ahead wasn't dangerous, allowing him to arrive here smoothly. Step by step, Tai climbed the mountain. He gazed at the lush vegetation around him, feeling as if he had become one with nature. It was such a peaceful and tranquil moment. This was the quietest and most comfortable moment he had experienced in 7 years of fleeing. The vibrant greenery seemed to beckon him, while the fresh air contained not a trace of blood or decay. Waltzing in such a place for a lifetime would be more than enough for him. Tai ascended the mountain quickly, reaching the peak within just 10 minutes. Compared to the lower slopes, the vegetation atop the mountain was less dense, though still visible around him. Directly in front of him stood an old, decaying temple. Moss grew profusely in the corners of the walls, showing how deserted the place was. Just as Tai thought the temple was long abandoned, a putrid smell arose behind him. Zombie? Tai furrowed his brows, and the guarded battle axe materialized in his hand. As he swiftly retreated, he swung the axe backward. Swish! The axe plunged into the body of the zombie behind him. With the upgraded hunting broadblade, any creature below the 3rd stage would die instantly upon contact. The zombie fell to the ground immediately, losing all vitality. Confusion flashed in Tai's eyes as he stared at the fallen female zombie. She had a long bamboo stick in her mouth, similar to Marianne's in Demon Slayer, rendering her incapable of biting. Her clothes were surprisingly clean, even emitting a faint scent of laundry detergent. Her hands were gloved, preventing any harm to others should she encounter humans. Clearly, this was intentional. Did someone else live in the temple? As Tai wondered, a man indeed rushed out of the temple. Seeing Tai's axe and the fallen female zombie, Davis froze for a moment before rushing over and frantically shaking the corpse. Maven, wake up. Wake up, please don't scare me, don't scare me. Though Davis's attire was disheveled, it was evident that he came from a wealthy background. He wore a diamond-encrusted necklace and a jade ring. His eyes were red-rimmed, tears streaming down his cheeks. It'll be all right, it'll be all right. I promised you we'd get married by the end of the year. It will be all right. Sammy turned the female zombie over, seeing the wound inflicted by the axe. No blood flowed out, as the zombie's internal fluids had already lost their vitality, congealing inside her body. Sammy lowered his head, pressing his cheek against hers, whispering fervently, "Please wake up. We agreed to marry by the end of the year. I beg you, wake up, wake up." Tears continuously streamed down his face, and he was on the verge of collapse. "I beg you, wake up. Don't leave me alone. I only have you." He wanted to confront Tai but found that Tai had already walked away, seemingly without any remorse. His inner despair instantly turned into rage. He gently laid the female zombie's body on the ground, and then picked up a stone from the ground, quickly walking towards Tai. You murderer, I'll make you pay with your life. Just as he raised the stone to smash it down on Tai, he suddenly felt an intense pain in his body. Ah! His arm was instantly broken by Tai, and the stone fell from his hand, striking his foot. Then, he was immediately pinned to the ground by Tai. First, she isn't human. She's a zombie. Second, I don't want to kill anyone here, but don't force my hand. Tai released Davis's broken arm and continued walking forward. He didn't want to taint this land with more killing. He wanted to forget everything he had experienced, even the system inside him. But reality always contradicted imagination. She was my girlfriend. We were about to get married. It's you killed her. Sammy glanced at the motionless female zombie lying some distance away, and his sorrow turned into determination. No matter what, he had to avenge her. She was the love of his life, and even after becoming a zombie, he still believed she remained who she was. But why did she end up like this? He picked up another stone from the ground with his remaining hand, limping toward Tai. He was going to kill this murderer. I gave you a chance. A long blade materialized in Tai's hand. He turned around and pointed the knife at Davis. But Davis didn't retreat. He looked at the blade, choked up for a moment, but quickly dispelled his fear. You had no right to take her life. Yes, she became a zombie, but she lost her ability to harm others. I just wanted to live here peacefully with her. She's already died once and lost everything. I don't want her to lose me too, but you took her life and deprived me of my last hope. You murderer. Sammy's words were naive, yet that very naivety gave him the courage to face death. The light in his eyes slowly faded, replaced by endless darkness. He threw the stone at Tai. No matter what, he had to avenge his beloved, even if it cost him his life. Unfortunately, he faced Tai. Tai didn't hold back. He saw the intent to kill in Davis's eyes. Then go join her. Tai slashed through the thrown stone and prepared to stab Davis in the head. But at that moment, a small pebble appeared from his left side. The power behind this pebble was incomparable to the stone Davis threw. Instantly, the trajectory of the blade was deflected by a head's distance, grazing past Davis's shoulder. What? Tai knew exactly how powerful his strike was, enhanced by his genetic physique. Although not the strongest, it could rival that of a soldier. Yet this mere pebble had deflected his blade. He turned his head to look to the left. Chapter 120 The Way of Monk Brody's Rice. A monk carrying firewood appeared in front of Tai. He wore a gray robe, with his feet clad in patched cloth shoes, and a kind smile on his face. But what was most astonishing was the tiger-sized pile of firewood on his back, heavy enough to bend a man's back and stop him from walking. Yet, the monk's steps were as light as a bird's, which seemed quite eerie. Sir, when you can forgive, do so. You have your difficulties, and he has his grievances. There is no need for anger. The monk had already arrived before Tai as he spoke. There seems to be more than just yourself within you, sir. This statement completely baffled Tai. To others, this might sound like a horror story, but to Tai, it was an extremely frightening thought. Apart from himself, there was a self-aware system residing within him. Could it be? Tai turned to look at the monk, but found that the monk was now tending to the wounds of Davis lying on the ground. Master Brody, didn't you say I could be with Merle forever? Why did things turn out like this? Desperation clouded Davis's eyes as he looked at the monk. Some things have surpassed ordinary reasoning. This poor monk could not foresee them. Though the monk's words were directed at Davis, they truly referred to Tai. He sensed something extraordinary about Tai. Predicting fate meant deducing natural laws and exploring the future from them. But whatever existed within Tai had completely surpassed these laws, so the monk could not detect Tai's involvement in Davis's destiny. Perhaps everything was just fate. When humans turned into zombies, they walked down entirely different paths. How could they continue to coexist? Tai glanced at the monk, preparing to speak, but the monk beat him to it. If you wish to rest, feel free. Besides me and this gentleman, there is no one else here. This humble monk's Dharma name is Brody. If you need anything, just call. Stunned, Tai thanked the monk and continued on his way. Sir, if you have time, please visit our temple for a chat. The monk called after Tai, who was walking away. Without answering, Tai silently proceeded, needing to find a place near water to build a house. Only then could the vegetable seeds in his backpack survive. After 2 days of construction, a small wooden hut was nearly completed. Lacking rope, Tai used mortise and tenon joints, creating interlocking interfaces for each piece of wood, allowing them to fit together. Next, he cultivated a field in front of the hut and planted sweet potatoes, corn, and other crops. I suppose I should go to the temple, Tai muttered to himself, gazing at the newly planted seeds. Though water wasn't scarce, all the food in his backpack was gone. It would take several seasons for the sweet potatoes and corn to mature. The monk must have stored grain to live here for so long. If he could obtain some from the temple, he wouldn't need to go down the mountain to the city. Tai headed toward the temple. At the place where the female zombie was killed, a small mound of earth stood with a kneeling man beside it. Glancing at Davis, Tai approached the temple gate and knocked gently. After a while, the gate slowly opened, and Monk Brody gestured for Tai to enter, leading him inside. Is your visit today about heart matters or physical needs? Brody's question stunned Tai again. Heart matters? What heart matters did he have? I've come seeking some food for a few days. Does Master Brody have any surplus grain? Tai asked, looking at the monk. Brody did not respond but led Tai into the kitchen. He slowly opened the rice barrel, revealing nearly a full bin of rice. Consider each grain a life, and this barrel as the entire world. Brody took out a cloth bag from a nearby cabinet. This is where some people end up after escaping the world. Pointing to the bag, he picked up 2 grains of rice from the barrel. One was crystal clear, while the other was dark yellow. They should be strangers but share the same world, thus resonating and fleeing together into the bag. But the darker grain will be removed from the bag. Monk Brody threw the darker grain of rice on the ground, leaving only the better-looking grain of rice in the cloth bag. Then, he took out another one from the barrel that was the fullest and of the best quality but wrapped in husk, making it impossible to see its true nature. This one is the best in the whole barrel, yet it is also enclosed by husks, escaping the world of the barrel. After Monk Brody finished speaking, he used a rice ladle to scoop many grains of rice into the cloth bag. Others also want to escape the world of the barrel, wanting to come into the cloth bag as well. But what would be their fate? Monk Brody handed the bag of rice to Tai. He looked into Tai's eyes with his usual kind face. This question had already been answered in Tai's heart. The fate was to be eaten. And those grains of rice in the barrel were also destined to be eaten, just sooner or later. If all are meant to be eaten, what good does escaping do? Tai looked at Brody, asking the key point of this question. He knew Brody was implying something deeper, but could a few words really drive away the darkness in his heart? The purpose of escaping is to change oneself. Escaping cannot change the fate of all the rice, but it can change one's own destiny. After saying this, Monk Brody took out several small cloth bags. He filled each bag with oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, chili, and other seasonings. Rice can turn into various foods after processing, and this transformation wouldn't happen without these condiments. Even though they still can't escape being eaten, they can change their own destiny. If it stays in the world of the barrel or the world of the cloth bag, it will remain just rice. But if it leaves these two worlds, it won't be what it used to be. It will have the ability to sit on the table along with other dishes. After Monk Brody finished speaking, he handed the condiments to Tai, and then slowly walked out of the kitchen. Tai stared at the bag of rice and the condiment bags in his hands, lost in thought. Perhaps there was some truth to his words, but why did he need to compete with other dishes? Wolf how you want, eat how you want. Whatever makes you comfortable. If it became a dish, going through dozens of processes, how arduous would that journey be? Tai followed Brody, gazing at the monk's figure. The word that surfaced in his mind was just one: reverence. This monk seemed to have eyes that could see through all his secrets. He felt like he was completely exposed before him. To visit less, whenever I can. It feels like being trapped in a pyramid scheme. Tai sighed while looking at the food in his hand. He even felt like preferring 10 masked men over one Monk Brody. In terms of martial arts, that tiny flying stone alone made him feel somewhat wary. In terms of preaching, even if the masked man had 100 mouths, he couldn't touch his soul as deeply as Monk Brody did with a few sentences. Tai had already decided. Unless absolutely necessary, he would never go to the temple again. And even if he did go, he would prepare earplugs beforehand. Chapter 121. The peaceful days will eventually be shattered. Waltzing on Ashtone Mountain has surpassed a year. In his previous life, the fame of Ashtone Mountain rose during the 3rd year of the apocalypse outbreak. It was also in the 3rd year that everyone started paying attention to Ashtone Mountain, fleeing towards it en masse. But before then, practically no one lived on the mountain. This allowed Tai to spend this year in extreme leisure. During the first half of the year, in order to avoid having to beg for food at the temple, Tai chose to hunt using the rapid strike spear on the mountain. He would then use the discarded scale short blade as a cleaver to slice the meat he obtained from hunting into pieces. Afterwards, he used the fire from the patrol sharp axe's innate flames to roast the meat, preserving it as dried meat. Moreover, there were many edible plants growing abundantly on the mountain, allowing Tai to stave off hunger. By the second half of the year, the sweet potatoes and corn reached maturity, completely solving Tai's food worries. Over this year, it could be said that Tai lived the most comfortable life. He had fewer worries about his job in a peaceful society, less necessity to deal with people tactfully, and no need for running and escaping without a home in the world post-apocalypse. Resting under the azure sky, surrounded by lush foliage, eating self-sufficient vegetables and fruits, drinking pure mineral water. The only drawback was the lack of items or activities to pass the time. Therefore, Tai adopted an unconventional way to pass time. During this year, he made a trip down the mountain and found in the city the 2 types of mutants he had always wanted to seek: mutated earthworms and mutated ants. The former was a one-time gold-earning godsend. The latter was a large-scale ATM. Additionally, Tai encountered a fawn in the woods. It was attracted by the roasted sweet potato that Tai had prepared. Since then, it came every day to eat the sweet potatoes from Tai. Bar, your sweet potato is roasted and ready, just next to the bonfire. At this moment, Tai was poking a small hole in the soil with a burning stick. Inside, the mutated ants, recognizing the familiar roasting stick, quickly started crawling upwards. When they initially encountered this roasting stick, their instinct was to burrow into the ground to escape, but found that wooden boards covered the underground, preventing any chance of escape. Hence, after that experience, they understood that to survive, they must run towards the exit. Watching these mutated ants climbing upwards desperately and skillfully stirred some pity. So Tai thoughtfully covered them with wooden boards so they couldn't escape. This was precisely the nest Tai specially built for the mutated ants. Although the ants had mutated, their living environment remained within dirt holes, ant nests. To ensure sustainable development for these mutated ants, he specially constructed 2 ant nests for them, one for withdrawals and another for breeding. and fearing that these ATMs might abscond with the funds, he placed a hidden wooden box around them. As for the earthworms, due to its extremely slow reproduction rate, Tai finished them off a few days after bringing them back. Ding. Successfully killed level 1 mutant. Ant. Plus 203 gold. The system voice resounded in Tai's ears. These ants reproduced rapidly, providing Tai with nearly 1,000 gold coins every half-month. Looking at the amount displayed on his system, Tai saw he already had 30,000 gold coins. The sum was enough for him to buy a complete set of equipment. However, he didn't plan to purchase anything, since he wasn't currently in need of those things with his lifestyle. Tai glanced at the remains of the ants burnt to ashes. Before long, they would become fertilizers for the earth. Tai stood up and walked towards Bar, who was munching away at the roasted sweet potato. Bar, come here. Tai whistled to Bar. Bar instantly ran towards Tai with the sweet potato in its mouth, its face smeared with sweet potato flesh, looking rather comical. Bar jumped onto Tai's knees, licking his face with its tiny tongue. Then it smeared the sweet potato flesh all over Tai's face. Are you doing this on purpose? I'll beat you up if you keep this up. Tai feigned a ferocious look and said to Bar. Seeing his reaction, Bar showed no fear, but instead rubbed against him even more intensely. Helpless, Tai tried pushing back. This was Tai's most relaxed state, revealing the true form of the sunny big Barney Delaney admired. His face was always filled with laughter, like sunshine, gentle and friendly. Bar rubbed Tai's face while eating the sweet potato. Soon, the sweet potato was finished, but clearly, it hadn't eaten enough. Its eyes looked at Tai's face smeared with sweet potato flesh. I warn you, don't mess around. Before Tai's warning ended, Bar pounced on him and began licking his entire face with its tongue. Their relationship wasn't like that of owner and pet. It was more like friends. Eating, playing, chatting. They did these things every day. Tai held Bar while the fawn continuously rubbed its face against his. Man and beast stood beneath the sky, feeling utterly free. But at this moment, Bar suddenly smelled something and quickly headed toward the temple. Bar. Tai called out, but Bar ignored him. A flicker of doubt crossed Tai's eyes. Normally, as soon as he called its name, it would run to his side. This time, however, it chose to keep running toward the temple. What was happening over there? Just as Tai was puzzled, he suddenly caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. Then, a gunshot shattered the tranquility of Ashtone Mountain. From the temple? Something's happened. Tai quickly made his way toward the temple. He wasn't one to meddle in other people's affairs, but the temple wasn't far from where he lived. If something dangerous were happening, he could be affected too. Bar, stay behind me. Tai moved ahead of Bar, speaking softly. Man and beast cautiously advanced forward. Soon, they reached the back of the temple. At this moment, a familiar figure caught his attention. It was Davis, who had wanted to fight him to the death a year ago. After his girlfriend died, he followed the monk Brody to live an ascetic life of Buddhism and didn't seek trouble with Tai anymore, essentially becoming a half-ordained monk. Now, he was being forcefully pinned down by a bald man holding a gun, right in front of his girlfriend's grave. Soon, the bald man's accomplices came out with shovels and started digging up the dream's grave. Sammy pleaded for mercy desperately, but to no avail. Instead, he was knocked unconscious by a blow from the butt of the gun wielded by the bald man. Chapter 122 Bounty Task, Tai's Anger. Bar, stay here and watch. If you see anyone coming out of the temple, shout loudly, okay? Tai squatted down, gently stroked Bar's head, and whispered, Bar licked Tai's finger and nodded in response. Tai looked up at the wall above him, took a few steps back, then kicked off the wall with one foot, grabbing onto it with both hands using the momentum. With a strong push, he climbed directly onto the wall of the temple. Crouching low, Tai quietly made his way to the back courtyard. The structure of the entire temple was not complex. In the center was the main hall, flanked by two side halls on either side. Behind the main hall was the back courtyard where Tai was now located. Creeping behind the Buddha statue, Tai peeked out slightly, observing the scene in front. Ronnie was sitting cross-legged under the Buddha statue, hands clasped together in prayer, saying nothing. In front of him stood 4 men. 2 of them were wearing military uniforms, holding military-grade Type 95 assault rifles. Military personnel? Tai's brows furrowed slightly but quickly dismissed this thought. The apocalypse had been raging for a year, and any surviving military units would be highly organized and disciplined, not standing around lazily like this. Those 2 must be deserters who joined this group. Tai summoned his quickfire spear. He hadn't used it in a long time, only during hunts. A quickfire spear could only kill 1 gunman. The other would surely be alerted if he saw his companion die. Therefore, to avoid alerting anyone outside, both gunmen had to be eliminated simultaneously. Tai opened the store and began browsing for other ranged weapons. The bow of the Sunchaser and Dawnbreaker were too expensive. Tai didn't want to spend so much on ranged weapons. Finally, he settled on a relatively cheaper option. Cloud-piercing bow. The cloud-piercing bow was made from a thunderclap blade and a short sword combined into a bow. Tai already had a thunderclap blade in his bag, so he only needed 650 gold coins to buy it. Purchase. Without hesitation, Tai said. Ding. Cloud-piercing bow purchased successfully. Cloud-piercing bow, draw speed +5, strength +10, ability. Instantly kills stage 4 or lower mutants/zombies. Instantly, a long bow shimmering with blue-white light appeared in Tai's other hand. At the moment he acquired the cloud-piercing bow, the quickfire spear in his other hand vanished. His body swiftly retreated from behind the Buddha statue. Draw, string, lock, whoosh. An arrow shot forward like a shooting star, directly aimed at one of the uniformed men. As soon as the arrow left, the cloud-piercing bow disappeared from Ty's hand, replaced by a red and white spear. Whoosh. The spear followed closely behind the arrow. Thud. The arrow pierced through one of the uniformed man's chest, killing him instantly. Before his companion could react, his head was also impaled in the next second. The remaining two unarmed men quickly scanned their surroundings. They worked seamlessly together, one in front, one in the back, moving toward the door. Ty emerged from behind the Buddha statue, the cloud-piercing bow reappearing in his hand. He was momentarily stunned by the quick decision-making of the two men. Ordinary people would hide or remain stationary in such a situation. But these two chose to retreat toward the temple exit, intending to warn their comrades outside. This was a team with coordinated tactics. But why come to Ashtone Mountain? Such teams usually roamed between cities, living on the edge, or joined the military for safety. It was inconceivable for them to settle down somewhere, unless they had another purpose. Ty aimed at the leg of Davis facing him and shot. Sammy reacted quickly, trying to block with his machete. But the sharpness of the cloud-piercing bow far exceeded their imagination, piercing through his thigh along with the knife. Ouch! The injured man fell to one knee. Taking advantage of this, Ty rushed to their front. Using an axe in his hand, he split Davis behind in half, while kicking the one with the wounded thigh back into the temple. Ty glanced at the entrance of the temple, finding no one there. This meant the rest of the organization was either in the side rooms or outside the temple. Say exactly what I tell you to say. I don't like people who don't follow orders. Ty closed the temple's main door and looked at Davis on the ground, speaking in a grave tone. Temple. Sammy was about to shout loudly to attract his companions, but an intense choking sensation followed. Ty had tightly gripped his throat, cutting off both his voice and oxygen. If you try any tricks again, you won't have the chance to answer. I know you aren't afraid of death, but that doesn't mean you're not afraid of pain. Ty lowered his head and whispered into Davis's ear. A year of apocalypse was enough to change many people's fear of death. Waltzing on the edge, they had long ceased to care much about life and death. But everyone feels pain, and mental torture is something no one can endure. Go to hell. Sammy spat out a hoarse curse at Ty, bloodshot eyes filled with the madness of a desperate man. Ty looked at Davis, his cold expression deepening as he grabbed Davis's hand. With a hard squeeze, the bones in Davis's palm shattered instantly. Then, Ty took out the patrol battle axe and ignited flames around his body. He sliced open the skin of Davis's palm and began roasting the wound with the flames from his body. The fire scorched the flesh beneath Davis's skin. The pain was indescribable, 10 fingers connected to the heart. Sammy's body convulsed. Sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. Yet, he remained silent, gritting his teeth so hard that blood seeped through his gums. His body trembled uncontrollably from the pain, causing half of a paper in his pocket to slip out. This caught Ty's attention. He paused his torment and glanced at the paper. It was a bounty task form. The description was concise, listing the mission issued, amount, and military district stamp. In the post-apocalyptic world, many surviving military districts would do this. Firstly, it allowed these desperados to gather supplies for them, reducing military casualties. Secondly, it converted resources into wealth. High-value individuals or items could be sold to the government or wealthy officials who were already secure. Ty's eyes turned colder as he read the bounty task on the paper, his fists clenching until the edges of the paper tore apart. The bounty task described, Chapter 123, Tranquil days will eventually end. The mission was, capture the human survivor, Ty. Bringing a live person back to Viltag City Military District would directly confer citizenship status, enjoying the highest level treatment. Bringing back a body to Viltag City Military District would earn a box of strategic supplies, including purified water, firearms, and ammunition. Underneath this bounty task was precisely the seal of the Viltag City Military District. On the back of the paper was Ty's portrait. In this past year, Armin seemed to have become obsessed with Ty. At first, he used the death of Barth to reassign Karina elsewhere to search for Ty. Later on, he dispatched many people to produce numerous wanted posters about Ty, plastering them all over the streets of Viltag City. This ensured that refugees and squads who had fled to Viltag City could see the bounty notice for Ty. Although Viltag City had not entirely eradicated zombies and mutants in this past year, they had successfully established a safe zone within the city. Armand, to consolidate his strength, categorized civilians into citizens, good citizens, and commoners. Citizens were usually high-ranking officials' families, or those who made significant contributions. Good citizens were soldiers' families, and some technical talents. Commoners were cheap labor from the former real-world society, or individuals unable to provide substantial contributions. Each rank provided different resources. Just the identity of being a citizen had already attracted many people to look for Ty. However, in this post-apocalyptic world, everyone was struggling for survival. The search for Ty never ceased but mostly ended fruitlessly. Ty crumpled up the wanted poster into a ball, his eyes glowing red. For almost a year, he had not gotten angry or harbored any thoughts of killing. This time, the Viltag City Military District thoroughly enraged him. You don't need to keep putting up a front. As soon as Ty finished speaking, the patrolling axe split Davis's head into two halves. He was furious, completely enraged by these disgusting tactics. Ty walked out of the temple, one hand holding the patrolling axe, and the other holding the discarded short blade. Since you want to find me so badly, let's see how it turns out. Whether you'll take me back as a corpse, or I'll bring your corpses to the Viletag City Military District for a personal visit. At this moment, Brody the monk opened his eyes, quietly observing Tai. Sir, this is your second visit to my humble temple. After you're done, why not come sit with me? After Brody finished speaking, he slightly tilted his head to the left. Then, a machete slashed right past his head. What does my matter have to do with you? Tai glanced coldly at Brody and then opened the temple gate, walking outside. Outside, more than 20 people had gathered. 5 of them held firearms, locking onto Tai. Tai, you have 2 choices. Come with us alive or dead. A scar-faced man standing in the middle looked at Tai, noticing the crumpled wanted poster on the ground behind Tai. Without beating around the bush, he spoke bluntly. Do you think capturing me alone makes all of you citizens, or only the one who captures me? Tai looked at everyone, a mocking smile appearing on his face. These words stunned everyone. Some of them had considered this question before, but every time, their leader would pacify them with the rhetoric of prosperity together, adversity together. Tai looked at the scar-faced man in the center, whose body was wrapped in mink fur, with rows of belts made of fingers hanging from his waist. Those were zombie fingers, symbols of his glory. Kill him. The scar-faced man saw Tai's murderous gaze. He understood that Tai wouldn't go with them alive. If so, exchanging a corpse for resources wasn't a losing deal. As soon as the scar-faced man spoke, countless bullets shot towards Tai. Purchase, Guardian Armor. Tai did not dodge. Instead, he walked towards the group of people. Ding. Guardian Armor purchase successful. Guardian Armor, defense plus 21. Ability. Reduces enemy attack speed after being attacked. The price of Guardian Armor was 720, requiring 2 cloth armors to craft. Tai already had 1 cloth armor, so it cost only 500 gold coins to buy it. When using Extreme Cold Storm previously, Tai discovered that the equipment could fully immunize against ordinary bullets. Extreme Cold Storm increased defense by 36 points, while Guardian Armor provided 21 points of defense. Even if Guardian Armor couldn't completely immunize bullets, it still offered some protection. And reality unfolded just as Tai had anticipated. Innumerable bullets shot towards Tai. Though they all pierced his skin, none of them inflicted substantial harm on him. Boss, the bullets. The bullets aren't affecting him, one of the henchmen said to the scar-faced man, only to realize that their leader had already vanished. The moment he realized Tai was nearly immune to bullets, the scar-faced man had fled towards the temple gate. Having survived a year in this post-apocalyptic world, and being able to live on while forming a squad, relied heavily on his ability to assess situations correctly, exploit the weak as much as possible, flee from strong enemies as much as possible. When the henchman saw that his boss was gone, he immediately lost the will to fight. Just as he was about to run away, something seemed to clamp down on his shoulder. Snap! The sound of breaking bones rang in his ears. Amidst the barrage of bullets, a man with eyes glowing red stood before him. In the next second, his vision began to spin 360 degrees. Because Tai had directly decapitated him, blood splattered all over Tai's body, half of his arm now drenched in red. Everyone was stunned. It was at this moment they finally understood why the Viletag City Military District had issued the bounty. This man standing before them was far from ordinary. He had transcended common logic. No wonder. Wherever his gaze fell, death followed. The sound of gunfire gradually diminished, replaced by the increasing number of bodies lying on the ground. In the end, the bluestone pavement was stained with blood. The ground was littered with headless corpses, leaving only one man, axe in hand, standing amidst the carnage, soaked in blood. Meanwhile, the scar-faced man who had fled had just started descending the mountain when he was confronted by a monk dressed in a coarse robe. Patron, the temple is not a place for the mundane. You cannot come and go as you please. Looking back, the scar-faced man found no one following him. Get out of my way. He moved to the left, but the monk also moved, blocking his path. You, Sammy, seeing the stairs behind the monk, revealed murderous intent on his face. He thrust his palms towards the monk's body, intending to push him down the stairs to his death. However, in the next instant, he felt his hands pushing into nothingness while his body was shoved toward the stairs. At this moment, the monk grabbed his hand and dragged him like a dog towards the temple. This is the karma I offer to you, patron. I hope after resolving it, you can visit our temple to chat with me. The monk tossed the scar-faced man to the ground and walked back into the temple. What kind of karma does he count as? Tai watched the scar-faced man on the ground and asked in a deep voice, do you not want to know how they found out you were on Ashtone Mountain? The monk's words startled Tai. He looked at the monk, who returned an Namo Umitba gesture before walking into the temple. Chapter 124. Cristobal's Survival Tactics. Tai looked at the scarred man lying on the ground and said in a deep voice, who told you I was in Ashtone Mountain? I hope you're a smart person. The scarred man raised his head to look at Tai, a trace of mockery appearing on his face. Will being smart prevent death? It might make your death quicker. After saying this, Tai picked up the machete from the ground and stabbed it into the palm of the scarred man. Have you heard of Lingxi from ancient times? Tai's words made the scarred man pause for a moment. He could feel that Tai wasn't joking around. If he didn't speak, this man really could do such a thing. But the scarred man still had another trump card. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived so long in the apocalypse. I'll talk. The scarred man looked at Tai and said, we were part of a convoy. After seeing the bounty announcement about you in Viletag City, we met someone. Before he finished his sentence, he glanced at Tai with a smile on his face. A low breathing sound, like a messenger from hell, slowly rose behind Tai. The previously stabbed scarred man had risen and now stood behind Tai. Compared to before, his eyes glowed yellow, his lips curled outward, all his teeth had fallen out, and clamps grew from the sides of his mouth. His tongue was covered in barbs, and his hands had turned into scythes, causing crackling sounds throughout his body. This man had been infected before Tai killed him. Swish. Those scythe-like hands, like an unsealed blade, slashed directly toward Tai's back neck. Fortunately, Tai reacted quickly and rapidly moved backward. A third-stage zombie? Tai looked at Davis's eyes, frowning slightly. To identify the rank of zombies, apart from those infected by multi-limbed insects, all other infected zombies were identified by their eyes. White pupils were first stage, red pupils second stage, and yellow pupils third stage. Tai turned his head to look at the scarred man lying on the ground, who now wore a sarcastic smile on his face. This was his trump card. Before ascending the mountain, he quietly infected one of his team members with a caged third-stage mutant mantis. This way, if danger arose, once the infected teammate transformed, he would have a chance to escape. Because Davis's he kept hadn't grown larger, the zombie it infected inherited its abilities and weaknesses. And Davis's greatest weakness was water. Samita's had iron wire worms inside it, which would instantly die upon contact with water. Having said that, the scarred man pulled out a bag of water from his pouch. As long as he had water, he had the means to protect himself. At this moment, the third-stage zombie wasn't paying attention to Tai or the scarred man, but shifted its gaze to the bodies on the ground. It started to devour the corpses of those killed by Tai madly. Bite by bite. Due to mantis-like habits, the bodies were gutted open. Organs rolled out like little meatballs and finally entered its mouth. Tai, I hope you're also a smart person. Choose whether you want your life or me. Holding the water, the scarred man quickly retreated. Zombies lack consciousness and will attack the nearest living creature. Bullets might not work on you, but how will you block the attacks of a third-stage zombie? The scarred man smirked, watching more corpses rise from the ground, widening his grin. His convoy members were his protective charm, and he had used this trick more than 10 times. This was truly the key to his survival in the apocalypse. Pity, only third stage. Tai gave a cold glance at the scarred man, muttering, "Tisk, let these zombies keep you company." The scarred man spat, just about to run towards the backyard, when suddenly an arrow blocked his path. Did I say you could leave? Tai slowly approached him, while behind him, the group of zombies had been chopped into minced meat. The two scythe-like hands of Davis's infected third-stage zombie were broken and scattered on the ground. How? How is this possible? That was a third-stage zombie? The scarred man stared at the broken scythes, completely stunned. In the year since the apocalypse began, humans could only deal with fourth-stage mutants with military-scale operations. Even though beheading still killed third-stage zombies, in close combat, even special forces found it hard to win against them. Why? Why could this person in front of him instantly deal with all the zombies here? Since you enjoy turning your companions into zombies so much, I suddenly changed my mind. If you answer truthfully, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, I'll let you experience what it feels like to become a zombie. Tai looked at the scarred man, a smile appearing on his face. This smile was like a torch in the icy wilderness. It should have been dispersing coldness, but instead, it was a deadly weapon that would burn you alive in winter. The scarred man's eyes widened, veins bulging next to his temples as he choked back saliva crazily. Looking at the piles of minced flesh behind Tai, he instantly imagined his own fate. I say. The scarred man was scared by his own imagination and hurriedly said to Tai, "On the way, we encountered a Easton. He said either we die or we find Tai for him. We couldn't fight him, so we had no choice but to comply, and then we told them where you are." The scarred man said. Was the mask completely white with features outlined in black dye? Tai asked in a deep voice. Yes. Upon hearing Tai's description, the scarred man hurriedly nodded. In the next second, he fell directly to his knees. "Big brother, this isn't your personal grudge, right? I just wanted to earn some extra money and live well. If I tell you the last place I saw the Easton, will you let me go?" He frantically bowed, realizing that Tai and the Easton knew each other, begging for mercy. "I'm a very honest person. If I say I'll give you a quick death, I mean it." Tai took out the sky-piercing bow and aimed at the scarred man's head. At this moment, Davis's head hung low, motionless. His eyes were jumping crazily, his facial muscles twitching non-stop. One of his hands slowly went into his pocket and pulled out a small bottle. Inside was precisely that third-stage mutant mantis. "Since you won't let me go, then I'll take you down with me." Just as Tai released the arrow, the scarred man also threw the glass bottle in his hand. "You can deal with a third-stage zombie, but how about a third-stage mantis? Let's all die together." As soon as the scarred man finished speaking, the glass bottle shattered, releasing a blood-soaked, withered yellow mantis right between Tai and the scarred man. Chapter 125. Only coexistence can ensure longevity. This was the last card the scarred man wanted to play in his defiance. The third-stage mutated mantis was small in size, but its speed was incredibly fast, so much so that its movement could not be tracked by the naked eye. Its sharp twin scythes could cut through anything, even bones would snap upon contact. Tai watched Davis crawling on the ground and switched his cloud-piercing bow to the warden's axe. Flames enveloped his entire body. Should this mantis touch him, it would instantly be incinerated into ashes. But in the next second, the third stage mantis abruptly turned around and pounced directly at the scarred man. You! What are you doing? Go bite him! The sudden defection of Davistes startled the scarred man, who shouted in alarm. It was this very shout that allowed Davistes to directly burrow into his mouth. Get out! Cristobal went mad, using both hands to desperately claw at his throat. He wanted to spit out this creature. Suddenly, his hands shifted from clawing at his throat to clenching his neck. He felt a bloody sensation deep inside his neck, followed by a withered yellow scythe piercing out from it. A bit more, and a bit more. The crack grew larger, and ultimately, his head was cleanly severed by Davistes. Waltke being cut off by a cutting machine, his head fell to the ground, rolling several times. Blood spurted out, while Davistes stood at the edge of the severed neck, licking blood off its scythe and looking sinisterly at Ty. Then, an eerie scene unfolded. Cristobal, who should have died, did not. His head and body were separated, but continued to make different movements. No. The severed head of the scarred man gazed at Ty, wanting to tell Ty that he didn't want to die and begging for help. But because his vocal cords were severed, he couldn't speak. What allowed him to maintain brief consciousness was the iron wire worm inside Davistes. Meanwhile, the decapitated body began rapidly charging towards Ty, with Davistes hidden within, preparing to ambush Ty from the shadows. Swish! With a mighty swing, the axe split the body in two. At the same time, flames engulfed the entire corpse. From the split-open corpse emerged the third stage mantis and a large mass of iron wire worms coiled together, now in front of Ty. It was these iron wire worms that enabled the severed head and body to temporarily remain alive. Why does a mere third stage mantis possess such powerful vitality from the iron wire worm? Ty frowned slightly. Even after 7 years in the post-apocalyptic world, he had never seen iron wire worms in a third stage mantis capable of controlling corpses. Usually, that only happened from 5th to 6th stage onwards. Ty crushed Davis's head, and as expected, found a large number of iron wire worms inside as well. Deathworms, millipedes, and now the iron wire worms inside this third stage mantis. Each of them, though not highly ranked, had received enhancements beyond their capabilities. Ty glanced at Davis again and paid no further attention. He stored all weapons into the system warehouse and returned to the temple entrance. Though the surrounding land was tainted with blood and limbs, the temple ahead still exuded a solemn and mysterious air. Ty stood at the gate for a long time, hesitating. Should he go inside and see the monk? He felt the monk seemed to know everything. Tisage. Ty spat and walked into the temple. For him, confronting the unknown held an unspoken allure. Please sit down. Monk Brody closed his eyes, continuously rotating his prayer beads, while the previously unconscious man sat beside him. When did the monk leave again? Ty found the monk increasingly inscrutable. Instead of kneeling on a cushion, he stood before the Buddha statue, quietly staring at it. Is there really a Buddha in this world? Ty asked deeply. There is no Buddha, yet there is. Monk Brody spoke, turning to look at Ty with a gentle expression. Whether a heinous villain or a righteous good person, they all have kindness and desire within them. You are shrouded in darkness, yet you also yearn for light. Brody looked at Ty and said profoundly, do you have anything else to say? If not, I'll be going. Ty touched his nose. He didn't want to listen to preachings about morality and prepared to leave. What you seek is a pure life like Xiaoyu. These words from Brody made Ty, who was about to leave, stop in his tracks. How did he know about Xiaoyu? Logically, the distance between him and the temple wasn't that close, and the monk had never come over. Therefore, he shouldn't have known about Xiaoyu, this little dear. Unless, Ty recalled the scene of Xiaoyu running towards the temple and instantly understood something. Xiaoyu was arranged by you? Ty looked at the monk, asking in surprise. Yes, but also not. The monk stood up, looking at Ty. Xiaoyu is a deer I encountered while chopping wood. Its heart is very pure, so I thought it might try to be friends with you. Because there's still light in your heart, Xiaoyu was willing to be friends with you. Brody's words made Ty fall into deep thought. What seemed like a simple encounter was actually a test to see if Ty still harbored kindness in his heart. What is light? What is darkness? Why should I save the entire world? Those who are numb and selfish, why are they worth saving? Human nature is inherently dark, Ty said gravely. In his previous life, hadn't he also harbored ambitions to save the world? But everything went against his wishes. His insignificance, naive thoughts, betrayals from friends and lovers. Nothing could be salvaged. Master, living in light does not define light. The light in darkness is even greater, Brody explained. The light in darkness? Ty was taken aback. The wolf pack is strong because it is united. If fragmented, it becomes just another lowly member of the food chain. If you go forward alone, you will eventually be abandoned by the end times. Only coexistence can ensure longevity. Brody looked at Ty, patiently guiding him. What does coexistence mean? Go to those military zones? Be treated as a living specimen? Ty frowned, asking gravely. Save those you wish to save. Walk the path you want to take. Ashtone Mountain is not your final destination, and human nature isn't solely dark. You can enlighten those selfish people, or similarly, you can build a team that matches your character. But remember, the prerequisite for changing the world is not being changed by the world. Chapter 126, To the Death. The monk Brody's words flowed into Ty's ears like a gentle stream. His meaning was very clear. You can still follow your own path and kill those who dwell in darkness, those no different from zombies. But at the same time, you need to build your own team. Only by doing so can you endure in this apocalyptic world. Then may I ask, why doesn't Master Brody organize a team to save the world? Ty looked at Brody, asking the last question on his mind. Isn't saving people with a karmic connection the same as saving the world? Brody looked at Ty, his face showing a tender smile. But that smile made Ty feel a chill down his spine. His words implied that by saving him, he was saving the world. Traveler, go and seek your own path. Brody said, looking at Ty. All right. Ty bowed to Brody, slowly walking towards the temple gate. Sunlight shone upon the earth, quietly creeping into the temple. This time, the sunlight did not avoid Ty but instead bathed his face in its light. Ty looked at Bar, who was half kneeling on the ground, gently patting its head. Seeing Ty returned, it leaped onto him, licking his cheeks rapidly with its tongue. Bar, do you have any companions? Ty touched Bar's head, softly asking. But Bar didn't understand Ty's question, its innocent eyes staring blankly at him. After what happened in his previous life, he was so afraid of being with others. He looked up at the anthill under pressure, which was now making creaking sounds as mutant ants gnawed at the wooden planks. Even mutants had their companions. What about himself? Ty recalled Brody's words. Only through coexistence can one endure. Surviving alone in this post-apocalyptic world would become increasingly difficult as monsters grew stronger, even with the help of the system. To live stably, he must establish his own force. That was the only way to truly survive in this world. If he stayed on Ashtone Mountain, this encounter was just the beginning, not the end. It would happen again and again. Ty stood up and walked to his long unopened backpack, taking out a pocket watch. It was given to him by Henrik before his death, instructing him to find Aaliyah, the female scientist who proposed the apocalypse theory in his previous life. With the current trend, Aaliyah should already be protected by the military. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to propose the apocalypse theory. Ty muttered, looking at the dream in the pocket watch. We'll see. There's still something important to resolve now. Ty put the pocket watch back in the bag, slung it over his shoulder, and headed towards the temple. Bar followed closely behind him. Sammy and Beast, like stepping on the rising sun, moved forward together. Master Brody. Ty returned to the temple and looked at Brody, speaking softly. Traveler, what troubles your heart? Brody turned around, unsurprised by Ty's return. I want to know if a butterfly's fluttering wings can truly affect other places? Ty asked, not telling Brody about the changes in creatures like the deathworms. Telling him would mean revealing all his secrets. If the creature you speak of is indeed a butterfly, perhaps its influence is very distant. But if it's a creature beyond natural laws, then its impact could be more than just one place. It could be the entire world. Looking at Brody, Ty had to admit, every answer from this monk always left him slightly shaken. It was as if Brody saw through all his secrets, but at the same time, he got the answer he wanted. Creatures like the deathworms gained new abilities, and the military district of Viletag City almost fully restored order within a year, all because of Ty's rebirth. So, Aaliyah and Z-City might also experience some changes. Thanking Master Brody, Ty headed down the mountain. Staying on Ashtone Mountain would inevitably bring endless killing. Therefore, he must leave. Walking down the mountain, Bar never left his side. It seemed to know its human friend was about to depart. The further down they went, the slower Bar's pace became. Its eyes were fixed on Ty, brimming with tears. It was reluctant to part with Ty. Bar, let's stop here. Ty squatted down and stroked Bar's head, his voice slightly hoarse. After nearly a year together, he had come to regard Bar as one of his most important companions. He also didn't want to part with Bar, but this world did not give him that choice. Bar licked Ty's cheek as if saying goodbye. Ty held Bar's head without speaking, silently feeling every moment. But just then, something glinting in the upper forest caught Ty's eye. That was a sniper rifle? Bang! Before Ty could react, a bullet from the sniper rifle penetrated Bar's abdomen. With a mournful cry, Bar fell to the ground. Bar! Ty shouted as he saw Bar lying on the ground. Bar lay there looking at Ty, its pure eyes shedding tears. It was crying. Ty looked toward the woods, a murderous intent filling his eyes. However, he couldn't deal with the sniper now. He quickly picked up Bar and ran back up the mountain. He remembered seeing Brody treating injured animals. Only Brody could save Bar now. The sniper saw that Ty ignored him and began shooting at Ty's body. One after another, bullets hit Ty, blood starting to flow from his skin. The power of the sniper rifle far exceeded ordinary firearms. Although the Guardian armor could absorb much of the damage for Ty, he still felt pain. Ty realized he had been hit by over a dozen bullets, and the murderous intent on his face grew even stronger. He had already memorized the sniper's position. At this moment, two names surfaced in his mind. One was Masked Man, Ayush, the other was Viletag City Military District. Without Ayush's involvement, his location on Ashtone Mountain would not have been exposed. Without the bounty put out by the Viletag City Military District, Bar wouldn't have been shot. This grudge was thoroughly set now. Since you've entered my life, then it must end in destruction. This battle between me and you, to the death. Chapter 127 indeed, all equally dark. Ty carried Bar back to the temple. At this moment, his body was covered in blood, and his breath had become faint. He looked at Monk Brody and coldly said, "Please bring her back to life." Ty gently placed Bar before Monk Brody. As he gazed at Bar, whose eyes were almost closed, a hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes. Sir, go about your business. Monk Brody, looking at Bar on the ground, did not show any surprise but spoke softly. Tai turned around and ran quickly towards the door. In that instant, the gentleness in his eyes dissipated, replaced by boundless coldness. Purchase, Swift Step Boots. Ding. Swift Step Boots purchased successfully. Speed plus 10, ability, double speed when no damage is taken. A pair of red and white combat-like shoes materialized on Tai's feet. Pierce Cloud Bow, fuse with Forsaken Scale Dagger, Quick Strike Spear, Bloodthirsty Sickle. Tai's voice was icy cold, and his heavy hair obscured his eyes. No one could see clearly what those eyes hidden in the shadows looked like. At this moment, Tai's equipment included Swift Step Boots, Pierce Cloud Bow, Bloodthirsty Sickle, Forsaken Scale Dagger, Quick Strike Spear, Guardian's Armor. The remaining Scholar's Gem and Ranger's Axe were temporarily stored in the warehouse by Tai. He sprinted forward, now able to match the speed of an electric scooter. A figure flashing with red light dashed through the forest. At this moment, the sniper was hiding on a tree branch. He had locked onto Tai's position through the lens. Delivered right to my doorstep? Then I'll send you on your way. The sniper pulled the safety and aimed the muzzle at the spot where Tai was running. Bang! He had already locked onto Tai's head, but at the instant the bullet fired, Tai vanished. How could this be? The sniper was stunned. Though previously Tai's ability to withstand bullets had already shocked him, but being able to hurt him somewhat, it made sense. Now, after putting down the deer, Tai seemed like a completely different person. No matter how he tried to lock onto him, he couldn't aim accurately. Bang! 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 The sniper fired 3 consecutive shots at Tai, but all 3 missed. Sweat had already formed on his forehead. Missing these 3 shots was fatal for a sniper. He needed to change positions immediately. The sniper quickly descended from the tree and ran away. He shouldn't have detected me. Looking around, he saw nothing abnormal nearby, took a deep breath, and lay down in the grass, looking back in the direction Tai had been. What is that? The forest's dense foliage only allowed glimpses of sunlight. Through the scope, he saw a flashing figure in the distance. Just as he felt something was wrong, Tai's cold face suddenly appeared in his lens. Reacting quickly, the sniper fled backward, drawing his dagger from his waist and pointing it at Tai. His heart pounded wildly. When did this guy get so close without making a sound? I can't fight him. The boss hasn't had news since entering the temple. Can't linger here. The sniper quickly retreated, knowing he was no match for Tai. But it was too late. Tai had grabbed hold of his fate by the throat. Seeing Tai slowly draw the bow and lock onto Davis's thigh. Whoosh! An arrow shot straight through Davis's upper thigh, causing him to half-kneel due to the rapid movement. Next, Tai locked onto the other leg. Ah! The pain reverberated throughout the forest. Both legs were pierced with arrows. Then, the left hand, then the right. All 4 limbs were pinned into the ground by arrows, immobilizing him completely. The rustling sound entered his ears, the sound of Tai walking through the grass. Sammy knew his life would likely end here. A foot stomped on his back, the immense pressure making him feel suffocated. Just as he thought he was about to die, he suddenly felt his body engulfed in flames. Covered in fire, the intense heat drove him into despair. The smell of burning flesh filled the forest. Tai then extinguished the flames with his foot. Next, the Pierce Cloud Bow transformed into a bloodthirsty sickle. What are you doing? What are you going to do? Sammy's pupils contracted, looking at Tai in terror. Ah! Pain struck again as a chunk of flesh was directly sliced off his back by Tai. Tai did not respond to Davis's words. He was filled with intense anger. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, but these people disrupted his tranquility, and they nearly killed Bar. Tai was thoroughly enraged. He wanted these people to experience something even more terrifying than death. Pieces of shredded flesh were placed before the sniper's eyes, causing his pupils to contract sharply. You devil, may you die miserably. You will get what you deserve. The sniper cursed at Tai. Before I get what I deserve, I'll make you regret everything you've done today. Tai continued to torment the sniper's body, each cut avoiding lethal areas. In the end, there was no skin left on the sniper's back. Blood flowed over his body, staining the ground a crimson red. Just as Tai had said, the sniper now regretted being born. Pain turned into numbness, and then back into pain. Several times, he fainted from the pain, only to be awakened by it again shortly after. This repeated cycle drove him to emotional collapse. Let me die, I'll tell you something. The sniper could no longer bear it. He had no desire to live any longer, only seeking release. Tai did not respond, but the sniper still revealed his secret. There's a squad at the foot of the mountain, about to come up. Their purpose is also to take you for research, but not to Viletag City, rather to another city, and they have military support behind them. The sniper's words made Tai's smile widen. He had already anticipated that if the Viletag City military zone went to such lengths to issue a bounty, other surviving military zones would do the same. Sure enough, they're all damn dark. Tai put the bloodthirsty sickle away in storage, stood up, and headed down the mountain. The sniper, seeing that Tai wasn't giving him a quick death, fell into madness. Kill me, please kill me. The sniper's shouts did not make Tai turn back. I value integrity. If I didn't promise something, I won't do it. With that, Tai quickly walked down the mountain. Want to catch me? Just try. Tai's figure slowly vanished in front of the sniper. The unbearable pain constantly reminded him to take his own life. But with his limbs completely immobilized, The only thing that could end his life was time. Chapter 128. Another military district? Tai set off on the road back to the city. This time, his progress was not only to plunge him back into the abyss, but also to carve a crack within it. Whether this crack led to light or darkness would be determined by his own choice. The sky was bright and mild. 1 year had passed, and now it was the transitional period between summer and autumn. The surrounding vegetation was lush, but Tai stood out starkly against this environment. His body was covered in blood, his face dark, and his eyes glinted with a red hue. He trudged forward with heavy steps. After walking for quite some time, many black dots suddenly appeared in front of him. These dots came closer and closer, revealing the organization the sniper had mentioned, a group that wanted to capture him. Without pausing, Tai moved forward. These people were like grass and trees, unable to impede his progress. Alistair Cheen, is that person up ahead? A subordinate asked a Humbert standing nearby. His name was Creed, a second-generation rich kid in the real world. When the apocalypse arrived, he knew that money had lost its value, yet it still held some allure for ordinary people. Thus, he used his wealth to hire a large number of thugs, forming a mercenary-like organization. Over the past year, he had led this group to occupy a small town as their base and established a human experimentation center there, researching how humans could integrate with mutants to become combat weapons. His ambitions were vast. He believed this apocalypse offered an opportunity to rule the world. Upon receiving intelligence from his subordinates about Tai's immunity, he became interested. He began contacting various military districts, obtaining strategic supplies, and starting the search for Tai. Are the snipers ready? Creed watched Tai approach without stopping. One on each side, the subordinate replied. Shoot directly at Tai's thighs. As long as his brain isn't destroyed, whether he lives or dies doesn't matter. Over the past year, Creed had transformed from timid to decisive. He could feel the pressure Tai exerted on him and knew he had to strike first. The subordinate nodded and just prepared to signal the snipers when he felt something pierce his head. Bro. Auric. Glancing upwards, the subordinate saw an arrow embedded deep in his forehead. With his last strength, he looked forward. Tai had vanished. His consciousness faded, filled only with the sound of gunfire as bullets tore through his body. Tai had used him as a shield. His mind slipped away, leaving his body riddled with holes. Creed had ordered it. He saw Tai charge with superhuman speed and immediately commanded a barrage of fire. But they were too slow. Without saying a word, Tai gave them one response. Die. These men fell like trees, cut down by Tai's giant axe. Their bodies were cleaved in two, blood spraying like fountains. Ferris, shoot. Creed roared, watching rivers of blood flow around him. He had 40 subordinates, yet within a minute, half of them were cut in two. How fast was that? 1 kill every 3 seconds. No wonder Tai was pursued by all the military districts. After firing his rifle dry, Creed seized a Type 03 assault rifle from a subordinate and continued attacking. Everyone, form a line. Don't aim at Tai, just fire straight ahead. Creed's command proved effective. Thanks to his speed boots, Tai could dodge bullets easily, almost untouched. However, if the entire space around him was sealed by gunfire, it was different. The speed boots' doubled speed effect vanished upon being hit, rendering Tai vulnerable to bullets. Bullets struck his body, embedding themselves in his skin before popping out like toothpaste from a tube. Tai focused on the men wielding the Type 03 rifles. The Type 03 assault rifle was specifically configured for the military, but it was not the configuration of the Violatagshi military district. A year ago, during the battle with the centipedes, the Violatagshi military district used the Type 95 rifles. As the sniper mentioned earlier, this group belonged to another military district. Which one? Tisk. Tai's eyes glinted red as he sneered at the men in front of him. In this apocalypse, people were more concerned about turning their weapons on their own kind, rather than dealing with mutants and zombies first. The apocalypse revealed true human nature. Indeed, the few men firing saw Tai's bloodthirsty smile and gulped. Was this a man or a demon? How could he be so fast and impervious to bullets? Tai stood before them, raising his axe for another massacre. Creed was captivated by certain features of Tai. Fear vanished, replaced by a desire to possess. Yet, he knew these men couldn't stop Tai. He needed reinforcements from the military district to capture him. Standing behind the crowd, Creed pulled out his pistol, aiming it at Tai. Then, his other hand produced a grenade. Stepping backward, he pulled the pin and threw it toward the group. Boom. Bang bang bang. The entire mountain erupted with thunderous explosions. Tai avoided the blast, but the shockwave ruptured his eardrums. The noise was deafening, even Tai took time to recover. This was Creed's ace in the hole. Each of his subordinates had explosives rigged to their bodies, making them living bombs in times of crisis. Shaking his head, Tai turned his gaze to the two snipers on either side. Both snipers were dazed from the explosion, half collapsed on the ground. Tai drew his penetrating bow, locking onto one sniper's head. Twang. As the arrow pierced one sniper's skull, the other was struck in the thigh by Speed Strike gun, immobilizing him. Tai approached the sole surviving sniper. If he didn't know which military district they were from, asking would solve that. Looking at the fallen sniper, Tai's icy expression twisted into a sinister smile. Chapter 129 Tai. You devil. Ah. The sniper's agonized scream echoed throughout the forest. Tai pulled out his quick strike gun, coldly eyeing the sniper. This time, what he had thrown was a solid object engulfed in flames. The moment it penetrated the body, not only did it bring pain but also the sensation of being scorched. I'll only ask once. If you're wrong, I guarantee your pain before death will be 100 times worse than this. Ty's words were like whispers from the Grim Reaper, mourning over the sniper for the last time. You devil. The sniper looked at Ty, finding no trace of humanity in his eyes. It seemed as if he had already severed ties with human beings. Earlier, another sniper on the mountain had described Ty the same way. That description wasn't inaccurate. In fact, when Ty perceived a threat to his life, his actions could be even more terrifying than those of a devil. What is the name of the military district you are collaborating with? Ty asked sternly, looking at the sniper. Viletag City. Viletag City Military District. The sniper answered hastily, hoping for a slim chance of survival. Ty sighed in exasperation as he looked at the sniper. You had a chance, and you didn't take it. Ty took out his guardian axe and began to carve one wound after another into the sniper's body. The added burns made the sniper's skin turn bright red. I'll let your body slowly roll down the hillside from the mountaintop. Each wound will drag along anything on the ground, and that kind of pain you've never experienced. Ty looked at the sniper with a smile on his face. The sniper choked back a sob. He saw Daviscold bodies in the distance. Even though they were destroyed by detonators, the broken limbs resembled chopped wooden stakes, grotesque and horrible. At that moment, he suddenly felt that dying from a detonator might have been more comfortable. What frightened him wasn't just Ty's graphic descriptions, but also the chilling smile on Ty's face. I say it's Chongting Military District. The sniper finally broke and revealed the name of their cooperating military district to Ty. In the next second, his head was pierced through by a spear. Even before realizing it, he was dead. Ty stared at the bombed-out road ahead, his expression growing colder. In his previous life, Viletag City Military District had been relatively famous. As for Chongting Military District, compared to Viletag City Military District, it was nothing but a pest to irritate Ty. Chongting Military District wasn't an actual military district, but an armed organization established by militants who had seized power in Chongting City. Its scale was only 1/5 of Viletag City Military District. Ty gazed forward with cold indifference. Compared to Viletag City Military District, his rage was now directed at Chongting. So be it, then wait for destruction. Killing intent surged from Ty, and his eyes glowed red as he headed downhill. His current strength might not be enough to destroy Viletag City Military District, but it was different for Chongting Military District. A nearly weaponless military district posed no significant threat to Ty. With adequate preparation, he was confident. I will destroy this military district alone. The prelude to Ty's story in the apocalypse would begin with Chongting Military District as the sharpening stone. Ty reached the foot of the mountain. He paused for a moment, looking back at Ashtone Mountain. This mountain, painted in natural green, was the place where he truly felt at home in the apocalypse. Eventually, he had to leave. Ty walked to where he had parked his vehicle. Everything here had changed beyond recognition. The car windows were shattered, and the hood was smashed. This Jeep Wrangler was now a scrapped vehicle. He raised his gaze toward the front. A year ago, there were several buildings standing here as farmhouses. Now, these buildings were covered in dust. Inside, spider webs blanketed the rooms. The entire building gave off a gray, oppressive atmosphere, evoking a sense of desolation. On the ground, apart from scattered items, there were bloodstains left behind after being washed by rain. The deepness of these stains hadn't diminished even after a year. Additionally, there were a few human bones with bits of flesh still attached. Whether these remains belonged to zombies or humans was unknown. Ty withdrew his gaze. Nearby, there were a few pickup trucks. These were all remnants left by the organizations that came to capture Ty. This guy is indeed smart. Ty looked at the tires of the few pickup trucks, all slashed open and completely deflated. Even if they were started, they wouldn't be able to move. Ty walked toward his Wrangler where he had parked it for a year. Fortunately, the map he left in the car was not taken by anyone. The map of Ashtonjiang City had the clubhouse map annotated by Seymour. Ty browsed through the location of Chongting City, which wasn't too far from Ashtone Mountain. It was about 200 kilometers away. However, on the condition that he had a vehicle. 1 year into the apocalypse, even cars parked roadside without management were mostly in semi-abandoned states. Ty withdrew his gaze and decided to head toward the city next to Ashtone Mountain to try his luck. On the way, Ty encountered a few zombies, most of which had reached the second stage. That meant that this year's changes had raised the overall level of zombies by 1 stage. They moved faster and became more powerful. Fortunately, Ashtone Mountain's remote location didn't attract many zombies. With the help of his swift step boots, Ty arrived at a small town. There were many zombies wandering nearby, and ahead, an SUV was surrounded by them. Quite lucky. Ty stood afar, took out his sky-piercing bow, and began shooting at the zombies ahead. Arrow after arrow tore through the air, piercing the heads of the zombies. Soon, the group of zombies discovered Ty's trail and started running towards him. Meanwhile, the 3 men trapped in the car saw their path cleared and drove away without any intention of helping Ty. Since they didn't plan to save him, neither did Ty have any intention of saving them. He shot the zombies to lure the men forward. When he first came this way, he noticed a giant anthropomorphic spider up ahead. Giant anthropomorphic spiders were curious about moving objects and would use silk to bind them as trophies. The roaring of a moving car would surely catch the spider's attention. And just as Ty expected, while the 3 men were driving away, a thick strand of spider silk suddenly fell from above, directly binding the car in place. Seeing this, the men revved the engine with all its power, but it was futile. You look above. One man in the car saw through the sunroof a giant spider, elephant-sized, lying on top of a building, watching them with over a dozen eyes. Hurry, get out of the car. Staying here means death. The three men quickly opened the doors and ran into the surrounding buildings. At this moment, Ty slowly cleared the zombies on the ground and then walked toward the bound car. Chapter 130. Those who eat others shall ultimately be eaten. At this moment, the three people who had abandoned their vehicle ran into a stairwell. Damn it, quickly find us a way out. Sammy in the middle, dressed in a suit, roared angrily at the other two. Though he was wearing a suit, his face was extremely haggard, and the suit itself was stained with filth from days of running for his life. Right now, fury was etched all over his face. If it weren't for your reckless driving, would we be in this mess? It's already the 4th day. I asked you to escort me to Tianfeng City, but where have you taken me? His frustration reached its peak, and he used all his strength to scold the two men. He had originally been the director of a shelter in a neighboring city, but a week ago, mutated creatures gathered and devoured his shelter. Escaping with two subordinates, they fled in a car, hoping to take refuge in the nearby Tianfeng City. However, the urban landscape had changed significantly over the past year, becoming unfamiliar, and combined with the zombies roaming within the town, they had been trapped in this small city for 3 whole days. Now it's fucking great. Our food is gone, and we've lost the only vehicle that could help us escape. Tell me what to do. If we don't get out of here, I'll feed you to the zombies. The veins on the Yanni's forehead stood out as he shouted furiously. Alistair Walt, calm down. Do you remember the person who shot arrows from a distance and saved us before? One of the subordinates said. Just spit it out. The Yanni frowned slightly and asked grimly. While driving, I saw that he had a backpack on his back. There must be food inside. We can ask him for some. The subordinate suggested. Will he give it to us? Hearing this suggestion, the Yanni's anger gradually subsided. If not, then we kill him. What are 3 of us afraid of one person for? A hint of malice crossed the subordinate's face as he spoke. The Yanni had spent an entire year in the shelter. Although supplies weren't abundant, life was quite comfortable, and he had never experienced such hunger. When the subordinate proposed this plan, he inwardly agreed. Fine, let's do as you say. So how do we find him? The Yanni asked grimly. We should go check the exit first. That spider is too large to enter there. With that, the Yanni and the 2 subordinates retraced their steps, heading towards the exit. Meanwhile, Ty had just encountered the giant anthropomorphic spider. It wasn't particularly strong, being only 3rd stage. After all, this was a small town, and it didn't have many human prey to feed on. But its appearance was truly terrifying. Its body wasn't entirely black but resembled a pygmy spider, with white hair around the joints of its legs. Its thick, long legs were as wide and long as an adult human's arms. The spider's body was black and white striped, with over a dozen red glowing eyes. Its mouth parts writhed constantly, as if chewing on something. Most horrifying was the human-faced image on its abdomen. The image was white, resembling a face both crying and laughing, as if it took pleasure in death. An atmosphere of oppression, suffocation, and despair enveloped the face. Right now, a thick strand of spider silk hung from its abdomen, allowing it to dangle in midair. Ty glanced at the anthropomorphic spider, not intending to provoke it. His only goal was to leave this place by car. He walked up to the bound vehicle. Spider silk is flammable. It would turn to ashes after being burned for a while. But just as Ty was about to use the flame from the patrol axe to burn it off, the anthropomorphic spider became agitated. In its eyes, the entire town belonged to it, and Ty's actions were nothing short of invading its territory. It swiftly cut off the silk connecting its abdomen and began climbing toward Ty across the vertical building walls. Then, countless strands of spider silk shot toward Ty like arrows. To protect his backpack from being torn, Ty tossed it into a corner. If it wanted to die so badly, he'd oblige it. Ty took out the sky-piercing bow and began to lock onto the anthropomorphic spider's position. Hurry, now's the time. Go grab his backpack. The Yanni and his 2 subordinates hid at the entrance of the stairwell, eyeing the nearby backpack. Hurry, if we can't get it, we'll starve to death here. The Yanni urged them on anxiously. But one of the subordinates hesitated, glancing at the anthropomorphic spider above. Do it now. The Yanni and the other subordinate exchanged a glance, then directly shoved him out, using their bodies to block the stairwell entrance. If you can't get it, don't come back. This sudden action left Davis with no choice but to reluctantly approach the backpack. But at that moment, Ty's battle had already concluded. The anthropomorphic spider above had been shot through its posterior sac by the sky-piercing bow, killing it instantly. Its 8 legs instantly curled up together, and the spider silk from its sac hung its corpse above the floor, like a black blob of meat swaying in the wind. Just as the pushed-out man was about to approach the backpack, he locked eyes with Ty. Big brother, could you give me some food? Sammy immediately made his move, pointing to the backpack beside him. Leave here within 3 seconds, and I'll pretend I didn't see you. Ty didn't even glance at Davis. He picked up the backpack and threw it into the car. Alistair Walt, that's our car. He's trying to take it for himself. Sammy, hiding at the stairwell entrance, became frantic, shouting at the Yanni. I saw that. What can we do? To kill such a huge spider so quickly, he must be very strong. We're starving and have no strength. It seems taking the backpack by force isn't going to work. The Yanni frowned deeply. He hadn't eaten for 5 days and had only managed to quell his hunger yesterday by drinking the last bottle of mineral water. If he didn't eat soon, He'd likely die of starvation rather than being eaten by zombies. What smell is that? It smells so good. The Yanni seemed to catch a whiff of something delicious, saying it dreamily. It's the smell of grilled meat. The subordinate replied. Alistair Walt. It's coming from Dean's body. The subordinate looked ahead, seeing a burned corpse next to Ty. Though fear flashed across his eyes, there was also an inner desire. A desire to eat it. And that burning corpse belonged to Davis, who had asked Ty for food. After being refused, Davis's pent-up frustration reached its peak. He hadn't eaten for a long time, and Ty was about to drive away in their car. At this rate, they'd starve to death even if they weren't killed by zombies. So, evil intentions surfaced in his heart. Just as he prepared to strangle Ty from behind while he grabbed the backpack, he got burned by the flames emanating from Ty's body. His fate was clear. Ty didn't even look at him, simply stabbing him in the head with a single shot. Alistair Walt, how about? The subordinate watched as Ty drove off in the car, addressing the Yanni. The Yanni was already desperate. He was too hungry. Even human flesh, he would eat. He couldn't starve any longer. The Yanni rushed forward and began devouring the former companion, chewing on Davis's body like a ravenous animal. He lay on the ground, gnawing fiercely on the corpse, acting more like an animal driven mad by the apocalypse. The subordinate couldn't hold back either and joined in eating the human flesh. Blood smeared their mouths, and pieces of flesh stuck to their teeth, but they paid no mind, continuing to devour wildly. Their minds repeated one sentence over and over again. Eating meant survival. Eating meant they wouldn't starve to death. The Yanni clutched an arm, gnawing on it as if it were a chicken leg. However, they didn't notice that the blood flowing from Davis they were eating attracted nearby zombies and mutants to the street. Ultimately, the Yanni and his subordinate were completely surrounded by zombies. While they ate human flesh, other people were eyeing them, planning to eat them as well. Chapter 131. Arrival at Chongqing City, Ty's probe. Chongqing City. The entire city is divided into two parts. One part is the military district planning area. Occasionally, zombies would enter this area, but they would be cleared out swiftly. This is the only place in Chongqing City where one can survive. It covers an area of about 10,000 mu, roughly the size of an ordinary junior college. The remaining area is almost entirely dominated by zombies and mutants. Due to the small footprint of the military district, the number of people within it is very limited, which forces most of the refugees to hide nearby, waiting for acceptance into the military zone. The Chongqing Military District accepts refugees fleeing from outside every month, with varying numbers each time. This is the last hope for citizens who have yet to enter the military district. At this moment, Ty had already driven to the outskirts of the Chongqing Military District, followed by a large group of zombies. Walston up, stop immediately, or we will take compulsory measures. The soldiers guarding the gate shouted sternly as they saw Ty driving toward them. But this warning was ineffective. Ty drove straight toward the gate. In less than 5 seconds, he would crash into it. The guards didn't bother to fire. Instead, they quickly moved aside. Just as he was about to hit the gate, Ty demonstrated his long-dormant autumn mountain driving skills. With a 360-degree drift, he spun the car around so that the rear faced forward. Looking at the dense crowd of zombies ahead, his calm eyes glinted oddly. It's all up to you now. Ty turned to look at Davis in the suit, who was tied up beside him, with a hint of a smile on his face. This Yanni was the one who had eaten his companion's flesh earlier. After getting back into the car, Ty didn't drive far. Instead, he timed his return carefully. He killed all the zombies surrounding the Yanni and his subordinate. Initially, he planned to use these two as bait to lure the zombies, but the subordinate was bitten by a half-dead zombie before he could act, leaving him with only the Yanni as bait. No. The Yanni frantically shook his head, trying to plead for mercy, but his mouth was completely gagged, and his body was secured in the passenger seat, rendering him unable to speak. His pleas were useless to Ty. With practiced ease, Ty took out a knife, cut open the major artery in the Yanni's wrist, then slashed through the seatbelt and pushed him out of the car. A human who eats humans is no different from a zombie, or perhaps even more terrifying because a human can think. The Yanni's eyes widened in fear, his whole body trembling, tears streaming down his cheeks. He could feel the blood gushing from his wrist. Thud. He landed hard on the ground. Good luck. Ty closed the passenger door, increased the throttle, and crashed through the zombie horde. The Yanni watched helplessly as the wave of zombies surged behind him, paralyzed by terror. Waltke a worm. He desperately wriggled forward. At this moment, the cloth in his mouth slipped out. Hurry and save me. Don't run away. Don't leave me here. I haven't been infected. I'm human. The Yanni screamed at the fleeing soldiers. There was still blood on his teeth, and bits of flesh lodged between them. He had eaten others, yet now he feared being eaten himself. Unfortunately, he had no choice left. As the soldiers closed the gates, the Yanni was surrounded by the zombie horde. Chunks of flesh fell from his body one by one. These zombies lacked even the courage to turn him into one of their own. Instead, they tore apart his limbs and head in their rush to feast on his remains. At this moment, his life ended. Meanwhile, Ty stopped the car not far ahead, watching the military defenses through the glass. His actions aimed to probe the true strength of the Chongqing Military District. After all, the entire world had changed because of his rebirth. So it was possible that the Chongqing Military District had undergone tremendous changes. In his previous life, he had never interacted with anyone from this military district. Soon, The strength of the Chongqing military district became apparent to Tai. On the walls, rows of soldiers armed with Type 03 rifles began firing at the zombie horde. Just when Tai thought there were no heavy weapons available, a loud cannon shot shattered the city's silence. Boom! The shell exploded amidst the throng of zombies. In an instant, countless limbs flew up into the sky along with splattered blood. Most of the zombies were destroyed by the explosion in the horde. My goodness, aren't they afraid of attracting those mutants? Tai quickly turned the steering wheel and drove forward. To prevent unexpected incidents, he chose to temporarily leave the Chongqing military district. After all, the sound of shells was no joke. However, he had also witnessed the strength of the Chongqing military district. In this life, they possessed heavy weapons, though their decision-making seemed a bit foolish. Therefore, charging in alone wouldn't work. He needed to find a way to infiltrate and solve the problem from within. Due to its limited area, the Chongqing military district couldn't extensively use heavy weapons like artillery. Tai drove away from the Chongqing military district but was soon attracted by a large group of refugees nearby. After hearing the shell explosions, they didn't seem frightened, but instead looked somewhat hopeful. Tai rolled down his window, pointing at a relatively young Barney crouching nearby. You, get in. Tai took out a pre-roasted sweet potato slice from his backpack and threw it to the Barney. The Barney was quite sensible. He opened the car door and got in, surviving in the apocalypse for a year. For these children who were only 15 or 16 years old, food mattered more than anything. Moreover, if the car owner truly intended to exploit them, he wouldn't waste food on them. He would just take them by force. The Barney finished the sweet potato in a few bites, eating everything including the skin. Afterward, he even licked his fingers that smelled of sweet potatoes. I'll ask questions and you answer them. Understand? Tai parked the car in the underground garage, looking at the Barney solemnly. Understood. The Barney sized up Tai from head to toe. Although his clothes were covered in blood, apart from blood, there were no other stains. He had a car, food, and water. This must be someone wealthy. The Barney gazed at Tai with hope-filled eyes, ready to tell him everything he knew. Chapter 132, The Waltel Brantley Asking for Food. Tai took a bottle of mineral water out of his backpack and then drank a large gulp. Answer me to my satisfaction, and this half bottle of water is yours. Tai looked at the young Barney and continued. The first question. What are you squatting here for? The Barney answered without hesitation. Waiting for the military zone to come and take people in. Take people in? Tai's brows slightly furrowed, finding this answer rather surprising. They usually come once a month to take people in, but if there's a zombie attack on the military zone, after the battle ends, they will bring people in earlier. The Barney's speech was somewhat dry, as if he hadn't spoken this much for a long time. So, does that mean it's not easy to join the military zone? Tai asked. Yeah, only during fixed times do they allow people in. The Barney nodded. Is there any standard for entering? They either take the stronger ones or young women. Others just have to rely on luck. The Barney swallowed, looking at the bottle of mineral water in Tai's hand. What do you do once inside? Tai threw the mineral water bottle to the Barney and asked again. I don't know, but I've heard the adults say that inside, as long as you work, you can eat full meals, which sounds pretty good. The Barney finished drinking all the mineral water Tai gave him immediately. It wasn't because he was extremely thirsty, but because he was too hungry, so he tried to use water to fill his hunger. So, it's very likely that they will come to take people in now, right? Yeah. The Barney nodded. Suddenly, a sound like whistling came from outside. I have to go out now. The military zone is here to take people in. After seeing Tai nodding in agreement, the Barney walked toward the car door. As he was about to get off the car, Tai glanced at the empty mineral water bottle in the Barney's hand, and a trace of suspicion flashed across his face. Then he lowered his eyes to his own clothes. Though his clothes were stained with blood, they looked too neat. If the military zone came to take people, they would surely suspect something. It seems I have to find some clothes outside. Tai parked the car in the parking lot, took out his backpack, and hid it beside a wrecked car. Just as he was walking toward the exit of the parking lot, many footsteps suddenly sounded above. A group of children around 5 or 6 years old ran down from upstairs and surrounded Tai. Will, I'm hungry. Will, do you have water? I want a drink. Several little kids held empty bowls in one hand and tugged at Tai's clothes with the other, asking pitifully. Tai ignored them and walked forward, but these children became more relentless. They tightly hugged Tai's legs with both hands, preventing him from moving forward. At this moment, a middle-aged dream walked in from outside. Her hair was very greasy, and her skin, due to long periods without washing her face, had turned yellow and dry. Her clothes were even ragged, revealing some private areas faintly. Sir, the children haven't eaten anything for several days. Please give them something to eat. We adults can bear not eating, but the children cannot. The dream said almost pleadingly. In this world, children shouldn't be eating at all. Tai looked coldly at the dream, already guessing what was happening. Just as he prepared to walk forward, a child pretended to fall down and started crying. We'll hit people. We'll hit people. The sobbing voices of the children sounded like chattering sparrows, greatly annoying Tai. If it weren't for his reluctance to kill children, these kids would have died under his blade long ago. Get lost, don't bother me. Seeing one of the kids grabbing his pant leg, Tai instantly got angry. He kicked the kid away directly. What happened, Mom? In an instant, a man holding a toothpick between his teeth came down from above. My darlings, why are you all crying? The toothpick man panicked upon seeing the children covering their eyes and crying, glancing at the dream. The children were hungry, so they wanted to ask this gentleman for food, but he refused and hit them. The dream looked at the toothpick man with a sad expression, her voice trembling slightly. I say, sir, giving some food doesn't mean you have to resort to violence, right? The toothpick man saw the bloodstains on Ty's body, his eyes gleaming. He placed his hand behind his back. The child on the ground who was crying noticed the toothpick man's hand signaling and seemed to understand something, starting to run outside. At this moment, Ty began to scrutinize the toothpick man before him. His clothes were rather dirty, as if he had been living in the post-apocalyptic world for a year. Taking his clothes would probably allow him to pass off without suspicion. Alistair, I don't ask for much. Give these children just enough food to fill their bellies, and I'll let you go. As soon as Davis finished speaking, those children who had been crying on the ground immediately clung to Ty's legs again, like sticky candy that wouldn't let go. Tell that kid who ran out to hurry up and not waste my time. Upon hearing Ty's words, the toothpick man was momentarily stunned. Tell that kid to hurry up? Does he know I sent the child to call for backup? At this moment, the dream beside him also sensed something amiss and quickly retreated behind the toothpick man. After a few seconds, a child led 6 adult men into the area. Each of them held a stick nailed with rusty nails, and some even showed faint red bloodstains. Ty raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of amusement in his eyes. Including the toothpick man, there were 7 burly men in total. The military zone only accepted strong men. If he killed these 7 men, wouldn't his chances of being selected increase? Good idea. Seeing Ty smile, the toothpick man's arrogance resurfaced. Alistair, let's speak clearly. They are all relatives of these children and have watched them grow up. We adults can endure hunger, but we can't let the children starve. Hand over the food, and we'll pretend nothing happened. Hearing such hypocritical words, Ty felt increasingly nauseous. You won't eat, but you'll let the children eat? Do you feel no pain in your conscience when you say that? Or is this just a bit of self-comfort while you do such despicable things, so your conscience feels better? It's called the mental victory method. Am I right? Ty looked at the toothpick man with a mocking expression. TSK, it seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin? The toothpick man waved his hand, signaling the men behind him to act. If you won't yield, then you must be forced. The men behind him, armed with sticks, began to approach Ty. The children still clung tightly to his legs, seeming well practiced in this routine. Looking at the 6 men approaching him, Ty revealed a strange smile. Chapter 133, Selection Rules of the Military District. As several men approached Ty, a sudden gust of wind flashed by, and all the children hugging Ty were sent flying. Immediately after, 5 heads rolled evenly onto the ground. Then, 5 headless corpses thudded to the ground. Blood spread forward like little snakes. The children lying on the ground, witnessing this terrifying scene, began to cry. In front, the surviving man and Dream were stunned by Ty's fierce attack. What was going on? Why did those people die without even seeing him move? How is that possible? This was even more horrifying than that person from the military district. The Bart took a few steps back, grabbing the Dream behind him and pulling out a handgun from his waist, placing it on her shoulder as he shouted angrily. I warn you, don't come any closer. This gun was something the Bart found on a dead military district soldier. Outside the military district, he could be considered the street bully here, becoming a small leader with this weapon. These children were his tools for committing crimes. Through this method, he had already robbed many food supplies. But he had never encountered such a difficult situation as today. Looking at Ty's devilish smile, the Bart became frightened. Bang! He pulled the trigger, aiming directly at Ty's head. Due to lack of professional training and fear in his heart, the first shot missed. Seeing Ty getting closer, the Bart looked at the Dream in front of him and pushed her toward Ty. Swoosh! Blood flowed from the Dream's lower abdomen. Ty didn't show mercy. The blade stabbed straight into her stomach. Another gunshot followed. This time, the Bart hit Ty's shoulder accurately. Thinking he had severely wounded Ty, he was shocked by the unnatural phenomenon around Ty's body. What was going on? The bullet hadn't pierced through his body. The Bart shivered, terror instantly flooding his mind. This fear was one he had developed while surviving in the post-apocalypse for a year, imagining what would happen if he met someone stronger or a zombie. This mindset made his imagined scary scenes surge up when he truly faced powerful individuals. With a thud, the Bart knelt on the ground, pleading with Ty. Alistair, I was wrong. For the sake of these kids, spare me. He had barely survived in this apocalypse for a year, even having his own territory. He didn't want to lose it like this. That was a fantasy he sought between life's cracks, but he felt Ty would strip away this world of fantasies. So, Ty pushed the Dream's corpse aside, stepping towards Davis. If I die, these children will have no food. They can't protect themselves, only I can provide for them. The Bart hastily explained. That does make some sense. Ty nodded in agreement. But, how does that concern me? A chilling smile appeared on Ty's lips. Seeing this expression, another idea sprang into the Bart's mind. Simulated tactics against imaginary enemies he thought about day and night. Pretend surrender, then run fast. The moment Ty approached, he fled backward. The military would soon come to take people. As long as he could meet them, Ty couldn't kill him. But the next second, his thoughts froze. In front of his eyes, an arrow appeared just before his nose bridge. It was Ty's arrow, which shot straight into his brain from the back of his head, piercing through his skull. Thud. The Bart fell to the ground, blood not fully seeping out due to the arrow blocking the wound. Tai glanced at the children still crying behind him. He really wanted to kill them, but after careful thought, he couldn't bring himself to do it. He took off his shirt, walked to the Bart's body, and started changing clothes. Just as he finished changing, someone hiding nearby ran away. It was the same Glenn who answered Tai's questions earlier and was taken by him in the car. It was obvious why someone came looking for him for food right after he got out of the car. Clearly, this Glenn had snitched on him. That whistle must have been the signal to alert others. The arrow-piercing bow reappeared in Tai's hand, locking onto the Barney's back. Whoosh! In an instant, the arrow struck accurately into the Barney's back. When the Barney drank from the mineral water bottle and took it away, Tai grew suspicious. However, at that moment, he did not plan to kill the Barney. But, by giving this Barney a chance, he chose to betray it. If he let this Barney live, then every time he showed up in Chongqing City, similar incidents would keep happening. Even his car parked in the underground garage could be destroyed at any moment. Tai walked slowly forward. He looked at the still-breathing Barney lying on the ground and whispered, "Choosing a better life isn't wrong, but you need to stay alive first to make it better." After ending the Barney's life, Tai continued walking forward. He needed to blend into the crowd he passed earlier when driving. This way, the chances of being selected into the military district would increase. Soon, Tai joined the group. Initially, everyone's eyes were fixed on what was ahead, not noticing Tai. But as time went on, most of them spotted him. Their gazes carried envy and admiration. This puzzled Tai. What's going on? They think you might take their place. A voice came from behind him. Turning around, Tai saw a Humbert with a buzz cut. His face bore a bright red scar like a burn mark, its texture resembling a lizard crawling across his face. He held a blade of grass in his mouth, looking somewhat defiant, yet his eyes were deeper than ordinary people's. He wasn't particularly tall, appearing quite lean, but he was impossible to overlook. He seemed about 2 or 3 years older than Tai. For men followed him. They might be his minions or friends. How many people does the military district usually recruit? Seeing how knowledgeable Davis was, Tai asked. It depends on luck. Good luck means everyone gets in. Bad luck means only the best survive. As Davis spoke, a faint aura of menace surfaced. Women? Tai was confused. If they needed strong men, why involve women to fill the gaps? You'll know once you're inside. Sammy spat out the toothpick from his mouth and gazed ahead. Here they come. From the front came the sound of car engines, dozens of military vehicles driving down the street. Waltzed up. Since the military district is reaching capacity, this recruitment will select survivors from zombie crowds. Those who can hold out for 10 minutes among zombies will be selected for the military district. Someone on one of the vehicles used a megaphone to announce to those wishing to join. What? Hold out against zombies for 10 minutes? Fuck, aren't they just asking for our lives? Each round is worse than the last. This military district is disgusting. I'd rather roam around outside. I'm not joining the military district. Several people in the crowd cursed and quickly ran in the opposite direction of the army, canceling their plans to join the military district. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the men trying to dodge the selection fell into pools of blood. Chapter 134 Selection begins. Everyone listen up. The selection phase has now begun. Anyone who attempts to flee will be killed on the spot. Sammy in the car finished speaking and immediately threw down several bloody corpses from above. Tai's eyebrows slightly furrowed as he sensed something amiss. Logically, if they were selecting individuals for the military, even if someone opted out, it wouldn't cause any substantial impact on them. But why would they choose to execute people on the spot and stipulate a 10-minute survival requirement? Coincidentally, this 10-minute survival period was exactly the time it took for an ordinary person to become infected and mutate into a zombie after being exposed to a zombie virus. Ordinary people would mutate within 5 minutes of being infected by zombies. However, some individuals with genetic antibodies could last up to 10 minutes. Tai recalled the misdeeds of Chongqing Military District from his previous life. Wolf human experiments. Could they be capturing those who surpassed the 10-minute limit to use as test subjects? Sammy, who had been speaking earlier, glanced at Tai, a smile creeping onto his face. There's no point in thinking so much right now. You'll understand once you're inside. Sammy's words piqued Tai's interest. Do you know something? Tai asked. Whether I know or not won't solve the current issue. If you can survive going in there, I'll tell you. After saying this, Davis drew a Nepalese army knife from his waist and walked forward. His companions followed closely behind him. Tai shifted his gaze to the bloodied corpses that had been thrown off the vehicle. Most notably, he noticed the faces that had been badly burnt beyond recognition, making it impossible to distinguish their gender. What was the purpose of this? Before Tai could think further, a large group of zombies started running toward them. Among these zombies were some that Tai had previously lured into the military district. It seemed like history was repeating itself. Those who had initially planned to join the military district were now terrified by the influx of zombies. Most of these people had survived until now not because of their own abilities, but because the military district periodically cleared the area of zombies, allowing them to barely scrape by. A small portion of them had indeed relied on their own skills to survive. They had been capable of joining the military district earlier, but preferred the freedom outside. However, as the food and water supplies in the supermarket dwindled, they realized staying outside would eventually lead to a food crisis. Hence, they considered joining the military district. They never imagined the military district would resort to such tactics. Quickly find a place to hide. We just need to survive 10 minutes to join the military district. Don't engage the zombies head-on. One person shouted to the crowd and ran toward the staircase. Anyone who had survived until now, whether through luck or reliance on others, wasn't foolish. They understood the dire consequences of facing a horde of zombies. After saying this, the person ran directly toward the staircase. Another gunshot echoed. Bang! Sammy, who tried to run toward the staircase, was shot in the head. Observing the military's actions, Ty gradually understood their intent. This was clearly a tactic to force people into the zombie horde, forcing them to fight for survival. Such a method was the simplest and most brutal way to identify individuals with genetic antibodies. Ty didn't retrieve the weapons from his system storage, but picked up a small knife from one of the corpses and started walking toward the zombie horde. Seeing that escaping or hiding would ultimately result in death, the others had no choice but to follow suit and confront the zombies. Everyone knew that directly engaging the zombie horde would certainly mean their death. Therefore, their only strategy was to draw the zombies' attention to other living humans nearby. Each person harbored their own secret thoughts, except for Ty and Davis he had spoken to earlier. Sammy's name was Nash. He was a native of Chongqing City, a freelancer, or more accurately, a hired enforcer who beat people for money. However, he adhered to a principle. He never attacked anyone weaker than himself. Through countless beatings, he learned valuable combat techniques. When the apocalypse began, he fled with his girlfriend. Later, armed militants occupied Chongqing Military District and selected survivors to join. His girlfriend was chosen, but due to his frail appearance, he wasn't selected. Subsequently, he made various efforts to find out how his girlfriend was faring inside the military district. But there was no news at all. Following that, he built up his own forces around the military district, gathering information about his girlfriend and Chongqing Military District from all over. Ultimately, in a desolate wasteland, he found his girlfriend's corpse. By then, her body had been gnawed beyond recognition by birds. What enraged him most was that he detected a chemical smell on her body. From that moment on, he determined to infiltrate Chongqing Military District, uncover the truth, and avenge his deceased girlfriend. He came with hatred, and his military knife reaped zombie lives like a harvester. His four subordinates also stood in Machete positions behind, left, and right of him, clearing the zombies attacking from behind. Even Ty was drawn to Nash's fierce combat style. This was the first person with exceptional combat skills he encountered after his rebirth. Each strike carried intense killing intent, hitting vital points every time. Why haven't I heard of this guy in my previous life? Logically, someone so strong should be quite famous. Ty watched Nash's knife technique, amazed. If given a blood-weeping blade, wouldn't this guy be able to slaughter all the zombies in the city? Ty easily moved through the zombie horde using his swift boots and knowledge gem speed. Since he wasn't attacked, his speed remained unchanged. However, occasionally Ty would pretend to put effort into killing zombies. At this time, a sergeant observing from afar with binoculars noticed both Nash and Ty. These two, pay special attention. If they're fine, let these two enter the military district. What attracted Virgil was not Ty's agility or Nash's knife skills. It was the endurance of these two men. Their striking and moving speeds were almost consistently maintained. This was what Virgil valued most. As for the others, most had already become lunch for the zombies, while a small portion continuously used other survivors as shields to evade zombies madly. After 10 minutes, a gunshot from the soldier ended this selection. Chapter 135. Abnormalities in the Military and the Appearance of Giants? The gunshot echoed across the Despair Land. The group did not stop due to this gunshot because the zombies surrounding them were still overwhelmingly numerous. If they stopped, they would become food for the zombies. Including Ty and Nash, only 12 people had survived within the circle of zombies. 10 males, 2 females. Didn't they say when there's a lack of manpower, women make up the numbers? I noticed a few pretty ones inside. Why didn't they protect them? Ty pushed through the zombie horde and came to stand beside Nash. This time, the zombies were generally between first and second rank, making them no more than a swarm of ants for Ty. What puzzled him was the military district's approach. Really think I'm one of the military now? While answering Ty, Nash picked up his bayonet and started slaughtering the surrounding zombies. At this moment, the army also began to attack the surrounding zombies. How did these soldiers survive? Ty looked at the heavy machine guns mounted on military vehicles far away, frowning slightly in surprise. Ordinarily, the military would choose to use silenced rifles when clearing out a zombie horde to prevent attracting more zombies or mutants from other areas. But this damn Chongqing military district not only failed to equip silencers, but even used M60 heavy machine guns for sweeping fire. Killing was swift, but the noise made everything much messier. These kinds of things, they've done more than once or twice. If powerful mutants or zombies are attracted, they will use a batch of people as bait to lure them away. Nash smiled. So, you joined this Chongqing military district for a reason, huh? Ty glanced at Nash, a meaningful glint flashing in his eyes. Steady actions, clear speech, goal-oriented. Such a person would either be a soldier like Unkor, loyal to death, or under no circumstances join the military unless there was an ulterior motive. Yeah, just like you, always carrying some kind of agenda. Nash also turned to look at Ty, a trace of a smile in his eyes. Their conversation paused amid this unspoken clash. Alistair Gua, Hassan, he got bitten by a zombie. One of his subordinates said urgently. Ty and Nash turned their heads at the same time. Behind Nash, considered a blind spot in the army's gunfire, the zombies grew even more frenzied upon hearing the heavy machine guns. Hassan's attacks completely couldn't keep up, causing him to get bitten at the junction of his neck and shoulder. Blood gushed endlessly from Hassan's mouth, and his shoulder exposed dark purple and blue nerve tissue. His fate was sealed at that moment. Tai shifted his gaze to Nash. He wanted to see what decision Nash would make after one of his men was bitten. If Nash hesitated or harbored any Jiaoxing translates to harboring Jiaoxing, but since it wasn't fully translated in the previous part, let's keep it consistent. Then Tai would choose to distance himself from Nash. A person like this might have survived so far, but ultimately, they would die because of such indecision. However, Nash did not disappoint Tai. Hassan, sorry, I'll pay back your life next lifetime. Nash's bayonet severed Hassan's head with a ruthless move. No sooner were the words spoken than the bayonet had already swung. Alistair Gua, give Hassan a complete body. Seeing the headless Hassan, one of the subordinates shuddered involuntarily. If I don't cut off the head, Hassan would turn into a zombie after death. Nash's answer, intended for his subordinates, left Tai secretly impressed. Is this guy a reborn like me? How knowledgeable. Interesting. After a while, the army finally cleared all the nearby zombies. Only 7 people remained alive. Besides Hassan, 4 others had been killed by the army's gunfire. You and you. Standing behind the heavy machine gun, a man with half of a black eye patch pointed at Tai and Nash. His tone was laced with disdain, as if he were granting these people their lives as a favor. You two are the most outstanding bugs among these worms. You two have been selected. The eye-patched man said, jumping down from the vehicle mounting the heavy machine gun. Sir, what about us? A short, blood-stained man with yellowed teeth looked expectantly at the eye-patched man. He survived until now not because of strength like Tai and Nash, but by his cunning. Wolfing a year in the apocalypse, his means of survival was being a blood bag. When encountering zombies, he would choose to throw the blood bag onto others, thereby attracting the zombies to attack the others. And in this test, he chose the same approach. You. Sammy with the eye patch looked down at the short man and chuckled. You'll know soon. Then, the eye-patched man glanced at his watch, shifting his gaze to the 2 men next to the short man. 10 minutes? No mutation yet. Looks like we have something interesting here. After speaking, the eye-patched man directly drew a silver long knife from his waist. Though the blade was silver, one could faintly see a dark red hue on it, the result of being soaked in blood for a long time, thus acquiring a tinge of red. Without giving any reason, he slashed horizontally, severing the heads of the 2 men next to him. Take them back for research. The eye-patched man took out a white handkerchief from his pocket, wiping the blood off the knife. The short man watched as the 2 headless corpses were carried away. His whole body started trembling. This kind of fear had not surfaced in him for a long time. Even when facing a zombie horde, he had never been so terrified. Why kill people without any reason? Wasn't it said that enduring for 10 minutes would allow entry into the military district? What does research mean? What exactly is going on? New questions kept surfacing in the short man's mind, but he did not dare to run. With so many people around, even if he had the speed of a world-class sprinter, he wouldn't be able to escape. About time, get ready. The eye-patched man threw the handkerchief on the ground, hands clasped behind his back, looking ahead. At the moment the eye-patched man spoke, the army began to spread out to both sides. Subsequently, those who were not selected for the military district were all restrained by soldiers coming from behind and carried onto a vehicle. Tai looked at the eye-patched man washing his hands with purified water, the mysteries in his heart slowly unraveling. Just then, the ground began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Not far ahead, the sound of a giant's footstep could be heard. Chapter 136, The Gigantic Baby, Tai's Plan. Tai lifted his head and looked in the direction where the army was facing. He could clearly see that the blood flowing on the ground was trembling due to vibrations. All the soldiers wore expressions filled with anxiety and worry, and those people who had been taken into the vehicles were all in a state of unconsciousness. In front of the vehicle sat a man not wearing military uniform, his eyes carrying fear, but also determination conflicting with that fear. Among those loaded into the vehicles were Nash's 3 subordinates. But Nash did not argue or forcibly rescue them from the Easton. Instead, he calmly looked ahead. Tai did not ask why Nash didn't save his men, because in this apocalypse, people who truly understand it have had their values shift. In necessary times, killing friends and family can become an ordinary matter. Abandonment will be one of the central themes of the apocalypse. Nash wasn't unwilling to save. At this moment, he could only abandon them. He currently had no means to challenge these soldiers. The only valuable thing on him was his own body. The Easton would absolutely not agree to let go of the captives. All Nash could do was silently bid farewell to his subordinates in his heart. Here it comes. The Easton drew his long sword again and raised it over his head. Immediately, another thunderous sound like an earthquake rang in everyone's ears. Around the corner ahead, a decaying yet enormous foot appeared before Tai's eyes. A gigantic zombie? Tai's pupils contracted slightly, showing disbelief. 7 years since the apocalypse, and although gigantic zombies did appear, they didn't show up until the 5th year of the outbreak. Even if his rebirth affected world changes, it shouldn't lead to the appearance of gigantic zombies this early. That creature was powerfully enough to reach 7th rank level. Tai stared intently at the large foot ahead. If it were truly a gigantic zombie, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. His only option would be to flee. He was certain that even with his equipment, he could never defeat a gigantic zombie. Next, the hand of the gigantic zombie came into Tai's sight. Something was off. Why did that skin look so smooth? like a baby's hand. Tai furrowed his brows deeply. This did not match his expectations of what a gigantic zombie should be. Then, thighs and belly emerged before Tai, equally smooth. However, somewhat differently, it seemed as if the thighs were grafted together from 2 legs. The calves were rotten and necrotic, while the thighs were smooth like a baby's skin, with nearly a 1-to-1 ratio. What is this? Tai looked upward. Upon seeing the face of the creature, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. It wasn't a decaying zombie head. It was a gigantic baby's face. One could even feel the innocence of this infant, albeit strangely with densely stitched marks on its head. Its eyes also emitted the distinct color unique to zombies. This wasn't a gigantic zombie, but a gigantic baby closely resembling human form. Tai shook his head. It felt like his brain capacity couldn't keep up. A baby could not possibly turn into a gigantic zombie baby. For one, its bodily structure couldn't support it, and secondly, its size was too small. Even a single zombie could easily eat it down to bones. Moreover, aside from some minor abrasions, this gigantic baby showed no signs of being bitten. There were no indications of being infected by mutants either. There was only one possible explanation. Tai shifted his gaze to the Easton in front. At this moment, the Easton also locked eyes with Tai. A smile appeared on his face, seemingly intentionally put on for Tai to see. Then, the Easton brought down the long knife, and the vehicle started. The speed of that vehicle was incredibly fast, as if racing at full throttle. "Wife, I love you." Sammy in the driver's seat held one hand on the steering wheel, and with the other, pulled a photo from his pocket. It was a picture of him and a dream. He gripped the photo tightly, then pressed down hard on the accelerator, charging towards the gigantic baby. To lure it away? Tai raised an eyebrow, mockingly. It seems this army has a way of attracting zombies. As the car sped under the gigantic baby's feet, it caught the giant baby's full attention. Then it aimed a kick towards the car. Missing on the first try, it attempted again. But the car, moving at high speed, had already slipped completely out of the gigantic baby's reach. At this moment, the gigantic baby revealed an eerie smile and emitted a spine-chilling infant cry. Hee-hee-ha. The gigantic baby started chasing after the car, running just like a child pursuing butterflies in a meadow. Fall back. The Easton glanced ahead, sheathed his long sword, and climbed into a vehicle. Tai watched as several soldiers approached him and Nash. He focused his gaze on Nash's face. They held each other's eyes for over 10 seconds before Nash finally broke the silence. "Why are you staring at me like that?" "Nothing." Tai patted Nash on the shoulder and got into the military vehicle under the escort of the soldiers. His prolonged eye contact with Nash was not without purpose. He wanted to gather some information from Nash. Earlier on Ashtone Mountain, when the first team came to capture him, they were carrying a bounty notice which had Tai's likeness on it. Although no such notice was found with Creed's group, he couldn't let his guard down. If these Chongqing military zone soldiers recognized him, or if Creed had described his appearance to the officers here, things could get troublesome. Nash seemed quite familiar with the military zone, so if there really was a bounty notice, Tai's intense stare would have elicited an unusual reaction from him. However, looking at Nash's puzzled expression, it didn't seem like the case. But in this apocalypse, regardless of how confident one might be, one must always have a plan B. And Tai had already prepared for the possibility that Chongqing military zone knew who he was. As long as he could enter the military zone, even if it was a dead end, he would find a way to turn it into a path to survival. After the gigantic baby was lured away, he and Nash boarded the military vehicle and headed towards the military zone. But just as he was about to enter the military zone, he saw an old acquaintance at the entrance. Chapter 137. Entering the military zone, Nash's secret. The old acquaintance in Tai's eyes was none other than Creed, who had escaped from Ashtone Mountain before. His appearance at the Chongqing military zone did not surprise Tai. However, what was thought-provoking was why he would appear at the gate to welcome the arrival of the troops. Logically speaking, if he and Nash had joined the military, then Creed would have no connection with this matter. Unless he and Nash were selected into the military zone for some other purpose, Tai cast his gaze upon Nash beside him. At this moment, Nash showed no surprise, but instead revealed a calm expression that seemed to reassure Tai. "Captain Zhu." Creed greeted the Easton at the front of the military vehicle. I've selected the people. They all have good endurance and should be quite suitable." After saying this, the Easton turned his gaze to the back seat. The military vehicle he was in could seat 7 people, and Tai and Nash were seated in the last row. Tai realized the Easton intended to take them down to inspect them. Once he stepped out of the vehicle, Creed would undoubtedly spot him. In that case, his chances of infiltrating the military zone would likely drop to 0. What should he do? Tai glanced at the soldiers in front of him, a murderous intent flashing across his mind. Kill them? Storm into the military zone directly? Tai saw Creed approaching the door of their vehicle. He didn't have much time left to consider. Tai looked again at the soldiers in front of him. It had to be done in one decisive strike. Otherwise, things could go wrong. This was the only way. A resolute look appeared in Tai's eyes. Just as he was about to make his move, Nash held his hand and shook his head. Then, Nash spoke directly to the Easton with a challenge. "What does this mean? Treating us like commodities and having him get out to inspect us?" Upon hearing Nash's words, the Easton immediately drew a long sword from beside him, pointing it at Nash. "Do I need your permission for what I do? Keep your mouth shut if you don't want to die." Nash's eyes showed no flicker of fear as he stared straight at the Easton. "Fine, kill me, and see how you'll explain it." The Easton remained silent, a murderous intent appearing in his eyes, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Their intense stare lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, but during this brief period, various thoughts raced through both their minds. Tisich, the Easton sheathed the long sword and said to Creed outside, "Creed, we'll inspect them inside the military zone. There's a bit of a time crunch." "All right." Creed promptly withdrew his hand and nodded. Next, Ty and Nash entered the military zone under the lead of the Easton without any incident. Ty observed Nash and felt more and more curious about this man. How did he know the Easton wouldn't kill him? Nash gave Ty the feeling of being someone shrouded in mist. From a distance, he seemed like a figure engulfed in mist. But up close, one would be drawn into the same fog. Ty paused his thoughts and focused on the exterior of the military zone. His next task was to understand the structure and basic strength of the military zone. Apart from rocket launchers, were there any other weapons that could pose a threat to him? This was his ultimate goal in entering the military zone. The vehicle sped on. Through the window, Ty took in the entire view of the Chongqing military zone. Compared to Viltag City military zone, although its scale was not larger, it was meticulously planned. From the outer areas to the inner parts, from the hospital and health center to public restrooms, it resembled a small town. Everyone was busy doing their own work. No chatting, no slacking off, nearly indistinguishable from robots. Even the soldiers were engaged in manual labor tasks. Through Ty's observation, it was clear that this military zone did not have the distinct hierarchy found in Viltag City military zone. Except for those with official positions, everyone was a labor force. Even the soldiers would engage in work, only joining combat when zombies invaded. While this contributed significantly to the development of the military zone, it also harbored inherent dangers internally, civil unrest. At this point, Ty had a preliminary blueprint in his mind. He shifted his gaze and glanced at Nash beside him. He could distinctly feel that Nash's demeanor had changed. From the previously talkative and steady man, he now radiated an aura of hostility and impulsiveness. And he, like Ty, was observing the structure of the Chongqing military zone. About 3 minutes later, their vehicle finally came to a stop. Ahead of them emerged a research base that resembled a yurt. Standing at the entrance were 2 men in chemical protection suits, waiting for them. At this moment, the hostile aura emanating from Nash became even stronger. Ty had roughly guessed that Nash must have a grudge against the Chongqing military zone, just like himself. That was why such hostility was emitted. Nash's presence might cause some unnecessary trouble during his operation, but likewise, it could also help resolve some issues. In summary, Nash was a double-edged sword. Used well, taking down the Chongqing military zone would be effortless. Used poorly, things would be different. Get them down. The Easton signaled to the remaining soldiers on the vehicle. Follow me. We need to check if you're physically fit to join the military zone. Only those who qualify can join. A man in a chemical suit led Ty and Nash into the research base. Before entering, several soldiers thoroughly searched them, including inside their pants. Ty's lighter, cell phone, Nash's Nepalese military knife, along with their shirts and shoes, were all confiscated. They were essentially stripped bare before entering the research base. The Easton lingered at the entrance for a while, and at this point, Creed also arrived at the research base. "Captain Asa, how are those two?" Creed mentioned Asa, which was the name of the Easton. In the zombie swarm, one of them was very fast, and the other had excellent knife skills. This state lasted for 10 minutes without any signs of weakening. "Their endurance already meets your criteria for qualification," said Asa. "Thank you, Captain Zhu," Creed said politely. "There are 2 corpses in the back of the car, but they've already mutated. Even after being infected for 10 minutes, they didn't mutate. You can try studying their genes. If we really can develop an antibody or serum, then the whole world." Asa didn't finish his sentence, but patted Creed on the shoulder. The implication of the unspoken words was clear. Chapter 138. Speed Value Beyond Human Waltmits. While Asa was conversing with Creed, Ty and Nash had already entered the research base. The entire compound's walls were constructed of reinforced alloy plates. At this moment, they stepped into an airtight glass chamber. Ty noticed that once inside the glass chamber, one could not see outside from within. However, when he was outside, he could clearly observe the interior. Inside the glass chamber, there was a screen similar to a computer directly ahead, with a central hub connected to it. Both of you stand in the center, place the hub over your heart, and remain still. We are about to begin examining your physical conditions. A voice echoed from inside the glass chamber. No wonder it seemed so dim from outside. It appears all the power from the military district has been diverted here. Now, Ty roughly understood what these people intended to do to him. Gene research. This was precisely what Creed had wanted to do after capturing him. And now, he faced the first step of gene research, the simplest yet most crucial part. They needed to determine if the human body structure met their research criteria. Ty did not choose to flee just yet. His genetic physique would serve as a safeguard, so he waited. He awaited Creed's arrival. Gene research was Creed's project. He would surely come. Ty detached the hub and connected it to his heart. Instantly, he felt an electric current enter his body. It was as though an invisible hand was probing every part of him. How are the readings? Creed approached the control panel and asked 2 staff members. The base constant values are Sin, Strength 8, V, Speed 6, SAT, Stamina 12, WL, Willpower 8, Def, Physical Hardness 3, Overall CON, Constitution 40. In the left glass chamber, the relatively slender man has increased by 3 points on the base and has reached a con value of 55. The staff member's words elicited a look of elation from Creed. In this research base, he had studied thousands of humans. Among them, the highest con value recorded was 43, and that was for an infant. But now, there was a value exceeding 50. What did this mean? His gene research project might achieve significant progress, or even be declared successful. Unable to contain his joy, Creed yearned to start the gene research immediately. At this moment, another voice from the staff drew his attention. Are these readings accurate? This can't be possible. Some of the numbers have completely surpassed human limits. How is that possible? Test again. The machine might be malfunctioning, responded the adjacent staff member. Subsequently, data returned to the control panel. Heavens! Isn't something wrong with the machine? These numbers are too illogical. The staff member spoke almost in terror. I inspected the machine and retested Davis in the left glass chamber. The machine is fine. These are the readings from Davis in the right glass chamber. The other staff member replied. What's going on? Creed noticed the expressions beneath their hazmat suits and felt a sense of unease. Sammy in the right glass chamber's values are abnormal, too high. In fact, several have exceeded human limits. Staff reported back. Which ones exceeded human limits? Creed asked. Sin, strength, death, physical hardness, V, speed, and con, constitution. How much? Sin is 20, while the human limit is 10. The response left Creed momentarily stunned. A strength of 10 was the limit of the strongest human currently, a world-class weightlifter. The current human lifting limit is around 1,563 pounds. This was 10 times that amount. What did that imply? Could a punch shatter someone's head? This is actually the lowest one. The staff member swallowed hard before reading out the speed value. V is 24, while the human limit is 12, and this is his average speed over an hour. At this point, Creed took a step back, also dumbfounded. The current world record for speed is held by Usain Bolt, but no one could match a fully charged e-bike's top speed for an hour. Yet, Davis's speed rivaled that of an e-bike's maximum speed. What did this mean? The most terrifying is his DEF, which has completely surpassed the hardness of the human body, even rivaling that of diamonds. His score reached 30. This statement instantly snapped Creed out of his shock. What he felt now was no longer shock, but fear. DEF was arguably the lowest of these values. Human skin cannot be as hard as the exoskeletons of certain crustaceans. The strongest physique could only withstand blades and swords, barely achieving a score of 8. Yet, this score had directly jumped to 30. What did this mean? It meant skin that could resist bullets. At this moment, Creed suddenly understood something. The tie he wanted to capture on Ashtone Mountain possessed skin harder than a bullet. Although he had silenced the others, the snipers on both sides were not killed by him. So, if Tai sought revenge, he would certainly know that Creed was in Chongqing Military District. That meant, Sammy in the right glass chamber was a very likely Tai. There's also the con. Don't read it out. Immediately release sedatives into the glass chamber, and harden the glass so Davis in the right chamber can't get out. Fear flickered in Creed's eyes, but so did excitement. He already sensed that Davis in the right glass chamber must be Tai, but he was smart enough to know that with just these people and this technology, he could not deal with Tai. He needed help. To thoroughly study Tai's genes, he had to incapacitate him. Otherwise, there was no way Tai would cooperate. Just as Creed was about to sound the alarm for military support, he heard the sound of shattering glass. Crash. Creed turned his gaze toward the right glass chamber. The glass there was completely shattered, and a man with a sinister smile stood before the broken chamber, staring at him. This man was Tai. Chapter 139. Sin of the Present, Merit for Eternity? Creed immediately felt a chill run down his spine as the breath of death settled over him. However, his reaction was lightning fast. He abandoned the idea of setting off the alarm and instead hid behind a staff member. In the next second, an arrow shot through the staff member in front of him. Sweat beaded on Creed's forehead. How did Tai get into the military district so quickly? Hadn't he destroyed all the vehicles at the foot of the mountain? Damn it, this person with superhuman stats. I should have known it was him. Creed now bitterly regretted not keeping Asa behind. Clad in a chemical protection suit, Zhu had no means of self-defense. What to do? He couldn't die. Absolutely not. This was a military zone. If he could only contact someone from the military and capture Tai, this human research project could proceed. Then, his achievements would soar. He had to become the pioneer of human genetic research and could not die here. Creed shifted his gaze to a button in front of him. The button was covered by a glass lid, and only his fingerprint would unlock it. This button controlled a large group of semi-experimental subjects. Though risky, there was no other way. Creed slowly raised his hand and began feeling for the fingerprint scanner. Whoosh! Another arrow flew towards him and pierced through his palm, lodging into his bone with terrifying accuracy. That guy is trying to... Tai watched as Creed, despite being pierced by the arrow, continued searching with that hand. Was there a secret weapon on the control panel? With a serious expression, Tai swiftly ran toward Creed's position, continually firing arrows along the way. His goal was to destroy Creed's hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows sliced through the air one after another. At the same time, Creed could no longer endure the excruciating pain from the arrows piercing his arm. He screamed in agony. His hand was now completely mangled, flesh torn from bone, bloodied and riddled with arrows, barely recognizable as a hand. Meanwhile, Tai had reached the control panel. But in the next second, Creed had already opened the glass cover and pressed the button. Tai turned back to see the large glass containers in the distance rapidly draining of their green liquid. One by one, bodies appeared before Tai. Most retained basic human characteristics, such as heads and limbs. Yet, the research facility had augmented them with non-human features. Their hands were lined with spines, and they possessed spiked tails protruding from their rear ends. It was as if these creatures were the result of human-animal hybridization. The most horrifying sight for Tai was the body in the center. More precisely, it wasn't just one but two bodies joined together. A mother-child connection. The main body was the mother, her upper torso smooth while her hands had been transformed into firearms. One a rifle and the other a cannon barrel. The child connected to her belly served as ammunition storage for these weapons. The child emitted a rusty smell, his body bulging as if the internal ammunition stretched his skin. Then, the glass doors in front of the large glass containers opened, and the mechanical devices connected to their bodies fell away. Slowly, they opened their eyes and locked their gazes on Tai. Tai clenched his fists tightly, a fierce light appearing in his eyes. Monsters. Experimenting on living humans, creating these non-human species. It was more wicked than zombies. Tour Guardian axe materialized in Tai's hand, as he prepared to cleave these monsters in two. Boom. Just as Tai swung the axe, gunshots rang out from ahead. The power of these bullets far exceeded ordinary firearms, directly piercing through Tai's body. Those shots came from the mother and child. Tai rapidly retreated, temporarily abandoning his plan to kill Creed. It seemed Creed had transformed these semi-experimental subjects into war machines. They had only one consciousness in their minds: protect the master. And this so-called master was Creed. Undeniably, such research could indeed provide significant assistance in changing the end times. After all, the human body was too fragile. Without thermal weapons, humans couldn't engage in close combat with zombies at all. But if this physical growth were manufactured through non-human means, it would be an anti-human creation. No matter how cold-hearted Tai might be, he would still feel anger towards such actions. If it were done to himself, what would it look like? Ha 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 ha, Tai, this is my kingdom. Why don't you want to join in? Creed slowly stood up, looking at Tai with a smile on his face. With the help of the test subjects, he even had the ability to contend with the Chongqing military district. Join me, join my team. I will preserve your consciousness and make you the leader of these monsters. Together, we will transform humanity, solve the apocalypse, become pioneers of humanity, and we will be the creators of this world, transforming the entire era. There was a near-pathological expression on Creed's face. Since childhood, he loved reading Chinese history, fascinated by Emperor Clifford Huang and Emperor Sui Yongdi. He wanted to be an emperor who committed sins in his time but achieved greatness for eternity. He wanted everyone to remember his name, Creed. Tai, I give you 3 seconds to consider. If you don't agree, then I will have to destroy you first before allowing you to be reborn. Creed's eyes were filled with sincere fire. He genuinely wanted Tai to join his team. However, his response was an arrow shot straight at him. Fortunately, his test subjects rushed to his aid in time. One subject, whose body was modified to resemble a monkey, directly caught the arrow mid-flight. At that moment, Tai was hiding behind a corner leading into the control room. He could sense that the strength of these test subjects was at least 3rd rank or higher. Creed must have used some method to combine mutants with humans and added technological means, resulting in creatures that exceeded their natural capabilities. In other words, he was facing a group of 4th-rank monsters. System, give me an idea. Can my current abilities deal with these test subjects? Tai fused the power of the cloud-piercing bow into the Tour Guardian axe and asked in a serious tone. It depends. Tai almost fainted from the system's response. Infected by that monk, Wu Wang? Just as Tai was complaining, a sound reached his ears. From the corner ahead, a large hand similar to a gorilla's slowly extended over. And this hand could stretch infinitely, quickly moving to grab Tai. Chapter 140. Tai's counterattack. The tragedy of a liana. Tai was taken aback by the sudden, elongating large hand. Rubber fruit? Reacting incredibly fast, Tai quickly raised the patrol axe, aiming to sever it. Swish. The axe blade embedded itself into the arm without cutting through it. Reacting swiftly, Tai promptly retracted the patrol axe and switched to defense, intending to use the power of fire to incinerate it. However, another strange occurrence unfolded. These hands were not afraid of the scorching flames and directly forced Tai to retreat several steps backward. Tai, this is your last chance. Join my team, and I'll make you the leader of these creatures. You will enjoy the same privileges as me. If you refuse, this hand will be the instrument of your demise. Creed walked into the corridor with a syringe in one hand, which he had just used to inject an analgesic into his left hand. And the owner of that gorilla-like hand also appeared before Tai. It still had a human head, but except for the head, its entire body was structured like that of a gorilla. The physical prowess of beasts far surpasses ours, yet our intelligence exceeds theirs. This is the balance created by Old Noel. So, if I can combine both, I will break this balance and become the trailblazer of this world. Join my team, and you too shall rule this world. Creed extended his hand, offering an olive branch to Tai. He truly did not want to kill Tai. After all, this body was too precious. Sorry, I'm not a romanticist. Tai stretched his limbs and stored the patrol axe back into the system storage. He really couldn't stand Creed's almost cult-like speech anymore. It genuinely made him uneasy. Upon hearing Tai's refusal, Creed's expression darkened. In that case, let me help you be reborn. Creed no longer wasted words on Tai, and slightly retreated backward. Dozens of monsters surged toward Tai. There was a human-tiger hybrid lunging directly at him, another capable of firing poison darts like a skunk, and the mother-child pair from earlier activated the cannon on their left hand, aiming straight at Tai. As the cannon was about to fire, the mother's body rapidly turned red while the baby shrunk like a deflating balloon. Finally, the projectile shot directly toward Tai. Notably, this research base was constructed from reinforced alloy and equipped with soundproof panels. Thus, no matter what happened inside, outsiders wouldn't hear a thing. The projectile struck Tai, followed by a deafening explosion. Smoke billowed around where Tai stood, obscuring his figure. Creed watched as the reinforced alloy floor was deformed by the blast. How could Tai have possibly survived? Why choose such a path when you have so much potential? Creed sighed involuntarily. But then, his regretful look instantly turned into a grin. He tilted his head back, crazily inhaling the air of this world, symbolizing his greedy ambitions. Tai's emergence foreshadowed that he would soon become the pioneer and leader of humanity. That day was finally coming. Eager to examine Tai's corpse, Creed forgot about his wounds and rushed toward him. However, halfway there, he froze in place. Through the smoke, a flaming figure emerged before Creed. As the smoke slowly dissipated, a face filled him with both joy and despair. That face was splattered with blood, but what chilled him the most were those eyes, cold, suffocating, desperate, and mad from hell. Tai hadn't died. How could it be? That was a compressed shell powerful enough to destroy a small armored vehicle. Why was he unscathed? The defense value tested previously could only withstand bullets. How could he resist a cannonball? Creed quickly ran backward, sensing something was off. He needed to raise the alarm. These test subjects might no longer be a match for Tai. At this moment, Tai grabbed the incoming tiger-human hybrid with one hand. The tiger's body had been pierced by the patrol axe, blood dripping onto Tai's hand. But Tai had no intention of ending its life just yet. Instead, he was using his hands to slowly tear open its wound. On the other side, the gorilla-like hand that had reached out to grab Tai was now completely burned into charcoal, frozen in midair, motionless. Tai threw the tiger-human hybrid's corpse aside and switched the patrol axe to the cloud-piercing bow. Drawing the bow, stringing the arrow, he locked onto Creed, who was trying to pull the alarm ahead. He shot straight through his thigh, causing Creed to fall flat on the ground in an instant. But Creed still did not give up, dragging his mutilated body towards the alarm device. Actually, he harbored selfish intentions. He wanted to monopolize the Tai research project. If the Tai project succeeded, he could have the chance to overthrow the entire military district and take control of it. That was why he did not pull the alarm after surviving. However, what he did not expect was for Tai's death to suddenly grow to a point where he was no longer afraid of cannon shells. What kind of monster is this? Another arrow came flying over, hitting the other thigh. This time, however, he wasn't so lucky. As the arrow struck his thigh, 3 more arrows fell simultaneously. At this moment, his 4 limbs were utterly ruined. Even if he managed to crawl to the alarm, he didn't have the strength to activate it. Tai spat and switched the cloud-piercing bow back to the patrol axe, charging at the monsters ahead. Except for the mother-child pair, all experimental subjects near Tai instantly turned to charcoal, their lives coming to an end. For some reason, at this moment, it seemed as though the main consciousness of the mother-child pair awakened, and their dual weapons were aimed directly at Creed far away, intent on shooting him dead. Tai saw a mixture of pain and despair in the mother's expression. It was unclear whether she regretted coming to this world or regretted giving birth to her child. I will help you kill him, but not now. Tai prevented the mother from killing Creed and chose instead to resolve her. The mother fell to the ground, her life slipping away bit by bit. She looked down at her child connected to her body via the umbilical cord. That was her child. She wanted to embrace him with her hands, but her hands had long been transformed into 2 weapons. She lost the right to hug her child, leaving only the coldness of steel and bullets. The mother gazed at her child, and just like that, she met her end. At this moment, Tai arrived before Creed, placing a foot on his wound to stop his advance. Creed looked up at Tai, his mouth slightly opening, laughing involuntarily. Chapter 141. Tai's ability, the Red Lotus Cloak. Creed's face bore a trace of reluctant smile as he said almost obsessively, "As expected, I haven't escaped the lowest desires of humans. Otherwise." Before Creed finished his sentence, Tai stepped down directly on his ribcage. If one escapes desire, they cease to be human. Tai chose not to kill Creed outright but secured his limbs completely instead. He then walked into the glass room where Nash was and let him out. Understood why this military district wanted to capture people now, right? The first words out of Nash's mouth after coming out shocked Tai. "You've already been out?" Tai looked at Nash and asked. If Nash hadn't left the glass room, he wouldn't have seen what had happened outside. That meant that Nash had already fled the glass room alone. He only returned because he saw that Tai could handle it. "Seeing you can deal with it alone, I didn't come out to make things worse. What's the plan next?" Nash looked at Tai and asked. "Go outside and lure in 2 men in hazmat suits." Tai said. When he got hit by the artillery shell, he had already thought up a series of plans for this Waltanvine military district. If one wanted to overturn the entire Waltanvine military district alone, they would need defensive equipment to save their lives rather than offensive weapons. Using a heavy weapon to solve a problem when a dagger can do the job just as easily, if not better, is wasteful. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? This idiom holds true here too. Rather than using excessively damaging offensive weapons, it's better to buy protective defensive equipment. The battle with Creed illustrated this point perfectly, and Tai bought an item that combined attack and defense. The Red Lotus Cloak. Red Lotus Cloak. Defense plus 24, stamina duration plus 100s, ability. Any creature within 1 meter suffers from 100-degree flame roasting, which can be turned on or off. The cloak's defense wasn't particularly high, nor was its provided stamina duration outstanding among many pieces of armor. But what Tai valued most was its passive ability. Lower-level zombies and most mutants instinctively feared fire. A temperature of 100 degrees might not be effective against creatures above rank 4, but it would be entirely lethal to those below rank 4. With this equipment, wherever he went, flames would follow, leaving no life behind. Plus, his Guardian armor also offered defensive boosts. His total defense reached 45 points. This level of defense, while unsure if it could withstand rocket attacks, would certainly be enough to counter sniper bullets without taking any damage. The only thing he needed to do now was to start the counterattack. Nash, I hope you can tell me everything later, otherwise, I will find it hard not to harbor murderous thoughts towards you. Tai turned to look at Nash and said, showing his killing intent wasn't a rash move. It was a display of the respect due to a superior. No matter how strong Nash was, he was still just an ordinary person. Facing Tai, who had system buffs, he couldn't win even with tricks. I'll tell you once we're out. Nash looked at Tai and smiled. He was smart too. The knowledge he had about this military district was enough to make Tai suspicious. At this point, it was better to be honest. Anything else would harm him more than help. Let's move. Tai stood at the corner, waiting for Nash to lure the staff inside. There were only Creed and 2 other researchers in the whole research base. The rest of the staff was on guard outside. Since all the machines used here were integrated automatic systems, they only needed someone to control the buttons. Soon, Nash brought in 2 staff members in hazmat suits. Tai didn't waste time. As soon as the staff came into view, his hands turned into blades and struck the back of their necks through the hazmat suits. Change into the hazmat suits. Tai took off the suit from the unconscious person next to him. The undulating figure and long hair revealed it was a dream. It's a girl. Nash looked at the unconscious dream beside Tai, somewhat surprised. What, love at first sight? Tai put on the hazmat suit and laughed. Just didn't expect a dream to be assigned as the staff guarding outside. Nash also put on the hazmat suit. The hazmat suit was white all over with a transparent helmet, similar to an astronaut's outfit. In this military district, both soldiers and civilians are laborers. It's not surprising for women to guard here. Tai looked down at the unconscious dream on the ground. She wasn't ugly, even somewhat appealing. But in the next second, Tai didn't hesitate at all, directly smashing her heart with one palm. Nash didn't hesitate either, twisting the head of Davis in his hands, quickly ending him. These 2 staff members were also part of the research base. As long as they belonged to this place, Tai wouldn't show mercy. No matter how beautiful a dream might look, in his eyes, she was just a pink skeleton. Get some blood on yourself, then throw them into the glass room, Tai said, getting up and heading towards where Creed was. But as he moved forward, Nash pulled him back. I want to ask that person some questions. Nash's eyes were very sincere, and his voice was slightly hoarse. Hurry up. Tai didn't refuse, dragging the 2 corpses towards the glass room. Nash walked to Creed's side, took a deep breath, and asked, was the giant infant your creation? The giant infant Nash referred to was the one they had seen earlier in the street. Isn't it perfect? It's a pity, though. It's uncontrollable. Creed smiled as if he had forgotten the pain when asked about his creation. That giant infant was his masterpiece. Placing a large mutated insect egg into an infant's mouth, then using a series of chemical agents to give the infant limitless growth potential. Ultimately, it grew into the giant infant. The infant stage is the most perfect phase in human development, possessing supersensory abilities, creativity, and unparalleled destructive power. Amplifying all these traits results in the most perfect jade. Creed laughed loudly. His eyes held endless fascination for the infant. Nash barely suppressed his inner rage, showing his shoulder to Creed's eyes. There was a girl's tattoo on it. Was this girl also experimented on here by you? Chapter 142, You Were Just a Rat in the Gutter. Creed stared at the tattoo on Nash's shoulder, blinking her eyes. Then, accompanied by violent coughing, a mouthful of blood spewed out from her mouth. To me, women are nothing more than men with extra lumps of flesh. I've lost count, Creed said with a grin. This is the last time I'm asking, do you know her or not? Nash had already lost his patience. He shoved his fingers into the arrow-pierced wound on Creed and began to wildly stir. So what if I recognize her, and what if I don't? The number of women turned into test subjects is countless. Creed gritted her teeth against the pain and replied. The one who entered here with the giant infant, was it her? Nash roared angrily as he stared at Creed. This was the only piece of information he found after 6 months of inquiries. His girlfriend had been brought into the research base along with an infant. I seem to have a vague recollection when you put it this way. Recalling the scene of that day, the pain in Creed's eyes transformed into excitement. That dream didn't have great physical strength, but her willpower was surprisingly strong. She kept shouting Zijuan, Zijuan all the time. Later on, seeing her experiment failed, I threw her away directly. But now thinking back, it seems somewhat regrettable. Perhaps she could have been remade into some kind of psychological weapon. After all, she has such strong willpower, right? Nash. At the end of her sentence, Creed deliberately drew out the name. While checking Nash's physiological data at the control panel, the big data comparison revealed Nash's name. Coupled with the appearance of the dream depicted in the tattoo on his shoulder, it instantly brought back memories of the day Nash's girlfriend was experimented on for Creed. It was precisely this last sentence that completely enraged Nash. He grabbed an arrow nearby and continuously stabbed it into Creed's arm. Beast. Beast. Nash was almost irrational, crazily attacking Creed. Blood splattered out, but Creed did not howl in pain but was ecstatic instead. Yes, this is when humans are most powerless. Continue. Ha ha ha. Creed looked at Nash like a madman. What use is there if you kill me? Then what? Your girlfriend is already dead. You can't change anything. Ha ha ha. This is the weakness and pitiful nature of humans. Creed raved fiercely at Nash. Then go to hell yourself. The veins beside Nash's eyes bulged as he raised both hands high over his head, ready to plunge the arrow into Creed's head. He wanted this person dead. Just as the arrow was about to pierce through Creed's head, a hand caught it. Get lost. Nash growled at Ty, his voice heavy. His heart was filled with rage. Such a devil should be cast into hell. Killing him now would merely ease his suffering. Instead of giving him a quick death, why not let him die in despair? Ty finished speaking and shot Creed a cold look. This cold gaze froze Creed. Samiacal smile on his face became stuck. What is he going to do? What is he going to do to me? Creed was not afraid of death. He had long predicted that he would be killed. So he admired Emperor Clifford Huang and Emperor Yang of Sui. If no one can recognize my achievements in this era, then I'll wait until the future for people to praise my great deeds. But at this moment, he suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Seeing the icy expression on Ty's face, the strength in Nash's hands gradually slackened. If not this, then neither of us will rest. Nash stared at Ty, his eyes bloodshot, the area around them deeply red. His body trembled with anger. The most important part of his life was not himself, but the one he loved. That was why he spent a year injecting poison, step by step into the military district for the sake of his loved one. Ty remained silent. He kicked Creed away with one foot. Instantly, several of Creed's ribs cracked again. Then Ty pinned Creed against the control panel. Creed, let me tell you a secret. Ty whispered in Creed's ear. I pulled out the electric wires connected to your research base and glanced at your chemical reagents. They seem flammable. Tell me, what kind of chemical reaction would occur with electricity, fire, and flammable liquid? These words made Creed, who had never been afraid, begin to shiver. Creed tried to speak, but his head was immediately pressed onto the control panel by Ty. Once these machines catch fire, the consecutive explosions will be enough to destroy this research base, wouldn't they? Ty continued. If you want to be humanity's guide, to be their savior, tell me, would anyone remember your scientific achievements if they were all destroyed? Even your name, Creed, would be unknown. Tragic, isn't it? Ty's words plunged Creed into utter despair. He was afraid. This time, he was thoroughly, utterly afraid. He wasn't afraid of death, as long as he could preserve these scientific achievements. His hard work and dedication, entrusted in this place, would still gain human recognition years later. But if Ty destroyed everything, then he really would have nothing left. Rest assured, after I deal with the Chongqing military district, I will also take care of the town next door very thoroughly. No one will know that the town was your hideout. Ty patted Creed on the head, then picked up an arrow from the ground, connecting Creed's body to the control panel. And you won't die so soon. You'll witness firsthand as all your scientific achievements are reduced to ashes with a bang. Poor you, spending nearly a year on this, only to end up with nothing. TSK. Ty clapped his hands, turned around, and walked towards the alarm. Ty, you devil, may you not die a good death. Creed watched Ty, roaring at him angrily. At this moment, he felt like his world had completely collapsed. An invisible hand seemed to be slowly destroying all his hard work. Is that so? Ty placed his hand on the alarm, smiling at Creed. You're nothing more than a rich second generation. All the scientific achievements were studied by these researchers, and you just stole credit. Tell me, do you, Creed, deserve the title of savior? Ty sneered, pressing the research base's alarm button. Then, Ty and Nash slowly walked towards the door. Oh right. As Ty was walking, he stopped, looked back at Creed, and added, a rat in the gutter won't be praised when it dies, but will be cursed. And you are that pitiful and laughable rat. Chapter 143 Ty, the god of humanity's calamity. Ty's words were nothing short of soul-crushing. What did Creed fear the most? He feared his scientific achievements would vanish into thin air. He feared that his name would be erased from the annals of history. And now, Ty's words didn't just aim to erase his accomplishments, but also to make him a public enemy. How could he accept such an outcome? Watching Ty and Nash's retreating figures, the blood in his chest surged violently. Creed looked ahead as the flames spread around. The overhead electrical conduits soon engulfed by the chemical solution. The experimental samples on display, untouched. The tools stored in adjacent warehouses, the meticulously prepared scientific formulas. All of these would be obliterated in the explosion. Creed's heart turned cold. Ty. In that moment, he had become a wild beast, endlessly venting his fury. If not for Ty, he would have been the savior of the post-apocalypse, using this opportunity to become a pioneer for all humanity. But now there was nothing left. Meanwhile, Ty and Nash had not yet fully departed from the research base. Under Ty's instructions, both pretended to be corpses, lying motionless at the entrance. With the alarm blaring, soldiers began flooding in. Their faces bore signs of fatigue. They were newly transferred from other duty stations. This was the downside of everyone serving as workers. People were treated like machines, without any respite. Just as Ty anticipated, the soldiers who entered the research base initially ignored the two corpses and rushed inside. However, Ty and Nash remained still, with Ty muttering numbers under his breath. 17, 16, 15. At that moment, the group of soldiers discovered Creed near the control panel. Is there any hope? The lead soldier asked the medic examining Creed's wounds. All the bones in his chest are shattered, 5 or 6 ribs broken, and his limbs pierced with numerous small holes, striking major arteries. There's no saving him. The medic shook his head. In this post-apocalyptic world, medical resources were already scarce. Performing blood transfusions and bone surgery was nearly impossible. Once heavy bleeding occurred, only one path lay ahead. Death. Comrade Creed, can you hear me? The officer approached Creed, asking. Gone. Everything's gone. Everything's gone. Creed didn't respond directly but kept staring at the machine ahead, repeating those words endlessly. Gone? What is gone? The officer sensed something amiss and glanced forward. Flames had begun to creep up beneath the control panel, and at that moment, the wires connecting the machine ahead snapped. Quick, everyone evacuate. The officer immediately issued orders upon realizing the danger. But it was too late. 1. Go. As Ty finished the countdown, a massive explosion erupted within the research base. Boom. The first machine exploded along with the chemical solutions, followed quickly by the others. Boom, boom, boom. Creed watched the destroyed machines in the fire, his blank expression gradually turning mad. He-ha-ha-ha, gone, all gone. His voice vanished amidst the flames. His death was swift. The pain from the explosion lasted only a second. But the psychological blow was incomparably devastating. Creed had crossed someone he should not have. This was his greatest mistake. Regret was not an option. Death was the price inflicted by the person he provoked. Moreover, all the soldiers who entered the research base perished in this explosion. An entire company was wiped out in mere seconds. Meanwhile, Ty and Nash managed to escape the base. However, outside the main gate, a few soldiers were gathered. Upon seeing Ty and Nash emerge, they hesitated for a moment. Then, they raised their guns, aiming at Ty and Nash. A live pair emerged from the scene of an explosion. Anyone could see the logic. Open fire, shoot them on sight. The higher-ranking officer outside sensed the danger these two posed and gave orders. Instantly, bullets from all directions rained down on Ty and Nash. Ty looked at Davis, who issued the command, his face cold as ice. In one swift movement, he charged directly toward him. Red Lotus Cloak, activate. As he rushed forward, flames erupted around Ty's body. The nearly 1,000-degree heat, though not enough to melt the bullets, was more than sufficient to sear the bodies of the nearby soldiers holding guns. My hand. One soldier, closest to Ty, was the first to suffer. His gun's muzzle and barrel melted into molten iron after just a second. Next, the hand gripping the gun burned and turned to charred flesh. Then, his entire body turned red like an iron block immersed in molten lava. His skin began to rot, blood flowed out only to evaporate instantly. In the end, a pitch-black skeleton stood before the others. The burning continued. Ty, like a grim reaper from hell, left a trail of fire wherever he went. Everyone, fall back. The sergeant watched as bullets hit the chemical protective suit, but no blood flowed out. Sammy's speed only increased, causing panic. Concentrate all firepower. Before Virgil could finish his sentence, he felt something scorching grab his neck. He tried to speak, but could only feel intense heat. Finally, his head separated from his body. The severed point showed signs of being burnt. Ty used Virgil's head like a bowling ball, smashing it into the soldiers still firing at him. The collision shattered both heads, fusing them together. Come on, keep shooting. Ty looked at the trembling soldiers in front of him, a bloody grin spreading across his face. You're not human. The soldier's legs trembled. He had never seen such a terrifying person. Slandering isn't right. Ty moved again, punching through the soldier's head with a single blow. He then hurled the body at the soldiers on the left. Dozens of soldiers either died from the flames surrounding Ty or were crushed by the makeshift weapons in his hands. Surviving soldiers quickly lost their will to fight. But would Ty give them a chance to live? After deactivating combat mode, Ty's speed increased even further. A phantom figure appeared on the ground, and the fleeing soldiers felt a wave of scorching wind strike them. Then they were burned to the ground. The last soldier, seeing his comrade's skin melt away leaving only skeletons, knelt down and frantically kowtowed to Ty. I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me. Spare me? Blood streamed from his forehead as he kowtowed, but Ty's killing intent did not wane. You were indeed wrong, but not for trying to take my life. Your mistake was that you weren't strong enough. Ty gathered flames in his hand and burned through Davis's skull. Surveying the scene, corpses lay scattered. Flames scorched the earth, turning it into a killing field. Standing at the center, Ty towered over the land, invincible and unstoppable, a god of calamity among humans. Chapter 144. Encounter Petra again. At this point, the convoy heading to the research base was completely wiped out by Ty. Although Nash was shocked by Ty's superhuman strength, he quickly accepted this reality. Anyone who could come from another city and survive for a year in the apocalypse must have his own secrets. Let's find a place to hide for a while. Things are about to get lively. Ty looked at Nash and said. His tone was so calm as if all of this was as simple as having a meal. Nash and Ty took off their chemical protection suits, stumbled around, and arrived at the residential area. However, speaking of this being a residential area, it resembled more of a ghost town. It was daytime, so everyone living in the residential area had to work outside. This made the entire residential area completely deserted. Ty and Nash climbed into a room and found 2 sets of clothes inside. Then, Nash took out a small gold coin from his pocket. This is the money for their clothes. Nash placed the gold on the table and followed Ty out. He was a man with principles. One should act according to the situation in the apocalypse, but still, he believed in following his fundamental values as a human being. Taking things from others required paying for them, a principle deeply rooted in his heart. Now, tell me why you came to this military district. Ty and Nash found a secluded corner. He looked at Nash and asked directly. Revenge. Nash told Ty about himself and his girlfriend. Half a year ago, his girlfriend was selected to enter the military district, and through 6 months of investigating, he learned that she was sent into that research base. It seems my suspicions were correct. The army isn't trying to train these outsiders into soldiers. They're using them as live subjects for experiments, Ty murmured, frowning slightly. This military district covered such a vast area, and taking in too many people would only lead to overload. What about you? Nash looked at Ty and asked. He also had doubts about Ty, but not because he suspected Ty belonged to Chongting Military District. Instead, he suspected Ty might have ties with another military district. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person possess such terrifying abilities? Revenge. Ty replied. He did not elaborate on the reasons. Although Nash told him about himself, Ty did not yet consider Nash a teammate. Thus, he wasn't ready to share his story with Nash. Seeing that Ty was silent, Nash didn't press further. Just then, the alarm sounded. Many residents began flooding into the residential area. It's happening faster than I expected. Ty looked around. They were in the narrow space between 2 houses. If discovered, any escape route would be blocked. They've probably initiated a full-scale search. The other meaning of everyone being labor force also implies everyone being a soldier. Nash remarked. 2 options. Go straight in or first determine the location of their command center before attacking. Which do you choose? Nash looked at Ty and asked. Let's go with the second one. Killing too many people, the smell of blood will attract zombies. It's not safe. Ty planned to use this place as a base. If there were too many casualties, it would cause trouble. Alright, let's head forward first. Nash and Ty swiftly moved forward, ensuring they were not discovered by soldiers while determining the location of Chongting Military District's command center. As they turned the corner, a figure ran out from the corner and collided with Ty. Nash was about to knock her out with the butt of his gun when Ty stopped him. It's you. Ty looked at the girl who bumped into him, somewhat surprised. It was the girl he saved in school, Petra. Petra looked at Ty. Her initial expression of joy replaced by something else. She lowered her head, avoiding eye contact with Ty, and instead pulled his hand, leading towards the room ahead. Follow me first. Soldiers are searching outside. If you stay here, you'll be found sooner or later. Petra's words instantly raised Nash's suspicion. Walkie-wise, Ty harbored some doubt about Petra. How did she know they were the ones the soldiers wanted to catch? Or perhaps she was on the soldiers' side and was leading them to the soldiers' gathering spot. Could someone they cooperated with only once be trusted? The answer was no. After all, it had been a year since the apocalypse began. Ty released Petra's hand, exchanged a glance with Nash, and walked towards another direction. Qinsheng, I don't want to get you into trouble. Hide well here and don't wander around. Ty and Nash quickly ran to the nearby entrance. However, instead of heading straight forward, they stopped not far from the entrance, watching Petra's every move with their peripheral vision. What Ty intended to do was to verify Petra's identity by leaving traces of his escape route. Petra's appearance disrupted his plan. If Petra had already joined the army, then he only had one way out now. Break through and leave, and Petra would have to die too. Seeing Ty and Nash leave, the worry in Petra's eyes deepened. She didn't walk forward but ran toward the back. Could she really be on the soldier side? Ty recalled the kind little girl from a year ago, with the purest heart. Had her heart completely changed after a year? Ty didn't know, but he hoped Petra hadn't changed. It seems like the voices of the soldiers. Nash heard footsteps coming from ahead. Soon, the sounds of Petra communicating with the soldiers reached Ty and Nash's ears. Miss Gu, did you see anyone ahead? The soldier's words made Ty frown again. Normally, ordinary residents wouldn't be treated so politely, nor trusted to this extent. Such questioning usually only happened with superiors, or people of higher status. The path they led them on was also a way out of the residential area. What exactly was Petra's identity? Soon, Petra's response temporarily eased the suspicions of Nash and Ty. No, but I did see 2 figures running to the left earlier. Petra shook her head and explained softly. Chase. The soldiers didn't doubt Petra's words, and immediately led their men to the left. This directly removed some danger from Ty and Nash. Looks like I misjudged her. At that moment, dense running sounds came from behind them. At this point, the entire residential area was completely occupied by soldiers, with nearly every alley having search teams. Ty looked backward. A meaningful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 145 Petra's past, already a wife. After explaining the situation to the army, Petra turned and walked toward her residence. At this moment, a figure was thrown out from a nearby alley. The one lying on the ground was Nash. Petra instinctively turned her head toward the alley. In the alley, bodies stained with blood were scattered around like trash. Ty was sitting on a soldier, finishing him off with the bayonet in his hand. Go! Ty shouted at Petra, then fled from the soldier's body, running outside. Follow me. There was a hint of worry in Petra's eyes. She quickly led Nash and Ty forward. About 2 or 3 minutes later, a villa situated at the edge of the residential area appeared before Ty and Nash. Quick, go inside. The soldiers don't dare to search here. After saying that, Petra opened the door with fingerprint recognition, leading Ty and Nash inside. This villa was undeniably luxurious. Having seen the ruins and chaos outside, this place felt almost utopian in comparison. Almost everything you could imagine existed within the villa, including a private swimming pool. It was enough to illustrate how esteemed Petra's current status was. Nash and Ty followed Petra upstairs. You can stay in this room for now. If you really encounter danger, escape through the glass window. It's not far from the military gate, Petra explained while handing them 2 bottles of mineral water. Ty placed the bottle aside without intending to drink. Thus, the 3 stood in the room, not speaking, making the scene awkward. At this moment, both Ty and Petra simultaneously broke the awkward silence. Why did you come here? How did you end up in Chongting Military District? Both asked their questions at the same time, their voices overlapping. Standing between the two, Nash looked at Ty and then at Petra. He instantly understood something and subconsciously moved a step backward. Carry on your conversation. I'll be going to the bathroom. Then he quickly rushed towards the bathroom. You speak first. Ty looked at Petra and said. He needed to confirm Petra's identity. Chongting Military District was already limited in size, yet Petra had a private villa. How unbelievable it seemed. A trace of pain flashed in Petra's eyes, but quickly returned to calmness. Her demeanor had transformed from that of an innocent, unblemished jade into a dream carrying an air of maturity. 1 year had been enough to change her inner self. 1 year ago, as you suggested, I went to the shelter in Ashtanjiang City. But later we encountered mutant attacks, and I fled along with the large group. Petra began recalling what had happened a year ago. During the escape, because there were too many zombies nearby, the army decided to leave some soldiers behind to protect the evacuation of the civilians. But this resulted in the number of civilians far exceeding the number of soldiers, which later sparked riots. Soldiers' guns were seized, and several riot leaders emerged. Later, at the bus station, we found a bus, but the capacity was limited, so another selection was made among those who couldn't get on the bus. I was one of those people. At this point, Petra showed little emotional fluctuation, but then, her expression turned slightly painful. When I was about to leave with the rest of the people at the bus station, someone knocked me out from behind. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the back seat of the bus. Her expression changed subtly, her words tinged with resentment. Sammy who kidnapped me had flirted with me in the military district before, but I ignored him. According to what he said, he was going to sell me to some small organizations in exchange for supplies. After many twists and turns, I was sold to Chongting Military District. At first, I worked as a dancer in a pleasure house, but an officer, who is now my husband, noticed me and redeemed me. Eventually, I came to live here. Petra's tone was very calm, as if she was narrating something long familiar. What is a pleasure house? Ty asked. It's a high-end rest club in Chongting Military District, usually only hosting officers. Petra answered without any concealment. And your husband? Ty glanced at Petra, but left the sentence unfinished. Understanding what Ty meant, Petra explained. It was when I was on my way to the pleasure house that my husband saw me and redeemed me. He did not force me to do anything. In her explanation, Petra added a few words to clear her husband's name, but Ty did not entirely believe her. Although much of Petra's innocence had vanished, the kindness in her heart still remained. If she was trying to prevent him from killing the officer by intentionally saying this, it was also possible. Is the person who brought you to Chongting Military District still here? Ty asked. To him, Petra could not be considered a friend, but she had been like a guiding light on his journey forward. Without encountering Petra, he might have been consumed by darkness long ago. So, if it were within his means, he was willing to help. Yes, after selling me to the military district, he used some connections to become a sergeant in the military district. Petra nodded and said, What's his name? Ty asked. Since he was in this military district, it would be simple. Anyway, he would eliminate all sergeants in the military district. Vinny. Petra finished, looking into Ty's eyes. Suddenly, she seemed to understand something. The research base explosion, the army's warrant, and asking for Vinny's name. All these points linked together, only one thing came to her mind. Ty intended to take care of this place. Your purpose for coming here is to resolve Chongting Military District? Petra tentatively asked. Yep, they provoked me. Ty nodded, his simple response bringing endless shock to Petra. Then, Ty wanted to ask how Petra knew they were wanted, but thinking carefully, it wasn't hard to figure out given the daytime circumstances, only them in the residential area, and Petra not having seen them before this moment. Ty looked into Petra's eyes and noticed a hint of fear and worry. He half-joked. You won't report me, will you? Petra paused, then shook her head. You have your reasons, and I have no right to stop you. But I have a request, can I? Petra looked at Ty, her eyes filled with hope. Chapter 146, Ace's Guess. Ty looked at Petra, already knowing what she was about to say. Go on. Don't kill my husband, okay? Petra's words did not shock Tai too much. From the villa and its furnishings, it was clear that Petra's living conditions were not bad. One might even say she lived a life of the elite. A life free from worry over food and clothing, no need for manual labor, and with considerable power. This was evident from her interactions with the soldiers. What is his name? Tai asked. Stevie. Seeing Tai agree, Petra quickly answered. Can you contact your husband? Tai looked at Petra and asked. If possible, it would be best if he came back. If the battle breaks out, I can't guarantee 100% that I won't kill him, or even if I don't kill him, he might still kill me. Do you understand my meaning? Regarding not killing, Tai couldn't make a 100% promise. If it threatened his own life, he would find a way to send anyone who tried down to hell, even if King Yama refused. I have no idea either. Recently, they seem to be working on a project and rarely come back. Petra bit her red lip, her face showing a hint of worry. Tai was her savior, and she could not betray him. And Stevie was her husband. She did not want to see him killed. Can I come out now? Squatting is tiring. Nash's voice suddenly came from the bathroom. He had been squatting there, listening to Tai and Petra talk as if they were discussing gossip. He felt this could easily be written into a novel. Forget those love triangles. None compared to this story. Hero rescues Beauty, yet no romance ensues. Beauty ends up in military custody, saved by another, ultimately marrying. Hero returns, meeting Beauty again, but their paths have diverged completely. One wonders where the Beauty will end up and what fate awaits the hero. This could make a TV drama better than The Temptation of Wife. You guys rest first. I'll go get some food. Hearing Nash's words, Petra realized she should leave. After she left, Nash emerged from the bathroom. What do you mean by scientific research projects in Chongting Military District? Tai turned to Nash and asked. The army has its own research project, just like Creed does, though there's collaboration between the two. Nash explained. So, is the army's research method the same as Creed's? Tai asked. From talking with Petra, it seemed that Stevie also worked in research, holding quite a high rank. If he was a skilled professional, perhaps they could use him. I don't know, but you could ask Petra about the layout of Chongting Military District so we don't have to wander around blindly. Nash suggested. Yes, I plan to. Tai nodded. Chongting Military District operated under a system where everyone worked and served as soldiers. Those managing everyone were the officers. If these officers were taken out, the remaining people would scatter like sand. Thus, Chongting Military District would fall. Next, the two began formulating a comprehensive plan for their next move. Nash and Tai had one goal: to destroy Chongting Military District. Their enemies were the same. Creed. Tai blamed Creed for disrupting his life and almost killing Bar. Nash sought revenge for his girlfriend. Though Creed was dead, their anger remained unresolved. Only by destroying Chongting Military District could they truly seek revenge. After all, Creed was just a pawn in Chongting Military District's game. The true culprit was the overall commander. Night fell, and although all lighting in Chongting Military District was shut off, entering curfew mode, no one rested. Everyone became soldiers, searching for Tai and Nash in various areas. Maybe everyone should rest. After all, they've worked all day. If the power supply isn't sufficient tomorrow, it might affect Mr. Su's research efficiency. A sergeant standing next to Asa said worriedly. And you're not afraid these two will destroy Stevie's research base? Asa lit the cigarette in his mouth. The small spark burning in the darkness overshadowed the entire night's splendor. Having searched for a whole day and night without finding those two, there's only one possibility. Asa took a deep puff of his cigarette, then threw it to the ground, stomping on it several times. Pass down my orders. Search every house belonging to the officers' families and every office building. If you haven't found them, none of you shall rest. After saying this, Asa led his squad directly toward the residential area for the officers' families. All the families of military officers had their own dedicated residences, which varied in quality according to rank. To become an officer, one had to kill a certain number of zombies within a specified period to earn a temporary officer certification. This certification was valid for 1 month. Within that month, if someone surpassed your kill count, your officer certification would be immediately replaced, and so would your residence. This applied not only to lower-ranked officers, but also to generals like Asa who commanded the army. This was the foundation of Chongting Military District. It was the only thing that gave residents here something to look forward to. Becoming an officer meant no longer having to do manual labor daily and gaining privileges such as entering exclusive facilities. Now, to capture Tai and Nash, the military offered a reward. Capturing either Tai or Nash would grant a 1-month officer certification. Capturing both of them at once would extend the time to 1 year. This made all residents of Chongting Military District continue searching tirelessly even after a full day. At this moment, despite searching house after house, Asa found no trace of Tai or Nash in the officers' residential area. He then shifted his focus to the residences of families of higher-ranking officers. The technical talents led by Stevie and the commanding officers lived in villas within the civilian residential area. This was the only place that had not been searched yet. And now, Asa's attention was on the villa where Petra resided. Chapter 147, Tai's Plan, Role-Playing. Calhoun stood below Petra's villa, hesitating to issue an order. Time ticked away. After about 10 minutes, hurried footsteps were heard from all directions. Report, we have thoroughly searched the other villa areas but found no sign of Tai and Nash. The soldier's report darkened Calhoun's expression. Almost the entire Chongqing military district had been combed through by him. Now, only Petra's villa remained unsearched. It was highly likely that they were here. General Zhu, if we find them, fine. But if we don't and someone with ulterior motives reports this to Mr. Su, it could be troublesome. The nearby soldier glanced at Calhoun, showing some fear towards Stevie, Petra's husband. What? For searching his house? Is he going to kill me? Calhoun spat and turned to face the soldiers, roaring in a low voice. Everyone, search every inch inside and out. If there's trouble, I'll take responsibility. Hearing Calhoun's words, everyone's concerns dissipated. Petra stood at the second-floor window, watching the army approaching her house from below, a worried look on her face. You two find a way to leave through the back window. I'll hold them off, Petra said to Tai and Nash. Tai nodded. He wasn't worried about Petra's safety. After hours of research, he and Nash had fully grasped the general structure of this military district. The command center wasn't far from the residential area. With the army currently gathered here, Tai and Nash could execute a feint attack. Tai and Nash quickly moved towards the room, while Petra descended to the first-floor hall. Miss Gu. Knocking sounded at the door. Anything? Petra opened the door, looking at the advancing troops without any visible emotion, instead appearing calm and mature. Miss Gu, two dangerous individuals have entered the residential area. They may have infiltrated your home. Before the soldier finished, Petra interrupted him. So, you're bringing so many people into a single dream's home? Is that it? Petra asked sternly. Well, Miss Gu, what you say isn't true. We are following protocol to ensure everyone's safety. The soldier responded hesitantly. How can you ensure my safety with so many of you entering my home? If you're following protocol, then follow it properly. Do you have a search warrant? Petra refused directly. To manage the military district more effectively, Chongqing Military District adopted societal rules and regulations. But usually, officers didn't need a search warrant to enter civilian homes. No one dared to challenge the officers. But Petra was different. She wasn't an ordinary civilian. This left the soldier utterly baffled. Can my rank serve as a search warrant? Calhoun pushed past the soldier and stood in front of Petra. This move shifted the momentum between them. Petra wasn't short, standing at 170 centimeters, but before Calhoun, she felt like a little girl under the gaze of a fierce tiger. Calhoun stared straight into Petra's eyes. Those eyes that seemed to devour everything made Petra finally give in. Search. Calhoun shoved past Petra, fully opening the door, and shouted at the soldiers behind him. Watching a large group of soldiers flood in, Petra didn't stop them anymore. In this situation, words alone couldn't change anything. She hoped Tai and Nash had escaped safely, but that hope was dashed. Tai and Nash planned to escape through the back window, but Calhoun had anticipated this. The entire villa was surrounded inside and out by soldiers. Even rocket launchers were brought, ready to destroy the villa. That's interesting. Tai abandoned the idea of escaping through the window and turned to look outside. Role-playing? Nash understood Tai's plan from his expression. Yes, role-playing. Hearing footsteps coming from downstairs, Tai quickly walked to the door. Zijuan, go to the bathroom, wet everything with the shower. Attract two soldiers inside, then lock the door quickly. Tai instructed. Nash guessed Tai's strategy and quickly headed for the bathroom. Subsequently, Tai also climbed onto the ceiling above the door, quietly waiting for the soldiers to arrive. At this point, the footsteps outside the door had dispersed. The soldiers began to advance using silent steps. This made it impossible for Tai to predict their distance from the room. However, this was no longer important. Tai looked down at the doorknob below him, which had already been turned and was starting to open downwards. This meant that soldiers were preparing to enter. Creak. As the doorknob was turned, the door slowly opened. But no one entered. The soldiers outside gathered on both sides of the door, glancing inside cautiously. One soldier shook his head and then raised his hand, signaling for them to proceed. Soon, the soldiers started entering the room one by one. Tai did not move rashly but kept count of the soldiers entering. 1, 2, 3. A total of 23 soldiers entered their room. As the last two soldiers entered, a sound came from the bathroom where Nash was. The last two soldiers exchanged glances and quickly reacted, raising their guns and looking toward the bathroom. They did not intend to be reckless and charge in alone. They had seen the carnage during the cleanup of the research base clearly. It was clear that it wasn't something just a couple of people could handle. Just as the two soldiers were about to call for the others who had entered the room earlier, two figures appeared on either side of them. In the next second, the two soldiers were pulled into the bathroom. Fire! A soldier further away turned to see Tai standing at the bathroom door, which had just closed, and immediately shouted. But, at the moment everyone aimed their guns at Tai. Tai used rapid boots and instantly rushed to the center of the crowd. Guardian's Axe. Crimson Lotus Cloak. Activate. Instantly, the flames from Guardian's Axe and Crimson Lotus Cloak converged around Tai, rapidly spreading. While Crimson Lotus Cloak's heat could only char people, combined with the flames from Guardian's Axe, it was enough to reduce everything to ashes in an instant. As Tai spoke, the ash scattered, and the shapes vanished. All the soldiers surrounding Tai, along with the furniture and other items in the room, instantly dissipated into nothingness. Chapter 148. Vinny appears. Eliminating these soldiers took Tai merely a blink of an eye. Then, he walked toward the restroom. By this time, Nash had already completely restrained the two soldiers, and he had stripped off all their clothes. More and more soldiers are coming upstairs. We need to hurry, Nash said. After changing into the soldiers' uniforms, Ty and Nash came to the window together. Get ready. Nash nodded at Ty. Then, both of them crashed into the window, and endless flames burst behind them. From outside on the first floor, it seemed as if the entire room was swept by flames. All men, be on guard. Seeing two soldiers falling out of the window upstairs, the army guarding behind immediately raised their guns and aimed at the room. But after the light faded, no figure appeared before them. What's going on? The sergeant looked anxiously at Nash and Ty, who were in military uniforms. Capturing Ty and Nash was incredibly appealing to him. An ordinary civilian who caught these two could obtain a month's sergeant qualification certificate. If someone was already a sergeant, capturing them would allow for official confirmation. Official confirmation was equivalent to having a permanent job. As long as the military district wasn't breached by zombies, one's life could be described as worry-free. However, exchanging hunting numbers for sergeant status also had obvious disadvantages, leading to mixed quality. A person with strong martial arts skills didn't necessarily have the ability to lead troops. At this moment, this sergeant belonged to the type of person who was simple-minded but physically strong. To prevent being discovered, not only did Nash and Ty change into uniforms, but they also smeared some charcoal on their faces to obscure their appearances. Under normal circumstances, a sergeant would typically ask these two to guide them up the building or verify their identities. But this sergeant, wanting to prevent them from sharing his credit, directly selected a small team to escort Ty and Nash to the infirmary. He then took half of the people to head towards the second floor. In this way, Ty and Nash successfully escaped from the pursuit of the army. They found a sparsely populated area, dealt with the few soldiers escorting them to the infirmary, and began heading towards the core of the Chongqing military district, the command center. At this moment, Asa had already led the army into the previously burnt-to-ashes room. Asa surveyed the whole room. Apart from scattered charcoal on the ground, there were virtually no clues. He turned to look at the toilet door still scorching hot from the fire. He walked in and saw the heated water on the ground and the two lumps of charcoal. He squatted down and used a key to scrape away one lump of charcoal. A tiny diamond emerged from the charcoal. It was part of a soldier's engagement ring. Although the high temperature on Ty's body was enough to melt iron, such items as diamonds could not be destroyed. Thus, this insignificant clue was left. Asa quickly recalled this ring in his mind. Earlier, one of his team members was getting married and gave him an invitation. The hand that handed him the invitation was wearing a small diamond ring. Asa left the restroom and turned to look at the broken window. Apart from being scorched, there were also signs of breakage. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the door. He turned to see Virgil, who saved Ty and Nash. Commander Zhu. The sergeant's face showed excitement, but upon seeing Asa already in the room, his expression instantly vanished. Didn't I tell you to guard downstairs? Why did you come up? Asa frowned slightly, with anger rising inside him. I saved two soldiers downstairs. They said Nash and Ty were on the second floor. So I brought the soldiers up to catch them. The sergeant hadn't yet realized the problem. Two soldiers fell from the window? Asa approached Virgil, his face showing some anger. I saw the two soldiers were seriously injured. So I had someone take them to the infirmary. The sergeant thought Asa was angry about the injuries and hastily explained. Two soldiers, infirmary, sufficient. Asa walked beside Virgil, pulled out his gun, and shot him dead. If anyone leaves their post, thinking only of their own interests, they will meet the same end. Asa naturally knew the pros and cons of the bounty mission. Especially in this apocalypse, people's selfish desires would multiply infinitely. And to suppress these desires, there was only one way. That is, to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, threatening them with lives. Commander Zhu, what should we do now? When Mr. Su finds out, he will definitely blame us. The soldier beside him, seeing Ty and Nash not found in the villa, suddenly became worried. It'll be fine as long as we catch them. Asa spat out a mouthful of saliva, turning to look at the broken window. The place they went must not be the infirmary. They will definitely change direction halfway. Either they are going to Stevie's research base, or to the Lifeline area, the command center. Asa's mind rapidly processed this information, narrowing down the final battle locations to these two. Tobias, you take the 1st battalion, no, 2 battalions, to the research base. The rest follow me to the command center. Asa ordered. The command center was the core of the entire Chongqing military district. Aside from being where the leaders and non-commissioned officers held meetings, it also controlled the lifeblood of the entire military district. Electricity, water power, and other energy supplies all came from here. If it were destroyed, the entire military district would fall into darkness. Commander Zhu, I have a plan. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded from afar. A man stood at the gate, holding an unconscious Petra in his arms. Vinny? Asa looked at Davis at the gate, his words laced with some confusion. Vinny's rank was not lower than his, but the two belonged to different armies. He was responsible for the military district security and external battles, while Vinny was in charge of logistics. Go on. Asa didn't ask about Vinny's presence. It had been rumored before that Petra was brought to the military district by Vinny. So, the hidden factors naturally became the reason for Vinny's arrival here. Petra harbored Ty and Nash. If we take her as a hostage to threaten these two, they will hesitate and we can then break them down one by one. Isn't that perfect? Vinny laid out his plan calmly. What do you want? Asa, being a shrewd person, asked directly. Commander Zhu should know what I want. Vinny looked at Asa with a smile on his face. Understood. Deal done. Asa glanced at the unconscious Petra in Vinny's arms and also smiled. Chapter 149. In-house strife? The soldier standing nearby glanced at the interaction between Asa and Vinny, then cast a wary look at the unconscious Petra, his face revealing a hint of fear. Commander Zhu, that's Mr. Su's wife. It's not good to do this. No sooner had the soldier spoken than another gunshot rang out. Bang! The soldier felt something enter his head. Then, his consciousness vanished instantly, and he fell into a pool of blood. In my unit, there are no cowards. If anyone is afraid, step forward, and I'll give you a quick death. Asa turned to look at the soldiers behind him and shouted in a stern voice. This soldier who had just been executed had mentioned matters concerning Stevie at least 3 times by Asa's count, which had indeed become quite annoying. Captain Zhu, shall we head for the research base first? Vinny looked at Asa. Only Asa understood the implication in his words. Asa nodded, walked side by side with Vinny, and headed towards the research base. Meanwhile, Tai and Nash had parted ways. On their way to the command center, they discussed the situation. From Petra's introduction, they learned that the command center was the core maintaining the operation of the entire military district. Thus, cutting off its power supply and other energy sources would effectively cripple the life force of this military district. At this time, there weren't many people in the command center. The higher-ups couldn't possibly be lingering there late at night. Therefore, 2 people felt like an excessive deployment. After some discussion, it was decided that Nash would go to the command center, while Tai would head to the research base. Although Tai hadn't asked Petra what exactly the research base in this military district studied, based on Creed's facility, it wasn't hard to guess. That place must also be researching weapons that surpass nature. They had to dismantle this research base before the army arrived. At this moment, heaven and earth had entered the quietest period. Usually, it should be sleeping time, but on the land of Chongqing Military District, people were moving back and forth nonstop. Following his memory, Tai made his way to the vicinity of the research base. Compared to Creed's research base, the military district's dedicated facility exuded a sense of grandeur and scale. Creed's research base was only one building, resembling a Mongolian yurt. In front of him now, besides the massive semicircular structure in the center, there were various kinds of biological engineering facilities around. Every machine and building was made of reinforced tungsten alloy. This metal, having the highest melting point, could withstand extremely high temperatures and wouldn't be damaged by explosions even with the alloy enhancement. It looks like burning it down from the outside isn't feasible. We need to find a way inside, Tai muttered. Though the military district wasn't large, this research base nearly occupied 1/5 of it. One could imagine what might be manufactured inside. As Tai observed the structure of the entire base, a man dressed in a chemical protective suit emerged. He had just taken off his helmet when a soldier hurried over. Sir, we've just received notification requiring all researchers to evacuate immediately due to potential illegal intruders attacking the research base. Tai was taken aback by the soldier's words. After leaving the villa with Nash, those people were still in the villa. How did they send the message here? Was it by car? Or did they have some means of communication? While Tai was puzzled, the conversation caught his attention again. Stevie, what's wrong? An elderly figure also emerged from the research base. Tai looked at the old man taking off his protective suit helmet. He seemed familiar, but he couldn't recall where from. It wasn't because this elder was a celebrity in the post-apocalyptic world, but because Tai had remembered him from peacetime. However, 7 or 8 years had passed, so even celebrities were nearly forgotten, let alone famous scientists. Nonetheless, one piece of information stood out. Sammy ahead was Petra's husband, Stevie. He didn't look old, appearing to be in his early 30s. His tall stature and resolute demeanor gave an air of righteousness. This was quite different from the corpulent image Tai had imagined. Next, Tai overheard them discussing something related to living weapons. Could he be the same type as Creed? Tai didn't plan to act rashly yet. He wasn't clear about what was inside the research base. The first thing to do now was to enter the research base and neutralize those living weapons. After all, Creed could develop organisms that could rival her with just a few researchers. Considering the scale of this research base, it wasn't hard to imagine that it had even more terrifying weapons than what Creed possessed. As technology advanced and weapons became more powerful, human capabilities were declining. In the age of technology, to bring an army to its knees required only one action: destroy their weapons. While Stevie was talking with a few soldiers, Tai relied on the speed of his swift boots and found a way around to come up behind them. When he arrived at the entrance of the research base, he was dumbfounded. This is really advanced. They even use iris recognition technology. Just as Tai was planning another approach, the iris recognition machine triggered an alarm. Instantly, Stevie and the others turned their attention to the entrance of the base. But Tai had already hidden himself, relying on his speed. Looks like I have no choice but to use force. Tai's initial plan was to infiltrate the research base, destroy the weapons inside, knock out Stevie, and place him somewhere safe, as requested by Petra. After Nash cut off the power supply, they would formally engage in battle with the entire Chongqing military district. But he hadn't expected that the iris recognition machine would trigger an alarm with just one mistake. Just as Tai was about to go out and kidnap Stevie to forcibly open the research base gate, an unexpected event occurred. Several soldiers who were talking with Stevie were killed by gunshots from afar. Stevie reacted quickly, pulling the Damien into a nearby building. What's going on? An internal conflict? Tai looked at the soldiers lying in pools of blood, somewhat puzzled. Soon, a familiar figure appeared before him. The one commanding the killings was Asa. Everyone, search everywhere. Whoever kills Stevie will be rewarded with a month's non-commissioned officer certificate. After Asa spoke, the surrounding soldiers began a thorough search for Stevie. Asa and Vinny walked toward the research base together. Chapter 150. The Soldiers' Ill Intentions. Ty looked at the densely packed army flooding in from all sides, a mocking smile appearing on his face. It seemed they wanted to take advantage of this chaotic night, climb to power by stepping over Stevie's dead body, and finally pin the blame for killing Stevie on me. However, there was a loophole. That is, only if Asa himself didn't die. But was that even possible? In the crowd, Ty spotted a familiar figure. It was the unconscious Petra. Did you hear? It was General Cleveland who brought Petra into the military zone. One of the soldiers guarding Petra started chatting. It seems like it. I heard he intended to send Petra to a pleasure house, but then she was bought by Stevie. Another soldier chimed in. Tisk, TSK. There must be something unspeakable going on here, but the soldier who first spoke showed a lecherous smile. You don't intend to? The nearby soldier immediately sensed something amiss. Since General Cleveland and commanders you have gone in, and no one is around, touching her a little shouldn't be a problem, right? The soldier stared at Petra's prominent curves, swallowing hard. Though the Chongqing military zone was relatively safe compared to other places in the apocalypse, they were severely exploited. Apart from eating and sleeping, their time was spent working nonstop, leaving no room for social activities. Moreover, most women preferred officers, making it rare for them to interact with regular soldiers, which led to these evil intentions. Don't you want to touch? Think about how long it's been since you last touched a dream. The leading soldier began inciting his companions. Petra is one of the top beauties in the military zone. Compared to other women, her skin is simply flawless. Just a touch, no one will know. Treat it as scratching an itch. This remark convinced the surrounding soldiers, who now focused their gazes on Petra. Just a touch? No one should find out. It's just a touch. There's no one else around. If not now, we might never get another chance. Stop hesitating. Once they come out, none of us will have a chance. At this, everyone gave in. Indeed, such a beautiful girl. If we don't touch her now, we might never have the chance again. This is the apocalypse after all. Death could come at any moment. Damn, go. The worry on the soldiers' faces dissipated. All eyes fixed on Petra's body. I'll do the bottom, you guys do the top. Hurry up, I'll keep watch. After you finish, it's my turn. The soldiers began dividing tasks, preparing to take turns molesting Petra. Hee, such a beauty, yet she'll still be violated. The leading soldier, gazing at Petra's chest, raised his hands, ready to feel her. Hurry up, haven't you finished yet? I've been keeping watch for ages. The soldier on watch stood at the front, guarding against any movement around. After some time without being relieved, he grew impatient. All right, your turn. A voice came from behind him. How is it? Is it soft? Good to touch? Hearing that it was finally his turn, the soldier grinned lecherously, turning to look at the speaker. But the next second, his smile froze. The person before him wasn't his comrade, but someone he knew all too well. Why Ty? Looking behind Ty, the soldier realized his comrades had vanished, replaced by charred remains. He remembered seeing the corpses of those killed by Ty, and panic set in. Don't come closer. Don't approach. The soldier raised his gun, backing away. If he fired, others would know his location, giving him a chance to survive. Don't become charcoal. Absolutely not. He tried to pull the trigger to push Ty back. But suddenly, he found his index finger unresponsive. Looking down, he saw it had completely melted, and flames started creeping from the broken finger toward his body. No. The soldier no longer felt the pain of the flames. The intense heat had numbed his senses. Within seconds, his body turned into charcoal. Then, Ty picked up Petra's body and swiftly ran toward Stevie. At this point, Stevie and the Elder had already been completely surrounded by soldiers. They survived so far only thanks to Stevie's protective belt. This belt emits a magnetic pulse that can repel all items containing iron. That is, bullets fired from a distance have no effect on Stevie and the Elder. But this only means bullets cannot threaten them. The soldiers surrounding him had switched to military knives and were slowly advancing toward him step by step. These knives were not made of iron but were specially designed weapons created by Stevie, surpassing ordinary military knives in sharpness and hardness. The only drawback was their low melting point. What are you doing? Stevie, seeing the murderous intent on the soldiers' faces, sternly demanded. Mr. Sue, we have no choice. You can live in luxury and enjoy women, but we are just workers. We merely want to borrow your life for a more comfortable existence. The soldier at the front laughed. The Chongqing military zone differed most from other zones in that it was built by armed groups. This made the entire zone lack true soldiers dedicated to serving the country. They had no beliefs and acted like loose sand, moving toward whoever offered more benefits. And Ace's offer was irresistible. Besides getting an officer qualification for killing Stevie, participants would also receive corresponding rewards such as supplies. Stevie stopped arguing with them. He knew the outcome was set. Although he was one of the 3 heads of the military zone, overseeing technology and energy, he had transferred all his technology to his subordinates over the past year. Thus, even if he died, the Chongqing military zone would continue to function normally. Moreover, he had no real command over the troops. This was why Asa dared to act against him. I'm sorry, Elder Ma, to involve you in this. Stevie looked at the Elder beside him, filled with guilt. To work alongside Mr. Su has already satisfied me. If this military zone continues down this path, even if we don't die today, we will eventually fall to zombies. Stuart said solemnly. Sigh. Stevie did not say anything more. What he could not let go of was Petra. Perhaps saving her was a mistake. His death would surely implicate her. He had lived up to his identity as a scientist but failed in his duty as a husband. Unable to protect his wife before his death, how could he not lament? Chapter 151. The normal mindset in the end times. Selfishness. Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing should be translated as Jiaoxing. Jiaoxing means Jiaoxing, but it's not an English word. I will use Jiaoxing directly to keep it consistent with the instruction. In greed. Stevie gazed into the night, where the last star was swallowed by darkness, leaving behind only a laughable glimmer of hope amidst chaos. He did not want to die. Research had reached a crucial stage. If it could be completed, although it would not change the current state of the world, it would significantly expand humanity's living space. If only he could complete that research before dying. Haroun watched as soldiers drew closer, some so impatient they hurled their bayonets at him. He recalled everything he had experienced over the past year. Working at the Chongqing Research Institute, surviving through escape tunnels after the zombie outbreak, joining Chongqing Military District after many twists and turns. Back then, the Chongqing Military District was a gathering place for unruly civilians, lacking any order. After the armed militants took over, they started transforming it into a military base, recruiting talents, which led Stevie from being just an electrician to becoming one of the 3 major figures in Chongqing Military District. He knew that seeking temporary safety was not a long-term solution. Thus, he began establishing a research base, studying zombies and mutants to create gene weapons that could adapt to or even alter human bodies. However, his power gradually eroded due to his deep involvement in research. Apart from his own intimidation, he had no other authority. To describe Stevie, one could borrow Bo's words. Stevie, you are not a ray of light in the dark night, but you are the last ray of sunset before the night. At that time, Stevie didn't understand the meaning of this sentence. Now, surrounded by soldiers, he finally grasped its essence. The sunset leaves a radiant yet fleeting light in people's hearts, eventually consumed by darkness. In peaceful times, people marvel at the sunset, exclaiming, "How beautiful!" In the end times, when the sunset appears, people feel not admiration but fear, muttering, "Darkness is coming again." So, in the end times, one should strive to be the light that pierces through darkness, rather than the fleeting sunset. Unfortunately, understanding this now was too late. Facing death, Stevie did not close his eyes but chose to savor the world's final beauty. "Stevie, your life belongs to me now." The leading soldier raised his bayonet and slashed towards Stevie's head. But the next second, his head fell before Stevie's. His comrade behind him killed him. "Now it's mine." The soldier behind showed a ferocious expression, covered in blood. All other soldiers around him were dead, and anyone who could take his spot was eliminated. The slower soldiers remained frozen, afraid to move forward. Compared to Virgil qualification, their lives were more important. "Die." The sole surviving soldier raised his bayonet, like a greedy wolf, ready to devour Stevie's head. "I thought I wouldn't make it." A cold voice sounded beside him, causing the soldier to hesitate briefly but not halt his attack. Nothing else mattered anymore. The most important thing was killing Stevie. Only then could he rise. Only then could he thrive in this cannibalistic society. "Die, die." The soldier slashed madly, like a machine. Yet, no matter how he swung, he couldn't touch Stevie. Why? Wasn't he right there? Why? Why can't I hit him? So close, why can't I reach him? Why? His pupils dilated as his mind returned to normal. He realized his bayonet, along with his hands, had melted. Flames burned up to his shoulders, ashes symbolizing the end of his life. Gone. Dying. The searing pain from his back grew stronger, and he looked back. Tai stood behind him, calmly watching. Suddenly, he felt like a mere insect in Tai's eyes. Burned to nothing, just like an insect. In the end, he vanished into thin air with his laughable thoughts. The soldiers behind them all froze for a moment at Tai's appearance, then several quick-witted ones urgently shouted, "Fire, fire!" They had all witnessed Tai's killing methods. There was one particularly deadly issue. He must not be allowed to get close. Bang, bang, bang. Countless bullets shot towards Tai like lava erupting from a volcano, aiming to completely engulf him. "Hold your position. If you run, you'll end up like that guy." Tai handed Petra to Stevie and then walked step by step toward the group of soldiers. Fall back, fall back. "No good. We're running out of bullets." "Damn it, we didn't bring extra magazines." Gradually, the firepower dwindled, and the volcanic lava was gradually blocked off, and Tai had already reached their side. At this moment, a chorus of weapons hitting the ground filled Tai's ears. Most of the soldiers dropped their weapons, raised their hands, and said to Tai, "Surrender, we surrender. We can help you fight Asa, just let us live." "Yes, we can scout for you, and give you routes through the military district," said the front few. "Such a good deal?" A slight smile curled at the corner of Tai's lips as he feigned surprise. "Alright, here's a multiple choice question. If you all surrender, I won't kill you. Or, the last row can escape, while the rest die. Make your choice." Tai's question immediately divided the scene into 3 groups. The soldiers standing in front and mostly in the middle remained obediently still. A small portion of those in the middle directly used the remaining ammunition to shoot down the last row, some of whom hadn't fully reacted yet. and about half of the soldiers in the last row chose to flee. These three groups each had their own thoughts, but what was clear was that their reactions were all shaped by the values of the apocalypse: selfishness, jiaoxing, and greed. In the real world, these were all negative traits. But in the apocalypse, they were commonplace, even becoming the most correct form of thinking in people's minds. Chapter 152. Research and Development of Mechs for Mutants? Tai looked at the soldiers who were in chaos, a hint of ridicule appearing in his eyes. Then, he slowly walked forward. In his empty hands, a blue-white longbow materialized, the cloud-piercing bow. He locked onto the fleeing soldier ahead. One arrow meant one life. The surrounding soldiers watched as Tai approached. They wanted to flee but were frozen by his almost emotionless killing method. As the last fleeing soldier fell, the cloud-piercing bow in Tai's hand transformed into a large purple axe. At this moment, the surrounding soldiers understood what Tai was going to do. Run! A quick-thinking soldier shouted, causing the scene to descend into chaos once more. Run? Can they really run away? This is your choice. As Tai spoke, flames surged out from his body. In just a second, the fleeing soldiers around him dissipated into the air like moths shedding their wings. This scene was terrifying in that people disappeared in an instant, yet it felt eerily calm, with only the dark ground bearing witness to human fragility. The most shocked among them were Stevie and Stuart. Tai had no place to store weapons on his body, yet he could switch between an axe and a bow at will. More importantly, Tai possessed flames that could instantly melt human flesh. What was this? Superpowers or enhanced humans? Stevie's eyes gleamed with hope. He saw a glimmer of saving the post-apocalyptic world and returning it to peace. Unfortunately, those who previously harbored such thoughts had already been sent to hell by Tai. What are you standing there for? Open the door. Tai, looking at Stevie's expression, showed a trace of impatience and spoke sternly. He had kept Stevie alive for one reason. Military development couldn't progress without researchers. From the construction of this research base, it was clear that Stevie was undoubtedly a technical talent. To establish his own stronghold, Tai needed to recruit someone like Stevie. It's too late. Stevie raised his head toward the room. Asa and Vinny entered, shaking his head. What do you mean? Tai frowned slightly, sensing something ominous. At this time, they should have already equipped themselves. Stevie explained. There are 3 sets of mechs inside the research base, made from compressed alloy and mutant creature skin, making them the strongest weapons I've developed outside of nuclear and large-scale weapons. Stevie's explanation stunned Tai. Mechs? Weapons? This meant these 3 mechs could grant abilities beyond normal human capabilities, essentially superpowers. Tell me about their features and drawbacks in detail. Tai shifted his gaze to the research base in front of him. If what Stevie said was true, this battle would be tough. The temperature from the Lotus Cloak and Sentinel Axe barely reached the melting point of iron. These 2 sets of mechs, being made from compressed alloy, would reduce his effectiveness with the Sentinel Axe and Lotus Cloak. The 3 sets of mechs possessed different abilities, emulating the basic abilities of spiders, wild boars, and cockroaches, respectively. Among them, the wild boar mech can control gravel on the ground, meaning any stones can be manipulated. Hearing Stevie's introduction, Tai took a sharp breath. If mechs compensated for human weaknesses, then controlling gravel was genuinely a real superpower. And the drawbacks? Tai asked. The wild boar mech is still a prototype. The mutant blood hasn't been fully isolated, and wearing it might cause infection into a zombie. The other 2 mechs haven't solved the power issue, and prolonged operation may lead to overload. Just as Stevie finished speaking, the large doors of the research base opened automatically. Out came a person, or rather, someone in a spider-themed suit. Tai. Asa, clad in the spider mech, smiled upon seeing Tai standing next to Stevie. If so, killing Stevie gives me a better reason. Asa finished speaking, and the 8 legs attached to the back of his spider mech shot towards Stevie and Tai like missiles. This was the first ability of the spider mech, 8-legged salvo. Since producing spider silk akin to the extraordinary Spider-Man required materials unavailable in the military district, Stevie had modified the spider mech's ranged attack from silk shooting to leg missiles. Each missile had the power akin to a sniper rifle bullet and was laced with the venom of a 3rd-stage mutant spider, capable of automatic reloading 3 times. Bang, bang, bang. The 8 spider legs scattered like fallen pear blossoms at Tai's feet. Indeed, it can't be melted. Ace's lips curled into a slight smile. He had shot out the spider legs to test if the flames on Tai could melt them. If the spider legs couldn't be melted, he could engage Tai in close combat. The entire spider mech was predominantly black and white, with its arms and legs built using the tissue structure of a 3rd-stage spider. Apart from significantly increased speed and jumping ability, most importantly, it had strong grip capability like a real spider. It could climb walls. The standout design of this mech was its head. It featured multiple eyes similar to a spider's, allowing the operator to observe enemies and surroundings from all directions and even make predictions ahead of time. This was known as the spider reaction. Without much ado, Asa charged straight at Tai. 2 long spines emerged from his arms, similar to Wolverine's claws, incredibly sharp. The spider mech spines are coated with potent venom that can even melt metal. Be careful, Stevie warned from behind Tai. Though he didn't know Tai's background, he knew only Tai could save him now. At this moment, his primary identity wasn't a scientist but a husband. If Tai won, Mariah would at least have a chance to live. I understand. Tai stored the Guardian armor in the warehouse and combined all offensive weapons onto the Qilin short blade. The Chelan short blade could pierce through any mutated creature of 3rd stage or lower, while the armor Asa wore included skin tissues from a 3rd stage spider. Since fire couldn't destroy it, then it was time to cut it with a blade. He wanted to see which was harder, his blade or Asa's mech. Just as they were about to collide, the environment around them suddenly changed. Chapter 153. The thing that shocked Stevie and Stuart. At the moment Ty collided with Asa, all the dim yellow streetlights hanging above the road lost their brightness. The entire earth instantly fell into darkness. It was deep in the night, and without any light. It could be described as pitch black where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. But amidst this darkness, a sound of something falling broke through the curtain of night. Plop. An arm clad in a dull spider mech appeared on the ground. And now, Asa only had one arm left on his upper body. Heh, just as I thought. A pained smile appeared on Asa's face. However, it wasn't hard to see from his expression that he didn't feel surprised. It seemed he had anticipated this outcome. Ty did not reply and swiftly charged toward Asa. In the dark night, almost nothing could be seen. The only thing visible in the darkness was the short blade named Discarded Scale in Ty's hand. No, more accurately, its name should be Dragon Scale Sword. This long knife with mythological overtones had a small inscription below its description when purchased. A short blade embedded within the Dragon King's body. When the elder pulled it out, it cut off a piece of dragon scale. The combination of both resulted in the birth of the Dragon Scale Sword. Ty knew that the chances of the Discarded Scale short blade cutting through the spider mech were slim. To avoid unnecessary trouble, at the moment he clashed with Asa, he chose to upgrade the Discarded Scale short blade directly. This caused what should have been an evenly matched confrontation to result in Ty's Dragon Scale blade, severing Asa's arm in the next second. At this moment, Ty was like a messenger reborn from the light into the darkness. Darkness was his cloak, and light was his path forward. Anyone who stood in his way would die beneath the blade. Asa watched as Ty's speed increased, and did not choose to escape but remained standing there, grinning menacingly at Ty. Suddenly, the 8 spider legs behind him shot out again, but the target was not Ty but the ground ahead. Bang! 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 8 spider legs embedded themselves into the ground, but the attack did not end there. Another 8 spider legs shot out. At this moment, the ground ahead crumbled, sending stones flying everywhere. Several small rocks struck Ty. Though they did not cause him any harm, they slowed him down. After being hit by anything, your high movement speed will decrease by nearly half. I'm right, aren't I? Asa looked at Ty, forcing a laugh through the pain. During this period, apart from sending people to track Ty, he also combined Creed's preserved data on Ty's physical capabilities with the scene for analysis. He had roughly figured out some changes in Ty's abilities. Having a temperature that can reach the melting point of iron, and a spatial ring-like item similar to those in novels, which can store main weapons. So, should I call you Iron Man or Captain America? Asa smiled. Noisy. Ty stopped where he was, and the Dragon Scale Sword in his hand transformed into the Piercing Cloud Bow. With the enhancement of the Dragon Scale Sword, the piercing power of the Piercing Cloud Bow naturally increased by a notch. Lock. Fire. Whoosh. The arrow, like a wild horse out of control, pierced through the darkness, rushing towards Asa. Instead of the expected sound of the arrow entering flesh, a metallic collision responded to Ty. Clang. Ty narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing a different kind of odor in the air. It was the foul smell of zombies. In the darkness, a pair of crimson glowing eyes appeared before him. Below the eyes was a pair of tusks that could pierce through the darkness with white light. I heard that you were the one who sent Mariah to the Ashtonjong City Defense Shelter. The voice was low and hoarse. That was precisely what Stevie mentioned, the boar mech. And the flying debris earlier was controlled by Vinny. Wearing this suit feels really great. Vinny threw the arrow he held onto the ground, shook his head, and laughed. The mech he wore lacked any sense of technology. It was as if boar's skin covered his body. Its color was brown, with a gray belt around the waist, and the helmet on his head resembled Ace's. The upper part was boar eyes, while the lower part was boar tusks. Ty looked at Vinny. He had already guessed who this person in the boar mech was. It was Davis who sold Mariah to the Green Vine Military District, Vinny. Indeed, the idiom birds of a feather flock together makes perfect sense. Ty looked at Vinny and retorted. Absolutely, Mariah's taste is quite good too. That texture, it's like licking the skin of a baby. You didn't get to taste it, isn't it a pity? Vinny laughed. What does that have to do with me? Ty's eyebrows slightly raised. From beginning to end, he only felt pity for Mariah, without any other emotions. But how you die has everything to do with you. After saying this, the cloud-piercing bow in Ty's hand transformed back into a blade as he charged toward Vinny. Catch this. Vinny threw a long, strip-like object at Asa, which emitted a faint green glow. Immediately after, Vinny punched the ground. Bang! In an instant, the earth in front of him cracked open, and countless pieces of debris seemed to come alive, floating up from the ground to form a wall in front of Vinny. Just as Stevie said, this wild boar mech could control the ground debris. Ty advanced with his knife, wielding the blade like a giant axe, cleanly splitting the wall before him. But what followed wasn't scattered debris. As the debris shattered, they reformed immediately, clamping down on Ty's wrist. Not bad for flesh that can withstand bullets. Vinny's voice came from behind Ty. A punch aimed directly at Ty's nape. Bang! Fortunately, Ty still had one hand to defend himself. The guarding axe appeared, transforming into a shield to block the attack. However, the attacks did not cease. A sound pierced through the stone wall in front of Ty. It was an object similar to a python, its green glow drawing Stuart's attention. Stuart couldn't contain his rage, yelling at Asa and Vinny. "Have you lost your minds? Rascals! Rascals!" Stevie, who was attending to Mariah, was drawn to Stuart by his voice. He had never seen Stuart so enraged before. In the darkness, the green glow illuminated his path. Calmness instantly gave way to shock in Stevie's eyes. That is... Chapter 154. Origin Weapon. Stevie's eyes flashed with anger. He had never imagined that Asa would actually set his sights on that thing. This year, apart from researching the mech suits that could enhance human physical attributes, Stevie and Stuart had also extracted a type of cell nucleus from a mutant body. By utilizing this cell nucleus along with supplementary materials, they were able to create a weapon adaptable to the human body. The mech suit was an external equipment worn over the body. However, this weapon made from the mutant cell nucleus could be directly grafted onto the human body, evolving based on the host's natural adaptability to form capabilities suitable for the host. In other words, if one aspect of the host's strength was outstanding, it would reinforce that aspect. If it was a running champion, it would evolve from their speed. Speed could reach that of a car, or even manipulate wind, natural phenomena related to speed. After a year of research by Stevie and Stuart, this equipment was initially formed. They named this equipment Origin. However, currently, there were two fatal flaws with this Origin equipment. One was that in order to graft this equipment, one had to cut off their own arm or thigh. Asa chose to engage Ty in direct combat to have his arm chopped off by Ty, so as to graft this equipment. As for the second reason, it was even more terrifying. Since the cell nucleus was extracted from a mutant body and current technology couldn't purify it, residual mutant genes remained in the cell nucleus. Once implanted in the human body, once the person's own cell nucleus was completely devoured by Origin's cell nucleus, that person would become Origin's puppet, with their consciousness completely erased. Moreover, according to Stuart's predictions, Origin possessed a particularly terrifying ability. If consciousness was occupied, Origin would use its own will to trigger a zombie apocalypse. This was why Stuart and Stevie were so enraged. "Asa, are you crazy? Once controlled by Origin, everyone will be doomed." Stevie shouted at Asa. "What's not good about that? Even if I can't win Ty, everyone will perish with me." From Asa's severed shoulder emitted a glow. After the Origin implant entered his body, it gained the ability Splitting. At that moment, Ty's entire body was blasted away by green objects fired from Asa's Origin arm. This feeling really isn't bad. Step by step, Asa approached Ty, while the green object that pushed Ty back now lay beside him. It began to split, going from 1 to 2, then 4, eventually becoming 8 tiny green spheres. Each sphere extended hands and grabbed Ty's legs. Flames erupted from Ty's body, causing the green spheres to dissipate instantly. These weren't metal but cellular organisms that split from Asa's arm, hence they were still afraid of fire. But only afraid. Asa's Origin arm fired continuously like an assault rifle towards Ty. Although Ty's defense could fully withstand this damage, Asa's true intention was to split those green spheres to immobilize Ty's body. The flames burned again and again. How could it be? Ty frowned, seeing the green spheres multiplying rapidly on his thighs, and the flames seemed ineffective against them now. Could these little spheres have adapted to the temperature of the Crimson Lotus Cloak? Developed flame resistance? Ty tried to shake them off by moving, but their speed was unusually fast. Ty's speed gradually slowed down until his thighs lost all control and stopped moving altogether. In the next instant, a figure appeared before him. Die! Vinny clenched both fists, one raised waist high and the other punched out powerfully from behind his shoulder. This punch produced a tearing sound through the air, displaying an overwhelming force. This mech suit had completely inherited the brute strength of a wild boar, enhanced further by the mutant body, making this punch far more powerful than a bullet. Even though Ty's current defense was around 40 points, it wasn't enough to withstand this blow. What? Current defenses can't handle it? Simple. Ty looked at Vinny, a smile playing on his lips. Just as the fist neared, he murmured, "Purchase, Thorn Gloves." Ding. Thorn Gloves purchased successfully. Thorn Gloves, defense plus 18, strength plus 4.75. At this moment, Ty's defense reached a new level. Ty was confident that even if this boar mech suit was extremely powerful, it couldn't match the power of a rocket launcher shell. And with his current defense, even a close-range shotgun blast couldn't harm him in the slightest. Let alone a punch thrown by a human? Bang. The fist arrived. All the green spheres crawling on Ty's body were dispersed by the impact, but Ty stood there like a statue, unmoved, smiling at Vinny. What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Vinny was stunned when he realized his punch did not cause Ty any harm. This boar mech suit had been tested by Stevie and Stuart before. Even a third-stage carapace beetle mutant would have its internal organs collapse under such a punch. Why was Ty standing there as if nothing had happened? Asa also sensed something unusual about Ty from afar. He immediately entered a frenzied state. The green objects from his Origin arm surged toward Ty like waves crashing against the shore. Green spheres filled the sky, trying to engulf and control Ty. But since Ty had identified the weakness of these green spheres, how could they succeed as planned? The patrol axe appeared in Ty's other hand. These little spheres had adapted to the heat of the patrol axe's flames. What about the Crimson Lotus Cloak? In an instant, flames surged again. Between heaven and earth, all the sea-like green spheres turned to ashes in that moment. Asa, if you keep this up, the cell nucleus in your body will be completely devoured, turning you into a puppet of Origin. Stop it. Stevie shouted at Asa. Yes, I think it's time to stop. Asa's lips curled upward, and the Origin arm emitted an endless glow, illuminating the surrounding ground with green light. What emerged was not empty land, but row after row of soldiers. Chapter 155 Asa's Stratagem, Leland called a god. At this moment, the entire research base was completely surrounded by soldiers. Armored vehicles slowly approached Asa, and atop one of them, a large spotlight cast white light, revealing Tai, Stevie, and others to everyone's sight. Lao Su. Seeing Davis standing behind the spotlight, gripping a sergeant's sword, Stevie showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Asa, are these the enemies you said might influence the entire military district? Ishmael looked down from his vantage point at Asa. He can create flames that can reach the melting point of iron, and his defense cannot be penetrated even by a sniper rifle. Are these 2 points enough? Asa asked Ishmael in return. To reach his current position in the Chongqing military district, he had never relied solely on brute strength but rather intelligence. Asa cooperated with General Cleveland to capture Tai, while also planning to eliminate Stevie. Once Stevie was dead, one of the 3 top leaders' positions in Chongqing would become vacant, giving him a chance to become one of the commanders. Then, when he found out Stevie and Tai were together, a new idea emerged in his mind. While implanting the source arm, he used the transmitter made by Stevie to broadcast a message about Stevie's betrayal and Tai's plan to overthrow Chongqing to the command center. Afterward, he utilized the source arm's ability to split mainly to delay time until reinforcements arrived. As one of the 3 leaders, Ishmael controlled military affairs. If he saw Stevie alongside Tai, he wouldn't need Asa to take action. Stevie would be eliminated anyway. Killing with a borrowed knife? Why not? Stevie, I need a reasonable explanation. Ishmael spoke with a trace of anger in his eyes. He and Stevie both rose from common soldiers to the highest ranks, sharing a bond of mutual respect. The deeper this respect, the greater his frustration when faced with any breach of military discipline by Stevie. If Stevie did not provide a satisfactory answer, Ishmael would unhesitatingly execute him. Asa wants to kill me, and General Cleveland is holding my wife hostage. Is that a reasonable explanation? Stevie gently placed Petra on the ground and stood protectively in front of her, speaking firmly. Bo, is that so? Ishmael turned to look at Stuart beside him and asked. I don't think General Su will believe us if I say it isn't. Stuart replied. It's a pity. I'll lose a dear friend. Truly regrettable. I'll kill them. Ishmael sighed, raised his hand, and waved it forward. Immediately, all the surrounding soldiers readied their guns and locked onto Tai and Stevie. Shoot! The lead commander was about to give the order when an arrow pierced his throat, dropping him to the ground. You all have families, right? Tai walked step by step toward the armored vehicle where Ishmael was. These words stunned every soldier for a moment. Then, a gunshot broke through their confusion. Bang! Ishmael pulled out his pistol and fired at Tai's head. Although the bullet hit the exact center of Tai's forehead, it merely touched him without causing any harm. At that moment, fear spread across everyone's faces. Facing something unknown or beyond reason, most people react with fear. This was why hearts were divided after the zombie outbreak. So Asa was right. Impervious to bullets. If so many of us shoot together, we should be able to kill him, right? Soldiers in the crowd whispered among themselves. Everyone, aim your guns at Tai and fire. While speaking, Ishmael entered the armored vehicle and started issuing commands. Instantly, countless bullets were directed at Tai, and the soldiers' fear turned into excitement. Fear's extreme is madness, and between fear and madness lies excitement. Tai, who surpassed natural law, was now considered invincible in their eyes. People usually refer to someone as a god if they are unbeatable and indescribable. And now, what they were about to do was slay a god. How could they not be excited? Bang bang bang. Every soldier squeezed their triggers tightly, hoping to finish the magazine in one go. They wanted to witness the death of a god. They wanted to experience the thrill within it. So many bullets were fired that the casings falling around them were like leaves from a forest littering the ground. They were countless and densely packed. Tai was now completely covered by the onslaught of bullets. The sky was filled with smoke, enveloping the earth. In the darkness, a color never seen before appeared. Gray. No one knew whether Tai was dead or not, but their attacks never ceased. The thrill of firing bullets, the exhilaration of slaying a god, made them unwilling to stop. One magazine finished, another quickly followed. General, that person should be dead, right? Should we order to stop shooting? Sammy in the armored vehicle's cockpit looked at the Mimang Xiaoyan ahead and asked softly. Ishmael squinted his eyes, gazing into the smoke. Cease fire. Just as Ishmael was about to give the order, he noticed something amiss. No, something's wrong. Ishmael's squinted eyes widened, eyebrows furrowed, revealing a hint of terror. Retreat. Drive. Ishmael shouted. He hadn't seen Tai's figure in the smoke, but he saw the trajectory of the bullets. From long-range shots to being just dozens of meters away from the armored vehicle, he could clearly see the bullets landing in front of the vehicle. This meant that Tai had not died under the barrage of bullets, but was steadily advancing. His slow pace was due to the recoil from the bullets, hindering his speed. But this didn't matter anymore. Basic firearms could no longer harm him. The driver reacted swiftly, immediately reversing the vehicle the moment Ishmael gave the order. At that moment, amid the endless gunfire, an arrow pierced through the smoke, directly killing a soldier, shouting, "Die." Then, a cold voice slowly echoed from within the smoke. "Where are your families? Where are your friends? Have you ever seen the graves of your family and friends who have left you in this military district? The Chongqing military district does not have designated burial sites for the dead. Tell me, where are those who lived in the military district and then died buried?" The voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. It was as if an invisible person stood beside you, speaking in a low tone right into your ear. Chapter 156, Tai's Calculations, Step by Step. Tai's words left all the soldiers stunned. Family? Friends? Some soldiers began to recall the companions who had entered the military district with them. Some died of untreated illnesses within the military district. Others died due to riots or accidents. After these people died, they never saw them again. Because the military district issued an order that once someone died, it must be reported immediately and could not be handled privately. There was even a specific decree released because of such incidents. Anyone who discovers a death but fails to report it, if verified, will result in a reward of 1 month's NCO qualification certificate. Now, hearing Tai mention this, their hearts were stirred. Don't listen to his nonsense. Dead bodies are naturally cremated and buried. With so many zombies outside, if infected, even the dead can become zombies. The military district does this to ensure safety. One of Ishmael's subordinates, seeing Tai trying to disrupt morale, hurriedly said, "Is that so? Then we should at least see the ashes, right? Is Waltentang military district so sloppy that it doesn't even prepare its lies?" Tai retorted. The reason he knew this was from when he was taken into the research base and triggered a fire during his time there. Next to the test subjects was a large cloth. Behind the cloth were rows upon rows of corpses. Later, while gathering information about the military district from Petra, he learned that the military always handled dead bodies uniformly. At that moment, Tai understood what the military was planning. Walt subject research required live humans, which were quite rare resources in this world. Moreover, the physical condition of these subjects had to meet strict criteria, making them even rarer. Such trial and error costs were enormous. So, the military came up with a plan to use dead bodies within the district for research, to find the intersection between mutants and humans. When Tai deduced this, he was momentarily speechless. Indeed, this is the post-apocalyptic world. Seeing zombies eating people frequently made humans seem like nothing more than food, like pigs or sheep. At that moment, their thoughts changed as well. They considered themselves and their comrades as potential meals, so they felt almost nothing when their comrades died. The main reason Tai spoke to these soldiers was to establish himself. If he was to make Waltentang military district his base, winning over the hearts of the soldiers was crucial. Most of the soldiers were indeed swayed by Tai's words. "My daughter was infected with pneumonia, and after she died, I never saw her again. My mother too, I wanted to see her before, but the military district informed me that it was impossible, as she had been handled uniformly." Such comments started spreading among the soldiers. Each of them had their own families and friends. Ishmael sat in the mech vehicle, frowning slightly. He sensed something was amiss. Tai could have instantly eliminated all the surrounding soldiers, yet he chose the most troublesome method, logic. What did this mean? Tai had other intentions here besides mere revenge. Could it be that he wanted to overthrow Waltentang military district and establish his own foothold? "General, the armored battalion has arrived on the scene," the driver next to Ishmael said. During the shootout against Tai, Ishmael ordered Asa to dispatch the armored battalion for combat. Since ordinary soldiers couldn't hurt Tai, they would try using advanced technology to counter him. Hold back Tai. Make all soldiers retreat 500 meters. If necessary, directly use missiles for pinpoint strikes. Ishmael had already guessed what Tai intended. If Tai managed to incite a mutiny among these soldiers, the power of public opinion would be enormous. Thus, it was essential to cut off contact between Tai and the soldiers. Using advanced weapons for direct confrontation, Tai watched as the surrounding soldiers retreated, a smile appearing on his face. The military district was panicking and trying to resolve the issue without direct contact. However, since he dared to let these soldiers live, he had his own trump card. As the soldiers withdrew, suddenly a phone fell to the ground from within the crowd. A phone? The soldier at the front looked down at the still glowing phone, puzzled. Ever since the internet was cut off, phones had almost completely vanished from their daily lives. Apart from occasionally opening the folder to watch those videos that take up more than 1 terabyte of space, it has no other use. Why would a phone appear on the ground? Tai quickly walked to the phone and picked it up. Then he turned to Stevie and asked, "Is there a projection screen?" Tai asked, "No, but we have a large screen for research that can directly receive transmissions." Stevie said, "Then it will be easy." Leland smiled, then turned to look at the retreating soldiers. "Do you all know how I got into this military district?" Tai's words left the soldiers stunned. "The research base. Because your military district selects live humans for live experiments, my brother and I were chosen. And this phone contains photos I took of the research base. I will hand them over to Stevie to transmit them to the screen so that you can truly see what the real face of Waltentang military district looks like." When Tai spoke, everyone was in an uproar. Photos. Wolf experiments. To them, those 2 research bases were merely doing scientific trials. And previously, the military district had officially declared that these bases were built for the long-term survival of humanity. Now, Tai's words stirred an indescribable tension within them. Facing an impending truth, people's hearts are uneasy and resistant. Some soldiers even began to feel afraid. They preferred living in this beautiful illusion. Ishmael watched the phone in Ty's hand, his brow furrowing. He naturally knew what was being researched in Creed's base. After all, it had been personally approved by higher-ups. If Ty really released this information, it would deal a significant blow to Waltentang Military District's current situation. Soldiers could be made to doubt, but they absolutely could not know the truth. Launch the rocket artillery immediately, Ishmael said sternly. But some soldiers haven't retreated yet, and it might cause casualties. The driver hesitated. Now, it's an order. Ishmael became impatient and rebuked. Chapter 157. A scheme to capture the heart. The driver, seeing Ishmael's terrifying gaze, didn't say any more. He directly pressed the red button beside him. Instantly, the iron armor above the armored vehicle slowly opened, revealing a rocket launcher in front of everyone. Ty, looking at the barrel, not only wasn't afraid, but his smile widened even more. Ishmael grew anxious. So he was thinking of using this method to destroy the mobile phone in Ty's hand. Unfortunately, he forgot that their bodies would be checked before entering the scientific research base. Nothing could be brought inside. The mobile phone in Ty's hand was just a ruse. He hadn't brought the phone inside at all. Even if he did, there wouldn't have been time to take pictures. Claiming photos were on the phone was aimed at forcing Ishmael to destroy it. In this way, the soldiers who had retreated would believe every word Ty said. As for the person who threw the phone into the crowd, it was Nash. After cutting off the power, Nash took advantage of the night and, still dressed in military uniform, blended into an army unit, assisting Ty from inside. They had already planned this strategy when they arrived at Mariah's villa. Now, everything was unfolding step by step as planned. Ishmael fell for it, and under Ty's guidance, those soldiers started becoming his fishing line. Bang! The tranquility of the night was shattered by the sound of the rocket launcher. The rocket fired. Ty didn't know if he could withstand the rocket, but he had one foolproof method to avoid damage. However, those soldiers who stopped because of the phone weren't so lucky. The rocket homed in on Ty's head. His face felt a wave of heat, and amidst the darkness, flames erupted. Get out! The soldiers who hadn't evacuated revealed fear on their faces. They hadn't expected Ishmael to directly fire the rocket at Ty. As the rocket tore through the night, a voice murmured in the air. Enhance. Genetic body. Boom. At the moment Ty's voice appeared, the shell exploded around him. Amidst the flames, mixed with many splashes of bright red blood and shredded flesh. In the next second, the flames soared skyward like a gray-bearded python. The blood and flesh fragments also evaporated instantly. As the flames slowly dissipated, a thin layer of smoke obscured Ty's voice. The dozens of soldiers nearby who hadn't evacuated were left as only a few pieces of completely charred black bones. The surviving soldiers who were farther away froze in shock. Why fire the rocket? Ty didn't move. He stood still the whole time. Why didn't he let the soldiers retreat first, or give a warning? Benjamin. Has anyone seen Benjamin? A voice rose among the soldiers. Benjamin. Benjamin, can you hear me? Benjamin, answer me. No. The voice carried sorrow and pain. The other soldiers immediately understood that Benjamin was one of the dozens of soldiers who hadn't evacuated. Aslan, are you there? Aslan? Another voice called out among the soldiers. Yes, I'm here. Aslan responded. Soon, many people began asking if their comrades were still alive. But some received no response. To hell with you, Chongqing Military District. We work our asses off for you every day, and this is how you repay us. Compensate for my brother's life. The soldier who had been shouting for Benjamin led the charge again, confronting the armored vehicle where Ishmael was. In an instant, the scene spun out of control as all the soldiers rushed toward Ishmael. The approaching armored units were scattered by the surge. Ty looked at the soldier who kept shouting Benjamin, and smiled. That man was Nash. To steer public opinion, someone had to take the lead. And Nash became the instigator of this wave of public opinion. The situation grew chaotic, but Ishmael's focus wasn't on these soldiers. It was on Ty. How did he survive? Looking at Ty standing in front of him, whose clothes were completely burned off and his entire body covered in charcoal black burns, still smiling, undamaged by a rocket launcher, is he human or something else? General. The driver's voice broke Ishmael's thoughts. The armored vehicle he was in was completely surrounded by soldiers. The soldiers continuously pounded on the armored vehicle, shouting curses at Ishmael. Some were for their friends, while many more were venting their built-up frustrations from working endlessly. General, what should we do? The driver was somewhat panicked. He had never experienced such a scene. Ishmael did not respond to the driver, but opened the compartment and looked at these soldiers. Are you avenging your dead friends, or just venting your built-up frustrations from everyday work? Ishmael raised his pistol and fired a shot into the air. Was it me who killed your dead friends, or was it Ty? Think about it yourselves. If it weren't for the Chongqing Military District providing you with safe accommodation, would you have turned into zombies or been gnawed down to nothing by them? Each rhetorical question from Ishmael made all the soldiers pause momentarily. How many soldiers has Ty killed in the military district? Do you even know? The scientific research base's platoon was killed by him, and most of the soldiers who died here were also killed by him. Who exactly should you seek revenge from? Before the soldiers could digest Ishmael's words, Ty interjected. What a splendid argument, General Ishmael. You'd really be a wasted talent if you didn't become a sophist. As for those soldiers I killed, why did I kill them? It was because they tried to kill me first. And as for you, General Ishmael, those soldiers you killed, they hadn't tried to kill you. They were your comrades. So what happened? Because you were afraid your research base's secrets would leak, You resorted to any means necessary to destroy them. Tai glanced at Ishmael, his lips curling slightly with derision as he delivered the final damning words. At least I wouldn't point my weapons at my own comrades. But this isn't the first time for you at the Chongqing military district, is it? Tai's words immediately reignited the fury of all the soldiers who had temporarily calmed down. General Su, tell us, when this arrow is fired, will it be you who dies, or the soldier next to you? Tai fanned the flames again, directly shooting an arrow from the Chuan Yun bow toward Ishmael's head. Swoosh. Seeing the angry soldiers staring at him, even as a general, Ishmael started to panic. As the arrow flew toward him, in his panic, he had no time to think, and his instinctive desire for survival made him dodge to the right. The soldier behind him wasn't so lucky. Ishmael dodged the potentially lethal arrow, but the soldier behind him was shot straight through the head. TSK, ultimately still afraid of death. Tai slightly tilted his head, his eyes full of mockery. Chapter 158. The Demon from Hell, Martin. Ishmael's actions to preserve his life infuriated all the soldiers. At this point, no one cared who the real murderer was. All their anger piled onto Ishmael. The Chinese people are conservative in thought. Even during the apocalypse, under the long-term influence of traditional Chinese thinking, they still adhere to the concept of returning to one's roots. Ishmael's near-suicidal act led them to guess what their fate would be after death, struggling to survive while alive, and even being unable to rest in peace after death, facing corpse flogging, left them questioning why they should bother surviving at all. Give us an explanation. We need an explanation. We've been working day and night without complaint. Why are we treated so unfairly? Yes, we never demanded anything or felt this model was unreasonable, but you treat us like this? It's disheartening. Why kill our comrades? Shouldn't our weapons be aimed at zombies? Such statements were countless. Even if Ishmael wanted to explain, he was only one person. His official jargon had already been drowned out by the crowd. Just then, a gunshot broke the uproar. Bang! The bullet did not go into the sky but directly into Ishmael's head. A bloody hole appeared between his eyebrows, and he fell like a broken puppet. Everyone shifted their gazes to the back, as the gunshot came from there. The shooter wasn't Tai but someone more terrifying than him. The head and commander of Chongqing Military District, Martin. He didn't look old, giving off an impression of a man just over 30, exuding both youthful vigor and mature steadiness. Dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with a jade-like face and peach blossom eyes, blending softness and masculinity. This ambiguous appearance made him the hidden boss of the Chongqing Military District. Ishmael failed to command properly and randomly killed soldiers, disrupting the order of Chongqing Military District. He has been eliminated. If any of you have concerns, we can discuss them privately after this battle. For now, you must capture those rebels before us. None shall disrupt the order of my Chongqing Military District, Martin declared sternly. In that moment, all soldiers were silenced, not daring to meet Martin's gaze. Though his words were reasonable, the true face of Martin had yet to show. Privately, anyone who had seen Martin's methods gave him a title, the demon who makes sense. Regardless of the situation, Martin would justify everything before retaliating like a demon. Tai looked at Martin, slightly frowning. He sensed an unfamiliar yet familiar aura from him. If the lotus is a sacred flower reborn from the mud, then Martin was a filthy lotus formed from it among thousands of pure ones. He seemed to hide unspeakable secrets. However, Tai did not dwell much on Martin. He needed to solve the immediate crisis. Do you think there will be time to deal with the zombies outside after killing me? Tai asked Martin with a smile. Under the cover of night, zombies become more ferocious. How could they not hear the roar of a rocket launcher? Martin's late arrival could mean two things. One, he was asleep or involved in something unspeakable, causing him to arrive late. Or, he was commanding troops against zombies before coming here. Tai was 80% sure it was the latter, because the number of soldiers Martin brought was very few, not even reaching a battalion. Chongqing Military District should have thousands if not tens of thousands of soldiers, not just a handful. Martin's expression changed slightly upon hearing Tai's words. It seems this man isn't a mindless brute, but someone capable of leveraging the environment and human nature. Killing you will calm the zombie chaos as well, not conflicting. Martin stopped talking nonsense and took command. After a brief hesitation, the soldiers raised their guns and aimed at Tai. They didn't dare to gamble. After all, Tai had virtually no support behind him, while Martin occupied the entire military district. Between the two, there was simply no comparison. Since that's the case, then there's nothing to talk about. Tai shifted his gaze onto Martin. This man was the head of the military district. Killing him would directly count as half the success in subduing the Chongqing military district. All weapons now posed no threat to him. Killing Martin was just a matter of time. A long blade appeared in Tai's hand. At the moment the gunshot sounded, he charged directly toward Martin, who was standing on a distant vehicle. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets rained down on Tai once more, and those soldiers clad in iron armor instantly formed a wall of iron, trying to intercept Tai. But they made a fatal mistake. They underestimated Tai's strength and overestimated their own abilities. The iron-armored soldiers only lasted a second in front of Tai. The next moment, they were sliced through like cucumbers. His target is the chief. Everyone, protect the chief. Most soldiers quickly gathered in front of Martin. Johnny and Vinny rushed forward. Both harbored ambitions and wanted to impress Martin. Johnny maximized the power of his source arm, attempting to trap Tai with green orbs, while Vinny threw a punch straight at Tai's head, aiming to end him directly. But Tai completely ignored the two, his body blazing with fire that melted all the green orbs. He then struck back at Vinny with the long blade in his hand. The soldiers used as human shields in front of him fell like bamboo shoots, cut down one by one. At this moment, Tai resembled a dragon weaving through the crowd. Wherever he went, rivers of blood flowed. Finally, he reached the armored vehicle where Martin stood, gripping the blade in both hands, his eyes brimming with killing intent. This slash aimed directly at Martin's head. Chapter 159. Because he was to be the king of the end times, Tai's almost reckless attacks frightened the soldiers around, who were still trying to get closer to Martin. At this moment, they all began to think that Martin was certain to die. Hee. At the moment Tai's long knife was about to hack Martin's head, there was no fear on Martin's face. Instead, it showed as if he had anticipated that Tai would attack him. Bang! The dragon scale sword in Tai's hand was grabbed by Martin and then crushed. Immediately after, Martin punched Tai with his other free hand, sending Tai flying away like a bullet. Cough, cough. Blood trickled out from Tai's throat as he lay half-conscious on the ground, staring at Martin in astonishment. How could this be? After upgrading, the dragon scale sword could pierce through any mutant below stage 4 and any object with similar hardness. Why could Martin grab his long sword barehanded and crush it? How did he do it? Tai frowned, looking at the shattered dragon scale sword in his hand. Could it be that Martin also implanted a source weapon in his body? But according to Stevie, the source weapon was not yet fully developed. Wouldn't this mean he was giving away half his life? As the head of Chongqing Military District, would Martin really do such a foolish thing? Tai tried to find logical loopholes, but it became an endless loop without any solution. System, how hard is this weapon? Tai changed the blade into the patrolling axe while fending off soldiers rushing towards him from all sides and asked the question. Figure it out yourself. Is my mind really affected by Master Brody? Tai gave up on communicating with the system completely. He decided to try one more time using his body. Tai replicated his previous move, pushing his speed to the limit, holding the patrolling axe high as if splitting the sky just like Pangu did under the Dark Knight, terrifyingly so. But just before the patrolling axe hit Martin, it suddenly switched back into the broken dragon scale sword, now significantly shorter compared to the axe. Originally calculating the attacking distance based on the patrolling axe, Martin couldn't help but pause for a moment seeing Tai switch weapons. But he quickly reacted. By then, it was too late for him to defend himself against this attack. So he covered his head with both hands, taking the blow. However, Tai used all his might in this attack, adding all possible bonuses to the broken dragon scale sword, which directly pierced Martin's arm. How? Looking at Martin's torn arm, the blood didn't rush out as it should in a normal person. It flowed very slowly like it had lost its vitality, darker red rather than bright red. Tai was shocked by the anomaly of Martin's body, which diverted his attention. Boom. Martin turned defense into offense, hitting Tai's chest with crossed hands. Tai flew out again, feeling his breathing become extremely thin, even struggling to breathe. This was due to the severe impact on his lungs. In other words, Martin nearly killed him with that punch. Why? Vinny could only handle one blow, even wearing the wild boar mech. Yet why could Martin instantly deliver a punch that exceeded the power of a sniper rifle? Under the Dark Knight, Tai stared at Martin's broken arm, only coming up with one conclusion. Martin was not a normal human but a mutated being whose entire body was altered by a source weapon. Or perhaps, he was an infected zombie that still retained human consciousness. The second conclusion was discovered in the 6th year of the end times in the previous life. Some high-level zombies had regained their own consciousness, breaking free from the instinct of eating human flesh. However, the new consciousness they generated was like a newborn. The original owner's consciousness had long disappeared. But one certainty was that they still needed to eat human flesh. But the most frightening thought was that although this phenomenon of zombie consciousness was discovered in the 6th year, its specific emergence time was uncertain. In other words, it might have appeared in the 5th or even 4th year, only nobody noticed it, or those who noticed were eaten. At this moment, Tai seemed to have a slight doubt. The mortality rate in the military district was certainly daily, and Stevie's research base did not experiment on living people. Creed's base was relatively small in scale, so it definitely could not accommodate many dead bodies. This also led to the situation of an excess number of dead bodies. So where did these dead bodies go? Tai looked up at Martin. Observing the dark red blood clots almost completely solidified on his arm, he seemed to have found the answer. Tai stood up again and rushed towards Martin. Bang, bang, bang. With every axe strike, Tai was predicting Martin's defensive position to avoid having his axe grabbed and destroyed. As Tai retreated, Martin advanced. As Martin advanced, Tai retreated. The two fought back and forth while soldiers on the ground stopped shooting because the two moved too fast for them to aim properly. Just as the fight reached its climax, Tai looked at Martin and said, "Are you a zombie that has retained its consciousness? Fortunately, your body hasn't fully turned into a zombie, but you have developed your own consciousness. Is that so?" Tai's words made Martin's pupils slightly contract, and he exerted even more force in his hands. Just by this reaction, Tai was already certain that what he said was correct. Thus, everything about the Chongqing Military District could now be connected. Why did the Chongqing Military District support Creed's live experiments? Why did they let Creed capture Tai? Why did they gather so many dead bodies? Why did they have Stevie manufacture source weapons? There was only one reason. Martin was a zombie with consciousness. Source weapons would infect normal people, but Martin himself was a zombie. The cell nuclei in his body had already undergone a qualitative change, making him perfectly compatible with source weapons. And the reason for acquiring dead bodies was partly for experimental subjects, and partly to serve as food for Martin. Capturing Tai was simpler. Tai had antibodies against being infected by zombies. Martin feared these antibodies that could neutralize the zombie virus and wanted to destroy them, because he was to be the king of the end times. Chapter 160. The Terror of the Gigantic Baby. Tai had already discovered Martin's secret. Thus, there was only one thing left for him to do. He needed to expose Martin's secrets completely in front of everyone. In this way, the order within Chongqing Military District would collapse by itself. By then, when he killed Martin, he could become the administrator of this military district smoothly and reasonably. However, Martin wasn't so easy to deal with. In the battles with Martin, Tai had already sensed how terrifying the hidden power Martin possessed was. Why was his dragon scale sword destroyed? The reason was all because of that hand of his. Martin had transplanted source weapons all over his body, including his eyes. His arm was forged from a 4th-rank mutant ape, further modified by Stevie, which elevated its defensive capability to match that of a 5th-rank mutant. In addition, mechanical grip strength was also added to that source weapon, enabling it to instantly destroy objects harder than itself. A dragon scale sword was naturally no match for such an arm. But Martin's true trump card were those 2 eyes of his. They were no longer biological but artificial intelligence that could calculate various aspects of the opponent's attack during battles, such as distance and speed. Moreover, they possessed spider sense similar to Ace's, allowing him to predict Tai's moves in advance. Due to Martin's heavy reliance on these eyes, Tai managed to switch weapons, catching him completely off guard. Tai observed that he and Martin had reached a stalemate. He looked at Martin and pondered what kind of weapon he should buy to suppress Martin's attacks. Yet after buying the Red Lotus Cloak, his remaining funds were insufficient to afford a main weapon. That was the drawback of purchasing defensive weapons. The Red Lotus Cloak could provide him with substantial defense and area of effect damage. However, when encountering formidable enemies, the cloak seemed somewhat helpless. With his current funds, 6 large swords could be bought for Tai. The combined attack power of these great swords was enough to split Martin into 2. But since he had spider reflexes and couldn't match the speed, it would be futile. Speed and attack must be combined simultaneously to resolve Martin. But, just as Tai was thinking, the ground suddenly made a sound akin to an earthquake. Everyone began swaying. Look at that. A soldier's pupils rapidly contracted, infinite fear reflected in his eyes. Before him, outside the walls surrounding each row house stood a bald gigantic baby, emitting ghost-like laughter. Ah ha 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 ha. The gigantic baby's head was extremely smooth, but there was a heavy scar on the left side of its cheek like a centipede spreading across his face. Its huge teeth stood upright like people, emitting a putrid and bloody smell. At this moment, he bent down and grabbed a soldier defending on top of the wall. Aya! Help! Help! The soldier hung mid-air, held by the clothes on his back by the gigantic baby. He seemed quite particular about the quality of his food. Before putting it into his mouth, he wouldn't ruin the texture. No, don't eat me. I beg you. Please don't eat me. The captured soldier, like a broken puppet, was flipped over by the baby. His size was almost the same as the baby's teeth, trembling violently at this moment, with his facial features distorted together. Compared to being eaten bit by zombies, he feared more being swallowed whole by this massive giant. Such overwhelming terror surpassed death itself, rendering him speechless. Fire! Fire! The commander below the wall shouted angrily. Countless bullets were fired towards the gigantic baby, but they felt like tiny raindrops falling from the sky, causing no pain whatsoever. Instead, the soldier got shot through the head amid the flying bullets. Seeing his snack, thus ruined, the smile on the baby's face vanished completely. You. Tears started flowing from the corners of the baby's eyes. Wah wah wah. Its cries sounded like the laments of lost souls, endlessly claiming human lives. Some soldiers near the gigantic baby had their eardrums shattered by these wails. It seemed to be acting just like a spoiled child, throwing a temper tantrum. He leaned down, using his fingers to torture the soldiers guarding on the city wall. Snap! The first unlucky soldier's body recoiled like a spring the moment that finger touched his head, contracting into itself. However, this spring never sprung back up again. What was left on the ground was a pool of mangled flesh and splattered blood. Ha ha ha. The baby seemed to find amusement and stopped its crying, starting to torture other soldiers inhumanely. Quick run. He is completely immune to bullets. Staying here means certain death. One soldier shouted in sheer terror. Bang. As he spoke, that soldier's head exploded. Our families and friends are behind us. If we run now, the baby will surely come after them. When that happens, all our bonds will be turned to ashes. Everyone listen up. To the death. The commander drew his military knife and bellowed at the soldiers. At that moment, none of the soldiers wavered. Just as the commander said, their loved ones were behind them. Though they were only temporary soldiers, at this moment, if they could protect those they wanted to protect, dying would be enough. This was human solidarity. The giant baby's finger presses toward anyone. Do not run. Walkimi, detonate your grenades. The commander saw the baby's eyes fall upon him. Instead of retreating, he picked up a grenade from his waist and turned toward his comrades. He used his life to demonstrate to these warriors what it meant to sacrifice. The baby's finger pressed against the commander's head, creating a suffocating pressure that made his scalp tingle. His body trembled, and tears welled up in his eyes. I'm going to die. I'm about to die too. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. To hell with you. Come on. The commander looked up at the blood-stained finger and clenched his teeth, detonating the grenade in his hand. The moment the finger crushed his body, the grenade exploded. Boom. A small piece of the baby's finger was blown off, giving all the soldiers hope, but also arousing the baby's fury. The Chongqing military district might be an inhumane place, but it has endured because even in this inhumane land, there are still people who yearn to break free from their shackles. The baby continued pressing down with its fingers, but the explosions did not diminish. Chapter 161. Catastrophe arrives. At this moment, the Chongqing military district was completely surrounded by zombies. This military district was like a piece of dark wasteland that had spawned from darkness itself. On top of the walls, there were many small red dots, left by the giant infant pressing its fingers down. Each red dot symbolized a human life that had been trampled. Outside the walls, the headless zombies piled on top of each other, forming a ladder of bodies. The zombies that arrived later used these ladders to climb into the Chongqing military district step by step. But this was merely a minor episode in the zombie attack. The true flood of zombies was still slowly gathering beneath the surface. The entire city of Chongqing was now completely plunged into chaos. When do you think the Chongqing military district will recruit people next? I really want to get in. Then I wouldn't have to keep avoiding those monsters every day. Yeah, our food is almost gone. If they don't recruit soon, we might starve to death. But at least there aren't many of the monsters, otherwise we would have been. A man chatting on the rooftop of a ruined building stopped speaking mid-sentence. The others noticed he wasn't talking and turned to look in his direction. At that moment, all his flesh had been eaten clean off, leaving only a bloody skeleton. Next to the skeleton, a crawling creature with thick tongues was looking at them with an eerie expression. This crawling creature looked extremely strange. Its upper body was entirely green, with two large fleshy tumors growing on its head. Those tumors were the eyes of the crawling creature, covered in compound eyes. Its mouth opened vertically, slightly agape, with a pink tongue-like structure inside similar to a snake's forked tongue. But the front end of that tongue was open like a trumpet flower, covered with numerous backward-facing spines. And its limbs were rather comical, not insect-like, but more akin to the limbs of cats or other small mammals. This was a creature similar to a Feng-He Son monster, never seen before on Earth. You guys run, I'll buy some time. A Grady picked up the machete beside him and hurriedly stood up, eyeing the strange creature. It's just one of them. Let's all attack together. We should be able to handle it. The Humbert nearby didn't plan to escape. He picked up the police baton in his hand and stood beside the Grady. The four of them unanimously chose to fight the strange creature together. But sometimes, unity doesn't necessarily lead to miracles. The strange creature tilted its body downward, then clung to the floor with its four limbs. Suddenly, its tongue shot out toward the Grady. Just as Davis prepared to chop off the tongue, it split into four parts, bypassing their defenses and accurately inserted the split tongue into the tops of their heads. Then, a horrifying scene unfolded. After inserting into their skulls, the tongues began crazily absorbing the white fluid inside their brains. Soon, their heads deflated like punctured balloons, leaving only bones supporting the contours of their skulls. The split tongues withdrew from their heads and started consuming their bodies. The tongues moved so swiftly that within a second, all the flesh from their bodies was scraped off, turning into meat slurry and absorbed by the tongues. Such terrifying scenes were commonplace throughout Chongqing City. Everyone thought they were safe with the protection of the Chongqing military district, believing the zombies wouldn't approach. But what they didn't know was that even the Chongqing military district was barely holding on. Except for the dying struggle of the military district, the rest of Chongqing had become a dead city. Buildings were collapsing, corpses fell from high-rise buildings, countless small insects and zombies were rampaging on the ground. Dawn had just broken through the night, but in an instant, everything fell back into eternal darkness. In this desolate land, only three colors appeared. Black, which carried the despair of extinction. Red, marking the disappearance of life. And gray, barely clinging to existence in the wasteland. These three colors constructed Chongqing City into a horrific world. Bang! An explosion resounded. Far away, the chemical plant was burned by the flames of fire beetles. Chemical materials stored for a year exploded instantly. In the coal power plant where transportation had long ceased, the remaining coal also ignited in a huge fire. Flying and rolling stones scattered in all directions, while desperate people on the ground wailed in agony. But not a single wail lasted more than 10 seconds. All they faced was endless gnawing. The scene at this moment was like a polluted sea initiating a tsunami, where all filth began to infect everything it saw. The walls of the Chongqing military district were completely breached under the attack of the giant infant. This result was only achieved after the soldiers sacrificed their lives for 10 minutes to buy time. Zombies surged into the military district, feasting on unarmed women, children, and the elderly. To them, the Chongqing military district was like a huge food storage warehouse, and those people were their grain. Do you still want to fight? Martin looked at Tai and asked gravely. Tai raised both hands, signaling a ceasefire. Resisting the invasion of zombies was more important than determining a winner. However, the soldiers underground were already somewhat panicked. Earlier, Tai had mentioned that there were zombies attacking the military district outside, yet Martin chose to come here to eliminate Tai. Such actions that undermined morale indeed made the soldiers feel somewhat resistant. Stevie, activate the defense system, Martin shouted towards Stevie from afar. Without hesitation, Stevie quickly ran toward the research base. The power supply system of the research base differed from other buildings. It had its own dedicated backup power source. Therefore, even during a blackout, it could maintain power for a day. After entering the research base, Stevie immediately opened the cover hanging on the wall and pressed the red switch. At that instant, white metal walls began to rise around the area, centered on the research base. In that moment, everything outside the research base was completely isolated. This was a task Martin had instructed Stevie to build when constructing the research base. One must always leave a way out for oneself, and this defense system was his fallback. However, Martin, watching the changes around him, was not entirely satisfied. Apart from building a second wall, there was another plan that Stevie did not execute. Chapter 162, Ty's Trap. The moment the wall rose, Martin also jumped off the armored vehicle and rushed toward the research base. Ty didn't hesitate and closely followed behind him. The sound of the rocket launch was so loud that it attracted all the zombies wandering around, and the giant baby was drawn by the running sounds of the zombie crowd. After all, children tend to like lively places. Martin watched Stevie stand by the machine, contemplating the genetic structure of the last source weapon, and anger surged in his eyes. Ishmael and Stevie were both tools he had cultivated. He himself was a semi-infected individual and couldn't frequently appear to resolve military zone matters. Therefore, he promoted Stevie and Ishmael to his position. Stevie was responsible for all scientific research constructions in the military zone, effectively boosting his own strength. While Ishmael was ostensibly in charge of managing the military zone, Martin had already determined Ishmael's fate from the moment he promoted him to leadership. That fate was to be the scapegoat. During turmoil or panic in the military zone, Ishmael could become the lamb that would calm everyone's anger. Now, things had come to this point. The Chongqing military zone was already half ruined, and whether to spare Stevie's life was no longer important. At this moment, Martin harbored murderous intent. He walked straight towards Stevie, his hand aiming at Stevie's head. "I advise you not to do this." A hand grabbed his arm from the side, fully controlling Martin's movement. Turning his head, he saw Ty standing beside him, giving him a cold stare. How? A look of shock flashed across Martin's eyes. He hadn't expected Ty's strength to suddenly grow so powerful that he could stop his arm completely. Now is not the time to set off the bombs. Stevie felt Martin's murderous intent and naturally knew its cause. Martin had ordered him to build the research base while installing many bombs underground nearby. Once the military zone fell, this research base would be the final stronghold, and the rest of the area would become a bomb performance zone. "Did you find anything?" Stuart, who entered with Ty, looked at Stevie's shining eyes and asked urgently. "Yes, I think I found a way to break through the source weapon cell nucleus." Stevie nodded, looking at the data on the machine. After hearing Stevie's words, Martin's murderous intent intensified. In his view, the source weapon had already reached maturity, as the cell nucleus in his body was long infected, making him immune to change. But if Stevie could truly modify this supposed defect of the source weapon, it would be very disadvantageous for him. If everyone had the source weapon implanted, what advantage would he, as a semi-infected individual, have beyond increased strength and immunity to zombie infection? Martin suddenly lunged forward, and with his other hand, he grabbed directly towards Stevie's heart. Just as his hand was about to touch Stevie, his body stiffened and was quickly dragged away. He saw that it was Ty dragging him. Why? Why did his strength become so great? After engaging Ty in combat, Martin's AI in his eyes calculated Ty's data. Although Ty's strength exceeded an ordinary person's, it shouldn't have matched his level. Yet now, Ty's strength seemed to have multiplied several times over. Unbeknownst to him, Ty had bought 4 storm great swords upon entering the research base. Each sword's power added up, so even if there were a tank in front of Ty, one punch could destroy it. Crack. After dragging Martin out of the research base, Ty used all his strength to break Martin's joints. Then, Ty stepped on Martin's broken joint, preparing to finish him off. His current equipment consisted of 4 storm great swords, a thunder knife, and a sky-piercing bow. This combination might have enough strength to battle Martin, but given Martin's reaction speed, he could hardly injure him at all. However, when Martin focused on Stevie, Ty knew his chance had come. Thus, the scene played out as it did. A large blue sword materialized in Ty's right hand, its construction resembling something from another world. It looked futuristic yet tangible. Swish. The storm great sword missed. What emerged on the ground wasn't Martin's body, but a severed arm. Ty. Martin stood beside Ty, his eyes revealing boundless anger. When Ty wanted to kill him, he chose to directly tear off his own arm to escape the danger. However, fortunately, as a semi-infected individual, his blood had long solidified in his body, so there was no risk of excessive blood loss. Moreover, he could not feel pain. The only thing affecting his combat ability might be the loss of one arm. Today, even if this wall is shattered, I will take your life first. Martin's initial thought was very simple. If you have the Green Hills, you don't need to worry about firewood. So when encountering the attack by the giant baby and other creatures, he ended the battle with Ty. But now that Ty was determined to take his life, he couldn't allow it. "Soldiers, shoot Ty on the spot." Martin shouted at the surrounding soldiers. However, after shouting for a long time, no soldier fired a shot. He looked up at Ty and found that Ty was smiling at him. "If I could have killed you just now, why do you think I let you sever your own hand?" Ty's words made Martin briefly stunned. Then he glanced down at his severed arm and realized it at that moment. Ty had tricked him. There was no fresh blood flowing from where his arm was severed. Instead, it was a thick, yogurt-like liquid that kept oozing out. And that was precisely why the soldiers didn't fire. They were scared by the abnormality of Martin's body. Most of these soldiers had killed zombies before and knew what state zombie wounds would present. Martin's body was almost indistinguishable from a zombie. Your overall commander and leader of the Chongqing military zone, Martin. He is not human but an autonomous consciousness zombie. Seeing the soldiers hesitating, Tai naturally added fuel to the fire. At this point, what are you still hesitating about? Not aiming your guns at zombies, are you still listening to this zombie's orders? Chapter 163, Martin's identity exposed, the crowd counterattacks. The soldiers' expressions turned conflicted upon hearing Tai's words. The condition that Martin exhibited was indeed almost indistinguishable from that of a zombie. But Martin had a source weapon grafted onto him. Could it be because of the source weapon? As the soldiers were agonizing over this, Tai charged into the crowd and grabbed one of them. Martin naturally knew what Tai intended to do. He abruptly stood up and lunged directly at Tai. However, Tai's reaction was also incredibly swift. At the moment Martin rushed forward, he instantly bought 6 pairs of shoes. Though attributes like attack power were completely sacrificed, his speed became something Martin could not catch up with. In an instant, Martin's body shot right past Tai. At this point, Tai held a soldier in one hand and picked up Martin's severed arm from the ground with the other. Someone has to sacrifice in this apocalypse. Tai muttered to the soldier he had grabbed. Then, he used Martin's broken arm to slash open a wound on the soldier's palm. After putting the soldier down, Tai turned around with a smile, facing the now nearly crazed Martin. Commander Walt, bad luck? In 5 minutes, we'll all know the answer. If you're lucky, it might take 10. What do you plan to do? Tai asked Martin, sneering. At this moment, Martin was staring at the soldier who was injured by his own arm. He was thinking, would killing this soldier help turn the tide? But the answer was no. Previously, Ishmael had planned to use this method to cover up the truth about the research base. But such a burying the hatchet approach only led to self-inflicted consequences. Now, the only option was to flee. His arm could withstand attacks from Tai's weapon, but that didn't mean the rest of his body was invincible. He didn't have the ability to block bullets from all directions like Tai. If these soldiers launched an attack on him, death was certain. Tai, let's talk. Martin's tone suddenly became much more conciliatory, shocking the surrounding soldiers. This reasonable demon was actually trying to negotiate with Davis, who had crippled one of his arms? Could it be that Martin was truly a zombie, as Tai said? The truth was right before their eyes. It was just that the soldiers were unwilling to accept it. Waltke, a beautiful fairy tale that accompanied you for a long time, and then someone told you there was endless ugliness behind that fairy tale. Could you accept it? The answer was no. Some of the soldiers couldn't contain their inner fear and raised their guns, aiming at Martin's body. When bullets pierced through the body, blood would spurt out, and the body would react accordingly. These bullets could prove whether Martin was a zombie or not. Ah! A soldier gathered his courage and shouted loudly. Bang! The bullet fired. But Martin reacted quickly. The AI had already locked onto the bullet for him, preventing him from being hit. See? Even if I agreed to negotiate, those soldiers wouldn't approve. Tai shrugged and looked at Martin with a smile. Martin turned to look at Davis, who had shot at him, his pupils contracting slightly, revealing a bloody red color. Tisich. Martin turned to face the group of soldiers and sneered. Don't forget, who gave you a safe place to live, who allowed you to survive in this apocalypse. Now you turn against me after being swayed by a few words. Isn't that laughable? The soldiers exchanged glances, then looked at the soldier lying on the ground whose arm had started showing signs of bruising. They shouted, we want you to shoot your arm. If blood can come out, we'll believe you. Martin focused on the leading soldier. Fine, are you willing to bet? The stakes are your life. At this moment, the soldier was scared. How could he bet with his life? His boldness undoubtedly came from the courage given by the other soldiers. Is it necessary? At most, 2 minutes, and the answer will be revealed. Tai pointed at the fallen soldier and coldly remarked. At this point, the soldier was already semi-conscious, and his wounded arm showed signs of necrosis. His fingernails were growing rapidly, and brown blood began flowing through his veins into his entire body. Ah, save me, save me. The soldier, suffering in pain during his mutation, regained consciousness. He screamed Fengkang Di, desperate to survive. He could feel it. He was about to turn into a zombie. The surrounding soldiers all raised their guns and aimed at the soldier's head. The condition the soldier was in now was undoubtedly a precursor to mutation. The answer was becoming obvious. Martin was a semi-infected. Bang! A gunshot rang out, instantly ending the life of the mutating soldier. It was Martin who fired the shot. After firing, he raised both hands, tossing the pistol hanging from his thumb onto the ground. You win. I am a zombie, and I do need to eat human flesh to maintain my life balance, but I have never killed a living person, Martin said as he looked at the group of soldiers. Let me go. We part ways. Consider it trading my life for the quiet life you've had before. How about it? Martin looked at the soldiers and proposed. Do you think that's possible? A massive sword came from the left, aiming to decapitate Martin. But his reaction was incredibly fast. He supported himself with one hand and flipped several meters backward. Then, using the direction of his dodge, he quickly ran towards the fence. As a semi-infected, these zombies wouldn't attack him, so if he could escape, he could survive. Just as he sprinted forward, suddenly the AI alerted him of attacks coming from 4 directions: front, back, left, and right. One was a green ball, another was a person, and there were bullets and arrows as well. The attacks from behind were from the soldiers and Tai, while the person in the green balls were from... Before Martin could finish thinking, his lower body was immobilized by the green balls. Next, Vinny, wearing the wild boar mech, punched directly at his heart. However, the impact of the attack was negligible to Martin. Vinny's arm was twisted into a pretzel by Martin and thrown to the ground. Martin, I'll take your life. Ace's body started to rampage. His entire body was covered with a faintly glowing liquid, continuously flinging green balls at Martin. The reason he dared to wear the mech was largely due to Martin's instructions. Now, after hearing Tai's conversation with Martin, he finally understood. He had been used. Chapter 164. The Last Hand. Explosion. Half a day ago, Tai had destroyed Creed's research base. Martin naturally also learned of this news. He was the first to approach Asa, instructing him by any means necessary to capture Tai and Nash. After all, Tai's immunity to infection posed a significant threat to him. Furthermore, he advised Asa that if necessary, he could wear mechanized armor and source weapons, as he had methods to ensure Asa would not be infected. Afterwards, he sought out Vinny, ordering him to stage a coup and eliminate Stevie. He promised Vinny that if Stevie were eliminated, he would promote Vinny to Stevie's position. The purpose of this was to get rid of the person who could manufacture and continuously improve source weapons. Because if everyone had source weapons, it would be a major threat to him as a semi-infected individual. However, he hadn't anticipated such a massive loophole. Stevie was rescued first, and Ishmael ordered the use of rockets, which greatly infuriated him. Ultimately, this led to the current situation. At this moment, Asa no longer cared whether his body would be infected. He had only one thought in mind, to make Martin pay with his life. But his attacks were too weak compared to Martin's. Those green balls stuck to Martin for only a second before melting away. Martin's legs possessed corrosive properties, but he didn't dare to use them constantly because it would also reduce their lifespan. After clearing the green balls, Martin quickly ran towards the wall in front of him. Now his mind wasn't focused on revenge, but on escaping. As long as he survived, he could take revenge later. But just as he was about to climb over the wall, he froze. His current vantage point allowed him to see beyond the wall. There, in front of the wall, lay an enormous figure sprawled on the ground, its eyes smiling at him. Under those eyes, blood pooled, still dripping down. Ha ha ha. What Martin saw was the gigantic baby. Its hands were kneading humans and zombies into meatballs, then chewing them like snacks. Blood and flesh residue coated its tongue. It continued searching on the ground, treating surviving humans as ingredients for more meatballs. Kneading, crushing, and finally swallowing them. Martin looked around and saw familiar faces, now turned into zombies, crawling toward the wall. Inside the wall, civil war raged. Outside the wall, rivers of blood flowed. The entire Chongqing military district had fallen. Buildings collapsed, power lines severed, the ground black and red with gore and blood. Waltons and severed heads littered the area. Some mutated beings went so far as to devour anyone or anything that came near, human or zombie alike. What is that? Martin shifted his gaze behind the gigantic baby. A monstrous mutant he had never seen was approaching the wall. This mutant was none other than the Frankenstein creature that had previously sucked brain matter. Only now, it had grown to the height of a tank. This creature's madness knew no bounds. Friend or foe, it devoured everything. It was voraciously sucking brain matter from zombie heads, growing larger with each feast. What kind of monster is this? Even as a zombie himself, Martin felt fear. The oppressive aura emanating from this creature far exceeded that of the gigantic baby. If he jumped out of the wall now, he would surely become this monster's meal. Martin felt a wave of despair. He slowly walked down, raising his hands in surrender, looking helplessly at Tai. There's no escape for anyone. Martin shook his head and said. Tai frowned slightly, holstering the penetrating bow he was about to fire. Martin's strength was almost on par with Tai's, yet seeing the outside world made him choose to return. There was only one answer. The situation outside was truly terrifying. It had completely shattered Martin's resolve. Tai, come in quickly. At the entrance of the research base, Stewart called out urgently to Tai. Zijuan, guard the perimeter and prevent zombies from getting in. Tai glanced at Nash, then ran quickly into the research base. What's going on? Tai asked, watching Stevie frantically typing on the keyboard. I found a way to solve the problem of source weapon cell nucleus contamination and consumption. Stevie said. Speak directly. As long as it's a mutant above the 4th stage, excluding the 4th stage, cutting off their heads can extract a method to break through the mutation. Stevie explained. So, you're talking about 5th stage mutants? Tai frowned slightly. Since breaking through to the 3rd stage, each additional stage of mutation brought about a massive change in strength. Now, his individual combat capability could at most handle peak 4th stage monsters. For 5th stage mutants, unless he obtained another synthetic weapon, it would be difficult for him to win. However, isn't Martin buried bombs under the Chongqing military district? Tai asked urgently. You're thinking of? Stevie was taken aback. What about the survivors outside? They will die along with the rest. Tai looked at Stevie and couldn't help but smile. No wonder Petra liked this doctor. His heart, like Petra's, held simple and beautiful dreams and a very kind nature. So even in manufacturing of source weapons, he never used any human subjects for experiments. War requires sacrifices, especially during the apocalypse. Ty looked at Stevie and spoke gravely. Where is the button? If we detonate, there's still a chance for survival. Ty added. Ah. Without hesitation, Stevie opened the glass cover beside him, entered his code, and a platform rose up behind him, on which was the detonation button for the bombs. Ty quickly ran to the platform, without delay, and pressed the button. By detonating the bombs, the system would count all those killed by the explosion as Ty's kills. This was currently the only way to provide Ty with a large amount of gold coins. Boom. The sound of bombs echoed. Outside the research base, flames flew across the sky. The ground shattered, mutant corpses were blasted into the air, and dirt scattered like waves of the sea, one after another. Even the gigantic baby bled from the explosion. Those who had not yet died stopped fleeing. They held each other's hands, standing in place, quietly awaiting the arrival of the explosion. For them, perhaps death at this moment was a blessing. Chapter 165. A Soldier's Last Stand. The explosion happened almost instantaneously, and in that moment, it transformed the entire landscape. The ground seemed to drop several meters vertically, buildings collapsed, and 2/3 of the zombies around were killed in this explosion. On the ground, most of the surviving zombies were either third-stage mutants or had strong defensive capabilities. Among them, one leg of the giant baby had its skin blown off, revealing the muscle tissue inside clearly, even showing white bones. Most shockingly, the blood flowing from the giant baby's wound did not coagulate but flowed profusely like that of a normal human. This indicated that the giant baby wasn't a true zombie in the conventional sense. It still retained some basic human characteristics. Due to this, all the surrounding mutants and zombies were attracted by its blood and began gnawing at its legs. Standing atop the tower, Nash looked towards the military district ahead, his eyebrows furrowed into a frown, concern flashing in his eyes. What he feared was not the zombies that survived the blast or the giant baby, but the strange-looking monster standing beside the giant baby. Its attack method made no distinction between friend and foe. As long as there was brain matter on someone, it would use its tongue to hollow out their head. Logically speaking, the giant baby's head must contain brain matter, and with the enlargement of its body, the amount of brain matter should have only increased. Moreover, being a baby, the freshness of the brain matter far exceeded that of other creatures. But this monster did not choose to insert its tongue into the giant baby's head. Instead, it stood beside it, waiting for something. At this moment, these monsters did not launch an attack again but obediently stood still, gnawing on the giant baby's legs. Everyone, get on the wall and start shooting. Since these monsters weren't attacking now, it was the best time for the humans to counterattack. Nash gave the order, and the soldiers didn't hesitate, given the life-or-death situation they were in. They took up positions atop the wall and started firing at the mutants. Bang, bang, bang. The firepower was intense, with bullets piercing through the bodies of the monsters one after another. Roar. Most of the zombies at the front fell into pools of blood. That's... A soldier watched as the zombies fell, a joyful expression on his face, thinking their attacks were effective. But in the next second, what appeared after the zombie fell shocked him. One mutant beetle after another appeared at the front, their bodies perfectly blocking the bullets. Now, except for hitting the standing giant baby, the soldiers couldn't do anything against the mutants and zombies below. Nash glanced around. They were now completely surrounded. Even with the activation of the bombs, the number of third-stage mutants was enough to surround their research base. On the ground, a ladybug stared at Nash. It was red with 7 black spots on its back, and within each black spot was a white parasite. Upon closer inspection, those white specks were not just spots but maggots parasitizing it. It had a horn on its head and 2 360-degree rotating eyes on either side, and it was chewing on a severed human arm. Finally, it spat out a bone and focused its gaze on Nash, the commander of this army. The ladybug slowly opened its parasite-infested shell and gradually flew into the sky. In addition to this, many flying mutants from all directions began floating in the air. Flies with enormous eyes, mosquitoes carrying needles and heavy tails, moths covered in white emitting a lime odor. These common flying insects in daily life gathered around at this moment and began a full-scale assault on the walls. Fire! Nash ordered sternly. Bullets shifted upward, but the attack was ineffective, almost useless. Don't shoot elsewhere. Target their wings and bring them down first. Nash finished speaking, raised his rifle, and locked onto the mosquito flying at the front, accurately predicting its flight path. He fired several shots in quick succession, directly piercing through the mosquito's wings. But before dying, the mosquito made its last desperate move. Using some unknown method, it snapped off its stinger and used it as a projectile needle. Swoosh! The enormous needle pierced the chest of a soldier with pinpoint accuracy. His upper body was instantly penetrated, blood started to soak through his clothes, and his raised arm lost all sensation. He glanced down at the needle hanging from his chest, then turned his head to look at the warriors on either side of him. Tears welled up in his eyes. He knew he wouldn't survive. His parents had struggled to get him into Chongqing Military District. He was the only survivor in his family. His father died in the mouth of a zombie. His mother was killed by a cockroach. His younger brother and sister were crushed to death when someone jumped from a higher floor during their escape. This world of drama gave him the will to live on. But ultimately, it was impossible. The soldier dropped his gun, using all his strength to crawl out of the wall, standing at the highest point. He looked up at the pitch-black night sky, as if searching for the star that belonged to his family. Father, Liana, I have not been filial. I couldn't live on properly. The soldier jumped off the wall, accompanied by an immense tearing sensation. At this moment, delayed pain swept over his body. Ah! His ear-piercing scream froze the other soldiers in place. Though he was screaming in pain, his steps continued moving forward. In his hands, he clutched 2 grenades, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. Since he couldn't survive, he would take these bastards with him. The soldiers' landing attracted some airborne mutants, which swiftly descended to begin feasting on his body. You beasts! A mutant dug a large hole into the soldier's shoulder, and one of his feet was directly snapped off. The feast continued. Looking at these beasts devouring his flesh, the pain caused his facial muscles to twitch. But in his final moments, he finally wore a smile. Father, Lyanna, Alistair, sister, I'm coming to join you. Chapter 166, The Transmission of Spark. Bang! The grenade explosion blasted the mutants that were still feeding on the soldiers' corpses into the air. Although their carapaces protected them, vital areas such as mouths did not have this protection, causing the fragile organs like mouths of these mutilating mutants to be directly shattered by the blast. They fell around one by one. Go to hell, I'm going to kill every single one of you. A soldier, witnessing his comrades die so tragically, raised his rifle and began firing burst after burst at the group of monsters. The soldiers vented their rage. They feared death, but more than that, they feared being disrespected and bullied by these zombies in such a manner. Humans all have empathy. They saw the fierce sacrifice of their comrades and could imagine what might happen to themselves next. Perhaps they would die, but before dying, they would try to take as many down with them as possible. Killing 1 is enough to make it even. Killing 2 would be profitable. Bang bang bang. These soldiers demonstrated unprecedented unity. Because in the face of life and death, all other concepts had long been discarded. Everyone was advancing towards a common goal, to survive. On the side, Martin was still battling Asa fiercely. It wasn't that his power had weakened, but rather Asa had undergone a mutation. By forcing himself to overuse the source weapon ability, Asa's body became thoroughly infected by zombie fluid, ultimately transforming him into a zombie with source weapon abilities. At this moment, Asa's strength matched Martin's. Meanwhile, Vinny, whose arm had previously been broken, was terrified by Asa's mutation. He found a relatively hidden spot and tried to take off his mech suit, but discovered that the wild boar mech had fused into his flesh like a piece of human skin, impossible to remove no matter what he tried. He started to panic. He didn't want to turn into a zombie. Asa had told him that Martin had a way to prevent mutation, which was why he wore the mech. But now that Asa had already mutated, what could he do to stop his own mutation? Vinny kept scratching his skin, leaving behind deep scratches one after another. But no matter what effort he made, it was futile. Vinny helplessly looked up, laughing bitterly. If he knew it would end in death anyway, he might as well have indulged himself earlier. Vinny's despair formed a stark contrast with the battle happening elsewhere. The number of soldiers was rapidly decreasing, but those who weren't directly killed by the mutants chose the same path, jumping off the wall, holding grenades, and moving forward. They would use the last spark of life to go down with these beasts. Come on, you bastards. I'm already a dead man. Let's see if your fate is harder than mine. To hell with this apocalypse. All of you will accompany me in death. Die, die, die. Such voices rose and fell, seemingly crazy but truly tragic. After a round of fighting, the number of mutants decreased by 1/10. However, the number of army soldiers dropped by more than half. Moreover, 2 consecutive disasters came swiftly. They ran out of ammunition and food, and the giant baby had also mutated. Nash watched as the mutants stopped gnawing on the giant baby. At this moment, he finally understood why the stitched mutant had stopped sucking its brain. It wanted to infect the giant baby into becoming a zombie, turning it into an important combatant among the mutant group. And as expected, this plan worked. The giant baby successfully became infected. It lost its innocent look, replaced instead by the blankness and hunger for human flesh characteristic of a zombie. Its skin turned from smooth to withered and dark, and the flesh on its feet was completely gnawed away, leaving just bones. Most terrifyingly, it had a pair of eyes without any color in the pupils. No one knew who it was looking at. But one thing was certain. This giant baby was surely one of the most difficult enemies in this battle. Tisage. Nash punched the railing. This battle seemed to have become a deadlock. Turning to look at the research base, the frustration in Nash's eyes turned into the final resolution. He looked at the remaining soldiers and noticed that they too were looking at him. Everyone, you've seen the situation. We only have 2 choices left. Enter the research base, but it will only delay our death by a few minutes. The other choice is for us to continue guarding the wall, giving Ty and the others time to study the source weapon, but we will die faster. The path lies at your feet, and I am not your true commander. You choose. After speaking these words, Nash drew a military knife from his waist. He had already made his choice. Rather than dying together uselessly, he would rather fight for a chance that Ty and the others might live. It would be his way of repaying Ty's kindness. Hearing Nash draw his military knife, the soldiers' hesitation turned into resolve in their eyes, mirroring Nash's determination. They also drew their knives from their waists and stood atop the wall. To life and death together. We will not rest until the zombies are exterminated. The soldiers chanted with solemn voices. At this moment, they chose the second path. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for Ty and the others. The spark of humanity needed to be passed on. Its civilization continued. Once Stevie's source weapon was successfully developed, it would bring about a monumental change for humanity. They were willing to sacrifice themselves to cover Tai and the others' retreat. Among them, many were not originally soldiers. In a peaceful society, they had pursued other professions. There were farmers, chefs, drivers, all kinds of occupations which would never have brought them together, but the apocalypse had united them on the same front. At this moment, though they lacked the strength of soldiers, they fulfilled the duty of soldiers. Perhaps, in the apocalypse, the uglier side of humanity was exposed. But similarly, in the apocalypse, the solidarity of humanity shone through. My name is Nash. It's been great meeting you all. If any of us survives, let's drink together. Nash turned to look at these soldiers and said, Walt Nan, it's an honor to have known you. Arrigo, it's worth it to die alongside you all. Xiao Noelg, Wei Youngie. One by one, the soldiers reported their names. Their purpose in stating their names was simple. They did not want to be forgotten by the world so soon. Perhaps, just perhaps, someone would survive this battle. If so, maybe they would remember their names. At least, it could prove that they had once lived in this world. Chapter 167, United as One, fearless of wealth and death. The soldiers gazed at the vast expanse before them. Under the endless night, in their eyes flickered a glint of light. In this life, whether in a peaceful society or in the apocalypse, they lived for survival. From skipping breakfast in the morning to forcing themselves to eat bread and milk, repeating monotonous and tedious work day after day. When encountering someone they liked, no longer with youthful passion and courage, but instead first considering savings, cars, and houses. Going home from work every day and falling asleep on the bed, losing entertainment time year after year. Peaceful times had smoothed out their rough edges. Just as they gradually accepted this reality, this damn world suddenly turned into an apocalypse. Man eating man, man infecting man. Other than fleeing, they had no other choice. After joining the military district, they finally managed to survive, but it was indeed just surviving. Every day, they still did almost the same things as in the real world. Apart from work, there was nothing more than an added fear of death. At that moment, they finally understood that regardless of what kind of society it was, exploitation of the lower class by the upper echelons would continue. The world might be destroyed, but exploitation never stopped. However, at the moment Nash made his decision, they also felt a sense of relief in their hearts. Why follow the current like a river, when you can be a stream defying difficulties, surging forward against the tide? Perhaps they would die, perhaps they would perish, but at least they wouldn't live so wretchedly. Boom. The sound of the giant infant stomping on the ground completely opened the battle between zombies, mutants, and humans. Kill. Nash raised his long sword and shouted at the soldiers. Instantly, hundreds of soldiers rushed down from the wall, wielding knives and swords in their hands, engaging in hand-to-hand combat with these beasts. Nash, with his exceptional skills, fought like a dragon in the waves, mercilessly slaughtering the surrounding monsters. But those soldiers were not so fortunate. Most of them primarily practiced gun handling, and close combat was no different from ordinary people for them. Yet, here, they displayed their own bravery. A soldier, while rushing towards a beetle, had his legs cut off at the waist like slicing vegetables. His body collapsed like a toppled statue, falling directly to the ground. But he didn't give up fighting. He laughed at the beetle and, using his severed legs as feet, stepped toward the beetle one step at a time. He used his body as a detonation point, triggering the grenade on him. At the moment of explosion, his head was swallowed by the beetle, and the explosion echoed. But the beetle remained unharmed. Such fearless and relentless battles continued. Rick, I can't move anymore. Here's my grenade. Help me kill these beasts. A soldier who had all four limbs severed spat out the grenade from his mouth and placed it on the ground. He didn't choose to end his pain with the grenade, but wanted his comrade to put it to better use. Wyatt picked up the grenade, gripped it tightly, saluted the soldier, and charged into the horde. You bastards, I'll take your lives. Wyatt's broadsword struck the neck of a zombie, but since this zombie was a mother type infected by a beetle, its neck was extremely hard, causing Wyatt's sword to break upon impact. The zombie retaliated, biting off a large piece of flesh from Wyatt's neck, causing him to stagger back. Then, with his last ounce of strength, he grabbed the zombie with both hands and pulled the pin on the grenade. I'll go with you. Boom. 2 grenades exploded simultaneously, instantly turning the armored zombie into fragments. Elsewhere, several warriors surrounded a slimy monster oozing fluid. Around them lay pools of corrosive liquid where soldiers had been corroded by the monster's slime. This slimy creature secreted highly corrosive slime, more potent than sulfuric acid. These soldiers exchanged looks. The one at the front pulled the pin on his grenade. A second later, another soldier did the same. But none of them threw the grenades immediately. Instead, at the moment just before the grenade detonated, the first soldier lunged forward. The moment his body started to be corroded by the slime, the grenade successfully exploded. The slime monster's slime was blasted away, revealing its internal structure. But one of the soldiers was splattered by the corrosive slime. In an instant, his arm was directly melted off. However, none of them retreated. The second soldier timed it perfectly and also charged forward. Bang! The second grenade exploded, completely knocking the slime monster to the ground. But its life did not end there. That last soldier, with only one remaining arm after being melted, pulled the pin on a grenade and rushed toward the slime monster. Ultimately, the 3 soldiers used their bodies as bombs to completely end the life of this highly corrosive creature. But remember, this kind of monster's ability is merely at the 3rd stage. When these soldiers encountered 4th stage, or giant infant mutants, their sacrifices became somewhat futile. Some soldiers who were desperate to die alongside the giant infant rushed to its feet. Just as they prepared to detonate their grenades, the baby's huge foot crushed them into meat paste. Even the explosion of the grenades could not affect it at all. This was what absolute power meant. Any sacrifice was futile in front of it. However, these soldiers did not give up. They continued to fight without hesitation. Their goal was one: to buy time for Ty and the others. After decapitating a zombie, Nash locked his gaze on the brain-sucking creature. This intelligent being was essentially the commander of these mutants. If it were killed, this battle might still be turned around. Nash set his sights on the stitched monster, which also noticed him at this moment. Several thick tongues immediately extended toward Nash. It intended to puncture dozens of holes in Nash's head, sucking out his brain from different spots. Chapter 168. The Horror of the Feng He and Guo Xiaobao's Danger. Nash watched as the four tongues split apart, each covered in backward-facing spines. Even a graze would mean death or mutation. An ordinary person would already be panicking at this moment, ending up riddled with holes. But Nash was no ordinary man. He could survive 10 minutes in a horde of zombies without sustaining any injuries, a feat that even surpassed some military units. The instant the four tongues shot toward him, he didn't dodge backward but locked onto a zombie charging at him from the side. As he collided with the zombie, the four tongues penetrated its head through the center of the brow, the top of the skull, and both sides of the ears. A mere second later, the tongues flicked outward violently, causing the zombie's head to explode like a watermelon smashed by a massive hammer, leaving behind only a headless corpse before it could react. However, Nash's reaction far exceeded that of an average person. As the zombie's head exploded, he crouched slightly, then slid forward, dashing directly to the Feng He. After consuming a large amount of brain matter, this Feng He had grown abnormally large, making Nash seem like an ant facing a lion. But size had its drawbacks. Drawing on his year of survival experience in the apocalypse, when faced with a large creature, there was only one thing to do: give it a pedicure. Escape was impossible. The only option was a counterattack. Due to its high vital points, targeting its lower body was the best choice. While the massive size bestowed speed and strength, it also increased blind spots. Attacking from below allowed him to perfectly avoid its line of sight, achieving an uninjured attack. Nash prepared to use this experience to give the Feng He a pedicure. He quickly slid under the Feng He, ready to sever one of its legs with his combat knife. Suddenly, a fleshy growth appeared on the leg, adorned with numerous compound eyes staring at him. Bang! Nash was struck by the Feng He's tail and sent flying. Cough, cough. Blood gushed from his mouth. Fortunately, the tail hadn't slashed him, preventing infection, but a horrifying scene unfolded before him. One eye was missing from above, while the flesh growth on its leg turned out to be the Feng He's other eye. What did this mean? This creature, despite its huge and strange body, had developed the ability to counteract its own weaknesses. Eyes could relocate to other parts of the body to avoid being attacked from blind spots. Indeed, this is the difference between species. Nash spat out more blood. Using his combat knife for support, he quickly rose and dispatched the zombies charging at him from both sides. Looking around, the explosions had long subsided. Some mutated creatures and zombies gathered, heads down, feasting on something. It seemed all the soldiers were dead. Nash couldn't help but laugh. Wolf, after all, is just a dream. I found the end of my dream. It should end now. Closing his eyes, he saw the face of his loved one. Her revenge had been exacted, and living on held little meaning for him. Maybe if I reincarnate sooner, I'll meet her again. But Nash's closed eyes snapped open, and he focused on the Feng He and the giant baby ahead. Those soldiers fought until their last breath. How could he end it so easily? At least, he must kill more and ensure these beasts would join the fallen soldiers in death. Beasts, Lord Guo will show you that besides eating humans, you can be eaten too. His strength erupted. In that moment, both his power and speed soared to new heights. Each swing of his blade severed a zombie's head. Gradually, a small pile of corpses formed beneath his feet. Standing atop this mound, he coldly stared at the zombie baby and Feng He ahead. Swish! Another swing of his blade sent the zombie in front of him crashing to the ground. But at that moment, a worm that hadn't fully died yet split its body and burrowed into his left arm. The skin split open, leaving a gaping hole on Nash's arm. This meant Nash was about to be infected, but Nash reacted swiftly. The instant the worm entered his body, whoosh! With a swift movement, he severed his left arm with the knife in his hand. He then tossed the severed arm directly into the midst of the zombies. As the zombies feasted on his arm, the worms inside were also swallowed by them. Standing under the dark night, the wind whipped around him as blood gushed out from his severed arm. The zombies below, seeing the fresh blood, grew wildly frenzied, roaring toward Nash. Ha 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 ha. Nash looked down at the group of zombies and mutants, laughing bitterly. Come up and eat your Lord Guo. The military knife in Nash's right hand continued to dance through the night sky. One zombie after another fell, and every time he killed one, he would fix his gaze on the Feng He. His intention was clear. He was taunting the Feng He. As the pile of corpses grew higher, the Feng He could no longer tolerate it. This time, it didn't use its tongues for an attack, but moved its massive body, charging straight toward Nash. Its speed was incredibly fast, matching Martin's full speed charge. In an instant, the Feng He appeared right in front of Nash. Then, its four tongues fused together, forming a long drill aimed at Nash. Bang! The powerful impact sent Nash flying off the pile of corpses. As he fell into the pile, the surrounding zombies instantly surrounded him, forming an airtight enclosure. For Nash, this situation was a death sentence. Awaiting him was being devoured by countless zombies. The Feng He guy stood atop the pile of corpses, head held high, its face wearing a look of disdain. It was the emperor of this land. All creatures would be its food. Chapter 169. Tai's appearance. Aura of dominance. Nash fell to the ground. With one hand severed and the other holding a military knife, he had no spare hands to help himself up. Before him, countless zombies reached out, each mouth filled with a mixture of saliva and blood. In their eyes, Nash was already food. Now it was only a matter of who would get the most. Struggling for his life, Nash's military knife continuously swept away the approaching zombies. Bang! A tongue shot down from above the horde, piercing through his knife and then pulled violently back, causing the knife to fly from Nash's hand. This meant that Nash's last means of defense was now completely gone. Another tongue shot straight towards Nash's head, intent on sucking out his brain. At the same time, the surrounding zombies lunged at his body. Death beckoned from all directions. On this desolate earth, this last trace of life was about to be devoured by the zombies. Whoosh! At the moment the tongue was about to pierce Nash's head, it halted mid-air. The zombies around him disintegrated instantly, leaving Nash feeling as if an iron plate pressed against him, making it hard to breathe. Yee! Through the narrow gap, Nash saw the figure standing beside him, but fainted due to excessive blood loss and exhaustion. Standing beside him was none other than Tai. At that moment, Tai was firmly gripping the tongue of the monster, while wielding a long saber glowing red with teeth-like edges. Tai slowly walked forward. With each step, new zombies turned to ash in the heat. Some higher than third-stage mutants and zombies managed to withstand Tai's flames, but could not resist his long saber. The death aura emanating from the saber perfectly matched its crimson appearance. Tai's heart was filled with rage. He never expected these soldiers and Nash to choose self-sacrifice to protect the research base and ensure their retreat at such a critical moment. In this instant, Tai's perception of Nash changed significantly. From this point onward, Tai no longer regarded Nash merely as a cooperative ally, but as a true comrade in arms. Additionally, the military base he intended to make his stronghold was utterly destroyed by the zombies, further fueling his anger. Step by step, Tai walked forward, each footstep igniting flames, extinguishing life within them. Hiss! A mutated venomous snake coiled on the ground, locking onto Tai's back. From this blind spot, if it could sink its fangs into the flesh of this human, he would be instantly corroded by toxins. Whoosh! Waltkia launched arrow, the venomous snake shot toward Tai's neck. Just before reaching Tai's neck, it regretted its decision. How terrifying was this killing intent? Zing! In the flash of the saber, the snake's body was sliced in two. The lower half was chopped into small pieces, while the upper half, still bearing its head, was trampled to death under Tai's feet. It became a herald of Tai's ruthless massacre. Seeing the snake's brutal demise, surrounding mutant scorpions and centipedes rushed out. Mutant scorpions had evolved uniquely. Their tail remained unchanged, but their pincers had evolved into massive claws like those of a crab, capable of destroying almost anything. Its body was dark blue, with two eyes on the front of its tiny head, and blood dripped from its oral pincers. Most striking was its tail, equipped with a hook-like poisonous stinger. Being one of the 5 poisons, it specialized in treachery. Its speed was slower than the centipede's, so it waited until the centipede approached Tai before charging at full speed. Instead of stabbing Tai, it injected its poison into the centipede's body. This was an ability gained through mutation. Excitement. Its poison could cause extreme excitement, lasting just a few seconds for ordinary humans before exploding due to overstimulation. But for the centipede, another of the 5 poisons, it could endure up to 5 minutes of continuous excitement despite being corrupted by the toxin. At this moment, the 3rd stage centipede's strength was directly boosted to the 4th stage, its body rapidly expanding. Ultimately, its massive body could rival the millipede encountered previously in Ashtonjiang City. Its entire body had countless small legs. The upper body was dark brown, and the lower body was yellowish brown. 2 enormous oral pincers were inserted on either side of its mouth, with countless compound eyes grouped into a pair. Because of the enlargement, the dense lines on its face resembled countless maggots intertwined, appearing extremely terrifying. However, it was merely terrifying. Tai survived for 7 years during the apocalypse in his previous life. How could he not know the abilities of these 2 creatures? Most scorpions carried excitement poison, while the centipede's toxin was a chronic one, slowly torturing its victims to death. Moreover, centipedes above the 3rd stage possessed the ability to release toxins, infecting any creature that came into contact with the so-called chronic toxin. If this had happened earlier, dealing with 2 of the 5 poisons would have been tricky. But now, things were different. Tai did not choose to attack the centipede, but instead flashed beside the scorpion, slicing off its tail with one stroke. He then picked up the fallen tail, and an astonishing scene unfolded. Tai flashed an eerie smile at the scorpion, then plunged the stinger of the tail directly into his own body. Genetic physique, upgrade. In that instant, the excitement poison inside Tai dissipated entirely, yet his body retained the ability to be stimulated. At this moment, Tai's strength and speed nearly doubled. A 4th stage mutant? It was nothing more than a mere insect. Tai stabbed the scorpion's head with one slash, Then the long saber in his hand vanished, replaced by the penetrating cloud bow. Drawing the bowstring, aiming, and firing, in a fluid motion, the centipede's body was pierced through. Immediately after, arrows shot continuously, turning the once threatening giant into a living target. Ultimately, it died from 1,000 arrows piercing its heart. The penetrating cloud bow in Ty's hand dissipated again, transforming back into the red long saber. At this moment, his gaze locked onto the Frankenstein's monster and the mutant infant. Chapter 170. Nash stands fearlessly in the face of death. Ty shifted his gaze from the zombie baby to the Feng Ke guy beside it. The peculiar body structure caused Ty's brows to furrow slightly, revealing a look of surprise. How could such a stitched-up monster appear at this point in time? Ty was astonished by this creature composed of various animal parts. In the previous life, these kinds of stitched monsters started appearing only after the 5th year of the apocalypse. They possessed the abilities of the creatures they were sewn together with, and they also gained unique skills of their own. The monster before him combined elements of cockroach, cat, and snake. Its level was somewhat beyond what Ty had anticipated, having already reached level 5. One must know that in the 7th year of the apocalypse, the highest level creature he remembered encountering was merely level 8. And now, in the 1st year of this rebirth, a level 5 monster has already appeared. Could it be that the world truly changes because of him, just as Monk Brody said? Moreover, what made these stitched monsters particularly troublesome was that their strength far exceeded that of ordinary creatures of the same level. Coupled with the massive zombie infant nearby, this battle would indeed be tough. Ty quickly retreated, using the red long sword in his hand to eliminate the mutated beings and zombies rushing towards him. Then, he grabbed Nash and ran backward. His chances against these two monsters alone were not great, especially with Nash losing too much blood from his arm and needing immediate treatment, or he might die on the spot. With all his might, Ty sheathed his sword, lifted Nash from under the iron plate, and carried him toward the research base. Bang! The stitched monster and the giant infant noticed Ty's attempt to escape. The giant infant began running with its huge feet, crushing zombies underfoot with each step, laughing eerily as if enjoying the destruction. Hee hee hee. The giant infant's mouth stretched wide, its soles stained with blood and even remnants of limbs stuck to them. Meanwhile, instead of actively chasing Ty, the stitched monster did something inexplicable. Its 4 split tongues multiplied into dozens of thin, smaller tongues, which then inserted themselves into the heads of the surviving zombies around it. These small tongues acted like straws, and the zombies' brains were drained into the body of the stitched monster, akin to drinking from a can. Having reached level 5, the stitched monster exhibited a bit of intelligence, clearly sensing the threat posed by the red long sword in Ty's hand. Thus, it needed to boost its power while Ty was escaping. If it could raise its strength one more level, Ty would still be an easy target, even with 10 minutes head start. Now, the scene was both chaotic and oddly comedic. The ones slaughtering the zombies were no longer Ty but the giant infant and the stitched monster. One trampled the zombies underfoot, while the other drank them dry for nourishment. Meanwhile, Ty had safely returned to the research base. Ty placed Nash aside and turned to Stevie, who was still studying the origin weapon. Stevie, if we install an origin weapon in Nash now and later add level 5 zombie genes to it, can it prevent him from being infected? Ty asked Stevie. This was why he brought Nash back to the research base. While he could handle either monster individually, he couldn't take on both alone. Therefore, someone needed to help hold off one of the monsters. Stevie glanced at the armless Nash, furrowing his brow. He then looked back at the origin weapon he was researching. This origin weapon isn't fully developed. It was adapted from a mech, so I'm unsure if it can help curb Nash's potential infection. Stevie shook his head. As a scientist but not a biologist, he dared not make rash conclusions on matters he couldn't analyze. Just tell me the probability. Ty said. 50-50. Stevie replied. Install it then. Don't delay any further. Petra, who had just woken up, had already given a simple treatment to Nash's arm wound, and his consciousness gradually recovered. This? Stevie was somewhat hesitant, glancing at Nash, then at Ty. My life was originally sustained by the thought of revenge. Ty helped me achieve this vengeance. Naturally, Nash, owe Ty my life. To repay a debt with a life is a rule in my hometown. Besides, Ty saved not only me but also uncovered the truth for my girlfriend. No matter what, I have to pay back this life debt to Ty. Nash stood up and moved beside Stevie, exposing his maimed shoulder to him. The meaning was very clear. Today, he would definitely install the origin weapon. Follow Nash's wishes. The only way to resolve this crisis now is with the origin weapon. After finishing his words, Ty walked out of the research base again. He had considered escaping, but the zombies nearby were surging like waves, growing more numerous. Even with flames attached to his body, it wouldn't ensure a smooth passage. So, to resolve this crisis, he had to eliminate the leader of these zombies, which was that stitched monster, before there could be any hope of escape. As soon as he left the base, he noticed that Asa and Martin were already fighting fiercely. Both of them bore obvious wounds, or rather, one human and one zombie. Asa had completely turned into a zombie, and he was quite advanced, reaching stage 4. Seeing that Martin could hold on for so long, a glint appeared in Ty's eyes. Martin, I'll help you deal with Asa. You help me stall the giant zombie infant. Ty's words caused Martin to burst into curses. You help me stall Asa, while you go solve the giant infant? Do you think you're a god who everyone must obey? I'm not negotiating with you. This is an order. Otherwise, when the giant infant and the stitched monster get inside, you won't survive either, Tai said coldly. Chapter 171. The Red Long Saber, End Times. Martin was genuinely displeased by Tai's commanding tone, but he wasn't foolish either. At this point, survival hinged solely on the plan Tai proposed. Even though Asa had turned into a zombie, the burning anger in his heart had driven him to an irreconcilable situation with Martin. Thus, no matter what, Asa had to be taken care of first. If he could stall until the giant baby and the Frankenstein's monster arrived, he believed that with his zombie body, he might be able to escape the horde successfully. I agree. Martin looked at Tai and said. However, after a long time, Tai remained stationary, staring ahead as if waiting for something. About now, lure him over, Tai said. Martin snorted, saying nothing further, and charged straight toward Asa. In the instant they engaged, Asa clawed off a piece of flesh from Martin's shoulder. Meanwhile, Martin forcefully hurled Asa toward Tai. Swoosh! Tai's red long saber moved with incredible speed. Before Asa could react, it sliced through from his nasal bridge, splitting him into two halves. Martin stared in astonishment at the razor-sharp red long saber in Tai's hand. What kind of weapon was this strange-looking blade? How could it instantly kill Asa? If Tai had such a formidable weapon, why didn't he use it right away? What exactly was he hiding? Numerous thoughts swirled in Martin's mind. At this moment, he truly felt the terror emanating from Tai. Escape. He couldn't afford to cooperate with Tai. He was certain that once the zombie infant and the Frankenstein's monster were dealt with, he would die along with them. This was akin to plotting with a tiger. It was suicide. Just as Martin began to flee, Tai's voice stopped him in his tracks. Take a look ahead. Do you really think you can escape? A slight sneer crept onto Tai's lips. Martin looked forward, only to see the gigantic baby staring back at him with a bizarre smile. At that moment, the giant baby held a mass of zombies and mutants in its nearly round palm, like eating potato chips, using the other hand to stuff each one into its mouth one by one. With every chew, the sound of bones cracking and blood splattering echoed from its mouth. After being bitten by zombies, the giant baby no longer cared whether its targets were human or zombie. Anything it wanted to eat, it would seize and savor slowly. Martin realized he couldn't run. He was completely targeted by the giant baby. He now understood why Tai had been standing still, hesitating to act. To prevent his escape, Tai was waiting for the giant baby to come closer. Tai. Martin watched as his last chance to flee was dashed by Tai and shouted in fury. Rather than complaining here, wouldn't it be better to help me by some time against the giant baby? Don't you think? Facing Tai's smiling words, Martin's eyes burned with anger. But what could he do? He was now completely ensnared in Tai's trap. Other than complying with Tai's plan, there was no other way out. This is the last time. If you trick me again, I'll take you down with them. Martin's normally courteous demeanor had crumbled, revealing his grim face. Let's begin. Without another word, Tai lifted his red long saber and charged at the Frankenstein's monster. At that moment, Martin followed behind Tai, coming face to face with the giant baby. The two former adversaries were now forced to team up against these two behemoths. Hee. Seeing Martin's arrival, the giant baby's grin widened. Its bulging eyes and gaping mouth displayed two front teeth covered in meat scraps and blood. It seemed to be telling Martin, "You will be my last toy." Bang! The giant baby slapped at Martin, but fortunately, Martin was quick enough to dodge the attack. Yet, where the giant palm struck, the ground caved in, leaving a palm-shaped crater. Martin could sense that this giant baby was far more powerful than Asa. He had no means to contend with it, and could only try to delay it. Tai, hurry up. I can't hold on much longer. Martin yelled at Tai, who was still hesitating on the sidelines. Tai stood still, looking up at the Frankenstein's monster, who also stood there in the same posture, neither making a move to attack first. Neither knew the true strength of the other. Whoever initiated the attack would risk losing momentum, which would likely lead to certain defeat. Infinite flames slowly ignited around Tai. He examined the serrated long knife in his hand and began configuring the best weapon combination for himself. For defense, Tai chose the Guardian's armor and the Red Lotus cloak. These were to resist the splitting tongue of the Frankenstein's monster. For speed, he selected the Swift Step shoes. For attack power, instead of choosing the sky-piercing bow to increase his attack speed, Tai directly opted for two Storm Giant swords to boost his damage. The last slot was reserved for the red long knife in his hand, Apocalypse. This knife was obtained by Tai after detonating the bomb and purchasing it directly with the gold coins he earned. Before buying this Apocalypse, Tai had considered the Tear Bloodblade and the Sage's Protection, Revive armor. One could infinitely heal as long as the body wasn't damaged, while the other allowed him to create a false death scene to escape disaster. But after careful thought, Tai ruled out the Tear Bloodblade because although it could heal, its overall ability enhancement was limited, and in such battles, death was often instantaneous. If vital organs like the heart were destroyed, the Tear Bloodblade couldn't save him. As for the Sage's Protection, while it allowed him to resurrect near a kilometer away 5 minutes after death, what about the others? Stevie and Stuart were rare talents. Manufacturing origin weapons could significantly boost their team's strength, allowing them to effectively counter Viletag City's military district in the future. Nash, being both wise and powerful and willing to protect with his life, had already been fully accepted by Tai. Therefore, he chose the third path. To buy the Red Long Knife, Apocalypse. The Red Long Knife, Apocalypse, provided 3 enhancements: attack speed, strength, and life steal. Combined with his multiple storm giant swords, it perfectly compensated for any lack of attack power. Its most crucial aspect was its ability. Apocalypse's ability. When facing a larger and stronger creature, its attacks would carry a judgment effect, ignoring armor. After 40 attacks, the 41st would directly deliver a lethal strike. Note, the 41st lethal strike only works on creatures of level 5 or below. If above level 5, an additional 40 strikes are needed for each level. Chapter 172. United in Resistance. The dark sky loomed over the desolate land, and zombies surged forward like waves toward Ty's location. A few zombies crouched low, gnawing with their teeth on the bones that had already been picked clean by their companions. Some mutants gathered around the abomination, revealing liquids of greenish-red hues as they bared themselves to Ty. In this place, black was the only color that remained. Dim and oppressive, an eerie silence pervaded, broken only by the low groans of the zombies. Those sounds were akin to demons from hell playing a tune, giving one the feeling of walking alone at night up a hillside, with footsteps approaching from behind. Death was the most common occurrence on this land. Ty knew he could no longer wait for the abomination to make its move. If he delayed any further, more mutants and zombies would surround him. Relying on the unbroken speed of his swift boots and the cloak blazing with lotus flame, Ty dove straight toward the abomination. Apocalypse first slash. Darkness descended, and this blood-colored great blade attempted to tear through the bleak night with its strength. But how could a mere speck among countless creatures easily pierce through this boundless darkness? Bang! Apocalypse did not strike the abomination, but instead, the hand gripping the blade was entangled by a tongue, leaving Ty suspended midair. Then, the remaining tongues attacked from all directions, aiming to tear Ty apart. At this moment, Apocalypse disappeared from Ty's right hand and reappeared in his left. Slice, slice, slice. Ty continuously slashed, cutting the tongue that restrained him. Ultimately, the tongue was severed, and Ty fell from the sky while the tongues attacked from all sides missed their target. First encounter, complete victory for Ty. He knew attacking the abomination directly would invite its tongues to counterattack. Therefore, Ty chose to use his body as bait, breaking its defense first before targeting its body. Since the abomination dared to use its tongues as weapons, it must be that these tongues possessed extraordinary hardness. Thus, Ty used the system warehouse to specify weapon appearance positions, conducting feints to achieve his goals. For slashes to destroy one tongue, 7 remain. Ty narrowed his eyes, looking around, formulating plans. At this moment, the abomination, seeing its tongue destroyed, became enraged. A revolting scene unfolded as its 7 tongues fused instantly, covered with white dots that wriggled like tentacles. Then, 2 fleshy spheres atop its head began expanding rapidly, ultimately revealing 2 exposed eyeballs. Automatically shedding the protective layer around the eyes, Ty sensed something was amiss and switched Apocalypse to cloud-piercing bow. He shot 3 arrows consecutively at the abomination's eyes, curious about its capabilities with the eyeballs exposed. But as the arrows were about to hit, 3 semi-transparent human hands emerged from between the eyeballs, catching the arrows. Human hands? Ty's pupils contracted rapidly. He noticed the 3 hands looked different from each other. This meant they might truly belong to living humans. And this monster likes eating brain marrow. Ty got an idea and, to verify his hypothesis, he fired several dozen arrows at the abomination's body. Except for the first 4 arrows being swept away by its tongues, the rest implanted into the creature's body. As the arrows neared the abomination, just as Ty had guessed, countless human hands emerged from its body, tightly grasping the arrows. Additionally, the 3 hands previously seen struggled, trying to climb upward. Ty reacted quickly. Since everything matched his speculation, he proceeded to the next phase. Lotus Flame Cloak, deactivate. After deactivating the flame on his Lotus Cloak, Ty sped toward the abomination like a bolt of lightning. Instantly, the surrounding zombies and mutants charged at him. Whoosh! Seeing Ty's move, the abomination launched a tongue from its mouth like a javelin at Ty. The Apocalypse vanished from Ty's hand as he leaned forward, his hands hitting the ground. In an instant, he leaped straight up into the sky. He locked onto the position of the abomination's eyeballs and dove directly toward it. The sentient mutants around him stopped advancing when they saw Ty's move. But the zombies, devoid of consciousness, were mere animated corpses. To them, their only recognition was to devour Ty. As Ty landed on the abomination's eyeball, he forcefully changed his body direction mid-air, from a vertical descent to a headfirst dive. Then, he took out the shattered dragon scale rapier from his backpack and stabbed it toward the eyeball. At that moment, a hand emerged above the eyeball, gripping the dragon scale rapier tightly. Ty immediately chose to abandon the rapier, performing a backflip and kicking the hilt, plunging himself towards the ground. Right then, the zombies rushing at Ty couldn't stop and all lunged onto the abomination's body. In the next second, a world wonder appeared in this vast, desolate land. Around the abomination's body, countless ethereal human hands emerged, each tightly grabbing the necks of the zombies, seemingly reaping souls but also appearing to be seeking something. Ty rapidly retreated. Seeing no more space on the abomination for new hands to emerge, he knew the battle was entering its final stage. Feeding on brain marrow isn't just to expand your size. It's also to have a larger volume to accommodate these human souls, right? The Apocalypse slowly appeared in Ty's hand as he walked to the front of the abomination, muttering, Your tongues not only absorb their brain marrow, but also their souls. You use the brain marrow to expand your body size and the souls as reserve energy. However, you can only make them appear but cannot control them to disappear. Am I right? Tai looked up at the abomination, coldness flashing in his eyes. Humans have independent thoughts and cognition. They may fear, be selfish, or greedy, but when facing a common enemy, they do only one thing. Unite in resistance. Chapter 173. Deprived of death, one has no right to speak of death. At this moment, the Stitchling's body was like a container, with the surrounding zombies serving as appendages attached to it. The weight of thousands of zombies piled up together, while not enough to immobilize the Stitchling, certainly made its movements excruciatingly slow. Tai had observed in battle that although the Stitchling's tongue was remarkably agile and could extend and retract automatically, it had one fatal flaw: it could not stretch backward. Therefore, the only way for it to rid itself of the zombies clinging to its body was for the hands on its body to throw them off, which clearly was impossible. Tai took step after deliberate step toward the Stitchling's head, causing the monster to become increasingly frantic, beginning to lash out at Tai with its long tongue. Bang, 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 bang. Every strike from the tongue was blocked by the end times in Tai's hand. Without the mobility of its body to diversify its attacks, its assaults became utterly unremarkable. Tai's pace did not slow due to the tongue's speed. Instead, he approached even closer. Human beings are human because they understand that life might crush them, potential threats might claim their lives at any moment, that they might be selfish or greedy. But no one is willing to be a slave to others, other species, or even fate. They are all free. You can devour their souls, but you will never consume this. Tai tapped his chest over his heart. He hated the complexity of human nature and therefore avoided contact with people. Yet, human nature has its duality. When faced with an unavoidable disaster, no one would be a coward. Gripping end times firmly with both hands, the coldness in Tai's eyes turned into a red glow. The blade of the end times blazed with flames akin to those of the crimson lotus cloak. Whoosh! Boom! The collision between the tongue and the long blade saw Tai advancing without retreating. Boom! End times in Tai's hand erupted with ground-shaking force, sending the Stitchling's tongue flying and forcing its body to retreat half a step. This is the fourth slash. Tai wielded the blade upward, his attacks coming like a storm, targeting the Stitchling's jaw. Bang! 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 Each slash carried Tai's fury at the parasitic existence within the creatures. Fifth slash. Sixth slash. With every slash, the Stitchling was forced to retreat a step. Just two more slashes. Tai looked up at the now mangled jaw and smirked coldly. In a world where the weak perish and the strong reign supreme, you want my life? Then I'll take yours. Muscles bulging in Tai's arms, the 39th slash cut deep into the Stitchling's jaw, revealing the deep groove beneath Daviscled flesh. Just one more left. Looking up at the Stitchling with wide, terrified eyes, Tai said, I've often fantasized how wonderful it would be if this world were to end. Without cannibalism, society wouldn't be exploited by capital. Humans, blinded by greed, wouldn't strip others of their humanity. But when faced with true calamity, seeing those countless hands growing from your body, I realized how laughably foolish this thought was. Hating the selfishness and greed of humanity, yet am I not also such a person? No creature has the right to deprive another of death. That was what a deceased veteran told me. Only today do I fully understand the meaning behind these words. One who strips others of death has no right to speak of it. One who strives to live cannot have his death taken away by anyone. And you and I, we belong to the former. Raising end times, slowly, Tai channeled all his chi into his hands. Go to hell. End times emitted a radiance like the crimson moon. In the moment the final slash fell, everything seemed to stand still. All living things awaited this blow. Sensing this attack as the greatest threat to its life, the Stitchling attempted to resist with its tongue. However, the moment its tongue touched end times, its fate was sealed. Swish! The Stitchling's multi-tongue structure was severed in half, and end times' final blow plunged directly into the Stitchling's head. As the end times reached the very center of the head, the red glow on its blade burst forth. Boom! The red light revealed itself, and in that instant, the Stitchling's head shattered like a pumpkin split into pieces, fragments scattering all around. Blood mixed with white brain matter poured down from the sky like heavy rain. At the same time, those spectral hands that clung tightly to the zombies released their grip. Their hands no longer exerted force, but instead rested as if freed from some great burden. The red light swept across the entire land and painted the sky above. Though the darkness in the sky did not yet fade away, under the illumination of the red light, it seemed as if light was breaking through from somewhere. The 40th slash fell. The skill of end times, judgment, was triggered. The Stitchling's body rapidly disintegrated, its form vanishing, its head exploding, countless souls flying upward before finally disappearing into the dust. Tai watched those fading shadows. He had always believed that humans lacked souls, but at this moment, he understood. What is called the soul of a human is nothing more than an obsession in one's heart, an obsession with life. No matter how bitter life gets, the soul never gives up. It continues to support you in the dark, pushing you forward. The red light slowly dissipated. Beneath the shattered remains of the Stitchling, a gray-white kitten with broken hands slowly landed on the ground. Tai saw that the kitten's hands were completely inverted, and its eyes were empty sockets. This gray-white kitten was the main body of this stitchling. It had absorbed the bodies of various mutants, ultimately combining itself into a new species. Now, it lay on the ground, using its last ounce of strength to lick its fur. Tears seemed to well up in its hollow eyes, wetting its fur. It looked toward Ty, its gaze filled with what appeared to be a pleading expression. But in the next moment, its life came to an end. In the end, it curled up and fell beneath the long, dark night. Chapter 174. The predecessor of the abomination, the little cat. In this world, an abomination is not naturally generated. It requires a mutated species to devour other mutants and voluntarily transform its own body in order to evolve into a new species. Its consciousness will no longer remain with the original host, but the actions of the abomination will be guided by the strong awareness that existed in the original host during their lifetime. Note: mutated entities retain their original consciousness, but after mutation, their level of savagery increases hundreds of times. Before it died, the little cat lived as a pet at home. Its owner treated it like family, carrying it everywhere they went. One day, its owner had to go out on business, leaving it alone at home waiting for its master's return. But it waited and waited, and its owner never came back. The little cat stayed alone at home for a long time. Later, when the male owner's family members came back to handle the house affairs, the little cat found out that its owner had died in a car accident. And because the family didn't like cats, it was thrown out on the street as a stray. Every day it fed on leftovers from trash bins and wandered alone on the streets. One day, a group of children were playing with a ball. By accident, the ball rolled under a car, which had a very low chassis, making it impossible for them to reach. Recalling how it used to help its former owner with similar problems, the little cat crawled under the car and helped retrieve the ball for them. However, the children quickly lost interest in the ball and shifted their attention to the little cat. Have you heard that cats have 9 lives? Do you think it's true? One child asked. Who cares if it's true or not? Let's try it out. After all, it's just a stray cat. The Barney who got the ball back looked at the little cat with a cold smile. Ultimately, the little cat was used as a toy. It was thrown from upstairs, placed in the middle of the road, and tortured in various ways. Finally, its paws were forcibly twisted into an airplane wing shape by those children. Seeing the little cat on the verge of death, they casually tossed it into a trash can and continued playing with their ball. At that moment, the zombie virus outbreak occurred. Due to prolonged homelessness and weakened resistance, the little cat became a mutant. Its kindness turned into resentment. Memories of happy times spent with its former owner lingered in its mind. Its resentment grew more and more. It wanted someone to play with and a stable home. In the end, it gave up its consciousness and merged with other creatures to form a new monster. Guided by the little cat's pre-death desires, the abomination began to feed on human brain fluid and souls, trapping them within its body so they would never leave and could always play with it. Nobody knew what thoughts lingered in the little cat's mind. Most people only treated it as a toy or a way to pass time, unaware that it was also an independent being with emotions. Ty looked at the cat's corpse with its hands twisted upwards, showing a slight disturbance in his expression. At this moment, the system voice sounded. Ding. Successfully killed a tier 5 mutant. Shadow Snake Cat. Infinite Backpack +1. Infinite Backpack. Similar to the system storage, it can store all items from the real world but cannot store living beings. Note: if storing living beings, a fee of 10,000 gold coins is required. Hearing the system prompt, Ty raised an eyebrow slightly. He thought he would have to carry the backpack full of food all the time, never expecting this dog-like system to show some mercy. With this infinite backpack, his future survival path would become much easier. Ty brought his thoughts back to reality and quickly approached the little cat. According to Haroun, he needed the ears of a tier 5 mutant. He cut off the cat's 2 ears and put them into the infinite backpack. Just as he was about to return to the research base, a figure flew down from above. Nash? Ty exclaimed, seeing Davis flying overhead. Nash's arm was now completely integrated with his origin weapon, which was modified from a cockroach mech. It combined the flight ability and high survivability of cockroaches to create this origin weapon. Moreover, the origin weapon would enhance the abilities of the host based on their physical fitness. And the abilities Nash derived could be described as a powerful asset in team combat. Holding a military knife, Nash slashed directly at a zombie infant's eyes. Martin, seeing the origin weapon on Nash's arm, paused momentarily, calculating something in his mind. He sidestepped to dodge the zombie infant's trampling, and then used his legs' high-speed mobility to quickly run toward the area below where Nash was. The zombie infant, despite its large size, has surprisingly fast attack speed, and its skin is very tough. A military knife alone likely won't injure it. So, Martin turned his head to look at Ty in the distance, a sinister smile appearing on his face. As long as the zombie infant focuses its attention on Nash, I can escape. Martin didn't believe that Ty would let him go after dealing with the zombie infant. So, he had to escape first. And Nash was the opportunity he left for himself. Martin stopped pulling the zombie infant and instead used all his strength to treat its legs as a springboard, directly leaping up to Nash's height. As the zombie infant's gaze shifted to him, his body quickly sank downward, and at this moment, the zombie infant's attention focused on Nash. Hee. The zombie infant, seeing Nash appear, showed a baby-like smile on its face. Another French fry. Goodbye. Martin, noticing he had completely escaped the zombie infant's sight, laughed coldly and quickly dashed forward. But right then, a clear clapping sound entered Martin's ears. Immediately afterward, the zombie infant let out a sky-shaking roar, continuously stomping on the ground with its feet. That's... Martin stared at the large blood droplets falling in front of him, frozen in place. So much blood. It could only have come from the zombie infant. Could it be that Nash injured the zombie infant? But how could a military knife possibly hurt the zombie infant? Martin stiffly turned his head and saw that one of the zombie infant's eyes had been blinded. In front of the zombie infant, it wasn't Nash but Ty. How could this be? Why did it happen like this? How could Ty appear in front of the zombie infant so quickly? Martin looked back toward where Ty had been, only to witness an eerie scene unfolding. Chapter 175 Nash's ability and perfect coordination. Nash appeared at Ty's position, now running towards him. What was going on? They had switched places? This was the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, no matter how fast Ty moved, he couldn't instantly teleport to the zombie infant's head. No time to hesitate. Martin knew his chance of escape was becoming increasingly slim. Given how close he was to Ty, any attempt to flee would be immediately noticed. What should he do? Looking at the incoming tide of zombies in the distance, Martin devised a plan. If he didn't attract the zombie infant's attention, he could wait for the zombie flood to surge in, then hide within it for an opportunity to escape. After this thought, Martin began to feign an attack on the zombie infant. However, the zombie infant, feeling one of its eyes had been pierced, was filled with fury. Its limbs thrashed wildly around, seeking vengeance against the humans, aiming to destroy everything in sight. Since Ty couldn't fly, after stabbing into the zombie infant's eye with dystopia, he directly fell to the ground. Now, he was completely within the zombie infant's field of vision. The zombie infant lifted its massive foot to stomp on Ty. The first stomp missed, so it attempted a second. When the second stomp missed too, it resorted to crawling on the ground with its hands. In that moment, it truly resembled an infant, attacking Ty with all the knowledge of combat it possessed. The system informed Ty that this infant was also ranked 5th tier. However, compared to the Frankenstein-like creature, this baby's abilities were much weaker. Its capabilities were similar to regular zombies, except it possessed greater strength, hardness, and size. The zombie infant's attacks continuously missed Ty. Gradually, Ty managed to disengage from combat, with his sprinting shoes doubling his speed. This made it even harder for the zombie infant's attacks to reach Ty. Around the zombie infant, the ground had collapsed under its stomping, forming a small pit. Seeing Ty being pursued, Martin smiled. This was the best moment to escape. Ty wouldn't care about him anymore. But just as he prepared to run, something shocking happened again. The zombie infant stopped attacking Ty and started clawing at its own body incessantly. Soon, its flesh tore open, blood gushing out like waterfalls. Given its enormous size, the amount of blood was astonishing. Martin watched as the falling blood melted all surrounding zombies, blocking all possible escape routes with blood, leaving him nowhere to go but backward. All this was Creed's doing. He had treated the infant as a living subject, implanting it with a mutant that promoted constant growth. This caused the infant to fuse with the mutant, growing 1 centimeter every minute. To ensure his safety while not destroying his creation, Creed mixed highly corrosive liquids into the infant's blood. When the infant grew to a certain height, the corrosion would start, preventing the disaster of a giant wrecking a city. However, the zombie infant now cleverly used its internal blood to try and engulf Ty. Do babies only know this trick? Einstein reincarnated? Ty remarked, seeing the blood flowing toward him rapidly. The speed of the blood flow was extremely fast, even surpassing Ty's top running speed. Ty. Nash's voice redirected Ty's gaze. Count silently to 3, then jump. Nash commanded. The blood behind Ty flowed faster and faster. If either Ty or Nash miscalculated these 3 seconds, they would be swallowed by the blood. This moment tested not only their cooperation but also their moi chi. If either person counted incorrectly, the outcome would differ drastically. 3. Their voices synchronized in unison in their minds. 2. This symbolized the countdown of life. If they succeeded, life continued. If they failed, life would pause. The final countdown rang in both their minds simultaneously. 1. Their gazes met. At that moment, Ty leaped into the air, while Nash clapped his hands at the same time. Bang! Ty and Nash switched positions. Nash instantly appeared in the air where Ty had leaped. Then he used his origin weapon's inherent ability to fly upward. Their coordination was nearly flawless. If Ty counted wrong, Nash would face being engulfed by the blood. At this moment, Ty was transported into the air, and his body began to fall endlessly. Just then, Nash dove toward Ty but did not grab him. The flight power of the origin weapon couldn't bear the weight of 2 people. So, Nash dived straight up into the sky. Then, he clapped again. Bang! Ty and Nash swapped places once more. Immediately after, the second clap sounded. This time, it wasn't Ty who was transported over, but the zombie infant. With this move, Nash avoided the corrosive blood, while Ty landed on the shoulders of the zombie infant. Far away, Martin, who was desperately fleeing, watched Nash's ability with stunned eyes. Almost all of his origin weapon's abilities were passive, whereas Nash's ability allowed him to switch positions. Damn, Martin cursed. Now he had no choice but to keep running to avoid being swallowed by the blood. As for Nash's ability, it was just as Martin had guessed. By clapping, he could swap places with any living creature within his line of sight. As long as it was within his view, he could exchange places with any living being. This was the exclusive ability provided by his origin weapon. When the zombie infant appeared in front of Tai didn't hesitate. He swung his dystopia and drilled into the zombie infant's other eye. Now, both of the zombie infant's eyes were blinded, leaving it to wildly flail in all directions. With the zombie infant as a buffer, Tai regained control once again. Chapter 176, Martin's counterattack before death. At this moment, the zombie baby, having lost its vision and completely surrounded by darkness, began to act extremely restlessly. The zombie baby was frantically clawing at the sky and stomping on the ground with its large feet. The blood swirling around it splashed up as if a child were stepping in puddles. On the other side, Martin's screams echoed through the air. One of his arms was instantly corrupted as it came into contact with the splattered blood. My hand. Although Martin couldn't feel the pain, he could clearly see his arm being gradually consumed. The blood continued to spread. There was nowhere left for him to run. The entire land could be described as a river of blood. Save me! Martin shouted toward Nash, who was flying in the sky. However, Martin was the mastermind behind the research base, indirectly responsible for the death of Nash's beloved. Why would Nash save his own enemy? A cold glint flashed in Nash's eyes as he descended toward Martin. Seeing Nash approach, Martin thought he was coming to rescue him. But through the artificial intelligence-enhanced eyes, he saw a different scene. Nash intended to lift him into the air, and then drop him into the blood, letting him die from being alive and decaying. In an instant, the joy on Martin's face turned into a fierce expression. You asked me to distract the zombie baby, and now you want to kill me. Now that the Frankenstein monster has been dealt with, you still want to kill me. If you want me dead so much, then none of us will live. Martin transferred all his strength to his remaining hand. Bit by bit, just as Nash was about to grab Martin, he felt something like a jack pulling his hand down, dragging him to the ground. Since I have already died once, if you want to do this to me, then you'll stay and die with me. Martin appeared behind Nash and tightly choked his neck with his remaining hand. Before the blood swallowed him, he intended to strangle Nash to death. The source weapon had provided Nash with some cockroach-like abilities, but hadn't increased his strength. Martin possessed zombie strength and was further enhanced by the passive effect of the source weapon. Even with only one hand, he wasn't someone Nash could easily escape from. Tai, standing on the zombie baby's shoulder, saw this scene. He took out the sky-piercing bow, preparing to shoot Martin. However, the zombie baby suddenly went berserk, crouching and pounding the ground with its hands. Tai was standing right at the center where the blood gathered. Without the ability to fly, he couldn't slide off the zombie baby's body to save Nash. The intense shaking made it impossible for Tai to aim at Martin. The only way was to defeat the zombie baby before Nash suffocated. Tai took out Doomsday and furiously slashed at the zombie baby. The zombie baby no longer cared about how badly its body was being damaged, using its hands to continuously slap its shoulders and even head. It wanted to get rid of the pest on its body. Bang! Part of Tai's attention was on Nash, making it difficult for him to concentrate. During the zombie baby's last desperate attack, its arm struck Tai, but thanks to Tai's quick reaction, he managed to hold it off with both hands. Seeing Tai still looking at him, Nash shook his head, a faint smile on his flushed face. He was telling Tai not to come and save him, just to focus on his task. Nash kept hitting Martin with his elbows, but Martin didn't feel any pain. Unless Nash could kill him with one blow, everything was futile. Tai refocused his mind and looked away. Nash had saved him from danger more than once, risking his life. Perhaps Nash was an ordinary person, but he used his ordinary strength to protect Tai. No matter how cold-hearted Tai was, he couldn't help but be moved by what Nash did. Once was gratitude, but what about the second time? The third time? Doomsday back? Tai retracted Doomsday, then brought it out again, this time appearing in his mouth. The blade of Doomsday scraped against Tai's skin, and blood was dripping drop by drop. Red Lotus Cloak, activate. Flames engulfed Tai as the Doomsday in his mouth slowly cut toward the zombie baby's palm. Because Doomsday had a blood-sucking ability, it allowed Tai's wounds to heal slightly with each offensive strike. However, every time Tai swung Doomsday with his mouth, it would cause his wounds to tear open again. He kept repeating the same action, making his wounds vacillate between healing and tearing. Although this method helped control the bleeding, the pain from the blade piercing through the flesh was something Tai couldn't stop. 34 slashes. 35 slashes. Since Tai kept holding Doomsday with his mouth, he couldn't close his jaws, causing saliva to unconsciously drip out. Additionally, his mouth began to go numb, and the area around his lips turned a dark bluish color. His body was slowly curling downward. The zombie baby continued pressing down. Tai only needed 2 more slashes to deal a decisive blow to the zombie baby. But if these 2 slashes weren't completed within 10 seconds, he himself would be crushed into pulp by the hand above him. 39th slash. Tai endured the numbness in his mouth, lifted his head, and made another cut on the zombie baby's palm. One last slash remained. Bloodshot eyes, veins bulging at his temples, his features bleeding under intense pressure. Tai's body was inching downwards. His mouth completely lost strength, his arms went from straight to bent, and his legs shifted from standing to kneeling. The worst happened. With no strength left in his mouth, Doomsday slipped from his mouth onto his shoulder, leaving him utterly defenseless. The moment for his end was approaching. Boom! The zombie baby's fleshy palm pressed firmly onto its own shoulder, and the small black figure trapped in between finally vanished. Chapter 177. The Great Vengeance has been achieved. Martin watched as Ty's body was crushed beneath the palm of the zombie infant, and a mixture of laughter and murderous intent exploded across his face. Ha ha ha, it's settled then. You two brothers can accompany me to hell. The strength in Martin's arms grew even stronger while blood began to engulf them all. It's only you who will go to hell, we are going to heaven. Hell only welcomes evildoers like you, remember that? Nash, with his face red from exertion, managed to laugh. Is that so? I sincerely hope to see you in hell, though the outcome will be the same. Die. Martin burst into a mad laugh, his smile turning twisted. Without the ability to fly, and without Nash saving him, he was doomed. He knew death was certain for him. Facing death, his expression turned frenzied and terrified. He used his madness to mask the fear deep inside. Comforting himself by thinking others would join him in death wasn't such a bad thing. One life for one life. It couldn't be a fairer deal. Martin felt Nash losing vitality. His body slumped down, head and hands swaying like leaves adrift in the wind. To prevent Nash from feigning death, Martin tightened his grip a few more times before kicking him towards the edge of the blood pool. Die, die. All of you must die before me to accompany me in death. My military district, everyone in it, everything under heaven, will all accompany me in death. Martin raved. His mouth trembled, his legs quivered. Those who had faced death once before didn't feel fearless when confronting it again. Instead, they were more afraid than the average person. They feared death because they had experienced it. Martin did not want to die, but what could he do? He could only numb himself with madness. Ty was dead. Nash was dead. All who defy me must die. Just as he thought he had achieved total victory, a sound erupted behind him. It was the cry of the zombie infant. Ha ha ha, ah eh ah. Seeing his palm start to decay, the zombie infant frantically licked at it, trying to stop its deterioration. But it was all in vain. Within moments, his arm and leg followed, and half of his body dispersed like being sliced by a saw. On his remaining shoulder, a figure slowly rose from the ground, using a red greatsword as a cane to stand atop the shoulder. Ty was not dead. After falling underground in Endworld, another plan surfaced in Ty's mind. Protected by the Red Lotus cloak and guardian armor, he could temporarily withstand the pressure of the palm. Thus, when the palm descended upon him, Ty immediately knelt and picked up Endworld, delivering the final blow to the zombie infant. Seeing Ty still alive, Martin panicked, taking a step back. His eyes twitched, and much of his excitement vanished. No problem, there's still one left to die with me. Martin shifted his gaze to Nash. At that moment, a scene of despair unfolded before his eyes. Nash, lying on the ground, coughed a few times, then slowly rose and ascended into the sky. Martin clearly saw the mocking and derisive look in Nash's eyes. Nash's source weapon, transformed from a mutated cockroach, granted him some of the cockroach's survival abilities. Cockroaches have a nickname, the indestructible little critter. Their thin body structure makes them incredibly light. The only bulging part is their abdomen, which makes it difficult to kill them without putting in maximum effort. Of course, Nash's body structure couldn't become identical to a cockroach's, but his source weapon acquired another cockroach ability. Respiratory system. Unlike humans, cockroaches have multiple respiratory systems along their bodies, ensuring they don't suffocate even if one is damaged. Nash, besides breathing through his nose and mouth, also had respiratory capabilities in his source weapon arm. In other words, Nash could breathe through his arm. No, this can't be. Martin looked at Nash flying in the air, and he fell into utter despair. No one would die with him, no one. How could this be? If only I had known earlier, if only I had thrown him directly into the blood. No. Martin watched as the blood drew closer and closer to him, his body rapidly retreating backward. He was afraid now. The excitement in his mind vanished, and fear enveloped his brain. He desperately crawled backward, trying to escape the engulfing blood. But all around him was already stained with blood. There was nowhere for him to retreat. Help me! Help me! Martin looked up at the floating Nash and hurriedly shouted. However, Nash ignored Martin. He hovered silently in the sky, watching him coldly. The blood began to swallow the last spot where Martin stood. Sizzle. The burning sound of flesh being corroded by the blood echoed in Martin's ears. He jumped upward frantically, trying to avoid the engulfing blood. But jumping was not flying. It was all in vain. Slap. Martin fell from the air, with nothing beneath his feet to stand on. Blood splattered on his body. In that instant, his legs were melted away instantly. Without the support of his legs, his body plunged into the blood. No. I don't want to die. Someone save me. I barely survived from the zombie's hands. I can't die. Not like this. But no one could save him. His body was completely assimilated into the blood. Now, only his hand floated in the blood. His body had become one with the blood. Finally, even his floating hand dropped into the blood with a thud, like a severed limb. It's finally over. Nash sighed deeply as Martin's voice completely faded. The revenge he had waited a year for was finally over. Emmanuel, I have avenged you. Sunlight bathed Nash's body, tearing through the darkness ahead. Dawn shone upon the earth. Nash looked at the rising red sun, with a tear hanging at the corner of his eye. In that tear, wrapped up, were the memories of his life with his love. Chapter 178. Petra comes as a hostage. The blood-red long knife in Ty's hand finally tore through the darkness. On this desolate earth, where the area was encased in zombie infant blood, the crimson veneer now slowly faded away. Replacing it were the chilling white bones scattered across the ground. Though the two most powerful mutants had been slain, the zombie tide had not ceased. Zombies and mutants from Chongting City continued to rush towards this place one after another. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. The ground cracked open, allowing the pus to slowly seep into the fissures, merging with the land. Nash flew towards Ty and guided him toward the research base. Thank you. Nash looked at Ty, his tone somewhat heavy. The thanks should be mine, Ty responded. Due to Nash's appearance in this battle, Ty fully understood what Ron and Monk Brody had told him. If he had been alone, even if he could have defeated the zombie infant or the Frankenstein-like creature, it would not have been so easy. The importance of teamwork was evident. Stevie's source weapon, Nash's coordination, and his primary offensive tactics, all three elements were indispensable. Just as Ty and Nash thanked each other, a gunshot rang out from within the research base. Bang! How could this happen? Nash frowned. The two biggest monsters had already been dealt with. Asa and Martin were dead, and zombies wouldn't use guns. Who else could it be? Vinny. Ty instantly remembered Vinny, who had come with Asa to confront him, and said in a grave voice, "Faster!" Ty urged. If anything happened to Stevie, making the source weapon would start from scratch again. The current zombie mutations were already terrifying. Delaying any further would be catastrophic for the entire world. More importantly, Nash's source weapon was not yet fully complete. If Stevie died, then Nash's fate would be certain. He would die from being infected by zombies. Nash also realized the severity of the situation and quickly flew Ty to the research base. Just as Ty had suspected, Vinny was holding Stevie hostage, with Stuart and Petra standing opposite him. Vinny looked very ragged, his skin ulcerated from wearing the wild boar mechanized suit for too long. His face had developed hive-like patterns that looked quite frightening. The earlier gunshot had not hit anyone. It was Vinny firing a warning shot to threaten Stevie into modifying his body. Stevie, either you give me my body back now, or everyone here dies with me. Vinny, having lost his rationality, shouted at Stevie. Without a tear, 5 mutants' ear, how can I modify you? You chose to wear the wild boar mechanized suit yourself. Stevie's straightforward nature left no room for compromise. He directly rejected Vinny. Then everyone will die with me. Vinny fired several shots into the ground, his emotions collapsing. He was a cowardly person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of selling women for survival just a few days before the zombie outbreak. Vinny, let's calm down and talk. There's no way you can survive if we don't calm down, Petra said patiently, looking at the captured Stevie with worry. Calm down? With what? You bitch. If it weren't for me bringing you to this military district, you'd have died in the zombies' mouths long ago. Vinny pointed his gun at Petra, shouting angrily. Now look at you. Once you came here, you found a sugar daddy. You're living quite comfortably. Ha 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 ha. Women sure do have it good. Whether in a peaceful society or this apocalypse, as long as you're beautiful, even if you're just eye candy, you can still make money. How utterly ridiculous. Vinny placed the gun against Stevie's temple, a mocking expression on his face. Killing your man must really hurt, right? Just perfect. Let me see that pitiful, despairing look of yours. Vinny grinned, the consciousness in his mind becoming increasingly blurred. Two voices appeared in his mind. Kill him. Eat him. Vinny. Petra shouted at Vinny. Don't you remember? That giant baby might be a tier 5 mutant. There's hope for you. Don't do something foolish. If Stevie dies, your life is over. Petra was a person of fine sensibilities. Although she couldn't contribute much in combat or research over the past year, she often interacted with the wives of NCOs, wealthy ladies, and others. Her speech had become worldly wise. She knew how to converse appropriately with different types of people. What all Vinny wanted was undoubtedly not to die. As long as she focused on this point, she could stall for time. Buying more time until Ty and Nash returned would be enough. Just as Petra thought, when Vinny heard her words, his handgun involuntarily trembled. Yes, that giant baby might indeed be a tier 5 mutant. So, I still have hope? Suddenly, Vinny heard light footsteps behind him. Already starting to mutate, he was highly sensitive to sounds. Ty was back. He quickly moved Stevie toward the corner, using the wall to block his blind spot to prevent Ty from sneaking up on him. Ty also realized that Vinny had detected him and Nash. Initially planning a direct ambush and changing Nash's position, he didn't expect this guy to be so alert. I have the ear of a tier 5 mutant here. Release Stevie, and I'll let you live. Ty changed tactics, trying to calm Vinny down. Make Stuart do it. Leave Stevie here as my hostage. Vinny wouldn't release his only hostage. He had witnessed Ty's methods and couldn't trust him. Stevie is the main person responsible for the source weapon. Without him, even I can't accomplish anything. Stuart responded decisively. How about this? I'll be your hostage, okay? Ty suggested. No, I want her. Vinny pointed at Petra in the distance and said gravely. Fine, I'll be your hostage. Without hesitation, Petra walked directly towards Vinny. Petra knew that among them, she was the least useful, so trading her life for Stevie's survival was worthwhile. In fact, she had died twice before. If not for Ty and Stevie, she wouldn't have survived in this apocalypse. She wasn't afraid of death. Would Petra fear it? But compared to fearing death, she understood the balance between the two choices better. A year in the apocalypse had taught her a lesson. The weak sacrifice themselves for the strong. It's inevitable. She had agreed to marry Stevie because she admired his straightforwardness and dedication. She believed Stevie's research could bring peace to society. So, she naturally made the sacrifice without hesitation. Chapter 179. Fate is in your own hands. Petra walked step by step toward Vinny. At this moment, Vinny's heart was pounding extremely fast. He had no idea what tricks Ty and Nash would play. But one thing was certain. The unexpected event would happen at the exact moment when Stevie and Petra exchanged places. That would be his only chance to loosen his grip, for Ty and Nash to catch him. You, come to my left side. I will let go of Stevie as soon as I grab you. Vinny kept a close watch on them, holding Stevie's neck with one hand and pressing a gun against it while hiding behind him, and freeing another hand to prepare to seize Petra. Ty slightly raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Vinny to be so cautious, foreseeing that something might happen at the moment of exchange. The original plan was that during the exchange, Nash would clap and swap positions with Vinny, thus directly neutralizing him. But now, completely hidden behind Stevie, Vinny made it impossible for Nash to pinpoint his position, and clapping would attract too much attention. If Vinny reacted in time, the losses would far outweigh the gains. However, not only did Ty know about Nash's ability to swap positions, Petra and Stevie also knew. As Petra approached Vinny, she didn't wait to be grabbed but instead lunged at Vinny's stomach. Bang! Reacting quickly, Vinny kicked her in the stomach, sending her flying. Damn bitch, you like playing tricks? Fine, then come die with me. With those words, Vinny raised his handgun, intending to shoot Petra wildly. But at that moment when he kicked Petra away, all the force on his arm loosened. Seizing this opportunity, Stevie yanked downward, instantly exposing Vinny's head to Nash's sight. Clap. Nash reacted incredibly fast, perhaps inheriting the cockroach's characteristic of survival, and clapped immediately. Bang bang bang. At the same time, Vinny fired several shots toward Petra. Stevie, next it's your turn to die. But the next second, he realized that although his arm was still constricted, it was around empty air. And the 3 bullets he had fired missed Petra entirely, hitting Ty instead. Who's next? A cold expression appeared on Ty's face as he asked Vinny. How am I here? I'm not. Vinny turned his head to look at where he had been standing. There stood Nash. Can you swap positions? Choking back a sob, Vinny suddenly understood. Do you realize this a little too late? A long red sword materialized in Ty's hand, and without hesitation, he stabbed it into Vinny's heart. Ty's attack was relentless, giving Vinny no chance to beg for mercy. Thump! Vinny staggered 2 steps backward, then clasped his chest and fell to the ground. But at that moment, Nash also collapsed. He had overused his source weapon, and since it wasn't fully developed, more than half of his cell nuclei had been consumed, causing his body to start mutating. Quick, save Nash. Ty tossed the Funker ear to Stevie and commanded in a deep voice. Nash closed his eyes slightly, using the last bit of his strength to look at Ty, and said weakly, If I die, bury me beside the loquat tree on the hill behind the military camp. It was planted by Xiaoying and me, and Xiaoying is buried there. Using his final strength, Nash voiced his last wish before fainting. Ty carried Nash to the research table, then cut off Vinny's head with a knife again to prevent any further mutation. Can we stop the mutation? Ty looked at Stevie and asked solemnly. Half a chance, depending on Nash's will to survive. But before that, there's a problem to solve. Stevie glanced at Ty and explained. The power supply is insufficient. The solution is to open the electric gate at the control center. Stevie presented the solution. The entire area outside has been destroyed. Can the control center's wires still connect here? Ty was puzzled. Electricity requires wiring to transmit, and with the ground torn apart by zombie infants, connecting power between 2 buildings seemed nearly impossible. Initially, we anticipated this situation, so the research base's wires are underground. What you need to worry about is whether the control center has been destroyed. Stevie said. Ty glanced at Nash, who was unconscious on the research table. He suddenly realized that he didn't hate humans as much sometimes. At least with Nash, he couldn't bring himself to feel any disgust. I'll go turn on the power supply. However, zombies outside are continuously rushing towards us. If Nash wakes up and I haven't returned, let him take all of you straight to the peak of the mountain behind, and meet me there. Ty had already made his plan. Although he didn't want Stevie and the others to die, there were simply too many zombies outside. Even if he fought until doomsday, it would be impossible for him alone to resolve everything. So, if the control center hadn't been destroyed, he would choose to go turn on the electric gate. But if it was already ruined, then he could only abandon Stevie and the others and escape alone. Stevie was very important for the post-apocalyptic world's direction, but Ty wasn't so selfless to sacrifice himself to save Stevie. This path to activate the power supply not only aimed to save Nash, but also provided an escape route for himself. Ty took another look at Nash lying on the control console, and then ran out of the research base with his knife in hand. He stood above the research base, looking down at the entire Chongting military camp's ground. The surrounding zombies surged toward the research base like oversized ants, densely covering the area. Everywhere they went, their feet trampled what remained as thoroughly chewed bones. Although light still shone upon the earth, dark clouds continued to loom in the sky. The earth lay in ruins, remnants of buildings scattered everywhere. The apocalyptic disaster spread a destructive atmosphere through the air. Ty didn't know how the fate of humanity would unfold, or if the path ahead would lead to life or death. But he knew one thing. The road lies under his own feet, and the direction of travel depends on his own decision. The fate of the apocalypse can only be in one's own hands. Tai charged out of the wall, heading straight into the swarm of already decayed skinned zombies. Chapter 180, Human Power Supply. The horde of zombies, seeing that Tai was the only one still alive in this vast expanse, surged towards him. However, after the demise of the abomination, most of the zombies' movements became disorganized and chaotic, like unruly children rushing forward without discipline. Red Lotus Cloak, activate. Infinite flames burned around Tai, and in his hand was a large axe emitting a purple-red glow. With every step forward, the surrounding zombies melted into the flames. Some zombies beyond Tier 3 could endure the searing heat, but as they rushed over, they inevitably offered their heads to Tai. However, over the course of a year, these mutants had developed intelligence more akin to human thought processes. Instead of mindlessly rushing towards Tai like zombies, they chose to use a group of zombies as a suicide squad to draw his attention. They divided themselves into 3 teams: flying, ranged, and charging. Among them, led by flies, the mutants hovered near Tai, buzzing to disturb his focus. And some flying mutants like bees and butterflies evolved unique abilities. Bees could use their stingers as ranged weapons against Tai. Butterflies, on the other hand, spread fire-resistant pollen with wing vibrations, which could bypass Tai's flames and attach to his body. Though harmless directly, this pollen provided vision lock for another creature. Chrysalis Adhesive Liquid. These unevolved chrysalises, though immobile, possessed auto-targeting paralyzing needles. If hit, even an elephant would collapse instantly. Their needles, like the pollen, were also fire-resistant. Moreover, many other mutants used their abilities to affect Tai's line of sight. There was a stark contrast between the mutants and the zombies. On one side, aimless charges. On the other, coordinated teamwork. Facing this suddenly united group of mutants, Tai frowned, as events unfolded faster than he had anticipated, even surpassing his experiences from 7 years into the apocalypse. Fortunately, the flames burning around him could counter most ranged attacks, so all he needed to do was avoid being hit by the paralyzing needles. Moving forward, Tai found more and more zombie corpses beneath his feet. Finally, he arrived at the control center Stevie told him about. Bad luck. The control center had collapsed into ruins. Tai did not want to accept this outcome, but there was nothing he could do. The collapse meant the research base would lose power, and Nash would mutate at the control console. Then Stevie and the others would face certain death. Putting away his guardian battle axe, Tai ran forward. He couldn't turn back to save Stevie, having already spent over 10 minutes on this one-way trip, and he had no idea what had happened there. Even if he returned to rescue Stevie, without Nash's flight capability as cover, it would only be a burden. Unless, just as Tai was about to leave, he noticed a color unlike the ground among the rubble, resembling a door lying flat. Unless the power supply room was still alive within the rubble. Seeing the light, Tai felt a glimmer of hope. He swiftly ran into the rubble, using Apocalypse to lift scattered rocks. Beneath the stones, several crushed bodies appeared before Tai's eyes. Blood mixed with dust, brains mixed with blood, and their faces were completely indented. Continuing to move rocks aside, he finally saw something that brought him a pleasant surprise. An underground entrance. According to Stevie, the wires were installed underground. If they considered the possibility of wire damage by zombies, the power supply might also have been placed underground to ensure safety. However, why didn't Stevie tell me the power supply was hidden underground? Could it be this is not the power supply place? Tai's brow furrowed slightly, sensing something was amiss, but this was the only hope to save Nash now. He moved all the stones in front of him aside and opened the door on the ground. A pungent odor swept over Tai's face. So foul. The smell of rotting food. Was it a garbage dump inside? Tai glanced down at the ladder leading downward. The handle of the ladder was unusually smooth. If it were a garbage dump, there would be no need to specifically clean this ladder. What lies beneath? Tai picked up a stone from the ground and tossed it down. Bang! The sound of metal clashing. There must be something down here. Without hesitation, Tai began to climb down. Step by step, the closer he got to the bottom, the darker it became, and Tai could only faintly make out the uneven walls around him. This place looked like it had been blasted by bombs. Finally, Tai reached the underground part of this hole. What he saw refreshed his perception. Wires were densely packed around the area, but what stood out most were the metal circles. These metal circles resembled the exercise wheels for hamsters, except instead of hamsters, there were humans standing on these wheels. At first glance, there were nearly thousands of these metal circles, with each one occupied by a person. These people were bound by chains, and on their left side, there was an automatic feeder set with a timer, as well as a bed. When the set time arrived, these feeders would automatically inject them with a nutrient fluid resembling urine. At night, the machines would control their limbs, forcing them to lie on the bed for rest. Apart from sleeping and eating, their sole job was to run continuously on these wheels. These metal wheels were connected to a massive power storage box. These people were used to supply power to this box. Chapter 181. The Last Minute. Those inside the metal circle showed no change in expression when Tai arrived, continuing to walk endlessly in their circles. These people could no longer be simply defined as human. They were more like a group of living dead. They had lost their passion for life and hope for death. They no longer had any desires or thoughts of seeking death. The surprise in Tai's eyes quickly subsided. In fact, this should have been expected. In a peaceful society, power plants usually generate electricity primarily using coal. But in this post-apocalyptic world, with no coal miners to collect coal, it became a scarce resource. Thus, alternatives were needed. Kinetic power generation became the cheapest and most convenient method for supplying electricity in the apocalypse. However, since this was the place generating power, why didn't Stevie tell me and only ask me to go to the control center? Ty frowned slightly, sensing something suspicious. But first, it was necessary to deal with the immediate situation at hand. Ty quickly climbed onto the storage box, expecting that he would need some time to figure things out. However, it turned out that this storage box was connected only to the research base. This meant that this underground power plant was specifically prepared for Stevie's research base. Ty pressed the red button. At that moment, all the power from the storage box surged towards the research base. At the same time, the metal circles, which weren't moving very fast initially, suddenly increased several times in speed. The group of people who were walking slowly began sprinting. What was most laughable was that there was no surprise in their eyes. They instantly matched the faster pace as soon as the speed increased. Their practiced actions sent a chill down one's spine. Ty did not choose to rescue these living dead. After transmitting the electricity, he left immediately. Currently, the only meaning of their continued existence in this world was this. Research base. The base, originally enveloped in blue-white light, gradually dimmed. The mechanical arms controlling Nash's body dropped down, and the silver-shining research table lost its light entirely. Seeing the power of the base about to be depleted, Stevie revealed a hint of helplessness. Just as he was about to give up on treating Nash, all the machines around him were re-energized in an instant. The mechanical arms resumed normal operation, and the pair of cat ears that Ty gave him began analyzing. If successful, once converted into a liquid and injected into human blood, there would be a chance to save Nash. Ty succeeded. Petra smiled. But the current situation still seems somewhat dire. Stevie watched the analyzed cat ears being implanted into Nash's body. However, Nash's condition did not improve. The burden from the source weapon made the mutation patterns on his left chest deeper. Is something wrong? Petra asked, puzzled by the worsening mutation. It's because he doesn't want to wake up. Stewart sighed and said, well, for zombies and mutants above level 5, their cell nuclei have undergone 2 qualitative changes. First, from human cell nuclei to infected ones, then upon reaching level 5, back to human. But this time stronger than ordinary humans. I call it superhuman. The presence of superhuman can completely offset the infectious virus from the source weapon, and it might even lead to developing an antidote. Nash's body started mutating due to the source weapon, so now adding the level 5 cat ear has effectively suppressed the mutation, but it seems his mind is caught in an illusion, and he doesn't wish to wake up. Stevie explained. As Stevie said, Nash was experiencing the best time in the past year. He entered a dream where he met his love, Emmanuel. In the dream, he had spent countless days and nights with Emmanuel. That world was peaceful, without disasters or omnipresent corpses and zombies. Nash chose to escape. He knew it was all an illusion, but he was willing to self-delude. What do we do? The mutation is still progressing. Petra frowned, revealing worry. There's nothing more we can do. It's up to him now. Stevie shook his head and released the buttons on the control panel. At this moment, the sound of impacts came from outside the research base. The zombies were here. Stevie looked down at Vinny's headless corpse. It was the blood flowing from the corpse that attracted the zombies. Although the protective measures of the research base were very good, they could not withstand the attacks of thousands of zombies and mutants. Bang, bang, bang. Each hit sounded like death knocking on the door. Once a breach occurred, what would follow would be death. 5 minutes. If Nash doesn't wake up in 5 minutes, we will find a way to leave here. Stevie glanced at Nash lying on the research table and said in a deep voice, do we have any grenades? Stewart asked. No. Stevie shook his head. Does the base have niter and sulfur? Petra, hearing Stewart's question, turned around to look at Stevie and asked. Yes. Stevie nodded and pointed at the bottles in front. I'll make bombs. Petra quickly walked towards where the niter was stored. In the 1960s and 1970s, as long as there was niter, sulfur, and charcoal, one could manufacture a bomb. Back then, because most citizens were poor, many used these 3 materials to make firecrackers for sale. What Petra needed to do was create a bomb known as black powder. Since the research base only had one exit, the front door, there were only 2 ways to escape. One was for Nash to wake up and use his source weapon to fly them away. The other method was to use bombs to blast a path out. Time ticked by second by second. Stewart's eyes tightly focused on the front door, while Stevie kept his gaze on Nash. Petra had already made 4 or 5 rudimentary bombs. Now, all they had to do was wait for time. Stevie looked at the wall clock above, glancing at Stewart and Petra, murmuring, the last minute. Chapter 182. Either waltz together or die together. Stevie stood at the control panel, his eyes fixed on the clock while keeping a wary eye on Nash with his peripheral vision. If Nash could awaken, it would be the best outcome for all of them. If not, Stevie watched as the timer dwindled to the final 30 seconds. At this moment, Mariah had also finished assembling all the bombs and brought them to the entrance. Bang! At that instant, something resembling a spike pierced through the door. Then, this spike began drawing a circle in the center of the door. Once this circle was completed by the spike, it would mean the complete collapse of this research base's defenses. 10 bombs in total. We can only make so many. Mariah distributed the makeshift bombs among Stevie and Stewart. The 3 of them positioned themselves in a triangular formation, standing at 3 points. As soon as the wall in front was breached, they would immediately throw the bombs in their hands. Sizzle. As the spike slid along the surface, the low howls of zombies and mutants from outside entered their ears. That sound was like hearing the incessant roar of motorcycles when you're already suffering from insomnia, exasperating and infuriating. Plang. The pieces of the wall, scraped off by the spike, fell to the ground. A zombie with half its face torn apart, its teeth hanging precariously from the gums, stared straight at them. And behind that mangled face, there were countless zombies and mutants rushing towards them like an ocean tide. Detonate, Stevie ordered sternly, and the trio simultaneously threw the improvised bombs in their hands. Boom. An explosion instantly erupted, and the zombie that had been staring at them was instantly blasted into pieces, its head being blown inside with perfect accuracy. The head rolled toward Mariah like a soccer ball. It then slowly lifted its head, opening its cracked mouth, biting madly at Mariah from a distance. The bottom of its severed head remained connected to the neck, preserving its central nervous system, allowing it to remain somewhat alive. Looking at the zombie's head, Mariah instinctively staggered back a few steps. Fortunately, Stevie reacted quickly, kicking the head away with one foot. Now what? Stewart observed the opening outside. Although the bombs had eliminated the zombies capable of destroying the research base walls in front, the next second, more zombies surged up again. Relying on their limited bombs, they could never break through. Through the hole, countless zombie hands reached out towards them. Thankfully, due to the small size of the hole, these zombies were completely blocked from entering. However, since one zombie had managed to breach the research base's doors, others could do the same. Apart from the hole in front, tearing sounds came from other parts of the walls. Rip, sizzle. Various sounds of walls being destroyed filled their ears. The atmosphere of death and oppression instantly spread throughout the entire research facility. The yellow lights of the base illuminated the three of them, as if signaling the twilight of life, foreshadowing their imminent demise. Drip. A water droplet fell. Stevie looked up to see a small hole corroded into the ceiling above, surrounded by corrosive green liquid. Most terrifyingly, above that hole, an eyeball was spinning 360 degrees, watching him intently. Bang! Behind them, the walls were now dented, marked with the handprints of zombies, giving off a spine-chilling vibe. Aim the bombs at the front hole. We can't delay any longer here. If all sides are breached, we truly have no chance of surviving. Seeing Nash still unconscious, Stevie made a decisive decision. He turned to look at Mariah, his gaze shifting from resolute to tender. He tightly held her hand and walked forward swiftly. Again, they hurled their bombs at the front hole. But since the zombies completely blocked the hole, the bombs couldn't get through and exploded inside the base instead. Only a few zombies outside the door were killed. Stevie looked at the remains left by the bomb, a mixture of disappointment and despair in his eyes. His hands weakened, almost slipping from Mariah's, but she clutched his hand firmly. Mariah looked at Stevie, her voice clear, without fear or regret. Whether we live or die, I will always be by your side. Mariah was a very traditional dream. The scholarly aura that Stevie exuded attracted her, and his care for her was meticulous even in the apocalypse. Stevie had changed her future, and she, naturally, would stand by him through life and death. In the next life, I hope I can meet you earlier. Stevie looked at the growing crack in the front opening and said, Okay. Mariah nodded with a gentle smile on her face. In the next life, if there's a chance, I won't be a scientist anymore. I'll be a warrior. At least this way, I can protect you and get you out of here. Stevie sighed. He really wished he had the ability to save Mariah. But apart from scientific research, he was good at nothing else. Mariah didn't speak. She just held Stevie's hand tighter. Stewart stood to one side, looking at the couple who together weren't as old as he was, and took a deep breath. Stevie, Oriana, give me your bombs. Stewart's words stunned the two. Bo, are you going to? Stevie hadn't reacted yet, but Mariah understood Stewart's intention. Bo, either we live together or die together. You are Stevie's teacher and the most precious friend of his life. We absolutely cannot use your life to survive. Mariah refused Stewart. I am already at the end of my days. My death is of no consequence. You two are young, and Stevie holds the technology of the origin weapon which can change the world order. You must not die. Stewart tried to grab the bombs from Stevie and Mariah but was stopped by both. If you keep delaying like this, none of you will survive. Stewart, seeing their reactions, spoke angrily. At that moment, more drops of green liquid fell on them. Wherever they landed, the floor was corroded into several small pits. All three looked up simultaneously. Just as Stewart said, if they kept dragging things on, they wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 183, A Matchless Statesman. Above their heads, a gaping hole as wide as 3 people appeared before their eyes. At the edge of the hole stood a zombie encased entirely in pus. Its facial features were completely unrecognizable, obscured by piles of rotting flesh. Only 2 eyeballs stared at them blankly. This was a zombie infected by the Yin Churchong, Darkwing Beetle. The Darkwing Beetle can secrete highly corrosive liquid, and this zombie had gained the same ability after infection. However, due to the human body's lack of corrosion resistance, it had started decaying from the moment of infection. Not an inch of its skin remained intact, all appearing viscous and oozing. Every step it took left behind a trail of putrid, rotten flesh. And now, its target was these 3 people in the research base. Oriana, Alexei, you two run backward. I'll hold him off. From such a height, throwing a bomb wouldn't work. Only hand-to-hand combat would do. Stevie picked up a broom nearby, facing the decaying zombie. At the same time, The walls around them crumbled, and the research base collapsed entirely. Zombies and mutants charged at Stevie and his companions from both sides, eager to feast on them. As the walls collapsed, sunlight flooded the earth. The faces of all zombies reflected in Stevie's eyes. Indeed, light after darkness couldn't dispel the world's calamity. Whatever should happen will happen. Stevie tightly embraced Mariah, ready to carry his love into another world. The decaying zombie above moved surprisingly fast, being the closest to Stevie and company. It leaped down, with chunks of its decaying flesh falling like rain. Its teeth, blackened by corrosive fluids, opened wide as it prepared to devour them. Bang! A gust of wind swept over Stevie's head, followed by a thud, as a body landed right before them. It was the decaying zombie. How? Stevie looked up and saw Nash standing above them, slightly dazzled by the sunlight. Awake? Stevie asked in shock. Slept a bit too long. Woke up to find so many zombies, Nash said, rubbing his neck and looking at the fallen zombie with resignation. Don't waste time. Take them and go. I'll hold off these creatures. Stuart blocked Stevie and Mariah, carrying the makeshift bomb made by Mariah. Without waiting for a response, he snatched the bombs from Stevie and Mariah, gripping them firmly. Alexi, let's go together. Zijuan is awake. We have a chance to survive. Stevie tried to pull Stuart, but was refused. Source weapons can provide enhancements, but they're not omnipotent. Besides teleportation, respiratory organs, and flight, his body can barely match a normal human's abilities. It can't carry 3 people simultaneously. There must be a sacrifice. Stuart turned to Stevie and spoke calmly. If that's the case, then you two follow me. Nash didn't hesitate either. The approaching zombies were getting closer. Any delay might mean no one could escape. No, we agreed we'd leave together. Stevie still thought with the mindset of peace and normalcy. Stuart was the most important person in his life. Next to Mariah, he couldn't abandon him. Stevie, you're too kind. Stuart shook his head, his smile tinged with sorrow. Your kindness in this apocalypse, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. Stuart had worked with Stevie on research for a year. During this time, he spent more time with Stevie than even Mariah. He knew exactly what kind of person Stevie was. In his long life, he had met countless people but concluded only one truth. The kinder someone is, the more misfortune they face. But also, kind people tend to attract more friends. Stuart tried to push Stevie away but found his arm held tight, unyielding and uncompromising. The zombies surrounding them were very close, ready to pounce and tear them into shreds at any moment. Stevie, the world will still turn without me. But without you, this world might not exist. Stuart stretched out his other hand, and a piece of skin was torn off. A zombie had rushed over and bitten him. Stuart held the zombie's neck tightly with his hand, his voice hoarse as he used all his strength to keep the zombie in place. Nash, take Stevie and Mariah and go. I've lived more than half my life. This kind of world doesn't belong to us old people anymore. You young people are the hope of this world. I'm already infected. Let me, as one of the infected, walk towards destruction with these beasts. Stuart's words touched Nash. Smack. Nash clapped his hands, switching places with Stevie. Then, he grabbed Stevie with one hand and Mariah with the other, swiftly flying upwards. As they left, he whispered 2 words to Stuart. These 2 words weren't take care or goodbye, but thank you. Stuart turned and watched Nash fly away with the Stevie couple, his face finally relaxing. He looked at the zombie he had been holding, then released it. He lost balance and fell to the ground. It was visible that on his left waist, the zombie had already dug a large hole. Stuart lay on the ground, pulling the string on the bomb, his eyes looking up at the sun. No matter how dark and murky the sky, the sun always has one color, red. Stuart had spent his entire life in biological science, dedicating himself entirely to it. At this moment, abandoning the research base was equivalent to giving up a year's worth of biological studies. He didn't want to abandon his child like this. Similarly, the source weapon that Stevie had researched was a brand new creation, a step forward for the world. To sacrifice his life to promote the advancement of world science. Stuart had no regrets in death. Come, let's see what the world after death looks like. Stuart's voice faded in the explosion. His life ended in a burst of flames. All his life, he devoted himself to scientific progress, and in death, he dedicated his life to it. Chapter 184. This is the end times. Stevie turned his head to look in the direction of Stuart. By now, intense red light had erupted from that area, with zombies around being blown into pieces, their body parts scattered everywhere, and blood splattering like raindrops. Teacher. Stevie recalled the past year spent with Stuart. Most of his practical scientific knowledge was imparted by Stuart. Stuart always used to say, "You are young. Only the youth can build this world," a phrase he often recited. And as Stuart had said, he embodied the truth of these words. He traded his life for that of a younger one, because Stuart knew that the elderly would find it very hard to survive in the end times. The future did not belong to the old or the young children. These 2 groups were at the extreme ends of life. The only ones who could change the course of the end times were the young adults and middle-aged people. Now where are we going? Nash led Stevie and Petra out of the zombie tide surrounded by military zones, placing them on top of a building. To the mountain you mentioned. Seeing Stevie lost in his sadness, Petra spoke up on his behalf. Mountain? Nash immediately understood when he recalled what he had asked Ty to do earlier. Is Ty also on that mountain? Uh-huh. Petra explained everything that had happened before to Nash. Let's go. Without further words, Nash merely fixed his gaze on the sky. In the dim yellow sky, he vaguely saw the shadow of the person he loved. It was the one he loved who awakened him from his dreams. Otherwise, he might have remained asleep forever. Nash rose again, taking Stevie and Petra flying above Chongqing City. Looking down, the entire land appeared desolate, having been washed over by time and the onslaught of the zombies. Many high-rise buildings showed signs of collapse. Those already somewhat aged houses, neglected for a long time, had grown moss all over. Nash couldn't help but sigh. This whole year, he had been searching for ways to take revenge and never paused to see how much this city, which had accompanied him for more than 20 years, had changed. Viewing it now, things had indeed changed beyond recognition. Once bustling streets were now covered with dust, and the neon-lit world had become a place of darkness. In schools, instead of echoing with reading voices, they were overrun by zombie students. The end times affected everyone. It wasn't just the zombies pushing humanity toward destruction. Humanity itself was also part of the problem. Help me, help me. A voice of rescue echoed from below Nash. Looking down, there lay a dream whose legs were crushed under fallen walls. Her face looked worn out, and the part pressed by the wall was already soaked with blood. She had escaped the zombies and starvation, but could not escape the collapsing wall. Such was fate. Petra remained silent, her eyes filled with pity. She really wanted to save this girl, who was even younger than her, a flower-like age, suffering such torment. But she didn't speak, because without the ability to save, how could one talk about saving? Can we give her a small knife? Petra glanced at the military knife attached to Nash's waist and asked softly. Nash nodded, slowly flew down, and placed the knife in front of the girl. I'm sorry. Nash apologized to the girl, and then took off again with Stevie and Petra. Olivia, trapped under the rubble, looked at the knife beside her, tears slowly filling her eyes. She had just entered university, supposed to enjoy university life, yet encountered such disasters. After the outbreak of the end times, this year brought her double physical and mental torture. To survive, she joined an organization that treated women as playthings. Insults, beatings, teetering between life and death. What she hadn't experienced before, she went through countless times this year. She thought human nature was like this. Men, after the end times, became clouded by lust. When the stone wall collapsed on her, it felt like the last straw breaking her will. She accepted her fate and waited for death. She didn't believe anyone would help her in such circumstances. But when she saw Nash and the others flying in the sky, her survival instinct flared up intensely. She knew that these people, like the others, probably wouldn't care about her, but she still wanted to try. What she didn't expect was that they stopped and left her a knife. This knife might be for her to defend herself, or perhaps for her to end her own life. But for her, this no longer mattered. Tears from the corner of her eyes fell, drip drip, onto the ground. She recalled the words her mother often nagged at her. In this world, there are more good people than bad ones. Don't always think the worst of people. Her mother's words were like a melodious tune, echoing in her mind. Olivia mustered all her strength and picked up the knife beside her. Her hands trembled slightly, and her body instinctively resisted death. Using the knife in her hand, she would end her own life. Gathering her courage, she forcefully plunged the knife into her neck. Blood spurted out like a fountain mist, sprinkling on her face. Olivia slowly closed her eyes. This year, she felt the evil of the world, but as she died, she finally embraced human kindness. There's a saying that rings true. Childhood trauma takes a lifetime to heal. But there's another saying. All wounds, after healing, leave scars. But the gentleness embraced at the moment of death is the best cure one can have in their entire life. As the girl embraced death, she also embraced gentleness. Petra and Nash's small act was enough to help the girl walk from the shadows into the light. This is the end times. Humanity's excessive actions will be diminished. Many trivial actions, however, will be infinitely magnified. Chapter 185. A complete understanding of the system. Nash brought Petra and Stevie to this high mountain where his wife was buried. This place is not far from Chongqing Military District. The mountain has a pair of peaks shaped like a camel's hump, hence it's called Camel Mountain. Time flies. Nash looked at the loquat tree that had grown so tall and lush, his lips twitching slightly. A year ago, he buried his lover beside the loquat tree when it was just sprouting leaves. Now, the tree was already bearing fruit. Phew. Tai had just finished cleaning Nash's lover's grave when he noticed their presence, finally showing a relaxed expression on his face. Drink some water. Tai tossed 3 bottles of water that he had placed on the ground beforehand to Nash and the others. Before heading to Camel Mountain, Tai returned to where the vehicles were initially parked and transferred all items in his backpack into the infinite backpack. He then scavenged through several malls, loading all food items, regardless of whether they had expired or not, into the infinite backpack. However, he didn't want to reveal the existence of the infinite backpack, so he placed these bottles of water on the ground beforehand. The mountain is relatively safe with fewer mutated bodies. Take your time talking with your wife, and when you're free later, come find me to discuss origin weapons. Tai patted Nash on the shoulder and walked forward, giving Nash space to be alone with his lover. The matters at Chongqing Military District were resolved. Now, only one last military district's vengeance remained unfinished. But before that, he needed to understand something first. Tai quickly walked to Stevie's side, about to ask some questions regarding origin weapons, only to notice that Stevie appeared completely drained and collapsed on the ground. Alexei sacrificed himself so we could escape. Petra shielded Stevie's body as she explained. It seems now isn't the right time. Ty looked at Nash talking to his wife and Stevie, who was deeply self-reproaching and couldn't help but touch his nose. He found a stone and sat down. He wasn't someone without consideration. At such moments, time was the most useful thing. If that's the case, let's figure out what equipment to buy next. Ty opened the system mall and saw that he still had more than 1,000 gold coins, while his genetic body had reached level 7. His body had now surpassed human limits. He could easily deal with ordinary tier 3 zombies even unarmed. With weapons and armor protection, he could withstand attacks unless they were frequent rocket launcher strikes. His speed rivaled an average electric scooter. With the combination of End Times and Crimson Lotus Cloak, my combat and defensive capabilities are temporarily sufficient. Next, I need to focus on survival issues. Ty focused on the Sage's protection. This item, after being modified by the system, offers a resurrection ability, which allows him to survive encounters with powerful enemies. Compared to other items, its price isn't too high. The only drawback was that it couldn't be purchased piecemeal, making the transition somewhat difficult. The next piece of equipment will be the Sage's protection. System, I have enough money, buy it for me directly. Handling fee, 100 gold coins. The sudden words from the system made Ty clench his fists tightly. What a pain. Forget it, I'll buy it myself. Ty shifted his gaze to other equipment. Recently, his trips were rushed, and during his year on the mountain, he never opened the system to study it. With the increasing strength of zombies, it was now necessary to thoroughly research the weapon characteristics in the system mall. What intrigued Ty the most were the Sapphire, cooldown reduction, and magic resistance features. Ty first examined the Sapphire, whose effect had changed to effect extension. Simply put, instead of increasing mana bars, the Sapphire extended skill duration. The conversion was simple. 100 mana points extend by 1 second, and so forth. Cooldown reduction had been modified to reduce the cooldown period for equipped skill effects, such as the Sage's protection, which would enter a cooldown period after use. With cooldown reduction, the cooldown time can be greatly reduced. Most importantly, this system-provided cooldown reduction had no upper limit. As long as there was enough gold later, Ty could explore new strategies. Finally, magic resistance had been transformed into resistance against internal factors like mental and toxin damage, shortened to internal defense. It can defend against mental power, toxins, and other attacks that cause damage to the body internally. In other words, as long as the magic resistance is high enough, it can resist all kinds of poisons. Apart from this, Ty found another particularly interesting point. In the mall, all magical equipment effects have been modified into exclusive skills. Take the Echo Staff for example. The Echo Staff triggers a small-scale explosion upon skill use. After purchasing it from this mall, this effect becomes an active one where you can designate a location within your line of sight to trigger an explosion. The degree of damage depends on the AP, spell, bonus it brings. Other magical weapons are similar. Overall, this gives Ty the ability to engage in combat without close-quarters melee, significantly enhancing his late-game fighting capabilities. The only drawback is one. Damn, it's really expensive. All prices have doubled, making them completely out of Ty's reach. However, after this great battle, Ty already had a perfect idea forming in his mind. He kept Stevie because he was a scientist, and scientists generally have intelligence surpassing ordinary people. Once he had his own base, he would directly have Stevie focus on breeding and plundering creatures like ants and earthworms that can earn gold, forming an infinite gold perpetual motion machine. At that time, he wouldn't lack gold anymore. Therefore, Ty's next goal was very clear. Find a place with relatively complete facilities and abundant energy, establish a military district, enhance his own capabilities, purchase weapons from the system, and become the strongest king in the apocalypse. Only by standing at the pinnacle could he not fear when he might die. Ty glanced at Nash again. He was contemplating whether to give Nash one of his weapons. After all, Nash's combat strength was also very strong, but he lacked equipment. Give him a big sword. This weapon doesn't come with any special skills, it just increases attack power, so it won't seem too unusual. Ty thought about it, and decided to give Nash a weapon. Just as Ty finished planning everything, Stevie and Nash called his name simultaneously. Now that everyone has come to their senses, let's talk about origin weapons. I'm curious about how much potential these limb-like things can unlock. The three sat together, and Ty focused his gaze on Nash. Mr. Sue, tell me first about the advantages and disadvantages of origin weapons. Chapter 186 Introduction of Origin Weapons. Ty was very curious about origin weapons. After all, apart from the system store, the only way for him to increase his abilities was through genetic physique enhancement. However, this also required gold coins, presenting him with a dilemma. Therefore, origin weapons were currently his best option. Origin weapons are constructed using cellular molecules extracted from mutated organisms. As you've seen, the host can gain some of the mutant's abilities and awaken abilities related to their own talent. The downside is something our Yun might not have felt yet, but I discovered two issues during Davisifactoring process. One issue is that although the ears of a 5th-rank mutant can alter the cell nucleus ingestion, overuse can still result in backlash from the origin weapon. Stevie's mention of the first drawback did not worry Ty much. In other words, origin weapons couldn't be overused or they would still cause infection. But Ty himself was immune to infection, so even if he overused it, there wouldn't be any issues. So, does this mean the higher the rank of the mutant's ear used, the stronger the control over the origin weapon? Tai asked appropriately. Yes, the higher the rank, the safer it is. It also allows for more of the origin weapon's capabilities to be unleashed, increasing from partial to most, or even all of the mutant's abilities. Stevie's statement left Tai somewhat surprised. If he obtained ears from 8th rank or 9th rank mutants and crafted a high-intensity origin weapon, its combat power would be immeasurable. He could already sense the formation of an origin weapon team. Defensive origin weapons, offensive origin weapons, ranged origin weapons, controlling origin weapons. The emergence of origin weapons would change the current situation. What's the second disadvantage? Tai continued to ask. The energy supply is the challenge. Stevie replied. This was the most headache-inducing part for him. Energy issues have always been a problem that needed solving from ancient times to now. Coal, oil, and the new energy sources. And now, origin weapons face the same energy issue. What kind of energy does the origin weapon need? Tai asked. The energy required by origin weapons is simple, zombies and mutants. Just like solar energy, as long as there is enough sunlight, you can use electricity. Origin weapons work similarly. They just need plenty of zombies and mutants. Stevie turned to look at Nash's origin weapon arm inside. But the problem lies in the fact that the energy it requires does not match the number of zombies or mutants killed. Each skill use almost consumes the energy converted from the deaths of 100 3rd-rank zombies. Stevie's words stunned Tai. One clap from Zijuan costs 100 3rd-rank zombies? This damn thing is worse than the system. Yes, an origin weapon energy has no storage tank, so it cannot be stored for a long time. Right now, apart from the inherent ability of the origin weapon, Zijuan can't use any skills. Nash heard this and looked at Tai, then clapped his hands. As Stevie said, nothing happened besides the crisp, clap, clap sounds. Can this issue be resolved? Tai asked Stevie. Probably not with my current skills alone. Stevie shook his head. How many days does it take to make an origin weapon? Tai asked a question he was most interested in. 3 days, but it requires the body of a 3rd rank or higher mutant or zombie, preferably a mutant since they're the source. Stevie answered. Tai nodded, comprehending the basic performance of origin weapons. Apart from the number of zombies required, the rest didn't seem like a big deal to him. What needed to be done now was to get himself an origin weapon to use along with the system weapon, thereby increasing his combat power significantly. I remember Creed having a research base outside the Chongqing military district. Do you know where it is? Tai asked Stevie. The urgent matter at hand was finding a place for Stevie to develop origin weapons. I've been there once, in the outskirts of Chongqing City, but it's quite far from here. Stevie glanced at Tai. You don't? Yes, we'll take it for ourselves. A smile appeared on Tai's face. Since they had to continue living in this society, what was the best way to survive? Without a doubt, it was plunder. While production was the foundation of sustained development, plundering was the essential path to establishing continuous growth. No plunder, no production. This world operated on the strength of fists. Let's eat. You two rest here for a day, and we'll set off tomorrow. I'll go down the mountain to gather some supplies from the city. Tai pointed to the cans he had already taken out from afar. After speaking, he walked straight toward the foot of the mountain. In rural areas, food supply was extremely scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, so he needed to prepare more food to avoid any emergencies. Stevie watched Tai's figure slowly disappear, revealing a somewhat different expression on his face. However, this expression was deeply hidden, and no one could discern its peculiarities. Mr. Gua, how did you meet Mr. Yi? Stevie looked at Nash and asked. On the road. Nash picked up the can on the ground and threw it to the two. Does he have any extraordinary abilities, something that surpasses ordinary people? Stevie doubted Tai's strength. How could an ordinary person withstand the impact of a zombie horde, and even kill a zombie infant? Even Martin, who had a source weapon and a mutated body as protection, couldn't do anything against the zombie infant. How did Tai manage to win with such confidence? Unless Tai evolved a superpower that surpassed human beings themselves after the apocalypse. Otherwise, it was incomprehensible. Don't know. When Nash heard Stevie's question, he shook his head directly. Nash wasn't stupid. He trusted Tai but wasn't sure about Stevie. After all, Stevie had defected from the Chongqing military district, and he had always been resistant to people from there. Now suddenly asking about Tai, he naturally needed to be cautious. Seeing that Nash didn't elaborate, Stevie didn't pursue the matter further. He picked up the can on the ground, opened it, and passed it to Mariah. Chapter 187 The Eerie Shop. At this moment, Tai had already arrived at the foot of the mountain. Camel Mountain was different from Ashtone Mountain where he had lived before. This mountain was a high mountain located on the outskirts of the urban area, and as soon as he came down the mountain, he could directly see the streets. Precisely for this reason, the moment Tai reached the foot of the mountain, many zombies rushed towards him. Swish. Tai did not choose to activate his Crimson Lotus cloak. He wanted to experience the thrill of cutting off zombie heads with his blade. He moved through the tide of corpses, slashing his knife down. Each attack was like slicing a watermelon, with fresh red juice splattering out, making a chilling scene. There were many zombies on the street, and they continued to charge over in groups. Bloodshot veins intertwined in Tai's eyes. Seeing this scene, he recalled everything he had experienced in his previous life. He, along with Burke and Tracy, were once trapped on this street, barely breaking out of the encirclement after giving their all. But in the end, they didn't die by the mouths of zombies. Instead, they died by the hand of their best friend. Now, he no longer needed to fear these ordinary zombies. He could traverse the tide of corpses, instilling fear into those zombies. He could be the person he wanted to be without fearing betrayal and deceit from his companions. With great power, one could naturally crush all enemies in the world. Ty's face was covered in blood, and his eerie gaze revealed a cold glint. Looking at the zombies rushing towards him, their faces decayed and their dark brown eyes turned into various colors. They once desperately wanted to survive, but ultimately became zombies. It was as if people at the bottom desperately wanted to climb up, wishing to become part of the upper class. But most of the people at the bottom were trampled to death halfway up by those in the upper class, and a small number of the bottom class, although they eventually joined the upper class, forgot that they too were once part of the bottom class, joining in the oppression of those below them. This was the end times. Either join the homogenization or die halfway. But starting today, he, Ty, would break this cycle and let the world know. No one could kill him. His fate was only decided by himself, be it zombies or the military. Anyone who crossed him, he would eliminate. Ty's body was drenched in blood, and beneath his feet lay layers upon layers of zombie corpses. Standing atop this mountain of corpses, he looked up at the sky. Ah! Ty roared towards the heavens, venting years of pent-up grievances. 7 years in the end times, struggling to survive, only to remain among the lowest, ultimately dying at the hands of his best friend. Reborn for a year, he only wished to live alone but was pursued by zombies and the military. No more being so pathetic. In his previous life, he would settle accounts with everyone who mocked him, one by one. In this life, he would finish off anyone who wanted his life, one by one, seeking revenge for every wrong. This was his creed in this life. Ty slowly descended from the mountain of corpses. The blood beneath the bodies flowed towards the ground. The blood seemed like Ty's followers. Every step he took, it crept forward a short distance. As Ty lifted his foot from the last zombie corpse, a towering fire instantly erupted from that small mountain of corpses. In the next second, these zombie corpses disintegrated into dust and vanished into the sky. No one would remember what these zombies looked like when they were alive, just as no one mourns or remembers someone after they are dead, vanishing from the world, as if they had never been there. Ty walked for about tens of minutes and stopped in front of a shop secured with iron chains and iron doors. While collecting supplies, he was drawn to the appearance of this shop. Compared to other shops that had been looted empty, this shop seemed well prepared, as if expecting an assault. Most importantly, when Ty passed by here, he heard a baby crying inside. Thus, he concluded that there were living humans inside this shop. What puzzled Ty somewhat was why, after 1 year in the end times, someone was still inside this shop. By this time, shouldn't all the food inside have been consumed? One person? Impossible. After all, there was a baby inside, and over a year, a baby would grow into a 1-year-old child, whose voice wouldn't be so tender. This baby must have been born very recently. A baby born, surviving a year, and the defense structure built quite thoroughly. Could it be that a small society had been established inside? Regardless, he should check inside first. Without wasting time, Ty raised his end times and slashed repeatedly at the iron gate. The destruction of the gate meant that the first line of defense for this shop would be breached. The safety of those living inside would no longer be guaranteed. However, this had nothing to do with Ty. These people needed to survive, and so did he. Food and water. The strong take them. Ty had already cut 3 slashes into the iron door. Just one more slash, and a kick would break it open. But at that moment, the iron door opened automatically for Ty. Inside stood a frail bald child with a large belly. His enormous blue eyes shone like sapphires embedded in his sockets. He spoke in a babyish tone to Ty. The uncle upstairs wants you to go up and talk to him. The uncle upstairs? Ty's eyebrows slightly raised. He put away end times into the system storage and scanned the surroundings. This place was not just a store but a supermarket within a residential building. Its upper floors led directly into each household, meaning, once entering the ground floor, one could access other floors directly. On either side were shelves, long since emptied except for dust, leaving no sign of any goods. There were few people on the ground floor besides the child and a security guard sitting by the stairs. Take me to the uncle upstairs. Ty gently patted the child's head and softly said, okay. The child nodded and quickly ran upstairs, moving fast while trembling. It was unclear whether from fear of the upstairs uncle or fear of Ty. Hold out your weapons, hands wide open. I need to search you. Just as Ty stepped onto the stairs, he was stopped by the seated security guard. His tone exuded the arrogance of a street thug, young and full of confidence, almost boasting of a winner-takes-all attitude. Ty didn't resist the search. Time was still ample, perfect to spend here. You can go up now. The guard glanced at Ty, finding no weapons on him, and took a step back, signaling him to proceed. Ty walked halfway up the second-floor staircase when an unsettling odor wafted down from above. It wasn't the smell of blood or decay but rather. Chapter 188, Hermes, an old fox. It was a scent that carried the aroma of cooked flesh. The reason why it made Ty feel nauseous was because he was all too familiar with this smell. This wasn't the meaty smell emitted by animals, but rather, human flesh. The meaty aroma produced when cooking different animals varies. Pork has a rich aroma, due to its fattening on mixed grains, thus creating a dense and heavy scent when cooked. Fish and chicken, however, are nearly odorless, as their muscles are very tight, preventing any distinctive aroma from escaping. As for human flesh, its aroma when cooked closely resembles pork. After all, the amount of fat in a human body is comparable to, if not more than, that of a pig. Fat mixed into the broth enhances its fragrance. However, due to humans consuming many chemically processed foods lacking in nutrition, even junk food, there's often a faint stench attached to the meat. In the 5th year of the previous life, food had become almost entirely scarce. The livable area for humans rapidly shrank, leaving only limited spaces for people to inhabit, let alone cultivate crops. These small plots were mostly owned by the wealthy or officials. Moreover, during this period, the remnants of civilization had weakened significantly. In the outskirts of urban areas, the old breeding mentality resurfaced. Thus, overcrowding, limited land, and scarcity of food led to humanity's descent into barbarism, resorting to cannibalism. Back then, Tai had no special talents or skills and was among the underclass. He encountered this smell daily. No wonder they've managed to hold out here so long. Tai noticed a nearly empty luncheon meat can next to the stairs, still bearing traces of saliva, indicating it had been consumed not long ago. This suggested that while there was food stored here, it was being tightly controlled. Following the child, Tai reached the top floor of the building. The staircase leading to the top floor was blocked by an iron door, which required a specific person to open and close it. After entering the top floor, the guiding child ran back downstairs. As he left, Tai noticed a hint of happiness in the child's eyes. The room straight ahead. Ernst is waiting for you. Watch your words and actions. The guard finished speaking, searched Tai for weapons, and then allowed him to proceed upon finding none. The top floor was much cleaner compared to other floors. Yet what puzzled Tai was that the doors around the hallway were slightly ajar, and a decaying odor filled the air. Were there zombies inside? Hurry up. Don't keep Ernst waiting, the guard barked at Tai, who was still looking around curiously. Tai didn't linger further, and approached the main door directly in front of him. The door was also slightly ajar. Peering through the gap, Tai found nothing unusual and slowly pushed the door open. Ahead of him stood a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white coat, smiling warmly. Didn't you know you should knock 3 times before entering? A quick double tap followed by a slow one? This is an ancient rule passed down by our ancestors, don't forget it. Sammy adjusted his glasses and said in a near-announcer-like tone, half-jokingly. Let's cut to the chase. We're both smart enough to understand each other. Tai, not bothering with pleasantries, sat on a nearby sofa, impatiently asked. Sammy stood up, walked over to Tai, removed the black glove from one hand, and offered to shake hands with Tai. But Tai ignored him completely. Sammy did not lose his composure and calmly put the glove back on. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hermes, Davisiger of this building. Everyone calls me Ernst. Your name is Tai, right? Hermes picked up 2 cups of tea from the table and handed one to Tai. Don't worry, it's not poisoned. Seeing Tai hesitate, Hermes reassured him. Taking the teacup, Tai attempted to gauge whether Hermes had calluses from frequent gun use, but couldn't tell because of the gloves. He's an old fox. Tai could sense from Hermes' conversation that this man was not ordinary. Introducing himself and revealing my name. Obviously trying to break my psychological defenses. Offering tea was also a test of my courage. This guy is not simple. Without beating around the bush, Tai placed the teacup on the side table and bluntly said, I need food. Either give it to me, or I'll take it myself. Tai looked at Hermes and spoke in a nearly domineering tone about what he needed. Food, of course, is available. However, Mr. Yi, you must have noticed that this building has been able to maintain its current state entirely because of one thing. Hermes pushed his glasses up and softly said 2 words. Human flesh. This guy. Tai looked at Hermes and found that when he mentioned human flesh, his gentle demeanor remained unchanged, still very amiable. He wasn't the least bit evasive, directly revealing what happened in this building. Without resources to produce food, even stores would eventually be depleted. Only human flesh won't run out, as it can regenerate. Hermes turned his back to Tai. If not for this method, this building probably wouldn't have lasted this long. Hermes muttered. So, Ernst, you're not just here to talk nonsense, are you? Tai looked at Hermes, suddenly finding this man somewhat intriguing. Mr. Yi, human flesh is essential for sustaining life in this building, but the food stored in the store is the foundation for this building's survival until now. If you take it away, this building will also go up in flames. Hermes adjusted his glasses and spoke to Tai. So, what does that have to do with me? Tai didn't want to waste more time on trivialities. He felt this man who looked like a doctor had a talent similar to Master Brody's fellow monks. Since they wouldn't give it, then a direct confrontation it was. Tai was prepared to raise this building. But at this moment, Hermes' action left Tai somewhat stunned. Hermes opened a cabinet next to him, revealing shelves stocked with canned foods. Mr. Yi, don't be so hasty. I haven't finished speaking yet. Hermes' expression remained gentle, giving an impression of a perfect gentleman. Whether in actions or words, he was calm and collected, logical and orderly, making people feel very comfortable. These spiritual crutches will eventually be exhausted. One day, the building may collapse not because these supplies are gone, but because their existence here leads to its downfall. Mr. Yi, if you want to take them, I only have 2 conditions. Chapter 189. What you need, I can do. What you don't need, I can also do. Hermes placed the canned foods from the cabinet one by one on the table and slowly spoke. The first condition is for you to accompany me on a tour of each floor of this building. Once the tour is completed, all this food will belong to you. Hermes had very fair skin, and as he spoke these words, there was absolutely no feeling that he could be lying or plotting anything devious. Tai was indeed curious about the structure of this building himself, wondering what kind of design allowed it to sustain life for a whole year in the apocalypse. After all, on the third day of the apocalypse outbreak, the hotel he stayed in was overrun immediately. But this place remained impervious, which was quite intriguing. As for whether Hermes would set traps on the floors during the tour, Tai did not need to worry about it. Currently, his body could withstand any damage below that of a rocket launcher, so trivial tricks were not something he cared about. What's the second one? Seeing that Hermes didn't speak about the second condition, Tai asked with some confusion. The prerequisite for the second condition is to complete the first one. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Hermes watched as Tai agreed and personally opened the door for him, acting as his guide. This building has a total of 7 floors. This is the top floor. Apart from my room, all other rooms are used for storing zombies. Zombies? Tai was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. Hermes' mind was meticulous in a way that was somewhat terrifying. The zombies had very keen senses, some could fly, and mutants might climb down from the rooftop. By placing zombies here, Hermes intended to make the flying ones ignore this floor. Ernst. A guard looked up at Hermes coming down from upstairs and respectfully greeted him, a gesture that left Tai surprised. After a year in the apocalypse, he still commanded such respect. It seemed Hermes had done a lot in terms of management. Next is the 6th floor, an emergency evacuation floor. Both sides of the windows have ropes installed, and traps are set up at both ends of the rooms to delay zombies. Then, the 5th floor. This floor is used for competitions. Hermes pointed to a red cloth-covered area ahead and explained. Despite the red cloth, Tai could still see patches of blood stains on it. These competitions are... Tai looked at Hermes, asking. Deadly contests. After finishing, Hermes took out a circular card from his pocket with the number 1 written on it. People living in this building receive one such card. Every week, 2 people are drawn to participate in these deadly contests. The winner lives. The loser becomes food. So, that's how it works. Tai thought to himself after hearing Tanner's explanation. No wonder nobody objected to using human flesh as food. It seemed like a fair competition. Even Davisiger could be chosen, making it acceptable to everyone. If you're not in a hurry, Mr. Yi, in 2 hours, the weekly deadly contest will begin. You can also place bets then. Hermes joked. Bets? That is, using money as stakes to bet on who will win. Money in this building is represented by these cards. The more cards you have, the more things you can buy. Hermes explained. What can be bought? Tai was inwardly surprised by Hermes' words. This level of management, even creating currency, surpassed the Chongqing military district. Hermes' administrative skills were truly formidable. Human flesh, daily necessities. And men can buy women, likewise, women can buy men. Hermes created a relatively fair mini-world. In people's minds, women in the apocalypse were playthings or tools for men. But Hermes broke this notion. Women could also choose men and treat them as playthings, as long as they had money. We'll see. Tai nodded and continued following Hermes downstairs. The 4th floor could be described as the dirtiest, but also the most hopeful place in the building, the kitchen. Hermes had converted every room into a kitchen. Due to the lack of gas and natural gas, cooking meat became the primary method of preparing food. 4 rooms cooked meat soup, 2 rooms sliced meat, and 1 room made meat products. Those with money could choose to buy meat for consumption. Those without money or with little money would drink meat broth and minced meat to fill their stomachs. Mr. Yi, would you like a bowl? Hermes looked at Tai, staring at the room where meat broth was being cooked and asked. Have you tried it? Tai countered. Of course I have. After all, this idea was proposed by me. If I didn't lead by example, no one would be willing to try. How long has this plan been in place? Tai asked again. About half a year now. Most people have gotten used to it. But why does it seem that there are still so many people in this building? Tai followed Hermes to the 2nd and 3rd floors, where the residents lived. Almost 8 people shared a room, and some even slept in the hallways. Just like Mr. Yi, by plundering everything from newcomers. Hermes chuckled. During the early days of the apocalypse, many people joined this building, and later on, many refugees also wanted to join. They were outsiders, and when it came to using knives, they naturally became our first targets. Hermes spoke in the calmest tone, but his words were chilling. Almost done with the tour. Next, I need to tell you my second condition. Hermes stopped at the staircase on the 2nd floor, looking at Tai. The second condition. Mr. Yi, when you take those canned foods, take me along as well. Hermes' words made Tai pause slightly. What do you mean? Tai looked at Hermes and asked. I want to join your group. Hermes' offer gradually made sense to Tai. The reason he had taken him on this tour wasn't just to show him the structure of the building, but to demonstrate his abilities and specialties. This was a way of selling himself. 7 years of studying medicine, then entering the Buddhist world halfway, subsequently tainted by killing, obsessed with killing techniques, and finally returning to the secular world. Mr. Yi, you don't need to worry about my safety. I can handle logistics or serve as muscle. In short, whatever you need, I can do. And what you don't need, I can also do. Hermes adjusted his glasses, his voice still steady. It sounded like he was talking about something as ordinary as daily life. Chapter 190. The world is bustling with people all seeking their own gains. Tai's mouth twitched as he heard Hermes' topic take a complete 180. I don't have a team, nor do I want to recruit new members. Without any hesitation, Tai refused outright. At this moment, his team already had 4 people, including Petra, exceeding the number he initially expected. He did not plan on recruiting any more members since it was quite a risky move for him. Mr. Yi, your next destination is the Viltag City Military District, right? Hermes' words made Tai suck in a cold breath. Knowing his name wasn't too surprising, but how did this guy know about his next plan? Inside Informer? Impossible. Phone communications were already out of service, making it impossible to convey messages. What on earth? Tanner pulled out 2 portraits from his pocket. One resembled Tai, while the other surprised Tai. It was Angkor. Why did he have Angkor's portrait? Wasn't Angkor killed by him? This is the wanted notice issued by the Viltag City Military District. One is you, and the other is an officer you killed. Hermes said without beating around the bush. Angkor didn't die? Tai frowned, almost not believing his eyes. When he killed Angkor, he personally stabbed him in the heart. There was no way he missed. That stab was fatal. How could Angkor possibly be alive? In this apocalypse, intelligence is just as crucial for survival as food. Mr. Yi, whatever you're curious about, I can provide answers, but there is only one requirement. Let me join your team. Hermes seemed completely set on joining Tai, holding firmly to this condition. Tell me first, then I'll consider it. At this point, Tai was already contemplating killing this man. This man felt even more dangerous than Martin to him. No matter what, his face remained emotionless, as if everything was planned perfectly. Do you know some people have their hearts on the right side instead of the left, Mr. Yi? Hermes spoke as he walked. You mean Angkor is one of those people? In medicine, these individuals are known as mirror image dextrocardia. Tai quickly accepted this notion. However, he was puzzled. Why did Hermes know? Is Mr. Yi troubled by someone named Ayush? Hermes led Tai back to the 7th floor, pouring water for Tai while asking. Go on. Tai didn't answer. He just wanted to know how much this guy knew. He brought Angkor to Changting District, found me, asked me to save Angkor's life, and erase his memories to create amnesia. Hermes' words threw Tai into deep thought again. Angkor was killed by him a year ago. If Ayush wanted Angkor alive, he would have had the chance only during that period, meaning he brought Angkor to Changting District a year ago. But why did he come to Changting District? To find Hermes? Impossible. If so, Hermes would have joined forces with Ayush long ago to capture him. There's only one possibility. All these events over the past year, Creed going to Ashtone Mountain to capture him, forcing him to seek revenge at Changting Military District, were all orchestrated by Ayush. What's your relationship with Ayush? Tai brought up the last doubt in this chain of clues. Classmate, we studied medicine together, but I specialized in internal medicine, while he specialized in psychiatry, said Hermes. Psychiatry? Does he have schizophrenia? Tai recalled battling the 1,000-legged worm in Viltag City a year ago. Sammy hiding on the rooftop had the same physique and appearance as Ayush, but behaved differently. To be precise, he studied psychiatry to split his personality, essentially creating schizophrenia. Hermes' words stunned Tai. People with schizophrenia wish they could tear apart the other personality in their head, yet Ayush sought to cultivate a new one. This guy is really a twisted artist. So, why does the Viltag City Military District offer a bounty on Angkor? Tai asked Hermes. After his memory fragmented, he became Ayush's killer, frequently interrupting supply deliveries to the Viltag City Military District. Also, considering Angkor was once a sergeant there, his actions were naturally more serious than others, leading to the bounty. A year had passed. Tai wondered if Ayush had changed. This guy, who wanted to kill me from the very beginning, actually set up such a huge trap for me. No wonder the zombie waves have been endless. Ayush must be playing tricks inside. He has been secretly monitoring me, knowing my every move, trying to turn this area into his stage, and finally make me die in an artistic way to end everything perfectly. What a clever move, truly a clever move. It seems I need to find a way to force you out. Tai looked at Hermes, Davis who knew Ayush from the beginning. He should be useful to manipulate. Since you want a grand performance, let's see who will be the main character of this show. Mr. Yi, after telling you so much, it's your turn to give me an answer. Hermes pushed his glasses up and glanced at Tai, speaking softly. Reason? Give me a reason why you want to join my team. Tai was highly wary of Hermes. Everything he said could be fabricated, with countless details possibly altered. However, his abilities might be useful. The world is bustling with people all seeking their own gains. Hermes didn't elaborate further, but this one sentence made Tai agree to let him join. Ernst, since it's about benefits, you have your gain, and I also need mine. Tai looked at Hermes and replied. Of course. Hermes pointed to the cans on the table. Mr. Yi, all these are yours now. The backpacks and the ropes for carrying them. I have prepared them. Hermes gestured toward the window behind him, indicating that they could transport them from here. Mr. Yi, when shall we set off? While putting the cans into the backpacks one by one, Hermes asked. After watching the match is not too late. As soon as Tai finished speaking, there were suddenly hurried footsteps outside the door. Someone was outside the door. Chapter 191. Easy to build, but destruction happens in an instant. Tai and Hermes exchanged a glance and quickly walked towards the door. They opened the door, and the eavesdropper was already running towards the 6th floor. From the figure, they could tell that it was a male. The guard stationed at the 7th floor connection had already been knocked out. To Tai, the act of eavesdropping wasn't much of a concern. After all, most of what he and Hermes discussed in the room revolved around Hermes' wish to join his team. Whoever was eavesdropping must be a member inside this building. Family matters are best handled by family members. Hermes understood this as well and quickly ran downstairs, intent on chasing after the eavesdropper. Just as he reached the 6th floor, 2 kids playing suddenly ran into him, causing him to stop. I'm sorry. The kids hurriedly apologized upon seeing Hermes. It's fine. Be more careful next time. Don't play near the stairs. Accidents can happen easily. Understand? Hermes maintained his usual calm demeanor. He gently patted the child's head, speaking with kindness. Got it. Thanks, Will Ashton. The child responded politely. Ty stood higher up, observing Hermes' actions, raising an eyebrow slightly. This guy might be brilliant in management, yet so gentle when dealing with incidents. How does he inspire awe in others? Ty didn't dwell on it further. Since Hermes intended to join his team, there would be plenty of time to study him closely. So, what do you plan to do now? Ty walked beside Hermes, glancing down the stairs. The eavesdropper had long vanished without a trace. He will come out eventually. No worries. Hermes adjusted his glasses and chuckled lightly. It's about mealtime. Let's go eat. Hermes spoke calmly as if he had already forgotten about the eavesdropping incident. He led Ty downstairs. They arrived at the 4th floor where a long queue had already formed. Everyone held a ceramic bowl in their hands. Some people were waiting by doors 1 and 2, while most queued outside other doors. It was noticeable that those standing by doors 1 and 2, though not exquisitely dressed, looked neat and tidy. People who can afford meat indeed appear cleaner in other aspects, Ty murmured. Wealth comes at a cost. It's only natural they should have better conditions, Hermes replied with a smile. What do you mean? They buy meat and necessities using money earned from life and death matches, betting on outsiders to place bets for them. Hermes explained. Can't they make money through other means? Waltke, the selling oneself you mentioned earlier? Ty asked curiously. Given the currency exchange in this floor, the money should circulate among these people, maintaining a stable society. The money they use to buy things is ultimately collected by me. For example, those who sell themselves don't receive money. Instead, they get necessary supplies from me. As for the buyers, they pay me. Hermes' explanation left Ty enlightened. This monetary system isn't simply about buying goods with money, but includes an intermediary in transactions. He recovers the money, and sellers gain the items they desire. The true significance of this currency is less about money itself and more about providing a form of psychological comfort. Understanding this, Ty couldn't help but admire Hermes' almost godlike management skills. Sometimes managing 100 people can be far harder than managing 10,000. But Hermes used unconventional methods to transform this shaky building into a mini society. Indeed, it was formidable. However, as Ty and Hermes conversed, those in the queue regarded them differently. Their faces displayed fear, disdain, suspicion, and speculation, mainly directed at Hermes rather than Ty. These people, it seemed the eavesdropper had spread everything he overheard, leading to resentment. Building a skyscraper may take a year or longer, but destroying it needs just a gust of wind. Let's eat. Rest assured, it's not human flesh. It's regular food specially prepared for you. Hermes patted Ty's shoulder, smiling lightly. Just as they were about to join the queue for food, an unexpected event occurred. A Humbert, holding a small knife, quietly approached Hermes from behind. Ty immediately noticed the Humbert's unusual behavior, but he didn't alert Hermes. Instead, he acted as if nothing was happening and looked around. As the Humbert raised his knife, ready to stab Hermes' neck, snap, Hermes turned around, raised his hand, and twisted to the left. All 3 actions were completed in just 1 second. Sammy with the knife had his head twisted a full 180 degrees and died instantly. Ty stared at Hermes' lightning-fast killing move, momentarily stunned. Obsession with killing techniques. So this is his killing technique? No hesitation at all, straight to the finish. But what was truly chilling was the calm smile still on his face. Ty recalled how earlier this guy had been very gentle when talking to those 2 kids, telling them to be careful. Now, he had become someone who killed without a second thought. The contrast was quite significant. Roman, violating building rules, murder charges, possession of a restricted weapon. I sentence him to death. No objections, right? Hermes took out a new pair of gloves from his pocket, threw the old ones on the ground, and slowly put on the new pair. At this moment, Ty clearly saw the appearance of Hermes' hands. Scars like small centipedes twisting covered his hands, left by cuts from something like a knife, making one feel shocked at first glance. Interesting. Ty glanced at Hermes' expression, then turned to look at the residents with varied expressions. Fear was visible in everyone's eyes. Some showed anger, but mostly, there was confusion. The silence was heavy, and no one dared to speak. After about a minute, and Damien, bent with age, slowly came forward from the crowd. He placed his porcelain bowl on the ground and then, thud. The old man fell to his knees, looking up at Hermes with tear-filled eyes. Ernst, I beg you, don't leave us. Stay here and save us. We will do anything you ask, only please don't leave. Chapter 192. I am not a saint. The old man's actions and words pierced deeply into everyone's heart like a silver needle. Jackson, don't beg him. If he wants to leave, let him go. We can still live without him. A Humbert nearby tried to lift the old man off the ground, but the latter was as stubborn as a brick, remaining firmly in place. Ernst, why did you suddenly make this decision? You should have told us before leaving. An elderly dream also stood beside him, looking at Hermes with a worried expression. At this moment, everyone who had come to the kitchen for food no longer felt hungry. Instead, they all turned their heads to look at Hermes. I plan to tell everyone tonight after the life or death competition. I apologize for causing confusion. Jackson, please get up. Let's talk it through properly. Hermes tried to help the old man up, but was immediately brushed aside by his hand. If you don't agree today, I won't get up, the old man said stubbornly. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll be honest with all of you. Food supplies are dwindling day by day, and our numbers keep decreasing. Relying on this method, we will eventually meet our doom. Hermes looked at each person present. The zombie tide has just ended, and all those zombies have gathered near Chongqing military district. We must leave if we want to survive. These are valid points, Ernst, but you shouldn't have kept this from us. We could have discussed it together. It would be safer for all of us to leave together. O'Grady frowned, voicing his complaint. Ernst, have you thought about us elders and the children? Leaving means delivering them as food to those beasts. The old man kneeling on the ground had tears streaming down his face. I beg you, even if you think we're a burden, save the children. I'm willing to give my flesh to save my grandson's life. Please, I beg you. After saying this, the old man began banging his head frantically against the ground. He was a resident of this building and had been taking care of his grandson, whose parents worked far away. Ultimately, during the outbreak, both he and his grandson were left behind in the building. Jackson, what are you doing? Hermes hurried to stop the old man. He hadn't mentioned it earlier because he feared such a situation, but unexpectedly, someone had overheard. Hermes, we called you Ernst because you led us through this apocalypse. Now, you're leaving halfway. What is this? Find a temporary shelter, use us, then abandon us while running off on your own? The straightforward Humbert shouted at Hermes. Yes, didn't we agree to endure this together? All your requests, we complied with. Why change your mind so suddenly? Only united can we survive. Ernst, why this sudden turn of events? People looked at Hermes with puzzled eyes. Hermes lowered his head, silent. Yeshio, standing nearby, saw a different expression on Hermes's face. A coldness that had never been there before, deeper than any abyss. Let me ask one question. Hermes looked at the outspoken Humbert. If the one leaving was someone insignificant and not close to anyone, how would everyone react? Would you try to keep them or scold them? Hermes's words left everyone speechless. Probably neither. Some might think it better for that person to leave early, reducing food sharing. Others might even consider killing that person to store his food. This is the real mindset, isn't it? Hermes's argument silenced everyone. His point was undeniably true. He had kept them alive, protected from zombies and starvation, which others couldn't do. So they believed Hermes should survive at all costs. If you leave, the entire building will collapse. Eventually, you'll survive, but we, who have lived here for a year, will die here. The old dream couldn't hold back any longer and, somewhat irritably, asked Hermes. So, how do you explain the empty can on the second floor? Hermes adjusted his glasses and looked at the old dream. Food is uniformly stored in my room. Without my distribution, no one can obtain any food other than human flesh. And during this period, no one has bought cans with the round tokens. So why is there an empty can on the second floor? When showing Yeshio around the entire building and reaching the second floor, Hermes saw an entirely consumed can at the stairway entrance. At that moment, he knew the food in his room had been stolen. This also confirmed what he had previously said to Yeshio. What would destroy this building wouldn't be the lack of food but precisely because of having food, leading to the destruction of this building. It must have been left after eating before and wasn't cleaned up. The old dream's tone became somewhat weaker. The place is swept once a day, and there were clear signs of recent use in the can. I don't know who among you did this, but let me clearly tell you all, this action is also destroying everyone's lives. Hermes struck again perfectly, and Yeshio standing nearby clapped in admiration. Indeed, someone who has entered the Buddhist gate. His arguments are reasonable and evidence-based, leaving no room for rebuttal. Jackson, please get up. Hermes forcibly lifted Jackson from the ground and handed him over to the Humbert nearby. In this apocalypse, people need each other to survive, but this mutual dependence must be built on a foundation of value. And the value in this apocalyptic world is survival. But it's getting harder and harder to survive in this building. Should I stay here and wait for death? Sorry, I'm not a saint. I can't reach such a noble standard. Finally, Hermes focused his gaze on Jackson. Jackson, I cannot save your grandson, and I won't take your life. I've left some food for the elderly and children in the building. That's the most I can do. After tonight's life or death competition, this will be my final farewell. After saying this, Hermes took the porcelain bowl by himself and walked towards gate number 1, got a serving of meat, and sat alone, quietly eating. Chapter 193. You win this fight, I die, and you go. I win. I wolf, and you stay. Seeing Dallas in such a state, no one spoke. Everyone was picking at their bowls with their fingers, lost in their own thoughts. Food. Dallas said he kept food for the elderly and children. If I keep it all to myself, could I live much longer? Anyway, Dallas wants to live on too, and so do I. It's not wrong. Yes, it's right. If I get that food, I can survive. An evil thought sprouted in each person's heart like a seed, slowly taking root. Jeffrey observed the indecisive expressions on their faces, and a trace of disdain flickered across his face. No one dared challenge Dallas because of his formidable strength. They couldn't win. The elderly and children were different. They were vulnerable, and any healthy adult could easily subdue them. So they would surely target the food intended for the elderly and children. My food? Don't just sit there. Jeffrey turned to see Dallas almost finished eating, then spoke. I'll go get it. Wiping his hands and putting on his gloves again, Dallas walked towards door number 1. As he walked forward, those blocking his way would automatically move aside. This respect for Dallas stemmed from both his power and an effective management system. A good leader needed authority beyond a solid management system, and Dallas had earned his authority through relentless fighting. When he first entered this floor society, Dallas had barely registered in anyone's mind. His initial impression was that he was kind-hearted. He always spoke kindly and never showed anger. But one day, trouble found him. Then everyone realized that his gentle exterior was only a facade. He killed mercilessly, striking fatally every time, twisting necks, breaking spines, stabbing hearts. Every move was deadly. Afterward, Dallas established the floor's management rules, the human flesh as food policy, and the life and death contests. He led the extermination of outsiders and was the most efficient killer among them. During these life and death contests, he had also participated several times, but each time he won instantly, deeply imprinting an unshakable image in everyone's minds. Thus, residents no longer feared outsiders since they knew Dallas would turn them into food. Even now, if Dallas decided to leave, everyone would only murmur, unwilling to confront him directly. Dallas brought out a fish and some luncheon meat from the kitchen and handed them to Jeffrey. These are heated up from cans. Eat. Pausing for a moment, he added. I lied to you. The food I gave you is only half. The other half is hidden elsewhere, as I mentioned earlier, reserved for the elderly and children. Jeffrey ate quietly without responding. If Dallas had given him all the food and then made such remarks, he would have to reconsider whether to let Dallas join the group. After all, a hypocrite posed a huge threat, whether as an enemy or a teammate. Fortunately, Dallas chose to leave a path for the weaker ones. Where did you hide it? After finishing the fish, Jeffrey asked. Do you want to take it away? Dallas was taken aback, asking hesitantly. Do you think the elderly and children can get it? Jeffrey placed the plate on the ground, clapped his hands, and chuckled. In the cabinet by door number 1 on the 6th floor. The key is under the bed in door number 2. Dallas glanced at the queue for meals and understood what Jeffrey meant, revealing the hiding spot immediately. It's getting dark. How long before the competition starts? Jeffrey looked out the glass window and asked. 10 minutes. The draw starts 5 minutes beforehand. Let's head up. Following Dallas, they arrived at the 5th floor. In front of the red cloth was a table with a box on top. Each person placed their number inside. Then someone would randomly draw 2 numbers, and those chosen would participate in the life and death match. After a while, people gradually began to arrive at the 5th floor, placing their number plates into the box. Each person was filled with an incredibly heavy heart, either due to Dallas leaving or possibly because someone was about to become food again. In any case, the scene was almost deathly silent. Except for the sound of numbers being placed in the box, there was hardly any other noise. People are all here. Let's start. Dallas said to the staff member who had been in charge of drawing numbers. Rustle, rustle. The sound of drawing numbers resonated like waves around them. Finally, 2 round plaques fell out of the box. One read 2. The other read 1. At this moment, everyone took a deep breath, unsure how to describe their feelings at that time. The numbers were assigned according to the hierarchical order of positions within the floor. Those numbered below 50 were individuals with important roles, with smaller numbers indicating higher positions. Numbers above 50 were ordinary residents, with random assignments. And number 2 belonged to the former floor master, now deputy floor master, Clifford. Clifford had a very imposing figure, giving off an intimidating presence. However, he was a man of honor and had strong fighting skills. Aside from Dallas, no one could defeat him. He had participated in 13 life and death matches, winning each one convincingly. Upon recognizing Dallas's ability, Clifford voluntarily stepped down as floor master and handed over his position. While Dallas was revered and feared, Clifford was admired and respected. Let's start. Clifford walked out from the crowd. During mealtime, he had been present but hadn't spoken a word, only silently listening to Dallas's monologue. Dallas had helped many survive in this harsh world for so long, and Clifford was genuinely grateful. Leaving was Dallas's right, and he had no authority to stop him. But he didn't want so many people to ultimately die of hunger. Do you really have to leave? Clifford looked at Dallas and asked. Yes. Dallas nodded and answered directly. In this fight, if you win, I die and you go. If I win, I live and you stay. Clifford looked at Dallas and made his request. Let's fight then. Dallas slowly got into a bow stance, one hand forward, the other guarding his chest side. This was a standard combat posture. It seemed that Dallas was taking this battle seriously. Chapter 194. Internal organs slightly damaged, but still edible. Ty, standing to the side, folded his arms and watched Hermes' expression and posture with a cold gaze. Everyone thought that Hermes was preparing to fight seriously, but Ty saw a familiar look in Hermes' eyes. Bloodthirsty. In those dark brown pupils, a hint of crimson appeared. The color of someone who had an extreme fondness for killing. This Hermes. Ty slightly raised his eyebrows and looked at the child who was a head shorter than him, asking. After this life or death match ends, who is responsible for dissecting the loser's body? Dissect? The child scratched his head, somewhat not understanding Ty's meaning. In previous matches, they would battle, and the loser could choose to surrender or be directly killed on the arena. But most chose to surrender and waited for Ernst to deal with it. The child's words left Ty stunned for a moment. So, Hermes indeed had ulterior motives when proposing cannibalism. When people are near death, if given the option to surrender, most would choose to surrender immediately. Therefore, after the match ended, These losers needed someone to handle their disposal. Did Ernst propose handling it himself? Tai asked. Ernst said that someone must play the villain, so he chose to take on the job of killing. The child nodded, his eyes revealing admiration. Tai saw from this child's eyes that he wished to become someone like Hermes in the future. Indeed, environment shapes a different person. Hermes was bloodthirsty and prone to killing, but to curb his murderous nature, he presented another face to the world. To better resolve his addiction to killing, he carved out a path where he specialized in murder. This guy's background is likely more complex than what he has let on. However, if utilized well, this could be very beneficial to him. Tai shifted his gaze back to the arena. At this moment, the match officially began, with Clifford initiating the first attack against Hermes. Clifford's physique was very robust, giving the impression that one punch could kill an old ox. His first punch aimed at Hermes' jaw, but clearly, he held back, probably fearing he would kill Hermes with this punch. Unfortunately, he underestimated Hermes' strength. Hermes' smile flashed briefly. At the instant Clifford threw his punch, Hermes, like a snake, swiftly ducked down and then punched Clifford's stomach. Bang! Clifford quickly retreated, holding his stomach with both hands. It felt as though his stomach had twisted into knots, causing excruciating pain. He did not expect Hermes to land such a vicious blow. Ding Tian, I will use full force now. Clifford endured the pain in his stomach, stretched his shoulders, muscles bulging, and clenched his fists, charging toward Hermes like a mad bull. Bang! Again, Hermes struck first. This time, it was in the lung area. Clifford could distinctly feel that his breathing had become extremely difficult. From his spectator position, Tai recognized Hermes' method of attack. Indeed, bloodthirsty. Tai murmured. Now, almost every part of Clifford's body had been hit by Hermes. Except for his heart, all other organs such as the stomach, lungs, kidneys, liver, every identifiable internal organ had been struck by a punch from Hermes. What's wrong with Clifford? He seems unable to continue. The spectators watching from the sidelines saw Clifford stop in place, supporting himself on the ground, sweat pouring from his forehead. Thud. Clifford fell to his knees, bloodshot eyes, and a continuously twitching face. He could clearly perceive his internal organs aching in varying degrees. Asphyxiation, weakness, bleeding, piercing pain. Clifford looked up at Hermes ahead, seeing double. Hermes smiled and slowly walked over to Clifford, squatting beside him. Leaning close to Clifford's ear, he whispered something only Clifford could hear. Upon hearing those words, Clifford's eyes widened in horror. Before his mind could react, he felt his heart pounding fiercely. Thump, thump, thump. Walkie a motor accelerating rapidly. Ultimately, he heard an explosion-like sound from within his body, falling to the ground. Hermes looked at Clifford's death, took off his gloves, and placed them beside Clifford. He turned to look at the chef responsible for cooking human flesh in the crowd and softly said, "Didn't hold back this time. All his internal organs are damaged, but they should still be edible. This will serve as tonight's farewell." Hermes walked towards the crowd, and people instinctively made way for him. No one dared to provoke him. Not even the Damien who was kneeling on the ground earlier gave up the idea of asking him to stay. It was the first time they had seen Hermes use such cruel methods. Before this, he always struck a fatal blow in one hit, leaving no room for pain. Tai watched as Hermes headed upstairs, his eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Why didn't he pursue the informant? Could it be that he had already killed the informant? Pieces of fragmented memories started piecing together in Tai's mind. Although he couldn't deduce Hermes' true intentions, there would be plenty of time to verify what this guy was thinking. Tai also left the crowd and went to the food storage area on the 6th floor following the address Hermes had given him. He easily opened the food cabinet. There wasn't much food inside. If eaten as snacks, it would last at most 3 days. Without any hesitation, Tai put everything into his infinite backpack. These people needed to survive, and so did he. Leaving it for them might as well mean leaving it for himself. Tai didn't bother to restore the cabinets he had opened. He threw the keys onto the bed and then headed to the 7th floor. At this moment, the unconscious guard on the 7th floor was nowhere to be found, but the iron gate remained open. What puzzled Tai the most was that Hermes was not in the room on the 7th floor. Where did he go? The 5th floor was the arena, the 6th floor was where he just came from, and there was no sign of him in the 7th floor room. Something was off. Tai quickly walked to the rope hanging outside the window, checked the backpack attached to it, and sighed with relief upon confirming that the food was all there. He turned and ran out the door, just about to go down the stairs from the 7th floor, when suddenly, Hermes appeared on the stairs from the 6th floor, his face still carrying that indifferent smile. Chapter 195. Humanity sparked by food. Why did you go up to the 7th floor? I just went to the bathroom. There's no restroom on the 7th floor. Are you ready to leave? Hermes spoke to Tai as if chatting with an old friend. But what was terrifying upon reflection was that he had personally killed his former colleague Clifford, who once managed the floors with him. Do you know about the research institute outside Chongqing City District where Creed is based? Tai stood still and asked without moving. Creed? I haven't heard of this person, but there indeed is a research institute outside the city in a village. Do you want to go there? Hermes asked with some confusion. Yes, this village will be your token of loyalty. I need you to lead the way and kill everyone inside. If successful, you can join my team. Tai looked at Hermes and laid out his demand. No problem at all. As Hermes passed by Tai, their souls seemed to collide for an instant when their bodies were parallel. By the way, I'm going up to the 7th floor to get something, and we'll help lower down your items. Then we'll leave. A faint smile reappeared on Hermes' face. Let's go. Hermes came out of the room, holding a briefcase, and put gloves back on his previously bare hands. The two walked downstairs. At each floor, large groups of people stood by the stairs, silently watching them, eyes filled with sorrow, but none dared to speak. When Hermes and Ty reached the 1st floor, it was the most crowded place. Everyone stood silently beside, looking at Hermes. It seemed like they were bidding farewell to Hermes, but in reality, they were seeking a last chance of survival. Namely, the food Hermes mentioned leaving for the elderly and children. Whoever got this food would gain an additional path of choice. That's why there were so many people on the 1st floor. They all thought Hermes would tell them where the food was before he left. However, it surpassed their expectations. Without a word, Hermes opened the switch to the exit. Just as he was about to step out, someone finally couldn't hold back and asked, Ernst, the food you left for the elderly and children, could you please tell us where it is? Only then can we ensure they get the food they deserve. Sammy looked at Hermes, his voice somewhat timid, but he voiced his inner thoughts. After all, facing death, there was nothing left to fear. The food? I've already told Perry. He will distribute it. You don't need to worry about it, said Hermes, then left with Ty. Perry, a 14-year-old Barney, was considered relatively sensible among the children here. Perry. Sammy repeated the name murmuringly, hearing the answer he wanted. Where's Perry? Find him. But no one paid attention to what Davis said. Those who knew the news had already run upstairs. These people saw Perry while going downstairs, so they knew where he was. Move aside. People on the 1st floor tried to run upstairs, but were blocked by those on the 2nd floor. Move aside? Sure, tell us what you know, and we'll let you pass. The 2nd floor crowd had planned how to snatch the information. The 1st floor people clenched their fists, trying to push through, only to find the 2nd floor group holding weapons. Damn it, they didn't bring weapons to gain Hermes' trust. Now it was too late. Just tell them. Otherwise, we'll all be stuck here, said a timid man nearby. We can tell you, but the food must be shared equally. As you know, Perry isn't on the 2nd floor. On the 3rd floor, you'll also be blocked. So, we have to cooperate. The 1st floor spokesman was very smart, grasping the crux of the matter. If the 2nd floor locked the 1st floor, the 3rd floor would lock the 2nd, until the news about the food location reached Perry's floor. Everyone else would be left with nothing. Deal. The 2nd floor people understood the logic and nodded in agreement. The person who knows the location of the food is Perry. Once we get it from him, we can have the food. The 1st floor man said, Perry? I'm his uncle. This is perfect. A balding man in a white vest smiled. Will? Then you go talk to Perry. Sammy on the 1st floor also showed a smile. He couldn't bring himself to hurt a child. The best outcome would be getting the information without any cost. I have another idea. Sammy from the 2nd floor, who had been stubborn before, showed an eerie smile. What? Since we are cooperating, why don't we kill all the people on 1 floor? This way, our food supply will be more abundant, and we can ensure that people from our 2 floors won't be threatened. Sammy from the 2nd floor suggested. Indeed, this is a good plan. Our 1st and 2nd floors have the most people. In a fight, they naturally wouldn't win. Yes, it's feasible. In an instant, everyone on the 1st and 2nd floors reached a consensus. They let the bald man, who was Perry's uncle, find Perry for the location of the food, and they would ally to kill all the people on the 3rd floor. One reason was to use these dead bodies as food, and the other was to make an example of them so the people on other floors wouldn't dare to stop them. Instantly, the people from the 1st floor were equipped with weapons from the 2nd floor. Walkie 2 allied tribes, they started to invade other tribes. This was the new value system that had emerged due to cannibalism. Once, they lived in a peaceful society where the thought of human flesh made them feel nauseous, and life was revered. But in this year, having human flesh every day, they had become accustomed to opening their eyes to eat humans and closing their eyes to kill. Human flesh, for them, was just a type of food, and life was merely a cardboard a bit tougher than white paper, still easy to tear apart. To survive, killing was no bigger deal than a sesame seed. Soon, the people from the 1st and 2nd floors surged toward the 3rd floor. The people on the 3rd floor, considering themselves smart, tried to imitate the 2nd floor, attempting to block them and ask for the name of the person who knew the location of the food. However, before the guard by the stairs on the 3rd floor could stop these people, his neck was cut open. The people on the 3rd floor were stunned. How did the killing start? Why was this happening? In an instant, the formation on the 3rd floor crumbled. The originally well-organized team began to scatter and flee for their lives. But the people from the 1st and 2nd floors were already determined. In a moment, cries for mercy and weeping enveloped the 3rd floor. Chapter 196, Infighting. For a year, the building that had been maintained with cleanliness and order collapsed in an instant when Hermes left. Blood swept through the entire 3rd floor, where everyone was butchered in the bloodbath. Whether elderly or children, anyone not part of their group became souls under the blade. These supplies should be enough, right? Sammy, leading on the 2nd floor, looked at the corpses stacked together like sacks of rice and muttered, enough to last at least half a month. A person from the 1st floor nodded in agreement, but then he added after a pause, of course, this half a month only applies to those of us on the 1st and 2nd floors. This remark acted as a spark, igniting the emotions within everyone. After killing so many people, and it's only enough for us for half a month, what if people from other floors join us? Sammy from the second floor didn't finish his sentence before being interrupted by a tap on the shoulder from the first floor man. This gesture was profound and meaningful. The crowd fell silent for a moment. A dream from the second floor bit her lip, her face filled with worry, then looked at the two leaders and said, "What if we kill everyone from the other floors? The cries from the third floor will definitely be heard. We might as well strike first, and it would mean more food for us." Her words shattered the lingering hesitation in everyone's hearts, like a newly built wall collapsing all at once. Everyone glanced at each other, then down at their own hands. Their hands were stained with blood and the lives of their former companions. They had already done it once. Why not do it again? One step forward. The leader from the second floor spoke sternly, and no turning back. The crowd broke through their inner barriers, shouting in unison. "But if there are too many bodies, how will we handle the meat?" Someone raised a practical concern, as they had never stored food, always distributing it immediately after each kill. "Do you know about smoked meat?" The dream who proposed the idea spoke again. She had already planned out how to handle the bodies. "Smoked meat? Isn't that pork?" Some asked, puzzled. "Human flesh is similar to pork. I think it can also be made into smoked meat. By winter, it shouldn't be a problem." Her words made everyone involuntarily choke. Eating human flesh might have been the first psychological barrier they faced. But processing human flesh into something requiring preparation seemed even harder to accept. "Let's just do it. There's no other way." The second floor leader looked at the first floor leader and finally agreed with the dream. "All of you, gather suitable weapons from the third floor. Soon, we will attack upward. Remember, except for Wally, kill the children first whenever possible." When they carried out the massacre on the third floor, the last ones to be killed were the children. Because they hesitated. Should they really kill the children? But these children, witnessing their family members' deaths, cried out in agony. To prevent attracting zombies, they ultimately decided to eliminate the children. So, after moving to the fourth floor, their primary targets must be the children, or their collective screams could draw zombies before the killings were complete. 10 minutes later, everyone emerged from the rooms on the third floor, most carrying small knives. "Let's go." The leader from the second floor led the way, wielding a fire axe still speckled with bits of flesh. Step, step. Each person held their breath, ready for battle at any moment. But when they reached the fourth floor, something strange happened. The fourth floor residents had vanished without a trace. The empty floor was completely devoid of anything. How could this be? Could they be hiding in the rooms? Several exchanged glances, puzzled. The fourth floor is the kitchen area. There isn't enough space for them to hide. Never mind, let the second floor people search each room, while the first floor continues toward the fifth floor. Each floor doesn't have as many people as the combined first and second floors. Catching them off guard, we'll have victory assured. The second floor man's suggestion gained widespread approval. Soon, the first and second floor groups split into two teams, heading in different directions. The second floor team first went to the dissection room but found nothing besides piles of bones inside. "What is this?" Those searching the other rooms found something slippery on the ground. "It seems to be oil." A dream pointed to an oil drum in front of her, which had a small hole punctured in it. The oil was trickling out slowly like a stream. "Boss, the oil drums are broken." Several people saw the team leader walk out of the dissection room and hurriedly reported the situation. "The oil drums are broken." Sammy frowned slightly, turned around, and walked out of the door. He looked at the other rooms, where oil was also seeping out slowly. No one on the fourth floor, and the oil drums are broken. A hint of panic flashed across Davis's eyes. At that moment, screams echoed from the fifth floor. These screams did not come from the people on the fifth floor but from their allies, the people from the first floor. Among them, the loudest was the agonized cry of the first floor team leader. He was being tortured. The leading man tried to look up at the fifth floor, but as he raised his eyes, he saw 3 large iron pots hanging horizontally above his head. Not good. The leading man instantly understood what was happening. With no one on the fourth floor, the broken oil drums, and their prolonged massacre on the third floor, their screams must have alerted people on other floors. These people had started cooperating, emptying the fourth floor, setting a trap for them, to catch them like fish in a jar. Unfortunately, by the time the leading man realized their plan, it was already too late. Several men holding torches ran down from the fifth floor, their bodies still stained with blood. After grinning wickedly at them, they threw the torches directly at them. At that moment, the oil that had been seeping out slowly just reached the men's feet. "Run!" Sammy shouted angrily and quickly ran forward. His reaction was quick, and he managed to escape the range of the oil immediately. But those who were still dazed weren't as lucky. As soon as the torches hit the ground, there was a whoosh, and instantly, the entire fourth floor burst into flames. Everyone searching on the fourth floor, except for the leading man, was engulfed by the sea of fire. They tried to run outside, but the people on the fourth floor had set up traps for them. Those iron pots the leading man had noticed. Iron pots were hung from the ceiling, designed to fall when burned. These iron pots were the same ones used earlier to boil human flesh. As the iron pots fell from above, they instantly blocked their escape route. Chapter 197 Calculation, Villainy, and Humanity. "Ah, help. Too hot, don't burn me, help." The screams of agony echoed through the entire building. At this moment, the people on the second floor let out the same cries as those who had been slaughtered on the third floor. In their voices were identical pleas for mercy, identical appeals for rescue, and identical cries for help, but no one could save them. The way that might have led them to escape the fire was now blocked by a huge wok. Some tried to climb over the wok to escape. However, iron at high temperatures remained scorching. The moment they touched the wok, the already charred skin on their bodies simply peeled off. Some accidentally fell directly into the wok, which became their grave at that instant. The surrounding extreme heat, combined with the oxygen in the air gradually becoming scarce, the cries of pain diminished little by little. Their deaths were far more painful than being killed and then cooked as food. To be burned alive meant enduring the gradual torment of intense heat all around and the biting pain of 1,000 ants gnawing at the heart. Among them was the dream who had suggested smoked meat. She now became her own ingredient, real smoked meat, and an entire piece at that. Sammy crawled, trying to run downstairs. But those from the 5th floor, after taking care of the 1st floor people, had already waited for him at the staircase. Now the leader's path forward and backward was completely blocked. Either return to the inferno and be burned to death, or be brutally tortured to death by these people. At this moment, a human head rolled down from the 5th floor staircase like a ball. Both eyes of the severed head were pierced, the nostrils skewered outward by toothpicks, and all teeth shattered and stuffed back into the mouth. Every short distance it rolled, many broken teeth would spill out from between its lips. Seeing this scene, the leader's nerves were entirely shaken. He sat on the ground, breaking down, because he saw his fate unfold before him. I'll tell you where the food is hidden. Spare my life, spare my life. Sammy tried to save his life. Unfortunately, your companions have already told us everything. A half-naked man sneered as he kicked the severed head toward the leader. After seeing his companion's head, the leader went blank. Spare my life. Anything, please, please. The leader knelt down and frantically bowed to the crowd in front of him. The most bloodthirsty person is also the most afraid of death. The one who proposed killing first turns out to be the most cowardly. This leader belonged to both categories. You can leave those words for the dead on the 3rd floor. As the half-naked man finished speaking, the sound of a chainsaw started behind him. The whirring vroom vroom sounded like a sickle cutting off his tongue, approaching him. Tell me, which part do you want me to cut off first? Your companion screamed curses while I sawed off his limbs. Quite brave indeed. You, however, seem lacking. Sammy holding the saw mocked, seemingly asking if the leader was ready for his torture. At this moment, the leader's mind utterly broke down. He screamed, clutched his head, his eyes bulging like a fish's, filled with bloodshot veins, and tumbled into the flames. He jumped into the wok, hugging his knees, trembling all over. So cold, so cold. Don't kill me, please. His inner voice kept begging those he had killed. Unbeknownst to him, his body began to melt bit by bit. Put out the fire. We will eat those from the 2nd floor today. Don't waste them. The half-naked man said. Good thing we on the 3 floors made preparations beforehand. Otherwise, these beasts would have tricked us. Someone from the 4th floor remarked. Ha ha ha, naturally. The half-naked man laughed at the team leader from the 4th floor, returning the smile. Due to the loud screams of slaughter from the 3rd floor, it alarmed people from the remaining floors. Just when everyone was at a loss, the half-naked man from the 5th floor proposed forming an alliance. By dispersing their forces, they could close the door on each group one by one. Thus, dealing with each floor individually made things much easier for the people of the 3 floors. After saying this, the 4th floor leader quickly headed toward the burning area. Since the fire started on the 4th floor, we from the 4th floor will be responsible for putting it out. You guys quickly find PIU and ask him for the location of the food. The 4th floor leader said somewhat naively, as if he already regarded the half-naked man as the new leader of this building. Then he directed the 4th floor people to start extinguishing the fire. At that moment, the smile on the half-naked man's face froze instantly. He was just responding to the 4th floor leader's smile. All right, I'll leave it to you, brother. After saying this, the half-naked man waved his hand. His body did not retreat, but walked toward the group from the 4th floor who were extinguishing the fire. His footsteps were very light, drowned out by the sizzling sound of the burning fire. As long as they did not look back, they would never notice the half-naked man's approach. 1 step, 2 steps. By the way, Alistair Noel? The 4th floor leader suddenly thought of something and wanted to turn around to speak to the half-naked man. But he suddenly found that standing right behind him was the half-naked man. And with his peripheral vision, he saw that the half-naked man held a small knife gleaming with firelight in his hand. You. Before the 4th floor leader could finish his sentence, a cut appeared on his neck. He slowly fell to the ground, and in the process of falling, he saw his companions similarly being slit at the throat. You have the most elderly on your 4th floor. They don't really have much meaning living in this world anyway. Might as well contribute the food. You aren't killed by us, you are called sacrifices. The half-naked man squatted down, whispering into the 4th floor leader's ear. Then he gently closed the 4th floor leader's eyes with his hand. Now, there are only our 2 floors left. The half-naked man stood up and turned to look at a group of people coming down from the 6th floor. In their hands was a child. The child was PIU, whom everyone had been searching for. I already know the location of the food. Should we split it, or how do we calculate? The leading man from the 6th floor looked at the half-naked man and asked with a smile. What do you think? The half-naked man wiped the blade on his hand, gripped the handle tightly, rotated his head, and asked impatiently. So, winner takes all, loser. The 6th floor leader placed the blade against PIU's neck and slowly spoke. Dies. PIU's neck was severed, his body falling to the ground like a broken kite. The final battle in the building began. Chapter 198, The Empty Cabinet. The half-naked man spat and pulled out a machete about 20 centimeters long from behind his waist. Even kids, you killed them too, Zaire. Impressive. The half-naked man said as he looked at the lifeless body of the Barney on the ground. Wasn't this your idea, Alistair Noel? Old people and kids are just waste if we eat them. It's quicker to kill them outright. Zaire grinned. Huh. The half-naked man's eyes curved into a crescent. In the next second, his other hand suddenly swung towards Zaire. A small knife flew like a dart straight at Zaire's head. Bang. The knife was deflected by Zaire's axe. Alistair's, kill them. We can survive in this building for at least one more year. Better to fight for our lives than starve to death. Kill. People on the 5th and 6th floors raised their weapons and slashed at former comrades. The scene turned chaotic. No one could tell who was on whose team anymore. Now it was kill anyone they saw, ensuring their own survival was enough. Blood flowed slowly, and bodies piled up. Everyone exerted themselves in killing, so they wouldn't become someone else's food. The battle lasted about 10 minutes. In the end, the half-naked man survived with over 20 others. He stepped on Zaire's severed head and spat, grinning. You talked big, but you don't have the fate to enjoy it. Then, the half-naked man focused on the only surviving man from the 6th floor. Where did Perry say the hiding place was? The half-naked man pressed the bloody machete against Davis's neck. In the cabinet in 601. Sammy stuttered. Lead the way. The half-naked man kicked Davis's butt and said. Soon, over 20 people followed Davis to room 601. There it is. Sammy pointed to the locked cabinet. If Ty were still here, he would have found these sealed cabinets very strange. After taking the food, he didn't bother restoring them. It would have been redundant. But now, the cabinets were back in place, and the key Ty left on the bed had vanished. Most astonishingly, the half-naked man found the key in the same spot where Ty first searched for it, as if no one had ever been here. The half-naked man held the key, walked to the cabinet storing food, thought for a moment, then turned and handed the key to one of his men. You open it. I'll be right back. After handing over the key, the half-naked man walked toward the door. Everyone watched him leave, then glanced at Davis holding the key, envy creeping onto their faces. If the half-naked man opened the door, they might not feel any other emotions. But why should this man open the door to the food? Just because he stood behind the half-naked man? Give me the key. I'll open it. A burly man snatched the key, intending to open the door. Suddenly, he felt a chill at his neck and wiped the back of his neck. It was the cold blade, covered in blood. With one less person, we need less food. As soon as the killer spoke, his heart was pierced. You're right, but when making such a point, shouldn't you check if anyone is behind you? Another man, wielding 2 knives, took down 2 people, one in front and one behind. At this moment, everyone's ill intentions flared up again. These ill intentions were planted in their hearts by the half-naked man before he left. People say women have vanity, but men do too. Only, men call it competitive spirit. No one dared harbor ill intentions towards the half-naked man, whose strength was unquestionable. But transferring the key to someone else naturally aroused such feelings. Since they had all fought their way out of piles of corpses, why should they let someone else open the door? They all felt competitive, believing they were the most qualified ones to unlock it besides the half-naked man. When the slaughter began, their competitive spirit transformed. It escalated to an even stronger emotion, possessiveness. They believed they were the strongest and should take everything, leaving others undeserving. Thus, this scene unfolded. The entire room was painted in blood, with corpses scattered everywhere. Only one person crawled out from the pile of bodies. However, his body was covered in wounds, leaving him battered and bruised. He looked at the key in his hand and smiled. Now, the food is all mine. But he forgot about the first person who had left. Just as he opened the cabinet, his head exploded like a fountain, with blood splattering everywhere, and his head vanished. Thanks. The half-naked man returned to the room, smiling as he saw the room full of corpses. His plan had worked. From the moment he proposed the alliance, he never intended to let anyone but himself survive. Because this building had already collapsed. Instead of lingering here, it was better to escape with the food. A terrifying smile appeared on the half-naked man's face as he picked up the key from the ground and inserted it into the lock of the cabinet. With this food, I can survive longer in this world. Maybe I can even trade this food for some comforts. Ha 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 ha, the one who survived is me. You are all stepping stones for me. Food, food, finally, I can eat the food I couldn't have before. Fish, chicken, food, water. All mine. The half-naked man laughed maniacally, celebrating his victory. In this battle, he won. He won. Click. The key turned, and the lock of the cabinet loosened. He threw the key aside and pushed open the cabinet door with both hands. The magnificent scene inside appeared before his eyes. What? The half-naked man blinked hard and stretched his neck to look inside. The entire cabinet contained no food, only a small white piece of paper placed inside. No. Impossible. Where is the food? My food. The half-naked man quickly picked up the note, still hoping for the best. He believed this note must indicate the next location of the food. If it was only here, it would be too conspicuous. Yes, it must be that. The half-naked man quickly unfolded the note, revealing its contents to him. Chapter 199. Enjoy your death. On the note, a string of wriggling characters like centipedes was written. It read, Congratulations, survivor. Oh wait, I shouldn't congratulate you either since you're not really a survivor. If you still have time, why don't you take a look out of the window? You might find the situation quite miserable. Wishing you a pleasant death. At the end of this sentence, there was even an attached smiley face. The half-naked man was so frightened by these words that he took a step backward. He ran rapidly to the window in the room and looked down. In that moment, his pupils shrank rapidly, and every muscle in his body trembled uncontrollably. The entire building below was swarming with zombies. The street was covered with nothing but heads as far as he could see. Finished. Leaning against the wall, the half-naked man seemed somewhat absent-minded. All the humans in this building had used all their treacherous means on each other. Food, slaughter, survival. They prioritized food above everything else, but forgot that the true threat to them came from the zombies outside. The crying of children, the begging voices of the dying, and the bloody smell permeating the entire building. Any of these factors could attract zombies and mutants from miles away, let alone when all three factors were present in this building. The half-naked man finally understood the meaning behind the note. He hadn't won. After killing everyone, he himself would still die. Hermes. The half-naked man remembered that Hermes had given the address of the food to Perry. This meant that Hermes might not have put any food in the cabinet, but instead placed the note there. Just for the sake of fooling them. Laughing wildly in despair, the half-naked man realized he had been the fool all along. Killing and being killed, over and over again. Slowly, he moved toward the door. At this moment, pounding sounds were heard from the front door. Before long, the defense measures at the main entrance were breached, and one zombie after another rushed in from the first floor. They started feasting on the bodies lying on the ground, bite by bite. If the building had once been a world of slaughter, it was now a carnival for the zombies. Half of the corpses were eaten clean, while the other half had transformed into zombies. Reaching the 7th floor staircase, the half-naked man knew there was no hope for him. There was no chance of survival. No matter how much killing went on, he would ultimately be killed as well. How ironic. How extremely ironic. He had schemed against others, only to be schemed against in return. Ha ha ha. Walking forward, he refused to be eaten by the zombies. He planned to stab his heart and fall down, experiencing the sensation of flying. As he raised the long knife to pierce his heart, a tongue wrapped around his arm. In the next second, his arm, along with the long knife, was torn off. Behind him stood a toad, similar in size to a Tibetan mastiff, looking at him coldly. No, don't. The half-naked man was terrified by the toad's appearance. The toad was already ugly with dark skin covered in small blisters. Now, magnified several times, its blisters became even more prominent, oozing greenish-black pus. Its bulging eyes seemed about to pop out, staring at the half-naked man. Don't eat me. With no choice, the half-naked man jumped from the building. But it was too late. The moment he fell, his leg was again ensnared by the toad. Then, just like a tiny mosquito, he was delivered directly to the toad's mouth. Bite by bite, mixed with saliva, he was swallowed into its mouth. About 10 minutes later, due to the overwhelming number of zombies, especially Divisi more flooding in at the bottom, the building's foundation became incredibly fragile. Finally, the building collapsed, along with all the bodies inside it. It took 1 year to maintain this building's existence, but destruction only took 10 minutes, and life, merely 1 second. Ty was now leading Hermes to meet Nash and the others on the mountaintop. When Stevie saw Hermes, he showed a trace of surprise. Ty keenly noticed Stevie's odd reaction, but didn't ask directly because Hermes was nearby. Where did you go? Why did you come back so late? Nash asked Ty. I brought you all some food. With so many of us, would the food in my backpack be enough? Ty threw the large backpack on the ground and then tossed out several cans, handing them to the group. Oldie, are you planning to kill me with food first on this survival journey? Nash looked at the can in his hand, his brow forming a black line. What's wrong? Ty shifted his gaze to Nash's hand, and his doubts vanished instantly. Eat it. When you were starving, you didn't mind. What Ty gave to Nash was none other than the legendary stinkiest food in the world of canned goods, surströmming. Having no choice, Nash endured the stench of the herring and took a lick. Hiss. He felt his stomach churning. Turning his head, he saw Stevie opening a can for Petra and quickly walked over. Stevie, have you eaten surströmming before? Nash asked. No, because it's too smelly, I dared not try it. Stevie honestly admitted that he had never tasted it before. At first, I thought surströmming was terrible, but just now, after forcing myself to taste it, I found that it actually tastes good. The flavor is like Mom's braised fish. After saying this, Nash, enduring the smell, stuffed a piece of pickled herring into his mouth and savored it. Is it really that delicious? Stevie looked at the herring can in Nash's hand, somewhat doubtful. Forget it, I was going to share it with you. Just as Nash prepared to walk away, Stevie pulled him back. Let me try. Stevie's curiosity was perhaps the strongest among them. After all, without curiosity, a scientist wouldn't be a good one. Only those with endless curiosity can create technologies that surpass their time. I only have 4 pieces of herring here. I ate one. If you eat another, I'll only have 2 left. Nash said. Why don't you eat mine first? Let me give it a try. Stevie handed his braised meat can to Nash and took the herring can from him. After a brief internal struggle, Stevie swallowed his first ever bite of herring, which turned out to be his last as well. Cough, cough, cough. Stevie began to cough violently, feeling his stomach churn like waves. Petra quickly offered water to Stevie, and after a few minutes, Stevie finally regained his composure. Zijuan, are you sure it tastes like braised fish? Stevie turned to look at Nash, who had just finished the last bite of braised meat. I don't know about braised fish, but this braised pork was quite tasty. Nash handed the clean braised pork can to Stevie and reclaimed his herring can. Stevie realized he had fallen for Nash's trick. However, being an intellectual, he maintained his composure, merely feeling a bit helpless. All right, let's eat together. I can't eat much either. Petra smiled gently, her voice clear and comforting like the spring breeze in February. She handed Stevie a pair of chopsticks and placed the cans between them, embodying the image of a virtuous wife. Seeing this scene, Nash suddenly lost interest in the braised pork, slipping into a state of self-isolation. Chapter 200. The terrifying aspects of Hermes. After a night of rest and recuperation, everyone's spirits finally recovered. Led by Hermes, the group headed toward the village that Creed had built on the outskirts of Chongqing City. Walton Village. Why hasn't Alistair come back yet? It's been 3 days. Has he been detained by those military people? It's said that a zombie wave erupted in Chongqing City. He might still be dealing with it and can't return for now. 2 men guarding the village gate exchanged words during their idle time. This village was where Creed truly conducted his research on living specimens. From the outside, the village looked no different from an ordinary one. Muddy roads, stone walls covered with moss. However, the only somewhat eerie thing was that in front of every house, there was a large iron box that couldn't be seen from the outside. The iron boxes were completely enclosed, except for a small hole at the top allowing sunlight to penetrate inside. A man pushing a large barrel walked into a courtyard and used the key in his hand to open the door of the iron box. Once the iron door opened, numerous iron chains crisscrossed inside, each junction secured by a lock. There was a special place below for placing food. Time to eat, Sammy said disdainfully as he took out 3 large bowls of grain-like food from the barrel and threw them into the designated area for food. In the next second, the food was yanked in and vanished instantly. TCH, they're no different from pigs anymore. Sammy continued delivering food to other houses. Apart from the sound of him delivering food, the entire village remained eerily silent, even during broad daylight, giving off a very strange feeling. It seemed as if the sunlight couldn't reach this village, and all buildings were shrouded in shadows, cloaked in darkness. This should be the place. Hermes led Ty and others to a small hill opposite Walton Village. From the hill, one could see the layout of the entire Walton Village. Leave one alive, kill the rest. Ty rubbed his wrists and said calmly. Then, just wait here for my good news. Hermes gave Ty a light laugh, the sunlight casting on his face like glowing jade, smooth and lustrous. Ty watched as Hermes walked down the hill, observing everything about this man. That is, Ty squinted slightly, noticing some peculiar phenomena about Hermes. Zijuan, follow Hermes without being discovered, and do not interfere with anything. Just know what Hermes is doing. Ty instructed Nash beside him. Nash nodded, activated his source weapon, and swiftly flew upward into the sky. Stevie, if this base has complete research equipment, how long would it take to manufacture a source weapon? Ty asked Stevie seriously. It depends on materials. If supplies and equipment are complete, it will take a week, but we still need the ears of a 5th stage creature. Stevie replied. Don't worry about the 5th stage creature. Ty nodded, already planning a grand chessboard in his mind. He wanted to include himself in this chessboard, treating everyone as pawns, collectively moving forward his grand plan. Use this place as a research base, what do you think? Ty looked at the construction scale of Walton Village. It had everything it needed, with several rivers nearby for hydroelectric power generation. Overall, it was a place worth developing. Possible, but electricity might be insufficient. Stevie's words reminded Ty. Need electricity. Ty raised an eyebrow slightly. Seems I can't buy the resurrection armor yet. I'll have to purchase another piece of equipment. By now, Hermes had arrived near Walton Village. However, instead of hiding, he walked directly on the main path, smiling as he approached the village gate step by step. Old 6, there's someone. The 2 guards at the gate raised their guns, aiming at Hermes. Stay right there. The guards shouted. Old 6 glanced at his companion, holding a gun in one hand while drawing a machete from his waist with the other. They dared not shoot here because the surrounding mountains would amplify the gunfire, possibly attracting zombies. So, when guarding the gate, they usually first intimidated the visitor with their guns, questioned their identity, and if the person was a guest, let them pass. If not, they would severely injure them and send them to research. They wouldn't spare anyone, be it women or children. Anyone would be treated as a research specimen. Is there a password? Old 6 asked while walking. Password? Sorry, I don't have one. Hermes said elegantly. Heh. Old 6 sneered and directly took the knife in his hand, stabbing towards Hermes' lungs. This is... Nash, who was flying overhead, saw Hermes' method of attack. His move was incredibly ruthless, yet within that ruthlessness, there was an artistic touch. Hermes snatched Davis's knife and plunged it into Davis's throat. He then pulled it out and sliced the throat like petals waiting to bloom, swiftly cutting to both sides, ultimately creating a scene akin to 100 flowers blooming. The flesh and skin on the neck fell off piece by piece very evenly, with no damage to the central blood vessels. The blood looked like mist sprayed from fresh flowers, quite stunning to look at. Haha. Hermes threw away the small knife, and Old 6 immediately collapsed on the ground. His body stained red by blood, twitching non-stop, uncertain between life and death. Conversely, Hermes remained completely clean. Not even his gloves were tainted by blood. The guard standing at the village gate trembled violently upon seeing Hermes's killing method. How did he manage to do that? Don't come over. The guard raised the gun in his hand, trying to threaten Hermes. Hesitation means death. At some point, a very fine scalpel had appeared in Hermes's hand, which shot precisely into the middle of the guard's neck. Thud. The guard fell to the ground, but oddly, no blood flowed from where the scalpel was inserted. It was like a needle poking into a balloon without causing it to burst. Hermes strolled leisurely into the village, as if he were an old man shopping, unhurried and calm. However, Nash, watching Hermes's battle from above, was stunned by his method of killing. Anyone should understand how thin and fragile blood vessels are. But Hermes used a small knife to avoid all blood vessels. How terrifying was this? And the fact that the neck didn't bleed when stabbed required ensuring the scalpel didn't damage surrounding tissues when entering the neck. This required perfect precision and speed. Who exactly is this guy Tai found? Chapter 201. 10 Fingers, 10 Blades, The Smiling Reaper. Hermes strolled around the village for about 5 minutes. What's that? The iron box placed in the courtyard caught Hermes's attention, and he slowly walked towards it. Just then, he was met face to face by a man who had just finished delivering food. Who are you? Sammy quickly pulled out a small knife from his waist as he looked at Hermes's face. It wasn't because he was familiar with all his fellow villagers, but rather that Hermes's appearance gave off an unmistakable feeling of not being one of them. Thus, he became alert. What's inside this iron box? Without answering Davis's question, Hermes instead asked him. At this moment, Davis was certain that this person definitely wasn't one of them. Without hesitation, Davis raised his knife and stabbed toward Hermes. But just as the knife was about to pierce Hermes's chest, he sidestepped and raised his hand, trapping Davis under his arm. Bear with it, it might hurt a little. Hermes looked at Davis, a faint smile on his face. Then, he covered Davis's hand with his free hand and kicked him in the knee. The pain made Davis want to scream, but Hermes tightly covered his mouth. Only muffled sounds could be heard. Immediately after, came the second kick. After Davis lost his ability to move, Hermes released him and twisted his hands in a manner akin to twisting dough. I'm going to let go of your mouth. Don't scream. Otherwise, the pain later will be 10 times worse. Understand? I'm doing this for your own good. Trust me, I'm a very trustworthy person. Hermes pushed up his glasses. Seeing Davis nod vigorously, he chuckled lightly. Just as he let go, Davis tried to scream, but Hermes immediately inserted a finger into his neck, ending his life. I told you not to make any noise. Hermes wiped the blood off his gloves with Davis's clothes, searched his body, and found a key. He walked to the iron box and saw a lock on it, instantly understanding what it was for. Hermes looked around and found a zombie dog tied up in the corner. He cut the rope binding the zombie dog, grabbed the back of its neck with one hand, and opened the iron box with the other. The scene inside unfolded before him. Inside the iron box were 7 or 8 naked men and women. Their bodies weren't emaciated, but the overwhelming stench of decay made Hermes feel slightly uncomfortable. You guys, I'm here to help end your suffering. With an extremely gentle tone, Hermes did something devilishly cruel. He put the zombie dog into the iron box and then closed the door. Not long after, terrifying screams and tearing sounds echoed from within the box. It's about time. Hermes calculated the time and opened the iron door again. The 7 or 8 people inside were no longer human but had become zombies. The zombie dog looked at Hermes outside the door, saliva dripping from its mouth. It then howled and charged straight at Hermes. Bang! Hermes punched the zombie dog to the ground, picked up a knife from the floor, and severed its head. Turning around, he saw the bucket behind him still full of food. His face showed a faint smile once more as he lifted the half-dead body of the zombie dog, pouring its blood into the bucket. The zombies locked inside the iron box started to claw at the door. Though the chains held them back, Hermes had done some work when leaving. Within 5 minutes, these zombies would break free and escape on their own. Hermes arrived at the next courtyard, confirmed that the key was a master key for all iron boxes, and left the bloody food from the bucket under the chains. Soon enough, the remaining iron boxes without food consumed the meal laced with zombie dog blood. Meanwhile, Nash above couldn't see what Hermes was doing at all. Either blocked by buildings or trees, it seemed like Hermes had intentionally hidden himself. Did he spot me? Nash noticed something was amiss and decided to fly back toward the hill. The flight ability provided by the source weapon relied on the cockroach's abilities, which couldn't fly very high. Thus, after being discovered, there was no way to hide anymore. Hermes turned to look at the disappearing figure of Nash in the sky, the smile on his face gradually fading, replaced by an icy coldness. The show is about to begin. Hermes retreated to the doorway of the house in the courtyard. He silently counted numbers in his mind, then snapped his fingers. Snap! A large number of zombies gushed out from most of the iron boxes in the courtyard at the same time, running towards the outside of the yard. At this moment, the guards in the village were either studying live subjects or eating and resting. None of them noticed the appearance of the zombies. Not long after, a scream pierced the sky. Nash also heard this sound. He abandoned the idea of returning to the hill and chose to land directly into the village to investigate. Where did these zombies come from? In Walton Village, a large group of zombies attacked the guards who were still eating, causing panic among everyone. We don't know. Aren't all the zombies within 5 miles already cleared? How could there be zombies? Look, These zombies are all naked and don't have any signs of being taken care of. Could they be the people inside those iron boxes? The iron boxes are completely sealed. How could they get infected? Forget it. Let's quickly go to the underground base for a while. The guards quickly ran to the edge of the village. They moved a stone, revealing a passage before their eyes. They swiftly jumped inside and covered the entrance with the stone, thus escaping the pursuit of the zombies. But all of their actions fell into Hermes' eyes. "I've found Creed's research base." Hermes' lips curled up slightly as he whispered. At this moment, the zombies lost their targets and focused on Hermes. They quickly ran towards Hermes, wanting to tear him apart. "Instead of accepting your deliverance, you want to eat me. Then, I'll send you all to hell." Hermes took off his white gloves and his coat as well. Around his waist appeared a circle of pockets, each containing a surgical knife. Hermes stood alone on the muddy road. 10 fingers, 10 blades, smiling. He slowly approached the zombies. Chapter 202. Human Centipede. Hermes' movements were as swift and agile as a horse galloping through the forest. Every time the zombies seemed about to attack Hermes, he would skillfully dodge them. In contrast, Hermes' attacks on the zombies were incredibly precise. Each dead zombie had a knife puncture through its throat. 10 minutes later, the 10 surgical blades in Hermes' hands, stained with blood, moved step by step towards the closed basement ahead. Apart from the knives, his body was not tainted with a single drop of blood. His eyes flashed with a hint of crimson, an expression that only surfaced in the eyes of those who thirsted for blood. Hermes' bloodlust had emerged. He smiled, with a voice akin to a demon echoing repeatedly in his mind. "I want to kill. Kill more. Kill even more." The group hiding in the basement no longer heard the zombies' breath outside, and the silence around them suddenly gave rise to a desire to investigate outside. "Campbell, go out and check." A Grady beside him nudged a Humbert in a pink tank top, saying, "Why me? Just because there's no sound outside doesn't mean the zombies are dead." The Humbert called Campbell was somewhat unwilling. "You're the youngest here. Show some respect for the elderly. Get moving." The Grady kicked Campbell in the butt, his tone seemingly joking but with a menacing look in his eyes. Campbell had no choice but to comply, reluctantly climbing up towards the top of the basement. The entire basement was dark, lit only by candles. Campbell slowly climbed to the top of the ladder. This place, although closest to the ground, was also the darkest. Without the candlelight, the walls were shrouded in darkness. From below, one could barely see Campbell's faint silhouette. The Grady raised his gun and aimed it at Campbell's head. If any zombies were still alive outside, he would instantly shoot Campbell to prevent him from opening the door too wide and letting the zombies in. Campbell stared at the stone slab above, hesitating as his hand stretched out and then retracted. "Hurry up, if the zombies haven't left, we'll all die anyway," the Grady shouted. Under his urging, Campbell mustered the courage and placed his hand on the top of the slab. "Forget it. If there are still zombies outside, let them take everyone with me. Why do I always have to be the one doing dangerous things first? Why wasn't I asked to go first when it came to women?" With determination, Campbell pushed against the stone slab with all his might. Instead of sunlight piercing his eyes, he saw countless eyes staring at him from around, like the gaze of death. These eyeballs weren't in sockets but were completely separated, floating individually. They were semi-oval shaped, covered with dense blood vessels, making them extremely eerie. "Ah!" Startled, Campbell fell down the stairs before the Grady could fire. Thud. Though not high enough to kill him, the fall knocked Campbell unconscious. "What did you see up there that scared you like that?" The Grady gulped as Campbell twitched in his unconscious state. "Let's just stay down here for now. We can survive a day or two without food," someone suggested. "Yeah, better safe than sorry. If it comes down to it, we'll use..." The Grady glanced at the far end of the basement where a surgical table stood. On the table lay a Barney of about 13 or 14 years old. The Barney was hooked up to various tubes, with circuit board-like patterns on his arms. But now, the Barney lay asleep, like a mysterious robot. "This is no fun." Hermes squatted halfway, holding a zombie's head whose eyes were missing. Closer inspection revealed that the eyes had been peeled off by Hermes and placed around the stone slab. What Campbell saw was indeed Hermes' creation. "Let's finish this quickly." Hermes wiped the blood off the surgical blade, carefully putting each one into a pouch on his waist. Then he put on a new pair of gloves and lifted the stone slab with ease. Sunlight instantly flooded into the basement. "What? Zombies can't be this smart. Either it's a mutant or a human." The Grady raised his gun and aimed at the entrance of the basement. In an instant, an eyeless zombie head appeared before him. Bang! The gunshot echoed, blowing the zombie head apart. Then, one after another, eyeless zombie heads were thrown down from above. The Grady was on the verge of breaking down, unable to comprehend the situation, and began firing wildly at the zombie heads. "Fall back, to the Barney," the Grady ordered. But when they retreated to the Barney's side, the commotion outside stopped once more. After about 10 minutes, just as they thought everything had ended, what appeared outside refreshed their eyes again. A headless body fell from above the basement, but eerily, this body wasn't alone. It was connected to another body behind it. Then, one by one, headless bodies started falling from the basement entrance, like a giant centipede climbing down. A human centipede. Finally, a long string of headless bodies slid down. Quick, quick, shoot. The Grady had never seen such a bizarre scene. First were the headless zombie bodies, then the bodies connected like a centipede. What the hell is going on? Could it be humans out there? Who would be so sick? Countless bullets flew out, instantly turning the headless bodies into minced meat. No, no more bullets. In extreme panic, the number of bullets dwindled rapidly until finally, the gunfire ceased completely. Everyone discarded their guns, switching to close combat weapons, staring intently at the wall now stained with blood and mangled flesh. Their hearts pounded like engines. Even those who had witnessed live experiments had never experienced such a disturbing and stomach-churning situation. They're coming. Chapter 203, Franklin. A figure slowly crawled down from the basement entrance, moving at a very slow pace as if everything was within his expectations. But it seemed more like an outright provocation to this group. So, don't rush. Should you assess the situation before shooting? There are no bullets left anyway, which is about to bore me. Hermes rubbed the back of his neck with his hand, as if showing concern for them, giving off an air of reasonableness. Who are you? The Grady asked, stuttering slightly. This man knew they didn't have many bullets left and deliberately used this terrifying method to scare them into firing. Who on earth is this guy? Can we not waste time with such questions? What difference does knowing or not make? Why don't you take this time to think? Hermes walked to the side of the unconscious man and used a scalpel to cut open the skin above Davis's heart. Think about how you're going to die. Hermes spoke in an extremely gentle tone, uttering chilling words. But what was most unsettling was the still, beating heart. He had cut open the skin above Davis's heart and removed it intact, holding the bloody organ in his hand. And that heart was still beating continuously. It didn't realize it had been extracted. Not bad, it can beat for 10 seconds. After Hermes finished speaking, he threw it on the ground. The Grady had seen hearts and organs before, but never witnessed someone extracting a heart and keeping it beating. What on earth does this person want? There's room for negotiation. Whether you need food or these items, we can discuss. No need to resort to this. The Grady hurriedly said. This man had single-handedly killed all the zombies, proving he could easily eliminate them too. So at this point, negotiating was better than inviting death. In the end, the one who might get killed could very well be himself. What do I want? Hermes chuckled softly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he said, I only want your life. Hermes was like a devil, every word sucking out people's souls. You stop him while I activate Franklin. Seeing the negotiations fall apart, the Grady quickly made his decision. Second Alistair, Franklin's emotional state is unstable. If something goes wrong, we'll die too. A companion hesitated. At least it's better than being gutted by that psychopath. Stop stalling, either way, we're dead. Might as well take a chance. The Grady ran quickly to the machine connected to the Barney he called Franklin, starting to input some code. Franklin? Emotional instability? Hermes noticed the Barney lying on the operating table. Interesting. Hermes pulled out the scalpel again, slowly walking toward the group rushing at him. Hurry, you must hurry. The Grady frantically entered code after code, hearing shouts and screams. Under intense mental pressure, he glanced over to where the battle was happening. The two men leading the charge had already become Hermes's toys. One man had half his lung dug out, and another had a kidney extracted. Dissecting bodies in a building definitely has its benefits. Hermes looked at the lung and kidney on the ground and smiled. The Grady looked around. Several remaining companions had their hands and feet pinned by scalpels stuck between cracks, unable to move. Walkie meat on a chopping board, waiting to be butchered. But fortunately, Hermes did not seem interested in him yet, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Faster, faster. The Grady had input all the program codes and started transmitting nutrients. Once complete, the Barney on the operating table would be activated and wake up. 45%, 53%, 65%. Numbers kept ticking up, and sweat poured down the Grady's forehead like raindrops. He turned his head again toward Hermes. Now, 2/3 of his companions were already dissected, and most terrifyingly, 2 of them were still conscious. The internal organs of those who were still alive were only partially removed by Hermes, just enough to not be fatal. Then, they were sewn back up with thread. They weren't dead yet, but would only die when their body functions could no longer sustain them. As for those who had already died completely, their appearance became even more pitiful. Their bodies were fully dissected, and their organs were arranged like English letters, forming a word. Your turn. The Grady looked at the 2 English words and took a step backward in terror. It meant, it's your turn. While lifting his head, the Grady saw that Hermes was staring at him and slowly approaching. Panic gripped him as he rapidly retreated, trying to increase the distance between them. But at that moment, he suddenly felt his body touch something soft yet extremely cold. He slowly turned around and saw a child, only as tall as his shoulder, standing motionless behind him, gazing at him. It's Franklin. Suppressing his fear, the Grady choked out in a trembling voice. Nan. Franklin, hurry, kill him. Pada. Franklin slapped the Grady's waist, and an evil smile flashed across his cold face. Filthy creature, disappear from this filthy place. Join the devils in hell. Gnawing on the filth spread everywhere. In the name of heaven, I send you to hell. Despite his seemingly dramatic words, Franklin showed no hesitation in killing. SSSH. This wasn't the scream of the Grady, but the sound of blood spurting. Franklin's palm transformed, and countless needle-like spines emerged from the muscles, piercing into the Grady's liver. Instantly, the Grady's waist began to bleed profusely like a sieve. After so long of research, still can't control. Leaning against the wall and clutching his waist, The Grady looked at Franklin in horror. Being attacked by Franklin wasn't a one-time event. Going against nature, it seems, brings its retribution. Giving up on resisting, the Grady slumped down in the corner, looking helplessly at the 14-year-old Barney. Chapter 204, Franklin's background. Franklin. At 14 years old, he was an ordinary child living in Walton Village. After the zombie crisis erupted, Creed and his subordinates moved into Walton Village and locked all uninfected villagers in iron boxes for inhumane live research. Their goal was to develop a new breed of humans that could surpass both zombies and mutants. Through numerous experiments, the death toll skyrocketed. Eventually, they found cells in Franklin's body that could combat the parasitic virus, causing his body to undergo changes, allowing his hands to reconfigure into various weapon forms. However, during the research, they encountered difficulties. They couldn't control Franklin's emotions or interfere with his thoughts. After the physical transformation, Franklin's mind was infused with mutant emotions, turning him into a bloodthirsty killer who attacked anyone on sight. Upon his first awakening, Franklin massacred nearly half of Creed's team before being forcibly injected with sedatives, his nutrients extracted, and locked down on the operating table. Now, this is his second awakening. The Grady watched as Franklin slowly approached Hermes. He seemed to foresee Hermes' fate. Even the world's strongest special forces soldier would not be a match for Franklin. The extent of the transformations in his hands was beyond what any human reflexes could handle. I can smell the stench on you, and it's not just one kind of stench. Franklin looked at Hermes with unprecedented disdain. Is that so? Hermes' lips parted slightly, licking them as excitement gleamed in his eyes. You know, I wonder how it feels to kill a kid. I've never tried that before. Hermes removed his gloves, holding 10 surgical knives barehanded and looking at Franklin. Killing you might be like killing 10? No, make it 20? Franklin finished speaking and swiftly ran toward Hermes. As he ran, his hands were instantly enveloped by a black-red substance, transforming into two black-red long swords. Whoosh! Hermes didn't choose to defend, but instead aimed to dodge the long swords while simultaneously thrusting all 10 knives into Franklin's back cervical area. He wanted to see what the modified guy's back cervical area looked like. But at the moment of contact, the long swords in Franklin's hands transformed into hooked blades, perfectly capable of piercing through Hermes' body. Rip. The tearing sound resonated as Hermes' skin was torn open. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him from more serious injury. Can you change the shape of your weapons? Hermes observed Franklin's arms, now resembling praying mantis scythes, feeling secretly amazed. What happens if I sever both your hands? After saying that, Hermes raised all 10 fingers, then released the 10 knives simultaneously, aiming for Franklin's shoulders. He planned to sever Franklin's wrists using the surgical knives. Franklin's reflexes were incredibly fast. As the knives flew out, his scythe-like arms transformed again, becoming two shields. Bang! The knives struck, but the shields blocked them forcefully. This might be tricky. Hermes' usual calm expression vanished. He realized this Barney's hands could transform into any weapon. Coupled with reaction speeds far beyond human limits, there seemed to be no vulnerabilities. In essence, Hermes was merely a skilled human fighter. Franklin, however, was a modified human infused with mutant blood, no longer within the realm of normal humans. In a one-on-one fight, Hermes stood no chance against Franklin. Realizing this, Hermes changed tactics. 10 more knives appeared in his hands, shooting rapidly towards Franklin. While the shields blocked his view, Hermes chose to flee in that moment. Hermes ran swiftly across the ground. Since a regular human wasn't a match, he would let another modified person fight him. The modified person Hermes referred to was Nash. Knowing Nash had been tracking him, Hermes always acted outside Nash's line of sight, preventing him from knowing his every move. Meanwhile, Nash was searching each courtyard for clues left by Hermes. What's that sound? Nash heard heavy hammer strikes on the floor and quickly leaped out of the courtyard. Looking down, he saw Hermes running not far away, with a child aged around 13 or 14 pursuing him. Creepily, the child's arms became very long, resembling gorilla arms, replacing his legs, using these elongated arms to move. Is this little Barney a modified human? Nash's brows furrowed slightly. This was Creed's main base. Besides conducting research in the military district, there were also studies happening here. And this little Barney should be one of Creed's results. Without hesitation, Nash quickly flew up into the sky, reaching the maximum distance, and focused his eyes on the little Barney. Snap. Position swap. Instantly, Franklin and Nash swapped positions. Nash appeared behind Hermes, while Franklin instantly moved to the sky. Swoosh. Franklin's body rapidly descended. Dropping from such a height was like jumping from the 30th floor of a building. He would surely turn into minced meat. Hermes, what happened? Nash followed behind Hermes, asking in a low voice. That little Barney is probably a modified human after being altered. I don't know his specific abilities, but his reaction speed is very fast. Hermes concealed Franklin's abilities and said as he ran, "We need to confirm if he's dead or not." Nash thought that if this place were to be used as a base by Ty, they wouldn't have a foothold if the little Barney wasn't dealt with. You can fly, you go check. I'll inform Ty. After Hermes finished speaking, he prepared to run towards the village entrance, but 3 figures appeared ahead. No need to notify me, I've already arrived. Ty looked at Hermes, a faint smile appearing on his face. When did he get here? Hermes, seeing the suddenly appearing Ty, showed some surprise in his eyes. It took about 20 minutes from the hill to the village. and he had only been in the village for at most 40 minutes. So, Tai came over shortly after sending him to deal with the village? Just as Hermes was surprised, a figure appeared circling overhead. The one circling overhead was Franklin. Chapter 205, 3 strikes are enough for you. After Franklin was teleported into the sky by Nash, his hands transformed into something akin to wings that helped him decelerate from free fall. Tai was also intrigued by Franklin's unique ability. So this is the thing Creed has been researching for almost a year? Be careful. This guy has very quick reflexes, Hermes said as he wiped the blood off his waist. Well, let's see then. Tai drew his saber in times from his back and stood where Franklin would land, waiting silently. At this moment, Franklin's arms changed again, turning from wings into huge hammers. The hammer weighed far more than Franklin himself, causing him to plummet rapidly towards Tai. I want to see if your hammer is any better than my saber. Tai did not plan to dodge, but chose instead to take it head-on. He wanted to gauge just how enhanced this modified human's genes were. Protected by the Crimson Lotus cloak and Guardian armor, Tai could only be hurt if Franklin's blow matched a shell's impact. Bang! The hammer fell, with in times blocking it on its side. Nash, standing nearby, didn't stay idle. He observed Tai and Franklin's positions before clapping his hands twice in quick succession. Smack smack. An astonishing scene unfolded instantly. Nash didn't teleport next to Tai. Rather, Tai and Franklin swapped places. This was a characteristic of Nash's source weapon he had discovered. Besides swapping places with an enemy, he could also swap the positions of 2 other people by clapping his hands twice. However, this method consumed much energy and frequent use risked overloading him. But Franklin's reflexes were incredibly fast, even surpassing Tai's. At the moment of the position swap, Franklin's body faced downward, yet his hammer turned into dual-bladed wings. That is, he had blades on both sides which were very long. The blade on the right side plunged directly into Tai's abdomen. Hiss! Blood spurted out instantly. Then, the blade embedded in Tai's abdomen began to transform again. Tiny needles appeared on the surface of the blade, beginning to destroy Tai's tissues. The instant destructive power equals a shell. Impressive. Tai, while looking down at his bleeding abdomen, didn't retreat but held the flat side of the blade with one hand, pushing his body forward. Franklin looked at Tai's face, and a faint smile appeared on his own. A sense of foreboding overshadowed his heart. He tried to change forms, pull out the blade, and retreat but found it impossible to withdraw the double-edged blade from Tai's body. Your weapons change according to your hand movements, meaning any weapon, regardless of length, is part of you. Once controlled, it cannot change further. This seems to be the only flaw in your current body. Tai had been observing Franklin's hands during their fight. The penetration of the double-bladed weapon wasn't due to sluggishness but deliberate action. Now, it's my turn to retaliate. Tai slashed toward Franklin's shoulder with in times. Slice. Franklin attempted to defend using another hand that transformed into a shield. But he underestimated Tai, who, apart from being a merciless demon, was also cunning. Just as in times was about to strike Franklin's shoulder, it vanished. The next second, Tai released the hand holding the blade. Franklin, trying to forcefully pull out the double-edged blade from Tai, felt a powerful recoil from the sudden release, thrusting him backward. At that moment, in times appeared in the released hand and pierced Franklin's shoulder. Fresh blood flowed wildly, and Tai's abdomen started visibly healing. This turn of events left Franklin stunned. Are you also a modified human? Asked Franklin. No. Tai slowly approached Franklin. But I'm the one who disciplines modified humans. Tai's words caused a chill to run down Franklin's spine. The last person who said that is already in hell. Heavenly Sovereign, grant me supreme power. Franklin's hands returned to normal, raised overhead, gazing up. Then, his entire body was enveloped by an unknown liquid, like armor appearing before Tai, and his hands extended into 2 sharp, long knives, sharper and more terrifying than the previous ones. This should have a time limit, otherwise, you would have used it right away. Tai looked at Franklin with a smile. There was no trace of fear in his voice. Hermes, did you find their research base? Tai asked, turning to Hermes without looking back. Yes, I found it. Where is it? Tai asked. In the basement. Hermes replied stiffly. Take Stevie and the others to the basement and wait for me there. Tai rubbed his wrist, the saber in times flashing with a crimson glow in his hand. He took an interest in this kid. If he could turn this kid into his own killing machine, it would be a great asset in the upcoming assault on Viletag City's military district. Let's spare this kid's life for now. If he can't be used for my benefit, then I'll kill him later. Tai thought to himself. Franklin was enraged by Tai's almost nonchalant attitude. This power was bestowed upon him by heaven. How could it be desecrated by such a weak human? Since you are not one of us, die. Franklin rushed toward Tai, his long knife like an axe splitting the sky, intending to cut Tai in half. 3 strikes are enough for you. Tai saw Franklin's attack pattern, smiled lightly, and slashed sideways with end times. Bang! Franklin's twin knives were deflected, and a tear appeared in his liquid armor. Seeing his first move thwarted, the stubborn temper of a child surged within Franklin as he attacked again. The twin knives attacked from both sides, aiming to slice Tai's body open. Swish! As the knives came, Tai dived down, then swung end times upward. Franklin's armor was torn open, blood sprayed out, and his armor's defenses were breached. Last strike! Tai sneered, converting end times into a sky-piercing bow and locking onto Franklin's shoulder before firing an arrow. Then, Tai charged forward. Seeing Ty and the arrow charge at him simultaneously, Franklin chose to dodge Ty's attack. But this was exactly what Ty had planned. In the moment of Franklin's evasion, the arrow pierced through his shoulder, pinning him to the ground along with his knives. What? Franklin was shocked. His armor could withstand most weapons. Perhaps he couldn't avoid Ty's long knife, but he couldn't believe why even an arrow couldn't be stopped. Ultimately, he had fallen for Ty's trick. Ty said it was the last strike, but it was just a diversion. When Ty took out the sky-piercing bow, he immediately layered all of End Time's effects onto it. This made the arrow fired have the damage of End Times. It wasn't so much the last strike, but rather the last arrow. The strike itself was fake. The arrow attack was the real threat. Chapter 206, Control over Franklin. Franklin was struck in the shoulder by an arrow, which then embedded him into the ground with its powerful thrust. Just as Franklin was about to pull the arrow from his shoulder, Ty stepped on his hand. Ty then took out the sky-piercing bow and shot another arrow into Franklin's other shoulder, showing no mercy for the fact that he was only 14 years old. You lost. Ty looked at Franklin and said, "Humph." Contempt flashed across Franklin's eyes. If God wants me to lose, then I will. What God forbids, I naturally won't do. But there will come a day when the fires of hell burn you down to ashes, just as my soul fades from this earth. Still a typical rebellious Glenn. Ty chuckled, hearing Franklin's words. Sleep well. With that, Ty punched Franklin directly in the head, instantly knocking him unconscious. After removing the arrows, Ty dragged Franklin towards the basement. What about these bodies? As Ty entered the basement, he saw scattered zombie remains and organs and turned to Hermes. They were like this when I came. It could have been Franklin's doing. Hermes casually replied, glancing at the unconscious Franklin being dragged by Ty. Ty didn't comment further but turned to Stevie, who was adjusting some machinery. Can these machines produce origin weapons? Stevie nodded. Yes, but the power is insufficient now. The village's power grid is connected to the Chongqing military district, and since it was damaged, we don't have electricity here either. Is there no backup power? Ty asked. The backup power was used to control the Barney. Stevie shook his head. Producing origin weapons requires substantial power. At best, we can finish half with what we have now. Stevie explained. I'll find a way to solve the power issue. Ty said, shifting his gaze to a Grady leaning against the wall, nearly asleep. Placing Franklin beside the Grady, Ty then placed the End Times into Davis's hand. PFFF. The End Times pierced Franklin's arm, causing a brief resurgence in the Grady's vitality. Gradually awakening, the Grady opened his eyes to see Ty squatting beside him, looking at him coldly. Beside Ty lay the unconscious Franklin. Franklin? How could this be? Seeing Franklin's injured body, Davis was as shocked as if witnessing a man giving birth. I'll ask, and you'll answer. Otherwise, you'll die in agony. Understand? Ty cut straight to the point. Yes. The Grady nodded, his gaze turning towards Hermes. His quick agreement wasn't because of Ty's threat, but because he remembered Hermes' torturous methods. If Hermes was part of this group, and this person could take down Franklin, they must be far more terrifying. I need all the information on the Barney. It's in the second drawer next to you, containing all data on Franklin. Ty turned and opened the drawer, revealing a thick file full of experimental data on Franklin. Can the Barney's memories and consciousness be controlled? This was what concerned Ty the most. If Franklin could be controlled into a killing machine, it would be perfect. Except for his modified hands, everything else about Franklin is within normal human parameters, so it cannot be changed. However, he has been affected by mutant serum, making him bloodthirsty. We currently can't resolve this. The Grady explained. Stevie, can you influence Franklin's emotions? Ty turned to Stevie, who was fiddling with the machinery. The possibility is low, but I can set up a liking system. For example, if I make you his preferred target, he won't show hostility when encountering you. In fact, once the liking reaches a certain level, he might even help you accomplish tasks. However, I need a field mouse. Stevie responded. The idea of liking wasn't baseless. Just as they could extract mutant serum from insects, they could also extract hormones influencing loyalty from animals like field mice, which remain monogamous their whole lives. By extracting and modifying the liquid from a field mouse, Stevie could manipulate Franklin to develop a liking for Ty. This kind of affection is not the type of attraction between lovers, but a natural fondness akin to that for family. Ty smiled upon hearing Stevie's explanation. This method could work. With this approach, Franklin's potential for growth would be boundless. Why had humans become the dominant species on Earth? It was all due to their inherent potential. All right, I have no more questions. After receiving the answer he was satisfied with, Ty stood up and lifted Franklin. Just when the Grady thought he would live, he suddenly felt something pierce his body. He looked up to see Ty controlling Franklin's hand, using a red long knife with sharp spines to stab into his body. What are you doing? The Grady felt his blood rapidly draining. In just a few seconds, his skin shriveled, eventually becoming just skin covering bones. First using Franklin's blood to save this man, then using this man's life to heal Franklin's wounds. Only you could come up with such an idea. Nash watched Ty's actions, his lips twitching in response. What other way is there? Use your blood? Ty laughed. He did not hide the fact that his weapon could heal wounds. After all, Nash and the others were not fools. If it was obvious, trying to hide it would only reveal more issues. Ty, put Franklin on the operating table, then insert the connecting tubes all over his body. I'll start by relaxing his brain through genetic control, so we can implant the prolactin from the field mouse, Stevie said. Zijuan, Franklin is in your hands. Hermes, follow me. Let's go find a field mouse. Ty glanced at Hermes as he spoke. Sure. Hermes nodded without refusal, following Ty. However, he guessed that Ty wanted him to follow to inquire about his background from some angle. Chapter 207 The Field Mouse's Trap. Hermes followed Ty outside. Neither of them spoke, both seemingly harboring their own thoughts. Ty walked in front, continuously replaying every word Hermes had said earlier. Franklin killed people in this research base? From his encounter with the little Barney, Ty could tell that although Franklin was somewhat deranged and bloodthirsty, he wasn't cruel to this extent. Gutting hearts, lungs, digging out eyes, decapitating heads. Only one person, to Ty's knowledge, could do such things. Ayush. Moreover, while entering the basement, Ty noticed something crucial which made him suspicious of Hermes. Those zombies with gouged out eyes and decapitated heads, their wounds were all fresh. Some zombies even had no damage at all. Considering it has been a year since the apocalypse, how could their bodies remain intact? There is only one explanation. These zombies must have just mutated, and they were forced to mutate. Throughout this 10-mile journey, there were few zombies or mutants. How did these zombies mutate? The answer lies with Hermes. Tell me what happened after we entered the village. As they walked, Ty said, there isn't much to say. It's just about the little Barney, the suddenly mutating villagers, and those villagers were used as test subjects in iron cages. Later when I explored their basement, these villagers turned into zombies. Hermes' logic was clear. It didn't seem like he was lying. Could these decapitated, gouged-eyed zombies also be the work of Franklin? If so, this little Barney is indeed a dangerous character. Ty stopped and turned to look at Hermes. At that time, Franklin hadn't woken up yet. It was me who decapitated these zombies, intending to use them as bait to exhaust these people's ammunition. As for their eyes, knowing what would scare them most came from my medical background. Hermes didn't push off this cruel deed to Franklin, but took full responsibility. A flash of insight appeared in Ty's eyes. This guy, he asked solely to pry information from Hermes. Had Hermes blamed Franklin, Ty would have directly concluded his hidden identity. But he never expected this man to admit outright. Am I overthinking it? Are you doubting my identity? While Ty was deep in thought, Hermes' sudden question stunned him momentarily. I said before, I'm addicted to killing, but I don't want evil intentions. Secondly, I can't see your capabilities. Escaping the corpse tide in Chongting military zone speaks for itself. In this apocalypse, who wouldn't want to survive? Hermes' words about proving his identity sounded convincing, but unfortunately, he faced Ty. For Ty, without life or death combat experience, no amount of sweet talk would make him trust anyone. Incorporating Hermes into the team was merely to get him to accomplish certain tasks. Let's find the field mouse first. Ty said no more and walked towards the narrow path ahead. The dense vegetation on the ground should, by common sense, host many small mutants. But on this journey, not even ants had appeared, let alone small mutants. And large mutants weren't even mentioned. It must be Creed applying some pesticide here to kill off nearby small mutants. Ty muttered. Field mice live in fields, but mostly dig holes. Let's check the fields. They can survive as long as they don't eat nearby plants. Hermes suggested. They searched the surrounding rice paddies thoroughly, but found no traces of field mice or their burrows. It seems there are no field mice around here. Seeing the sky gradually darken, Ty planned to search again the next day. Just as they were about to return, Ty was drawn by a pair of glowing green eyes. What's that? Ty frowned, staring at the distant green glow. They're watching us. Hermes decisively pulled out a scalpel from his waist, aiming it forward. The sky darkened, and the wind gently stirred the surrounding plants, creating rustling noises akin to ghostly cries. The swaying vegetation resembled spectral arms constantly crawling towards the living. In the desolate world, the silence was punctuated by faint wails. Let's go take a look. Ty didn't want to miss any opportunity. Since this creature appeared right in front of him, it might just be what he was looking for. Hermes did not refuse but followed beside Ty. The two moved forward together. 1 step, 2 steps, their feet pressed into the somewhat soft earth, making a soughing sound, while that pair of green eyes gradually approached them. Although it seemed to be approaching, its speed was getting faster and faster, as if it were leaping across the fields like a firefly. It's a field mouse. Ty saw the figure with the green eyes flying over, moving very quickly, but its signature bat-like ears and large incisors were enough to make it instantly recognizable. Ty drew the end times from his back and swiftly charged forward. The murderous aura of end times spread far and wide, immediately startling the incoming mutated field mouse. Mutated creatures were different from zombies. They retained their own consciousness and could judge the strength of their enemies. Field mice are naturally timid, and when sensing a powerful enemy, only one thought would occupy their mind. Run. The field mouse turned and fled. Ty switched end times into the penetrating cloud bow, intending to shoot it down with an arrow. However, this field mouse's speed was incredibly fast, nearly twice as fast as Ty's top speed. Even with the penetrating cloud bow, it couldn't match the speed of the field mouse. The two chased after it until, under the intermittent shadow of the field mouse, they arrived at a place that resembled a hill but wasn't quite a hill. It looked like a hill because of its shape, but it didn't quite seem like one because there was a large hole dug out at its front, as if it were a cave house. We might have fallen for a trap? Hermes slowed his pace and muttered. Yeah, the field mouse's speed is double ours. It should have left us behind, but instead, it seemed to be leading us on, deliberately luring us here. There can only be one reason. Tai focused his gaze on the cave ahead. There, a pair of eyes flashing with green light was emerging. Its size was dozens of times larger than the first pair of eyes they had seen. Chapter 208. Terrifying Thoughts. Tai and Hermes were led to a concentration area of field mice by the one that guided them. Around them, countless green lights lit up. These light points illuminated the surrounding ground, revealing skeletons riddled with holes before Tai and Hermes' eyes. Not only would people with trypophobia be terrified, but even normal people would be scared by these white bones, because they looked as if pieced together from the gaps in rice candy. These bones have not been separated from their flesh for long. Most get a new one within a week. The one on the far left seems to be the newest. Hermes whispered to Tai. The skeleton on the left also had many gaps, but its color was somewhat reddish, having just come out of bloody water. It appears this group of field mice obtains humans from somewhere regularly for food and interacts with humans frequently. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so familiar with human ways to bring us here. Tai analyzed. Obtain human food. Hermes raised an eyebrow slightly. Should I tell him or not? If I do, it might be quite entertaining. I'll tell him then. While investigating the village, I heard from those people about frequent visitors. Within 100 miles around here, apart from Walton Village, almost all other places are desolate. Connecting the clues, you can deduce the answer you guessed. Hermes looked at Tai and said, someone sells human flesh to the field mice in exchange for some benefit, and Walton Village is the intermediary. Said Tai. Logically, even if Chongting Military District provided Creed with power, it's impossible that they replicated all scientific research equipment in Walton Village. From Stevie's lack of knowledge about Walton Village, this could be confirmed. Stevie, who managed research in Chongting Military District, should have known if equipment was given to Walton Village. Therefore, there's only one conclusion. Apart from cooperating with Chongting Military District, Creed has formed another alliance with another force dealing in human trafficking. Creed, you've gone beyond insane. You're a demon whose values are shattered into bits. Humans selling humans, using humans for live experiments. Impressive. That big one's coming out. Hermes' scalpel flew like a dart, swiftly shooting towards the surrounding field mice. Each throw was accurate, and most of the gathered field mice were taken care of by his surgical blade. At this moment, the ground began to tremble. The earth shook, and cracks appeared on the surface. The huge creature from the cave slowly emerged. So big. Tai watched the giant field mouse glowing with green light, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. Its size rivaled that of a zombie infant, the only difference being that it moved by crawling, making it seem not very tall. Run or fight? Hermes turned to look at Tai, with a deep smile on his face. He seemed excited by the appearance of this large creature. Fight. Tai gazed at the field mouse, while Apocalypse emitted a faint crimson glow. The system alerted him that this field mouse possessed stage 5 strength. Stage 5 mutants are still rare at this stage, a rare opportunity. With experience killing the Sown monster and zombie infant, Tai wasn't overly afraid facing this giant field mouse. You deal with the small ones. I'll take the big one. Tai rushed toward the giant field mouse after saying this. As he approached, the details of the giant field mouse came into view before Tai. It generally resembled a regular field mouse, but felt oddly strange in certain places, hard to describe. SSSSSSS. However, the giant field mouse didn't give Tai much time to think, lunging directly at him in a swift movement. Its speed exceeded even that of the smaller field mouse that lured them earlier. Bang! Tai was hit back, but its weakness also revealed itself. Fast speed, yet unable to penetrate Tai's defense. Those claws only tore his clothes without damaging the skin beneath. With only speed increased, it must be a low-level mutant. But how did it reach level 5? Just eating human flesh all along? How much would that take? Tai frowned, finding it hard to believe. Within the mutants, there are also distinctions of strength. The strongest ones are no longer the once massive lions and tigers, but insects. Most large creatures are mammals, and their body structures are not much different from humans. Thus, their weaknesses are very obvious. However, insects like cockroaches and flies have nervous sensory systems and respiratory organs that differ from those of mammals. So sometimes you can see cockroaches moving backward or headless flies still surviving for a long time. Adding to this, some insects secrete toxins and possess various auxiliary skills that enhance them, making them among the strongest of all mutants. Next in line are large mutant animals like tigers and wild boars. The weakest ones are those that were originally small in size. For example, ducks, hamsters, and such creatures. Field mice belong to this lowest tier. That's why Tai couldn't understand how these field mice managed to reach stage 5. This battle could be considered a test of reflexes for Tai. The field mouse couldn't harm him, but he also couldn't hit the field mouse. So, he had to predict the field mouse's attack direction and movements. Holding Apocalypse slowly raised, Tai held his breath and stood it upright in front of him. Then, he abandoned his vision, closed his eyes, and used his ears to listen to the surroundings. When the eyes cannot capture the opponent's speed, it's time to change the approach. What transmits fastest to the brain is not sight, but hearing. Here it comes. From the left, Tai swiftly turned, Apocalypse, and swept towards the left. Swoosh. A slash went through, opening up the field mouse's lower abdomen. Clang. The field mouse fell to the ground, and Tai swiftly attacked with several more strikes as it got up. Then, Tai retreated again, maintaining a distance. In this clash, Tai now held the upper hand. As long as he could kill this field mouse, he would obtain the second origin weapon. Thinking of running? Tai opened his eyes upon hearing the rapid retreat sound of the field mouse and followed the trail of blood. Chapter 209. Inhumane Deeds. Tai followed the blood trail behind the field mouse. The moment he attacked, he had already devised a comprehensive combat strategy. The field mouse was fast but lacked strength, and its naturally timid nature made it prone to fleeing once it realized it couldn't win. Cutting open its abdomen with the end world would slow it down and allow Tai to track it by the blood. After pursuing for about tens of minutes, Tai spotted the field mouse lying on the ground, licking its wounds at a small hill. Tai narrowed his eyes slightly, estimating the distance between them. If he charged recklessly, he would surely alert the field mouse. If it ran again, it would be troublesome. So, Tai made a bold move. He threw the end world like a dart toward the field mouse's head. This throw was partly a gamble. After all, throwing the end world, even while it spun in the wind, would still make some noise. Thud. The sound of the blade piercing flesh reached Tai's ears. Strange, why isn't it reacting? Tai frowned, sensing something off about this fifth stage field mouse. Normally, even if it didn't have time to dodge, it should try to struggle. But the field mouse remained motionless, focused on licking its wounds, as if oblivious to everything around it. To prevent any tricks, Tai took out the penetrating cloud bow and shot several arrows into the body of the fifth stage field mouse. It showed no signs of dodging, seemingly lifeless. Seeing 3 arrows sticking out of the field mouse's head, Tai finally relaxed and approached. That is, on his way, Tai saw something reflective inside the sliced open abdomen of the field mouse. It seemed to be metal components. By now, night had fallen, and the moon rose above the branches, casting a silvery glow over the earth, giving an eerie ambience. Blood dripped from the deformed head of the field mouse, as if a ghoul on the ground were sucking it up. Tai pulled out the end world, and then used the blade to further open the sliced abdomen. This a machine? Through the skin of the field mouse, Tai saw greenish metal machinery, more accurately a chip. Tai couldn't believe his eyes. Why would a fifth stage field mouse have a chip inside? Driven by intense curiosity, Tai dissected the entire body of the field mouse. Its organs lay scattered like stones on the ground. What surprised him was that each organ contained a tiny chip embedded within, as if they were part of the field mouse's own anatomy. How could this be? Though puzzled, Tai wasn't one to dwell. After cutting off both ears of the field mouse, he ignited molten fire on his body and incinerated the field mouse entirely. Returning along the same path, Tai headed towards Hermes. By now, Hermes had finished dealing with all the field mice. He adjusted his glasses as Tai approached and said, "Follow me. I want to show you something." Hermes walked into the cave. As Tai approached, he caught a whiff of a putrid odor, growing worse with each step. Even someone who had lived through 7 years of the apocalypse found it unbearable. What was inside? Following Hermes, Tai glanced around, but the darkness made it difficult to see anything clearly without the moonlight. "We're here." Hermes lit some dry grass with a matchstick from his pocket, revealing a sight that completely shattered Tai's perception of reality. Throughout his journey, Tai had faced numerous challenges calmly, always within his expectations. But what lay before him was something he hadn't seen even after living in the apocalypse for a lifetime. A mountain of bones. Before Tai stood a towering pile of bones, dwarfing the pile of corpses he had previously encountered. If those bodies formed a small hill, this bone mountain was akin to the peak of the world. The bones intertwined with one another. There were ribs, thigh bones, and skulls that could be easily distinguished. This mountain is ingeniously constructed, using the strongest thigh bones as the foundation. The second layer uses the most numerous ribs as the main structure, followed by smaller bones like the shin bones and hand bones. As for the final layer, well, it looks a bit like some sort of evil cult ritual, using skulls as platforms to venerate something. And they must have died in great agony. Most of them were eaten alive while still conscious. Hermes explained the entire structure of the bone mountain as if he were a tour guide. "There are probably tens of thousands of human bones here," Tai murmured. "Probably more. In a stacked state, human bones are much smaller than you think. There could be 50,000. Hermes chuckled. To him, this number of 50,000 was almost a joke. 50,000. This number wasn't particularly astounding during this time. For instance, military zones. If a military zone had sufficient resources and space, the number of people it could accommodate would be virtually limitless. If the military zone wanted to, gathering 50,000 people wouldn't be impossible. Thinking about this, Tai suddenly understood something when faced with the question of the chip inside the fifth stage field mouse. Among mutated creatures, aside from some super mutants being born with high-level power, creatures like field mice could only gain strength by consuming humans for nutrition. Eating the amount represented by this bone mountain would indeed turn a first-stage field mouse into a fifth-stage one. And those chips, as expected, were implanted into the field mouse's body by the mysterious group when it was still at the first stage. They were likely set up to control it. These 50,000 people thus became feed for the field mouse. However, there was still one puzzle. Who was the force behind cultivating these mutated creatures? It was akin to conspiring with a tiger for its skin. Chongqing Military Zone and Creed were unlikely candidates, as their combined total population didn't even reach 10,000, and the number of people they recruited each time was also minimal. So, it must be another force. Just who would sacrifice 50,000 lives to cultivate a single fifth-stage mutated creature? Chapter 210, Ty's Strategy. Ty kept his doubts deep inside. The impact of Bone Hill could be significant or negligible to him. As long as it did not threaten his life and interests directly, he did not intend to pursue the matter further. After all, he wasn't a busybody. There was no need for him to involve himself in every affair. Let's go, it's getting late. Ty and Hermes walked towards Walton Village. The moment they left Bone Hill, an eerie scene unfolded. It wasn't clear if an earthquake had struck or if Bone Hill itself was writhing, but the entire hill was trembling as though something were hatching inside. Ty and Hermes returned to Walton Village together. At this point, Stevie was conducting a comprehensive examination on Franklin. Did you find it? Stevie looked at Ty and Hermes, asking anxiously. Yeah. Ty pulled out a pair of field mouse ears from his backpack. In addition to modifying Franklin, I also need you to create new origin weapons using these field mouse ears. These ears are grade 5? Upon hearing Ty's words, Stevie immediately understood. To create origin weapons, a grade 5 mutant must serve as the medium. Otherwise, it would destroy human cell nuclei, leading to mutations. Yeah. But how do we solve the power issue? Stevie glanced at Franklin lying on the operating table. After implanting oxytocin into Franklin's body, the power supply will almost be insufficient. Ty remained silent, pulling out a map that Deshawn had given him from his backpack. This map covered the entire urban layout of China. Currently, we are at the outskirts of Chongqing City. Ty pointed to the southwestern part of the map. Chongqing Military District was located in a mountainous area. Just by raising one's head, mountains could be seen. If we move to the left, my ultimate goal is Viltag Military District. Ty placed his finger on the center of the map. Viltag City was located in the heart of China, primarily characterized by basins surrounded by high mountains, making it a natural barrier, yet potentially deadly within that barrier. Surrounding Viltag Military District are 4 smaller military districts, built by 4 cities, relying on supplies and electricity provided by Viltag Military District to survive until now. Ty knew this information solely from his memories of the previous life. He couldn't confirm whether these 4 military districts still existed, but since they were under the care of Viltag Military District, they should have survived unless met with insurmountable obstacles. As for the nearby Chongqing Military District, there are no other military districts around us. However, about 200 kilometers away, there's a coal mountain and a small prison. Originally, they supplied power to the southwestern region, but after the outbreak, Davasagers cut off the power supply. Therefore, solving the problem of that small prison can temporarily address our power issues. Ty explained. I have a question. How can you ensure that Walton Village can receive power? After all, it's a remote mountain village, and it's uncertain if underground cables have been laid. Nash said. So, we'll have to take a risk. When Ty proposed this plan, he didn't only intend to gamble on finding power at the prison. He had 2 additional strategies. One was to lure the snake out of its den. Whether it would appear or not was up to fate. The second strategy was to generate power themselves. In the later stages of the apocalypse, power shortages would be widespread. Either they would generate their own power or regress to primitive society. During his battle with the Deathworm, Ty discovered a weapon capable of conducting electricity with considerable voltage. The Waltoning Dagger. This dagger came equipped with lightning. Acquiring it would virtually resolve Walton Village's power shortage. So, another reason for his trip to the prison was to search for a mutant to earn gold coins on its body. How should we plan this operation? Seeing Ty determined, Nash asked. I'll go alone while you all stay here and assist Stevie in research. Ty said. This? Nash hesitated. Having little knowledge of scientific research, staying behind might only cause trouble. Just listen to Ty. Unexpectedly, Hermes stood up to support Ty. Yeah, later I'll make a manual generator. Then Zijuan, you won't worry about being idle anymore. Stevie, perhaps remembering how Nash had tricked him into eating braised pork, spoke with clear intent to retaliate. I'll leave all the food here. If any danger comes, run towards the previous Tuothing Mountain. It's the safest place at the moment. Ty pretended to take out food from his backpack. Do you want me to tell you about Franklin's condition? Stevie spoke up, seeing Ty preparing to act immediately. Yeah, go ahead. Ty was quite concerned about this Barney. After all, the abilities he exhibited were incomparable to ordinary people. If Nash's ability supported Ty in battle, then Franklin's displayed abilities were genuinely the main combat force. I've conducted a full body scan on him. From his calves to his chest cavity, almost every part of his body has been modified. That's why his reflexes are so sharp. Secondly, his hands can alter their physiological structure to transform into various weapons and armor. This seems like an advantage, but it also comes with a fatal flaw. Stevie picked up the research data on the table, flipped to a page, and handed it to Ty. Franklin is only 14 years old. His body is still developing, and his bones have not fully closed. This is why he can change the shape of his arms at will. But, altering bones challenges the body, similar to bone shaving and cosmetic surgery, which is highly discouraged. What Franklin is doing now is even more severe by several times. Once his bones close, his body will suffer irreversible damage, possibly even life-threatening, and this situation cannot be changed. Stevie's meaning was very clear. Although Franklin possessed powerful abilities, his life was already counting down. Around the age of 23 or 24, he would suffer from bone-induced backlash, leading to death. A person may possess extraordinary abilities, but in return, they must pay a corresponding price. Ironically, this so-called extraordinary ability, or destiny, isn't something you choose for yourself. Rather, it's something you're forced to choose. It's not that you choose your destiny, but that destiny chooses you. On this path of fate, you never know if it's good or bad. You can only keep moving forward. Chapter 211, Heavenly Market. Ty glanced at Franklin lying on the bed. His skin was not particularly tender, showing traces of sun exposure. He must have been born in Walton Village. Under his closed eyes lay a row of slightly upturned lashes, an underdeveloped nose, and a small mouth. Even though his skin wasn't fair, there was still an urge to protect him. At an age when he should be studying, he had endured the dual torment of the apocalypse and live experiments. Perhaps this was the fate chosen for him right after birth. Ty did not feel pity or sorrow. Wolf is like this. Everyone can't choose to escape. They can only accept it passively. At least this way, it will be a bit more bearable. I'm leaving now, expected to return in 7 days. This place is left in your hands. Ty put the backpack he was carrying down beside him and quickly walked towards the basement exit. Phew. Upon reaching the surface, Ty felt as if a great burden had been lifted from him. Because in front of Hermes, Stevie, and others, he dared not expose too much of his abilities. Although Stevie was researching source weapons for him, tracing back to the root, Stevie was someone he did not fully understand. This person's background and past experiences were all vague. If not for the reason of source weapons, he wouldn't have chosen to include Stevie in his team. As for Hermes, he was even more of a bombshell. The reason he let Hermes follow him was undoubtedly to utilize his strength to achieve certain goals. However, after some time of contact, he had new ideas about Hermes' purpose for joining his team. While running, Ty was lost in thought, pondering over the mysteries in his heart. He didn't think himself invincible yet. In his previous life, although he understood the general structure and sequence of major events in the world, he was merely a lowly ant living at the bottom of society. Different statuses expose people to different things, so he couldn't see the drastic changes in technology that occurred 7 years ago during the apocalypse. In the darkness, perhaps there was technology beyond his capabilities, and maybe unseen eyes were watching his every move. He was walking on a path of endless darkness with just a glimmer of light. He wouldn't choose to save people, but would only do what was beneficial to his interests and survival. Such was the case with Nash, Stevie, and Hermes. After one night, everything returned to the light again. Relying on the speed boost from his rapid step shoes and his own speed, Ty had already arrived at the outskirts of the city where Coal Mountain was located. This city was called Heavenly Market. Surrounded by vast and moist terrain with rivers around, it was rich in resources, seemingly blessed by heaven, hence its name, Heavenly Market. Due to this, the outskirts of Heavenly Market were different from other cities. As soon as one approached, many mutated animals could be seen nearby. Let's check how many gold coins are left. Ty opened his system panel. His physical constitution was at level 7, and he had 3,412 gold coins remaining. A Waltning dagger cost 18,400 gold coins. So, he needed to obtain around 15,000 gold coins in Heavenly Market. But Ty had already planned this out. In his previous life, the most famous mutated creature in Heavenly Market was the earthworm. Because the land of Heavenly Market was fertile, these creatures loved damp soil, attracting many mutated earthworms from neighboring cities. Thus, 2/3 of Heavenly Market's area was dominated by earthworms. This time, the creature Ty came to find was the earthworm. These creatures split upon death, making them excellent moneymakers. Ty summoned Apocalypse into his hand and slowly walked toward the city center of Heavenly Market. Mutated creatures and zombies, sensing Ty's scent, rushed towards him. But these monsters living in the outskirts could hardly find enough food, and their levels were far below Ty's notice. Red Lotus Cloak, activate. Flames enveloped Ty's entire body. The moment the creatures from the outskirts touched him, they melted into ashes and vanished into the air. Holding a knife in his hand and flames beneath his feet, Ty entered the town of Heavenly Market as if no one could stop him. Outside the town, except for the mutants, everything else seemed peaceful. Inside the town, however, the scene was vastly different. The low-rise buildings around were covered densely by earthworms, almost without any gaps visible. The Sabai road under Ty's feet was now in complete disarray due to the worms burrowing through it. Mud splattered and scattered all around, and some worms could even be seen continuously drilling deeper into the ground. Worms above when looking up, and worms below when looking down. This place was no longer a city of humans, but had become a worm-occupied worm city. The scene before his eyes was enough to reshape one's worldview. In the past, cities were merely in a state of collapse and ruin. However, the city that Ty saw now seemed like a new civilization created by these worms. It gave one the thought that humans were nothing more than that. The worms reproduce too fast. If this city's worms are not cleared out, then within a year, if nothing unexpected happens, all cities within 100 miles around Tianshur will be occupied by worms. Ty murmured as he watched the wriggling worms. Just as Ty was contemplating, he suddenly noticed that the sand on the ground began to tremble slightly. Something was running ahead. Ty squinted his eyes, tightened his grip on Apocalypse, and looked forward. 1 second, 2 seconds, a figure appeared before him. It was a running human carrying 2 food items, with 3 companions following behind him. 3 men and 1 dream. Behind them trailed a worm dragging a massive body. Its size was roughly as large as an elephant, with its body resembling that of a dead crawler. Its entire body was dark red, each segment ringed, and at its head, there was only a protruding area. That was the worm's mouth, called the peristomium. The worms lived underground for long periods, so they lacked eyes. This is why the surrounding worms did not attack Ty when he entered Tianshur. Because Tai didn't move and didn't make any noise, this group of worms didn't notice him. However, these people clearly didn't know the characteristics of the worms. Their vigorous running caused the worms, which were sensitive to vibrations and light, to sense their presence. One of the larger men, running at the back, was gradually being caught up by the worm. Whoosh! The worm's body quickly spun, and then its tail wrapped around Davis's body. Bang! The worm grabbed Davis's body and, like planting a sapling, forcefully thrust him into the mud. These worms like to eat rotten food, so after capturing prey, they wouldn't immediately eat them but would plant them into the mud like crops. The difference was that crops waited to mature, while the worms, crops, waited to rot. Chapter 212, Jacques' Guess. Tai stood still, watching the three fleeing individuals. He had no intention of saving them but was observing the surroundings, and why these people would still be in the city filled with worms. Hurry up! There's a monster behind us. Sammy running last noticed Tai standing there dazed and shouted at him urgently. Tai ignored him, focusing on the red ribbons tied around each of their wrists. They must have joined some organization that requires wearing this ribbon, he thought to himself. After some contemplation, if these people were sent out from the detention center to collect food, then it could be the place he's looking for. It would be perfect to let them lead him there. If not, he could kill them later. Tai flexed his wrists and slowly walked forward. Seeing Tai's actions, the three approaching him were all stunned for a moment. Is he crazy? Does he want to go and die? What are you doing? There's a monster behind us. Don't come toward us. Sammy running last shouted at Tai again. Sammy leading the group became somewhat unhappy and scolded the one urging Tai to run. Isaac, why are you shouting at him? If he goes to die, it will buy us time to escape. Otherwise, we'll all die here. Isaac felt indignant upon hearing Davis's words. If everyone thinks like you, this world will be doomed. All right, Jacques, Isaac, stop arguing. We need to save ourselves. That man seems to have a weapon, so he might be able to deal with the worms, the only female among the three said, trying to mediate. What use is an old sword? I doubt even a gun could handle these worms. Jacques didn't think highly of Tai. To him, Tai was just a reckless fool who didn't know better. Fine, let him test the waters. This way, we can escape, and with the food, we should be fine for quite some time. Jacques quickly dashed forward, feeling a subtle change in the air as he passed by Tai. What kind of feeling was this? Carnage? Bloodshed? Or cries from hell? Jacques paused for half a second before continuing forward, but his curiosity made him turn back to look at Tai. Did you feel something strange? Jacques asked the two beside him. Yeah, I felt it too. His aura is different from others. The dream nodded in agreement. Forget it, let's focus on escaping. Jacques shook off the thoughts in his head and kept running, but at that moment, they heard a whoosh sound from behind. That's... Jacques looked ahead and saw an arrow embedded in the ground. What's going on? All three turned around and saw Tai holding a blue longbow, smiling at them. Behind Tai lay a worm, already split in two. The entire event took less than 10 seconds. What's happening? The three rubbed their eyes, disbelieving of what they were seeing. They had lived in this post-apocalyptic world for a year, and the strongest they'd seen was a retired veteran from the Special Forces. Yet, even they couldn't handle worms as big as elephants in this city. Just as they were stunned, Tai's cold voice pierced their ears. Where are you three from? Upon hearing Tai's question, their first reaction was to answer truthfully, fearing dire consequences otherwise. Jacques hurriedly replied, We live in the detention center in the southeastern part of Tian City. We came out this time to gather food. After speaking, Jacques gulped, staring straight at Tai. He noticed Tai's eyebrows twitch slightly after hearing his answer. Does he have some aversion to the detention center? Or did my actions make him uncomfortable? If he really feels uncomfortable, our fate might be the same as that worm's. What should I do? My name is Jacques. If you have any questions about Tian City, you can ask me. Jacques, noticing Tai remained silent, tried to improve his likability and spoke hurriedly. Yes, Jacques has lived in Tian City since childhood and knows almost everything about it. He could be considered a local expert on all things. The dream beside him also noticed Tai's unusual expression and hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Take me to your detention center. Huh? Jacques was baffled by Tai's words. Go to the detention center? What does he want there? Could it be that he wants to join forces with the officers there? If I introduce him, maybe my status will rise as well. With this thought, Jacques' face brightened. May I ask your name? Jacques naturally aimed to curry favor now. Lead the way. Tai ignored Jacques' question and gave a direct order. Sure enough, cool people all have unique personalities. Looking at Tai's cold and haughty demeanor, Jacques inwardly admired him. Follow me. Jacques then walked toward the outskirts of Tian City. Tai watched Jacques' actions and frowned slightly. Shouldn't the detention center be inside Tian City? Why go outside? There are too many worms inside Tian City. If we go through there, we might attract a large number of them, which would endanger our lives. We take a detour and walk outside Tian City, where there is a designated path leading in. Jacques explained. How long will it take approximately? Tai asked again. About 2 hours to get there. What if we go through the inside? Tai asked once more. Without zombies hindering us, it would take about half an hour. Jacques replied. Then let's go through the inside. Lead the way. Tai said, then walked straight toward the interior. Jacques hesitated. Going inside was basically walking into death. Is there a problem? Tai noticed only Davis, who had urged him to run earlier, followed, while the other two stayed put, hesitating. I'm not questioning your strength. It's just that the number of worms inside Tian City is overwhelming. This time, it's likely going to be. Jacques voiced his concerns. Two choices. Either go through the city and take me to the detention center, or stay here and keep the worm company. Tai didn't bother with further explanation, flashing the blade of end times from his hand. This was an outright threat. Chapter 213 Tai's plan. Jacques choked up when he heard Tai's proposal. They had just escaped from the city, and he was fully aware of the situation inside. The number of earthworms inside was greater than the resources that could be scavenged. A slight mistake would result in being devoured by the swarm without a trace. What should he do? Jacques did not want to die, but both options before him felt like forced suicide. Either be killed by Tai, or be bitten to death by earthworms. Just as Jacques hesitated, Isaac spoke up beside him. I'll take you through the city. Isaac's words instantly filled Jacques with great dissatisfaction. In their trio, he had considered himself the leader and believed decisions should come from him. But Isaac had directly bypassed him to agree to Tai's request. What did this mean? Trying to please Tai? Trying to get favors from him? I'll lead the way. I know a shortcut, Jacques immediately responded, eager to reclaim his authority. Shortcut? Let's go then. Tai raised an eyebrow. He had already sensed something amiss with these three. They appeared to be a harmonious team on the surface, but Jacques harbored numerous ulterior motives. However, these were unimportant to Tai. As long as they could guide him to the detention center, it was enough. Jacques walked beside Tai, and to avoid encountering worms and other monsters, he asked Isaac to stay close to him. This way, with Tai and Isaac on either side, even if the worms attacked, he wouldn't be the first target. Jacques led Tai quickly into the city, and the scene within came into Tai's view. Compared to the outside, the city interior was much filthier and more chaotic. The ground ahead had almost turned into mud, covered with plastic, bones, and other trash. Most strikingly, worms were still climbing all around. Wherever they went, the first thing they saw would be worms. That is. After walking for about 10 minutes, Tai and the others reached the city center. Like other cities, Tiancheng City Center used to be its economic hub, filled with many commercial streets. But now, those streets had disappeared, replaced by a mountain made of mud and earthworms. How disgusting! A dream covered her nose, revealing disgust in her eyes. The entire mountain of worms was covered with countless wriggling creatures, with a large hole in the center leading to endless darkness. What's inside there? Tai looked at Jacques and asked. It's the mutated creature that rules this city, the Worm Lord. Its size is roughly half the size of that hole, and it can control other worms. Jacques was about to answer but was interrupted by Isaac. The Worm Lord? Tai's eyes gleamed with interest. If so, the Worm Lord should have 5th stage capabilities. Once dealt with, using it to create origin weapons might be a good choice. But worms seem to lack ears. Forget it, let's worry about it later. Focus on the present issue first. The path ahead is blocked by mud. Which way do we go? Tai looked at Jacques and asked. Over there. Jacques pointed to a storefront ahead. That place is our inevitable route out of the detention center. After entering, there's another passage through the mud wall. Jacques explained. How do we proceed after crossing the mud wall? Tai asked again. Just keep walking. The following segment has protective measures constructed. Following the artificial path will lead us to the detention center. Jacques replied. Tai nodded and held Apocalypse in his hand. Seeing this move, Jacques was momentarily stunned. Alistair, why are you holding your weapon? Jacques whispered to Tai. It's uncomfortable on my back. Holding it feels better. Tai smiled and pointed ahead. Lead the way. Doubtful yet obedient, Jacques headed toward the storefront. Be sure to walk quietly, or you'll alert the nearby worms. Jacques warned. Following the trio, just as they were about to enter the store, Tai's Apocalypse suddenly touched the closed door next to them. Bang! Jacques was startled by the collision sound, turning abruptly to see Tai was the cause. Then, he quickly glanced left, noticing that the worms climbing on the mud wall hadn't moved, relaxing slightly. The next moment, bang! Seeing the worms didn't approach, Tai hit the door beside him again with Apocalypse. This time, the sound was extremely loud. Run! Jacques reacted quickly and shouted. He had no idea why Tai did this, but now they could only run. Unfortunately, in areas covered with mud, human speed could never surpass that of the worms. In an instant, the entire storefront was surrounded by swarms of worms. Jacques panicked. He was puzzled as to why Tai would do this. Was he trying to kill them? If so, wouldn't it have been simpler to let the giant worm outside the city gate kill them? Why go through all this trouble? Why did you do that? Jacques looked at Tai, demanding an answer. What does it have to do with you? Tai didn't want to explain too much. He came to Tiancheng not only to find the detention center, but also to kill a large number of worms to exchange for gold coins. With such a huge mountain of worms in front of him, wouldn't it be wasteful not to kill them? You're insane. Jacques quickly ran toward the door. If they stayed inside the store, it would be like trapping themselves for slaughter. Isaac also couldn't understand why Tai did this. He had already shown goodwill to Tai, and answered almost every question. Doing this was like sentencing himself to death. The three rushed out of the store door, but they barely made it outside before being surrounded by worms. However, they still had weapons to defend against the worms temporarily. But because there were just too many worms, without rescue, they wouldn't last long. On the contrary, Tai remained inside the store, easily slaughtering the surrounding worms. These worms were not of high level, only 2nd stage. Using the Red Lotus Cloak's flames to deal with them was overkill. The group of worms seemed to sense something unique about Tai and chose to avoid fighting him, instead focusing their attention on the other three. Chapter 2:14. Memories of the past. Shit. These worms are all heading towards us. What should we do? Jacques held a can of hairspray in one hand and a lighter in the other, spraying frantically at the surrounding worms. This was their method to deal with the worms, and the only way they could survive in this Tian city. Hairspray combined with a lighter could spray a wide-range flame, while the worms had the ability to split, but encountering fire rendered that ability useless. We need to find a breakthrough point and charge out from the same place. Fight our way out and we live. Isaac was the least afraid of death among the three, and the worms he killed were nearly twice as many as those killed by Jacques and the Dream. Because of this, the worms made killing Isaac their top priority. Besides the worms noticing Isaac, Tai inside the shop also heard Isaac's words. Fight our way out and we live. These words sound so familiar. Tai's gaze turned blank for a moment. These words were exactly what he said before his rebirth. Similarly in groups of three, similarly surrounded by monsters. Wait a minute. Tai suddenly realized something was off and quickly ran towards the door of the shop. As soon as he went outside, another scene appeared before his eyes. Jacques pushed Isaac out, then pulled the Dream and broke through in another direction. Jacques discovered that the worms targeted Isaac first, so he came up with a plan to use Isaac as bait to escape. Tai saw terror and despair in the eyes of the worms surrounded Isaac, just like when he faced death before his rebirth. Isaac is my reflection? Tai's anger reached its peak, and he recalled that sad and laughable past. Human nature is so laughable, always wanting high-paying jobs without effort, always wanting to be heroes without risking death. No matter where you are, there will always be a group of people doing despicable things. Tai's entire body burned with flames as he stood among the worms. He didn't choose to save Isaac. This was Isaac's fate, too kind and too straightforward, making him too easy to die. Tai took out the cloud-piercing bow from his backpack, locking onto Jacques' thigh. Aim. Fire. Whoosh. Jacques' thigh was directly pierced by the arrow from the cloud-piercing bow, and he fell to the ground with a thud. The Dream beside him was shocked by the scene, and as she prepared to scream, her thigh was also pierced. Tai put away the cloud-piercing bow, holding In Time in his hand, and walked step by step towards Jacques and the Dream. Bloodshot veins covered his eyes, his face showed exposed blood vessels, and the killing intent and hostility on his body intertwined into an aura of death. Once, he had countless experiences with Tracy and Burke, forming brotherhoods, which should have been his most beautiful memories. But now, the sweeter those memories were, the more disgusting they felt. Seeing the blood from his thigh attracting surrounding worms, Jacques used all his strength to pull the arrow out and managed to stand up, taking steps forward. Jacques, save me. Compared to Jacques, the Dream was much weaker. She watched as the worms crawled toward her, trying to get Jacques to save her. However, Jacques was selfish. He couldn't even save himself, let alone others. The surrounding worms rapidly climbed onto the Dream's body, finding every possible hole to enter. With each scream, she ultimately transformed into a zombie. Her appearance was extremely horrifying. 10 fingers grew tentacles, and numerous worm-like things spread from her nostrils and corners of her eyes. Even her tongue changed into a brush-like worm tongue. It seemed that some memory remained in her brain, all filled with hatred for Jacques. So, in the moment of her mutation, she pounced directly at Jacques. Ah, don't eat me, don't eat me. Due to his injured thigh, Jacques couldn't move as fast as the Dream, and to prevent being caught, he sprayed wildly at the Dream with hairspray and a lighter. However, while worms feared fire, zombies wouldn't retreat unless subjected to instantly melting heat. As long as they could still move, they would advance. Roar. Jacques was knocked down by the Dream, who bit a piece of flesh from his arm, causing blood to flow. Jacques knew he wouldn't last long. For reasons unknown, he found the courage to grab the Dream's hands and started biting back. I'll eat you too if you eat me. Just as Jacques had gnawed off several large chunks of flesh from the Dream, her blood, which was still warm, suddenly sprayed onto his face. He looked up in confusion. The Dream's head rolled to the ground like a watermelon, and blood spurted out like a fountain in all directions. Behind the headless corpse, Tai was staring at him coldly. He came to save me? No, he's here to kill us. Jacques glanced at the arrow wound on his thigh, and then at the bite marks on his arm, resentment welling up within him. Since I'm infected, you won't escape either. With this thought, Jacques clung tightly to Tai's thigh, trying to bite off a piece of flesh with his teeth. Bang! At the moment he bit down, he heard his teeth crack. What's going on? Why is it so hard? Did I bite into steel? Jacques looked up at Tai, who was now staring back at him with cold eyes. Go to hell. Tai didn't give Jacques any chance to beg for mercy and kicked him directly in the head. The force was so strong that Jacques' skull caved in by half instantly. Thud. Jacques fell lifelessly to the ground, dead. Tai watched the two dead bodies, but the anger in his eyes hadn't subsided. Such tragedies were playing out everywhere. How could such tragedies be eliminated? Only through killing. Tai shifted his gaze to the soil holes ahead. There was still a large group of worms climbing on the mud wall. Eliminating these worms would mean that he would have enough gold coins to equip himself with at least one full set. To change the world, the only direct path was to become stronger. Only when his strength reached a certain level would all obstacles ahead turn into mere pebbles, needing just a gentle kick to shatter them. Chapter 2:15. Lord of the Earthworms. Tai turned his head to look at the swarm of earthworms behind him. On the ground, Those wriggling earthworms looked as if they were formed by entangled woolen threads, appearing quite grotesque. However, for Tai, each of these earthworms on the ground was an ATM for making money. Surrounded by the flames from the Crimson Lotus cloak, wherever Tai went, almost no earthworm could survive for more than 5 seconds. If someone were watching, they would undoubtedly be terrified by this sight. Tai walked alone in the middle of the road, while the endless earthworms covering the ground kept retreating backward. They all knew that once they got close to Tai, their bodies would instantly catch fire and turn to ashes. They were no match for him. Yet, by not attacking Tai proactively, they only gave Tai more opportunities to strike. Since the earthworms did not attack him, Tai entered a combat disengagement state. With the boost from Swift Boots, his speed now exceeded that of ordinary earthworms. As the earthworms retreated, Tai ran forward. Boom, boom, boom. Flames began to burn fiercely around him. From an aerial view, it seemed like a ball of fire was continuously burning through the swarm of earthworms. The sound of acquiring coins from the system kept ringing in Tai's ears. Within just 10 minutes, Tai had earned about 5,000 coins, showcasing how fast he was racking up the points. The number of earthworms hanging on the mud wall began to rapidly decrease, drawing the attention of the Worm King. At first, it had regarded Tai as an ordinary human and paid little heed. But now, with its subordinates dying one after another, it could no longer remain passive. Boom. As the earth trembled, the earthworms climbing on the mud wall fell down one by one. In the pit of the mud wall, a gigantic, reddish-brown head slowly emerged. Here it comes. Feeling the trembling of the earth, Tai shifted his gaze to the pit in front of him. A head devoid of eyes or ears appeared, with the only visible feature being an open mouth. Its appearance was far uglier than the deathworm, which at least had eyes for decoration. This enormous earthworm head had nothing but that gaping mouth. Furthermore, its body continued to swell, magnifying its hideousness. After about 10 seconds, the Worm King fully crawled out of the hole. It was massive, nearly 3 stories tall, with a body length of about 10 meters. This was, so far, the largest mutant Tai had encountered. Its body color was reddish-brown, with 20 segments. The central segment was light yellow and slightly raised, allowing the worm to split in two without dying. Staring at this colossal creature, Tai's initial excitement turned to surprise. The earthworm, also known as a land dragon, was much stronger compared to the field mice he had faced before. What surprised Tai, however, wasn't that this creature was an extraordinary mutant, but that its level was not 5th, but 6th. This worm's strength had surpassed the current world's evolutionary norms. Only a year into the apocalypse, and it had already evolved to the 6th stage. Mutants experience a qualitative leap every 3 stages. From stages 1 to 3, they are considered low-level mutants, with almost no intelligence, acting purely on animal instincts. From stages 3 to 6, they gain some level of intelligence, and one ability stands out remarkably. Super mutants even develop powerful additional abilities. Beyond the 6th stage, they become high-level mutants, with an intelligence level comparable to that of a 12 to 13-year-old child. They can understand human speech and communicate via certain media. More importantly, their abilities. Once reaching the 6th stage, regardless of whether they belong to a low or high race, each mutant gains a special ability unique to its species, similar to how source weapons derive from the body itself. In his previous life, Tai couldn't even face a 5th stage mutant alone, let alone a 6th stage one. Facing this 6th stage earthworm, he was unfamiliar with its characteristics and unsure of its activated abilities. Thus, this battle would undoubtedly be a grueling one. But the Worm King did not launch a direct attack on Tai. Instead, it wiggled its tail on the ground, writing several large characters. Human, leave here. The Worm King also felt the pressure brought by Tai. This was its stronghold, and it clearly sensed that even if it could resolve the threat posed by this human, it would suffer a blow itself, not to mention its subordinates. However, Tai had come here with the intention of targeting these earthworms. Since he had already come, he wouldn't leave without earning enough money to buy a weapon. If you give all these worms to me, I'll leave. How does that deal sound? Tai pointed at the squirming worms on the ground and said. Hearing Tai's provocative words, the Worm King was immediately enraged. Bang! The Worm King lashed its tail directly toward where Tai stood. It was telling Tai that he was playing with fire. When the worm's tail hit the ground, the place where Tai stood cracked instantly. However, Tai's reaction speed was incredibly fast. The moment the tail struck, he swiftly dashed forward, dealing with the surrounding small worms in the process. But the Worm King's attack was far from over. Those shattered rocks began floating in the air, then shot toward Tai like bullets. The speed was so fast that Tai couldn't avoid them. Fortunately, the damage from these rocks wasn't high enough to pierce Tai's flesh. Control over the ground? Tai looked at the stones falling from his body and said, those stones seem to be controlled, attacking him. This revealed the Worm King's ability. At this moment, Tai was now in front of the Worm King, with the blade, Machete, glowing brightly in his hand. He swung the great sword down. Bang! Machete struck, leaving a shallow mark on the worm's body but not injuring it. Keep in mind that besides Machete and the Swift Boots, Tai's equipment included 3 storm great swords. Such stacked attack power couldn't even penetrate the Worm King's skin. The scales of victory were already tipping in favor of one side. Chapter 216 Waltning Dagger. When Tai realized that his weapon couldn't penetrate the defense of the Worm King also launched a counterattack. At this moment, Tai tried to quickly retreat backward to evade the Worm King's subsequent counterattack. However, an eerie scene unfolded. Just as he was retreating, a head suddenly emerged from where he had attacked and bit directly toward Tai's body. The sleeve of Tai's arm was torn apart, and even his incredibly tough skin was slightly scratched. That was... Tai looked at the thing that injured him. It was the head of the Worm King. As for the Worm King's original head, it had lost its eyes and now resembled something nearly identical to its tail. In other words, the Worm King could shift the position of its head at any time and move it to any part of its body. Meanwhile, the earthworms crawling around began engaging in some rather horrifying activities. One worm would eat another, growing slightly in size before being consumed by yet another worm behind it. It was like an upgraded version of big fish eating small fish, constantly growing larger. Soon, a worm about the size of a tiger appeared before Tai. At this moment, Tai finally understood why there were 6 stage worms. The lowly vole could ascend to the 5th stage because it continuously ate human flesh, with someone secretly helping it along to reach the 5th stage. Worms were different. They could obtain nutrients not only from humans, but also from their own kind. Furthermore, these worms reproduced very rapidly, causing their ranks to constantly rise. Those worms climbing on the walls aren't just the Worm King's subordinates. They might also be nutrition it reserves for itself. It wants me to leave not because it fears me, but because it's afraid I'll destroy this group of worms, hindering its ascent from level 6 to level 7. Tai glanced at his gold coin count. It had reached 10,000, meaning he still needed to kill several thousand more worms to buy the weapons he needed. There were roughly tens of thousands of worms in this area, but now that these worms started devouring each other, if he didn't come up with a way to deal with them first, his trip here would be futile. Currently, the Scarlet Lotus Cloak had little effect on these worms. They only needed to consume one of their kind to reach the 3rd stage. And at the 3rd stage, they could resist the Scarlet Lotus Cloak. As Tai pondered, the Worm King launched another attack. This time, it used its tail to sweep across the ground, clearing out a large area. It was precisely this action that gave Tai an idea of how to break the current stalemate. Sell. Apocalypse. Tai made a bold decision. In an instant, the red longsword in his hand vanished, replaced by a surge of gold coins in his inventory. The Apocalypse cost 21,600 gold coins to buy but sold for only 12,960, nearly losing 10,000 gold coins. But it was the only way to break the deadlock. He decided. Buy Lightning Dagger. Ding. Lightning Dagger purchase successful. Instantly, lightning flashed in the sky, and a bolt of lightning split the heavens, striking Tai's hand. It was a dagger glowing with yellow lightning. This weapon had been tested during Tai's battle with the Deathworm. Unlike the Lightning Dagger in Honor of Kings, this weapon emitted lightning that would continuously connect as long as there were creatures nearby. Its lightning power was sufficient to kill a 3rd stage worm. Tai quickly ran to the left, positioning himself farthest from the Worm King. He needed to race against time. Either he earns enough money to buy the Apocalypse and turn the tables, or he can't afford a second piece of equipment and perishes here. Similarly, the Worm King realized what Tai was planning. Boom, boom, boom. The Worm King began manipulating the earth, raising walls around Tai to trap him inside. Unfortunately, Tai, empowered by 3 storm swords, found these obstacles trivial. Tai broke through the walls, dagger in hand, and swiftly slashed at the nearest worm. Because the Lightning Dagger had the buffs of attack speed and critical hit rate, Tai's attacks were extremely fast, nearly delivering 2 strikes per second. Furthermore, Tai's luck was sky high. Both strikes were critical hits. The lightning resembled a river of silver from the heavens, stretching for miles, as electric arcs crackled around the earthworms nearby. This action stunned the worms that were still fusing. First fire, then lightning. What was he up to? The Worm King watched Tai not engaging it, but attacking its subordinates instead. It felt something was off, but with its limited intelligence, it couldn't figure out what. So, it made an even more ruthless move. The Worm King stopped attacking Tai and began manipulating its subjects, making them rush toward itself and into its mouth. If this human wanted to kill, let it do so. It would benefit more by doing it itself. Indeed, 6th-stage mutations are far stronger than 5th-stage ones, Tai muttered, watching the Worm King start to devour the smaller worms. Though the Worm King could control these small worms, no matter how fast they crawled, they could not exceed the speed of electricity. In just 1 minute, Tai's gold coins reached 20,000. That meant a few more strikes, and he could buy another weapon. However, Tai did not plan to purchase Apocalypse again. Apocalypse might be effective against large creatures, but if faced with a mutation with exceptional defense, it would be useless. And in future encounters, he would likely face more humans. What he needed most now was a weapon that could attack, save his life, and sustain him over time. With the Lightning Dagger boosting his attack speed, what he needed to buy next wasn't Apocalypse, but Bloodweep Blade. Chapter 217. Tai's strategy and the battle with the Worm King. Tai locked onto a place where there were still many worms, brandished his Lightning Dagger, and swiftly dashed forward. At this moment, the Worm King also noticed Tai's move and targeted that very location. This was currently the place with the largest remaining number of worms. If Tai could get there first, he would be able to buy the Bloodweeping Blade. However, if the Worm King got there first, Tai might only have the option to flee. Tai increased his speed to the limit, and so did the Worm King. No good. If this continued, the Worm King would certainly be faster than him. What should I do? Furrowing his brows, Tai was trailing behind the Worm King at a short distance. The Worm King was just a step ahead of him, and he was closely following from behind. There's no other choice. Tai exerted all his strength to maintain the closest possible distance to the Worm King. Just as the Worm King was about to reach the group of small worms with its tail, Tai suddenly made an incomprehensible move. Swish! He plunged the Lightning dagger into his own body. Instantly, lightning surged out from within him, spreading throughout his body before it started seeking the next target, the Worm King. Lightning covered the entire body of the Worm King. Just as its tail was about to touch the cluster of worms, the lightning moved faster and obliterated them first. Tai watched as the blood flowing from his arm instantly evaporated. The current coursing through him didn't dissipate inside, but continuously tormented his body. Without a weapon similar to the blood-sucking scythe, Tai's body struggled to endure. Indeed, attacking oneself with weapons bought from the system store disables defensive equipment, but at least the outcome is favorable. Bearing the pain in his body, Tai shifted his gaze to the front of the Worm King. A large area filled with scorched worms lay before him. Hiss! Turning its head towards Tai, although the Worm King had no eyes, it was clear that it was furious. These worms should have been its nutrition to advance to the 7th stage, yet they were taken by a human. Boom! Looking at the densely packed worm corpses around it, the Worm King became completely enraged. The earth began to tremble violently, and fissures crisscrossed the ground by the hundreds. Even Tai felt unsteady on his feet. Without any surprise, within 10 seconds, this land would collapse entirely, and Tai would fall into the abyss. Therefore, Tai had only one option: directly climb onto the Worm King's body. Though this would greatly increase the difficulty of battling the Worm King, since the creature could relocate its head to any part of its body. But it was the only way now. Tai quickly ran toward the Worm King's body and successfully purchased the necessary weapon. However, he did not pull out the blood-weeping blade because he knew the Worm King possessed intelligence and would become wary upon seeing a new weapon in his hand. Tai smoothly climbed onto the Worm King's body. Behind him, the spot where he previously stood had already caved in. At this moment, the Worm King did not remain stationary but used its lower half's adhesiveness to rapidly climb up the side of a high-rise building. It intended to invert its body and fling Tai off. Tai could feel the Worm King's body becoming exceptionally smooth. Moreover, he couldn't rely on brute force to lodge his weapon into the Worm King, leaving him without anything to hold onto. Either find something to grab onto before the Worm King inverted its body, or risk being thrown into the abyss. However, Tai had foreseen this when he climbed onto the Worm King. Knowing the Worm King could anticipate his moves, he had prepared in advance. As soon as the Worm King began climbing the building wall, Tai leaped to the left high-rise building. Although his weapon couldn't pierce the Worm King's defenses, it easily penetrated the walls of any building. Swish! Tai successfully embedded his Lightning dagger into the adjacent wall, escaping danger. When the Worm King reached the rooftop, it discovered Tai's action, turned around, and charged back at him. Given the massive size of the Worm King, even the slightest movement would make it almost impossible for Tai to dodge. And at this moment, Tai was right along the Worm King's central axis. Relying on his current speed, there was absolutely no way he could dodge the Worm King's charge. However, Tai had never intended to dodge in the first place. Come on. Tai looked up at the charging Worm King and sneered. Bang! The Worm King charged at Tai, who summoned the broken blade from the system warehouse. He inserted the broken blade into the wall, using it as a foothold, stepped on the hilt of the blade, and rushed straight towards the head of the Worm King. What is he doing? A man stood before an observation deck, observing Tai's every move through binoculars. Is that human responsible for the earthquake caused by the Worm King? An elder beside him asked. Sammy nodded. As long as we are not discovered, it's fine. The elder sighed, helplessly responding. Behind the elder, densely packed crowds stood, all of whom had escaped from the detention center. Initially, they thought the Worm King was angered and wanted to eat them all. Later, they realized it was a human who lured out the Worm King. Should we return to the detention center? Sammy asked. Let's watch the Worm King's movements. If it eats this human and calms down, we can return. If not, we will have to find a way to leave since the Worm King is too close to where we live. The elder couldn't help but sigh again. The people behind him also showed worried expressions on their faces. None of them wanted to leave the detention center. It had the most sufficient power supply in the entire southwestern region, enough to support them for years even with so many people. With electricity, they could do a lot. But now, because one human angered the Worm King, they had to leave. How could they be willing? Everyone, just listen to Elder Waltu. Without him, we wouldn't even know where we would be waiting to die now. Sammy moved away from the binoculars and said to everyone. He could tell that most people were unwilling to leave. Chapter 218. Entering the body of the King Worm. Mr. Waltu, whose full name is Grover, referred to their shelter as a power plant. This power plant contained a vast amount of coal and had numerous wind turbines built around it, thus almost continuously supplying electricity to the surrounding areas. Grover was an employee of this power plant, responsible for managing the flow of electricity. After the apocalypse erupted, Grover realized that apart from water and food, electricity was the most important resource. To ensure continuous power supply to the nearby cities, he accommodated all the refugees in the power plant. Initially, Grover thought that the government could easily deal with these zombies, but the situation became more severe over time. 3 months later, after voting and personal deliberation, Grover decided to cut off the power supply to the surrounding cities to secure their own sufficient power. Since Grover was the only one who mastered the entire process of power generation at this plant and established this survival circle, he became the leader of this group. Grover himself was a straightforward person. Even after becoming the leader, he didn't abuse his power but planned everyone's duties, food, and water allocation reasonably. Thanks to Grover's efforts, this shelter managed to survive until now. To be precise, without Grover, the group might not have survived. Everyone knew they owed their lives and the convenience of having electricity to Grover, so they had no complaints. Fate has such tribulations. There's no way to escape. Grover sighed, filled with nostalgia. Just as everyone was feeling particularly down, a playful child ran to the telescope, tiptoeing to take a look through it. The child was startled by what he saw in the telescope. What happened, Noelchin? A man nearby looked puzzled as he watched the child fall on the ground. He quickly looked through the telescope himself. He saw that Davis had disappeared, and the king worm had fallen from the building. That man was eaten by the big worm. Noelchin said fearfully. Aaron, take them downstairs first. I will observe the movements of the king worm. If it comes toward us, lead everyone to run. Grover said. But what about you? Aaron hesitated because even with the elevator, it would take 2 to 3 minutes up or down, enough time for the king worm to arrive. My life isn't precious anyway. You should go first, listen to me. Grover urged people away. Aaron did not resist, leading everyone toward the elevator. Mr. Waltu, please be careful. Don't treat your life lightly. We are all waiting for you. Aaron warned. Just go. Though Grover was urging, his concern for this group was evident in his words. After speaking, he picked up the telescope again to watch the situation with the king worm. At this moment, Ty had already fully entered the worm's body. As soon as he was swallowed by the king worm, he took out the blood-wheat blade. It looked entirely different from any weapon seen in the apocalypse, nearly like an elongated machete with a predominantly red color. One could clearly sense the bloody odor emanating from the blood-wheat blade. Upon entering the king worm's mouth, Ty lost balance and started sliding down with the liquid. The worm's digestive system included the mouth, throat, esophagus, gizzard, stomach, intestines, and anus. Currently, Ty was near the worm's throat. Ty could distinctly feel the throat starting to secrete some liquids aiding digestion. Once in the gizzard, his body would be completely dissolved. Therefore, the throat was where he would counterattack. However, he could already feel his body beginning to dissolve slightly. But Ty wasn't worried. He held both the Waltning dagger and the blood-wheat blade in his hands. Then, the Waltning dagger was inserted into the left side of the worm's throat wall. This prevented Ty from slipping further down with the liquid. Then, he began his prolonged counterattack. 1 slash, 2 slashes. The tissue of the king worm's throat started to be damaged bit by bit, while Ty's body kept repairing itself repeatedly. The blood-wheat blade was specifically designed for blood-sucking. Its recovery effect differed greatly from that in the apocalypse. In an instant of recovery, Ty could clearly feel his body becoming completely whole again. More precisely, the recovery effect of the blood-wheat blade not only repaired the damaged tissues of his body, but also restored other internal tissues that were about to be destroyed. This made Ty's attacks increasingly fierce. Bang, bang, bang. Finally, Ty directly pierced through the defense of the king worm's throat. Only one layer of skin remained. At this point, the king worm also sensed something abnormal inside its body, and the pain gradually became more noticeable. The king worm began wriggling its body wildly, as if it were dancing at a nightclub, bouncing around chaotically with no pattern. This situation left Grover, who was scouting from a distance, completely baffled. Why would the king worm behave like this? Was there something wrong inside its body? Could it be that Davis didn't die and is instead launching a counterattack from inside? Although Grover was straightforward, he was also a very smart person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived so long in the apocalypse. The king worm was the most terrifying existence in Tianqing, but the worms spread all around were also a significant threat. Not to mention ordinary people, even the special forces might not necessarily be able to deal with them. That man could lure out the king worm directly, which proved his strength. No matter whether the king worm survives or the human lives, it won't do any good for us here. Grover sighed helplessly. How could he not guess the intent of that human coming here? Who would really be so idle as to come and challenge the king worm? Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that Ty was indeed such a bored person. Chapter 219. The Power of the Blood-Weeping Blade. The king worm's body trembled violently, and Ty's body also began to sway. His body started shaking fiercely. Though the Waltning dagger was firmly embedded in the king worm's skin, its body began releasing a large amount of lubricant-like substance. This made it impossible for Ty to stand steady. Even the Waltning dagger embedded inside seemed to be squeezed out like toothpaste. Ty's body rapidly slid downward. The next organ he encountered was the king worm's gizzard, which conducts the first simple breakdown of ingested materials. Fortunately, its corrosive ability wasn't strong enough to cause fatal harm to Ty with his armor and the blood-weeping blade providing protection. However, the gizzard was incredibly slippery. Before Ty could prepare, he directly fell into the area below. And this next organ was the most terrifying part of the king worm, the stomach. Here, it would secrete a large amount of decomposing substances. Any creature that touched it would instantly dissolve. Worms were known as decomposers. Even before they mutated, they loved eating decaying things because they enjoyed corrosive substances. Because they liked corrosion, they had developed the ability to corrode. In nature, hardly any creature could match their corrosive capability. Meanwhile, the king worm's body continued to shake violently, making it impossible for Tai to stabilize himself by inserting his weapon. Bang! Tai fell into the stomach, covered in gastric fluids. What was worse, the strong, foul smell of corrosion filled the air around him. Looking around, he saw many tiny points on the upper part of the stomach wall secreting corrosive mucus, trying to break him down. What should I do? No matter how many strategies Tai had, he hadn't expected to slip into the worm's digestive tract. The stomach had much stronger defenses compared to the intestines, mainly due to the decomposing mucus, preventing Tai's weapons from performing at full power. Thus, the only way to survive now was to hold out in the stomach and then enter the intestines. There, he would stab through the king worm's intestines and escape. Scanning the area, Tai found an opening connecting to the intestines. As he quickly swam towards the opening, the liquid secreted by the stomach began to fall like rain. Drip, drip. Watching one drop touch an undigested worm, turning it instantly into a puddle of pus, Tai realized what he was swimming in was the liquefied remains of the king worm's food. He was swimming in a sea of corpses. Tai dove underwater swiftly, aware that getting hit by the decomposing liquid would be disastrous. But an accident happened. While diving, he sensed drops of decomposing liquid piercing through the water and falling to the bottom. The liquid did not dissolve in water, meaning any creature inside the stomach couldn't avoid being eroded no matter how it tried to hide. Deciding to take a risk, Tai turned left and swam toward the nearest exit. Just as the decomposing liquid was about to touch him, Tai swung the blood-weeping blade at the stomach wall on his left. Bang! Squish! Sounds of corrosion and slashing echoed together. Tai felt his body rapidly rotting, creating holes where the liquid dripped. It felt like he was burning all over, starting from his shoulder, then his arm. This was the process of the stomach's mucus decomposing organic matter. One drop was enough to fully decompose a body. But just as the mucus was about to completely corrode his shoulder, the blood-weeping blade activated its critical ability. The cut from Tai's blade instantly healed the wound on his shoulder. Phew, it works. Taking a deep breath, seeing the decomposing liquid's effect neutralized, Tai swam back toward the entrance to the intestines. When considering a weapon that could save his life and help in combat, he focused on the blood-weeping blade and the named sword. Each weapon had its unique features. The named sword has the ability to resist fatal injuries and restore the body to its peak state when suffering from lethal damage. Additionally, it doubles the user's attack and defense power for 1 minute, cooldown time, 10 days. The blood-weeping blade, on the other hand, ensures that as long as the wounds are not fatal, wherever the blade swings, the user will remain unharmed. In simpler terms, the named sword acts like a one-time item. Once used, it must be awaited for a long time before being utilized again. Facing this 6th-stage mutant, Tai was unsure if doubling his attack power with the named sword would be enough to win. But the blood-weeping blade was different. It clearly stated that as long as the user did not suffer a fatal injury and could swing the blood-weeping blade, Tai would not die. This indirectly meant Tai had an insurance talisman. As long as his head wasn't shot through, he could instantly recover. Even if his heart exploded, as long as he simultaneously slashed out, his body would still directly recover. This was the power of the blood-weeping blade. Therefore, Tai confidently used this ability without fear. However, apart from this, Tai discovered another terrifying function of the blood-weeping blade. Besides restoring physical injuries, it could also help restore mental and sensory pain. That is, if Tai hadn't eaten or drunk water for 3 days, he only needed to swing this blood-weeping blade, and his bodily functions would immediately return to their peak. His stomach wouldn't feel hungry, and his mouth wouldn't feel parched. Tai no longer had to worry about food and water. As long as the blood-weeping blade was with him, resource issues wouldn't trouble him. Although its combat capability wasn't as strong as that of EN times, the hidden abilities attached to it could be said to be the most fitting weapon for the post-apocalyptic world. As long as he didn't die, he would be the king of immortality in this world. Gathering all his strength, after struggling with the decomposing liquid for some time, Tai successfully entered the entrance to the king worm's intestines. Chapter 220. Today, you shall die. Tai entered the worm's intestine, where he was enveloped by the fresh scent of nature. He could not proceed forward as the surface was slippery and the intestine was not straight but twisted and turned, leading towards the black forest area belonging to the king worm. Therefore, he must pierce through the king worm's intestine here. Bang! Tai exerted all his strength. The blood-weeping blade tore through the outer layer of the large intestine, revealing a slice before him. Just as Tai prepared to press on with his attack, the king worm retaliated once again. This time, it was not convulsing violently. Instead, the king worm began tying its body into knots. This scene left Waltonel, who had been observing from a distance, completely bewildered. What was going on? Why would the king worm voluntarily tie itself up? Knotting in this manner offered nothing beneficial to a worm unless it faced a deadly threat or experienced extreme panic. Only then would it make such an action. What is that person doing inside the king worm? Fear surfaced in Waltonel's eyes. He had lived near the power plant all his life and frequented 2 places after the apocalypse outbreak, the power plant and the observation deck. The main purpose of visiting the observation deck was to check for refugees and offer help if possible. It was during one of these trips that he discovered the presence of the king worm near the observation deck. Initially, the worm wasn't particularly large, expanding only to the size of a small dog during the initial stages of the apocalypse. At that time, Waltonel hadn't given much thought to it, treating it merely as an ordinary mutant creature. However, as time passed, every time he visited the observation deck, he noticed the worm growing incrementally. Every growth spurt came with some decomposed material expelled from its lower body, akin to soil-like substances. Gradually, it grew from the size of a small dog to the size of tigers or lions. At this point, Waltonel realized something was amiss but lacked the ability to stop the worm's mutation. So, he silently observed. Later, he found out why the worm could grow so much. Besides devouring humans fleeing nearby, it also consumed smaller mutant creatures, adhering to the laws of nature. After depleting both human and mutant resources around it, the king worm began feeding on partially eaten corpses. As its size expanded, the king worm started reproducing, turning the entire Tianqing city into its breeding ground. All hidden beings, mutants and humans alike, fell prey to its offspring, which paid tribute to the king worm. Within a year, the king worm successfully became the ruler of Tianqing, occupying the whole city. Virtually all mutant creatures and zombies within Tianqing were now under its control. Eventually, lacking food, the king worm resorted to eating its own offspring. Waltonel realized the gravity of the situation and sealed off all access points near the power plant. And now, the actions taken by the king worm were unprecedented to him. Too strange. But Tai, trapped inside the intestine, knew exactly why the king worm was tying itself up. Its entire body curled up, twisting the intestines further, leaving less space for Tai. His arms were already unable to stretch, and his body began shifting from standing upright to a huddled position. Trying to crush me, Tai felt his bones in his arms and shoulders beginning to crack. If it weren't for the blood-weeping blade replenishing his blood, he might have become a pool of pus in the king worm's stomach long ago. I'll drag you down to hell with me even if I die. Tai's will to survive flared up, urging him to live. Or, be buried along with him. Tai abandoned the idea of piercing the intestine and aimed his attacks at the shrinking intestines ahead. He raised the long knife in his hand and slashed forward. Bang. Once. Bang. Twice. Again and again. Tai's muscles were taut, veins bulging on his face, his eyes emitting a crimson hue. Now, he had only two actions. Slash, advance. Slash, advance. Tai's attacks were chaotic, but it was precisely this fierce onslaught that caused severe damage to the worm's intestines. The intestines, which were about to compress together, now shattered into pieces, resembling bean skin. Tai kneeled on one knee, using the blood-weeping blade as support, gazing forward. His endurance had reached its limit. His eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, and his body was drenched in blood. The king worm's body paused for a moment, but soon resumed trembling after sensing its intestines being completely shredded. This action enraged Tai completely. He gripped the blood-weeping blade in one hand and held the Waltoning dagger in the other. The crimson hue and lightning gleam intertwined. I'll make you move. Move. Either you die, or you die alongside me. No matter what, today, I'm taking your life. Tai raised both knives and Fengkang Di Cushang Qiu Yin de Sun Ti. One stab, two stabs. From initially ineffective strikes to increasingly visible marks, eventually, the blade of the blood-weeping blade tore through a patch of the king worm's skin. Walt poured in from outside. The king worm's skin had been pierced by Tai, but Tai's fury hadn't subsided. He attacked wildly along the punctured area. Finally, the skin was completely torn apart, allowing Tai to escape from inside the king worm's body. He returned to the ground. This place was now a brand new surface. The collapse of the ground had forced the king worm to relocate its lair. Seeing Tai emerge from its body, the king worm became extremely agitated. It seemed to be telling Tai, "Today, I will definitely devour you." Ignoring it, Tai held his dual blades and walked step by step toward the king worm. His eyes glowed red, and he clutched both blades tightly. Every step created a red lotus bloom. Each strike extinguished a demon king. Today, you must die. Chapter 221. Execution. The desire to survive stirred up Tai's latent combat potential. At this moment, he was like a demon lord who had abandoned the thought of life and death, focusing only on killing. In his eyes, killing the other party was the only way to live. All living things he saw were doomed to die. In this world, apart from himself, no creature could survive if it posed any threat to his life. Die. Holding the blood-weeping blade with the Waltoning dagger in hand, Tai slashed directly at the head of the worm. Since you have no eyes, I'll make your mouth bleed. Tai's speed was incredibly fast. The king worm sensed a hint of threat at this moment and wriggled its body, attempting to make the earth collapse again so that Tai would lose his foothold. But at this moment, Tai cared nothing about anything except for his target. He had only one mission: to let this monster die right here. Who is this person? How can a human possibly have such terrifying power? Waltonel, standing on the observation deck, watched as Tai pierced through the worm's body. He initially thought that this human must be in a barely surviving state. However, unexpectedly, this man became even more courageous in battle, akin to the warrior god Guan Yu, holding the pass single-handedly, unyielding to thousands. Moreover, Waltonel felt that this human's brutality far surpassed that of the king worm. It was highly possible that the king worm would die under Tai's attack. Who is he? Waltonel's voice trembled slightly. Over the past year, he had seen all kinds of people. There were those who killed their husbands and fled with third parties, deserters, special forces soldiers, underground black boxers. Almost every profession in China he had encountered. Even those individuals were not as terrifying as Tai. That person was China's secret weapon, but even so, he only cleared a small group of worms. This person is fighting the king worm directly. Could he, Could he also be a national secret weapon? Waltonel's voice quivered slightly. That soldier appeared half a year ago. In the apocalypse when the world collapsed, China did not completely perish. Instead, an underground city was built underground. Every month, armies were sent out to search for survivors and usable supplies in various cities. Half a year ago, an army entered Tianqing intending to clear out the worm cluster but was besieged by concentrated attacks from the worms. Later, another military team was dispatched to rescue them, and it was then that Waltonel witnessed the soldier's appearance. That soldier's combat ability could match an entire army, easily clearing nearby worms. However, this also angered the king worm. Waltonel, being a patriotic person, led the troops along a back road into the power plant when faced with the threat of the king worm. Later, he learned that these soldiers entered Tianqing mainly to secure the southwestern power source to supply the underground city. Through this, Waltonel learned about the existence of the underground city. Afterwards, the army officer invited Waltonel to join them back to the underground city, but he refused. Being in Damien with no family, the power plant was his last stronghold, his home. He didn't want to leave this place, so he chose to stay. Besides him, many other refugees also stayed behind. Most importantly, they couldn't be sure if the army was really dispatched by the government, given the countless impersonators in the apocalypse. Recalling the past, Waltonel sighed involuntarily. Times create heroes. It's the era of the young, and this old man just can't keep up. Waltonel said with a sigh. Ty's combat style was too intense, causing Waltonel to stop watching. He feared his heart might not bear the astonishing phenomena beyond nature, choosing instead to admire the scenery of the city alone. As for Ty's battle, it could indeed be described as frenzied and ferocious. Leaping into the air, he thrust both daggers at the worm's head, but clearly, they failed to penetrate it. Simultaneously, the worm thrashed its body, sending Ty flying. Yet Ty's vitality was even stronger than a cockroach. With the enhancement of the blood-weeping blade, despite being thrown to the ground, he did not suffer severe injuries. Again, Ty's sense of pain had completely numbed. He attacked the king worm's head Fengkongdi. Again and again, his body constantly oscillated between repair and collapse. The numbness in his body gradually faded, and waves of pain came crashing down. Injury to the arm. Heal. Thigh severed. Heal. Eyes pierced by stones on the ground. Heal. There was no part of Ty's body that hadn't been injured, but he only uttered 2 words. Come again. This was already Ty's 100th attack. He stood up once more and charged at the king worm. The twin daggers emitted a brilliant light, slashing towards the king worm's head. This time, the defense was successfully broken. On either side of the king worm's head, Ty's twin daggers each pierced through. At the same moment, lightning began to envelop the king worm's entire body. Sensing the threat of death, the king worm chose to shift its head elsewhere to avoid Ty's attack. However, choosing to flee at this point was exactly what Ty hoped for. Blood-weeping blade, Waltning dagger. Merge. Instantly, Ty transformed his twin daggers into a single blade with lightning coursing along the blood-weeping blade. With both hands tightly gripping the hilt, he swiftly ran to the left. He intended to split the king worm's body into 2 with the blade in his hand. At this moment, Ty was half hanging on the king worm's body, holding the blade with both hands, dashing forward rapidly. Ah! Ty roared angrily to the sky, his body racing against the wind toward the position of the worm's head. 1 step, 2 steps, blood spurted out, covering Ty's entire body as he was soaked in the king worm's blood. No matter how violently the king worm writhed, it had no effect on Ty. His eyes had only one signal. Kill you. SSSSSS. Blood continued to spray, and the king worm's skin tore apart wildly. The king worm was terrified. It wanted to beg for mercy, but Ty didn't give it any chance. Die. Ty reached the front of the king worm's head, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and he let out a deafening roar. Chapter 222. Panic among everyone. Ty's rage echoed through the skies, causing the entire earth to tremble. Waltonel was also drawn by Ty's roar. He looked through the telescope. The worm seemed to have been dismembered, with more than half of its body sliced open. He killed the king worm? Waltonel stared at the lifeless king worm on the ground, stunned. This was the king worm, the ruler of Tianqing. It had occupied Tian City for almost a year, and now it had died at the hands of a human. Waltonel felt a mixture of emotions. Should he be happy, sigh in amazement, or be afraid? Ty looked at the fallen 6th-stage worm before him, his expression unflinching and unsurprised. In his mind, this creature deserved to die. Why do I feel like someone is watching me? Ty slowly lifted his head, gazing toward where he sensed he was being observed. There stood a tall tower, resembling an observation deck, and inside it was a telescope. Ty's brows furrowed slightly as he suddenly remembered what Jacques had said earlier, that this area was near their base. Which means, that observation deck should be close to the power plant, and the people there are watching his every move from it? Waltonel, noticing that Ty was staring directly at the telescope in his hand, instinctively took a step back. What frightened him wasn't just that Ty discovered he was being watched, but also Ty's chilling gaze. Those cold eyes could rival death itself. How terrifying. Waltonel, looking at the telescope before him, felt both fear and hesitation. His heart was conflicted. He wanted to know what that man was doing but feared seeing those terrifying eyes again. What should I do? Leave here? Since Waltonel thought he was already discovered, he decided to bite the bullet and continue observing Ty's movements. If he really comes this way, at least they'd be prepared. But what can we prepare if he really comes? Trembling, Waltonel approached the telescope once more, picking it up and continuing to observe Tai. What is he doing? Waltonel watched as Tai dissected the worm's head, trying to sever it. Could he really be from the military? Doubt flickered in Waltonel's eyes. He had witnessed the battle firsthand. The worm's defenses were incredibly strong. Even when dead, it took dozens of cuts to break down its skin. This skin was utterly useless to humans unless it was for research by the military. And most importantly, he wasn't infected. After being swallowed by the king worm, he should have sustained considerable injuries, which would easily lead to infection. But this human didn't get infected and was instead dissecting the worm. The only possibility for no infection was if this person had an anti-mutation serum. There are many possibilities, but he must be from the military. This time, he came specifically to eliminate the king worm. Waltonel murmured to himself. Soon, Tai placed the king worm's head into his boundless backpack. Without ears, the head should still be good enough for Stevie to study. Check the surroundings for more worms and catch a few to keep. After surveying the area and finding no sign of any more worms, Tai reluctantly gave up on the idea. I'll check out the power plant first. Tai put away his weapons into his backpack and found a clothing store nearby. Inside, he found a relatively clean set of clothes, changed into them, and headed towards the direction Jacques had pointed. He's really coming this way. Waltonel quickly walked toward the elevator to inform the refugees and discuss a strategy. Upon exiting the elevator, Waltonel rushed to the ground floor, finding everyone still standing there, not having left. Lao Waltu, you finally came down. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Waltonel. Waltonel was puzzled by the sight. Lao Waltu, none of us could bear to leave you behind. We've been waiting for you. A man spoke. Though they sometimes disagreed, everyone respected Waltonel deeply. Waltonel had taken them in. They couldn't possibly abandon him. Seeing everyone waiting, Waltonel felt warmth in his heart, but couldn't help sighing as he recalled Tai. Lao Waltu, what's wrong? Noticing something was off with Waltonel, a man asked. Is the king worm coming our way? Don't worry. I found a place where we can escape. It's a small path that leads directly out of here. Sammy tried to reassure them. The king worm is dead. Waltonel said. What? The worm is dead? Everyone's eyes showed fear. It's impossible. Even the military couldn't defeat it. How could anyone win against it? They were skeptical. It's true. The person who was swallowed earlier killed it. That person is now heading this way, Waltonel explained. Ah. Could he be from the military? They were still in disbelief. Their doubts echoed Waltonel's. If even the military couldn't beat it, how could one person? Whether you believe it or not doesn't matter now. The possibility that he's from the military isn't high. If he's not from the military, what should we do? Waltonel looked at everyone and expressed his inner concerns. If Tai wasn't from the military, he could be a significant threat to their power plant. A powerful individual like him not joining the military. What did he need? Food and resources wouldn't be an issue for him, since he could plunder them easily. So what he most likely needed was electricity. With electricity, many things could be achieved. Perhaps this was the reason for his arrival. Why don't we just tell him the truth? That part of our power supply goes to the military, and adding him might make it insufficient. Do you think someone who can kill the king worm would listen to reason? Waltonel sighed. Then, should we compromise? One person hesitated. Compromise won't work either. If the power is insufficient, the military will eventually find out. Another added. This isn't working, and that isn't working. What should we do? As they debated, footsteps approached from nearby. Chapter 223. The arrival of Tai. Everyone turned their heads to look in the direction from where the footsteps were coming. 1 step, 2 steps. Accompanied by the overwhelmingly dark and oppressive atmosphere, everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. Their minds were filled with anxiety, fear, and other negative emotions. Even Waltonel, and Damien, who thought he had experienced many major events, felt fear and a desire to escape at this moment. After all, he had witnessed with his own eyes how Tai slaughtered the gods. That was not something a normal person could do. It was simply too terrifying. Waltonel looked at the crowd and saw the same expression on these young faces as on his own. He had lived a solitary life, without children or family. He regarded these people as his own children. Now, facing this situation, even though he was afraid, how could he be a coward? Waltonel stood in front of everyone. His slightly hunched body appeared like a copper wall, blocking everyone in front. Tai gradually came into view. Although his entire body seemed free of bloodstains, everyone could smell the scent of blood, the odor from hell. Who among you is in charge? Without explaining his purpose, Tai cast his cold eyes towards Waltonel, sensing that this Damien was different from the others. I am. Waltonel took another step forward, maintaining a calm demeanor. He knew he couldn't show fear, or he would lose ground. I need your power plant's electricity, Tai said straightforwardly. Sir, may I ask where you are from? Upon hearing Tai's demand, a chill ran through Waltonel. From this sentence alone, it was evident that the possibility of Tai being from the military was extremely low. If Tai were from the military, he should know that the national power had already been rerouted to the underground city, making this request unnecessary. Does that matter? Tai asked coldly. He sensed the internal conflict of the old man. Could it be that the power had already been supplied to another faction? Tai pondered. This power plant in the southwestern region was well known to anyone in this area. Its fame came from its capability to supply power for 10 years in the southwestern region, requiring no human supervision. The southwestern region was vast, and factions and warlords there would certainly be short of electricity, so they would naturally target this power plant. Tai frowned, his eyes revealing suspicion as he stared straight at Waltonel. Just say, who did you supply the power to? At Tai's words, Waltonel's already anxious heart burst out in panic. Instinctively, he took 2 steps back, looking at Tai with terror. This guy was too scary. He didn't seem like a human but rather an AI, an emotionless AI. His cold eyes, indifferent face, toneless speech, and insane killing instinct. Everything about him surpassed the limits of human horror. Given to the state. Waltonel dared not hide it. Mentioning the state might make Tai reconsider. The state? Tai felt a slight shock. This term, which had never crossed his mind since the apocalypse began, was now mentioned again. After the apocalypse, the nation ceased to exist, so did families, leaving no room for a state. And yet, this old man claimed he had handed over the power to the state. Was he trying to bluff me, or was there really such a thing? Tai's hand slightly opened, and a long sword emitting a blood-red aura appeared in his hand. Then he raised the bloody blade to Waltonel's neck. Old Waltu. Those standing behind, though visibly terrified, did not retreat, but tried to move towards Waltonel. They wanted to protect this old man? Tai was surprised by their unity. Having lived through the apocalypse for so long, this was only the second time he witnessed such solidarity. The last time was in his previous life. Lao Waltu speaks the truth. He hasn't lied. What are you doing? A man who had been speaking to Old Waltu rushed forward, protecting Lao Waltu with one hand while holding a small fruit knife with the other, pointing it at Tai. This knife of yours probably can't even kill a zombie. Tai observed Davis's trembling hand holding the knife. Sir, every word I said is true. The electricity was indeed supplied to the state, and I did not lie to you. Waltonel sighed and spoke slowly. If it's destined to be a disaster, it can't be avoided. Give me a reason to believe you. Tai was naturally not someone who would easily compromise. Even if the group of people behind this Damien raised their weapons at the same time, he showed no fear. This was left to me by the previous officer. I wonder if it can serve as proof. The old man took out a ticket from his pocket. This ticket was a pass to enter the underground city. With this ticket, Waltonel could choose to take refuge in the underground city. However, Waltonel did not choose that path. Tai looked at the written district number on the ticket, District 18. Judging by the performance of the state so far, it would not arbitrarily create a new district without reason. So, before District 18, either there were already 18 districts, with the first 17 all destroyed, or this was the 18th district established. Lead the way. Tai chose not to return the ticket to the old man, but put it into his own pocket. This action directly angered Davis standing nearby. Although he heard the old man say that this person had dealt with the worms, this move did not seem like something a dignified strongman would do. Return the ticket to Old Waltu. Sammy insisted. Do you have a problem with that? Tai ignored Davis and instead gestured for Waltonel to walk forward. It's fine. I never planned to go there anyway. Without going there, this thing is almost like waste paper. This gentleman helped us eliminate the king of worms. Anything here, he can have whatever he wants. Although Waltonel directed these words to Tai, they were actually intended for others to hear. He wanted to prevent these people from conflicting with Tai. He could feel that this person who had placed a knife against his neck was certainly a ruthless killer. Compromise was the only way to survive. Chapter 224, District 18. Brad led Tai toward the power plant, with the rest of the group following closely behind. No one chose to escape at this moment. Despite still wearing a cold expression, Tai was shocked by the unity of this group. After all, this would be the safest time to leave. The surrounding earthworms had been completely eliminated by Tai. They could have quietly slipped away to ensure their safety. But no one did. Were these people filled with noble virtues? The possibility was minuscule. The only plausible explanation was that Brad possessed a charisma that kept everyone together. Tai sensed some of Brad's characteristics through their conversation. If he were not an old man but in his middle age, perhaps he would have secured a place in this post-apocalyptic world. However, for the elderly, the apocalypse left only one outcome. That is, waiting to die, as their immune systems weakened over time. In the 4th year of the last apocalypse, virtually every person over 65 contracted a virus and turned into zombies. Thus, even if Brad won't die now, within 2 years, he will likely turn into a zombie as well. This is the supply point. Brad guided Tai to the main switch of the power plant. Mostly high-voltage cables are used for transmission. Previously, cities could transmit electricity here, but with the passage of time, only 7 cities can do so now. Brad pointed to the 7 marked cities, including Chongqing City. Of course, this was because Brad didn't know that Chongqing City was already entirely overrun by zombies and mutants, with the high-voltage cables damaged. Can we transmit electricity to the surrounding towns? Tai asked. As long as there are cables, it can be done. Brad nodded, which made Tai feel hopeful inside. In that case, as long as Stevie restructures the cable transmission system, the electricity could be allocated to Walton Village. Activate the power supply to Chongqing Military Zone. Tai ordered directly. This? Brad frowned slightly, hesitating. Almost 2/3 of the power here supplied District 18. If more power were given to Tai, it would result in insufficient supply. Sir, may I ask what you need the power for? What does it have to do with activating the power? Tai did not wish to tell Brad about the research base. This old man had connections with the state, and if his movements were discovered later, it could cause problems. Then, sir, can you tell me if you need high or normal transmission power? Brad changed his questioning approach without putting Ty in a difficult position. High, and a lot. Brad was taken aback by Ty's words. Even if he gave all the power here, it might still be insufficient. The only solution was either to transfer District 18's power to Ty or resist him to the death. The second option clearly equaled suicide. If they really fought to the death and killed them, they could still activate the power. So, the power allocated to District 18 had to be redirected to Chongqing City. Mr. Waltu, if we redirect the state's power, what should we say when the military sends someone to question us? A man asked, somewhat worried. Once the power was cut off, District 18 would instantly lose power, prompting the army to send troops to find them. Just say it was my order, from Martin, commander of Chongqing Military Zone. Ty looked at Davis and said, Chongqing Military Zone? Martin. Everyone muttered to themselves, trying to recall this man's name from memory. It didn't matter much though. Why didn't you lead the military personnel to join District 18 instead of taking the state's power? Brad asked while shutting down the power supply to District 18 and turning on the supply to Chongqing City. Is the state really still the state? Ty's words stunned everyone. Before long, Brad spoke again. The cable connecting to Chongqing City is damaged, so the power cannot be transmitted. Brad pointed to the red blinking light ahead and said, What's the situation? It's likely that the battle between you and the King of Earthworms destroyed the high-voltage cables underground. Among them was the cable connecting Chongqing City. Brad guessed, Is there any other way? If we were to directly transmit power to Chongqing City, it would be impossible. However, if we transmit the power to another city adjacent to Chongqing City, and then from that city to Chongqing City, it should work. Brad explained. Among these 7 cities, is there one adjacent to Chongqing City? Tai asked. Yes, there is a small municipality named Shuangzhong City located right in between Viletag City and Chongqing City. This place should be able to transmit electricity to Chongqing City. Brad nodded, pointing to Shuangzhong City, flashing with a green light at the top left corner. Shuangzhong City. Tai's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed he would have to make another trip to Shuangzhong City. How can we retransmit the power source? To go to the power station of Shuangzhong City and activate the connection to Chongqing City will do. The country has set up power transmission points between various districts to prevent power outages. Brad explained. The last question, where is District 18? Tai thought for a long time. He had come to this Tian city to kill earthworms and obtain electricity. If after he left, the army came and took away his electricity again, it would be counterproductive. So, if District 18 was nearby, he planned to take the initiative. In Viletag City. Brad's words made Tai pause involuntarily. Viletag City? That was the place he most wanted to take revenge on. The military district of Viletag City. Could it be? Tai looked at Brad and asked solemnly. Is District 18 the Viletag City military district? Brad shook his head. I'm not very familiar with this. I've never been there, but I know that District 18 is in Viletag City. Tai nodded and pointed to the button ahead, saying, Activate the power supply connected to Shuangzhong City. After I leave, do not shut off the power. If I find out you did, the next time you see me, it will be your own eyes staring blankly at your shoes. Chapter 225. The 18th District's Awareness. Following Leland's instructions, Waltonel activated the power supply of Shuangqing City, thereby causing the power in the 18th District to be completely cut off at this very moment. The 18th District. This is a large defensive base built in Viletag City. Its main costs were funded by the Viletag City Military District. Although officially it was built under the name of the nation, its actual jurisdiction was fully managed by the Viletag City Military District. And after a year of development, the Viletag City Military District had become, through mergers, integration, and exploitation, one of the top military districts not only in the entire southwestern region but also in the whole Huaxia area. Additionally, it constructed its own power plant, using bioelectricity principles. Zombies and mutants were used as fuel for powering the military district. However, the 18th District did not choose to use their military district's electricity but instead decided to rely on Tianqing's power plant, where Waltonel was stationed. This was why military forces were sent to Tianqing to seek out power sources. At this moment, with the complete interruption of power in the 18th District, people living and working in the underground city fell into panic. What's happening? Why has the power suddenly cut out? Was Tianqing attacked? Everyone in the underground city retreated to their rooms and locked themselves inside. The underground city, while not entirely safe, was built 500 meters below the ground. Its shape roughly resembled a winding serpent, with all transportation and development carried out along a single road. Their food came from new types of crops that didn't require photosynthesis, though it was just enough to stave off hunger. Why did the power suddenly cut off? In an office, the commander who controlled the 18th District looked at the 2 sergeants before him and asked sternly, Given the scale of the power plant in Tianqing, its power should be enough to support us for 5 years. It shouldn't have cut off this soon. Do you think it might have been attacked by worms or other mutants, causing the power system to fail? The 2 sergeants asked each other. Bang! The commander slapped his hand on the table and scolded them. I don't care what method you use, you must confirm if Tianqing still has power. If there is power, then why would we be in this situation? I give you 3 days. Otherwise, prepare to strip your uniforms. Both men stood up straight and gave the commander a military salute. Yes, we will ensure completion within 3 days. After speaking, they quickly headed toward the door. They needed to mobilize a large number of troops and head back to Tianqing to investigate. Isn't such a large number of soldiers too conspicuous? One sergeant observed, noting nearly 2 regiments. Indeed, those worms are especially sensitive to sound. Bringing so many people could provoke those beasts. Let's bring just 2 battalions. The other sergeant nodded in agreement. Yeah, I've already arranged vehicles. We'll set out in half an hour. The geography around Tianqing means there are almost no live humans nearby. Now that the power plant has stopped supplying power, there are 2 possible scenarios. One is that the Worm King has occupied it and the power station has been damaged. The other possibility is that someone else has taken over and diverted the electricity elsewhere. Taken over by others? Don't they know this is the national power? The other sergeant was puzzled by the second scenario. Now, we've been in the apocalypse for a year. Do you think those wandering outside would believe in the existence of the nation only now? They certainly wouldn't believe it's the real thing. So, stealing power is natural. So, based on what you're saying, should we bring more soldiers and weapons in case it's another military district? The sergeant shook his head and chuckled lightly. While our 18th district may not be particularly advanced compared to other districts, we can handle an entire battalion with just one of our battalions. Also, consider the multitude of worms in Tianqing. If they brought a lot of soldiers, could they even get into the power plant? It's right near the Worm King's lair. The sergeant's analysis immediately calmed the other man down. So, all we need to do this time is one thing. Remove all obstacles. After preparing for half an hour, the 2 sergeants led 2 battalions of soldiers back to Tianqing. Tianqing is neither too far nor too close to Viletag City, being approximately 200 kilometers away. With no other vehicles obstructing the road and no need to follow traffic rules, they could travel at full speed, reaching Tianqing in about 2 hours. 2 hours later, the 2 sergeants led their men to the city gate of Tianqing. Tianqing was an ancient city with a long history, retaining the characteristics of ancient city gates that stood to this day. Look ahead. The sergeant pointed to the front, where there was a dead giant worm corpse, with a human skeleton lying beside it. It seems like it was killed not too long ago. Sullivan, the enemy likely didn't have thermal weapons. They used melee weapons to kill this worm. The sergeant walked up to the giant worm's corpse and observed the lethal knife wound and the blood that had just dried, saying in a low voice. Sergeant Sullivan also approached. But it wasn't a simple opponent either. This worm is at least 3rd stage. One strike to kill it like that. We too might not even be able to do that. The sergeant nodded and looked around. But the good news is, the number of opponents should be small. Otherwise, all the worms nearby would have been attracted here. The area is too clean. Sullivan nodded. Then this should be easier. If they don't cooperate, we can handle them on the spot for disrupting military affairs. Let's move. It's best if we can resolve this before dark. The sergeant rubbed his head and said to Sullivan, everyone, lower your steps quietly and keep moving forward. The 2 battalions began to march towards the city center of Tianqing. Chapter 226, 2 choices for you. Sullivan, I have a feeling that something is not quite right. The 2 men had been leading 2 companies for about 10 minutes, and during this journey, they had hardly encountered any danger. The number of earthworms is too small, almost to the point of being unseen. Sullivan nodded. Throughout their journey, he had been observing the surroundings. Strangely enough, the earthworms that were once everywhere seemed to have vanished into thin air. Look at the ground, Sullivan. The sergeant pointed to the ground ahead, where a crack had appeared. Following the crack, the land ahead seemed to be split in half. These cracks are definitely not something humans can create. There's only one possibility. The sergeant looked at Sullivan, with a trace of fear in his eyes. The king worm. The 2 of them had come to Tianqing once before, and back then, they barely managed to clear the surrounding area of earthworms with the ace card from District 18. This time, however, their preparations were not as thorough. If these truly were marks left by the king worm, what kind of situation would they encounter ahead? Should we go forward? Looking at the cracked ground, Sullivan felt a lump in his throat. He had an instinctive fear of these things. After all, in District 18's military records, the king worm was classified as a 5-star dangerous creature. Forget about these 2 companies. Even if everyone from District 18 arrived, they would still be no match. Forward. The sergeant looked ahead and said in a solemn voice. The ground cracks might be caused by the king worm, but don't forget another critical factor, power supply. If we don't figure out how the power disappeared, before Virgil could finish his sentence, Sullivan interrupted him. What if it was destroyed by the king worm? Would we just be walking to our deaths? Sullivan was extremely reluctant. Do you think that stripping off our uniforms is really just about taking off our uniforms? The sergeant smiled. If we turn back now without checking, and tell the commander that it was destroyed by the king worm, do you think he wouldn't know that we didn't investigate at all? The sergeant's words made Sullivan realize. Though they held ranks above regimental level, they didn't know how many of their subordinates were loyal to the commander. If they did anything that harmed the interests of District 18, they would undoubtedly be the first ones to be sacrificed. So, despite seeming to have multiple choices ahead, there was really only one path available to them. And that was to keep moving forward until they found a way to restore the power. Let's continue on. Sullivan and Virgil continued toward the vicinity of the king worm's lair. Everyone, hold your breath and follow Commander Sue and me. Sullivan and Virgil had led their companies close to the entrance of the king worm's lair. Just a few more steps, and they would see the lair. Why do I smell so much decay? The sergeant frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping over him. It's normal. Earthworms like decaying stuff, don't they? Sullivan remarked from beside him. No, this stench isn't from decaying food. It's indescribable. It carries the scent of death. After saying that, Virgil drew his pistol from his waist and pointed it ahead. His eyes showed caution. He had a feeling that he would encounter something unprecedented ahead. 1 step, 2 steps. That is. The sergeant stared at the scene ahead and instinctively took a step back. His primal instincts told him that this place wasn't heaven but hell. Ahead, the land had collapsed in an unprecedented manner, and on the remaining piece of ground lay a giant earthworm with a severed section of its body. How could he not recognize that massive size? Wasn't that the king worm? Why was it dead here? What happened here? According to all known technologies, there was no way anyone could defeat the king worm. Who could it be? Or did the king worm commit suicide along with the power plant? What happened here? Sullivan was also shocked by the sight before him. I don't know whether this is good news or bad news. No wonder we hardly saw any earthworms on our way here. Something terrifying must have happened here, Virgil said. At least we've lost the most terrifying threat. Let's continue toward the power plant. The group followed the edges that hadn't collapsed, heading towards the power plant's location. But the further they went, the more shocking it became. On the walls above their heads were the tracks left by something like a giant python dragging itself along, and those slashes, which were alarming to look at. They passed through storefronts and entered the inevitable path leading to the power plant. The surrounding roads were pitch black, just like the place where maggots live, dark and damp. Finally, you're here. A cold voice came from the shadows. Be on alert. Instantly, all soldiers from the two companies drew their weapons and aimed them at the direction of the voice. It was a corner. They couldn't see the one who spoke clearly. Who? Sullivan asked in a heavy voice. 2 choices for you. Leave here now, or die here. The voice sounded again, devoid of any emotion or compromise, as if telling them that these would be their only 2 possible endings. Sullivan and Virgil exchanged glances. Sullivan raised his hand and signaled to the first squad to advance from both sides, intending to surround the person. Although they didn't know that person's strength, they could not retreat under such circumstances. Dozens of soldiers split into 2 groups, tightly hugging the walls. The leading man made 3 gestures with his hand. 3, 2, 1. Immediately, dozens of people rushed towards the corner. Just 1 second later, dozens of heads rolled onto the ground like melons breaking out of baskets. What? Sullivan, looking at those heads, froze. What the hell is going on? Only a few seconds. All, throw grenades. The sergeant sensed something was wrong and quickly commanded. Then, he also threw his grenade around the corner. Bang, bang, bang. Grenade explosions rang out, blowing chunks of debris from the corner wall, and even an arm flew out. Dead. The 2 soldiers at the front looked at the flying arm, showing signs of joy, wanting to rush forward to fire a few more shots in revenge for their fallen comrades. Watch out. The sergeant noticed something odd about the remnants of fabric still on the severed arm and wanted to warn them, but it was too late. The 2 soldiers who rushed forward had their heads cut off as they approached the corner. That voice rang out again, giving you a chance, but you just aren't up to it. Chapter 227 Mechanical Eye. A figure slowly emerged from the corner. His attire was very ordinary, just like any young person you might see on the street. But what was most astonishing to everyone was his eyes, which were completely out of place with his outfit. Sullivan and Virgil both gripped their guns tighter, their eyes filled with a hint of fear. It was the overwhelming pressure he exuded. That kind of intimidation was simply terrifying. Is this the person who dealt with that 6th-stage earthworm? No. What am I thinking? The strength of a 6th-stage earthworm is so formidable that aside from nuclear weapons, there's no weapon that can kill it. He's just a human being. No matter how strong he is, it would be impossible for him to kill a 6th-stage earthworm. As long as one is human, they can't escape bullets. We come from District 18, directly under the command of the state. Comrade, is there any misunderstanding between us? The sergeant did not intend to resolve the situation forcefully, even though this man had killed dozens of his soldiers. In this current situation, the life or death of soldiers didn't really matter. If this man turns out not to be their enemy, or could join District 18, then the deaths of these soldiers would be worth it. District 18. Ty's expression turned slightly somber, an action noticed by Virgil. Looks promising. Since this belongs to the state, he probably wants to join us. Once in the military zone, he can take the lead. He should have died then. Suddenly, a blue-white longbow appeared in Ty's hand, locking onto Virgil he was talking to. Goodbye. Aim. Lock. Shoot. The sky-piercing bow instantly launched a blue-white arrow straight towards the center of Virgil's forehead. Bang. The sergeant didn't dodge but raised his handgun and aimed at the incoming arrow. With just 1 shot, the flying arrow was pierced by the bullet. The sergeant thought the bullet would destroy the arrow and carry enough force to deal with Ty. But unexpectedly, the bullet and the arrow exploded upon impact, shattering simultaneously. How is that possible? The sergeant was shocked. The power of that bullet was far superior to any arrow fired from a bow. Did Davis modify his bow? The sergeant's eyes emitted a faint blue light, focusing on Ty's sky-piercing bow. A string of code appeared before his eyes, translating to, Note, unknown. Modified eyes? Ty looked at Virgil's blue glowing eyes, his eyebrows slightly raised, asking quietly. A normal person couldn't react and aim so quickly and precisely to pierce an arrow. That arrow came from the sky-piercing bow, much stronger than an ordinary arrow. Then, Ty noticed a machine-like blue glow in Davis's eyes, confirming that they were indeed modified. I think we can talk this through, without having to resort to violence. The sergeant extended an olive branch to Ty. If this man only had a unique bow, he was confident he could still kill him. However, such a talent capable of killing multiple people in seconds, he naturally wanted to recruit. In this apocalyptic world, refugees abound, but elites are scarce. Talk? What's there to talk about? Ty said, then started pulling his bow again. This time, he didn't shoot just one arrow but 5. Thanks to the speed boost from the Waltning dagger, his attack speed had reached the level of 5 arrows per second. What? Why can't I clearly see how many times he drew the bow? Isn't it just once? Why did 5 arrows fly out? The sergeant watched the arrows shooting around, wishing he could help his men block them, but his speed wasn't fast enough. Within 1 second, he could fire only one shot. Bang! He focused on the leftmost arrow, firing a bullet. At the same moment, another voice echoed in his ear. Take care of yourself first. Ty's voice, as if coming from death itself, made Virgil's body stiffen immediately. He looked up and saw Ty right in front of him. Then, a hand reached out toward his eyes. Screech. The sound of a mechanical malfunction rang out. The sergeant's eye was directly pulled out by Ty. It was a mechanical eye, connected to the nervous system via electronic components. Amazing, your technique. Ty looked at the mechanical eyeball that resembled a human eye and said in admiration. You. The sergeant covered his empty eye socket with one hand, glaring angrily at Ty with the other. This guy, besides having astonishing strength when pulling the bow, also had movement speed surpassing an ordinary person. Who is he? Everyone, aim and shoot. Sullivan, standing aside, couldn't stand it anymore. Of the arrows shot out, except for the one Virgil blocked with gunfire, the rest accurately penetrated the necks of several soldiers, killing them instantly. If they didn't attack now, wouldn't this tarnish District 18's reputation? Countless bullets were fired at Ty. They aimed to riddle him into a skeleton. Bang bang bang. Ty didn't dodge. Bullets hit his body, and the soldiers' faces gradually turned from smiling to fearful. Bullets were ineffective against him. Numerous bullets struck Ty's body, but it was as if he had walls of copper and iron, directly deflecting these bullets away. Everyone froze. What was going on? Is he a robot? His body made of bulletproof material? Sullivan couldn't understand. It surpassed his comprehension. Their strongest member in District 18 could only dodge bullets, not withstand them. Why could this guy endure them? He is doing this for us, just like performing for people who are about to die. His speed could easily avoid bullets, but he didn't. Instead, he displayed extraordinary defense right before our eyes. The sergeant understood what this man intended to do. He wanted them to feel fear before dying. You bunch of rookies, drop your guns and run as far as you can. You must get back to District 18. Sullivan threw his gun to the ground and drew a nanomaterial longsword from his waist. The sergeant's eyes were crafted from mechanical material, while Sullivan's weapon was made from nanomaterial. One for defense, one for offense. That's why these two would act together. They were a team. Chapter 228. The Soldier's Resolve. Ty looked at the white, cyberpunk-style longsword, and the corners of his mouth curved upward slightly. Seems like it's getting interesting. Cyber Eye, nanosword. Ty put the sky-piercing bow into the system storage, and then the Bloodweeper appeared in his hand. Where did he get that from? Sullivan stared at Ty's Bloodweeper, momentarily stunned. Sullivan, be careful. This guy is fast and strong. The weapon, according to the database, it's made of unknown material. The sergeant used his remaining eye to look at Ty's Bloodweeper. The material was still listed as unknown, but the database had provided another piece of information. There was another layer of material on top, which was still being analyzed. At this moment, Sullivan charged forward, determined to fight Ty to the death. Just then, the database gave Virgil an answer. That other layer of material was the shattered skin tissue of a rank 6 earthworm. Could it be? The sergeant reassembled all known information about Ty. Bulletproof, armed with an arrow comparable to bullets, unmatched speed and strength. The death of the rank 6 earthworm, the transfer of power. He was the one who killed the rank 6 earthworm, and likely the recipient of the transferred energy. That means if they could reach the power plant, they could trace where he was headed. But forget reaching the power plant. Taking even a step forward would be difficult now. Not good. The sergeant snapped out of his thoughts and looked ahead. If this man was indeed the one who eliminated the rank 6 earthworm, Sullivan stood no chance against him. All of them here would die. No, they had to send a message out, or this man would bring immeasurable destruction to Zone 18. Initially, Virgil planned to have Sullivan retreat, avoiding a direct confrontation. But he realized that if Sullivan couldn't hold Ty back, everyone here would die instantly. Only by holding him off could they ensure the message got out. You four, guard me from the front. Hold Ty back at all costs. Everyone else, retreat immediately. Escape no matter what. Then, Virgil took a deep breath, raised his trembling hand, and formed a hawk-like claw. Rip. In the next second, Virgil ripped out his own eyes. Instantly, his eyes became hollow, and the light before him vanished, replaced by endless darkness. Being able to hear, but not see made the situation terrifying. Relying on memory, he quickly adjusted his mechanical eye. Personal account of Ashton Inji. On the way to Tianqing power plant, encountered danger. The sergeant finished recording and tightly held onto the message, slowly retreating backward. Meanwhile, the battle between Sullivan and Ty was nearing its end. This nanosword can actually pierce my skin. Not bad, this weapon. Tai had 2 cuts on his arm and shoulder, inflicted by Sullivan's nano sword. While Tai had a slight admiration for the nano sword, Sullivan felt nothing but panic. This nano sword was a high-tech product developed by Zone 18 researchers after countless days of research. Its sharpness was such that even a 5-year-old could easily shatter a diamond with it. Almost nothing could withstand its destructive power. Yet, despite using all his strength, Sullivan only managed to cut through Tai's skin. How could this be? And it seemed Tai let it happen to test the sword's power. His life seemed to be coming to an end. Old Ashton. Sullivan turned to speak to his partner, but Tai didn't give him the chance. The moment Sullivan turned, Tai raised his blade and slashed horizontally, severing Sullivan's neck. I'll take this sword. Tai put the nano sword into his infinite backpack and walked toward the soldiers still firing at him. 4 people left? Did the rest run away? Seeing only 4 people remaining, Tai raised an eyebrow, a mocking glint in his eyes. Bang bang bang. Bullets rained down, but they had no effect on Tai. Help us hold Tai back. Only this way can we ensure the message gets out. The future of Zone 18 depends on you. After saying that, Virgil pressed the switch on his mechanical eye 3 times in succession. Instantly, a jet propulsion device appeared at the base of the mechanical eye, propelling it upward into the sky. At this moment, the 4 soldiers exchanged glances and all rushed toward Tai. 1 acted as the vanguard, drawing Tai's attention. 2 were for control, grabbing onto Tai's legs. The last one would act based on the situation. The vanguard drew his military knife and charged at Tai. His abdomen was directly pierced by the bloodweeper in Tai's hand. Then, the other 2 soldiers also rushed out, pouncing on Tai's legs and holding them tightly to restrict his movement. Tisk. Tai looked at these 2 who had already abandoned their lives, a trace of coldness appearing in his eyes. No, they were not trying to delay him. Rather, they were trying to prevent him from noticing the mechanical eye flying into the sky ahead. Tai quickly raised his head and saw the mechanical eye already airborne. These people were willing to sacrifice their lives to draw his attention so he wouldn't notice the mechanical eye. But unfortunately, it was all for naught. Tai stopped advancing, took out the sky-piercing bow, and aimed at the mechanical eye floating in the sky. Aim. Fire. Whoosh. Just as the arrow was shot, a figure appeared in front of him. Snap. The last man appeared in front of him, blocking the arrow with his body. Killing intent surged in Tai's eyes. He picked up the sky-piercing bow again and fired at the mechanical eye. However, this time, since the mechanical eye had flown forward and was blocked by tall buildings, he could no longer lock onto it and lost his target. Tai was enraged. Whoosh. This arrow struck the soldier, blocking the arrow once again. Ha, you're anxious now. The soldier looked at Tai, revealing a mocking smile as he faced death. Yes, I am anxious. Originally, I didn't want to kill all of you, but this is what you forced me to do. Tai's murderous aura exploded, his eyes burning with rage. At this moment, he was completely infuriated. Chapter 229, Jealousy. Tai stomped and snapped the spine of one of the men clinging to his thighs. Then, he grabbed the head of another person beside him with his hand. The tearing sound of skin gradually emerged in Tai's ears, and then the flesh at the lower end of the neck, connected to the head, was directly ripped off. Snap. The bone connecting the head was broken at that moment. The 2 men who were hugging Tai's thighs lost their lives in an instant. Tai's eyes were bloodshot, and he slowly walked toward Virgil in front of him. At this moment, Virgil's eyes became vacant, blood dripping around his eye sockets. He seemed to have already sensed the torment he would suffer before death. However, none of this mattered. He had been serving Zone 18 all along, and without it, he would have long since died outside. For the sake of rebuilding the country, even if he were subjected to inhuman torture, what did it matter? Slowly, he felt a destructive aura enveloping him from all sides. Darkness filled the soldier's vision. He could see nothing, only relying on his senses to perceive changes around him. Chilly winds blew by, and he instantly felt his arm twisted like a pretzel, rotating 180 degrees. The pain made him unable to endure it any longer, and he screamed out loud. The torture continued. After one hand was twisted into a pretzel shape, one of his thighs also took on an almost inhumanly twisted form. His arm touched his foot. Then, he felt the tearing sensation in his mouth as his lips stretched wildly apart, cold air rushing madly into his mouth. Next, he felt his ears being directly pulled off. If he could see Tai now, he would be terrified far more than feeling his own pain. Because at this moment, Tai had almost completely lost his sanity. His facial features were distorted, eyes bloodshot, and his body trembled violently with excitement. Tai wasn't losing control because these soldiers disobeyed him or chose to die, nor was it because the mechanical eye successfully flew away, which he failed to stop. It was because he saw these people sacrificing themselves to protect the mechanical eye. Earlier, when facing Waltonal, those people acted similarly. Human nature shouldn't be like this, should it? In times of crisis, shouldn't everyone think of saving themselves? Shouldn't they abandon their comrades? After so many years in the apocalypse, he hadn't seen such unity in a long time. These people overturned his inner values. Why would they choose to sacrifice themselves instead of fleeing alone? This was why Tai felt furious. More accurately, not only did they Danfu overturn his values, but they also stirred up jealousy within him. Why did most of the people he met in this life turn out to be filthy in darkness? Why did his best brother and girlfriend betray him in the previous life? Why did all the tragic experiences stack up on him? Why was it like this? At this moment, Tai truly resembled a demon capable of destroying the world, even more terrifying than zombies and mutants. Holding the bloodshed blade, Tai stabbed it repeatedly into Virgil's body. Seconds passed one by one, and after about 3 minutes of torturing the flesh, Tai finally put away his blade. Looking down at Virgil's body, it could no longer be described as a body. It was a mass of meat paste. Almost every part of his body that could be touched had been stabbed. Tai's attacks were incredibly dense. Finally, Tai stepped on Virgil's back with his foot. Bang! Instantly, this blob of meat still retaining its shape exploded outward. Tai narrowed his eyes slightly. The bloodshed blade in his hand slowly dissipated, and his body shot forward like an arrow. Anyone he saw would die. At this moment, the soldiers who had been ordered to flee had already reached the gates of Tianqing City. Damn, why do I have to run away? I wish I could fight with them. If we were just a little stronger, things wouldn't have turned out like this. This is the only way we can avenge Commander Ashton. We can only escape. Dozens of soldiers paused at the gate of Tianqing City, their faces showing signs of self-reproach. They wanted to fight alongside their comrades. Zone 18, though established late, had many members who had once fought side by side as comrades in arms. They had killed zombies together, escaped death together, sharing bonds forged through life and death struggles. How could they stand by while their brothers were killed by a mysterious man? Quick, let's go before that man catches up. Yeah. Everyone nodded. Just as they were about to continue on their way, a chill breeze blew, and a few snowflakes slowly scattered from the sky. Autumn had turned into winter, and the sky began to fall with large snowflakes. The snowflakes, like snow fairies, danced gracefully in the air, then slowly fell to the ground. Just as the snowflakes merged with the earth, a voice came from afar. This voice was like snowflakes falling on the skin, cold and bone-chilling. You will all die beneath this city gate today. Then, dozens of arrows came flying at them. Jalen, Charlton, Waltzy, follow me and intercept these arrows. The last sergeant took out a shield from his back and volunteered to stay behind, wanting to protect his comrades. And these incoming arrows were not very fast. Tai deliberately slowed down their speed to test them. Thwack thwack the. Dozens of arrows were intercepted by 8 men. Among them, Waltzy and Jalen used their bodies to block several arrows. Run quickly, don't look back, just take revenge for us. Remember to tell my mom to turn off the lights when she sleeps. The electricity bill without me, it will be very expensive. Waltzy and Jalen fell into a pool of blood at the same time. There was no fear in their eyes, only courage. Tai stood in the shadows, quietly watching the reaction of the 2 soldiers lying on the ground. There was a trace of hatred in his eyes. If everyone were like this, how good would it be? Why did I have to encounter such people at this moment? Why? Tai no longer hid. He had obtained the result he wanted. He took out the bloodshed blade and swiftly rushed toward the surviving soldiers. Today, no one would survive under his blade. Tianqing City would become the grave of these people. Chapter 230 The Soldier's Sacrifice. Tai charged forward like a dragon crossing a river, heading straight for the soldier in front of him. Swish. With one slash, the soldier's body was split into 2. Then, Tai went through the first soldier's body and slashed towards the second soldier. Another slash. The body of the adjacent soldier was severed horizontally and fell to the ground like 2 chunks of meat. The remaining soldiers were frantically running forward. They had to escape from here. Surviving gave them hope for revenge. Red Lotus Cloak, activate. Flames burst forth around Tai as he began charging at the fleeing soldiers. As long as they weren't using vehicles, catching up with them was only a matter of time. You run. I'll hold him back with Hobie. The 2 soldiers at the rear saw Tai about to catch up and decisively stopped, drawing their pistols and firing several shots at Tai. But while moving at high speed, these bullets couldn't hit him. In just 1 second, Tai reached the 2 men. The flames on his body engulfed them, turning them into ashes. Even their pistols became burnt black lumps of coal. What is that guy? Human or ghost? There must be something burning on his body. Anyone who gets close turns into ashes. What should we do? The few remaining soldiers saw their comrades die under Tai's fiery assault and looked anxious. Let's try to delay him with grenades. It might work considering his speed, but we need more people to stay behind. One soldier suggested. Then let the last 4 people stay behind and throw grenades to stop him. The 4th to last soldier spoke up. If someone at the front or back had proposed it, there might have been suspicions. But this suggestion from the 4th to last soldier gained everyone's approval. I agree. The soldiers at the back didn't refuse. I also agree. Yes, we will stay behind. The other 2 soldiers also stopped. In an instant, 4 more soldiers from the 18th Special Zone's army were gone. They stood in place, forming a line, all holding grenades. They tracked Tai's movement, and the soldier who suggested this idea said firmly, in 3 seconds, throw the grenades together. 3, 2, 1. Instantly, 4 grenades were thrown, covering nearly 2 meters around Tai. At this moment, Tai had to retreat or get caught in the explosion. It wasn't that he feared the grenades would hurt him, but if he were injured, the swift step boots on his feet would lose effect, significantly slowing his pursuit. Clearly disadvantageous. But for those 4 soldiers staying behind to die, it was like seeing a glimmer of hope. It works, he's afraid of grenades. The 4 soldiers took out more grenades from their shoulder bags and threw them at Tai again. This move delayed Tai by several seconds. But just as the grenades exploded, for arrows pierced through the blast area and shot directly toward the heads of the 4 men. Trying to evade was too late. Hobie immediately shouted at the group of brothers behind him, "That guy fears grenades." Before he could finish, a spear pierced through his throat, causing him to fall into a pool of blood. All 4 collapsed simultaneously, buying their comrades over 20 seconds of escape time. The fleeing soldiers, hearing Hobie's words, had tears in their eyes. "We can't run together, it's too obvious. Just using grenades won't work. There's only one way." The soldier at the front clenched his fists tightly and said somberly, "What way?" A nearby soldier asked. "Some of us will stay behind to delay him with grenades, while the others split and run left and right. That way, even if he breaks through the grenade barrier, he can only chase one side, allowing the other to find the cars outside the city and escape. But everyone except those who stay behind will die." When this plan was mentioned, all the soldiers fell silent. In matters of life and death, who wouldn't want to live? But if sacrifices were needed, they wouldn't hesitate. After all, they were fighting alongside their brothers in arms. "I'll stay behind and use grenades for cover." One soldier volunteered first. Throwing grenades meant they'd be among the first to die. "I'll also stay behind and throw grenades." Soon, dozens of men volunteered to stay behind, deciding to use their lives to delay Ty's attack. The escape continued. Apart from them, the group of soldiers was now down to over 20 men. "I'll go and distract that guy. You all escape." One young-looking lad said to the remaining soldiers. "No way, you have a child and an elderly person to take care of at home. If you die, who will support them? The 18th Special Zone will classify them as invalids and deport them directly." A more mature-looking man refused the lad's suggestion. "I'll go, anyway I have no one to rely on. Drinking is the happiest thing for me every day, and now there's no alcohol in the Special Zone, so dying is fine." A rugged-looking man said. "One isn't enough. We still have 13 people here, and the number of those staying behind must exceed the number who survive, giving that man a chance to chase after the bait team." Sammy, who proposed the idea, added, "I'm in. Count me too." 3 more men stepped forward, choosing to join the decoy team. Seeing the hesitation in the eyes of the remaining soldiers, Davis, who proposed the idea, understood they weren't unwilling to be decoys. But they all had ties and worries back in the 18th Special Zone. Once they died, their families would suffer poor treatment. In this post-apocalyptic world, soldiers wouldn't be honored for death. Waltzing on was the best commendation. Therefore, Davis, who proposed the idea, also stepped forward. "Since everyone has their concerns, let me go. I'm almost half in the grave anyway." This man was the wise strategist among the soldiers. He, like them, had his own wife and children. But if he didn't go, prolonging the decision like this would ultimately lead to everyone's doom. "Cornelius." One of the soldiers who hadn't stepped forward felt guilty, torn by internal conflict. "It's okay. My wife has her own job, and my kid is already over 10 years old. He can find work to support himself later. Don't worry about me. That guy might not even chase us but chase after you instead." Ewan patted the soldier on the shoulder and smiled lightly. "Alistairs, you must live on for us." Chapter 231, Ty's Madness. The crowd at the front was frantically throwing grenades, shouting angrily as they threw. They were trying to muster their courage. "Hold them off. No matter what, we must hold them off." Soldiers were throwing grenades madly towards Ty's direction. At this moment, Ty stopped advancing, standing still with a dark expression, unmoving. Grenades exploded on the ground, and the smoke enveloped Ty completely. No one knew what he was doing, but for some reason, in the explosion of grenades, everything became eerily silent. It was as if all sounds approaching Ty vanished in an instant. "Is he dead?" The soldiers, seeing no movement after the grenades, asked each other, bewildered. "Don't let your guard down, keep throwing." Though Ty's voice was absent from the smoke, it gave everyone an unusual feeling. Grenades were thrown frequently, causing the ground to sink, with mud splattering around, looking menacing. "What is that?" A soldier, after throwing a grenade, saw a pair of crimson eyes in the distant mist. Those were eyes that seemed to have crawled up from hell, giving a feeling as if they could capture one's soul. Terrifying, oppressive, numbness. 3 different sensations instantly flooded his body. That man isn't dead." The soldier shouted. "Oh no." The nearby soldier realized something was wrong and noticed dozens of arrows shooting toward them from the smoke. Then, Ty, like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, charged directly at them through the smoke. Arrows and demons moved together. In that moment, all the soldiers understood. Ty wasn't afraid of grenades. Instead, they slowed him down, that's all. A second later, the sound of grenades faded away, and those people had turned into scattered chunks of flesh on the ground. One of the soldiers was not yet dead, his limbs cut off by Ty, with the blood-wheat blade embedded in his chest. Blood spurted from his mouth, and in his eyes, Ty's cold expression loomed. You devil," the soldier said to Ty. This man had no emotion in his eyes, only Feng Kong de Salu. "You say I'm a devil, then I am a devil." Ty pulled out the blood-wheat blade, then stabbed it into Davis's head again. Instantly, the soldier's head shattered like an orange, the flesh torn apart by the inserted blade, brutally. Ty slowly rose, flames burning around him. In an instant, all the corpses turned into wisps of white smoke, dispersing into the sky. Splitting into 2 directions? Ty narrowed his eyes slightly, watching people running in both directions, a mocking look in his eyes. Swoosh. Ty moved again, choosing the larger group, which included Yuan's squad. He's coming. Yuan ran while glancing backward, spotting Tai following them. What do we do? If we continue running at this speed, he'll have time to catch up with others after dealing with us. The nearby soldier asked anxiously. I've already figured out what he's planning. Yuan looked at Tai, who was getting closer, with a chill in his eyes. What kind of person could completely discard humanity? Was he born this way? Or did he undergo some kind of trauma, turning into this now? Yuan clenched his fists. If he could, he would kill all these inhumane, immoral villains. But he was just a grain of sand in this vast world. We split up, each heading in a different direction. Make sure no one overlaps, maintaining distance front and back, left and right. Understand? Yuan said sternly. Why wouldn't running together increase our chances of survival? At least we can put up some resistance. A nearby soldier asked, puzzled. That man's goal isn't to eliminate just one of us, but to kill all of us. Yuan said seriously. This was Tai's aim. He wanted to eliminate everyone he saw. So, no matter how they fled, they would die eventually. The only solution wasn't to survive, but to buy time. After hearing Yuan's words, everyone fell silent. All right, we can't hesitate any longer. We need to split up and spread out. The young-looking soldier, after speaking, ran directly toward the far right, the direction closest to Tai. Because they were running diagonally, and Tai needed to pursue them diagonally as well, this caused the right side, in relative terms, to be on the same straight line as Tai. Take care, everyone. Yuan did not elaborate further and ran off in another direction. The remaining people, seeing two had already made their choices, no longer hesitated. Alistairs, it's been an honor. See you in the next life. See you in the next life. The few remaining people also began scattering in different directions. They did this merely to slow Tai down slightly, buying time for the other comrades to survive. But the more they acted like this, the more frenzied Tai became. Tai was not a perfect person. He was devious, cold, selfish, and detested anything that endangered his life. Once someone becomes selfish, it implies that person will have many negative emotions inside. Wolfkey jealousy and resentment. And the negative emotions in Tai's heart were growing wildly. This group of people all wanted to protect their comrades, so they scattered to delay his time. Why? Why couldn't he meet such people? Apart from Nash, who else could do these things among the rest? If, in the previous life, Burke and Tracy thought like these soldiers, why would he have reborn and relived the apocalypse again? Since the world was heading towards the apocalypse, it should just thoroughly embrace it. If most people in this world harbored malice and greed, then destroy all those who still have kindness. However the world once treated him, he would repay it with the same attitude. The first one. Tai arrived beside the young-looking soldier, who could not be older than 20. When those clear eyes saw Tai, there was fear. But this fear vanished in an instant. In the next second, Tai brutally snapped off his head. Chapter 232. Stop killing with killing. Thud. The soldier whose head had been twisted off fell directly to the ground. Tai, on the other hand, was holding a pale and dazed head, looking coldly at the second person on the left. He glanced at the still bleeding head in his hand. A hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. He slowly raised the head and threw it towards the second person's ankles like bowling. Tai poured all his strength into his arm. The thrown head flew like a cannonball, hitting Yuan's ankle accurately. Snap. Instantly, Yuan's ankle was broken as the deformed head flew out along with it. Yuan fell to the ground, staring at his bleeding ankle. He knew he couldn't walk anymore and death awaited him. However, he did not give up but took out the pistol from his waist and started shooting wildly at Tai. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were as ineffective as children scratching an itch on Tai's body. 10 seconds later, Tai approached Yuan, grinned at him, and then stepped hard on his other calf. Ah! The sound of tearing muscle made Yuan scream uncontrollably. Wait for me here. Leaving these words indifferently, Tai picked up the rolling head from the ground and locked onto the third person's position. Aiming. Firing. Lying on the ground, Yuan instantly understood what Tai intended to do. Scattering and dealing with them one by one would waste much time. So Tai chose to use long-range weapons for ranged attacks. However, he didn't understand why Tai didn't kill him outright, but only broke his calf. The flying head struck the third person's head at high speed. Brain matter and blood spattered simultaneously. The third person died on the spot. Tai charged straight toward the fourth person without even glancing at the third. This was the optimal attack strategy calculated by Tai. Goodbye. Arriving beside the fourth person, Tai cut off his head without hesitation. Then he used it as a bowling ball once more, hurling it towards the fifth person while running toward the sixth. This method quickly unraveled the delay tactic planned by Yuan. Total time taken, 2 minutes and 21 seconds. Tai killed everyone except Yuan on the spot, breaking their plan of dispersing to delay him. Returning to Yuan's side, Tai looked at him coldly and asked, "Were you the one who came up with these tactics?" Before Yuan could say anything heroic, Tai interrupted him. "You don't need to answer me, just listen. You thought about splitting up to waste my time and lure me down another path. That way, others could escape safely and report my appearance to the military district, right?" Tai sneered coldly. Then he took a bottle of mineral water from his infinite backpack and cleaned the blood and dirt off his face. Because of his previous battle with the Earthworm King, his face was covered with blood and filth, making it hard to recognize Tai's true appearance. Now, Tai wiped the grime away, revealing his original face. The moment Tai's face appeared, Yuan's pupil shrank rapidly, and his mouth opened wide. astonished by Davis before him. Waltzing in the 18th Special Zone, how could he not recognize this face? It belonged to the SSS-level criminal wanted by Viltag City Military District. Tai, the very person who had slain the 4th stage millipede and annihilated nearly an entire company. Whether or not you will notify anyone, let me tell you, I will destroy the Viltag City Military District and the 18th Special Zone established there. The reason I'll eliminate you has nothing to do with your allegiance. It's because you pose a threat to my life. Tai's expression was cold, his tone even colder. If it weren't for the blood flowing through his veins, he might as well have been an android. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yuan shed tears but didn't speak, laughing either out of madness or helplessness. In the face of overwhelming power, all tactics proved futile. This point was indeed useless. Yuan looked at Tai, his eyes full of hatred. He really wanted to kill this man with his own hands. The 18th Special Zone had his wife and children. If things went as Tai said, his family would die at the hands of Tai. He did not want that to happen. Yuan didn't know where he found the strength. He stood up using the broken part of his calf as a foot. Then, he raised the pistol in his hand and aimed it at Tai. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was a tear under his eyelid. He could die, but no one could hurt his family. I don't care who you are, but if you dare to harm my family, even as a ghost, I will drag you to hell. Yuan pulled the trigger, shooting at Tai. Bang! At the moment the gun fired, his head and the hand holding the gun were severed together. Yuan's teardrop fell to the ground. It wasn't out of fear knowing he was about to die, but rather a tear of self-reproach and pain for his powerlessness. As a father and husband, he couldn't stop the devil before him from doing everything. Powerlessness and guilt surged into his heart instantly. To be honest, I envy you. Tai looked at Yuan, whose head was split in two, and softly said a sentence. Then, he ignited the red lotus fire on his body again, directly burning the soldier, who cared for his comrades and his role as a father, into ashes. The slaughter continued. Tai had no intention of stopping. Perhaps the words Yuan spoke just before his death touched him. To protect his family, even if it meant dying, he must fight until the end. But Tai also had his own family, and he needed to fight for himself. The 18th Special Zone was established in Viltag City, and the Viltag City Military District was also within it, two entities in a mutually supportive relationship. To him, they both posed a threat. So, he had to eliminate them all. Yuan fought for his family, and Tai also fought for himself. The best way to stop killing with killing was to solve everything once and for all. Chapter 233. The slaughter continues. After disposing of Yuan, Tai began running toward the other side, picturing in his mind the route those fleeing soldiers had taken. Only 5 minutes had passed since he took out that group of soldiers. Therefore, if Tai pushed himself to the limit, catching up with the remaining ones was an absolute necessity. Everyone, give it one more push. We're almost at where we parked the vehicle. Once we get in the car, we can bring this man's information back to the Special Zone and avenge Chief Ashton and the others. At this moment, dozens of soldiers were marching, their morale extremely low, with gloom in everyone's eyes. That one-sided crushing battle was enough to severely wound the pride in each of their hearts. All of them had gone through hardships for a year in the post-apocalypse, each believing they possessed the ability to stand on their own in this world. But Tai's appearance made them confront reality. They were only able to navigate the battlefield of zombies unobstructed due to the protection from the military zone and each other's cooperation. Don't be discouraged, everyone. We've braved all kinds of storms before. Are we going to let just one person get us down? A soldier with a better mentality tried to comfort everyone, but no one responded. What use is inspirational talk? It's like adding fuel to the fire when you're already happy. But imagine, when you are already down, you can't ignite a flame. So what good is that extra fuel? Just as the optimistic soldier was about to continue comforting them, an arrow suddenly shot out from not far away, directly piercing through the back of the head of this soldier. The arrow penetrated the soldier's head cleanly, with its tip exposed in front of the soldier's eye socket. Everyone, run. Run quickly. The soldier endured the pain and uttered his last few words before collapsing on the ground. Seeing their comrade fall, the gloom in the eyes of the surrounding soldiers deepened. I don't want to run anymore. If I die, I want to die honorably. One soldier stopped, turning to walk towards Tai. Didn't you see the flames around that man? You'll be melted if you get close. And he doesn't even fear bullets. What do we have to fight him with? Another soldier pulled at his hand, trying to lead him to escape together. If we run back, will everything be fine? When we set out, there were 2 battalions of us. Now, only 10 or so people remain. Will the people back at the military zone believe us? Will we not be suspected by them? What if they believe us? How will the other soldiers look at us? Escapers. Cowards. F*******. I'd rather die than return to the military zone to be humiliated. With that, the soldier pulled out his rifle and started firing ferociously at Tai. Bang bang bang. But the gunfire was ineffective against Tai. How could it possibly stop his steps? The endless wilderness, under the grayish haze of day, saw a figure slowly walking toward them. In his hand was a blue-white longbow, as if it were fashioned from a slice of the heavens. Draw, string, lock, fire. These simple 4 steps did not only shoot an arrow but also seal the life of Tai's target. Swoosh. This time, the arrow did not pierce Davis's head but struck precisely at the muzzle of his gun. Bang. At the instant the bullet shot out, the arrow blocked its path. The bullet exploded in the chamber, and half of the soldier's palm was blown off. Ah! Looking at his bent and damaged hand, the soldier screamed in agony. In the split second, he opened his mouth to shout. Another arrow was shot out, piercing his throat. Another life was claimed by Tai. The remaining dozen soldiers watched from a distance as their companion fell, the fear on their faces intensifying. How much further to the car? We should be able to make it in about 5 minutes, one of the drivers estimated. That won't work. 5 minutes, and he will definitely catch up. Looks like only one of us can survive. The leading soldier shook his head, a hint of sorrow in his eyes. How about sending Joa back? Does anyone object? The leading soldier looked around, seeing everyone shaking their heads before focusing on Joa. Alistair Noel, a Humbert in uniform, somewhat short and chubby, tried to speak but was interrupted by the leading soldier. You're only 18 years old, while the rest of us are already in our 20s, having seen and experienced everything. Unexpectedly, you're still a chug, inexperienced one, right? Go back alive and experience everything you should. Who knows, maybe next time it'll be your turn to do these things. The leading soldier said this with a half-joking tone. These were the words spoken by his previous squad leader and captain who led him. Back then, he was also the same age as Joa, just 17 or 18. In a wave of zombies, his squad leader and captain protected his retreat and said these words to him before they died. And now, it was his turn. Joa's eyes were slightly red, biting his lip, unsure of what to say or what to do. Don't fucking cry. Hurry up and run ahead as far as you can. You must drive back to the special zone for me, or else I'll haunt you in your dreams at night. The leading soldier finished speaking and took out a pocket watch from his pocket. On the pocket watch was a group photo taken when he was a new recruit, with his squad leader and comrades. Go back and put this on my bedside table. The leading soldier patted Joa on the shoulder, then drew the pistol from his waist and started moving backward. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers also patted Joa on the shoulder, their eyes filled with indulgence. They saw their former selves in Joa. What was once, can never be again. But they could entrust what once was to the next generation. Alistair's, this is our last shot. Since we can't kill him, let's see who can shoot more accurately. The leading soldier finished speaking, raised his rifle, and began shooting at Tai. Arrow after arrow pierced his body, but he did not choose to dodge. With arrows embedded in him, he kept shooting at Tai, until the moment an arrow shot through his head, his body stiffened and fell to the ground. Yet he never stopped shooting. His finger had become muscle stiffened, jammed on the trigger, continuously firing into the sky. Chapter 234, The Last Spark in the Military. A long blade pointed at a severed head, blood slowly sliding down its edge. Just as the blood was about to drip onto the ground, it suddenly vanished. Immediately after, the long blade became even more crimson. Tai gazed at the corpses sprawled on the ground around him, his expression devoid of any fluctuation. Flames erupted from his body once again, burning the bodies of these people into ashes. Tai could have directly used the Red Lotus cloak to turn these soldiers into ashes without resorting to the blood-crying blade. But he did not choose this method, because he wanted to experience the thrill of killing. At this moment, he seemed to have fallen into a mad obsession. He wanted to kill more. He couldn't suppress his emotions anymore. He knew that this would lead to his own downfall, but he couldn't control himself. Tai locked his gaze on the faint silhouette of Fritz. There was one more person. Kill him. At this moment, Fritz was using all his strength to run forward with all his might. He could feel that every breath he took was making his lungs bleed. Additionally, his kidneys were starting to ache severely from the intense running. Fritz felt no sensation in his legs, but it didn't matter. No matter life or death, no matter anything, if he could just get back into the car and bring the pocket watch and everyone's last wishes back to Special Zone 18, then everything would be worth it. Soon, Fritz saw military vehicles parked on the road ahead. As long as he could get into one of those cars, he could escape this place. Faster, faster. Fritz felt that his lungs were overexerted, the sensation of bleeding seeping into his throat, and his heartbeats becoming increasingly noticeable. He even felt like he was going to collapse right here on the road. Whoosh! An arrow shot towards him, but fortunately for Fritz, the distance was slightly beyond the cloud-piercing bough's range. The arrow landed just behind his heel, missing him. 300 meters, 200 meters, 180 meters. As Fritz approached the vehicles, Tai was also rapidly closing in on him. This was like a tortoise and hare race. However, in this race, Tai was the hare who never rested and always remained vigilant. Thus, this race had almost no suspense. The distance should be enough. Leland moved forward a bit more, drawing the bow again, locking onto Fritz's position, intending to shoot him through with an arrow. Whoosh! Thud! This time, the arrow indeed hit Fritz. But as the arrow flew, a sudden gust of wind from the sky deviated its trajectory. Instead of hitting Fritz in the head, it only pierced his arm. However, arms were crucial for running since they needed to swing in sync to speed up the pace. Fritz endured the pain, pulled the arrow out of his arm, and continued to run forward desperately. Only 100 meters left. If he could reach the car, he would be saved. Seeing the arrow miss its mark, Tai frowned slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. Was even old Noel trying to thwart him? How could it miss? Due to stopping to aim, Tai was now out of the cloud-piercing bough's range again from Fritz. Therefore, Tai had no choice but to continue running forward. The time it takes for the car to start plus accelerating probably won't catch up to my current sprinting speed. Although I can still hit him at this range, to be safe, I'll finish him off personally with a blade. Tai ran while thinking. deciding to put away the cloud-piercing bow and run with all his might. Meanwhile, Fritz noticed that Ty had stopped shooting arrows at him, and his worried eyes turned resolute. He must get into the car. It was his last hope. 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, the final 5 meters. Fritz looked at the nearby military vehicle, his eyes filled with joy. But just then, from not far away, a small knife shot straight toward him, precisely stabbing the hand that was about to open the car door. Ty could have aimed for Fritz's head, but as he prepared to kill him, he suddenly came up with a new idea. Fritz watched as a large cut opened up on his arm, and the nerves connecting to the muscles instantly lost sensation. He quickly switched hands, opened the car door, and got inside. Ignition switch. Pull the handbrake. Press the clutch. Turn the key. Step on the gas. Just as the military vehicle began moving forward, there was a thud on the roof of the car. Bang, bang, bang. The roof of the military vehicle started to show signs of indentation. It was human footprints. Ty was on the car. Fritz suddenly panicked. He started frantically turning the steering wheel, trying to shake Ty off with the car's movements. But just as the car twisted, the roof shattered, and a foot reached in. Fritz felt a wave of panic. If that person came in, he would surely die. What could he do? Fritz locked his gaze on the fence ahead. He pressed his right foot down hard on the accelerator. He was going to crash into the wall, using the impact to knock Ty off. Zoom, zoom, zoom. At an incredible speed, he headed straight for the wall, but at the moment of acceleration, the roof was completely cut open by Ty. Thud. Then, Ty landed directly on the backseat. Looking in the rearview mirror, Fritz saw Ty's appearance. Covered in blood, a slight smile on his lips, his eyes showing a look of someone watching the dead. Pretty good driving skills. Ty's icy voice echoed in Fritz's ears, accompanied by his warm breathing. Fritz suddenly panicked. He didn't know what to do. Since Ty had gotten into the car, crashing into the wall would mean certain death for him. No, he couldn't crash into the wall. Just as Fritz was about to lift his foot off the accelerator, he suddenly found it wouldn't move. He looked down and saw Ty firmly pressing down on his right leg, immobilizing it completely. Keep driving. Don't let go of the gas. I'll accompany you through the crash. Ty's voice, like the low murmur of death, continuously echoed in Fritz's ears. Chapter 235. Ty walks out of the flames. Lucas now felt a myriad of emotions, unsure of what to do. In any case, there was only one outcome. To be killed by Ty. Crashing into a wall. Sitting at the front, he suffered far more damage than Ty. Moreover, that man wasn't afraid of bullets. How could he possibly fear the impact of crashing into a wall? What should I do? Seeing the wall getting closer and closer, Lucas steeled himself and stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. Just as the car was about to hit the wall, Lucas opened the door and jumped out of the car. Bang! Thud! Lucas rolled off the car, his body tumbling on the ground dozens of times. Even with military uniforms offering protection, his skin still got torn. The pain instantly transmitted through his nerves. In contrast, the driverless car drove straight into the wall. The front of the car was immediately crumpled, and the gasoline tank broke open, spilling oil everywhere. The tires were still rolling, and Ty's figure was no longer visible. The only thing that was clear was that the back seat had been completely crushed into a piece of scrap metal. Lucas didn't give up hope. He took out a matchbox from his pocket, lit a match, and threw it toward the spilled gasoline. Boom! Instantly, the match ignited the gasoline, engulfing the entire military vehicle in flames. Lucas looked at the burned-out wreck ahead, worry turning into a flicker of joy in his eyes. Maybe he's bulletproof, but afraid of fire. Finally it's over. The fat Barney slowly got up and walked forward. No matter what, he must leave here first. At this moment, almost all of Lucas's body was covered in wounds, his clothes soaked with blood, looking utterly miserable. He had to get back to where the vehicles were parked and drive another one away. I have avenged you? Lucas stared at the pocket watch in his hand, gripping it tightly. Tears slowly slid down from his eyes. A real man does not shed tears easily, unless it is time for sorrow. But just as Lucas thought everything was over, the burning car suddenly made a clang sound. A piece of metal fell to the ground, and the already scorched door was kicked open. Ty's figure gradually emerged. Those smooth muscle lines shone brightly under the sunlight. Ty's appearance made Lucas, who had just relaxed, instantly tense up again. He didn't die. Why? That was an exploding car. Its power was enough to turn anyone into minced meat. Why did that person, except for his clothes, have no other injuries? This doesn't make sense. Not bad, at least not as stupid as those humans. Ty rubbed his head, speaking in an extremely twisted tone. Who are you? Lucas was stunned by Ty's appearance. I'll give you two choices. Either tell me everything you know about Special Zone 18, or be tortured until you reveal everything you know. As Ty spoke, he approached Lucas. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. Lucas said nothing, running madly forward despite the pain from his wounds. His mind only held one thought. Escape with all his might. But after only 3 seconds, Ty appeared right before Lucas. Last chance, option 1 or option 2. Ty raised his hand and patted Lucas's face, as if playing with a small pet. Lucas said nothing. He pulled out a handgun from his waist and fired at Ty's head. As a soldier, even though he was young, he would never betray the country. Bang! At the moment the gun was fired, Ty grabbed the barrel, causing the bullet to explode in Lucas's hand. 3 of Lucas's 5 fingers shattered instantly, the flesh on his palm torn apart. In contrast, Tai, apart from being stained with blackened metal shards and Lucas's blood, showed no signs of injury. It seems heaven offers you a way, but you insist on entering hell. Tai stopped bothering with idle talk, taking out the blood-weeping blade and the Waltning dagger. Then, dragging Lucas towards a wandering zombie in the distance, Tai kicked its legs to pieces and then cut off its hands with a blade. Then, he took out a bundle of hemp rope from his infinite bag and tied Xiaopeng's body to the ground. Following that, Tai placed the blood-weeping blade in Xiaopeng's hand and plunged its blade into the zombie's body. Next, Tai inserted the Waltning dagger into Xiaopeng's body. With these actions, Xiaopeng's body began to endure repeated electric shocks. However, as he felt the pain of the electric shocks, his wounds started to heal incessantly. This meant that as long as Tai wished, Xiaopeng would endlessly feel the torment of electric shocks. The current felt like tiny worms crawling into Xiaopeng's body, gnawing at his flesh and bones. Tai watched Xiaopeng quietly, with an expression of indifference in his eyes. By now, Xiaopeng's hair and clothes had all been burned away, leaving only his naked body enduring the agony of electric shocks. If you tell me everything about Special Zone 18, I will give you a quick death. It's a very good deal, don't you think? Tai looked at Xiaopeng again, trying to persuade him. You. Xiaopeng stared into Tai's eyes, feeling indescribable fear. He couldn't understand why anyone would act so insanely, willing to kill them all just because of electricity. You. Why are you doing this? We are all citizens of Huaxia. What I represent is the front line of our motherland. You are going against your own country? Xiaopeng tried to reason with Tai, but everyone who tried to reason with Tai was already dead. Country? The moment the apocalypse began, the country ceased to exist. What you call a country is merely those with political power and bloodline connections becoming kings during the chaotic times of old. If there really were a country, why after 1 year of the apocalypse, are there still so many zombies? Why does the country have the ability to establish special zones but choose not to clear out the zombies? The Viletag City Military District eliminated all the zombies around it, so the country established a military district in Viletag City. But they completely ignored other regions, allowing zombies to devour humans without restraint. Is this what you claim as your country? Chapter 236, the 18th Special Zone. Tai's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Lucas. He had experienced a similar situation in his previous life. During the 7 years of the apocalypse, the reason he managed to survive for so long was that in the mid to late stages, he joined what was called the state. Under the banner of China, they engaged in capitalistic practices. People were divided into different classes, isolated in certain areas with walls built around them to avoid zombie attacks, never once considering what to do if zombies got inside or how to reclaim the places occupied by zombies. Was this the China he knew? The answer was no. Lucas listened to Tai's words and, suppressing the pain, retorted. Because Viletag City is stable, that's why the special zone was established there, aiming to build outward from that center. If even we can't maintain our own stability, then how can we eliminate zombies in other places? Tai snorted coldly, a sarcastic smile on his face. You tell me, after joining the so-called special zone, what did your army actually do? Tai's words made Lucas fall into deep thought. What had happened? He had been in the special zone for 7 months and entered the military in the 2nd month. Although everyone there was very friendly, almost like one big family, the army mostly focused on clearing out zombies in Viletag City and dealing with several zombie waves. Apart from that, there were almost no other battles. 8 months since the establishment of the special zone, yet there had never been any plans for expansion or rescue operations in other regions. Could it be just as this man said, that the special zone only intended to stay in its safe corner and had no plans to reclaim lost territories? By the way, regarding your so-called state, have you ever seen any real national leaders? Tai's question struck right into the heart of Lucas. National leaders? Indeed he hadn't. The highest-ranking official he had seen was the special zone's leader, but he had never met any actual national leaders. Lucas seemed to have forgotten about the electric shock pain, looking at Tai with fear in his eyes. No, it's all his nonsense. It can't be like this. Lucas shook his head frantically, trying to regain his composure. Tai watched Lucas's actions, and the amusement in his eyes vanished instantly. His main purpose in saying these things to Lucas was to make him doubt the military district he was in. If Lucas started doubting, he would reveal the secrets of the 18th Special Zone. However, it seemed that Lucas had stopped questioning the 18th Special Zone. Tell me about the 18th Special Zone. This is your only chance to truly know the truth. Tai didn't want to let this opportunity slip away and continued pressing. Maybe what you say is true, but my loyalty to the 18th Special Zone isn't just because of the zone itself. It's because of my comrades. They're my family, my brothers. I won't betray the Special Zone. In another lifetime. Lucas showed a faint mocking smile, then closed his eyes and lay down, ceasing to struggle further. At that moment, Lucas's body shifted slightly, and a pocket watch, now somewhat burnt, fell to the ground. Seeing the dropped watch, Lucas looked panicked and tried to cover it with his body. But Tai was quicker. Tai picked up the watch and saw a family photo inside. On the left stood a graceful young dream. In the middle was a girl around 7 or 8 years old, and on the right was the soldier Tai had killed earlier. Holding the watch, Tai looked at Lucas. Now, are you going to talk, or not? Tai did not make any new threats, but those few words were enough to instill fear in Lucas. Does he mean Does he plan to enter the 18th Special Zone, overthrow the army there, and then... Lucas dared not think any further. That photo belonged to Titus, the leading non-commissioned officer, along with his wife and child. If Tai truly had malicious intentions, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lucas was filled with regret, wishing he had held onto the watch tighter. It now became leverage for Tai's threats. If Tai really killed Titus's wife and daughter, he would die feeling immense guilt. If I tell you, will you leave the people in the photo unharmed? Lucas asked Tai cautiously. Looking at the watch in his hand, Tai smiled slightly. That depends on whether the information you provide is worth 2 lives. What do you want to know? At this moment, Lucas's entire body was already numb from the electric shocks and he couldn't feel any pain. The only thing on his mind now was ensuring the safety of Alistair Ashton's wife and daughter. Everything about the 18th Special Zone, including military weapons, personnel, and its relationship with the Viletag City Military District. What Tai was most interested in was the last point. What exactly was the connection between this special zone and the Viletag City Military District? The weapons configuration in the 18th Special Zone is the standard 95 type rifle, and each ordinary resident is also equipped with a pistol. The total population is around 12,000. That's all? Tai didn't believe that such a large military district wouldn't conduct research on high-tech equipment. After all, even the Chongqing Military District, which was just a small place, had developed technology capable of enhancing human bodies. This 18th Special Zone, currently one of the safest places in all of China, simply couldn't lack these hidden technologies. Lucas thought for a moment and ultimately told Tai what he knew. I've heard they've developed machines that can be driven by people, something like transformers, but since I don't have the clearance, I don't really know much about them. Lucas recounted everything he knew. Pilot-operated machines? Tai's brows furrowed slightly. If the opponent had weapons similar to those in Gundam, that would indeed be a difficult situation. After all, he didn't know how many of these machines there were. If there were only a dozen or so, it might still be manageable, but if they were mass-produced on an assembly line like at Foxconn, that would be a serious problem. What's the relationship between the 18th Special Zone and the Viletag City Military District? Tai asked again. I've heard that the leaders of both places are the same person. Although the 18th Special Zone falls under the jurisdiction of the state, but all the personnel and funds used to build it were provided by the head of the Viletag City Military District. It's just that it was built for the state. Lucas's words sent a chill down Tai's spine. A disturbing theory began to take shape in Tai's mind. Chapter 237, Another Choice. Previously, what he told Fritz was merely speculation. Because if it were truly the former leaders of China, they would not allow the zombie virus to spread unchecked. It's highly likely that these so-called leaders are either puppets or fictitious figures. However, according to the information provided by Fritz, the 18th Special Zone was funded by the Viletag City Military District. Therefore, it is very possible Armin from the Viletag City Military District might be the real mastermind behind the 18th Special Zone. He merely uses the so-called leaders to control public sentiment. This idea is arguably the closest to the truth at present. Regardless, a trip to Viletag City is necessary. First, to uncover the true relationship between these two entities. Second, revenge. Tai looked at Fritz, and his icy eyes gradually turned calm. I promise you, I won't kill the 2 women in the pocket watch. After Tai finished speaking, he didn't give Fritz any chance to respond. With one swift movement, he decapitated Fritz. Then, he once again used the red lotus flame to incinerate Fritz's body into ashes. This young soldier, barely in his early 20s, died on his first mission outside the city walls. Though Fritz had prepared mentally for this, who doesn't wish to live well? Even in the apocalypse, even eating dog food, it's better than being dead. But Tai didn't give him that chance. Showing kindness to anyone is a cruelty to oneself. Tai headed towards Tianqing, where several military vehicles were still parked, perfect for taking him to Double City. However, before entering Double City, Tai needed to solve one more problem. Upon climbing into the military vehicle, Tai found that the key hadn't been removed but was left in the ignition. These soldiers probably thought no one dared steal a military vehicle, and with almost no one left around Tianqing, they didn't bother taking the key. After starting the vehicle, Tai drove straight into Tianqing. There was still something unresolved. Wall Tunnel and his people. Initially, Tai hadn't planned to kill them, because these people posed no real threat to him, and they followed his rules as instructed. If he killed indiscriminately, he would indeed become no different from a world-ending demon. But now, the situation has changed. The 18th Special Zone sent troops here, which Tai had annihilated. Over time, the Special Zone people would surely notice something was wrong. Afterward, the Special Zone would undoubtedly send new troops to investigate. Although most of those soldiers were burned beyond recognition, the military vehicles outside Tianqing serve as evidence. Tai's flames aren't powerful enough to completely destroy iron. Though Waltonel had previously asked what to do if the Special Zone people came and inquired about power supply allocation. Now, knowing that the Special Zone was built by the Viletag City Military District, the question needed reconsideration. From the previous wanted poster, it's clear the Viletag City Military District views Tai as a priority target. If the Special Zone people know this, they could also inquire about Tai's height and general appearance from Waltonel. His whereabouts would then be discovered. In that case, not only Double City, but even his newly established village could be compromised. To wage a perfect battle, one must hide all traces. An ancient saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you can fight 100 battles without disaster. The most critical aspect of combat strength is intelligence. Therefore, he couldn't leave his intelligence in the hands of unreliable people. Tai returned to the power plant, where Waltonel and others were preparing meals. The great demon is here. The great demon is here. A child playing outside ran in hastily upon seeing Tai, sounding like a lookout. On his way, Tai had changed clothes, revealing his face and body. Waltonel and the people living at the power plant slowly emerged. Sir, why? Waltonel knew that Tai had eliminated the military personnel. Not long after Tai left, Waltonel had climbed the observation tower and witnessed the slaughter firsthand. So, he clearly understood what Tai's return signified. However, he couldn't say it outright. He could only pretend to be ignorant, hoping it might secure everyone's safety. Answer me one question. Tai looked at this group of people, old and young, men and women. They very much resembled a large family. Even after experiencing what Tai had done, not a single person thought about fleeing. Actually, he did not want to disrupt this simple family world. But he had no choice. Sir, what do you mean? Waltonel said very politely. If the military personnel come and ask you who received the electricity, how would you answer? Tai repeated the question he had asked before. By asking this question, he was not only testing Waltonel, but also making a life or death decision for these people. Waltonel was now in a dilemma. If he simply repeated his previous answer, it would be clear that this was definitely not what Tai wanted to hear. That way, everyone here might face utter disaster. But if he answered something like remaining silent or refusing to tell the army, Tai would certainly know that he had witnessed his massacre of the soldiers. Moreover, such an answer might not satisfy Tai either, leading to the same disastrous outcome. So, these two paths were equally difficult choices for him. However, under this shadow, there was another way. Waltonel looked at Tai. In his aged yet somewhat bright eyes, a faint glimmer appeared. What did Tai want? For the army not to find his trail, and his group might reveal his whereabouts. Therefore, what he most wanted was for this group of people to disappear. Apart from killing them to cover up, there was another method. That is, imprisoning them somewhere where no one knows or notices. This way, they wouldn't encounter others, nor would the army find them, ensuring that no one knew about Tai using electricity. Thinking this over, Waltonel turned to look at everyone. Although this was the only solution for now, it wasn't just his decision. Others had to agree too. Sir, please allow me to discuss this with everyone. Seeing Tai nod, Waltonel began sharing his thoughts with the group. Chapter 238, Aaron. Mr. Waltu, is this really the only way? A dream, upon hearing Callan's suggestion, showed a somewhat reluctant expression. If they were to follow Callan's proposal, it would be of no benefit to anyone present. We can either live in disgrace or die outright. These are the only two options. Callan shook his head. This was the only solution he could think of for now. Mr. Waltu, I believe there is another way, you just haven't thought of it yet. A relatively strong-built man stood beside Callan and whispered, Aaron, don't do anything foolish. Callan naturally knew what the strong man was thinking. To him, everyone here was like family, and he understood their personalities and traits well. Before the apocalypse, Aaron had been a boxer in an underground ring, known for being straightforward and honest but with a tendency to resort to violence when solving problems. Mr. Waltu, aren't we too many for one person to fear? Aaron clearly still wanted to try out his idea. You didn't see how that man butchered the soldiers earlier. His methods were too brutal. We have no weapons and don't know martial arts. It would be nothing short of suicide. Callan quickly shook his head, trying to discourage Aaron. Mr. Waltu, I know what you're afraid of. You saved my life. Apart from boxing, I'm good at nothing. My daily needs are taken care of by everyone here. If everyone is scared, then let me, Aaron, take the first step. If it works, we won't have to endure this humiliation. If it doesn't, consider it as Aaron's goodbye to everyone. With that said, Aaron walked out of the crowd toward Tai. Callan knew Aaron was about to do something foolish. He reached out and tightly grabbed Aaron's arm. Aaron turned around, shook his head at Callan, then pushed away Callan's hand and stepped out of the crowd. Come on, let's fight. If I win, you leave. If I lose, you can have my life. Standing in front of everyone, Aaron took off his outerwear. The almost perfect muscle lines and scars left from frequent boxing on his upper body clearly indicated that even in the underground ring, Aaron was considered a top fighter. So, does this mean I have to kill all of you? Tai looked at Aaron and slowly raised the bloodshed blade, asking coldly, this is my decision and has nothing to do with them. If I kill you, this place will be mine. Of course, if I fail, Callan will remain the leader of this group, and you will still need to negotiate with him. Aaron's words made everyone feel some guilt and worry. He was trying to absolve everyone of responsibility after the event, attempting not to get them involved. So why should I just kill you all instead? That would be much simpler, wouldn't it? Tai had no patience to engage in a fistfight with this guy. His thoughts were simple. Either this group came up with a satisfactory solution, or they faced immediate death. An unpleasant choice between the two. No, you will definitely fight me. Unless, you're scared of me. Aaron's eyes revealed a hint of mocking smile. He was using provocation to incite Tai into action. Provocation? It means nothing to me. But your self-assured arrogance does make me feel sick. Tai put away the bloodshed blade into the system storage and slowly approached Aaron. Do you think your heroics will help those people behind you? Let me tell you bluntly, you're harming them. Wanting to absolve yourself and test if you can kill me? And if you lose, you'll just offer up your own life. Is that right? Every word from Tai struck deep into Aaron's soul. This monster. Aaron hadn't expected Ty to read his mind so accurately. What kind of person is this guy? Since you're eager to be a hero, I'll give you a chance to be one. But I have to tell you one thing. Dead heroes outnumber living ones. Ty stood face to face with Aaron. Ty wasn't short, standing about 1.8 meters tall. However, compared to Aaron, he was still slightly shorter by half a head, plus Aaron's robust build. At a glance, anyone could tell who appeared stronger. Yet, for some reason, as everyone watched Ty stare down Aaron, their immediate reaction was, Aaron is definitely not a match for Ty. The latter's aura was simply too overpowering. It was as if a demon had descended upon the world, making those criminals who had committed many evils on Earth seem insignificant in comparison. Let's get started then. Aaron rubbed the back of his neck, a smile appearing on his face. No matter what, as long as this guy agreed, there would be a chance to win. Ty was relatively fair. He didn't use weapons, directly forming his hand into a fist and facing Aaron. 3, 2, 1. Start. Since there was no referee, Aaron took it upon himself to start the count. The moment "start" echoed, Ty moved like a bolt of lightning, instantly appearing beside Aaron. What? A flash of fear shot through Aaron's mind, question marks floating in his heart. This guy's speed was terrifying. Aaron hadn't seen Ty in action before, so he thought Callan was exaggerating. But at this moment, he realized that Callan hadn't exaggerated but had underestimated him. Callan had said this guy's speed was faster than Bolt's. After all, Bolt was the fastest person in the world, and at that time, Aaron thought it was an exaggeration. Now, comparing him to Bolt was already an overestimation of Bolt. This guy's speed could almost be described as instantaneous, covering several meters in just 1 second and charging right up beside him. Is this still human? In the next second, a punch came at his head. Aaron instinctively tried to defend himself, but his hand moving to block was slower than Ty's punch. As he raised his hand, Aaron's nasal bone collapsed instantly. The attack wasn't over. The facial muscle tissue continued to shatter. Aaron's half-raised hand slowly dropped. Bang! A punch pierced through the head. Aaron's head was directly punctured, eyes and nose completely shattered. His body fell straight to the ground. The entire battle lasted only 3 seconds. Running, punching, piercing through the head. Chapter 239, Brenna. Ty slowly withdrew his arm from Vernon's shattered head, and then cast a cold glance at Gray ahead. He didn't care how Vernon died, because the moment Vernon proposed to fight him, Ty had already considered him as good as dead. Gray, watching Ty's actions, couldn't help but be stunned. So this was the true strength of this man. Watching up close versus observing from the distant watchtower were completely different concepts. Those who still harbored Jiaoxing should be replaced for a proper English word or phrase. In their hearts, now dismissed such thoughts one by one, silently lowering their heads, waiting for Gray to handle the situation. Sir, after our discussion, we have a compromise. Speak. There is an abandoned iron house inside the power plant. It was initially intended to be used as a cold storage room, but it was eventually abandoned after minimal use. The cold storage room is tightly sealed on all sides, except for a few ventilation holes. There are no other gaps, and it can only be opened from the outside. If you don't trust us, you can lock us in there. After you finish your business, you can let us out. Gray's proposal made Ty consider it. Avoiding killing was always the best option. However, he could not be sure if the cold storage had any hidden exits that these people could use to escape. If this was a trap set by Gray, it would be troublesome. How do I know you won't escape once I let you out? Ty looked at Gray, coldly asking. Because the transmission of electricity from the power plant is something only I can operate, sir. If you need a large amount of power, you must let me out. Gray did not hide anything, speaking directly. In that case, I'll give you another choice. Either teach me, or I kill everyone here. Ty raised an eyebrow. This old man's mind was quite meticulous, but unfortunately, he was already near the end of his life. Otherwise, having him join his team wouldn't be a bad thing. Sir, teaching is possible, but the buttons controlling the power supply system are numerous, and temperature and voltage must also be controlled. Learning this would take at least 3 days. If you agree, this old man will definitely teach you everything I know. Looking at the old man, Ty's expression remained calm, as if every word spoken was sincere. But in reality, this old man was betting that he wouldn't stay here for long. Take me to the cold storage. Gray's heart leaped with joy upon hearing Ty's words. At least everyone's lives could be temporarily spared this way. Sir, this is it. Gray led Ty to the cold storage. The interior space was vast and empty, just as Gray had said. Apart from a few exhaust vents, even sunlight couldn't penetrate. Sir, we need to bring cotton and all the food inside. Otherwise, we will starve to death. Is this okay? Gray asked cautiously. Ty nodded and walked into the cold storage. He didn't care whether these people would try to lock him inside. If they really had that intention, he wouldn't mind testing his bloodshed blade. Sure enough, when Ty entered the cold storage, 2 individuals indeed had such intentions. They planned to lock Ty inside, thinking that when the military came, they could possibly claim a reward with Ty. However, just as these 2 were about to close the door, they were stopped by a dream nearby. Do you want to die? The dream whispered angrily. Sister Ruoxuan, locking him in means we can survive. The 2 men didn't understand Brenna's thoughts. That man can punch through Vernon's skull with 1 blow. Do you think he can't break this iron door? After Brenna's explanation, the 2 men gave up their idea. Ty turned around, looking at the door. The 2 men still had their hands on the door handle of the cold storage, while Brenna stood beside them. Despite the collapse of civilization for a year, lacking cosmetics and regular baths, this dream still had a striking appearance. Compared to Mariah, this dream's face was even more captivating. Fortunately, she lived among the group organized by Gray. With such beauty, if she went to another refugee group, she wouldn't last 3 days before ending up naked, dead on the roadside, or even causing battles among refugees. Tai slowly walked out of the cold storage. After checking around, he found no hidden passages. Seeing Tai come out, the two men immediately released the door handles and respectfully stood aside, silent. Having certain thoughts requires paying the corresponding price. Tai walked to the two men, and just as he was about to chop off their hands, Brenna directly blocked in front of the two men. Knowing one's fault and being able to correct it is the best thing. Everyone has bad thoughts, but stopping these thoughts in time is meant to eliminate the price that must be paid, isn't it? Brenna looked at Tai with large eyes that showed no hint of fear, as if she were a female general confronting an enemy. Seeing Brenna's expression, Tai's face revealed a smile. This was the first time he had met a dream with such courage and intelligence. Although Mariah had a good IQ, her personality already determined that she could not achieve much in this apocalypse. That makes sense. Tai nodded, then grabbed Mariah's hand and lifted it up. But, for defying me like this, what should the price be? Tai whispered into Brenna's ear. Sir, we know we're wrong. Please spare Sister Ruoxuan. The two men, seeing Tai's intimate actions toward Brenna, instantly sensed something was amiss and fell to their knees, begging him. However, Brenna didn't plan to surrender so easily. In the moment Tai leaned close to whisper in her ear, a dagger slipped out from her sleeve. As the two men knelt and begged for mercy, distracting Tai momentarily, Brenna immediately raised the dagger and stabbed toward Tai. But unfortunately, bullets couldn't penetrate Tai's skin, let alone a dagger wielded by a dream breaking his defense. Swoosh! Tai directly gripped the dagger, then pushed forward, pulling Brenna towards him. In the next second, using her momentum against her, he disarmed her and pushed her away. Compared to Vernon, you are much smarter. Tai looked at the dagger in his hand, then glanced at Brenna on the ground staring straight at him, offering praise. Chapter 240. The worst-case scenario. At this moment, Callan was leading the people carrying supplies and had just arrived near the cold storage when he saw Tai holding a dagger and Brenna lying on the ground. What happened? Callan hurriedly threw away the supplies in his hands, ran to their side, and looked panicked. Brenna must not be hurt. Among these people, he valued Brenna the most. This girl, he treated her as if she were his own daughter. His encounter with Brenna was half a year ago when the power plant had just been transformed into a refugee shelter. It was during that time that he met Brenna. Brenna wasn't originally from Tianqing but came from elsewhere. However, she didn't come here to escape but to seek revenge. After she avenged herself, covered in blood, she collapsed beside the power plant. Back then, everyone opposed letting Brenna stay because they thought her bloody state indicated that she had been slashed by zombies, which could pose a danger to others. But Callan decided to take her in. With subsequent treatment, Brenna gradually woke up from her semi-coma. Later, Callan learned from her why she had so many injuries. Brenna used to be both an apprentice and an assistant at a martial arts studio. Due to its remote location, few people came to learn martial arts there. Only Brenna and a man were there. This man did not join the martial arts studio to truly practice martial arts, but coveted Brenna's master's ancestral martial arts skills. However, Brenna's master did not favor this man. With no offspring of his own, he intended to pass the martial arts manual to Brenna. On the day of the handover, Davis suddenly had malicious intentions and took advantage of her master retrieving something to murder him. And coincidentally, it was also the outbreak of the apocalypse. Unable to call the police or seek help, she decided to avenge her master herself. Thus, she chased Davis all the way from her city to Tianqing, finally managing to kill him at the cost of severe injury to herself. Brenna was a dream who valued righteousness deeply. To repay Callan for saving her life, she decided to stay and help him. Since then, although Brenna's personality was straightforward, in other aspects, she could be described as perfect. Smart, calm, skilled in martial arts, and very beautiful. This made everyone gradually treat Brenna as another Callan. When Tai came to demand electricity, she initially did not intervene because Tai came without murderous intent, and Callan had already agreed to provide the electricity. Therefore, she chose not to act. However, when Tai returned, Brenna had already prepared for the worst. Initially, she planned to let Tai make the first move and then defend herself. Her basic principle was not to initiate attacks unless the other party acted first. That was why she remained silent among the crowd. But now, Tai had forced her to act. Callan considered these people his family, and naturally, they were hers too. So, she couldn't allow Tai to harm them in any way. Tai ignored Callan's attempts to persuade and coldly looked at Brenna. Do you think you can win against me? Tai clenched the dagger in his hand into a piece of scrap iron and asked sternly. During the war, did our ancestors not go to battle knowing they might die? Brenna stood up with one hand on the ground and replied calmly. Raising the stakes? Is it the same? Tai, for some reason, felt patient and did not intend to kill this dream. Perhaps it was the resonance within his soul. This dream seemed different from the others he had encountered. Invasion of home and killing compatriots, how is it different? Brenna hadn't planned to fight yet because she knew she wouldn't be a match for Davis in front of her. So, she needed to delay until he lowered his guard. Haha, I only kill those who threaten my life, and you've already threatened mine. I like giving people choices. Now I'll give you two. Either follow me, or I kill everyone here and take you anyway. Choose. Tai smiled as he looked at Brenna. This dream, merely by her concealed dagger technique and striking the vital point, had combat abilities comparable to Nash. He urgently needed a powerful warrior for his team. Hermes was an uncertain factor, and due to the source weapon, Nash would join Tai in battles. This left Stevie and Petra without anyone to protect them. Stevie, being an important technical staff member, could not be left vulnerable, and Brenna was a perfect fit to be a bodyguard. Taking her away to become the protector of Stevie and Petra seemed like a good choice. However, this dream would be a tough nut to crack. Tai looked into Brenna's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent. This dream perfectly embodied the phrase, women can be as valiant as men. Her actions provided the best explanation for it. Brenna stared at Tai, sensing that he wasn't lying. He truly had the capability to kill everyone here. No, at least old Walta mustn't die here. Brenna had considered fighting Tai, but Aniu served as an excellent reference point. Though her strength far exceeded Aniu's, she couldn't deliver a killing blow in one punch, while Tai could. This alone was enough to illustrate the problem. The only solution now was to agree to go with him. Brenna glanced at the two people still kneeling behind her. They were filled with regret. If they hadn't harbored ill intentions, Brenna wouldn't have offended Tai, and none of these events would have unfolded. You two get up. Brenna helped the two people rise from their knees. Sisya. One of the men wanted to speak, but Brenna shook her head to stop him. I agree to go with you, but you must come to Tianqing at least once a month to let them out of the cold storage for some fresh air. Brenna was smart and naturally knew why Tai wanted to take her. Thus, she also put forward her own condition. Do you really have a choice? Tai looked at Brenna and asked in a deep voice. As long as you agree, I will do whatever you ask. Brenna responded coldly. She had no family. Her master at the martial arts studio had adopted her. That was why she was both an apprentice and an assistant. Her master's death and the outbreak of the apocalypse meant that besides Callan, she had no other ties. Therefore, as long as she could ensure Callan's safety, she was willing to do anything. Chapter 241. How nice it would be if the apocalypse had not happened. Tai's eyebrows slightly raised. He naturally knew what calculations Brenna had made, wanting to use himself as a bargaining chip to exchange for Callan and others' brief freedom every month. Moreover, Brenna had also gambled on the certainty that Tai would never kill her, because only Callan could control the machines. Once she was dead, Callan would no longer be able to help Tai transmit electricity. Thus, this way, she could guarantee her own safety, as well as ensure that Callan had an opportunity to breathe fresh air every month. Of course, this arrangement benefited Brenna, but it also benefited Tai. By using Callan's life as leverage, this ensured that Brenna would protect Stevie and Petra's safety. Once they enter the cold storage, you come with me. Tai looked at Brenna and smiled in amusement. Brenna did not reply, but squatted down to help Callan lift the bedding beside him. Old Mr. Waltu, let's go. It's getting dark. Let's set up things first. After saying that, Brenna walked into the cold storage with the bedding. Callan watched Brenna's back and glanced at Tai. Thud. Without any hesitation, Callan fell to his knees before Tai. His already aged body looked even more frail after kneeling down. Sir, please show mercy and spare us. You need power, and we have provided it. You said you don't want these matters exposed, and we will comply. Why are you doing this? Callan's eyes were somewhat turbid. Though old, he was not foolish. He naturally knew what Tai intended by taking Brenna away. In the past, a few passing refugees had seen Brenna's beauty and wanted to take her for themselves, but were all driven off by Brenna. But Tai was different from those refugees. If he truly wanted Brenna, none of them could possibly stop him. Looking at the Damien kneeling on the ground, Tai, truthfully, had no significant ill will towards him. Anyone who could manage the power plant efficiently and unite everyone deserved respect. However, unity did not mean everyone shared the same moral standards. If those two men hadn't planned to imprison him in the cold storage, he wouldn't have acted this way. Adhering to the principle of non-aggression unless provoked, and tenfold retaliation if so, Tai would not easily give in. There is another choice. Kill these two men, and you can have Brenna. What do you think? At this moment, Tai was perceived by everyone as a beast more terrifying than the devil, devoid of any emotion. What are you doing, old Mr. Waltu? After placing the bedding, Brenna rushed over to help Callan up when she saw him kneeling. Trust me, everything will be fine. He previously told me that it's just going somewhere to find something, nothing harmful will happen to me. To calm Callan, Brenna fabricated a reason. Callan glanced at Tai, then at the two men beside him, and sighed deeply. Trading one life for two, how could he possibly make such a choice? It was like deciding whether to save the child or the worker on the railroad tracks. If possible, he would rather run into the middle of the tracks and sacrifice himself to stop the train. But the force of the train before him was too overwhelming. Even if he tried his hardest to stop it, it would ultimately be futile. Old Mr. Waltu, Sister Sia, it was our fault. The two men exchanged glances, having heard Tai's offer. As men, they had to take responsibility for their actions. Mr. Yi, we hope you will keep your promise and spare Sister Sia with our lives. Speaking these words, tears hung at the corners of their eyes, and their entire bodies trembled. Then, moving forward, they aimed straight for the slightly protruding metal spike ahead. They intended to trade their deaths for Brenna's return. Being men, they chose to act with dignity. Tai watched their actions and laughed. But the next moment, a figure blocked their path. With arms outstretched like an eagle spreading its wings, Brenna stopped both men effortlessly. This strength. Tai observed Brenna's slender arms, which managed to hold back two men nearly 6 feet tall. These two men were sprinting towards her. The impact would have been immense. Even a fitness coach or a special forces soldier might have struggled to stop them. Yet, Brenna held them firmly, as if exerting no effort at all. However, Tai's sharp eyes detected something peculiar. Brenna was able to stop them not by brute force, but by redirecting their force using her arms, unloading the majority of their strength and then intercepting them. In appearance, this method resembled the principle of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, derived from Tai Chi. Could this be Brenna's unique martial skill? What are you two doing? Do you want to die like this? Who will stay behind to protect old Mr. Waltu? Brenna pushed the two men away instantly, causing them to fall to the ground. Through this push, Tai could more clearly gauge Brenna's abilities. She redirected their force and converted it into her own, then applied it back to them. By utilizing the feminine body's suppleness and softness, she also compensated for the lack of strength typically associated with women. This move appeared to be intended to stop the two men, but in reality, it was meant to showcase her value to Tai, ensuring the safety of Callan and others. This girl's meticulousness might even surpass that of Nash. Shouldn't we go in now? We've delayed for so long. Tai shifted his gaze to Callan and said, "Yes, I'll organize everyone to enter the cold storage immediately." Callan nodded hastily. "Ruoxuan, take care of yourself outside. You're too straightforward." After speaking, Callan removed a jade pendant from around his neck, which hung with an image of Guani. "I've worn this jade pendant for over 20 years. It was passed down to me by my mother. It brings good luck. Take it, and be careful on your way." Callan placed the jade pendant in Brenna's hand and then hobbled toward the cold storage step by step, as if he were a lost soul entering darkness, looking both lonely and desolate. Watching Callan's retreating back, Brenna's eyes turned slightly red, revealing a hint of sadness. Apart from her master, Callan was the second person who made her feel warmth like home. No matter what, she had to survive. As Callan's figure disappeared completely, Brenna murmured, "How nice it would be if the apocalypse had not happened." Chapter 242. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. After Grover and others were locked in the cold storage, Tai directly led Brenna towards the direction outside Tianqing. "Do you have any available means of transportation nearby?" Tai wanted to save time and asked. "No." Brenna shook her head. "Never go out? How do you solve the food problem?" "There's land nearby where we can grow vegetables." Brenna answered Tai indifferently. It was clear that she harbored some resentment and aversion toward Tai and did not want to talk much with him. Naturally, this also provoked Tai's dissatisfaction. He had little patience with most people, even if Brenna was somewhat useful to him. "Don't forget what you promised me back then." Tai was dissatisfied with Brenna's casual response and said sternly, "I meant that you could order me to do anything, not that I must answer everything." Brenna didn't apologize, but confronted Tai directly. "Is that so?" Tai turned to look at Brenna, scanning her body with a very frivolous gaze. Apart from her exquisite facial features, her figure was quite impressive, probably honed by daily martial arts practice. Her body proportion was around 3 parts top to 7 parts bottom, with ample curves where they should be. Even during the winter, the loose clothes couldn't completely hide Brenna's physique. And Brenna felt Tai's strange gaze. "Is he going to do something to me?" Brenna slightly frowned, recalling that when she initially agreed to Tai, she naturally considered the possibility of such events happening. "If he really wants to do that, I wouldn't refuse. I shouldn't confront him head-on." In the tense and silent atmosphere, Brenna looked at Tai and muttered softly, "I'm sorry." Though it was quick, Tai still heard it clearly. He noticed that after saying sorry, Brenna's ears immediately turned red, followed by her cheeks becoming as red as apples, while her large eyes flickered downward at the ground. This reaction wasn't due to shyness, but more like trampling on her own self-respect. When Grover was about to leave, he told Brenna not to be too straightforward in speech or demeanor. Straightforward speakers often have strong pride. Once words are spoken, they find it hard to take them back. For Brenna to say such things in front of someone she disliked made her extremely embarrassed. The corner of Tai's mouth slightly lifted. Seeing the girl's expression, his desire to punish her instantly vanished. "It seems she thinks I'm after her body, hence she wants to apologize to stop me. That might work well. I can use this to threaten her in the future. Let's continue on our way." Tai stopped lingering on the matter and walked towards the outskirts of Tianqing. "Where are we going?" Brenna looked around as they had already left Tianqing and asked curiously. "Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. It's none of your concern." Tai found a car with the key inside and said, "Oh." Due to this sentence, Brenna did not ask Tai any questions for the rest of the journey. More amusingly, whenever Tai asked her a question, she would start with, "Don't ask what shouldn't be asked," leaving Tai speechless. "Get in the car." Tai started the car, driving next to Brenna, and said coldly. Brenna opened the door and sat in the passenger seat without speaking, quietly gazing out the window. The scenery outside Tianqing had fewer scenes of destruction compared to inside but had a desolate and oppressive atmosphere. Dual City? Brenna murmured as they were now on the road leading to Dual City. Could his base be in Dual City? No, the disaster in Dual City is even worse than Tianqing. Tianqing only has creatures like earthworms, while Dual City is occupied by several powerful mutants, each as formidable as the Worm King. Therefore, establishing a base in Dual City would almost be suicidal. Of course, these reports could be incorrect since all her information came from a refugee who escaped from Dual City. But assuming the intelligence is correct, he's not going to Dual City to establish a base, but rather to find or deal with something. Electricity, right. His battle with the Worm King damaged the ground. which caused some high-voltage cables connecting to other cities to be damaged. Could it be that he wants to reroute the connection to another place via Dual City? There are two cities near Dual City, one is Chongqing, and the other is Shanghai. Shanghai City is occupied by the military, but due to its large population, there are an enormous number of zombies there. Although the military has established a defense line, they experience large-scale zombie waves daily. To get out from there, apart from flying, it's almost impossible. So, only one possibility remains. His destination is Chongqing City. He came out from Chongqing City. For electricity, he either needs to solve the personnel issue. But given his character, it's almost impossible for him to establish a refugee camp on the scale of a military district. So, why does he need electricity? Just for daily use, there would be no need to chain the electricity from the 18th special zone unless it's for high power consumption. And for high power consumption, there is only one possibility. He must be conducting some research, something like the strange ability in his body, perhaps it's been modified. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, she knows that no matter what methods people use, it's impossible to achieve such terrifying defense, speed, and strength. Research implies studying human body modifications, which requires massive amounts of electricity. Brenna looked at Tai driving ahead, but did not disclose all her analysis. Sometimes, knowing too much can make you die easier. Forget it. Thinking too much won't help. Since escape is impossible anyway, overthinking is futile. Just as Brenna was about to clear her mind, Tai suddenly slammed on the brakes, stopping the car. Hey, do you know how to drive? Tai turned around and asked Brenna. Yes. Come here, you drive. According to our deal, you're my slave now. It doesn't make sense for the master to drive while the slave rides. You take the wheel. You. Brenna wanted to argue but thought for a moment and realized she was in the wrong. She swallowed her words and got into the driver's seat. Chapter 243. The Vulnerable in the Apocalypse. After Tai told Brenna the destination, he lay down on the back seat and gradually fell asleep. He had not closed his eyes since traveling from Walton Village to Tianqing City, and even the strongest person needs rest. Alistair, will scattering nails on this road work? I don't think anyone is coming to Double City. At this moment, two men were spreading nails along the road entering Double City. Don't worry about whether it works or not. Just do it. If a car comes, it's our good luck. If no one comes, consider it exercise for the body, said Davis called Alistair, his lips curling to reveal four large, black front teeth. Oh, the news of Double City has been spread by those fleeing refugees. Now, few people come here. Alistair, it's been 3 days. What will we do if no cars come? The Benito rubbed his stomach. Although it was bulging, it was obvious that he had stuffed it with dirt. 2 months ago, the defenses of Double City were completely overrun, and numerous refugees fled, spreading news of what had happened there. These two live by robbery, and this event severely impacted their business. If no more cars come, we'll have to go to other cities, Davis said. As they talked, suddenly the sound of a car came from ahead. Alistair, a car is coming. The Benito, who had been listless, immediately perked up, hurriedly standing and looking toward the front. It's a red sedan, with 2 people in it, seemingly 2 elderly individuals, said the Benito. Elderly? Sammy frowned slightly. Why would 2 elderly people be coming to Double City? Don't they know this place has been devastated by zombies? Screech. The red car passed over something on the road, and suddenly, the tires made a bursting sound. Slowly, the air in the car's tires leaked out, forcing it to stop. What's happening, old man? The elderly dream sitting in the passenger seat asked anxiously as the car stopped. There seemed to be nails on the road that punctured the tires, the Damien sighed involuntarily. Their journey had been incredibly difficult. First, they went to Shanghai City, but it was besieged by zombies, making entry impossible. Then, they tried Tiandu City beside Shanghai City but encountered a military battle against zombies. In the end, they chose the nearby Double City for refuge. They aimed to find a relatively safe house to live out their remaining days. Since the outbreak of zombies over a year ago, they spent most of their time on the road. They watched their son mutate and their grandson get bitten to death. Having lived so long, they felt desperate and hopeless about this world. They just wanted to find a house, stay there for some time, and gradually fade away with the world. However, unexpectedly, the car's tires were punctured before even entering the city. Do we have a spare tire? The elderly dream looked around, worriedly asking. No, we already used the spare. The Damien shook his head. There seems to be an auto repair shop ahead. Should we check it out? She suggested upon noticing the nearby shop. Okay, let me get ready. The Damien put on a rugby uniform and protective gloves before getting out of the car. Lock the car and keep this for protection. Before leaving, the Damien handed a fruit knife to the dream and cautiously headed toward the repair shop. This rugby outfit had saved his life for the past year, providing substantial defense against zombie and mutant attacks. With a firm grip on a hoe, the Damien slowly approached the repair shop. Is anyone here? He called out. After a long pause, there was no response. The reason he spoke was to check if any zombies were inside. Their noises could attract them, preventing any surprise attacks once he entered. Convinced there were no zombies, the Damien relaxed and started searching for supplies. Hidden behind the house, the 2 thugs exchanged glances and swiftly moved behind the Damien to subdue him. Old man. The elderly dream sitting in the car shouted, seeing this happen, but due to the car's excellent soundproofing and the Damien's hearing loss, he did not hear her warning. Bang. The old man was directly choked by the neck by the thug, and then fell to the ground. You. The old man's body had already entered the elderly stage, Even wearing a rugby uniform, he couldn't be a match for two middle-aged men. We don't kill people, we just want food. Is there any food in the car? There is. The old man nodded and immediately conceded. Take us there. Just as the two men lifted the old man and walked toward the exit of the auto repair shop, suddenly, the old dream blocked their way. Let go of my old man. The old dream tightly gripped the fruit knife with both hands, tears welling up in her eyes, and screamed at them. We just want food. Without food, we will starve to death. If you want to play hardball, we'll play too, got it? Sammy was not afraid of the fruit knife in the old dream's hand and shouted at them. As the old dream hesitated, the bonito took a quick step forward, directly pushing the old dream backward, knocking her to the ground. Go, find food. Sammy quickly walked towards the car. They looked at the piled-up food in the trunk, and the quantity was almost comparable to that of a small convenience store. Boss, why don't we just drive away with the car? The bonito choked up. In the year since the apocalypse began, this was the first time he saw so much food. Forget it, let's put all the food into the repair shop and leave the car for them, Davis said, looking at how the old man was helping the old dream up, seemingly moved by compassion. All right. The bonito did not insist and turned to look at the two elders, saying fiercely, come open the car. As long as you cooperate, we won't hurt you. The old man glanced at the old dream in his arms, his wife. If he could, he really wanted to kill these two. But he was old and lacked the strength. If he failed to defeat them, his wife would also be killed. To protect his wife, he could only resign himself to fate. This was the vulnerable in the apocalypse. Chapter 244, Elderly Lovers in Their Twilight Years. The old man carried the elderly dream to a nearby bench and then walked toward the two people. Can you leave us some? The old man watched as they frantically moved the food from the car, pleading with them. This food was all they had. If it was taken, both of them would starve to death. It didn't matter if he died, but he didn't want his wife to die along with him. Why so many words? Not robbing your car or killing you is already being nice. One of the men, sounding impatient, remarked from the side. Soon, all the food in the car was unloaded, leaving the back seat completely empty. Even the nutritional supplements for the old man were taken away. Can you leave us a little bit, just a little? The old man glanced at his wife, still leaning far away, and knelt down to beg the two men. In this post-apocalyptic world, getting food meant either joining the military zones or searching outside. But searching for food wasn't easy. One had to be wary of both humans and zombies. For the elderly, it was practically a death sentence. As for the military zones, they refused to accept the elderly, preventing them from entering. For the military zones, only those who could work could maintain normal development. The elderly were no longer able to provide benefits and would occupy too much space and food, completely detrimental and offering no advantages. So, he could only beg these two to leave some food for them. Otherwise, they would starve to death here. Either take your wife and go, or I'll kill you now. The junior member pulled out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the old man's head. Keaton, let's go, it's fine. Leaning against the wall, the elderly dream did not want to see her husband kneeling and begging, so she spoke up. No, I can go without food, but you cannot. The old man desperately bowed his head to the ground before the two men. But the two men paid no heed and walked into the repair shop carrying pile after pile of food. The elderly dream used her hands for support and slowly got up, walking toward the old man. Keaton, it's okay. Get up. With no food, what will we do? What will happen? Tears streamed down the old man's eyes. He really wanted to fight these two, take back the food, but if something happened to him, what would happen to his wife? If it was just him, he would have chosen to fight without hesitation. But there were no ifs. A tire without air, can it still drive? The elderly dream gently touched the old man's cheek, her eyes soft, and asked softly, it should. Then let's go. Drive into the city and find a relatively clean house to live in for a while. The elderly dream shared her thoughts. But we don't have food. It's okay. Even if we don't, as long as you're by my side, dying would be blissful. The elderly dream shook her head, took the old man's hand, and led him back to the car. TCH, on the brink of death and still mimicking young lovers' romance. The junior member opened a can of luncheon meat, eating while listening to the two elders' conversation. The leader said nothing, silently eating the food in his hands. Not taking their food would mean starvation and death for themselves. What else could they do? This world was just like this. The old man drove the car silently with the elderly dream beside him, heading toward Double City. At the entrance of Double City, there weren't many zombies, as most had been lured away by the previous breach in defenses. The old couple parked their car under a standalone building. Compared to residential complexes, this building lacked fancy tiles, elevators, and gates. It was a dilapidated structure that could be demolished at any moment. But the elderly couple chose this place. They hobbled into the building. Without lavish decorations, it seemed more pristine to them. This door isn't locked. Wait here while I check inside. As the old man prepared to enter, the elderly dream grabbed his shoulder. I'll go with you. With tenderness in her eyes, she didn't want to part from her beloved again, not even when he faced danger alone. The old man hesitated, then held her hand and slowly walked into the room. The room was messy, likely left so by its owners fleeing. Though things were scattered, the layout remained simple and pure, fitting their needs. Let's stay here, live one good day. The old man stopped, gazing quietly out the window. Over the past year, they hadn't had a proper life. They were truly exhausted. Meanwhile, the The two men who had taken the elderly couple's food resumed their old tricks, scattering nails across the road. These supplies will last us for a long time, but we can't forget our old business. Sammy remarked. Hee, only you have such foresight, brother. Otherwise, this pile of food would have been wasted on those two useless old folks. The junior member flattered. Just as Davis was about to eat the instant noodles in his hand, the sound of an approaching car echoed from ahead. Hey, what's going on today? 2 cars in one day? The junior member put down his snacks, excitement evident on his face. After all, after a year of the apocalypse, seeing living humans was as rare as finding food, unless it was in designated refuge areas. This time, the car seemed significant. Sammy also put down his instant noodles and picked up the binoculars lying nearby, looking toward the front. It's a military vehicle. The junior member froze at Davis's words. A military vehicle? But there's only one. Shouldn't the army travel in groups? Sammy mused aloud. Boss, could it be a stolen vehicle? We have guns now. Hijacking a military vehicle shouldn't be too hard. The junior member suggested boldly. It's possible. Prepare yourself. Since there's only one, it shouldn't be a problem. Sammy stroked the pistol tucked into his waistband, his trump card. As long as the people inside weren't special forces or something similar, they posed no threat to him. Soon, the military vehicle approached. Just before driving over the road littered with nails, it suddenly stopped, mere centimeters away from the nails. What's happening? Sammy looked at the halted military vehicle, surprised. A few seconds after the vehicle stopped, the car door slowly opened, and 2 figures stepped out. Chapter 245. Eldest Alistair's Plan. Ty and Brenna got out of the car, looking at the nails scattered all over the ground ahead. Their eyes revealed a hint of smile. Do people in Double City always welcome guests like this? Ty turned to look at Brenna beside him, half-jokingly said. Clear away the nails and continue on our way. Ty did not intend for Brenna to reply. He returned to the car as if he was a wealthy man instructing his servant. Brenna didn't say anything. She pulled off a branch from the roadside and began sweeping the nails on the ground towards both sides. Eldest Alistair, that dream is so beautiful. Do you have to say that? Didn't I see it? Sammy looked at Brenna's face and could not help but choke. After wandering for a year in the apocalypse, what kind of women hadn't he seen? Those who were dressed up beautifully, once they took off their makeup, their true form would be revealed. Some had their skin become dry and irritable after being tortured by the end times for a year. But the dream cleaning the nails in front of him was different. Her skin was still smooth. The skin revealed in front of her collar seemed delicate enough to be broken by a gentle touch, extremely tempting. This girl must have very smooth skin. Images of having sex with Brenna appeared in the younger brother's mind. Boss, shall we directly rob them? The younger brother looked at Davis, suggesting. Once a person is satisfied with one thing, he will start to pursue the next. For example, you want a particular game, but it is expensive and you cannot afford it. When you finally get that game, you find yourself wanting to buy other games. This is the result of human desire. At first, these two were worried about food. After robbing the elderly couple of their food, they no longer needed to worry about food and started to develop other thoughts, namely lust for women. No, can't you see that Davis has a background? Sammy carefully thought about the actions and expressions of that man after he got out of the car. Although they had guns too, they should know that that man in Dream drove a military vehicle here. They might have weapons more powerful than pistols in their hands, which would make it not worth the risk. What do we do then? Can't let them run away just like that, can we? The younger brother asked in confusion. Why don't we find someone else to cooperate with? An eerie smile flashed across Davis's eyes. But, we can't even get into Double City. Who are we supposed to collaborate with? The younger brother was confused. Who says this someone else has to be a person? The hell you mean, eldest brother? Asking zombies to help us? Upon seeing the expression on Davis's face, the younger brother instantly reacted. As long as we get the zombies to eat that man, then we drive the car to save that dream. Won't that work? Sammy said. How? How do we attract the zombies? We can't use our own flesh to lure them, can we? The younger brother asked in bewilderment. Forget about the old couple? After saying that, Davis pointed to the ground. On the somewhat dirty and messy ground, there appeared a very fine black streak. When I was moving food from their car, I secretly tampered with it. As soon as they start the car, the oil in their tank will slowly flow out. If we follow this trail of oil, we can reach where the couple is. If we use them as bait, wouldn't that be perfect? A cold expression appeared on Davis's face. Compared to the straightforward little brother, this man was truly a sinister person. He seemed affectionate, but in fact, his actions made him the most heartless. But boss, after attracting the zombies over, they will go after that couple. If these two discover the problem, they will definitely escape. The little brother still did not understand what Davis meant and asked in puzzlement. Just do as I say, you don't need to understand. Now let's go start the car and make as much noise as possible. Sammy finished speaking and dragged the little brother towards the back of the garage. Should we head straight into the city after setting everything up? At this point, Brenna had swept all the nails to the side of the road and turned to ask Ty. However, this guy was already asleep with his feet propped up on the driver's seat, which greatly annoyed Brenna. This meant that while she drove, she would have to drive with his feet right behind her head, and she couldn't move Ty's feet, given her current subordinate relationship with Ty. Brenna threw away the branch in her hand and sat in the driver's seat. Fortunately, Ty's feet weren't smelly otherwise. Just as Brenna started the car, suddenly, the sound of an engine came from ahead. She looked forward sharply. A small car drove out from the auto repair shop, fully armed with spikes all around it, ready to easily crash through any surrounding zombies. It should be the guy in that car who scattered the nails on the ground. Brenna didn't plan to chase after the person in that car. After all, it was none of her business. Even if she were to chase, it would only happen if Ty ordered her to do so. However, just as Brenna was about to drive away, she was suddenly drawn to the bloodstains on the wooden boards of the repair shop. The blood on the board wasn't much, just a small smear. It must have been left behind by someone hitting their head there, but this blood appears to be fresh? Brenna pondered for a moment and understood the issue. The person driving the car must have killed for wealth, and before they arrived, someone had already experienced such a thing. The nails on the road were enough to indicate this. But why did they drive off? Could it be because this vehicle is a military one, causing them to have some reservations? Brenna looked forward. The car hadn't traveled far. It started fast but then slowed down, as if deliberately waiting for her. Brenna's eyebrows slightly raised, revealing a glint in her eyes. The people in that car probably intended to lead them somewhere, using some means to achieve a certain goal. Since that's the case, why not go along with their intentions? Maybe she could even take care of the guy in the back seat while she's at it. Even if she couldn't solve it, once Ty realized what happened, she could push all the blame onto the people in the car ahead. Yes, that's how she'll do it. Brenna formulated a plan based on her thoughts, then without further hesitation, followed them. Alistair, they are following us. Drive, follow the route those old couple took. Sammy sneered. It wouldn't be long before that dream would become his plaything. Chapter 246, A Foolish Plan? Brenna followed the car in front of her, moving forward. Soon, she discovered something odd. No matter where they drove, there would always be a black line on the road. That line was their ultimate goal. Soon, Brenna followed the car into Double City. The toll booth of Double City had completely become an abandoned site. One could even see a decapitated, completely rotten corpse in one of the booths. After entering Double City, it still required about half an hour's drive to reach the city center. This area was relatively desolate with few buildings, meaning there were also fewer zombies around. After following for about 20 minutes, Brenna came to a small town with the car in front. Compared to before, the environment here felt much more oppressive. And Brenna noticed that after entering this small town, the gasoline trail on the road disappeared. Boss, are you sure there are many zombies here? Why don't I see any? The Humbert's body trembled slightly. Although he was saying there were no zombies, he became much more scared inside. This place was too eerie. Sunlight couldn't seem to penetrate, even though it was still afternoon. This place is my old town. I escaped from here. The number of zombies here is almost half as much as in the city center. How can there not be zombies? These zombies are all inside the buildings. Our little town was among the first to know about the zombies. The government asked everyone to hide in their houses and not go out, but it wasn't a solution. Someone tried to escape to find food and ended up attracting zombies. Eventually, the zombies broke through doors, infecting everyone. Sammy reminisced about what happened before. They're all in the rooms. It's impossible for us to go upstairs to lure them. The Humbert was afraid his brother might ask him to do just that. Do you have a problem with your brain? After following me for so long, you're still so stupid. Why don't we just make noise and attract the zombies downstairs? Davis scolded. Oh, so that's how it is. You're smart, boss. Should I start now? The Humbert scratched his head hesitantly. Yeah, go ahead. Sammy nodded and moved his gaze elsewhere. He saw an auto repair shop with its entrance torn apart by large holes. He used to work at that repair shop. His life wasn't very monotonous back then. At least he got to meet various people, which was interesting. But a year had passed, and everything was different now. Those people who used to stand together chatting had all been killed by zombies. And he himself now looked like neither human nor ghost. Boom, boom, boom. The Humbert started the engine of the car, making a lot of noise, which surprised Brenna, who was following behind. They were trying to attract zombies? Brenna suddenly understood. They intended to attract the zombies and eliminate them, then loot their belongings. If that was the case, she couldn't fall into their trap. She dared to follow these two men because she believed her strength wouldn't let her fear humans. Even if they had guns, she could handle it. But if it was zombies, that was a different story. A large number of zombies could easily overwhelm her, and even a scratch could lead to immediate infection. She wouldn't take such a risk. Unfortunately, it was too late for Brenna to leave now. Sammy had deliberately lured her here. She was currently trapped between two bungalows, and a large number of zombies appeared behind her. There was no way to retreat. She could only keep driving forward. What awaited her ahead was a trap set by Davis. Damn it. Brenna didn't expect them to be so ruthless, planning to use zombies to kill her. Go! Sammy turned to look at the zombies chasing them and the approaching Brenna, urging them to hurry. Soon, they drove out of the town. Due to the narrow roads, only one car could pass through at a time. The two men intentionally slowed down, both to prevent Brenna from overtaking and to continue attracting the zombies. Boss, we're about to get out of here. The road will widen up. What if Brenna overtakes our car? What do you think? Why did I bring that dream to this town? To attract zombies, right? The Humbert scratched his head, puzzled. Bang. Sammy knocked on the Humbert's head. Are you driving, or am I driving? Before we entered the small town, didn't you see a very familiar car parked ahead? Sammy's words made his junior brother fall into deep thought. I remember now, it was the old couple's car. They didn't enter the city. The car was just parked by the roadside. The junior brother said, now let's drive back, and I'll block her. You get out of the car and find that old couple. Since they are driving a military vehicle, there's a possibility they are from the military. We'll use that old couple to threaten them. Either give us the dream, or let the old couple die with them. Sammy chuckled coldly. But what if they choose not to save the old couple? The junior brother asked. Are you an idiot? They have zombies chasing them from behind and our car blocking them from the front. Either wait to be bitten by zombies, or compromise. I'll let them pass if they comply. The reason Davis was so confident was that the car he was in had been professionally modified, making it immune to zombie collisions. So as long as their way out was blocked, they would naturally compromise. That old couple should be in that building. You go in and search door by door. Sammy handed the junior brother a magazine for a pistol, telling him to use it for breaking locks. All right. The junior brother got out of the car and ran towards the building quickly. This scene came into Brenna's eyes. Why did they go into the house? Brenna suddenly couldn't understand these two people's actions. Since they were leading zombies here, why did they detour to block their way? Wasn't this redundant? Looking ahead, Brenna saw that the road was completely blocked by the car in front. Behind her, a large number of zombies were rushing toward this place. She turned around to look at Ty, who was still sleeping in the back seat. Should she wake him up? Brenna frowned slightly, lost in thought. But she didn't know that Ty wasn't asleep but was pretending to be, wanting to see if this girl had good intentions or bad. Chapter 247. I don't know, and it has Waltel to do with me. Very soon, more and more zombies came from behind, completely blocking the road. Brenna looked at Ty, who was still asleep. She now had two options. One was to park the car sideways in the middle of the road and let Ty be the bait to lure this group of zombies away, while she took the chance to hijack the two people's car ahead. Once Ty died, she could drive back to save Walter, Rubin, and the others. The other option was to wake up Ty and escape with him. However, in that case, she would suffer long-term servitude from Ty. Which one? A drop of sweat slid down Brenna's forehead. It was autumn turning into winter. Yet despite the cold weather, Brenna felt a heat that clearly showed how conflicted she was. Ty, wake up. Brenna ultimately chose the second option. Ty possessed the strength to shatter Vernon with a punch and eliminate the Worm King. Even if there were many zombies here, their number wouldn't exceed those in Tion City. Therefore, choosing the first option meant that once Ty realized her scheme, she and even Walter, Rubin, and the others would be jeopardized by her decision. What's wrong? Ty rubbed his eyes, looking drowsy, and asked with puzzlement. If pretending, she must go all the way. Look behind us. Brenna pointed out the side window of the car and said, Zombies? Ty raised an eyebrow slightly and turned to look at the front again. Get out of the car first. Although for Ty, these zombies could easily be dealt with by lifting his hand, there was no need at present. He wanted to see what the two people in front were up to. Just as Ty and Brenna got out of the car, the henchman also entered the building. He searched floor by floor and finally found some clues in a room on the first floor. He saw some tools from the old couple's car, indicating they were in this room. The henchman cautiously approached inside, afraid of alarming them prematurely. Kitchen? None. Bathroom? None. First room? None. The henchman slowly arrived at the living room. This is... What he saw gave him a great shock. Right before him stood the old couple. However, they hung themselves in front of him. After resting here for an hour, the old couple decided to die together. They did not want to experience being starved to death nor witness each other's painful death. Therefore, they decided to end their lives in this room. Until their death, they held hands. Even enduring the suffocating pain caused by hanging, their hands never parted. They loved each other so much. It's often said that when disaster strikes, couples fly off in different directions like birds from the same forest. But truly loving partners, why would they choose to flee alone? The henchman slowly walked over and saw words carved beside the two elders. It read, Keaton, Violetta visited here. These were the names of the two elders. They didn't write grand love vows or lament about injustices and experiences. The phrase, visited here, instead highlighted their liberation. The henchman started to panic. Without these two elders as leverage, how could he threaten Davis and Dream? The henchman quickly looked around and saw a half-open powder compact on the coffee table and a folded wheelchair on the balcony, giving him an idea. The henchman rushed to the old lady, trying to take her down but found the two elderly tightly holding hands, unable to separate. Damn it! The henchman swore, using all his strength to get her down. Then, he opened the powder compact, covering the old lady's neck bruise with foundation, hoping to mask the marks. Next, he carried the old lady to the wheelchair and headed downstairs. Boss, I'm here. Breathing heavily, the henchman brought the old lady to the ground. Seeing the henchman pushing the old lady, the boss then got off the car relieved. At this moment, Ty and Brenna were only about 300 meters away. Why is she in a wheelchair? Sammy noticed something odd about the closed-eyed old lady sitting in a wheelchair and asked curiously. Boss, they were already dead when I went up, the henchman whispered into the boss's ear. What? Dead? The boss was stunned by the henchman's report. Make do. They definitely won't see clearly from this distance. The henchman said. All right. Sammy nodded, looking at Ty and Brenna who were walking toward them. Stop there. Hearing Davis's clown-like tone, Ty chuckled softly. They ignored Davis's words and continued walking forward. This time, it pushed Davis to his limits. He narrowed his eyes at Ty and Brenna, noticing neither of them was carrying rifles or other weapons. If they had any, it would only be concealed handguns, giving him some confidence. Then, Davis took out his handgun and fired a shot into the sky, signaling for Ty and the other to stop. Why didn't you shoot that guy instead of firing into the sky? The henchman next to him was puzzled by his actions. Who asked you? Sammy reacted instantly to the henchman's reminder, but he didn't agree with him. Otherwise, what face would he have as the boss? If you take one more step forward, I'll kill this old dream. Sammy finished speaking and pressed the gun against the old dream's temple. Funny. Ty looked at Davis's actions and mocked him. What did the old man's death have to do with him? Was he really mistaken for someone who saves everyone he sees like a saint? He wasn't that great. Besides, that old man was probably already dead. What do you think these two clowns are thinking? Trying to make me stop with a dead body? Ty stopped and asked Brenna. I don't know, and it has little to do with me. Brenna's answer made Ty pause in surprise. Well played. Wasn't this payback? Earlier, Ty had used almost the same reply to her, and she held a grudge. Ty, having been outwitted, didn't ask Brenna further but turned his gaze to the two men ahead. He cracked a slight smile. Hey, you two. How do you want to die? Chapter 248. I'll kill my companion. Spare my wolf. Ty's sudden words made both men pause for a moment. Big Alistair. What does he mean by that? The younger man beside him looked at Ty standing there with a smile on his face, asking somewhat worriedly. He might just be trying to scare us. Don't panic. He has no weapon in his hand. Even if he were to pull one out from his body, it would take time, and we could just shoot during that time. Sammy had already formulated an entire plan as he spoke. However, this seemingly cautious strategy was nothing more than child's play in Ty's eyes, primitive and uninteresting. You want to use this old man to threaten me. Either you have your eyes on something in my car, or on the beautiful dream beside me. But then, there is not much worth taking in my car. So, it means you want to enjoy the world's beauty with this lady, right? Ty's words made Brenna fume slightly. What audacity. But based on Ty's analysis, it seemed accurate indeed. Before the two men could respond, Ty continued slowly. You think using this old dream to threaten us? You believe we might be military personnel and thus won't stand idly by and watch, correct? Ty's self-questioning and answering directly startled both Davis and his junior. How does this guy know everything? You. Don't rush to answer my question. Ty interrupted again, continuing. You made two very serious mistakes. First, you overestimated the kindness of the military. It's impossible for an old person to enter the military base, let alone be rescued. So even if I am from the military, I wouldn't save them. Second, neither of us are from the military nor Tang Seng type saints. Why should we care about this old dream's death? Moreover, this elderly person is already dead. Ty's words not only frightened those two, but also made Brenna sense something was off. It seems like this guy knows everything. Also, next time when you make a plan, can you be smarter? That small town wasn't the perfect spot to ambush this dream? Why come here specifically? It turns out you overestimated yourselves. I originally planned to use you to test the intelligence of this young lady beside me, but it seems the ones lacking intelligence are you. Ty's tirade enraged the two men, feeling insulted instantly. Both picked up their guns and fired at Ty. Brenna, overhearing Ty's words, felt a twinge of resentment in her heart. So, this guy was never sleeping. All of this was just to test me. Fortunately, no inappropriate actions were taken. Otherwise, she feared her outcome might have been worse. As Brenna was contemplating, Ty placed his hand on her shoulder, his icy voice entering her ears. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Let this be the first and last time. Ty's warning made Brenna shudder. If someone whose strength reaches the pinnacle is a formidable enemy who keeps others at bay, then someone with both peak strength and intelligence is an invincible opponent without any weaknesses. Victory against such a person is impossible. I understand. Brenna did not argue. The wise adapt to changing circumstances. If you can impress me later, maybe Waltonel and the others will come out sooner. Ty wasn't foolish. Bringing Brenna along wasn't to tame her, but to recruit her into his team as a killer. With her impression of him currently negative, he naturally aimed to change her perception gradually. Slap. A hand blocked in front of Brenna. Then, that hand skillfully turned, and two bullets slowly slid out of Ty's hand. Brenna looked up at Ty. His face still held a smile, warmer now compared to the coldness earlier. There was even a hint of human warmth in his eyes. Brenna wasn't surprised that Ty blocked the bullets. After all, this was the guy who could deal with the Worm King. Blocking bullets would be nothing. But, is he tempting me? You look better when you don't laugh. Brenna's unexpected comment left Ty speechless. What a trickster. He helps me block bullets, yet finds a way to call me ugly. Truly impressive. Ty helplessly shrugged his shoulders and looked behind him. The group of zombies had already turned the military vehicle into shambles. They surged forward like a spring tide, heading straight for Ty. Can you take care of those two? They have guns. Ty asked. I should be able to. Brenna's reflexes were incredibly fast. She was confident that she could dodge bullets the instant they fired. Once close up, the opponents would no longer be her match. I'll deal with the zombies. You handle those two. Leave one alive and don't cripple him. We can use him as a guide. Ty instructed. Then a dagger glowing with lightning appeared in his hand as he charged toward the horde of zombies. Meanwhile, Brenna, back-to-back with Ty, dashed towards the two men ahead. Just as the two men prepared to shoot at Ty again, they were dumbfounded by his actions. Alistair. He's charging into the zombies. Alistair, look. Those zombies. The younger man's consecutive exclamations made the older one realize the severity of the situation. Infinite lightning flickered from Ty's dagger. In his eyes, those zombies were like stalks of wheat, easily broken with just a slight slash. The older man gulped, glancing at Brenna sprinting towards him. He knew that if he didn't come up with a perfect plan soon, he would definitely be killed by this dream. Neither of these two were ordinary people. Even with a gun, there was no way to deal with them. You take care of the dream. I'll handle Davis. We shoot at the same time, and don't let them react. The older man ordered the younger one beside him. Got it, Alistair. The younger man raised his gun and aimed at Brenna. He didn't care about love or pleasure anymore. All he wanted was to survive. Die, bitch. As the younger man aimed at Brenna and pulled the trigger, the older man also raised his gun, but instead of aiming at Ty, he pointed it at the younger man beside him. Bang! A bullet pierced the younger man's temple, and he fell to the ground, losing consciousness. He never expected his own brother to become the one who killed him. Immediately after, the older man threw his gun on the ground, knelt down, and started banging his head on the ground before Brenna. Chapter 249, Entering Double City. This is all his idea. It has nothing to do with me. He just tried to harm you, and now I'm trying to make up for it. Please, spare my life. The moment Brenna approached, Davis had already devised a plan to use his subordinate as a scapegoat, thus giving himself a chance to survive. Brenna knew that Davis was acting, but since Ty had insisted on keeping one person alive to serve as a guide, she couldn't kill him either. However, based on Ty's deduction earlier, the old man had been dead long ago. These people had been using his corpse as a tool, which was truly despicable. Unlike Ty, Brenna wasn't so heartless. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stayed behind to help Waltonel manage the power plant after he saved her. So, she felt an intense anger toward Davis. Seeing that Brenna hadn't said anything, Davis thought his plea for mercy wasn't convincing enough. He began kowtowing to her like a dog, but this action only inflamed Brenna's emotions further. Bang! Brenna punched Davis in the face. Several teeth flew out of his mouth, and he fell backward onto the ground. I'll spare your life for now. Brenna grabbed Davis by his shirt and dragged him toward the car like pulling some object. As he was being dragged, Davis glanced at Ty ahead. Those hundreds of zombies had all fallen to the ground within minutes, and the air was still filled with the smell of burning. Can a human really do this? Sammy felt relieved that things hadn't escalated too far. At least they chose to spare his life. Maybe this was his chance to turn things around. If he could join their group, his future would definitely be more comfortable. Moreover, these two didn't seem to be a couple. If he spent enough time with them, perhaps he could win over this girl's heart. Sammy was imagining various possibilities. In his mind, the fact that they hadn't killed him directly meant they weren't ruthless killers, leaving room for negotiation. Hey, this car isn't bad. Ty put away the Waltoning dagger and walked toward Brenna. Seeing the modified vehicle, a rare smile appeared on Ty's face. The car had been fitted with high-end automotive parts by Davis, making its speed comparable to some mid-level sports cars. Additionally, defensive features like spikes and a shovel-like front end similar to excavator blades were added around it. This allowed it to forcefully push through large groups of zombies if necessary. Hearing Ty's comment, Davis lying on the ground felt a surge of joy. Now was the time to show off. This car is my modification. I used to work at an auto repair shop, so I'm familiar with most car parts. Sammy hastily explained. Did I ask? Ty's cold expression and icy tone left Davis speechless, unsure of what to say. He harbored resentment inside, thinking if he had the ability to wipe out those zombies, he'd make these two suffer terribly. However, he still maintained a smile on his face. Do you know why I'm sparing your life? Ty tossed Davis into the back seat, forcing Brenna to sit in the passenger seat. Sir, you want me to guide you, right? Not bad. You've got some intelligence. Ty raised an eyebrow, seemingly satisfied with Davis's response. Sir, you picked the right person. I know every road around here inside out. Even if you need directions to the most remote corners, I can find them for you. Sammy immediately expressed his willingness to cooperate, appearing submissive and fearful of offending Ty. Take us to the power plant in Double City. Ty didn't waste words and directly stated his goal. Take the power plant? Upon hearing Ty's words, Davis couldn't help but shudder. Although he had never been there, living near the exit of the city meant he inevitably encountered people fleeing from within. From their stories, expressions, and conversations, he could tell that the area around the power plant was teeming with many dangerous monsters. Moreover, he had heard from someone that the power plant was the lair of a boss controlling part of Double City. Though Ty could easily deal with those zombies, the difference between zombies and mutated creatures was like comparing a son to his father. There was no comparison. So, going to the power plant was equivalent to a death sentence. Big brother, we really shouldn't go there. How about we choose another place? Sammy hurriedly tried to dissuade them. He truly did not want to follow Ty and go to his death. Sure, then you die here. Without saying another word, Ty directly pulled out the dagger from Brenna's waist and stabbed toward Davis's neck. Big brother, no, I'll take you there. Let's talk this through. Sammy closed his eyes in fear and hastily begged for mercy. However, Brenna beside him was angered by Ty's actions. This guy had his own weapon. Why did he need her dagger? And just now, he touched her waist directly. Moreover, her dagger was hidden very discreetly, covered by her coat. There was no way he should have noticed it. Give directions. Ty threw the dagger back to Brenna without a word of thanks and silently started the car. Keep driving straight ahead. We need to enter the downtown area first. Sammy spoke cautiously, afraid of saying something wrong that would offend the big brother. Tell me about the current situation inside Double City. Be as detailed as possible. Although Tai currently possessed the ability to fight 6th stage mutants, this only applied to those with relatively low strength. If it were something like the Death Worm at the 6th stage, he might not even be enough to fill its teeth. In addition, Tai feared another issue. The zombie tide. Having been in this world for so many days, apart from battles with the giant infant and the stitched monster, he had almost never encountered a zombie tide. If a zombie tide broke out after they entered the power plant, it would be a very thorny problem. His current strength was not yet capable of handling large-scale zombie tides. Although the Crimson Lotus Cloak and Waltning Dagger could boost his abilities, their damage effects could only kill 3rd stage or lower mutants and zombies. And in the midst of a zombie tide, there would certainly be a large number of 3rd, or even 4th stage monsters, which would be a tough challenge for him. Therefore, avoiding a zombie tide would be the best scenario. Chapter 250. Waltzard? Monkey? After hearing Ty's words, Davis did not intend to hide anything either, since this also concerned his own life and death. I haven't really been inside either. Most of those who escaped were either eaten or infected. I'm just telling you what I heard from others. If there are any errors, please don't blame me. Sammy said astutely. Where are all these irrelevant words coming from? Just get to the point. Ty was irritated by Davis's talk and spoke impatiently. I'll say. There are 3 bosses lurking in Double City. It is said that they have all reached the late 5th stage. The power plant we are going to is the territory of a mutated lizard. It feeds on electricity and can reportedly change the weather temporarily to borrow heaven's lightning to attack enemies. Also, its tongue contains a deadly poison which can instantly melt anything it touches. Sammy recounted everything he knew in detail. Furthermore, the road leading into the power plant is extremely narrow, too small for ordinary cars. We can either ride motorcycles or go in on foot. After hearing Davis's explanation, Ty began to recall in his mind the battle scenes involving the mutated lizard he had encountered in his previous life. That was an encounter battle. The army he was with met a near 6th stage lizard during their migration. It similarly possessed the ability to control electricity, but its power far exceeded the Waltning Dagger by tens of times. Moreover, this kind of lizard reacted incredibly quickly. When preparing to attack it with heavy weapons, it would flee, only to come back and counterattack when there was no threat. Most troublesome of all was its innate ability, Waltum's Sacrifice. However, after mutation, this ability evolved. As long as it wasn't its head or body, any part could be severed and regrown. In other words, it was even harder to kill than a cockroach, a real indestructible pest. But the lizard's racial attributes far surpassed that of the earthworms. Although the earthworms are called earth dragons, in truth, they are lowly creatures surviving on corrosion. Waltzards, on the other hand, are rumored to be distant relatives of dragons, with dragon blood coursing through their veins, making their racial advantages self-evident. Such a monster approaching the 6th stage would probably be at least on par with the kingworm if they were to engage in combat. If it truly came to a fight, Maria would most likely face dire consequences. Oh right, big brother, to enter the power plant, we must pass through the city center. But that's another creature's territory, and it's particularly sensitive to intruders. If we drive in like this, it might attract it. Sammy's words caused Ty's brow to furrow tightly. Do you know this guy's abilities and characteristics? Just a bit. Not as comprehensive as the lizard. Sammy thought for a moment before saying, it's said to be a monkey that escaped from the zoo and can mimic all human actions. As for specific strength, I'm not clear because those who have escaped from the city center can be counted on one hand, and most can't speak due to being scared speechless. Sammy's words made Ty feel that this monkey might be even stronger than the lizard. He came here to transfer electrical energy, not to eliminate this group of monsters. Therefore, it would be best if a battle didn't happen. Let's walk after getting close to the city center, Ty said. About 5 minutes later, Davis reminded Ty that it was time to stop the car, because they were already quite close to the city center. However, when they drove here, Ty already smelled the faint bloody scent floating in the air. One must know, they hadn't approached the city center yet. This area was still uninhabited. This indicated that the number of deaths in the city center couldn't be estimated, thus tainting the surrounding air with this bloody stench. Even though the air is renewed every day, this bloody smell remained. If we walk, how long will it take us to enter the power plant? Ty looked at Davis and asked seriously. Roughly 20 minutes. Okay, lead the way. Ty's sudden sentence stunned Davis. I kindly warned you about the high danger in the city center. Now you tell me to lead the way so straightforwardly? Are you even human? Big brother, I'm just an ordinary person. If we meet zombies, willing to lead or not? Ty was very direct. His eyes said it all. Either lead the way or die. Sammy choked, not daring to resist at all. Lead, led. After saying that, Davis carefully moved forward. Gradually, the scenery of the city center came into their eyes. This place could no longer be described as a city center. It was a completely living, grim human hell. The ground was littered most with not soil and bricks but bone after bone. These bones all shared one characteristic. They bore bite marks, torn by the teeth of animals. In addition to that, the ground also held bloodstains imprinted into the earth. Coupled with the sky turning dark, the entire environment gave off a sense of oppression. It was as if you were locked in a pitch-black cage, enveloping you completely where you saw nothing and felt nothing. The only thing you could sense was the impending news of your death. People fear death not because of the word death, but for the helplessness and loneliness behind it. No one accompanies me to die. No one can save me. This is what truly makes death terrifying. Let's go right. there's a small path over there that leads straight to the power plant. Sammy pointed to a small corner on the left and said, but there are quite a few zombies around here. Would killing them cause problems? Ty looked around. The number of zombies was almost like encountering people shopping at a mall on the weekend. There were simply too many. Most of the zombies had incomplete bodies, some with mouths torn off, others with missing arms or legs, and even some without their lower halves. In short, any wound that could appear on a human body was present on these zombies. I don't know, but it feels best not to. Sammy replied. Then we'll just have to defend passively. After considering, Ty decided not to take the risk. Subsequently, Ty led the two men and officially entered the city center. However, as soon as they stepped onto the ground of the city center, a vibration came from below, and Davis, walking beside Ty, immediately ran backward. This man wanted to lure them into the city center, hoping to trap them among the zombies so he could escape alone. Chapter 251. Breakthrough, Ty and Brenna cooperate. Countless zombies surged toward Ty. Additionally, the trembling of the earth became more apparent, and the bones scattered on the ground bounced around like small balls. However, Ty had prepared a contingency plan. At the moment Davis fled, Ty immediately drew out the cloud-piercing bow, completing his aim and shot within a second. Whoosh! In an instant, the fleeing man's thigh was pierced, causing him to fall to the ground due to the rapid movement. Furthermore, the wound was near a major artery, making blood gush out violently from his thigh. The zombies charging at Ty and Brenna were instantly drawn to Davis upon smelling the blood. Don't eat me. Sammy tried to escape with all his strength, but his injured leg had gone numb from excessive blood loss, leaving him helpless. 1 bite, 2 bites. Within just 3 seconds, Davis's body was reduced to a pile of white bones. In this fixed environment, these zombies' desire to eat humans far exceeded that of zombies in other regions, making them much stronger even when of the same level as those elsewhere. Taking advantage of those 3 seconds, Ty carried Brenna to the center of the city center, which was still about 500 meters from the intersection Davis had indicated. However, the zombies that had devoured Davis now turned back, rushing toward Ty and Brenna. Looks like we still have to fight our way out. Ty heard the rumbling of the earth close by. He suspected that Davis had lied to some extent. Sammy had warned him not to kill the zombies or else it would draw out the boss in the city center, but he had already alarmed the boss even before any killings occurred. This meant that stepping into its territory would inevitably attract it, no matter what. So, aside from fighting, there was no other way. Here, Ty tossed a storm greatsword to Brenna. No matter what, they were now in the same boat. They could only survive by fighting their way out together. Seeing the weapon materialize in midair, Brenna felt even more uncertain about Ty. His image seemed more mysterious, like a venomous snake lurking in the shadows, devouring anyone who stared too long. The fate of the fleeing man was a perfect example. She had initially thought Davis was meant to be their guide, but it turned out he was bait to lure the zombies. When Ty asked Davis for directions earlier, it wasn't just to familiarize himself with the path, but to lead him into a trap. Would he do the same to her if needed? Brenna felt a strong sense of caution towards Ty. She wasn't stupid and didn't want to be used as a shield. Walston, I don't know what you're thinking, but the only way for us to survive is to keep fighting forward. If we can break through, that's best, but if you get bitten, I'll cut off your head immediately. Got it? Ty looked at Brenna, speaking gravely. How do we fight? Brenna didn't beat around the bush. If she got bitten, she would commit suicide rather than let Ty kill her. That alley ahead, we need to fight our way there. I'll take the front. You protect my back and keep me updated on what's behind us. Got it? All right. Brenna nodded, agreeing that cooperation was the only way out. The zombie horde had completely surrounded them, and the stomping sound grew louder and closer. Charge. With that, Ty raised his Waltning dagger and charged into the zombie crowd. Brenna followed closely behind. Initially, she struggled with handling the storm greatsword, so Ty had to help dispatch several zombies. After a while, Brenna fully mastered its power. Its sharpness far surpassed any sword she had ever seen. Any zombie that touched the greatsword was instantly sliced in half. Though the zombie horde posed little threat to Ty, what worried him most was the creature capable of shaking the earth like an earthquake. He was not afraid of a single zombie horde. He was not afraid of a single high-ranking monster either. But what he feared was the combination of the zombie horde and the high-ranking monster. It seemed that only when he had the 6 divine equipment could he stand a chance in this battle. However, during this period, Ty found that Brenna's combat ability was indeed particularly outstanding, even surpassing Nash to some extent. After all, Nash had never truly practiced martial arts. His skills were all learned from street fights, whereas Brenna mastered genuine martial arts, the essence passed down for thousands of years in Huaxia. Very soon, under their cooperation, a path made of corpses appeared beneath their feet. Now they were just 300 meters away from the power plant. But at this moment, the trembling of the earth suddenly stopped. Ty, it's here. Brenna's voice forced Ty to look back. Behind them stood a 2-meter-tall monkey holding a large stick, now in front of Ty and Brenna. Only 2 meters tall, yet capable of making the earth tremble. Such was the terrifying power. Just as Davis said, it really was a monkey. Be careful. Seeing 2 zombies rushing towards Ty, Brenna wanted to protect him and threw her dagger from her waist, hitting one zombie's head. But the other zombie directly pounced on Ty, biting at his neck. It's over. If Ty died, her chances of survival here would be slim to none. However, when the zombie tried to bite Ty's neck, something astonishing happened. its teeth shattered against Ty's skin. Brenna watched in amazement as Ty's skin remained unmarked, leaving her speechless. But Ty quickly reacted, dispatching both the zombie biting his neck and the two others rushing towards Brenna at the same time. Not thinking clearly? What are you staring at? Chapter 252. Mutant Monkey understands human speech. Zombie black blood splattered onto Brenna's face, the cold sensation bringing her back to her senses. No. Brenna regained her composure and focused her gaze on the mutant monkey in the distance. Its originally brown fur had completely turned black. Under its brown eyes were countless white spots, and most bone-chilling of all was its mouth revealing sharp fangs. Its appearance could be described as that of a mythological figure. That is, Sun Wukong. Apart from height, its appearance was almost identical to the Sun Wukong depicted in Journey to the West. You go ahead. I'll follow behind. Ty made an immediate decision and changed their strategy. Previously, he went ahead to clear the way, but with this creature's arrival, if Brenna remained at the rear, she would likely be torn apart by the monkey in an instant. This monkey had been marked by the system as late-stage 5th rank. Although it hadn't reached 6th rank yet, under the enhancement of the zombie horde, it remained a formidable opponent. He didn't want to risk dealing with such life-threatening mutants for 2 consecutive days. That would be like licking blood off the edge of a blade. Only a fool would do that. If escape was possible, running away would be the best option. However, just as Ty and Brenna took their first step forward, the mutant monkey made its move. It used a stick as a pole, launching its entire body into the air like in a pole vault, directly shooting towards Ty and Brenna. Huff huff huff. The monkey opened its mouth, crazily inhaling the air. From its mouth alone, it wasn't hard to see that the humans it had devoured numbered in the thousands, if not tens of thousands. Ty drew his blood-weeping blade, intending to trade wounds to stop the monkey's attack. But in the moment the monkey flew through the air, its whole body suddenly plummeted. It grabbed 2 zombies on either side and hurled them straight at Ty. Seeing this, Ty had to switch from defense to counterattack, slashing the 2 flying zombies in half. In the split second after the 2 zombie bodies were severed, the mutant monkey seized the opportunity and lunged at Ty's head. Now, Ty had no time to defend. He could only take the blow with his body. Swish. The mutant monkey's claws tore 5 deep scratches into Ty's cheek, blood trickling down the wounds. The mutant monkey's attack could break through Ty's defenses. Meanwhile, because Ty and Brenna were walking back to back, when Ty was hit, his body staggered backward, affecting Brenna's balance. She was about to fall to the ground, but fortunately, Ty reacted quickly. He held his sword horizontally as a shield to defend against surrounding zombies and the mutant monkey, while also holding onto Brenna to prevent her from falling. So soft. Ty frowned slightly, sensing something very soft as he touched it. But there was no time for that now. Currently, Brenna was somewhat hindering his movements. Take off the Guardian armor. Ty took out the Guardian armor and put it directly onto Brenna. Since the Guardian armor was a virtual item, it didn't need to be worn like clothes. Before Brenna could react, Ty forcefully threw her away. Bang! Brenna landed close to the path leading to the power plant, where there were few zombies. Plus, protected by the Guardian armor, she didn't suffer any injuries. Wait for me at the power plant. After saying this, Ty turned to look at the monkey in front of him. He saved Brenna because she had just used a dagger to help him dispose of a zombie not long ago. While that incoming zombie posed no real threat to him, Brenna's action had moved him. This dream wasn't selfish. In times of crisis, she still had the thought to save others. Brenna's actions earned her a chance to live. Then, Ty addressed the mutant monkey in front of him. Let's talk? If anyone else were present, they might have thought Ty had gone crazy, actually talking to a mutant creature. But standing before Ty wasn't one of those lowly mutants, but a monkey, the closest animal to humans. Monkeys aren't highly intelligent, but compared to cats and dogs, they are smart animals. According to the previous man's description, this monkey mimicked human behavior, meaning its intelligence was at least enough to understand human speech. The mutant monkey scratched its bottom and then scratched its head upon hearing Ty's words, seemingly curious about what Ty wanted to discuss. Seeing that the mutant monkey didn't launch another attack, Ty immediately took out a huge earthworm head from his infinite backpack. This earthworm head belonged to the Earthworm King that Ty had killed in Tien City. This guy was stronger than you. If you want to fight me, you'll surely die. But I don't want to waste time on you, so I want to make a deal with you. Ty didn't intend to show any weakness. Instead, he aimed to take the lead. When dealing with creatures of intelligence, one must never appear weak, or else these creatures would likely overstep boundaries, even eat you. The mutant monkey scratched its head, walked beside Ty, and began carefully examining the severed earthworm head. Then it pointed at Ty, then at itself, signaling for Ty to state his terms. I can get rid of that guy at the power plant, after which all the territory of the power plant will belong to you. However, the only condition is that you must not destroy the power plant. What seemed like a single condition from Ty was actually a double entendre. What was the prerequisite for resolving the power plant boss? It was that the mutant monkey had to allow Ty access to the power plant, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to eliminate the lizard. However, this mutant monkey wasn't very intelligent, so it failed to notice the linguistic subtlety Ty employed. After thinking for a while, it simply nodded in agreement. Seeing how readily it agreed, Ty decided to extend goodwill, putting away all his weapons into his backpack, raising both hands as he walked towards Brenna. The mutant monkey stood beside Ty, acting as a bodyguard, smashing any zombies that rushed towards them. Soon, under the protection of the mutant monkey, Ty arrived at the path leading into the power plant, where Brenna stood ahead on the small road, looking at him with surprise. Chapter 253. Can the waltzer turn invisible? Brenna looked at the mutated monkey that came over with Ty, her eyes revealing a puzzled expression. At this moment, the mutated monkey was also filled with hostility toward Brenna and even wanted to eat her alive. She is my companion. Just take me here. In 2 hours, you will see that there is no longer that guy in the power plant, Ty said to the mutated monkey. However, the mutated monkey did not plan to fully listen to Ty, but instead stomped on the floor several times with its feet. Instantly, many mutated animals rushed out from the already shattered mall gates around them. Pythons, grizzly bears, tigers. These mutated animals had all escaped from a nearby zoo. The mutated monkey later defeated each one of them one by one to become the king of monkeys here and turned them into his subordinates. Now, these mutants surrounded Ty and Brenna, each wearing a necklace. The pendants were decorated with human skulls. The more skulls, the higher the status they held. What do you mean? Ty, seeing the surrounding animals, frowned slightly, his eyes showing dissatisfaction. The mutated monkey walked to a tree, broke a branch, and began drawing on the ground in front of Ty. Though the drawing was extremely abstract, even worse than what a 7-year-old might draw, Ty could still understand the meaning the mutated monkey wanted to convey. These were its subordinates who would go with it into the power plant to help deal with the lizard boss. Ty looked at the mutated monkey, a peculiar look appearing in his eyes. The system had just announced the levels of these animals to him. Among them, the highest level was the mutated grizzly bear, which possessed the power of an early 5th tier, while the lowest level was a mid-4th tier. Moreover, the higher the level, the more human skulls the animal wore. This made Ty feel a slight sense of fear. From the initial conversation to the drawings, and the current setup resembling human society's job allocation, everything seemed to be progressing towards modern civilization. This monkey wasn't just imitating human actions, it was also learning the structure of human society. It might very well construct a society similar to ants. If such a situation truly emerged, it would likely be a catastrophic blow to humans. A year had passed since the apocalypse. Half of humanity had been devoured by zombies and mutants, yet the other half survived in various military zones and prisons. Why were they able to survive and resist the zombie attacks? The reason was simple. Because humans are intelligent beings who know how to cooperate and assist each other. Mutants, however, are different. Except for social species, most of them act alone without guile, making them easily fall for human traps. As a result, the world now seems to be in a balance of power between two poles. Zombies and mutants live in one place. Humans live in another. When food becomes scarce, wars break out. After some thought, Ty chose not to resist. The priority now was to move the power supply. If it could be connected, Stevie and the others could immediately start producing origin weapons. Then he could slowly bide his time with these monsters. All right. Saying that, Ty took Brenna's hand and walked toward the power plant. Amazing. After a year in the post-apocalypse, the skin is still so smooth. For some reason, Ty's mind blurted out such embarrassing thoughts. But beside him, Brenna was even more embarrassed. Growing up, she had never been held by a Barney before. The only thing she held most often was a long sword. Do you know how to connect the power source? Ty asked as they walked. Yes. When the time comes, I will go with these monsters to deal with the lizard, and you will be responsible for connecting the power. To where? Chongqing City. Indeed, Chongqing. Seems like he's researching something requiring a massive amount of electricity. I understand. Brenna nodded in agreement. As long as Ty didn't do anything grossly immoral, she would follow his lead. After all, her current situation was akin to being a captive. If that's the case, return my things. Ty stretched out his hand and asked. Here you go. Brenna returned the greatsword and guardian armor to Ty and shyly added. Can you let go of my hand? I can walk on my own. Ty glanced at Brenna's hand and noticed her palm was sweating. He raised an eyebrow playfully and said, Sorry, your hand is too delicate. I couldn't control myself. Brenna didn't speak, quickly shaking off his hand and walking briskly ahead in silence. Along the way, all the zombies around them were devoured by the mutants following their advance, leaving hardly any need for Ty to act. It should be right up ahead. Ty stopped and looked forward. The eaves of the building ahead were crawling with many geckos, and there were piles of lizards on the trees on both sides, as if gathered together for a family reunion. Let's move. The power plant was situated 500 meters ahead, straight ahead from here. What Ty needed now was to cover Brenna's entry into the power plant. However, just as Ty was about to step forward, Brenna stopped him with a hand. Look carefully at your feet ahead. Brenna warned. That is. Ty looked down at the ground. In the sunlight's reflection, he noticed something amiss. A chameleon, camouflaged with the earth, was sleeping right there. If he walked forward, he would certainly step on it. It appeared to be sleeping, but it served more like an alarm. Can lizards change color? Ty had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. Blending into nature. Isn't this the exclusive skill of chameleons? A chameleon is a type of lizard. All creatures can mutate and acquire abilities from their own species. So it's not strange for it to have this ability. What we should be concerned about is how large that lizard boss is, whether it can change color, or if it is hiding behind us right now, said Brenna. All right, let those guys behind us be the shields. Ty nodded. Had it not been for Brenna's reminder, they might have been caught off guard. Since he had these helpers, perhaps he could make good use of them. Ty turned to look at the several mutants standing behind him. Together, they looked like a circus act. If not now, when will he use them? Chapter 254 The Hollis appears. Tai walked to Brenna's ear and whispered gently, "In a moment, we will jump over the sleeping lizard directly, letting the animals behind us trample it. Then the two of us will run straight into the house on the left." "Got it?" Brenna nodded. Then, Tai naturally held Brenna's hand and started walking forward. The two passed over the sleeping lizard without any problem, and then Tai led Brenna running directly towards the house on the left. The animals following behind immediately became anxious when they saw this situation. The Able had ordered them to assist humans in killing lizards, but if the humans tried to escape, they were allowed to eat them. Tai and Brenna's actions were clearly inviting being eaten by the animals. The leading grizzly bear instantly switched from standing on its hind legs to crawling on all fours, swiftly chasing after Tai. Just as it planted its front paws down, it felt as if it stepped on something soft. Immediately, an alarm-like sound came from under its foot. It lowered its head to see a chameleon slowly regaining its color beneath it. This chameleon was not crushed, but its body kept changing colors while emitting intolerable sounds. In the next second, many lizards appeared on the surrounding walls, staring intensely at the group of animals that entered from outside with wide-open eyes and protruding tongues. That lizard giving off an alarm is at least at the 4th level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have survived the grizzly bear's step. Tai looked out through the window and said in a solemn tone. He and Brenna were in the security booth. Due to its small size, no lizards chose to stay there. Instantly, the animals sent by the monkeys began to fight with the lizards. But these animals were all elite forces under the monkeys' command. Despite the large number of lizards, they were far from a match for these animals in combat. Among them, the grizzly bear's attacks were the most brutal, smashing every lizard that approached with its paws before chewing them. The python's attacks were simpler and more direct. It turned its body into a noose and squeezed the lizards inside the circle into dried meat instantly when they entered. However, such attacks didn't last long. Not far away, a massive lizard appeared in front of the grizzly bear, its size comparable to the grizzly bear. "Is this the leader of the lizards occupying the power plant?" Brenna asked, looking out the window with surprise. Apart from the Worm King, she had never seen such a large creature. "It should not be. Otherwise, the grizzly bear would feel instinctive fear," Tai said seriously, but in fact, the system's level prompts showed that the large lizard was only at the early 5th stage, equal to the grizzly bear. Therefore, he determined it shouldn't be the Hollis. After all, the mutated monkey had late 5th stage strength. If the boss here was weaker than the mutated monkey, it would have already become the second stronghold of the mutated monkeys. With such a big commotion, why isn't it coming out? Brenna seemed to ask a question, revealing some issues inside. Why hadn't it appeared even though the grizzly bear and other animals slaughtered so many mutant lizards? Or was there a reason preventing it from appearing now? Wait. Tai frowned slightly, sensing an ominous premonition. "Brenna, how long does it take for electricity to be transmitted from your sky city here?" Tai asked. "If there are no malfunctions, it should take only a few minutes at most," Brenna replied. A few minutes? Tai recalled what Davis had said earlier. The lizard feeds on electricity, which is why it chooses to live in the power plant. However, since the apocalypse has been going on for a year, the power in Double City had already been depleted long ago. Mutant creatures gain higher levels the more they consume. During his conversation with the monkey, it was evident that it had intentions on the lizard's power plant. It might have sent its subordinates and numerous zombies to attack before arriving at Double City, but due to similar strength, they failed. Once mutants reach the 5th stage, they develop intelligence. So naturally, the lizards would also want to expand into the monkey's territory. Now that the electric current supplied by Sky City was being transmitted here, the lizards naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to upgrade. Once its level increases, dealing with these invading animals, including the Able, would be a piece of cake afterward. This lizard is trying to reap where it has not sown. Follow me into the power plant. It seems I have to meet this lizard in person. Tai took out the bloodwheat blade from his backpack. Compared to using the Waltning dagger as his main weapon, he felt more comfortable using the bloodwheat blade. The Waltning dagger felt too light and too short to handle properly. However, with the system's boost, regardless of which weapon he used, all attributes of the remaining weapons would still be attached. Brenna immediately sensed Tai's urgency and reacted accordingly. That thing was feeding on electricity to level up. Just as Tai and Brenna were about to rush out of the security booth to drive the lizard out of the power plant, a tongue shot straight out from the door of the power plant, hitting the bear's head precisely. Bang! Instantly, a hole appeared directly through the bear's head, and its body fell to the ground. The other animals that were still fighting around were instantly startled by this scene. The bear was the strongest fighter among them. Its death meant they had no chance of winning either. Immediately, those animals started fleeing outside. However, the Hollis, which had just finished absorbing electricity, naturally wouldn't let them go. Bang! The door was kicked open, and an ordinary-sized lizard appeared before Tai's eyes. So small? That tongue earlier, could it extend indefinitely? Tai was shocked by the small lizard through the glass. Is this what they call contrasting cuteness? In the next second, the lizard used its hind legs to leap high into the air. In mid-air, it opened its mouth slightly, and its tongue shot out swiftly toward the escaping animals around it. It was like shooting stars piercing through everything, skewering all the animals instantly. It has reached stage 6. Tai frowned slightly, sensing the seriousness of the situation. After the lizard dealt with the group, all the lizards followed the Hollis towards the city center. Chapter 255, Trapped in Desperation. Tai looked in the direction of the Hollis, and a smile appeared in his eyes. At first, He thought the Hollis would be the last fisherman to benefit. Unexpectedly, this guy's intelligence was not well developed, far less cunning than the Able. In that case, there was a possibility that he might become the real beneficiary. Let's go to the power plant to fix the power supply problem first, then we can plan further. Tai said to Brenna. Given the current situation, it was necessary to eliminate the Hollis. Because it fed on electricity, if it wasn't taken care of, most of the electricity transmitted by Tianqing would be devoured by it. Stay 5 meters behind me, or you'll be burned into charcoal. After saying this, Tai moved forward swiftly, while Red Lotus Cloak and Patrol Axe's dual burn flames ignited on his body. The remaining lizards around saw Tai heading towards the power plant and pounced at him one after another. A shocking scene unfolded before Brenna's eyes. Most of the lizards that pounced at Tai were instantly turned into ashes scattered on the ground. So, this is why he told me to stay 5 meters away? How many secrets, or superpowers does this guy possess? Bulletproof body, lightning-fast speed, immense strength, otherworldly weapons, and a flame-imbued physique. Is he really human? Or is he some kind of robot? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and come over. Tai had already taken care of all the surrounding lizards. Upon noticing that Brenna was still standing there dumbfounded, he said somewhat bumanda, dissatisfied. Oh, okay. Brenna snapped out of her daze and ran toward the gate quickly. When they entered the power plant, both were stunned by what they saw. Even Tai had never seen anything so horrifying. This scene was more terrifying than the mountain of bones they had encountered before. Inside the entire power plant, lizard eggs hung suspended everywhere. The ground was carpeted with broken eggshells, stretching inward. How many lizards could there be? Tai frowned slightly. If all these eggs hatched at once, their numbers could rival those worms. Though Tai could use the flames of the Red Lotus Cloak to destroy all these eggs, the place was filled with wires and machines. Using open flames might damage the circuits and equipment. Thus, the only way to clear these eggs would be to destroy them one by one. That would certainly be a massive undertaking. You go turn on the power, and I'll figure out how to deal with these lizard eggs. Leland gave orders. Just as Leland pondered over how to handle these lizard eggs, a battle broke out outside. The Hollis left its domain in the power plant, stepping into the territory of the Able with its 2 front legs. This move enraged the Able immediately. Roar! The Able stomped its feet, causing the ground to shake as if an earthquake struck. Standing 2 meters tall, the Able faced off against the lizard barely 20 centimeters high. To outsiders, it was obvious who was stronger. But the next second revealed the truth. With a temperamental roar, the Able swung the wooden stick in his hand at the Hollis. However, the Hollis did not dodge but stood still, slightly opening its mouth and shooting its tongue straight at the falling stick. Instantly, the tongue pierced through the stick and impaled the Able's hand gripping the stick. To note, this was a strike with all the Able's might from above. Even Tai would need to muster all his strength to defend against it. Yet the Hollis simply used its tongue to pierce through it, which was utterly terrifying. The Able sensed something wrong and swiftly retreated, eyeing the Hollis suspiciously. After a few seconds of observation, he realized the issue. The Hollis had advanced from late-stage 5th tier to 6th tier. Although just a small difference, it was enough to widen the gap between them significantly. Being a shrewd creature, the Able knew he couldn't win against the Hollis no matter what. Immediately, his body slumped to the ground, knees kneeling on the floor, head buried underground, hands clasped together, the gesture of submission for monkeys. This was a sign telling the Hollis that he surrendered and everything here belonged to it now. Mutants could naturally understand each other. The Hollis leaped onto the Able's body and slapped its head with its front paws. Then, the Able slowly stood up from the ground. On top of his head stood the Hollis. From this moment on, the entire downtown area and the power plant would be under the control of the Hollis. Meanwhile, the Able didn't idle. It started to inform on its actions to the Hollis, detailing how it sent its minions into the power plant. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Able nodded. Having revealed Tai and Brenna, and not spotting any human presence when it emerged, the Hollis instantly grasped the situation. In a swift move, the Able and the Hollis, along with all their subordinates, began marching toward the power plant. Tai was at this time using his Waltning dagger to clear lizard eggs in the power plant. He hadn't anticipated that what he expected to be a case of mutual conflict, leading to an advantageous outcome for him, had turned into a collaboration between the two to strike back at him. Now, step by step, the Hollis and the Able approached the power plant where Tai and Brenna were located. The faint trembling of the ground alerted Tai. The Able is coming? What about the Hollis? Tai furrowed his brows slightly, showing some confusion. The Hollis had reached stage 6, while the Able was still at late stage 5, making it impossible for it to defeat the Hollis. Additionally, as the Able liked to imitate everything humans did, it must have seen humans kneeling to beg for mercy. This meant that the Able might have directly surrendered and told the Hollis everything. Now, it was leading the Hollis to come after him. This damned monkey. Tai cursed. If the Able and the Hollis teamed up against him, he would find it extremely difficult to fend them off. After all, he nearly lost his life battling the Worm King before, let alone now facing 2 creatures equally powerful as the Worm King. What could he possibly use to fight them? Chapter 256, Brenna's Plan. Tai quickly lay down on the ground after clearing away the last lizard egg. He needed to use his ears to judge how far away the enemy was. The sound grew louder and louder, and Tai suddenly stood up, gripping the blood-stained blade tightly in his hand. He was trying to figure out how to resolve this current stalemate. If he really had to face off against the Able and the Hollis, he would definitely not be a match for them. Just as Tai was deep in thought, a voice came from behind him. Tai, come over here. Brenna's voice reached Tai's ears. Tai quickly ran toward her. At that moment, Brenna was standing beside the control panel waiting for him. What's going on? Tai looked at Brenna and asked, didn't you feel the ground shaking? Yeah, I heard it, Tai nodded. The monkey and the Hollis have probably teamed up, planning to take us out. Brenna continued, since you were able to defeat the Earthworm King, you should have the ability to deal with one of them, right? Looking at Brenna's expression, did this girl already know how to resolve this crisis? There are 3 bosses in Double City. Now that the Hollis and the Able have appeared, the remaining boss must be nearby. They should have divided the entire Double City into a triangle. Brenna analyzed further. Triangle? Tai's brows furrowed slightly, picturing a scene similar to slicing a cake in his mind. As Brenna had said, 3 territories divided into 3 large triangles, each boss occupying 1 corner. So, Brenna picked up where Tai left off. So we can lure them onto the 3rd boss's territory, making them fight each other. Brenna shared her thoughts. The Hollis is at the 6th stage, and the other boss is no match either. How do we get them to fight the other 2? Tai's eyebrows furrowed slightly, not quite understanding Brenna's idea. If the Able and the Hollis are working together, they will have a hierarchical relationship because the Able is not as powerful as the Hollis. A subordinate who is aggressive would pass up an opportunity to overturn the situation. Brenna's words enlightened Tai instantly. The reason why the Able collaborated with the Hollis was entirely due to knowing he couldn't win and chose this as a foolproof survival strategy. As long as they lured these 2 to another boss's territory, the Able would try everything to get out of this predicament. Because in its eyes, the importance of Tai and his companion was less significant than freeing itself from the Hollis's dominance. How do we leave here? If nothing goes wrong, the Hollis and the Able are already at the power plant entrance now. Tai said solemnly. If you don't want the power plant to be destroyed, you need to actively confront the enemy and pretend to be weak so that the Able sees you as insignificant. Then lure them to the other boss's territory. Brenna explained. All right. Leland nodded, acknowledging Brenna's plan. Do you know where the other boss is located? I found a map in a drawer in the control room. Brenna pointed to the map of Double City on the table to the left. Divided into a triangle, the power plant and the city center are 2 of the points. The 3rd point should be here. But if that guy has gone out hunting and isn't near this small corner, it might be troublesome. Brenna pointed to the 3rd vertex, which was a stadium close to the city center. With Tai's speed, it would take no more than 3 minutes to get there. What about you? Tai realized this task seemed to omit Brenna's role. I've already found my hiding place. You just need to follow my instructions. Brenna looked at Tai, a meaningful smile on her face. It turned out Brenna never included herself in this mission from the start. What if they discover we're not together and decide to split up? Tai looked at Brenna and asked. The Hollis will relentlessly pursue you since you wiped out its descendants. As for the Able, you'll need to attract its attention. If you fail to attract the Able's hatred, it's very likely that the Able will come for me while the Hollis chases after you alone. I know my own strength well. The Able would only need a few seconds to kill me, and during this time, you wouldn't be able to finish off the Hollis either. So, the only way we both can survive is for you to fully attract the Able's hatred, lead these 2 monsters to the stadium area, and then wait for them to break apart again. This was the strategy Brenna had planned out in just a few short minutes. Okay. Tai looked at this dream. Her intelligence must have reached the same level as Stevie. Her adaptability, situational awareness, and strategic thinking were indeed astonishing, encompassing everything conceivable and inconceivable into her plan. Let's move. Tai felt the monkey had already entered the power plant. If they delayed any longer, it would be troublesome. By the way, are you immune to infection by these mutants and zombies? Brenna suddenly asked. Tai didn't intend to hide this fact. Eventually, anyone who stayed with him long enough would find out. Good luck, Brenna said, and immediately hid in a nearby metal cabinet. As long as one didn't search carefully, it would be hard to spot her trace. This dream. Tai shook his head. If Brenna joined the Viletag City military district and became his enemy, things could get really tough. Throughout their journey, Brenna didn't talk much, but every word she said hit the crucial points, truly admirable. Tai shook his head and started walking forward. 1 step, 2 steps. The ground's trembling grew more frequent. He could even feel that around this corner, he was about to meet those 2 monsters. Everything was quiet except for the tremors of the earth. Tai reached the corner and took his first step. A hairy face appeared, staring directly into his eyes, looking both horrifying and terrifying. In addition, a tongue sharp as a blade shot toward Tai's head from beside the face. Chapter 257 Must Survive, Must Wolfon. Tai reacted incredibly fast. As soon as he saw the face of the Able, his body quickly retreated backward. Although the Able's reflexes were not as quick as Tai's, the Hollis's tongue moved much faster than a bullet. Tai didn't have time to defend himself, so instead of dodging, he chose to block it with his elbow. Clang. Tai forcefully blocked it with the bone of his elbow. The Hollis's tongue instantly pierced into Tai's arm. The moment Tai felt the tongue enter his body, he exerted force from his arm, trying to break the tongue off. However, Tai had somewhat underestimated the hardness of the Hollis's tongue. After all, any organ used as a weapon must be one of the hardest parts of the Hollis's body. When Tai applied force, he could feel that the bone in his arm was cut in half. In other words, his right arm was now essentially useless, as if it had been severed. Tai gritted his teeth against the pain and rapidly retreated backward. At this moment, the Able launched an attack at him. Bang! Struck by the club, Tai didn't react in time and fell directly to the ground. Pfft. Blood spurted from Tai's mouth. A rib in his chest cavity had fractured. The wooden club held by the Able wasn't an ordinary piece of wood. Otherwise, it would have shattered upon impact with Tai's rock-solid body. The Hollis's tongue attacked again, but fortunately for Tai, his reaction speed was very fast this time. He rolled abruptly to the left, successfully evading the tongue's assault. Then, he sprang up and swiftly charged towards the Able. Rare! Seeing the human charge towards it, a look of arrogant amusement appeared in the Able's eyes. To it, this human was utterly helpless. Charging over was tantamount to offering himself up to die. Just then, it hadn't tasted fresh human flesh in quite some time, and the anticipation of this meal made it excited. Yeah. The Able swung its wooden club, intending to crush Tai into mincemeat in one blow. But the next second, it heard a clang. Click. The Able watched as its club was cleanly severed by the blood-red blade in Tai's hand, and its pupils instantly turned bloodshot red. This club had been its longest companion, yet now it had been cut in two by this human. Aya! The Able let out an unbearable screech, but this action brought a sense of joy to Tai. Since the stick wasn't an ordinary one, it meant the Able cared about it to some extent. To incite its wrath, one needed to destroy what it valued most. And this club was something the Able valued. Seizing the opportunity, Tai quickly ran towards the exit of the power plant. During this period, he deliberately stayed stationary for 5 seconds to enter a non-combat state, allowing his speed shoes to double his running speed. The Able saw Tai attempting to escape and followed without hesitation. Meanwhile, the Hollis's black eyes gradually took on a reddish hue as well. It saw all the lizard eggs it had left in the power plant being destroyed. These eggs were placed here so they could start absorbing electricity even before hatching, strengthening its army. But unexpectedly, these elite forces were destroyed before they even hatched by this human. The Hollis was enraged by Tai. Immediately after, it rushed towards the direction Tai was fleeing. Though smaller than the Able, it moved twice as fast, even surpassing Tai's speed. Tai was the first to dash out of the power plant. Once more summoning his blood-weeping blade, he found several zombies, cutting them down, which allowed his wounds to heal. Next, he headed towards the stadium at full speed. The wind slashed against his face like a ravenous wolf. After running some distance away from the city center, Tai looked back quickly. He realized the Able was already 100 meters behind, yet there was no sign of the Hollis. Wait a moment. The Hollis? Tai turned his head again and noticed the faint outline of the Hollis hovering above the Able. It was invisible. If he could barely dodge the Hollis's tongue when it was visible, then with invisibility, he could only rely on his instincts. Swoosh. As Tai was contemplating, a gust of wind grazed his cheek, instantly tearing open a wound on his left cheek, with blood streaming down. The Hollis's invisible attacks had begun. Tai started running erratically. Only this way could he have a chance to dodge the Hollis's attacks. But, with one running ahead and the other chasing behind, as long as their speeds were consistent, no matter how erratically he ran, the pursuer could always keep up with him. Swish. The Hollis's tongue shot through, this time accurately piercing Tai's left shoulder bone. Blood immediately soaked through Tai's clothes. Damn. Tai couldn't stop to kill zombies to regain health. Otherwise, the Able would catch him instantly. But he couldn't evade the Hollis's attacks either. His only option now was to protect his vital organs as much as possible to avoid being killed outright. Yet, all of this was somewhat uncontrollable for Tai, because if the Hollis wanted to, it could instantly pierce his head with its tongue, killing him on the spot. However, it was clear that the Hollis didn't intend to kill Tai directly. Anger filled its heart, and letting this human die so easily would be too lenient. So, the Hollis planned to torment Tai to death, making him feel excruciating pain to quell its anger. Ears, palms, arms, wrists, waist, left kidney, thighs. All non-fatal parts of Tai's body were pierced by the Hollis. By now, Tai's speed had completely dropped, and his body was nearing its limit. The only good news for him was that the stadium was now in sight. Once inside the stadium, he could temporarily avoid the Hollis's attacks and find zombies to heal. Otherwise, even if the Hollis stopped attacking, he would die from excessive blood loss. Hang on, almost there, almost there. Tai looked at the approaching stadium, his slightly drooping eyelids opened once again, and he unleashed his remaining strength. He must survive. He absolutely must live on. Chapter 258, Enoch. Tai was now completely oblivious to the number of skeletons on his body or how much blood he had lost. He had only one goal in front of him: rush into the stadium. Regardless of whether he would encounter the final boss inside, he would engage these two creatures in a decisive battle there. Seeing Tai suddenly accelerate, the Hollis's tongue attack exceeded its range. It immediately retreated back onto the Able and signaled it to keep pursuing. Another tongue. Tai fell to the ground, but the entrance to the stadium was right before his eyes. Hiss. The Hollis watched as Tai struggled to crawl towards the stadium, realizing something. Oh. The Able surveyed the surroundings. It also sensed something amiss. Though neither creature possessed intelligence comparable to humans, they were still clear about some basic things. Seeing Tai still crawling forward, the Hollis's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It had played enough. Time to finish this. Suddenly, the Hollis leaped into the air and shot out its tongue from mid-air, directly targeting Leland's head. Whoosh. However, Tai didn't resign himself to defeat this time. As the Hollis flew into the sky, Tai rolled to the left at once. At the same time, a blue-white bow appeared in his hand, the cloud-piercing bow. Tai channeled all the attributes of his weapons into the cloud-piercing bow and locked onto the Hollis's head. This strike might not kill the lizard, but it would surely injure it. That injury would instantly convert into healing effects, restoring Tai's wounds. Now, the Hollis faced two choices. A speed contest. Would its tongue hit Tai first, or would Tai's cloud-piercing bow strike it first? Clearly, the Hollis was unwilling to gamble with such a weak human. It believed its speed far exceeded that of the arrow. Whoosh. As its tongue was about to hit Tai, the arrow struck the Hollis instead. Instantly, under the powerful thrust of the arrow, the tongue shot from the Hollis's mouth shifted slightly backward. This prevented the tongue from hitting Tai's vital areas, allowing some of his wounds to recover. Feeling his body recovering slightly, Tai quickly got up and rushed into the stadium. Still underestimated the Hollis's defenses. Tai entered the stadium without resting, searching for any signs of zombies. When the cloud-piercing bow struck the Hollis, Tai clearly saw that while the arrow pierced through its skin, the muscle tissue beneath remained undamaged, and no blood dripped out. This was a full power strike from all of Tai's offensive weapons combined. Damn. Tai looked around at everything inside the stadium. Apart from the grass, sports equipment, and spectator seats, there was nothing else. Meaning there was nothing to heal Tai, and worse, he hadn't seen the third boss despite looking everywhere. At the same time, the ground shook again. This indicated the Abel and Hollis had reached the front of the stadium. Tai no longer intended to run. Doing so would only prolong his torment. Bang! The tightly closed gate was punched open by the Abel. Just as it was about to enter, another heavy thumping sound came from afar, even more resonant than the Abel's. Could it be? A hint of relief crossed Tai's face. Old Noel had indeed favored him. Just as the Abel and Hollis were about to enter the stadium, the true owner of this area, the third boss of Double City, appeared nearby. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fists pounding on chests entered Tai's ears. Could it be a gorilla? Only gorillas have the habit of beating their chests. Tai swiftly ran up to the spectator seats and tried to look outside through the windows above. Indeed, it was a gorilla. Through the glass, Tai saw the third boss in the distance. Its body was covered in black fur, its mouth revealing tusks similar to those of a wild boar. But most striking was its massive size. Standing over 5 meters tall, every step left a giant footprint on the ground. Did this thing eat hormones? Tai's eyebrows slightly furrowed. If these three creatures were to join forces, things would indeed become quite tricky. The Hollis excelled at ranged attacks, while the Abel was adept at agility-based assaults. As for this gorilla, its focus was even more obvious. This creature was definitely defense-oriented. At this moment, the Abel and the Hollis, upon seeing the appearance of the Enoch, halted their attempt to enter the stadium. The Hollis even walked straight toward the Enoch, with not a trace of fear in its eyes. However, the scene was somewhat awkward. If viewed from an onlooker's perspective, your gaze would instantly be drawn to the Enoch, while the Hollis would almost be completely overshadowed. Roar! The Enoch slammed a fist into the ground, instantly creating a deep pit. This was a warning to the Hollis and the Abel to leave its territory immediately. However, the Hollis showed no fear and directly shot out its tongue, wrapping it around one of the Enoch's arms. In an instant, the Enoch was flung away by the tongue, its entire body crashing to the ground. Seeing the Hollis's strength, the Enoch couldn't help but feel shocked. Hiss! The Hollis once again proposed that the Enoch join its ranks. But this time, before the Enoch could respond, the Abel swung the broken wooden stick that Tai had cut in half toward the Hollis. Yeah. The Abel shouted at the Enoch, and instantly, the Enoch joined the fight against the Hollis. Just as Brenna had planned. The Abel would seize any opportunity to break free from the Hollis's control. Monkeys are creatures that love freedom. If possible, it absolutely didn't want to become someone else's subordinate. And since the Enoch belonged to the same ape family, its affinity with the Abel naturally far surpassed that with the Hollis. In just one exchange, the tripartite standoff quickly turned into a 2-on-1 battle. Chapter 259, Mad Dream, Trading Wolves for Wolves. The Hollis watched as the monkey stood in front of the Enoch, its small frame suddenly appearing meek. It realized that this monkey intended to rebel and was trying to ally with the Enoch to bring it down. Hiss! The Hollis issued its final warning. It was telling the monkey to make a choice within 3 seconds, or it would suffer the same fate as its fallen minions. But what kind of creature is a monkey? Once it grabs an opportunity, it won't let go. Compared to holding onto this stick, it yearned for freedom, wanting to do whatever it wanted, rather than being commanded by a smaller creature. Yeah. The Abel raised the broken staff in its hands and struck directly at the Hollis. Smack! Instantly, the Hollis's tongue pierced through the broken staff once more, shattering the Abel's weapon. But just as the Hollis was about to attack again, the Enoch lifted its massive fist and smashed it toward the Hollis's body. Even a single hair on the Enoch's body towered over the Hollis, illustrating the enormous difference between the two. Boom! The ground shattered under the force of the Enoch's fist. Yeah! Seeing the earth cave in, joy appeared on the Abel's face. This almost proved that the Hollis should be dead. But in an instant, a tongue shot out from the Enoch's palm, piercing through its massive hand. Tear! Instantly, the Enoch's palm, along with part of its shoulder, was completely penetrated. Blood gushed out from the hole. and the wounded hand was then slowly lifted upward by some unseen force. This guy, its strength is actually greater than the Enoch's. Tai watched the battle outside through the window. Although he couldn't track the Hollis's movements, judging from the condition of the Enoch, it was evident that the Hollis had started its counterattack. I need to find a zombie to heal. Tai retracted his gaze and saw that his clothes were soaked in blood. If not for his enhanced physique, he would have died from excessive blood loss long ago. Tai quickly dragged his body towards the gymnasium's main gate. He noticed that this Enoch was different from the other two. Those two had their minions or used their kind as weapons, but ever since the Enoch entered his territory, Tai hadn't seen a single zombie or mutant. Given the situation in Double City, there shouldn't be no zombies here. It seemed like they had all been cleared away. This indicated that the Enoch likely had a cleanliness obsession, or simply disliked zombies and mutants. Therefore, Tai now had to go back to the other areas to resolve the zombie problem there if he wanted to survive. But could he endure until then with his current injuries? Tai clutched his perforated abdomen. The kidney on the upper left side was also damaged, and apart from his heart and lungs, almost all of his organs were injured. Whether walking or speaking, he had barely any strength left. Either a miracle happened, and the zombies from other regions rushed over, or Brenna had a change of heart and sacrificed herself to him. However, both scenarios were nothing short of fantasies. Damn it. Tai supported himself against the wall, inching his way toward the exit of the stadium. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a sound of someone kicking a can. Tai turned around sharply. In a shadowy area, he saw a pair of eyes. There were living humans inside the stadium. In the control room, that meant Tai had one more option to help solve his imminent death. Killing the humans in there and absorbing their nutrients. He could survive. Humans were humans. Whoever it was didn't matter as long as he could live. Tai dragged his battered body to the door of the control room, where he saw scattered cans of food and smelled a faint stench. Tai pulled out his blood-weeping blade and sliced open the locked door of the control room. Inside sat a man and a dream. The pair of eyes that had peeked at him belonged to Davis. Strangely, the dream didn't look at Tai when he burst in but kept glancing at a particular spot. Moreover, her arm was handcuffed, restricting her movement. From the bruise marks on her arm, it was clear that she had been wearing the handcuffs for quite some time. It appeared that the dream had developed mental issues, and to prevent her from running away, Davis had kept her locked here. Sammy was startled when he saw Tai holding a knife, covered in blood. Thump. He fell to his knees and started kowtowing frantically to Tai. Terrified by the knife in Tai's hand, he begged for mercy. I have no food left. I have no food left. Spare us, please. I have nothing here. Tai did not respond. He walked over to the dream, and just as he was about to raise his knife, Davis instantly shielded the dream with his body. Don't hurt her. At first, Tai thought the insane dream was merely an object of amusement for Davis, but this act suggested she was more likely his wife. What is your relationship with her? Wife. Tears welled up in Davis's eyes, an instinctive reaction born out of fear. Is she crazy? Yes, please don't hurt her. We really have no food left. Take whatever you want, just don't hurt her. Sammy pleaded desperately. Kill her if you want to live. Tai kicked Davis aside and plunged the blood-weeping blade into the dream's neck. The blood from living humans was far more effective in treating Tai's injuries. Typically, it took one zombie to heal a large wound, and Tai's injuries would require at least 10 zombies. However, sacrificing one human could completely restore all of his wounds. Gradually, the life force of the dream was completely drained by Tai. No. Sammy watched his wife die right before his eyes, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Why? Bloodshot eyes glared at Tai. He was enraged by this act. Picking up a kitchen knife nearby, he rushed at Tai, ready to fight him to the death. Chapter 260. Tai's counterattack. Sammy, holding a kitchen knife, slashed wildly at Tai but couldn't touch a single hair on him. Meanwhile, Tai continued absorbing the insane dream's life force. Finally, all his wounds had completely healed. Have you had enough? Tai turned to face Davis, his expression cold and tinged with anger. Die now. Tears welled up in Davis's eyes. He could barely see clearly anymore. All he knew was that he had to hack this man to pieces. He and his wife had lived together for a year in this post-apocalyptic world. Since there were no zombies where the Enoch was, he had secretly brought his wife into the stadium, hoping to hide here for some time. However, due to the Enoch's massive size, every movement caused earthquake-like tremors. His wife, unable to bear such intense mental pressure, went completely mad recently. Fortunately, Davis had handcuffs in his backpack. To prevent her from running around recklessly, he chose to lock her inside the house. I told you, everything here is yours. I have no food left. Why did you still kill her? Sammy had no strength left and squatted on the ground, his demeanor bleak. He couldn't understand why another human being like Tai would do something so inhumane. If she lives, you will die. Tai didn't want to talk anymore with Davis. Clearly, the dream was a burden to him. To survive a year without infection, and while taking care of a mentally unstable dream showed capabilities beyond an ordinary person. But if this man kept staying here to take care of the insane dream, sooner or later, he would either starve to death or be discovered by the Enoch and crushed into pulp. I'd rather die with her. Why do you have the right to take someone's life? On what grounds? What grounds? After saying this, Davis tried to lift the kitchen knife again, ready to fight Tai to the death. He no longer wanted to live. His wife was the only thing keeping him going in this world. Now that she had been killed by this heartless monster, what was the point of living? Ty watched as Davis charged at him. He turned his palm into a fist and struck the kitchen knife directly. The shattered blade even cut across Davis's cheek, blood trickling down. Seeing Ty's unharmed fist, Davis froze. Do you think your wife wanted you to die? Want revenge for killing me? Then become stronger and come find me, not act like trash. Charging forward mindlessly, Ty finished speaking and slapped Davis's chest, sending him flying instantly. The world has changed. The weak are preyed upon, and the strong reign supreme. The insane and the weak either die or become food for others. Ty walked away, his solitary figure etching itself into Davis's mind. Become stronger. Revenge. Sammy picked up the broken shards of the knife one by one, then closed his eyes and smeared them all over his face. If any shard pierced a fatal spot, it would be fate. If they only scratched his cheeks, he would seek vengeance against Ty at any cost for his wife's death. The shards stabbed into Davis's face, one particularly sharp piece piercing straight through his closed eyeball. However, fortunately, none of the shards inflicted fatal wounds, nor hit any major arteries, allowing him to survive this life-risking ordeal. Slowly opening his eyes, one eye already devoid of light, he pulled out the shards embedded in his face, one by one, then slowly walked forward. At this moment, Ty was fully recovered. He chose not to hide anymore and walked out of the stadium. In contrast, Davis remained clever enough not to let his anger blind him. He returned to the room, carried out his wife's body, and climbed to the top of the stadium. He wanted to see what was happening outside. Looking outside the stadium, he saw several large craters on the ground, with the Enoch's corpse lying in one of them. Next to it, a monkey with a humanoid shape lay dead, its death far more gruesome compared to the gorilla's. Its head and buttocks were swapped, the buttocks on its neck and the head under its abdomen, limbs mashed into a meaty mass. Sammy saw Ty's figure not far away, walking straight towards the Enoch. Suddenly, a long tongue shot directly at Ty. Is that a tongue? Under Davis's gaze, Ty finally engaged with the Hollis. Not bad. You killed two already. Ty looked at the two corpses behind the Hollis and said coldly. Hiss. The Hollis's eyes were filled with fear as it noticed Ty's perfectly healed body. It still remembered those shattered eggs hanging from the ceiling. This human must die here today. It's time to settle the score. Ty rubbed his neck, while the blood-wheat blade in his other hand emitted red light. You've hit me so many times. Now it's my turn to pay back slowly. With that, Ty transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at the Hollis. A purple-black aura enveloped Ty's body, a mix of killing intent and malevolence. Bang! The Hollis shot out its tongue, trying to restrain Ty's attack. Aware of its superior ranged attacks compared to close combat, the Hollis aimed to prevent Ty from getting too close. Unfortunately, it underestimated Ty's strength. In previous encounters, Ty always ended up fleeing, leading the Hollis to underestimate his abilities. However, this time, Ty revealed his true power, surpassing its expectations. After all, Ty was Davis who had slain the rank 6 Earthworm King. Bang! Ty sidestepped, evading the Hollis's tongue, then slashed it with one stroke. Instantly, the Hollis was sent flying, landing on the Enoch like a small ball before stopping. Today, I'll show you the biggest difference between beasts and humans. Ty walked forward, dragging the blade, approaching the Hollis like a harbinger of death. Chapter 261. The Man's Resolution, Mutation? Ty gripped the Bloodweeper and charged towards the Hollis. The long saber in his hand emitted a crimson light, and all the malevolence within Ty dissipated in this moment. He had been fleeing for so long, nearly killed by this creature. His rage had reached its peak. The Hollis also sensed that this human's aura was entirely different from before. If it were to confront Ty head-on here, it couldn't be sure on which side the balance of victory would tip. Therefore, the best strategy now was to use numbers to overpower him again. As soon as the Hollis saw Ty approaching, it made its body invisible. Instantly, the Hollis vanished from its spot. Fortunately, it was broad daylight, and in this state, the Hollis's invisibility was semi-transparent. So as long as Ty concentrated, he could track the Hollis's movements. Trying to run back? Ty had already guessed the Hollis's move. He swiftly followed behind, rushing towards the city center. At this moment, a man watching from the stadium observed Ty and the Hollis disappearing. He choked up, shifting his gaze to the two completely dead mutants, Abel and Enoch. Having survived for so long in this apocalypse, he knew something about zombies and mutants. Though he couldn't judge their exact levels, he could roughly assess their strengths. Clearly, these monkeys and gorillas were among the most powerful creatures in the Twin City. Thus, if infected by them, one's strength would drastically increase. Sammy choked up, knowing well that an infected person could obtain 80% of the infector's abilities. If he were infected by either the monkey or the gorilla, he would gain 80% of their power. Maybe even both together wouldn't be enough to match that human. But what if he were infected by both at once? Looking at his wife's lifeless body in his arms, the hesitation in his eyes turned to anger. With his current strength, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't match that man. He could only take the shortcut. He must mutate. Regardless of the cost, he had to avenge his wife. Sammy carried his wife, slowly walking out of the stadium. He found a place with soft soil, painstakingly digging a grave by hand, then buried his wife. Alexia, don't be afraid. I'll come join you after I've avenged you. Gazing at his wife's pale face, the last tear dripped down his cheek. Finally, he filled the grave with soil. His wife lay buried here. Sammy staggered towards the two mutant corpses. He first grabbed the Abel's arm and dragged it beside the Enoch. Then, he sat on the Enoch's neck, looking upwards. Lucky for him, the Enoch's mouth was slightly open upon death, ensuring there was a place to break his skin. The Abel's palm had sharp spines, so he only needed to pierce himself with its hand. Taking out the last cigarette from his pocket, he slowly placed it in his mouth, waltzing it. Puff. Sammy held the cigarette, gazing at the sky. After returning from military service, he married Alexia, who had waited for him. Together, they ran a small tobacco shop. When the zombie outbreak happened, he fled with his family in a car. They drank from filthy ditches, encountered robbers. He watched helplessly as his parents mutated and his child was devoured. Finally, they reached this twin city, but his wife was killed again by another human. How has the world become like this? Wasn't it supposed to be only zombies who kill and eat others? Why do humans harm each other? If humans can also devour humans and kill their own kind, why stay human? Sammy stubbed out the cigarette, glanced at the gorilla's teeth. Slowly closing his eyes, he grasped the Abel's palm in one hand and placed his other hand into the Enoch's mouth. Goodbye, world. How I wish I could love this world. Tears fell, his last in this world. Next, deep cuts appeared on both of his arms. Blood trickled down, and Davis could distinctly feel something entering his body. Jumping off the gorilla's neck, he returned to stand before his wife's grave. Wait for me. After speaking, Davis began walking step by step in the direction Ty had run. During this time, he felt his body starting to mutate. The fastest mutation was happening on his arm where the skin had been broken. The arm's skin changed from yellowish-white to brown, then to white. He could clearly see something rapidly moving inside the veins beneath his skin. Finally, many black hairs grew on Davis's arms in an instant, and they started extending, forming a pair of gorilla arms. On his face, two white patches appeared under his eyes, and the teeth in his mouth became much sharper. Sammy stopped moving forward as weakness and pain began to overwhelm his body. His legs also started to lengthen quickly. Gradually, his body became slightly hunched, but his height was twice what it had been. Sammy's body continued to mutate, and hair began to sprout all over his back. Some were gorilla hairs, others monkey hairs. Infected by two late-stage fifth-tier creatures simultaneously, and with both mutated beings dead, the parasites inside them sought new hosts, causing all unique parasites from these two creatures to enter Davis's body. These parasites began searching for new living spaces inside Davis's body, but since the parasites from both creatures were not from the same camp, they started fighting each other within Davis's body, with the victor claiming more territory. This caused Davis immense suffering, both physically and mentally. By now, he was far from the stadium, and this area was infested with zombies and mutants. The bloodstains on his body and his mournful cries quickly attracted nearby mutants and zombies. Gradually, many zombies gathered around him. These zombies began pouncing at Davis because he hadn't fully mutated yet, still retaining the unique human scent. These zombies wanted to tear this man apart and eat him. Chapter 262. Begin Revenge? The number of zombies was increasing rapidly, and soon, a small-scale zombie wave formed here. Perhaps these zombies hadn't eaten human flesh for too long, which caused them to have an inexplicable impulse toward it. Sammy lay on the ground, feeling his back continuously being clawed and torn by this group of zombies. However, because his body was still in the midst of mutation, he couldn't resist or struggle at all. His body kept sinking deeper, and the pain became increasingly severe. But strangely, the pain gradually lessened until he could no longer feel any pain at all. He saw that his arms had finally completed their evolution. What puzzled him more was that his hands, which had turned into gorilla-like hands, now returned to their human form. He lowered his head to look at his lower body as well. Similarly, the gorilla legs also reverted to their original state. But just as Davis pondered over the limbs of these two creatures, his arms swiftly transformed back into gorilla arms and monkey legs. Looking at the zombie lunging toward him with its mouth open, he simply raised his gorilla arm and struck it. Bang! Instantly, the head of the charging zombie was smashed to pieces. Sammy had survived in the apocalypse for a year, adapting very quickly, and soon got used to the strength these arms brought. Bang! 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 One punch after another. Each zombie surrounding him was taken down with a single blow to the head. His back even formed a natural shield, repelling attacks from all living things. What astonished Davis most were his mutated monkey legs. As long as he thought about what shape he wanted his legs to take, they would transform accordingly and could stretch infinitely like Luffy's. Bang! Within just a few dozen seconds, Davis cleared away the small zombie wave around him completely. Zombie corpses were scattered everywhere, each killed violently, their bodies shattered. Sammy looked around and then at his own furry hands. He could hardly accept this reality. Why? Why didn't I lose consciousness? If infected, shouldn't I have lost consciousness and become a zombie? Locking onto a mirror inside a distant shopping mall, he rushed over. Through the mirror, he saw his entire body. The skin on his face, previously slashed by blades, was now fully healed, and his originally dark brown pupils had turned a light blue. Most frightening of all was his skin. It had turned as white as that of a corpse. Hands, legs. Recalling how his hands and feet looked when he was human, his legs instantly transformed back from gorilla and monkey to human form. In that moment, Davis seemed to understand something. In times of crisis, thinking of gorilla and monkey limbs turned them into that form. Now, recalling human limbs, they reverted to this form. He could control the transformation of his limbs. Sammy immediately tested this out. Indeed, he could control the transformations of his limbs. Grandpa Noel, did Grandpa Noel give me a chance to mutate without losing consciousness so that I could take revenge? With a heavy heart, Davis left the shopping mall and looked up at the sky bathed in sunlight. Thud. Sammy knelt on the ground, his eyes filled with reverence. Thank you, Grandpa Noel. After my revenge, I will help those who need help and never harm the innocent. He bowed several times deeply before continuing forward. He needed to find Ty. At this time, Ty was already facing off against the Hollis again. Pursued by Ty, their battlefield remained fixed in the city center area. The zombies and mutants living in the city center, seeing the return of the Hollis, believed that the Able hadn't betrayed them yet, and so accepted the Hollis as their new ruler. Thus, under the Hollis's command, these mutants and zombies pounced on Ty. However, for Ty, these zombies and mutants weren't much of a challenge, but rather provided resources like life recovery. However, upon returning near the power plant, the Hollis seemed to have changed, displaying a somewhat frenzied expression in its eyes. Could it be that these mutants gain unique abilities on their own territory? While Ty pondered, the Hollis's tongue shot out again. This time, it was fast, long, hard, and accurate. These four key factors combined left Ty unable to dodge, and a skull pierced through his shoulder. So fast. Ty, observing the speed of the Hollis's attack, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was on a completely different level compared to before. Most importantly, Ty felt an electric shock sensation at his wound. Could it be that? Ty touched the wound on his shoulder. The electric current had already started entering his body. This meant that the Hollis's attack contained electrical strikes, capable of entering the human body and causing internal damage. Without hesitation, Ty switched from the bloodshed blade to the Waltning dagger, and then inserted the Waltning dagger into his own arm. Ah! The intense electric shock forced a cry out of Ty. The electric current from the Waltning dagger also entered his body, aiming to counteract the electricity with electricity, neutralizing each other. Subsequently, Ty grabbed a nearby zombie and thrust the Waltning dagger directly into its head. Hiss. Instantly, Ty's broken shoulder began to heal. Returning near the power plant has granted you the ability to use electric attacks. No wonder you feed on electricity, which can both serve as your attack method and as your food. Killing two birds with one stone. Though Ty's tone was weak, there was a hint of sarcasm in his words. Clearly, the Hollis understood the meaning behind Ty's words. In the next second, it plunged its tongue into the ground. Zzz. Immediately, the entire ground was covered in electric currents. The Hollis aimed to attack Ty's legs, rendering him unable to stand. Moreover, something heavy beneath the ground was writhing madly. It was the Hollis's tongue, attempting to attack from underground. In the next second, the tongue broke through the earth, targeting the space between Ty's legs. But the attack was too fast for Ty to defend in time. If he were hit, the impact would be undeniable. Chapter 263, The Hollis's Tactics. Ty watched the tongue that was about to emerge from the ground, with no hint of hesitation in his eyes. The blood-crying blade vanished from his hand instantly. Just as the tongue broke through the soil, Ty made a shocking decision. SSHH. Ty used both hands to grab the tongue that shot out from underground. The moment he touched it, the skin on his palms was torn open, and blood spurted out wildly. It was as if he had grabbed a sharp, high-speed rotating saw blade, slicing into his palms over and over again. Ah! Feeling the unbearable pain, Ty let out a roar. The tongue continued to shoot towards his lower body. If it touched him, it could penetrate his body in an instant. Ty knew that making this decision meant gambling his life against the Hollis's. He needed to see if his hands could forcibly control the Hollis's tongue. Soon, the skin on Ty's palms was completely torn, exposing deep muscle tissue and even showing white bones. Sweat dripped down Ty's forehead. He couldn't let go or he would surely die. Under Ty's persistence, the tongue's speed gradually slowed down, but only slightly. Looking at the Hollis who was extending its tongue endlessly, hatred flashed in Ty's eyes. Since he couldn't stop the tongue's advancement, he would control the source. Ty tightened his grip once more, and blood flowed crazily as the small cuts on his palms turned into deep gashes. Hell yes, come here. Ty's hand muscles bulged suddenly, and just as the tongue was about to pierce into his thigh, it acted like a rope pulling the Hollis connected to its end over. This made the Hollis lose balance and crash onto the ground, stopping the extension of the tongue. Ty took a deep breath, feeling the tongue still trying to push upwards, indicating that the Hollis hadn't given up yet. Let's see who dies first. Ty summoned the blood-crying blade, not holding it but biting it between his teeth. Then, he used the blade's edge to stab into his left shoulder. Ty controlled the blood-crying blade to restore his strength. Soon, the vitality of his left shoulder diminished slightly, but his hands regained strength. But within a second, new cuts appeared on his hands, although his grip became stronger than before. Ah! Ty roared again, standing firmly on the spot as if doing a horse stance, veins popping out all over his body. Bang! Using all his strength, Ty pulled the tongue rooted in the ground up completely. Puff! The soil shattered, and the tongue, resembling tree roots, was swiftly lifted by Ty. At the same time, the Hollis's body was thrown into the air along with the tongue. Although the Hollis had strong defense and incredibly sharp tongues, sharper than any weapon Tai had seen, it had a fatal flaw. Its body was too small. To Tai, the weight of the Hollis was almost negligible. Therefore, if Tai could break the soil, he could lift the Hollis. Initially, the Hollis attacked from underground mainly to avoid being caught by Tai, who might then lift it up. It thought that by emerging from underground, Tai wouldn't be able to break the earth. But it underestimated Tai's strength. After all, the weapons Tai bought not only provided their own power attributes, but could also transfer those attributes to Tai himself. Walkie defense. If Tai wore it, he gained its defensive capabilities. Ultimately, the Hollis had underestimated its opponent and was now in Tai's grasp. Tai began his counterattack. Using the tongue as a handle, he swung the Hollis's body like a mace, smashing it left and right. Soon, small craters started appearing on the ground. Though these impacts didn't seem harmful in the short term, prolonged torment would likely finish off the Hollis. Let's see whose life is harder. When it comes to endurance, I fear no one. Tai was thoroughly enraged by the Hollis. Twice it had nearly cost him his life. It was well known that Tai could be considered one of the most self-preserving individuals in the world. The Hollis's attacks drove Tai into a state of complete madness. Bang, 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 bang. If there were still any living beings nearby, they might have thought Tai was operating a blacksmith's forge. However, this situation didn't last long before the completely controlled Hollis made a decision that left Tai momentarily stunned. Cats. Instantly, Tai felt the weight in his hands decrease slightly. He turned his head to look upward. The tongue connected to the Hollis's body had been severed halfway, and the Hollis had vanished. The Hollis used its most ruthless move. It bit off its own tongue in an attempt to survive. This guy. Tai threw the tongue on the ground. By now, his palms were completely stained with blood. Due to the prolonged exposure to pain, he could no longer feel the pain from his palms. Tai did not choose to stay where he was. At this point, his left shoulder and both hands were severely injured. He needed to find a zombie to draw blood from. Otherwise, if he encountered the Hollis again, it would likely be another grueling battle. But just as Tai ran forward, countless tiny currents of electricity shot out from ahead, forcing him to stop right where he stood. The Hollis was near Tai but had become invisible, intending to finish him off using ranged attacks again. Additionally, the Hollis's attacks had been upgraded. Apart from electrical attacks, Tai felt as though the oxygen in the air had been compressed, making him slightly short of breath. Recalling the Waltzard's abilities, it possessed the chameleon's invisibility capability, allowing it to turn its body transparent. But for a stage 6 creature, it couldn't possibly have such simple abilities. It was very likely that based on the chameleon's invisibility ability, it had evolved to control the air around it. In other words, altering the oxygen content in the air. Although Tai was invincible in combat strength, he was still human, and humans cannot live without oxygen. If the Hollis removed all the oxygen from the surrounding air, he would suffocate and die in this environment. Chapter 264. The Mutated Man Appears. Tai wanted to find an opportunity to break out from here because he had already locked onto a zombie in the distance. As long as he eliminated it, he would have plenty of time to wear down this creature. However, the Hollis did not intend to give Tai this chance. No matter which direction Tai chose to rush towards, countless electric darts would intercept him. Tai considered bracing himself against the darts, but their damage far exceeded even the Hollis's tongue, making Tai hesitant to forcefully break through. Damn. Tai tried to locate the Hollis by using the sunlight, but this time, fate was not on his side. The moment the Hollis disappeared, dark clouds covered the sky, allowing it to blend completely with the air, making it impossible to find. Tai noticed the number of electric darts increased and appeared almost twice as frequently. He found himself stuck once again. Most worryingly, his skin was starting to turn red, indicating that the oxygen in the air was thinning. If he didn't move soon, he might suffocate to death. Tai kept his focus on the zombie ahead. As long as his limbs remained intact and vital areas weren't hit, he could survive and counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Another wave of electric darts approached. In the instant Tai dodged, his body lunged forward toward the zombie. In the next second, the electric darts reappeared, as if predicting Tai's movement. Just as Tai charged at the zombie, darts aimed directly for his heart. But instead of shock, there was a cold smile on Tai's face. At the last moment, Tai planted his feet firmly on the ground and spun to the left. In that instant, his bloodshed blade transformed into the sky-piercing bow, and he barely needed any time between drawing the bow and aiming. Twang! The arrow shot out, striking the invisible Hollis, sending its body flying with blood covering it. Even in its invisible state, the blood couldn't be hidden. Knowing I can heal, you deliberately set this up, didn't you? Looking at the floating blood, Tai smiled coldly. He then raised the bow and aimed at the standing zombie. The next second, all his wounds were healed. Besides the bloodshed blade, the sky-piercing bow could also heal him by stacking its effects. When Tai spotted the zombie in the distance, he had already devised this plan. Why did the Hollis continuously shoot electric darts, preventing Tai from leaving, yet always leave a small gap? It was clear that it was trying to lure Tai into killing the zombie, revealing his weaknesses for a fatal strike. Knowing Tai could suck blood, it attempted to use this chance to finish him off. Unfortunately for the Hollis, Tai saw through its intentions long ago. All the zombies and lizards around were dead, and now a stationary zombie appeared. Such an obvious trap couldn't fool Tai. Beasts are still beasts. How useful is power when they lack wit? Tai stretched his muscles and slowly walked towards the Hollis. The Hollis's defenses had been greatly weakened from repeated hammer blows, so Tai's current attacks were highly lethal. Sensing the pressure from Tai, the Hollis quickly retreated, seeking a way to escape. But Tai wouldn't let it go. Raising the sky-piercing bow, Tai kept shooting arrows at the Hollis, forcing it either to get pierced by countless arrows or stay put and test its endurance against Tai again. Perhaps fate wasn't kind to Tai. Just as he prepared to end the Hollis, a sound broke through the air nearby. Swoosh. Reacting quickly, Tai dodged to the left. A monkey-like foot brushed past him. That's... Turning back, Tai recognized a familiar figure. It was the husband of the crazy dream he had killed earlier. Tai couldn't help but shake his head, regretting his hesitation. Indeed, spending too much time with Stevie has made me soft. If he were alone like before, not only would the crazy dream die by Tai's blade, but her husband would meet the same fate. Because there was a high possibility that Davis would seek revenge, although the threat of vengeance wasn't significant. But anyone who posed a threat to Tai, no matter how strong or weak, would be eliminated by him. Unfortunately, during this period, perhaps witnessing too many human emotions and the warmth and coldness of the world had changed Tai a bit. Return my wife's life. Sammy, upon recognizing that the person he kicked was Tai, roared at him in anger. Really? Why did I let him go? Tai glanced at the Hollis preparing to escape and couldn't help but feel troubled. Forget it. Kill the Hollis first. Tai ignored Davis and swiftly charged at the Hollis with his knife. But Davis seemed intent on not giving Tai any chance. At the moment Tai rushed out, Davis's legs shot upward as if they were two bamboo poles, landing precisely in front of Tai. Without uttering a word, Davis swung his fists directly at Tai's head. This guy. Tai immediately sensed something eerie about Davis. He appeared entirely human, but in the heat of battle, his hands and feet transformed instantly into limbs of two different animals. And these animal limbs looked eerily familiar. They were those of the Able and the Titan ape. Could this guy have infected himself using the corpses of two mutants to avenge his wife? Tai quickly retreated. He didn't want to get entangled with this man. After all, his top priority now was to deal with the Hollis. If he survived and Tai left the double city later, this guy would surely consume all the power from the power plant. But Davis showed no intention of letting Tai off easily. Every punch he threw contained nearly all of his strength. His power, combined with the abilities of the Titan ape and the Able, had reached the 6th tier. Chapter 265, Brenna's Crisis. Tai kept retreating while guarding himself, his peripheral vision fixed on the Lizard King still fleeing behind him. At this point, the Lizard King's invisibility ability had completely dissipated. As long as it wasn't too far away, Tai could easily chase and capture it. But the problem was that he was now completely restrained by Davis. If he exerted all his strength to fight Davis, the Lizard King would escape. This would be a fatal threat to Tai. What should I do? What should I do? A stage 6 semi-infected, compared to the Lizard King, was even harder to deal with. After all, this creature was imbued with human thoughts. Even if Tai won, it wouldn't be resolved in a short time. Just as Tai was thinking of a countermeasure, a familiar voice sounded from behind him. Go after the Lizard King. I'll hold him off. It was Brenna. How did this girl get here? Tai turned around to look at Brenna, who was now running towards them with the storm greatsword that Tai had previously given her. A stage 6 semi-infected against an ordinary human. How could she possibly win? However, Tai suddenly recalled the times when he hesitated to take decisive action against this man before. Brenna's decision was certainly touching, but sacrificing her was necessary to resolve the electricity issue. Be careful. Tai glanced at Brenna, gave a warning, and then quickly pursued the direction in which the Lizard King had fled. The next second, bang, Brenna's body was sent flying backward, landing behind Tai. Tai didn't turn back. He knew the most important thing right now was killing the Lizard King. On the other hand, Brenna struggled to get up using the Storm Greatsword as support. She looked at Davis charging towards her, gripping the massive sword tightly with both hands, preparing for the next defense. But she knew that this defense would be almost useless against Davis. If it weren't for the Guardian armor protecting her body, that punch would have probably pierced right through her. She didn't know why she chose to help this guy Tai. At first, when Tai was battling the Lizard King, she heard the commotion and quietly came out from the power plant. She had been observing Tai's fighting style and the things he said. Initially, she was indifferent to Tai, even feeling somewhat disdainful. But when Tai said those words, "Let's see if your life is tougher or mine," those words seemed like just a venting of anger, but Brenna saw in them Tai's desperate desire to live. He killed people, seized resources. From a normal perspective, it was indeed wrong. But in this apocalypse, where might makes right, one must use any means to survive, making such actions not wrong in this world. Tai wanted to live, so he kept pushing forward, fighting for survival. Brenna understood how Tai felt, perhaps out of sympathy, or because she didn't want Tai to die so soon. She decided to come out, protect Tai, and help him complete his mission. From hiding, Brenna had overheard parts of the conversation between Tai and Davis. Tai must have killed someone very important to Davis, driving him into madness, transforming himself into this form using inhuman methods. All for the purpose of wanting to kill Tai. But the more emotionally driven people are, the more they share a common weakness. Emotional. Brenna wasn't stupid. She wouldn't leave herself without a way out. As Davis charged at Brenna, she spoke. You must feel terrible since the person most important to you was killed. This seemingly ordinary sentence froze Davis, stopping him from attacking Brenna further. His ape-like hands reverted to human arms, and he stumbled back a step involuntarily. If you knew, why are you protecting him? Why? Sammy's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, his mind still retaining fragments of human consciousness and his inherent kindness. His instincts told him not to harm innocent people. Because, I also have someone important to protect. Brenna's words stirred Davis's anger again, but the latter part extinguished his fury like cold water. I was also brought here by Ty because he needed electricity, so I was held as a hostage. If I didn't help him, the people I love would be killed by Ty. I had no choice but to do this. Half of Brenna's words were false. Ty never intended to kill Waltonel and the others. Because for him, whether these people lived or died made no difference in terms of benefit. However, the mutated man seemed to have taken her words to heart. His heart was slightly touched by Brenna's words. Why don't we kill him together then? Sammy asked. He's very strong. He didn't use his full strength on you, because he was trying to deal with the Lizard King just now. As soon as Brenna finished speaking, she realized the loophole in her words. You're afraid of him because you still have reservations. But I don't. I've lost everything. Move aside. I'll help you get rid of him. The bloodshot veins in Davis's eyes grew denser again. He sensed that Brenna was lying. If Brenna didn't move aside now, he would consider her an accomplice of Ty and kill her too. Seeing the expression on Davis's face, Brenna remained silent, silently stepping aside to let Davis continue forward. This gesture somewhat cooled the flames of anger burning within Davis. I will help you get rid of him. Sammy now believed Brenna was on his side. Just as he was about to step forward to pursue Ty, a sudden chill swept over his neck. Bang! Reacting quickly after being infected, Davis used his ape-like arm to block the attack. The great sword pierced into the ape-like arm, and blood gushed out. The intense pain forced Davis to retreat rapidly. He looked up at Brenna, who wielded the great sword. You lied to me. Brenna appeared to be giving way, but in reality, she was trying to lower Davis's guard, striking when his defenses were weakest. However, she had slightly underestimated Davis's reaction speed. Indeed, everyone in this world is a liar. All liars. Die. All of you die. Enraged by Brenna, Davis now saw her as an indirect murderer responsible for his wife's death. He charged towards Brenna, intending to tear apart this beautiful dream viciously. Chapter 266. The one who survives will definitely be me. Sammy stretched out his legs, and his hands transformed once again into the fists of an ape, striking directly at Brenna's body. At this moment, seeing her plan fail, Brenna instantly entered a defensive stance. However, this time she did not rely on her storm greatsword, but discarded it to the side, preparing to block with her hands. Bang! Brenna's entire body was knocked away again, but unlike before, she did not fall on the ground. Instead, she half knelt to one side. Her pants had been torn apart significantly while retreating, her skin broken as blood trickled slowly from her thigh. The sight of the blood stirred the primal instincts within Davis. Although he possessed his own consciousness, what lured him most right now was human flesh. Brenna endured the excruciating pain from her torn thigh and slowly stood up. His strength is too great. Looking at her hands, which were completely skinned, they trembled even when held up in the air. And Davis had merely been pushed back a short distance. Taking a deep breath, Brenna positioned her hands in the Tai Chi stance once more. This was her unique skill, capable of redirecting force against the attacker. However, it was evident during their previous exchanges that the disparity in strength between her and this man was too vast. But for now, this was the only method she could try. Die, die, die. Seeing his first attack did not inflict significant harm, Davis went berserk again, charging like a tractor towards her. The power is. Brenna observed the incoming man, determining where the main force would be concentrated. On the left. Brenna swiftly redirected her hands. The instant Davis charged forward, her body tilted to the left along with her hands, redirecting the force. The moment her hands touched Davis's body, the already damaged skin was further torn. Clenching her jaw tightly, Brenna's body trembled slightly. Ah! With a roar, Brenna exerted all her strength again, forcefully pushing Davis away. However, due to the loss of balance, she staggered backwards several steps herself. Though Brenna's hands suffered severe damage this time, the good news was that the moment Davis was thrown out, he collided with the wall with the same force. The wall immediately cracked from the impact of his body, forming a skull-like imprint. Bent slightly, Brenna's breathing became extremely uneven as she stared intently at Davis. She could barely hold on any longer. Another attack like before would surely mean her death. 1 second, 2 seconds. Sammy appeared still. Brenna sighed in relief, thinking it was over, when suddenly Davis's body twitched. How is this possible? Brenna's technique involved absorbing the opponent's strength and then returning it to them. With equal force, any normal person should not have been able to endure it. Yet, Davis in front of her seemed unscathed. Just as Brenna prepared to retreat to temporarily avoid Davis's attack, his legs bent into an odd curve. Bang! Both feet slammed against the wall, and his body shot directly toward Brenna. Die! Die! Just die! In an instant, Davis's hands clutched firmly around Brenna's neck. His eyes were bloodshot, with a wound on his forehead, a mark left by Brenna. Brenna's face turned red as her body was lifted into the air by Davis, leaving her completely immobile. Ah! Using all his might, Davis attempted to snap Brenna's neck, but at the critical moment, she blocked with her hands. Her cervical vertebrae remained intact, but her 10 fingers shattered. You damn dream, just die. Sammy showed no intention of giving Brenna any chance of survival. With one hand around her neck, he reached out with the other toward her head. He intended to pull her head off like pulling a carrot from the ground. As his hand landed on Brenna's head, just as he was about to exert force, an arrow flew from afar, striking precisely into his eye. Ah! Feeling the pain from his broken eye, Davis instinctively covered his eyes with both hands, allowing Brenna to narrowly escape. However, with her hands completely shattered and her body severely damaged, she fell to the ground, semi-unconscious. Ty looked at Brenna's 10 fingers, which were twisted beyond recognition, and a hint of ferocity appeared on his cold face. I told you that killing that Madream was saving you. Since you didn't listen, I'll send you to hell with her. Ty slowly walked toward Davis. Under the shadow, no one could clearly see Ty's expression, but the malevolence emanating from around him was enough to infect the earth. 1 step, 2 steps. An overwhelming pressure approached, and Davis choked, seemingly sensing Ty's terror. But he could not escape. Even if he died, he had to avenge his wife. Ty gradually quickened his pace until he started running. The bloodshed blade in his hand emitted an electric aura. Without hesitation, Davis also rushed toward Ty. Sammy swung his fists, while Ty wielded the bloodshed blade. Blade met fist. Bang! The ground beneath their feet caved in. The skin on Ty's hand gripping the blade began to tear, and blood seeped out slowly. Due to instability, Ty retracted the bloodshed blade and used it as a cane to steady himself. Trash! Seeing Ty like this, Davis sneered in mockery. But in the moment he withdrew his fist, the hair on the fist that had collided with Ty's blade all fell off, revealing a smooth arm. Then, the muscles on his arm began to rot, and the blood inside surged toward the bloodshed blade in Ty's hand. I was saving you, yet you tried to kill me. You want to survive, don't I? But if only one of us can live, then I'm sorry. The one who survives will definitely be me. As Ty finished speaking, Davis's arm shattered, even the bones turning to powder. Chapter 267. The Final Battle, Grand Finale. After several battles, Ty's fighting became increasingly frenzied, each attack striking directly at Davis's vital points. Bang! Ty knocked Davis away with his knife. Just as Davis was about to get up, Ty stepped on his chest. At this moment, apart from blood, there was nothing but ferocity on Ty's face. If I don't kill your wife, she will slowly devour you alive. You might say that I have no right to take someone else's life, but let me tell you. This world is like this now. Either you eat or be eaten. Your wife, because of her weakness, was eaten by me. And you are also weak now, so you too must be eaten. Do you understand? Without waiting for Davis to answer, Ty slashed directly at his neck. Instantly, Davis's head separated from his neck, blood gushed out along the wound. His eyes turned blank, gradually losing their luster. Ty turned to look at Brenna, whose whole body was stained with blood. His expression wavered slightly. He did not expect that a person he had casually captured would actually protect him against Davis's attack at the cost of her own life. What was the meaning of her doing this? Was it to make him be nicer to Grover? What Ty didn't realize was that at this moment, his feelings towards Brenna had subtly changed. A smart, wise person who can clearly discern the situation. How could one not like such a person in this post-apocalyptic world? Wait here for me. Seeing that Brenna's wounds were quite serious and if not stopped promptly, she might go into shock, Ty quickly ran forward. When chasing the Hollis, he had noticed a few zombies still alive nearby. Soon, he locked onto 3 zombies ahead, took out a hemp rope from his infinity backpack, and tied them together like a skewer, dragging them to Brenna's side. Here. Ty handed the blood-crying blade to Brenna. What is this? Brenna stared at the weapon in her hand, which looked somewhat like a toy, slightly stunned. Don't ask such stupid questions. Not sure whether he was worried about Brenna or really thought she asked too many questions, Ty directly grabbed her hand, guiding the blood-crying blade into the zombie's body. The moment Brenna felt Ty touching her hand, her body stiffened. Perhaps out of instinct, her other free hand stabbed towards Ty's eyes. Fortunately, Ty reacted quickly, stepping back to avoid the attack. However, since he was holding Brenna's hand, he pulled her backward as well. Ty fell to the ground, and Brenna landed in his arms. Sorry. Brenna's cheeks flushed red, seemingly disoriented. She hurriedly got up and backed away. But coincidentally, those 3 zombies behind them weren't dead yet, reaching out their hands toward Brenna's back. Swish. Ty supported himself on the ground with one hand, while using the other to encircle Brenna, shielding her with his back to block the zombies' attacks. Looking up slightly, Brenna saw Ty's eyes, her cheeks instantly turning as red as an apple. Ty wasn't unattractive. He even had a bit of Barney-ish charm. And this being the first time Brenna had such close contact with a Barney, she couldn't help feeling embarrassed. I said, can you be more careful next time? Sorry, I thought. Brenna hurriedly apologized but was interrupted by Ty. Thought what? Aren't you going to get off my hand? You're heavy. Ty's words directly infuriated Brenna. Slap. Instantly, Ty's foot was stomped on by Brenna, who then shook off his hand. Aren't we supposed to be on our way? Where's the next stop? The blush on Brenna's cheeks vanished, replaced by coldness. Good grief, are women like this? Turning faces faster than flipping pages. Back to my base. Glancing at Brenna's arm, seeing that the wounds had healed, Ty was relieved. Your knife. Brenna returned the blood-crying blade to Tai. Being an intelligent person, she didn't overly inquire about the origins of this knife. After all, being with such a dangerous person, knowing more of his secrets only increased the risk of death. Alright, let's go. Taking the weapon, Tai walked towards Chongqing City. At the border of Chongqing City, Walton Village. After a 4-hour drive, Tai finally returned to Walton Village with Brenna. However, the area around Walton Village had undergone a tremendous change. There was a strong smell of decay in the air, and the grass and trees had been burned to almost ash. Just as Tai was puzzled, a familiar voice came from the distance. Alistair Yi, you're finally back. Nash, who had been guarding outside, smiled when he saw Tai return. Why are there so many more people here? Tai frowned slightly, seeing that there were now 20 to 30 more people in the village. His eyes filled with confusion. They were brought by a fat man. He said you saved his life and came specifically to repay the favor. You believe whatever he says? Zijuan, that's not like you. Tai was surprised after hearing Nash's words. At first, I didn't plan to pay him any mind. But then Walton Village experienced an unexpected small zombie wave. I initially planned to temporarily escape with Stevie and the others, but the fat man led his 20-odd men and stopped the wave. So I believed he came to repay the favor. Take me to see him. Tai quickly recalled his interactions with the fat man in his mind. In the past year, the fat men he encountered were mostly killed by him or used as bait. He hadn't saved any fat man. Could it be he accidentally saved one? Tai, still puzzled, followed Nash into the village. Benefactor. A coarse voice called out from afar. Tai looked ahead. At first, he couldn't tell who it was by body shape alone, but when he saw the face, he immediately remembered. This fat man was the one he saved at school. At that time, the fat man was lying in the small store eating frantically, and Tai had casually saved him. Now, this person seemed completely transformed. Benefactor, do you remember me? How did you find this place? Tai watched the fat man. Although he had saved his life, that didn't mean he could trust him completely, so he needed to know his background. After you saved me, I followed some people out of the school and later joined the military in Viletag City for a year. During a zombie wave resistance, I saved the deputy commander there and became a minor official. When I learned that the Viletag City military district was issuing a warrant for you, I quarreled with them and left, bringing some loyal brothers to find you and seek your protection. Waltzing to the fat man's story, Tai couldn't help but marvel. This is a classic rags to riches story. Even novels don't write this way. Impressive indeed. So, how did you know about this place? Tai asked. I paid a hefty price to consult an all-knowing informer who gave me the location. Upon hearing this, Tai sucked in a cold breath. Despite his efforts to keep the location secret, it was somehow found. That's terrifying. Alistair Yi, you don't know my name yet, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Xavian, and my best weapon in the army was the sniper rifle. Xavian introduced himself. Tai nodded indifferently. Alistair Yi, please take me in. I've brought my family here. If you turn us away, my brothers will have nowhere to go. I never said I would turn you away. Tai realized Xavian was trying to get close quickly. Rest here for a while. I still have matters to attend to. Tai spoke politely and then walked quickly toward the underground research base with Brenna. In the following days, under the joint effort of Tai and Stevie, they utilized the bodies of the Hollis and field mice to create 2 origin weapons. One was used by Tai, which could enhance all of his abilities by 100%. This came from extracting materials from the field mice. The other was given to Mariah because the origin weapon required someone with a pure heart to wear it. Its ability allowed complete transformation. Appearance, body, voice, and even scent could be changed into another person's. After half a month of development, Stevie extracted a new chemical compound from the mutants and developed it into bullets, which had incredible penetration power and would cause secondary explosions upon impact. During this period, Tai also collected ants and earthworms, breeding them until his gold coin count surpassed 100,000. He equipped each member of Xavian's squad with a blood-crying scythe and a guardian's armor. Among the main combat forces, Nash received a Doom, Xavian got a Dawnbreaker, and Brenna received a Shadow Blade. Subsequently, after a month of cooperation and practice, they officially headed to the Viletag City Military District to complete Tai's final revenge. Mariah would transform into the commander of the Viletag City Military District, Armand, entering the military district as the key insider. Soon after, Tai, together with Nash and others, arrived near the Viletag City Military District. Then, at the agreed time, Mariah gave orders in the commander's tone, compelling the city guards to open the gate, allowing Tai and his team to infiltrate the Viletag City Military District. Over these days, Mariah had already familiarized herself with Armand's living habits. Tai lay in ambush where Armand was supposed to appear and assassinated him directly. At this moment, the Viletag City Military District fell into a leaderless state, but no one knew that Armand had been killed. Following that, Mariah took over Armand's identity, issuing new orders in his name, canceling the bounty on Tai, and she announced that Tai would receive the highest authority within the district except for her own. Later, Tai also took the opportunity to appear and obtain substantial command over the Viletag City Military District. However, during this period, a series of problems arose. It was Hermes. Hermes exposed Mariah's impersonation and revealed that Armand was dead. This caused chaos in the Viletag City Military District, starting a major battle. Fortunately, Tai had a contingency plan. After eliminating most of the personnel in the Viletag City Military District, he completely quelled the turmoil. Due to severe casualties and the intense smell of blood, zombies from surrounding cities were attracted. Viltag City happened to be situated in a basin surrounded by other cities. Within a day, tens of thousands of zombies and mutants began attacking the Viltag City military district. And Hermes also revealed his true identity. He was Jue in disguise. Not only did he have dual personalities but three. Hermes was his third personality, whose purpose was to create a grand piece of art. An art to bury the entire city along with Tai. He knew Tai would surely seek revenge against the Viltag City military district. Once a battle broke out, it would cause massive casualties, attracting zombies from all around. So he intended to use the zombies to kill Tai. However, Tai had long seen through Hermes' plan. He never stopped him because he wanted to stabilize public morale. By resolving the zombie wave, his status among the people of the Viltag City military district would rise, giving him more resources and personnel to allocate. So, at the outbreak of the zombie wave, he launched a counterattack. First, he imprisoned Hermes, who was actually Jue, to one side. Then, he took out a remote control and pressed a button. Huge explosions occurred outside the Viltag City military district. 2/3 of the zombie wave died in these explosions, leaving the remaining zombies as Tai's personal stage. After the zombie wave subsided, Tai eliminated the last Yin Huan, Jue. These explosions were arranged by Tai using chemical substances found in mutants, which could cause explosions. These could not only be used in bullets but also formed bombs with power equivalent to about 1% of a nuclear bomb. Ultimately, Tai quelled the zombie wave, winning everyone's respect and formally took over the Viltag City military district. Following this, Tai expanded his control over the entire Huaxia region, becoming the first country to clear the zombie wave globally. Another 10 years passed. Tai rapidly expanded Huaxia's territory towards Europe and America. The global zombie virus was entirely eradicated by Tai, and Earth transformed from hundreds of countries into just one, Huaxia. Unwilling to participate in power management, Tai handed the administrative tasks to Nash, while he lived a secluded life with his wife, Brenna. 50 years later, Earth experienced another tech boom, enabling humans to master interstellar travel. Due to overload, Earth was about to be abandoned by humanity. Human lifespans extended to 200 years with technological assistance. Tai reappeared with his wife. He returned because Earth faced a new crisis. Earth would transition from a three-dimensional to a two-dimensional world. They were attacked by an unknown species, and this was inevitable. Thus, they needed to find a suitable world for two-dimensional life forms. Maybe in games, maybe in various films, or perhaps nowhere at all. Furthermore, analysis of the zombie virus revealed that the virus on Earth might just be a game by higher-dimensional beings, and they were merely like small soldiers in a game, all destined to face death. From this point on, no one knew what exactly happened between Tai and the Earth afterwards. However, on a planet light years away, a young Barney was watching an old man who was hunched over, studying something. The end.